Chapter 1, Rebirth from the Cocoon. Tremble the World. Hangzhou, Yangon Road. In the square in front of Hangzhou Vocational College. Fuck you, you are shameless and expose my woman? Are you tired of living? I will let you know what social beating is. At this time, a young man wearing a tight t-shirt and a big gold chain around his neck was punching and kicking a young man. Next to him, a tall woman with wavy hair and dressed very seductively looked aggrieved. Brother Quan, he was the one who spread rumors about me, saying that I was a bus driver and worked part-time in a KTV. You must help me vent my anger. My reputation has been ruined by him. The students who were watching from all sides lowered their heads, pointed at the young man being beaten on the ground, and laughed from time to time. Li Mu held his head and squatted on the ground, feeling aggrieved. His family fell into poverty and his parents divorced when he was in junior high school. In order to save face, he worked hard and finally his hard work paid off. He was admitted to Hangzhou University with an excellent score of 615. Li Mu thought that his brilliant life was about to begin, but when he received the admission letter, he was dumbfounded. His admission letter was not from Hangzhou University, but from Hangzhou Vocational College, which was just across the street. Just across the street, the difference is like heaven and hell. Hangzhou Vocational College, all locals know that it is a low-rate college with a mixed crowd. Except for some people who really can't get into college, the rest are rich people who want a stable life and directly send their children here to study for 4 years and get a graduation certificate. Li Mu ran back and forth several times for this matter, but ultimately did not get a satisfactory answer. Seeing that school was about to start, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and choose this place. However, his parents divorced when he was young and he lived alone. He could not afford the tuition of several thousand yuan per semester, so he could only find a part-time job to earn money while studying. Half a year ago, he joined an on-campus club called Tianyan Media. There are only 3 people in the club including him, and as a top student majoring in media, this is considered a match for his major. However, he did not expect that the so-called Sky Eye Media was actually an organization that accepted various commissions from within the school and specialized in helping people dig up gossip and black material. What he had to do was the same as the paparazzi in the society, except that his target had shifted from bigwigs from the outside world to influential figures within the school. Originally, he was reluctant in his heart, but after several scandals were exposed, he successfully got a reward of 5,000 yuan in just half a month. He saw that it was easy to make money, and even a penny could make a hero fall. So he gritted his teeth and stayed in Tianyan Media, and worked there for half a year. You will always have to pay for what you have done. This time they received a commission to dig up some dirt on Li Xiaoxiu, the current girlfriend of Xiaoan, a third-year student in the Department of Physical Education. However, something went wrong before they could dig out any dirt. Xiaoan was a native of Hangzhou. His family had some money. His father, Zhao Din, was a well-known entrepreneur in Hangzhou. Xiaoan himself was also a well-known figure in school. It was as easy for him to crush Li Mu to death as to crush an ant. I told you to expose the truth. Xiaoxiu is my woman. How dare you mess with her? I'm telling you, Tianyan Media is disbanded. Don't let me see you in school in the future. I'll beat you up every time I see you. Xiaoan kicked Li Mu to the ground, then walked away with Li Xiaoxiu, the school beauty from the flight attendant department, in a swaggering manner with a very arrogant attitude. TSK, you dare to mess with Xiaoan from the sports department. This kid is getting impatient. Awesome. Li Xiaoxiu has a bad reputation, but she is my brother's woman. This guy is too stubborn. If you walk along the river often, you will get your feet wet. He is still too young to grasp the situation. There are many hidden dangers here. All these voices reached Li Mu's ears. He lay on the ground with a flushed face, thinking back to everything he had experienced after the college entrance examination. Suddenly, an inexplicable resentment rose up in his chest. This year, he suffered a lot of torment, humiliation, and experienced all kinds of life, but he did not want to die. He wanted revenge and make those who made his life difficult pay the price. At this moment, the sky seemed to darken. Li Mu was suddenly stunned. A light screen suddenly appeared in front of his eyes and a prompt sound rang in his mind. Ding, the host is detected to be full of resentment, and the big news disclosure system has been activated. Binding to host, please wait. %1. Number 2. 100%. System binding successful, host information scanning completed. Name, Li Mu. Age, 22. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Strength, 18. Agility, 18. Explosive power, 6. Defense, 12. System points, 0. Ding, a novice gift package has been detected and opened. Get physical strengthening potion 1. Get system points 10,000 points. Achieve proficiency in 8 foreign languages 1. Congratulations to the host for receiving a random reward. This system will take you to experience a 360-degree, all-round experience of breaking news. Newbie task release, use this experience to expose all the negative information about Xiaoan and publish it on the internet. This exposure will be fully protected by the system and the host will not be at any risk. Task reward, unknown. Start generating a temporary internet super account. Account generation completed. Account, admin 1120. Password, 558777446. This account can log in to all Chinese websites, has the highest authority, and has blocked all information for the host. After the task is completed, the account will be automatically deleted. Host, please start enjoying the unprecedented fun. Limu was stunned and felt a surge of ecstasy in his heart, but then he began to curse in his heart. As a homeboy, he naturally knew what the system was. He had read a lot of novels since he was a child, but this system was a bit disgusting. Was it encouraging him to become a paparazzi? And then reach the pinnacle of life? At this moment, Limu felt the gazes from all around him and suddenly came back to his senses. He stood up and looked at Xiaoan and Shun Shanxian, who had already walked away, and suddenly grinned. Today I break out of my cocoon and am reborn, let the world tremble. In full view of the crowd, Limu quickly left in the opposite direction. When his figure disappeared from everyone's sight, the onlookers came to their senses. Fuck, has he been beaten silly? How can he still laugh? Look at that miserable look, he must be stupid, how can this loser fight against Xiaoan? TSK, if you don't have the ability to learn how to gossip, you'll probably have a hard time staying in school in the future. Everyone left one after another, and in the blink of an eye, the square was empty and there was not a single person in sight. At this moment, no one would have expected that all this was just the beginning, and Limu's road to counterattack was about to begin. Chapter 2, Codename Honest Man. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Limu was the only one in the boys' dormitory. At this moment, he was concentrating on looking at the laptop screen in front of him. At this moment, the reminder sound in my mind sounded again. The system has successfully connected to the internet. Account batch login is in progress. Login to Longxin Weibo successfully. Login to TikTok short video successfully. Login to Slow Hand short video successfully. 5 minutes later. More than 20 first-tier mainstream media in China have all logged in. Opening a temporary super live broadcast room. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. The countdown is complete, the super live broadcast room is open, and it has been successfully connected with major live broadcast platforms. Limu, who was sitting in front of the computer, looked at the screen in horror, but then he showed a look of ecstasy. This is a live broadcast room with a blue background and a camera pattern on the background. The number of online people on the right shows that there are already more than 10,000 people online. Limu discovered that the number of people online in this strange live broadcast room was increasing rapidly at a rate of 20 to 30 people per minute. What he didn't know was that at that moment, all the live streaming platforms on the entire internet jumped over uncontrollably. 6666, what is this place? A live broadcast room for breaking news? What's it for? The host's name is Honest Man? I've never heard of him. Fuck, I was watching a girl dancing, why did you bring me here? What kind of live broadcast room is this? Why can't I get out? I'm the top guy with 10 rockets. Brother above, listen to my advice, the internet is virtual, you are still too young. Based on my 20 years of internet experience, this live broadcast room is not simple. A strange look appeared in Limu's eyes. In the blink of an eye, the number of people in the live broadcast room had reached more than 100,000. He also saw his nickname in the upper right corner. It turned out to be Honest Man? He couldn't help laughing. Whistleblower means digging out the truth of a matter and then announcing it through various platforms. The name Honest Man is really appropriate. Ding, start to reveal the personal information of the person who exposed the information, Xiaoan. Ding, personal information has been generated. Scandal is being dug. Please wait. The black material has been generated and is being downloaded. In the blink of an eye, Limu saw a 2G folder appeared on his computer desktop. He opened the folder and began to look through the photos, videos, and some text documents inside. 5 years ago, Xiaoan, who was in the 3rd grade at the time, beat a male classmate to the point of serious injury. In the end, his father stepped in and used threats and bribes to calm the situation. Also 5 years ago, at the Violet Internet Cafe in Hangzhou, Xiaoan had a conflict with a young man over a game, and then hired someone to beat the young man to a disability. At the arrangement of his father Zhaodin, he also found 2 scapegoats to talk back. 3 years ago, Xiaoan, who was already in his 2nd year of high school, began to take illegal drugs. Not only did he secretly take them himself, he also illegally sold them. In just 3 years, he actually sold as much as 20,000 kilograms of illegal drugs. 1 year ago, a girl from a vocational college offended him, and he arranged for someone to destroy her reputation, which eventually led to her jumping off a building and dying. This incident caused a huge sensation at the time. A week after the incident, 2 of Xiaoan's classmates went to the police station to surrender themselves, and Xiaoan finally narrowly escaped legal sanctions again. Wow, Limu clicked on the videos and photos, and these things completely recorded all of Xiaoan's criminal records. The power of this system was beyond his imagination. Host, please use the evidence you have to expose the information. This all-round exposure is given by the system. All your information has been fully encrypted and no one can break it with the current technology. Limu raised the corner of his mouth, licked his lips, and held the mouse with his right hand. 10 minutes later, a mixed-in voice-changed voice sounded from the live broadcast room. At this moment, the number of people online had reached 1.2 million. Good evening everyone, my codename is Honest Man. Tonight I will bring you a series of shocking revelations. Someone will be doomed. Please wait and see. Limu's mind moved, and the big news tipping system instantly connected to the internet. A window popped up on the main interface, which showed Xiaoan's photo and his personal information below. The scrolling chat box in the live broadcast room started scrolling frantically. Oh my god, who is this guy? I don't know him. Is he a celebrity? He doesn't look handsome at all. That's right, isn't this a revelation? More than 1.2 million people are online, and you're just showing us this? Go, stop live streaming, Xiaoan. What the hell is this idiot? Who wants to read this? The fucking thing is that I can't quit. This is definitely a rogue software. Most of the people in the live broadcast room did not know Xiaoan. After all, Hangzhou is just a city in China. The country is so big, and Xiaoan's father is only famous locally, so naturally not many people know him. However, there are obviously many local people from Hangzhou watching the live broadcast in the live broadcast room today. Fuck, I know this guy. He's the prince of Hangzhou Huafeng Real Estate. His father, Zhaodin, is quite famous in Hangzhou. This kid is studying in a vocational college and his reputation is not very good. Is the guy upstairs an alumnus? I saw him scolding someone at the school gate this morning. He was so fierce. Who the hell is this honest guy? 6666, everyone, please take a look at the video playback area on the right. There seem to be photos and videos. What the hell is this? Is this a movie? In the next hour, the entire live broadcast room seemed unusually quiet, and the number of online users was locked at around 1.4 million. Limu discovered that 960,000 of them were from Hangzhou. It was obvious that the audience attracted by the system was targeted. An hour later, there was movement in the live broadcast room. Japan's friendship rewards rocket 99. A monk uses rejoice to wash his hair and rewards Porsche 18. Who dares to reward the Carnival 10? There is murderous intent in the crotch. Reward the Hua family 55. Limu laughed like a pig. At that moment, Limu found that the money he had received in rewards alone amounted to hundreds of thousands, and the chat area at the bottom of the screen began to scroll like crazy. Oh my god, the anchor is so awesome, this is okay? Is he filming a movie here? Damn, Xiaoan is definitely screwed this time. Not only is he a complete bastard, his father will definitely suffer along with him. This honest man is really fucking awesome. I give the anchor 99 points for this operation. One more point is because of your pride. I live in the villa next to Xiaoan's house. I just heard his father's angry voice. Xiaoan is in big trouble. Chapter 3, Sensation in Hangzhou. Strict punishment. Li Mu was delighted. This system was truly awesome.
Xiaoan had humiliated him during the day, but he did not expect that he would get his retribution so soon. He picked up the mouse and was about to make a remark to show off, but the system prompt sounded at this moment. Ding! The all-round full-style revelation experience has ended, the internet connection has been disconnected, the temporary account has been destroyed, and the screen is being disconnected. The live broadcast room has been closed. Li Mu's computer screen returned to normal, and Xiaoan's black material folder had disappeared. Li Mu searched all drive letters and recycle bins, but found no trace at all. If it weren't for the 20+ news push notifications on his mobile phone screen, everything that just happened would have seemed so unreal, like a dream.
It's fucking exciting. Is there any way to play it like this? Erasing all traces and exposing other people's dirty laundry, is this the only way to be a paparazzi?
Li Mu muttered to himself with a smile on his face.
This strange incident had already shocked the entire China and caused a sensation in the entire city of Hangzhou. This is Hangzhou TV. Here is a newsletter. Half an hour ago, the Chinese internet was suspected to have been hacked.
The number of people online in the strange live broadcast room exceeded 1 million.
The black material of the son of a Hangzhou entrepreneur was exposed. The Hangzhou police said they have intervened in the investigation.
At the same time, the relevant Chinese authorities announced that they will use technical means to track the whereabouts of hackers, and will not let go of any clues.
Illegal acts must be severely punished. A 3-story detached villa in the Lishuibei Villa district of Hangzhou.
At this time in the living room, Zhao Din watched the dignified and generous announcer on TV read the news, and his body began to tremble wildly.
Director Zhao, we must find a solution immediately. The photos and videos are all solid evidence. The situation is very unfavorable to us. Where's Aquan? The young master didn't come home this afternoon. He must have gone out to play. Asshole, what time is it? You still want to play?
Send someone to bring him back to me immediately.
Yes, I'll go right away.
Just as the man was about to turn around and leave, a fierce quarrel suddenly broke out at the gate of the villa.
2 bodyguards ran in hurriedly.
Chairman, this is bad. There are so many reporters coming to the door, and our people can't stop them.
What? Reporters?
Zhao Din's pupils shrank, and he felt a mixture of shock and anger.
Quick, call everyone over and make sure to stop them.
Also, prepare the car immediately.
I need to go out for a while.
10 minutes later, a Mercedes-Benz S600 drove away quickly from the back door of the villa and drove out of the community gate in the blink of an eye. At the same time, in the office of the Serious Crime Investigation Team of the Hangzhou Police Department, a middle-aged man with a square face and a solemn expression was holding a tablet in his hand, and his face became increasingly gloomy. 20 minutes later, he slammed the tablet computer onto the table. In Hangzhou, such an injustice has happened.
It is really our fault.
Take people to the Zhao family immediately and bring Zhao Dan and his son back tonight. Boss, although Huafeng Group is not a top-tier group in Hangzhou, it is still a major taxpayer every year. He was also selected as an outstanding entrepreneur in Hangzhou last year.
Will it be possible for him to lead people like this? What? What's wrong with paying taxes? Can he be above the law? Now that the evidence is irrefutable, can he be exempted from punishment just because of a title and being a big taxpayer?
The Zhao family must be severely punished this time, no one can stop it, I say.
Yan Zhangwo, the commander of Hangzhou's Serious Crime Squad, is well known in the police force for his impartiality and ruthlessness. He has handled many major cases. No matter how powerful you are, you can't do anything for him.
When the son of his direct superior committed a crime, he arrested him anyway. When the men around him heard this, their eyelids trembled, and their foreheads were covered with cold sweat in an instant.
Boss, how do we deal with the hacker?
The whole of China is spreading rumors about this mysterious hacker codenamed Honest Man. If this continues, it will probably cause a very bad reaction. If young people all admire this kind of person, it will be a big problem.
Yan Zhangwo exhaled a breath of turbid air and said in a deep voice, Xiao Zhang, the police station also has departmental divisions. This is an information network crime. We are responsible for major criminal cases. We don't need to worry about other things for the time being. Yes, I will take people to set up control immediately and control the Zhao family father and son as quickly as possible. At the same time, in the southern suburbs of Hangzhou, at the gate of a huge manor, 2 bodyguards in black with stern faces closed the huge iron gate directly.
Xiaodin's eyes were filled with despair as he stood in front of the Mercedes-Benz. This was the third place he visited tonight, but he was still turned away. The people he visited were all well-known bosses in Hangzhou, with much more power and connections than him. He usually paid tribute to them, but today he wanted to ask them for help to see if there was any room for easing the situation, but he was ruthlessly rejected.
Mr. Zhao, I think you should go back.
I heard that Yan Zhangwo's people have already gone to your house.
What? Yan Zhangwo? Xiaodin was obviously panicked for a moment, because the three words Yan Zhangwo were too shocking. Did you find Quan?
Director Zhao, we went to several restaurants, bars, and KTVs that the young master always went to, but he was not there today.
Our people are still looking for him.
Xiaodin clenched his fists, his pupils shrank sharply, and one could clearly see the fear in his eyes. Tell him to find Quan and send him directly out of Hangzhou. As long as someone can escort him away, I will avoid serious injury. Xiaodin smelled a hint of despair, and he realized that it would be difficult for him to get away with this matter.
In the executive suite of Intercontinental Hotel on Yong'an Street.
Zhao Quan leaned on the bed, holding the scantily clad Li Xiuxiu in his right hand, his eyes full of evil.
Xiuxiu, you are really amazing. This job is not something that ordinary people can do. Brother Quan, you are so mean. I can only perform exceptionally well with you. Ha, is your little mouth covered with honey? It's so sweet, I like it, give me a kiss.
After Zhao Quan finished speaking, he pouting his lips and kissed Li Xiuxiu on the cheek. Just then, there was a hurried knock on the door. Zhao Quan frowned, a hint of displeasure in his eyes.
Who? Hello, is this Mr. Zhao? I am a hotel waiter.
Because you are our super VIP member, the hotel has specially prepared a bottle of XO Remy Martin for you to enjoy.
Damn, this is really troublesome. Little demon, wait for me to come back. I'll be back soon. Have a few drinks with me later. Zhao Quan got out of bed, put on his pajamas, ran to the door and opened it.
But the people standing in front of him were not hotel waiters, but 4 policemen in police uniforms with cold eyes and serious expressions. Mr. Zhao, you are suspected of multiple serious criminal cases. We need you to go back with us and please cooperate with the investigation.
Crack.
Before Zhao Quan could react, a pair of cold handcuffs were already on his hands.
Chapter 4 Passive Skills, Get Rich in the Blink of an Eye. Who are you? Why are you arresting me? Do you know who I am?
Zhao Quan frowned, his anger rising. Not only did this group of people ruin his good deeds, they also put handcuffs on him. He had been doing whatever he wanted under the protection of his father for years, so how could he tolerate this kind of humiliation?
Don't you have eyes for who we are? Don't you recognize the uniforms we are wearing?
You are suspected of multiple serious criminal cases.
You are now arrested according to the law. Be honest.
When Zhao Quan heard this, his expression froze, but his eyes remained arrogant.
Do you know my identity?
The leading young policeman sneered.
You are Zhao Quan, the prince of Hangzhou Huafeng Group.
Your father is Xiaodin, but this identity does not prevent us from arresting you.
Humph, now that you know my father is Xiaodin, why are you still arresting me? If he calls you, you will all let me go. What's wrong, dear?
At this time, Li Xiuxiu came over in her pajamas, twisting her waist. When the police saw that the other person was naked, he frowned and a look of disgust appeared on his face.
I remember you are all students, right?
Girls, please be careful with your behavior and don't bring shame to your family. Li Xiuxiu's expression changed and she grabbed Zhao Quan's arm.
Wow, honey, look at what they said. Are the police so great?
I don't believe that your father is Xiaodin. They still dare to arrest you. It has to be said that women are the root of trouble, but this green tea bitch is the root of trouble.
Zhao Quan's face was extremely ugly. He looked at the 3 policemen in front of him and said in a cold tone, "Just wait, you will see what happens next." Ding ling ling.
At this moment, the cell phone of one of the policemen suddenly rang.
He picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Hello, I'm Xiao Shang.
Zhao Quan has been controlled.
Really? That's great. I'll bring him back right away. Okay, that's it. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Zhang showed a sneer on his face. You still expect your father to save you?
I can tell you responsibly that both you and your father are finished.
You're talking nonsense. Stop making alarmist statements here.
I'll just wait and see who will suffer in the end. Zhao Quan roared in exasperation, but at this moment, Li Xiuxiu beside him suddenly sat down on the ground. She held her mobile phone in her hand, but her eyes were fixed on the screen with infinite fear.
Xiuxiu, what's wrong with you? Zhao Quan was very annoyed and asked unhappily. Quan, brother Quan, something happened to you. Someone exposed what you did in the past on the internet. Photos and videos, more than 2G in total. It is the solid evidence.
Li Xiuxiu was sweating profusely and collapsed to the ground in fear.
What?
He snatched the phone from the other person's hand, looked down, and suddenly felt a surge of blood.
Shit, how could this happen? Uncle Police, I'm leaving now. This person is just my classmate. I've only known him for a month. These things have nothing to do with me. I'm leaving first.
Li Xiuxiu picked up her cell phone, threw away her shoes, and ran out of the door, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Zhao Quan, wake up, no one can save you, take you away. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of Intercontinental Hotel, Zhao Quan, wearing only his underpants, was escorted into the back seat of a police car under the coverage of countless cameras. At the same time, Zhao Dan, who had sought help in vain, was also controlled and taken away by the police on his way home. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Li Mu, who was alone in the school dormitory, was looking at the latest news on the internet and couldn't help laughing. After letting out this anger, he felt much better. The depression that had been pent up in his heart for many years was finally released. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Novice Experience mission.
Task completion, perfect. Novice mission trigger reward, get rich in the blink of an eye level 1. Experience 30,000. Note, 1, a normal person blinks 12 to 15 times in 1 minute. Excluding 8 hours of sleep, the host blinks about 11,000 times a day. Blinking to get rich is divided into 1 to 10 levels. At level 1, each blink will get a reward of 5 cents, and so on.
When the level reaches 10, the host will no longer be interested in money.
2, the experience points needed for skill upgrades are obtained by spending money. For every 1 Chinese currency spent, 1 experience point will be obtained. The money obtained by blinking will be automatically deposited into the host's bank account.
All of them have been processed and the source is completely legal.
The daily income will be automatically settled at 23.59. Wow, this skill refreshed Li Mu's worldview. He could make money in the blink of an eye? Even if he was only level 1 now, he could earn at least 500 or 600 yuan a day. If he worked harder and stayed up late, he could definitely earn 20,000 yuan a month. This system is so awesome. He never dreamed that even though he was so poor, he could still live a godlike life of just lying down and making money. The big guy in Guangqing who was wearing flip-flops and collecting rent with a bunch of keys was obviously not so awesome in his eyes. There is a timer in the lower right corner of the system panel. In just 5 minutes, the balance displayed there is 7 yuan. It is obvious that I am not dreaming. Damn it, I have to find a way to upgrade. Otherwise, even if I don't sleep, I can only make a little over 20,000 a month, which is still too little. Damn system, can't you just upgrade me to the top level? I have to spend money, it's really fucking lame. Host, you won't lose yourself if you proceed step by step. When your skill reaches level 2, your income from each blink will increase tenfold, and the settlement method will also be cash withdrawal at any time. 10 times? 5,000 a day? Yes, but that's nothing. With each subsequent level up, the income you earn will be beyond your imagination. Of course, the experience points required to upgrade skills will also increase exponentially. Upon hearing this, Li Mu lowered his head and rubbed his hands. This was too exciting. If he could reach level 10, wouldn't he be able to earn hundreds of millions a day? Host, please be careful. This system has bound 9,998 hosts in various universes, but they all died because they relied too much on the skill of getting rich in a blink. When you have wealth, you need to use this system to improve your own strength. Now that you are lazy and do nothing, wealth will bring you disaster. When Li Mu heard this, his mind moved and a thought flashed through his mind. The backpack column on the system panel appeared in front of him. The first grid is a small blue bottle with an annotation of the item in the lower right corner. After Li Mu selected the bottle, a dialog box appeared on the panel. Is the physical strengthening potion applicable? Yes. Li Mu's choice was not at all hesitant. Suddenly, the vial disappeared from sight. Li Mu was stunned,
But before he could react, suddenly, a violent breath that seemed to carry the power of primitive times descended from the sky and instantly entered his body.
What the hell is this? Chapter 5. What the hell? Am I a rich second generation? Li Mu cried out in surprise.
At this moment, he felt as if his body was about to be torn apart by this violent breath. At the same time, the severe pain all over his body almost made him faint. A layer of black impurities appeared on the surface of his body, and the whole dormitory was suddenly filled with a foul smell. Ding, impurities in the body have been eliminated, and the host's physical fitness has reached the perfect level.
Starting to enhance, please wait. Li Mu felt a heat current beginning to spread in his body and constantly moving through his organs.
At the same time, he felt his body was full of strength, as if he could kill a tiger with one blow. About 10 minutes later, the intense tearing sensation disappeared and his body gradually calmed down. He looked at the full-length mirror on the closet and was instantly stunned.
Fuck, who is this handsome guy? Li Mu exclaimed.
At this moment, in the mirror, a big boy about 185 centimeters tall with a sunny and handsome face was standing there, looking into her eyes. Suddenly, he slowly raised his right hand and grabbed his hair, and the figure in the mirror also moved.
Li Mu laughed, and after a few seconds, a loud laugh echoed throughout the dormitory. Isn't that me in the mirror?
His height has increased by 7 or 8 centimeters, and although his face hasn't changed much, it has become unusually fair and clean, with sharp edges and corners. At this time, he was shirtless, and the muscular body and 8 abdominal muscles on his abdomen were so eye-catching that he even drooled. In just the blink of an eye, he went from being a loser to being tall, rich, and handsome.
It's really a bit dreamy, and even TV dramas don't dare to portray it this way.
Li Mu happily went to the bathroom to take a shower, changed into clean clothes, then leaned on the bed and began to wash his hands. In this shabby school, there were 6 people in one dormitory, but most people chose to rent a house outside the school, because after studying in this school, only a very small number of people would remain single. Unless it was a boy like Li Mu who had extremely poor conditions, or a girl whose appearance was really unacceptable to her parents, but for Li Mu, this was one of the very few things that made him satisfied in this school.
Li Mu stood up and walked to the window. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. Xiaoan's matter had already fermented.
By tomorrow, this matter would definitely become a hot topic of discussion in the whole school. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of a figure passing by downstairs in a daze, and quickly entered the girls' dormitory building next door.
Li Mu's pupils shrank slightly. It was actually Li Xiaoxiao.
At this moment, he thought of the scene during the day and couldn't help but reveal a sneer on his face. Now that Xiaoan is finished, Li Xiaoxiao will be the next target. From now on, Li Mu will never compromise again.
With your right hand, press lightly on the Mercury retrograde sill. Crack, a crisp sound.
Li Mu was stunned, and when he looked down, he was shocked. With just a light press, a palm print about the length of Li Mu's body was left on the windowsill. His transformed body was indeed ridiculously strong.
No words were spoken that night. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Li Mu came to the class.
As soon as he entered the classroom, he heard people around him talking about Xiaoan.
Li Mu came to the last seat by the window and sat down. He had little presence and did not attract anyone's attention.
TSK, Xiaoan is really awesome. He has done so many bad things over the years.
He is really awesome.
This time he even screwed his father. I heard that the incident was too serious.
Yanjing issued a direct order to send a special task force from the province.
They said that they would deal with it severely this time.
Damn, where's that honest man?
I heard online that this mysterious man is most likely a time traveler from the future. Li Mu sat in his seat and listened silently, without any emotion. He didn't know why, but since he was connected to the system, he looked at everyone as if he were an ant, even a little ridiculous.
Ha! Who are you? Are these from our class? Suddenly a sudden voice sounded. Li Mu raised his head and looked to the left.
Suddenly he realized that his appearance seemed to have changed.
Obviously someone did not recognize him. Fuck, isn't this Li Mu? What's going on? Why is he a little different after not seeing him for a night? Ha! Really? How come you've grown taller and become more handsome? Several female students dressed like little gangsters looked at Li Mu with their eyes shining like hungry wolves. Li Mu curled his lips and sneered, "What are you looking at? I don't like your looks. After graduation, go back to the village and find an honest man to marry." The class suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked at Li Mu in shock.
The faces of the girls who were scolded suddenly turned red.
Humph, you're so bright just by a little sunshine? Who do you think you are? Wasn't it enough that you were punished by Xiaoan yesterday? You have no shame.
That's right, you're an orphan, and I don't know what's good for you after a few compliments.
You're awesome, don't leave after school. Is it because Xiaoan got into trouble that you are acting so arrogant again? Don't forget who you are. This school has a lot to teach you about being a good person.
Upon hearing this, Li Mu slowly stood up from his seat. Because of the effects of the physical fitness optimization potion, he is now a completely different person.
A terrifying sense of oppression immediately shocked all 40 people in the class. Okay, I'll wait for you guys tonight. Call more people and don't let me down.
Everyone came to their senses, but they were still afraid. They didn't know why, but Li Mu today was like a wild beast, full of aggressiveness. Li Mu planned to teach this group of people a lesson today and vent his anger at the same time. At this moment, footsteps suddenly sounded at the gate, and everyone, including Li Mu, looked towards the door. My goodness, in the corridor, more than 10 bodyguards in black suits were standing on both sides of the corridor. A middle-aged woman with a humble attitude came over from the stairs with a man and a woman.
Li Mu's pupils shrank suddenly.
The middle-aged woman was his class teacher, but he also knew the two people around her. They were his biological parents who had abandoned him for many years.
Why are they here and why are they dressed like this? He frowned and felt a little annoyed. What the hell, who is this big shot? Why is he here? Is there some hidden big shot in our class? Could it be that someone has offended someone and is causing trouble for him?
The voice of our homeroom teacher, Mr. Jean, was heard at the door.
Please come here, he should be in class at this time. The middle-aged man and woman with extraordinary temperaments saw Li Mu at first sight. There was a hint of excitement in the eyes of the two. Xiaomu, your parents have let you down for so many years. I heard that you have suffered a lot. Today we are here to take you home.
The students around were all dumbfounded. They opened their mouths and looked at Li Mu with dull eyes. Li Mu was also confused.
What was going on? Could it be that he was a second-generation rich man? Chapter 6. Even movies don't dare to act like this.
Xiaomu, this matter is very complicated and I can't explain it in a short time.
We have arranged a new school for you and completed the transfer procedures for you. We can leave now. Yes, we know we are sorry for you. In the future, we will spend the rest of our lives making up for the harm we have done to you.
Mr. Jean, the head teacher beside him, rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Student Li Mu, you have to understand your parents' painstaking efforts.
It's not easy for them. Your family's Jinghai Technology Group is one of the top 10 group companies in China.
The chairman, Li Haiying, is your grandfather.
Don't miss it.
Li Mu was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground, and the classmates behind him were completely shocked. Jinghai Technology is a domestic high-tech company engaged in the chip communications industry. It has 32 factories across the country and a market value of 1 trillion yuan. Its chairman Li Haiying has been ranked among the top 10 on the China Wealth List for 10 consecutive years.
I'm wrong. The chick turns into a phoenix? Oh my god, is this a plot from the novel? His grandfather is Li Haiying? Am I dreaming?
Strange things happen every year, but this year there are more. Fortunately, I have never offended him, otherwise I would be in trouble today. More than half of the 40 students at the scene were shocked when they heard this. The entire class had bullied Li Mu to some extent, and now they were extremely panicked.
If Li Mu wanted to take revenge on them now, given his current status, wouldn't these people be in trouble? Li Mu's heart moved.
Naturally, he would not refuse such a good thing that came to him. Now that the plug-in was in place, this identity was equivalent to adding a double insurance for himself. Moreover, the skill of getting rich in the blink of an eye required him to convert the experience points through his own consumption, which was still a bit tiring for him in the early stage. Ahem, Dad, Mom, I know you must have your reasons, I don't blame you. When the couple heard this, they were immediately delighted. But Li Mu suddenly changed the subject, sighed, and said, It's okay for me to have a hard time these years, but it's really unbearable for someone to humiliate me from time to time. But forget it, maybe it won't happen from today on. These words sound as if the person doesn't care and has let it go, but if you think about it carefully, it's obviously not the case. He is clearly complaining about how hard it has been for him to be bullied over the years.
Teacher Jin's face changed. As the head teacher, how could he not know about those things?
He knew the whole school's atmosphere very well. Please rest assured, there are indeed some serious problems with the school's atmosphere.
We are currently working on rectifying it. Li Mu is approachable and a good kid. If anyone bullies him, we will find out the truth and give you a satisfactory answer. That's the best. Our group has just negotiated with your principal.
This year we will spend 80 million to build a lecture hall and indoor gymnasium for your school.
If the school really has these unfair practices, I'm afraid the plan will be suspended or even cancelled.
Teacher Jean was horrified and was about to speak, but the group of students behind him had already turned pale with fright.
Li Mu, it was someone else who instigated me to do this. I apologize to you.
A great man should not bear grudges.
Can you stop holding it against me?
Yes, we didn't recognize the great man.
In fact, I have been looking for an opportunity to apologize to you. I wrongly accused you of stealing that time. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Li Mu. No, it's Li Xiao.
Yes, Li Xiao, I spit on your chair last time. I was young and ignorant, and I made a mistake because I listened to other people.
Please forgive me for my mistakes. I apologize. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 out of the 40 students in the class collectively apologized to Li Mu, and teacher Jean next to him was stunned. Xiao Mu, you decide on this matter. Li Mu's father said with a gloomy face.
Li Mu was delighted in his heart, but his face was very calm.
He absolutely could not show any smugness at this time. Teacher Jean, the class atmosphere needs to be rectified. I'm leaving soon, so I won't say anything.
I don't care, but there's no guarantee that someone else will suffer in the future. Upon hearing this, teacher Jean hurriedly said, Don't worry, Li Mu.
I will investigate what happened just now.
I didn't expect that such a thing would happen in my class.
I will investigate it strictly. Li Mu smiled slightly. Dad, Mom, let's go.
Li Mu, his parents, and 3 others, accompanied by teacher Jean, walked out the door.
10 bodyguards in black followed closely behind them in the aisle.
The aura of this man was definitely that of a rich and powerful young master. After a while, Li Mu's figure disappeared, and the students finally came back to their senses. At this time, their scalps were tingling and their eyes were filled with fear.
In the blink of an eye, a boy who was known as a pushover in school turned out to be the grandson of one of the top 10 richest people in China. The strict head teacher treated him with great respect. Even movies wouldn't dare to portray it this way. Damn it, do you think Xiaoan's matter has anything to do with him? Is there any need to say this? Otherwise, how could the Zhao family collapse overnight? He is Li Haiying's grandson.
When everyone heard this, their faces turned even paler.
Fortunately, he forgave us, otherwise we would be in big trouble. Yes, we are very lucky, maybe it's because we are in the same class with him.
As expected of a rich young man, with such a broad mind and such a broad mind. Just when everyone was rejoicing that they had escaped, the sound of high heels was heard at the door. The homeroom teacher, Ms. Jean, has returned to the classroom, but her face is completely different from before. Those of you who just apologized, please come to my office.
If the offense is serious, pack up and leave.
The others will be punished accordingly.
Don't think about bargaining. This matter is not negotiable. Everyone was stunned for a moment. A rich young man? A broad mind? A big vision? That's it? In the school parking lot, the door of a luxurious Rolls-Royce was opened. Luxurious interior, huge space, car refrigerator, TV, and everything else are available. This is a car I would never have dreamed of riding in before. Xiao Mu, get in the car quickly. Grandpa wants to see you tonight.
Father Li Tianhao said softly.
Li Mu thought about it and sat in the back seat of the car.
It would be a lie to say that he had calmed down, but he also wanted to know the truth of the matter. The convoy, led by a Rolls-Royce, slowly drove out of the school gate. In the surrounding corners, countless pairs of eyes watched everything. No one expected that in just one day, 2 major events that shocked China happened in succession in this third-rate vocational college.
The sensation caused by Li Mu's incident far exceeded that of Xiaoan. In less than 5 minutes, Li Mu's name dominated the hot search list.
The Rolls-Royce drove slowly. About half an hour later, it arrived at a huge artificial lake in the southern suburbs 15 kilometers away from the city center of Hangzhou. Beside the lake, there was a luxurious manor covering an area of more than 2,000 square meters. Li Mu stared through the window and his heartbeat began to quicken.
Wow, is this the house that rich people live in? Chapter 7. Once you enter a wealthy family, it's like entering a deep sea. Xiaomu, this will be your home from now on. As for school, we have already arranged it for you.
Dad, Mom, forget about school.
I don't want to study anymore.
When Li Tianhao and his wife heard this, they were slightly stunned, but they nodded casually and did not refute Li Mu's meaning.
Xiaomu, we owed you too much in the past. You can do whatever you want in the future. As long as it does not violate the law, we will agree to it. Yes, the diploma means nothing to you, but we have our reasons for abandoning you. You stay here for now, and we will tell you later.
Li Mu felt a ripple in his heart when he heard this. It was definitely unrealistic to say that he would calm down, but looking at his parents' expressions, they did not seem to be pretending.
It was obvious that they also had some unspeakable secrets.
As he was speaking, the Rolls-Royce stopped outside a huge iron gate.
At the door, two servants opened the iron gate and the car slowly drove in. Li Mu looked around through the window and suddenly felt uneasy.
There were more than 10 cars parked in the huge private parking garage, including Porsche, Ferrari, Bentley, and the BMW 7 Series was actually the worst car in it. Next to the garage, there is a stone road leading to the front yard. At this time, Li Mu is about 50 meters away from the front yard, but he can vaguely see the pavilions and towers there.
The scenery is beautiful.
There is also a huge pool in the center of the yard, and the fountain in the middle is very beautiful.
The manor was surrounded by bodyguards in black.
They all had expressionless faces, as if they had not noticed Li Mu's arrival at all. 5 minutes later, Li Mu and the other two crossed the front yard and arrived at the living room door.
Hey, third brother and his wife are back? Is this your son?
He is handsome, but I don't know if he has any real ability. If not, the old man may not acknowledge this grandson. Aaron, after all, he has been wandering outside for more than 10 years.
It's good that he didn't learn bad things.
I heard that he was admitted to a low-ranking college in Hangzhou.
Don't set your standards too high. After all, he is your nephew. If the old man is not satisfied, you have to say something good to him.
Li Mu raised his eyebrows and understood. He had never eaten pork, but he had seen pigs run.
Once you enter a wealthy family, it is like entering a deep sea. What is played in TV dramas can be confirmed in reality.
After all, he has become the grandson of a wealthy Chinese man.
What is impossible? Second brother, second sister-in-law, you don't have to blame me.
Even if the old man doesn't like Xiaomu, he is still my son.
I can still give him a superior life in the future. You two don't have to worry about it.
Li Tianhao had a cold face. After saying a few words, he turned and walked into the living room. When Li Mu passed by the middle-aged man in front of him, he clearly felt the coldness and murderous intent in the other's eyes.
Humph, quite arrogant. If the old man didn't dislike the wife he found, would he have abandoned his own son?
Now that he has survived 10 years and has the qualifications to compete for the family property, he doesn't even know who he is.
Aaron, don't be angry.
This wild boy came back just for the sake of formality.
What can he use to fight our son? Yes, our biggest enemy is Big Brother. Li Haiying has 3 sons.
The eldest, Li Jianan, is in charge of the northern region of the group. He has achieved excellent results in recent years and is deeply loved by Li Haiying. The second son, Li Changlong, is currently the vice chairman of the group and Li Haiying's assistant. It was the second son Li Changlong and his wife Wang Xiulian who had previously pointed words at Li Tianhao. This person was insidious, narrow-minded, and extremely ambitious, and was determined to inherit the Jinghai group.
The third brother, Li Tianhao, is Li Mu's father.
He currently serves as the general manager of the finance department in the group and can be said to be the least valued of the 3 brothers. The reason why Li Mu was brought back by Li Tianhao this time was because Li Haiying knew that he was old and planned to announce the latest successor of the group on his 80th birthday 3 months later. Li Tianhao knew that he was not liked by his father, so he just wanted to take this opportunity to bring his son back and let him live the life he should live in the future. 10 minutes later, Li Tianhao pushed open the door of an independent courtyard on the south side of the manor. What catches your eye is a yard of about 50 square meters with lush vegetation. In front is a small 3-story villa, which is very exquisite.
Xiaomu, this will be your residence from now on. If you need anything, you can tell me.
Li Tianhao said this with a smile, but Li Mu looked serious.
He walked into the yard and looked around.
He was indeed very satisfied, but he still had some doubts in his heart.
Dad, Mom, why did you trick me into a divorce? And why did you abandon me? When Li Tianhao and his wife heard this, they fell silent.
Even if there were thousands of reasons, it would be wrong to abandon their own son. Li Mu glanced at the two of them and suddenly smiled. Forget it, it's been so many years, there's no need to rush. I have to enjoy such a luxurious manner first.
I'm also a rich second generation.
Dad, Mom, you have to stick with me in the future. Li Tianhao and his wife stared blankly at Li Mu's disappearing figure, and it took them a long time to come back to their senses.
Hubby, you can't let him suffer anymore. Don't worry.
Even if he achieves nothing and becomes a playboy, as long as he doesn't break the law, I will protect him for the rest of his life. On the other side, Li Mu came to the door of the small building. After the facial recognition system scanned his face, the door opened automatically. He stepped in and a chill swept over him. It's September and the temperature outside is as high as 35 degrees, but there is obviously a constant temperature system here that can automatically adjust the indoor temperature.
The house is luxuriously decorated and all home appliances are controlled by smart internet.
10 minutes later, after visiting the villa, Li Mu came to his bedroom. He lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He still couldn't believe that his life had completely changed in less than 48 hours. Now, not only does he have the system to protect him, he has also become a rich second generation.
However, he still cannot get over the fact that he was abandoned.
Sooner or later, he will find out the truth of the matter. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the achievement, returning to one's ancestors.
The system mall has been activated. Remaining points, 10,000.
Latest mission released, exposed the dirty laundry of Li Chenglong and his wife, time limit, 5 days, mission reward, any random talent, mission failure, the host's honest identity will be exposed.
Note, this revelation will be completed completely by the host.
Please use the 10,000 initial points to exchange for the corresponding props in the system mall.
I wish you good luck.
A light screen flashed by, and an interface similar to an online game mall appeared in front of Li Mu's eyes.
Chapter 8 System. I would like to call you the strongest.
Li Mu took a quick glance and saw that the number of pages displayed below was 999 plus pages, which showed that there were an outrageous number of props in this mall. Most of the props have a lock shape on them and are all gray, with even the prices invisible.
Li Mu found a filter button in the upper left corner.
10 minutes later, he seemed to have discovered a new world. When he clicked on the option he could buy, all the items in front of him lit up.
Honest Man Potion, you can specify the user.
After taking it, the other person will tell you the secrets in his heart.
Number of uses, 1, price, 200 points.
Universal Live Room, a virtual live room generated by the internet, which can simultaneously absorb users of the global internet live room and automatically block all information. It is a black technology of the future era.
Number of uses, 1, price, 1,000 cents.
Eye of Exploration, you can specify the target to use, explore all the secrets of the other party, selectively extract all information including text, photos, and videos, and assist in live broadcasts.
Use this time 1, price 7,000.
Disposable Disguise Mask, price, 10,000.
Body Transformation Pill, price, 10,000. Hypnotic Potion, price, 10,000. Li Mu blinked, looking confused. Did he think that he had lived a miserable life before and now he wanted to win by doing nothing? With these props, even a mentally retarded person could complete the task, right?
Li Mu urged his hand incorrectly, his heart full of anticipation. As the thought came to his mind, the item interface suddenly flashed a few times. Ding! Purchase the one-time use right of the Universal Live Broadcast Room, and deduct a few points 1,000. Ding! Purchase Exploration I1, deduct a few points 7,000. Li Mu looked at the points balance and found that there were only 2,000 points left. He was still a little nervous because these 10,000 points were given when the system was activated, and the first official mission only required these two props. If he fails to grasp the situation and makes some mistakes, it will be difficult to make a comeback because the remaining 2,000 points are not enough for him to make a comeback, and if the mission fails, his identity will be exposed. At this moment, in his consciousness, an object similar to a camera outlined by a blue light floated in his brain, looking very sci-fi.
A box actually appeared below with a speaker icon on it.
Li Mu's heart moved, and a person's name emerged in his mind.
Li Chenglong.
Ding! Consuming Exploration I1, locking the person being explored, collecting information, please wait. Li Mu was very excited, and he was also very curious about what unknown secrets his cheap uncle had. About 5 minutes later, Li Mu's eyes lit up and the voice of the system rang in his mind.
Ding! The target information search is complete. The target detailed information is being generated, including his personal information and personal biography. Please check it carefully and select a new backup as needed. A very sci-fi light screen suddenly appeared in Li Mu's mind, with a row of densely packed words on it. He didn't need to use his eyes to see, he knew all the information above with just a thought. Name, Li Chenglong. Age, 58. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 85 kilograms. Personality, insidious, cunning, greedy, ruthless, and the desire for money is beyond imagination. Current psychological activity: I spent a lot of effort to get the old man to put pressure on my third brother to abandon his son. Now he is back again. I must find a way to eliminate him. There must be no such person among the heirs of the Li family. Li Mu raised his eyebrows, his expression changed, and his eyes became completely cold. Although he was still unclear about what happened back then, he knew now that Li Chenglong could not escape responsibility. The screen flashed, and photos appeared in the blue light curtain. Li Mu's face froze for a moment, but he soon smiled foolishly. Oh my god, my second uncle is really awesome. He's almost 60 years old, but he's still so energetic? TSK, rich people are different. No matter how old he is, as long as he wants, there will be beautiful women throwing themselves at him. Li Mu couldn't help but sigh. Just now, a group of slide photos were played on the screen. There were more than 20 women in these photos, and Li Mu could identify the identities of 2/3 of them. The women in the photos are all from the Chinese entertainment industry, but none of them are very famous. Li Mu cannot name many of them, but he is sure that they have been in this circle for no more than 2 years. Among them were 3 third-tier actresses who were relatively well known, and they all had improper relationships with their second uncle. There are hundreds of photos, taken from various angles and directions, and most of them are extremely obscene. It involves 12 high-end 5-star hotels across the country, covering all the processes from entering the hotel, checking in at the front desk to entering the room. Damn, is this bastard so lustful? I heard his wife is a tigress. If this gets out, then wouldn't that be? Li Mu's expression became extremely interesting, and at this moment, the light curtain changed again. He was startled by an extremely subtle cry. When he came to his senses and looked behind the light curtain, he was completely dumbfounded. Fuck, LSP, you're really awesome, and you're really good at making trouble. If this video is sent out, not only you, but the entire Li family will suffer. Li Mu narrowed his eyes, without any compassion in his heart. This could not be considered as sacrificing one's own relatives for the sake of justice. He did not have the slightest feeling for the entire Li family, including Jinghai Technology. Half an hour later, Li Mu took a deep breath, rubbed his hands, his eyes full of excitement. A thought flashed through his mind, and Li Mu discovered that a folder appeared in the backup column of the system panel. Backup of photos and videos has been successful, the folder has been generated, and the images have been processed to high definition. Please use them within 72 hours. Once used, all files will be destroyed automatically. Your communication device has been synchronized, please check. Good luck. Seeing a compressed file named leak appear on his computer desktop and in his mobile phone folder, Li Mu was completely convinced. This plugin is very powerful. System, I would like to call you the strongest. At the same time, in a courtyard in the southeast of the villa, Li Chenglong and his wife looked at the dim light in Li Mu's villa not far away, and their faces did not look good. Jackie Chan, are we just going to let him stay here like this? Don't be anxious, Xiaoan. He's already moved in, so why shouldn't I arrange some things for him to do? I'm going to meet my good nephew tomorrow and see what kind of offspring my good-for-nothing third brother can produce. Chapter 9 Lu Wei Di Huang Pills You Deserve It. When Wang Xiaolian heard this, a vicious light flashed in her eyes. She was a vicious woman. In order to give her son a better chance in the future when fighting for the family property, it was she who instigated her husband to instigate Li Haiying, which led to Li Mu being cruelly abandoned. This woman is definitely the culprit in this incident. Now, Li Mu is back and is going to attend Li Haiying's 80th birthday party in 3 months. How can she bear it? Jackie Chan, you must not be soft-hearted. It is a taboo for those who want to accomplish great things to be soft-hearted. If we can control your father's Jinghai Technology, then our social status and wealth in China will reach another level in the future. Don't worry. I did have some compassion in the past, but today, seeing my third brother being so arrogant after bringing back a piece of trash, I felt uncomfortable. I will make sure that none of the 3 of them can turn over a new leaf.
Upon hearing this, Wang Xiulian immediately burst into a grim smile.
I have asked around Jackie Chan.
The old man is not in good health.
He has been going to the hospital recently and has not stopped taking medicine. He might pass away someday. We have to be prepared.
Li Chenglong nodded heavily, with a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes.
The next day at 10 a.m., in the backyard garden of the manor. Ah, master, what are you doing? Even though I'm a servant, you can't do anything to me. What about my innocence?
Li Mu stood beside the flower bed, looking at the other party in shock. His poor acting skills were really a bit ridiculous.
Stupid.
Li Mu walked away with his hands behind his back.
After all, he was the eldest son of the Li family. A servant? What the hell?
Moreover, Li Mu had seen the affair between this woman and Li Chenglong in the video provided by the Eye of Investigation. At that time, he did not know the identity of this woman, but now the truth has finally come to light. At this moment, the maid was stunned, and a trace of panic appeared in her eyes. Wang Xiuli asked her to do this. As long as she could successfully throw dirty water on Li Mu, she would get a handsome reward. Master Li Mu, although you are a young master from a wealthy family, I am also a man of integrity.
What's wrong with being a servant? Just because I'm a servant, you can do whatever you want to me?
As she spoke, the woman actually lowered her head and began to sob with red eyes. She looked so sad that if someone didn't know her well, they would think that Li Mu had really molested her. At this moment, a cold snort came from a distance. Li Mu looked up, raised his eyebrows, and laughed inwardly. He thought that his second uncle and second aunt were really stupid enough to come up with such a clumsy plan.
Xiaomu, aren't you embarrassing your parents? Our Li family is also a wealthy family.
Your grandfather Li Haiying is well known in the business world and is also a well-known entrepreneur in China.
Although Xiaoli is a servant, you can't do whatever you want.
Wang Xiulian said in a sarcastic tone and glanced at Li Mu with an unfriendly look.
Second aunt, is it your turn to complain as a person of an outsider? Do I need you to tell me what to do?
Li Chenglong and his wife were stunned.
This was too arrogant.
They had investigated Li Mu and found that before he was brought back, he was a very cowardly person who could be bullied by anyone if they got the chance.
Haha, he is so uneducated and disrespectful. But it's no wonder.
He has been without parents for so many years. He is no different from a wild child.
Xiulian, don't bother with him. Humph, Jackie Chan, we must tell Dad about this. If this ruins our family's reputation, we will all be in trouble.
When the maid Xiaoli heard this, she suddenly cried even harder. Whoa, Madam Wang, you must make the decision for me.
I was just here weeding the flower bed, and Master Li.
As soon as Master Li came, he hugged my waist. I struggled to free myself, but he still threatened me.
Xiaoli, don't be afraid.
When the chairman comes, tell us the truth and we will make the decision for you. Xiaoli lowered her head and nodded timidly, looking so aggrieved. Li Mu sighed inwardly, the saying that women have the most vicious hearts is absolutely true. If it were someone else, they would just be at the mercy of others. He rolled his eyes and looked at Li Chenglong, all the bad thoughts in his mind suddenly came out.
Ahem, uncle, I see you don't look very well lately.
Li Mu's words seemed a bit abrupt. As soon as he spoke, suspicion appeared in the eyes of the other three people. Humph, don't change the subject to try to get close to me.
I work overtime until midnight every day, how can I look good? And tell me how to solve this problem. Li Chenglong scolded coldly, not giving Li Mu any chance at all.
No, your condition is not simple. Your steps are weak, your tongue is covered with thick fur, your eyes are yellow and lifeless.
This is a typical case of kidney deficiency. Li Mu, what nonsense are you talking about?
Li Chenglong suddenly became emotional, and there was even a hint of evasion in his eyes.
Uncle, why are you so excited?
It seems that despite your age, your marriage life with Aunt is still quite harmonious. At this moment, Wang Xiuli suddenly frowned, and there was a blush on her face.
He is indeed a bastard, without any manners at all.
However, at this time Li Mu ignored Wang Xiuli's vicious words. He slowly walked to Li Chenglong's side and said, Second uncle, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but it's normal for men and women to love each other, but you have to exercise moderation, otherwise it's not good for your health.
What the hell are you talking about?
Li Mu glanced at Xiaoli with an ambiguous look, and the latter was so scared that she quickly lowered her head guiltily.
Wang Xiulian was not a fool.
As soon as she saw Li Mu's eyes, she came back to her senses.
Jackie Chan, what exactly does he mean by these words? Xiao Lian, don't listen to his nonsense. I'm in good health and I'm almost 60 years old. What else can I do to let you down? Huh, you really didn't lie to me? Xiaoli, what's your relationship with Jackie Chan? Ah? Madam, what are you saying? I don't understand. Li Mu glanced at the three people and was very happy in his heart, but he appeared calm on the surface. He slowly walked to Li Changlong, patted him on the shoulder, and said seriously, "Ahem, uncle, you are old now. Don't use some life-depleting drugs carelessly. You need to be restrained. If it really doesn't work, go to the pharmacy to get some regular medicine, such as Luwei Di Huang pills. You deserve it." Under the three people's dull gazes, Li Mu walked out of the garden. Only when his figure disappeared did they come back to their senses. Wang Xiaolian looked at Li Changlong suddenly, and the latter was startled. You really didn't do anything to offend me? Xiaolian, what are you talking about? That guy is just talking nonsense. He is trying to sow discord between us. I won't let him go. Humph, you'd better not lie to me, or I won't let you and that vixen go. After saying that, he looked at Xiaoli coldly. Xiaoli lowered her head in fear, not daring to breathe. You are not doing your job well and are like a piece of trash. Get lost. Chapter 10, The Honest Man Reappears. Preview of the breaking news. Wang Xiaolian roared, scaring Xiaoli so much that she trembled. Obviously, Li Mu's words just now made her a little angry. Xiaolian, calm down. That guy is trying to sow discord between us. Don't fall for his trick. Wang Xiaolian glanced at her husband coldly and suddenly sneered. What? I scolded this little vixen, and you feel bad? How about you chase after her and comfort her? Li Changlong's expression changed and his eyes became evasive. It's really inexplicable. Forget it, I won't argue with you. I have so much free time, so I should think about how to deal with Li Mu's matter. Li Changlong, you'd better not lie to me, or I won't let you go. Wang Xiaoli's words made Li Changlong's expression stiffen, but he suppressed his anger and did not respond. In a corner far away, Li Mu watched all this and laughed secretly in his heart. I'll let you show off. In a few days, I'll make you famous. Let you experience what it feels like to be on the trending search. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Li Mu returned to his bedroom and couldn't wait to call up the system panel. System, I want to use the Universal Live Broadcast Room. Ding, Universal Live Room 1 was used successfully. The live broadcast room will exist for 48 hours and will be connected to the internet. Please wait. Ding, internet connection is successful, super account generation is complete. Please enter the host's nickname. Li Mu's heart moved, and he wrote the 3 words honest man in the input box. Ding, nickname input completed, automatically absorbing users from major live broadcast rooms and providing privacy protection for the host. A live broadcast room appeared on the laptop in front of Li Mu, and the number of online people on the right began to jump wildly. In just 1 minute, the number of people online has reached 28,000, and the rate of increase is getting faster and faster. The scrolling chat area is very lively. Where is this place? I was watching a live broadcast of a long-legged dancer. Why did I end up here for no apparent reason? What the hell? A live broadcast room for breaking news? An honest person? Could it be? 6666, it really appeared. It's been 3 days. What explosive news will it bring us this time? Please tell me what this place is. I'm new to this. Why did everyone in our internet cafe who was watching live streaming jump to this live streaming room? Damn it, what are you doing? If I am guilty, please let me die. The young lady gave me this halfway through watching it? At this time, the number of people online had reached 200,000, and 4 big words appeared at the top of the live broadcast room. Breaking news preview. After the voice processing, Li Mu's voice rang out. Good evening everyone, I'm very happy to be here at the Honest Man's live broadcast room. The news preview is officially open. Everyone looked confused. A preview of the news? What the hell is this? A row of text appeared in the center of the live broadcast room. Name, unknown. Age, 50-60 years old. Gender, male. Identity, a senior executive of a large Chinese group and a member of a family business. Region, East China.
Contents of the revelations: a senior executive of a well-known group has a disordered private life and has maintained improper relationships with multiple women for a long time, including the maid in his home and third and fourth-tier celebrities in the entertainment industry. The revelations are accompanied by photos, videos, and other hard evidence, so please stay tuned.
24 hours after the news broke.
Wow, as soon as this text message appeared, the entire live broadcast room was in an uproar.
What the hell? What's going on? A leak? Who is the host of this live broadcast room? Damn, is that a jerk upstairs? He's an honest guy.
He showed up 3 days ago, but then disappeared.
No one knows who he is. TSK, I don't know who's going to be unlucky this time. Big groups in East China? There are 5 or 6 of them. These big guys must be trembling with fear now. Honest people are awesome. Big Head Girl gives me a rocket 99. General Pan Phone gave Porsche 99 as a reward. Yumeko Wakuzi gave me a rocket reward of 99.
A large wave of rewards arrived as expected. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was very high, and the number of online people was about to exceed 1 million in the blink of an eye. Anyone with a little common sense knows that even the most popular platform nowadays cannot accommodate millions of people in a single live broadcast room, and yet here today, the number of online people is still refreshing everyone's cognition. Oh my god, the number of people online has exceeded 2 million.
There are so many honest people. Who on earth is this person? Is he going to replace someone else and become China's #1 paparazzi?
I suspect they are aliens, using future technology, otherwise how could there be a live broadcast room with millions of people online? Li Mu was delighted when he saw these netizens with such creative ideas. He coughed lightly, and the sound rang out again.
Everyone, please be patient.
The live broadcast room will be available for 48 hours. In the next 24 hours, the live broadcast will be officially launched.
Don't worry if you log off in the middle.
As long as you log into any live broadcast room, you will be automatically redirected here.
Good night, everyone, and I wish you all a good dream.
The honest man's name suddenly disappeared, and then the entire live broadcast room was boiling. At the same time, the whole of China was in an uproar because of the sudden appearance of the honest man in the live broadcast room.
Throughout the East China region, some high-ranking executives of large corporations are all trembling with fear.
These wealthy people, no matter how upright they are, always have some dark secrets or things they don't want others to know.
This wave of revelations and previews is bound to keep countless people sleepless tonight. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Li Changlong was answering the phone in his pajamas with an anxious look on his face.
Please help me find out who this honest man is. I need all his information within 24 hours. If possible, find him and bring him to me. Listen carefully, don't let the lady know about this. After hanging up the phone, he was breathing heavily, and the computer screen in front of him showed the live broadcast room where the honest man was. The number of people who have reappeared at this time has reached more than 4 million, and is still increasing at a very fast rate. Tonight, I wanted to discuss Li Mu, but I didn't expect that not only did I fail, but I was also outmaneuvered by the other party, causing my own shrew to give me a cold shoulder. After returning home, he opened the live broadcast platform he often visited. As the top anchor on the list of handsome anchors, he wanted to vent tonight. But what he didn't expect was that the moment he logged into the live broadcast room, he inexplicably jumped to this weird live broadcast room and was unable to close it normally. The vague information about the person being exposed in the middle area of the live broadcast room made him terrified because it matched his own situation so closely.
Damn it, I am possessed by the god of bad luck.
I have never been happy since that little bastard Li Mu came back.
Who is this honest man? Could it be that I am the one who leaked the information?
He narrowed his eyes and stared at the computer screen. He couldn't conceal the uneasiness and anxiety deep in his pupils at all. If it was really him, Wang Xiaolian would fight him to the death.
The author has something to say.
New book, please give me gifts, urge me to update all kinds of support.
Chapter 11, Outrageous Talk. The revelations begin.
At 7 o'clock the next morning, 5 or 6 people were sitting in the front hall of the manor. Li Tianhao and his wife, Li Changlong and his wife were all there, while Li Mu was sitting in a chair with his legs crossed, browsing his phone. Everything around him seemed to have nothing to do with him.
At this time, Wang Xiaolian looked unhappy. She glanced at Li Mu and sneered. Third brother, it seems your son has been wandering for too long. Do you need to find him an etiquette teacher?
I'll pay for it so he doesn't get embarrassed when he goes out. Second sister-in-law, you don't need to worry about our son's affairs. Instead, ask the second brother about this honest man's revelations.
He is an old hand in the world of women. Is he panicking now?
Lu Yuan, who had been quiet all this time, retorted without giving in at all. Li Mu felt a little warm in his heart. His memory of his mother still stayed in more than 10 years ago. Now that he knew some of the truth, he did not blame his parents at all. Just as the tension between the two sides was growing, an old man at the door came trotting over with his head lowered.
Everyone, the master's video conference has begun.
A tablet computer was placed on the round table, and an old man wearing a blue tang suit and looking very imposing appeared on the screen. The old man looks very old, with a head full of white hair, but he looks very healthy. He is Li Haiying, the current chairman of Ginghai Group. Li Mu glanced at the tablet and continued to browse his phone. He was not qualified to attend this meeting.
Dad, are you feeling well?
Li Chenglong smiled flatteringly.
Jackie Chan, Tianhao, have you read the news about the honest man on the internet?
The old man had a serious expression on his face and didn't respond to Li Chenglong's words at all.
Dad, don't worry. Don't you know what kind of person I am? I go home after get off work every day to be with Sukun. That person will definitely not be me.
After saying that, he looked at Li Chenglong.
What kind of person is Li Haiying? How could he not know the moral character of his two sons?
On the screen, the pair of sharp eyes looked at Li Chenglong, who trembled slightly, obviously very afraid of Li Haiying.
Dad, what are you looking at me for? I am innocent too. You know whether you are innocent or not. Even if you are not innocent, you have to clean up your mess. I am not interested in knowing the rest. Your eldest brother and I will be back in a month.
You should take good care of the group and make sure nothing goes wrong.
Li Chenglong didn't dare to say a word. He lowered his head and nodded quickly like a chicken. Tianhao, where is your son?
Li Haiying suddenly mentioned Li Mu, and the atmosphere in the living room suddenly changed subtly.
Dad, look at this wild boy. He has no manners at all. How can he behave like that? Li Chenglong snatched the tablet computer and pointed the camera at Li Mu.
At this time, Li Mu was sitting with his legs crossed, looking nonchalant, not taking his grandfather on the screen seriously at all.
Li Chenglong and his wife sneered in their hearts.
The old man was the one who paid the most attention to rules.
Someone like Li Mu who was unruly would definitely be scolded.
Li Tianhao and his wife beside him changed their expression slightly and looked a little panicked.
Li Haiying frowned slightly, looked Li Mu up and down, and suddenly laughed.
The young man has a strong personality, worthy of his bloodline from the Li family.
However, whether he has real ability or not, we will have to wait until I come back to tell. It depends on whether you are qualified to call me Grandpa.
Li Mu, who was looking at his mobile phone, suddenly raised his head, looked at the screen with a weird smile. Mr. Li, I didn't say you are qualified to recognize me as your grandson.
My goodness, Li Mu's tone was full of hostility as soon as he opened his mouth. Li Tianhao and his wife's expressions changed.
They were about to open their mouths to defend their son, but Wang Xiulian suddenly laughed in a weird way. Dad, I'm going to persuade my third brother and his wife to hire an etiquette teacher for Li Mu. Look how uneducated he is, like a wild child. Li Haiying didn't show any emotion, but his eyes were very cold.
I like crazy people. Of course, I am crazy too, but you have to have the strength to be crazy. Li Mu's drooping eyelids suddenly lifted up.
Seeing the slightly upturned corners of the mouth, Li Haiying's heart suddenly skipped a beat.
Why are you laughing? I laugh funny. Ridiculous?
Yes, you found me back as if it were a gift from you, but unfortunately, soon I won't stay even if you beg me.
Why? Li Haiying didn't seem to be angry.
Facing Li Mu's such rebellious words, he was surprisingly calm.
Because Jinghai Technology, a scandal-ridden company and a notorious family group, what's there to be nostalgic about?
The living room was eerily quiet. Everyone looked at Li Mu in disbelief, all of them were stunned.
Third brother, look at your son. What does he look like? He speaks wildly and has no manners. Dad, we can't let him go.
If a son is not well educated, it is the fault of the father.
I think third brother should also be punished. Li Chenglong instantly became excited and pointed at Li Mu and shouted wildly. Ha, stop yelling, the revelations have already begun, aren't you looking forward to it?
When everyone heard this, they took out their cell phones, looked down and couldn't help but exclaimed. Just 1 minute ago, the honest man in the live broadcast room appeared, and the number of people online reached more than 8 million, breaking the online record of the live broadcast room.
Why are there so many people?
Li Chenglong's limbs were cold and he felt a little nervous.
Boss Li, I'm not interested in calling you grandpa. I'm going to go back first.
Uncle, you better be careful and don't bring shame to the Li family.
With such a big group and such a big Li family, Boss Li is already 80 years old and can't stand any stimulation. Looking at Li Mu's disappearing back, Li Chenglong's face turned pale.
Dad, you.
Okay, let's talk about everything when I come back.
The video was interrupted directly. Li Chenglong stared with his eyes wide open, looking confused. At this moment, he felt as if he had eaten a pound of shit and felt extremely sick.
Third brother, don't you take care of your son? Dad has already said that we should wait until he comes back. Are you interested?
Wish you the best.
Li Tianhao left with Lu Yueyin after saying a few words. Wang Xiaolian lowered her head and said nothing. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely awkward.
On the other side, Li Mu returned to the room and locked the door. When I came to the computer, the number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded 12 million.
In less than 10 minutes, the number increased by 4 million. It was really incredible.
The honest man's name has appeared.
Li Mu asked the system to help him go online. The chat area has already exploded. Fuck, the honest man is clearly online, why isn't he exposing the information yet? The time has come, what are you waiting for?
My gossip heart has been thirsty for a long time, so I'll reveal the news quickly.
Currently, there is a ranking of all the major online games.
The first one is Li Chenglong of Jinghai Group, who is also Li Haiying's second son. He is famous for being a playboy, but he is controlled by his wife. If it were him, it would be hilarious. Li Mu looked at the screen and grinned, his big white teeth were very dazzling.
The author has something to say.
New book launched, please urge the update gift 5-star review, give me some motivation, daily update is stable.
Chapter 12, Surprised? Unexpected? Ahem, hello everyone, the special session of honest people exposing secrets has begun.
I swear by all the honest people in the world that all the exposés that follow are absolutely true and there is no trickery.
Now we will officially enter the exposé session.
Inside the live broadcast room, the background pattern began to darken, and the atmosphere became somewhat mysterious. In the central area, there was a slight change in the information of the person who was leaking the information. Text began to appear in the columns that were originally marked with question marks. At this moment, the live broadcast room completely exploded.
Fuck, Li Chenglong is really the second son of the Li family. Damn, won't he be beaten to death by his wife this time? It's exciting. This tigress is not easy to mess with. 5 years ago, a female employee of Jinghai Group had an affair with Li Chenglong.
Later, not only was she fired by the company, but she was also molested. There are rumors that Wang Xiaolian was the one who instigated it. Honest man, hurry up and show us the real evidence, don't waste time.
That's right. If you want to be famous, you have to be bold.
Great strength can make miracles happen. Millions of us are your backers.
That's it? Where's the video? Where's the photos?
At this moment, the picture in the live broadcast room suddenly changed. In the video playback area on the right, a blue light flashed, and a picture actually appeared.
The background of the first photo is in a suite in a luxury hotel.
In the picture, a man and a woman are kissing passionately, and the photo was taken from a bird's eye view, so their faces can be seen clearly. The man in the photo was actually Li Chenglong, but the woman was not Wang Xiaolian.
6666, this is incredible. I know this woman.
She was a member of a girl group that became very popular 2 years ago.
Her name seems to be Jiang Xiaomei. Yes, it's her. Damn, I remember she was only 20 years old? Is this the charm of money? Damn, the honest man is awesome. Isn't this the Nushin Sinyu who just entered the entertainment industry half a year ago?
I remember he came to Hangzhou City for an event last month.
Is he already doing it? Scumbag, men become bad when they have money, that's absolutely true. TSK, this is really shocking. That's 10 women already. Can Li Chenglong's kidneys handle it?
In just 5 minutes, more than 100 photos were played in a scrolling manner, involving women of as many as 10 ages. Just when everyone thought this was the limit, the screen changed and a video appeared in the video playback area. When the soft and licentious sound was heard, Li Mu in front of the screen blushed.
My goodness, you can't judge a book by its cover. Although Li Chenglong is 60 years old, his fighting ability is still top-notch. In the picture, he is performing the great act of human reproduction with a woman. He is very skilled, and his technique of controlling the phoenix is simply earth-shattering. Half an hour later, the live broadcast room was completely boiling. Who am I to reward aircraft carrier 99? Don't bully the poor young man by rewarding him with a supercar 99. Kindergarten leader rewards rocket 99. You can't grasp the reward carnival 99. It's true that these bastards are stupid and have a lot of money. Li Mu was so happy that in just 10 minutes, he received millions of rewards. This money is no different from straw paper. The key is that this live broadcast room is completely controlled by oneself, and there is no need to share profits with the capital platform. Even if 100 million gifts are given, they are all one's own. By then, the system will use some tricks and some black technology, and all sources of funds will be crystal clear, and nothing will go wrong. Li Mu rubbed his hands, his face becoming more and more excited. If this trend continued, he would be able to upgrade his skills and reach the peak of his life. Don't look down on the young because they are poor. Li Mu looked at the screen again. There were 25 million people online in the live broadcast room. This number would probably not be broken in the next 1,000 years. Ahem, everyone, I'm going to start exposing a lot of gossip about Li Chenglong. I've prepared a download channel for you. Please click the link in the middle of the screen to enter. A countdown appeared below. Display 30:00. Time began to flow, and within 30 minutes, these videos and photos could be freely downloaded by those in the live broadcast room. The system in Li Mu's Sea of Consciousness is recording the downloaded data. In just 5 minutes, more than 5 million people entered the link, and the download volume reached almost 100%. When these people download the photos and videos, these things will be spread through the internet. Given Li Chenglong's popularity, there is almost no suspense that he will become a hot topic. At that time, not only would the Li family be embarrassed, but Wang Xiaolian would probably not let him go. Li Mu looked indifferent. He had no psychological burden. He was just a damn rich second generation. He had no feelings at all for Jinghai Group and Li Haiying. Ding, the download channel has been closed. Ding, the revelation has ended. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. Closing the live broadcast room. The live broadcast room was open for 38 hours, with a total of 28 million people online and 12 million Chinese yuan in rewards. Ding, the system has encrypted and stored the funds in the host's bank card using future technology, and the source of funds has been processed for security. At this time, the live broadcast room on the screen had disappeared, and the mobile phone on the table rang with a text message alert. Li Mu picked it up and his eyes widened immediately. Your Jingxia Bank debit card with the last number 5567 has received 1,200,000 million yuan, and the balance is 12,001,000 million yuan. Li Mu wiped his eyes, looked again, and after making sure it was correct, he jumped up excitedly. Fuck, I really got rich this time, 12 million? Just for a live broadcast? This money is too easy to make, right? It took a full 5 minutes before Li Mu's mood finally calmed down. He took a deep breath and prepared to see what reward the system would give. Suddenly he raised his eyebrows as a noise came from outside the window. He walked to the window, looked out, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Not far away by the pond, a man and a woman were wrestling with each other. The bodyguards around them were at a loss. They wanted to go up and stop them, but they didn't dare to. It was really a bit funny. Li Mu turned around and walked downstairs, and arrived at the pond 10 minutes later. Fuck, you bastard, you keep saying it's not you? Aren't the people in those photos and videos you? Xiaolian, you, please listen to my explanation, What the hell is that? I'll kick you to death. Wang Xiaolian kicked Li Chenglong on the butt, and the latter fell to the ground with a slumped face. He looked up and saw a pair of feet appear before him. Suddenly he raised his head and saw Li Mu's face full of sarcasm, and his heart sank instantly. Li Mu squatted down and laughed. Second uncle, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Is your head buzzing? Don't worry, if you become famous, the old man will definitely like you very much. The author has something to say. Is anyone watching? Today is the second update. I beg for a wave of updates, gifts, and 5-star reviews. Chapter 13, Massive Rewards. Talent Activation. Li Mu's eyes were full of mockery, and that kind of sarcasm deeply hurt Li Chenglong's self-esteem. What are you looking at, you little bastard? You have no manners. Ha, you're right. I'm uneducated, unlike my second uncle, who has so many women. Maybe this is a reflection of my upbringing.
Li Mu's tone was full of emotion, and after he finished speaking, he squinted his eyes and looked at the other party with a smile.
This attitude really deserved a beating. Li Mu, get out of here. You don't have to worry about my family affairs.
Although Wang Shoulian was furious, she knew the severity of the matter and needed to take it easy.
Oh, second aunt, you're awesome, right?
But unfortunately, the old man and my uncle have already rushed back from Europe.
You have to think about how to explain this to him. Li Mu left after saying a few words, turning around triumphantly. Damn it, this uneducated guy, I'm going to kill him. That's enough. You're not ashamed.
It's fine that you play with female celebrities, but you also have an affair with the maid at home.
It really disgusts me.
When the old man comes back, I will ask him to judge the matter.
Li Changlong shuddered and begged desperately.
If his wife continued to exaggerate the matter after Li Haiying came back, he would be really finished. At this moment, a wailing sound came from behind. Wang Shoulian grabbed her husband's hair and dragged him towards her home. The servants around him lowered their heads, trembling in fear, and dared not speak at all. Li Mu watched the scene from a distance, smiled with satisfaction, and most of the anger in his heart disappeared. Suddenly, Li Mu raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of ecstasy appeared on his face, and then he disappeared on the spot without a sound.
5 minutes later, in Li Mu's study, he looked excited. System, what is the reward for completing the mission? Ding, mission rewards are being distributed. Get Honest Man Potion 1. Obtain Advanced Hacker Expertise. Get the special attribute of falling in love at first sight. Obtain 200,000 system points.
Ding, because the host has completed the task for the first time, the system will randomly give a permanent talent.
Please wait.
A turntable appeared in Li Mu's mind and began to spin wildly. He vaguely saw some inexplicable words on the turntable, such as Eye of God, Scud.
After about 30 seconds, the turntable starts to slow down.
Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the permanent talent Golden Right Hand. Note, the Golden Right Hand will change the host's right hand genes, allowing it to possess the technology that future humans will have. Just by touching anything with the right hand, you can know the other person's information.
Fuck, that's it? Damn, that's awesome.
Li Mu widened his eyes and raised his right hand to place it in front of his eyes.
It looked no different from before. He had an idea and placed his right hand on the table.
Suddenly, a row of words appeared in front of him.
Name, 8 Immortals Table. Date of manufacture, March 21, 2021.
Manufacturer, Huadong Chensi Furniture Factory.
Material, solid wood. Price, 5,000 yuan.
Li Mu raised his hand, and the information in front of him disappeared out of thin air, as if what he had just seen was an illusion. He swallowed unconsciously, his eyes filled with shock.
This system is really amazing. Just activating a talent is so awesome? What will the future hold?
In an instant, Li Mu felt that he was surrounded by a domineering aura.
With such an awesome golden finger, what could others use to fight against him?
After calming down, Li Mu continued to look at other rewards.
He had seen the Honest Man Potion in the mall. Anyone who drank it would have to tell the truth.
The other rewards made his heart beat wildly because they were so incredible.
The ultra-modern hacking technology is an advanced internet technology that is 100 years ahead of today's computer technology.
Once mastered, it will dominate the internet and it will be difficult to find an opponent in this vast world. With this thing, Li Mu will become the real king of hackers.
The special attribute is love at first sight. This thing is just like its name.
Not only can it permanently change Li Mu's temperament, but it can also make most of the opposite sex fall in love with him at first sight.
But there is a problem. This is actually a passive skill.
Li Mu's heartbeat quickened, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead.
Who could resist this? He was still young, could he resist the temptation of beauty? Obviously, this was impossible. His heart was in torment, he was both in pain and happy at the same time. It turned out that sooner or later he would have to pay for what he had done. He used to laugh at Li Changlong, but now it seemed that he needed Lu Wei Dihuang pills. After all, I have become the person I hate the most. Li Mu pretended to sigh, but the smile on his face completely betrayed him. At this moment, he just wanted to laugh out loud and release the joy in his heart. After a few minutes, Li Mu's mood calmed down a little.
The last reward is 200,000 system points, which is hard currency. All the items in the system mall must be redeemed with them. I opened the system page, and sure enough, the balance at the bottom showed 203,000, and almost all the products on the first 5 pages of the mall were lit up. Li Mu took a quick look and was shocked. This mall was simply a treasure box. The only drawback was that the prices were too expensive. Li Mu selected the goods that he could afford, and several props appeared in his sight. Confession card, usage distance is 1 to 10 meters. The user will confess all the shameful things in his life, making the other person feel infinite guilt. Price, 50,000 points. Incoherent words card, usage range, 1 to 5 meters. After using it, the opponent will be distracted and speak incoherently. The brain and prophecy system will be separated. Within 1 hour, the opponent will speak incoherently and be controlled by the host. Price, 50,000 points. Primary one-time monitoring card, use range within 50 kilometers, super era monitoring equipment existing in the void space. After setting the target, it will implement 24-hour tracking, use time 24 hours, price, 100,000 points.
Fuck, so awesome? With these things, wouldn't I be able to reach the sky?
His eyes rolled and he spent all the 200,000 points he had just earned. In the backpack column of the system panel, 3 items appeared, namely the confession card, the inconsistent card, and the primary disposable monitoring card. I looked at the points balance and it returned to the previous 3,000.
Li Mu felt a little emotional.
These points were just like money in real life.
They were spent like water.
But he did not regret it at all. These things were of great use to him. At this moment, Li Mu's eyes glanced at the passive skill column. His eyes narrowed and he suddenly laughed. These past few days were so exciting that he actually forgot about his passive skill of becoming rich in the blink of an eye. Now that everything is ready, it's time to upgrade this skill.
The author has something to say.
New book launched. Please urge for updates. Please give me a gift. Please give me a 5-star review. Thank you so much.
Chapter 14, A True Kryptonian Gold Boss. Passive skill, get rich in the blink of an eye. Level 1. Frequency, every time you blink, you will get a 5-cent reward. Experience, 30,000. The total amount of money generated by the skill, 2,300 yuan. Li Mu has been busy revealing information these days and has not paid attention to his skills. If it were in the past, wouldn't he be very happy? 2,300 a week, almost 10,000 a month, something he could not even imagine before.
This income is not considered low in China. However, now that he has 12 million in his card, his perspective is naturally different.
System, as long as I spend money, can I upgrade my skills?
Ding, the skill upgrade method has been called up for the host. The experience points in Chinese currency required to upgrade the Blink Revenge skill are equal.
30,000 experience points are equivalent to 30,000 Chinese currency, and so on.
Please note that with each upgrade, the amount of money generated by breathing will increase exponentially, and the experience points for the next level upgrade will also increase significantly.
I wish you to become a rich man soon. Li Mu couldn't help laughing when he heard this. It looks pretty high-end, isn't this just like paying for games?
As a poor loser who can't even afford to contribute 6 yuan for the first charge, I'm going to let myself go today.
Next.
Ding, the host consumes 300 million Chinese currency, converts 30,000 experience points, and becomes rich at level 2 in the blink of an eye.
Each breath generates 0.3 yuan. Li Mu's pupils shrank in shock.
He didn't expect that his income would increase 6-fold after one level up. This way, his daily income would reach about 3,000 yuan. But when he saw the upgrade experience value below, he was completely dumbfounded. My goodness, it takes 180,000 experience points to upgrade from level 2 to level 3.
This is really not very friendly to non-RMB players.
Li Mu gritted his teeth and directly spent 100,000 yuan. Ding, the host consumed 180,000 Chinese coins and converted 180,000 experience points. Due to the upgrade probability, this upgrade failed, and the conversion experience is 90,000.
Please continue to work hard? Me? Play with me? Li Mu was confused. The system was actually playing with probability. If it wanted to make money, couldn't it just say so? He gritted his teeth and injected another 90,000 Chinese yuan. Affected by probability, the experience value for this conversion is 30,000, and another 60,000 is required to complete the upgrade. Affected by probability. The experience value of this conversion is 10,000. This time 20,000. This conversion failed. This time.
Half an hour later, Li Mu was panting with red eyes. After spending more than 3 million, his skill was finally upgraded successfully. Fortunately, after seeing the benefits generated by the level 3 skill, he grinned, but then his face froze and he became doubtful.
Blink and Get Rich successfully upgraded to level 3. Each breath will generate 1.5 yuan. The next upgrade requires 1 million experience points. Do you want to continue upgrading? Note, the probability of this upgrade is 10%. If it fails, the money will be swallowed and no partial experience conversion will be provided to the host. Li Mu's mouth was dry. This system was really too dark, but he had tasted the benefits after each level up and decided to give it a try. God bless me, I've been in decline for so many years, it's time for me to take off, let's get started.
Ding consumed 1 million Chinese coins, upgrade failed. Ding consumed 1 million Chinese coins, upgrade failed.
After 7 attempts, all failed.
Li Mu's limbs were cold and his head was buzzing.
He had 2 last chances. If he failed, it would be a long wait. Nowadays, he earns about 15,000 yuan a day in the blink of an eye. After working hard for a month, he still doesn't have enough time to upgrade once. He cannot accept this result. Taking a deep breath, Li Mu decided to fight.
Ding consumed 1 million Chinese coins, upgrade failed.
Fuck, you bastard, are you kidding me? Li Mu roared and jumped up from his chair, feeling extremely anxious. System, for the last time, I want to upgrade. Li Mu squinted his eyes, he could even hear his own heartbeat.
Ding consumed 1 million Chinese coins, upgrade failed. Li Mu's face froze and he collapsed into his chair, but at this moment, something unexpected happened. Ding, it is detected that the host has spent 10 million today, and the minimum amount is guaranteed.
The skill upgrade is successful.
Get rich in the blink of an eye, level 4, income of 8 yuan per breath, next upgrade experience, 03 million, daily income of 80,000 to 90,000, settlement time 24 hours.
Ha 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 ha. A loud laugh rang out and Li Mu burst into tears of joy. He had fully experienced the feelings of those Chinese currency warriors among netizens back then. It was really exciting. It's hard to imagine that I used all of the 12 million on improving my skills. But it's not a big problem now. I earn about 3 million a month, and I can get my money back in just half a year. However, the experience points for the next upgrade are 3 million, and he knows in his heart that the probability will be shockingly low. But that's all for the future. At this moment, Li Mu heard hurried footsteps coming from downstairs. He went to the window and looked down.
I saw countless black-clad bodyguards in the manor quickly gathering towards the gate.
In the distance, Wang Xiaoan was walking towards the gate with a grim face. Li Mu raised the corners of his mouth, tidied himself up and lay down on the bed, ready to take a nap. The incident involving Li Changlong fermented, and many media reporters came to the door, but what does this have to do with Li Mu?
At the same time, a Gulfstream G550 luxury private jet took off from Europe. Inside the cabin, a female secretary wearing a tight skirt and glasses was holding a tablet computer and reporting the situation to the old man next to her. Chairman, currently 18 mainstream media outlets in Hangzhou have appeared at the gate of the manor, and media outlets from several surrounding cities are also heading to Hangzhou. Li Haiying had a cold expression, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Dad, my second brother is really going too far. Not only does he like to play, but he also doesn't clean up his mess. I'm afraid our Ginghai group will be greatly implicated this time.
Li Jinshan lowered his head and said in a deep voice. Jinshan, you are the most stable one, but have you forgotten what I told you? Regardless of right or wrong, we must first unite internally and call all the major media companies in Hangzhou. If they make unrealistic reports, I will definitely hold them accountable for their legal responsibilities. Okay. I understand. Jinshan.
Li Jinshan, who was about to use his computer to send an email, was stunned and looked up at his father.
Find someone to check on the honest man and make sure to find out his true identity. I want to see who he is and why he has such a deep hatred for our Li family that he wants to kill us. Yes. Li Jinshan's expression slightly condensed. He knew his father too well. His current emotion clearly showed that he was really angry. The author has something to say. Dear readers, I will try to update 5 times a day. If you like it, please support me by giving me some gifts to urge me to update, or give me a 5-star rating or some meaningful comments. Chapter 15: Stock Market Fluctuations Caused by Honest People. In Yanjing, China, in the office of the chairman of the Yahoo live streaming platform, a group of senior executives are holding a meeting. Chairman Jin Shingan looked as if he had eaten several pounds of bitter melon. If you didn't know better, you would think his parents had died. As the #1 live broadcast company in China, he has been having a hard time these days. Everyone, tell me how much we have lost in the past few days. On the right, a middle-aged woman stood up, pushed up her glasses, and said in a deep voice, "From the moment the honest man appeared, all the customers in the live broadcast rooms of our platform automatically jumped to his live broadcast room. At the same time, I learned that this situation has appeared on all the live broadcast platforms in China. Yes, according to data analysis, we lost more than 2 million users in 36 hours. If we don't count the rewards and advertising fees involved, the loss is about 100 million yuan. A middle-aged man took over the conversation with a serious look on his face. Chairman, our technical department used technical means to conduct a comprehensive investigation on the honest man, but all failed. No matter from the IP location or the location of the other party's live broadcast room server, there was no result. No results? What does that mean? Their location information is encrypted, and the encryption method is something we have never seen before. The atmosphere in the conference room was eerily quiet and no one dared to speak. At this time, a young man sitting next to Jin Shingan was typing quickly on his laptop with his hands, his eyes very serious. Pa! He pressed the enter key and looked up at everyone. Everyone, at the close of today's trading, the share prices of the parent companies of China's 4 major live streaming platforms have plummeted by more than 20%. It is expected that the stock prices will continue to fall at the opening tomorrow morning. The market value that is expected to evaporate this time is more than 1 trillion yuan. Everyone's faces turned pale in an instant. Jin Shingan knocked on the table with one hand and said in a cold voice, "No matter what method you use, find out the identity of the honest man, and do your best to stop the fluctuations in the stock market. I need stability." Everyone lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at him, because none of them were sure they could deal with this mysterious man who appeared out of nowhere. In the front hall of the Li family manor, Li Tianhao and his group frowned. Li Chenglong's face was covered with red marks and he looked very embarrassed. It seemed that Wang Shoulian had slapped him in the face many times. Chen Bing, Jinghai Group's high-end talent in charge of the financial stock market, who graduated with a PhD in financial systems from Harvard University in the United States, lowered his head with a solemn expression. "Ladies and gentlemen, let me be frank. The problem is very serious. The volatility caused by this so-called honest man has evaporated 800 billion in the market value of our Jinghai. According to my model estimate, this is just the beginning." At the same time, the 4 major live streaming platforms also suffered heavy losses due to customer loss, but we have a different interest. "Xiao Chen, is there any way to control it?" Li Tianhao asked in a deep voice. "Difficult, unless you say what?" Li Chenglong wanted to die. The reporters at the door didn't dare to continue to act recklessly due to Li Haiying's authority, but he would definitely be in trouble when the old man came back. Find the honest man and make him admit that he is spreading rumors. Everyone's faces turned pale in an instant. What if you can't find it? Chen Bing glanced at everyone inside. If we can't find it, Jinghai Group's stock price will collapse, and all sectors of society will lose confidence in us. The ultimate loss will be unbearable for the group. After Chen Bing finished speaking, he stood up and packed up the information. Everyone, I know my responsibilities. If I can't get through this crisis, I will resign. Goodbye. The 2 brothers Li Tianhao eventually went their separate ways. This matter might not be resolved unless the pillar of the family came back. The next day. 9 o'clock in the morning. Li Mu sat up from the bed, stretched, and picked up his cell phone. When he saw the push news on his mobile phone screen, he was immediately happy. Shocked. Affected by the revelations of the honest live broadcast, the stock prices of the 4 major live broadcast platform giants in China plummeted, among which Yahoo Live Broadcasting had the largest drop, reaching 10%. At the same time, the stock price of Jinghai Group opened at 90 in the morning, a plunge of 50%. So far, Li Chenglong, the person who broke the news, has not made any response at this time. Breaking news: due to the group's problems, Li Haiying, who was attending a financial summit in Europe, has returned to China with his eldest son Li Zhinshan. According to the current information, his private luxury plane will land at Hangzhou International Airport at 11 a.m. today. According to the news, people from all walks of life are very concerned about the honest man.
Currently, many hacker organizations such as the China Red Hacker Alliance and the Flash Alliance have expressed their willingness to find the whereabouts of the honest man for a fee. Some computer information security experts said that this person is most likely not in China, and the computer technology he possesses may subvert the current IT industry.
Li Mu opened the stock software on his mobile phone and immediately laughed.
He really didn't expect that he would be able to become a person who influences stock market fluctuations in his lifetime.
This is something he can brag about for the rest of his life.
Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind, and the corners of his mouth raised, revealing a sinister smile. The system panel popped up at this time, and a gray card appeared in front of him in the warehouse column.
Li Changlong, I'm going to give you some oil. Damn it, aren't you a wealthy family? Aren't you an upper-class person? You are definitely destined to be the eternal sinner of the Li family.
He happily opened the skill panel, and his heartbeat gradually quickened when he saw the benefits of getting rich in the blink of an eye. In just 12 hours, the unwithdrawn balance increased by more than 40,000.
This is simply an invisible money printing machine. 11 a.m. sharp.
The entrance of Hangzhou International Airport was filled with men in black, who surrounded the VIP channel exit tightly.
Dozens of reporters were standing at the door holding cameras, all trying to capture the best angle possible. Li Haiying and his son walked out of the gate surrounded by bodyguards.
Li Tianhao walked out of a Rolls-Royce, which was at the forefront.
Dad, brother, you guys are back. Humph, more trouble than help, where is that loser? Li Tianhao was stunned, lowered his head and said nothing.
Third brother, since Dad asked, you should answer truthfully. Li Tianhao sighed in a pretentious manner and said softly, second sister-in-law and he have been arguing over this matter until now.
I guess he is confined at home to reflect on his mistakes now. Li Haiying bent down and entered the car. Li Zhinshan looked at Li Tianhao meaningfully. Third brother, have you brought your son back?
Li Tianhao nodded and said with a smile, thank you for your concern, big brother.
Ha, you and I have always had a good relationship. Jackie Chan was indeed careless this time.
The old man is very angry.
Take it easy when you go back.
A gleam of light flashed in Li Tianhao's eyes.
Brother, don't worry. Do you really think I'm a good person? But thank you for your reminder. The author has something to say. Today is the 5th update. New book is launched. Need support? Please urge for updates. Gift 5-star review. Chapter 16, The Shrewd Li Haiying.
Li Zhinshan got into the car with a forced smile.
Li Tianhao also got on a Mercedes-Benz S600 behind. A convoy of 12 luxury cars drove towards the distant ramp.
The black-clad bodyguards around them quickly evacuated, and in the blink of an eye, the entire airport gate became completely quiet. From beginning to end, these reporters had no chance to get close to Li Haiying and his group.
Half an hour later, outside Hangzhou.
The iron gate at the entrance of Li's manor was opened, the convoy slowly drove in, and the iron gate closed. In the bushes around the door, a group of media reporters and paparazzi sighed and looked helpless. Facing a behemoth like the Li family, they were powerless.
TSK, Li Haiying is really efficient in rushing back from Europe. I think the Li family is going to have a big earthquake. This is not the first time that Li Changlong has made this mistake. Moreover, Jinghai Group has been implicated so badly this time that its stock price has even hit the limit down this morning. Damn it, this time is different.
There was no solid evidence before, but this time we have all the videos and photos. The most important thing is that we can't find any honest people, so even public relations won't work. Newbie, in this era, there is actually such a person who was simply a killer of those celebrities and bigwigs.
If the honest man can't find him, how many people will be unable to sleep and eat?
At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed.
Fuck! Look! Li Changlong got beaten.
Everyone was startled and turned to look inside the manor, their faces suddenly becoming interesting. Not far away, Li Changlong crawled out of the living room.
Li Haiying followed closely with a grim face.
The reporters were quite far away and could not hear any sound at all, but from the body movements, they could tell that the other party was beating his son, while the other members of the Li family around him were trying to persuade him. I thought this good show would not last long, but Li Haiying was obviously really angry today.
Fuck, another slap. Look, someone seems to be coming here.
Sure enough, the Li family and their entourage had already arrived at the gate of the manor.
Pa!
A slap hit Li Changlong in the face, and this time even Wang Xiaolian beside him couldn't bear it anymore.
Dad, if you have anything to say, let's go inside and talk. Although Jackie Chan has done me wrong, we can't let the family's shame be aired in public.
There are so many reporters outside the door, and it will be troublesome if they take pictures of us.
Xiaoan, you are my daughter-in-law and he is my son. I am not afraid of being embarrassed, so why should you be afraid?
I just want the reporters to take pictures so that no one will say that I am protecting my son.
Dad, stop it. Stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. You know you're wrong? You know you're wrong but you still refuse to change?
As my son, Li Haiying, you grew up with a silver spoon in your mouth. You should bear more responsibility than others. After Li Haiying finished speaking, he slapped her in the face, and the reporters at the door were stunned by her gesture.
Fuck, are you going to beat him to death?
Awesome, you got so angry, look, all your teeth have been knocked out. TSK, you really have the guts to do it.
There's nothing wrong with this one.
In a corner not far away, Li Mu watched all this and laughed secretly in his heart. The old man is not young, but he has a clear mind. He is shrewd and cunning, and he played such a self-torture trick, so these reporters have nothing to say. But Li Mu would naturally not let him get his wish.
Are you kidding? The situation he worked so hard to build up is ruined by a few slaps in the face? He exhaled and slowly walked towards the door.
No one seemed to notice his presence.
Dad, I admit my mistake. Isn't it okay for me to admit my mistake? What's the point of admitting your mistakes to me? Go and admit your mistakes in front of the media. If the public opinion doesn't forgive you, I won't forgive you either. Li Changlong was furious. He hated the honest man so much. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't be so miserable. I will admit my mistake right now. Li Changlong came to the door, with his head lowered and his face flushed.
All the reporters came out from the bushes and pointed their cameras at him.
Dear reporters, I realize my mistakes. As a public figure, I have a disordered private life, ruined my family tradition, and had promiscuous relationships with both men and women. I hope to gain your forgiveness through the media. He lowered his head, had a very good attitude, and was very humble. The flashlights around him were flashing wildly. Mr. Li, are you still in touch with the women who were related to you in the revelations? Yes, this involves the entertainment industry, the business community, and even your family's servants and the female subordinates of the group company. How will you properly handle your relationship in the future? Mr. Li, will your wife divorce you because of this? These reporters asked the most amazing questions in the most polite tone. Under normal circumstances, Li Changlong would have been furious. But today he held back. Everyone, if my lover forgives me, I will definitely not divorce him. I will respect his choice in everything. However, this incident has brought a very bad impact to our group. I will reflect on it and repent. I hope you will be merciful and not let others be implicated. Li Changlong was in tears and looked so pitiful. These reporters actually wanted to profile. Well, Mr. Li's annual charitable donations exceed 500 million yuan. We really can't be unreasonable. Yes, a few years ago, when China was hit by floods, Mr. Li personally donated 100 million yuan, and the group also donated manpower, effort, and materials. This is a role model in the business world. Shouldn't we forgive others when we can? You are right. There is a price to pay for doing wrong, but merits and demerits can be offset. Since I am so sincere, let us be witnesses. Mr. Li, please hold a press conference here and we will publish it online immediately. Li Changlong had an indifferent expression and calm eyes. Everything was under his control. A self-torture trick could save him from a lot of trouble. At the same time, these reporters would use public opinion to whitewash them. Years of social experience have enabled this veteran entrepreneur to remain calm in the face of such situations. It is obviously no accident that Jinghai Group has reached its current size. I think this matter is a bit hasty. Can you just apologize for making a mistake and let it go? If apologies are useful, what do we need the police for? At this moment, a sudden voice rang out. Everyone turned their heads to look, and all the reporters were stunned, with suspicion in their eyes. They had never seen the person in front of them before. This person actually dared to speak in such an occasion. It was obvious that he was of an extraordinary identity. The matter had originally come to an end, but these reporters suddenly developed an occupational disease and their gossiping hearts were ignited. Xiaomu, don't talk nonsense. Li Tianhao was shocked. He didn't expect Li Mu to suddenly appear in this situation. It's okay. I think Grandpa is a reasonable man. It should be okay for me to say something, right? The author has something to say.
I beg you guys to urge me to update, give me some gifts, and give me 5-star reviews.
It's so miserable. Chapter 17 Limu is really bad.
The reporters were confused and had greetings written all over their faces. This sudden appearance of young man left them a little confused.
This was the Li family. When did servants become so powerful? Who is this person? I've never seen him before.
Damn, the person who walked out of the Li family must be a member of the Li family, but I have never seen this young man before.
TSK, I think he's here to cause trouble. Are there so many people who are not afraid of death now?
There were whispers among the crowd, but Li Mu didn't care about Li Tianhao's obstruction. At this time, Li Haiying slowly turned his head to look at Li Mu, looking him up and down.
We have met before. Yes, I have. Li Mu nodded, secretly surprised in his heart. This old man was definitely not an ordinary person. He couldn't even feel a trace of emotion from him. You're fine. Li Haiying said something inexplicably and looked at the reporters who were confused. Since someone has objections, let's listen to what he has to say.
Li Haiying's words were so unexpected that even Li Mu paused. Li Tianhao walked up to Li Mu and said nervously, "Xiaomu, don't mess around."
Fine. Li Tianhao was stunned. Nothing? Isn't this bullshit? Li Mu smiled and said, "Since you are repenting, can't you just state your wrongdoings? Is it enough to just say sorry?" Li Mu, what do you mean? Li Changlong roared and glared at Li Mu. Shut up. Li Haiying scolded and looked at Li Mu. Go on. It's nothing, actually.
State your mistakes, hold a press conference, and apologize to those implicated. This is the best way to restore the reputation of Jinghai technology.
Li Mu, are you trying to disgust me? Dad, you must not listen to him. Li Haiying looked at Li Mu with his bright old eyes. He said a lot, and Jackie Chan did what he said. The press conference will be held at 7 o'clock tonight at the Hangzhou International Conference Center in front of the national media.
Upon hearing this, the secretary beside Li Haiying took out his tablet computer and started making arrangements without saying a word.
This is the efficiency of a billionaire. Mr. Li is still sensible.
I am also doing this for the good of the Li family.
Li Mu smiled, turned around and left calmly. Everyone, let's meet at the International Conference Center at 7 o'clock tonight. I won't see you off.
Li Tianhao felt a pain in his head from beginning to end.
He never expected that Li Mu would intervene at this time.
It took a full 10 minutes for the reporters to come back to their senses. They took a deep breath and left one after another, while posting everything that happened here on the internet. Li Mu returned to his room in a good mood. He felt happy when he saw the disappeared confession card in the system warehouse.
Everything is ready. Tonight is Li Changlong's end and no one can save him.
Back in the living room, Li Tianhao came to Li Haiying in fear.
Dad, Xiaomu is ignorant. I will discipline him in the future. He's right, Chen, you know what's going on.
There was something else behind Li Haiying's words, and everyone obviously knew what he meant. They wanted Li Changlong to understand what he should and should not say. But Li Tianhao felt a little panicked. He knew his father too well and was afraid that his son would be in trouble after this incident. He secretly made up his mind that he must not let anything happen to Li Mu this time.
At 6:30 p.m., Li Mu got into a Mercedes-Benz business car.
When Li Tianhao saw Li Mu, his expression suddenly changed.
Xiaomu, you are too impulsive.
Li Mu crossed his legs and smiled without saying anything.
Oh, never mind, don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you.
Dad, don't worry, it won't be my turn to get into trouble this time. The car started slowly, Li Tianhao's expression changed slightly, but he did not continue to persuade. 20 minutes later, the South City New District of Hangzhou was in front of us, and a huge building appeared in front of us. The moment the car stopped, Li Mu followed Li Tianhao out of the car and was immediately drowned in the flash of lights.
He was almost blinded.
20 minutes later, Li Mu and the Li family sat on the stage. The seat position was naturally today's protagonist Li Changlong. Countless pairs of expectant eyes were focused on the stage, but something was strange today. The hundreds of reporters below kept looking at Li Mu from time to time, obviously eager to know his true identity. Li Changlong had a bitter face and wanted to die. He lost all face today, and it was all caused by Li Mu. At this time, Li Mu lowered his head, drooped his eyelids, and seemed to be dozing off. A light curtain appeared in front of my eyes, and a prompt button appeared on the system panel.
Confession card, activate. Li Mu's mind moved, and the blue start button in the system lit up.
He glanced calmly at Li Chenglong, who was sitting in the main seat, and found that the other party's body trembled slightly and his eyes became dull in an instant. Li Chenglong was very conscious at this time, but he suddenly felt an indescribable sense of guilt from the bottom of his heart. The shameful things he had done over the years began to surface.
Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. Everyone looked at Li Chenglong and was immediately shocked.
The other party actually lowered his head, his eyes were red, and tears were falling from his pupils.
How could this look like LSP? He was clearly a penitent who was inspired by Buddha. Jackie Chan, what the hell are you doing? Li Haiying finally showed a trace of unrest.
He stared at Li Chenglong, his eyes as sharp as a sword. Li Chenglong felt very upset and found that he could not control his emotions.
For some reason, he was eager to tell out all the secrets in the dark corners of his heart. He was completely panicked.
If he told this, he would be completely finished.
Dad, I was wrong. I shouldn't have urged you and Xiaoan to drive your third brother's son away. I was worse than a beast.
The scene fell silent instantly, and everyone looked at each other, all revealing a look of confusion.
What's going on? Third brother's son? Doesn't Li Tianhao have no children? Is Li Chenglong mentally retarded? He's talking nonsense. What is he saying? No, there's something fishy going on here. There's definitely something unspeakable going on. Look at Li Haiying's face. It looks like he's eaten shit. What nonsense are you talking about?
Li Haiying stood up suddenly and looked at Li Chenglong coldly. He naturally knew about this matter and acquiesced to it, but when he said it in public, the nature of the matter was different.
Dad, I was wrong.
I was blinded by greed and committed fratricide.
I repent. I was wrong.
The flashlights were flashing wildly. The reporters would not miss such a wonderful scene.
After just 2 minutes of speech, the venue was in complete chaos.
Chapter 18: The identity of the rich young master can no longer be concealed.
Shut up, everyone.
Suddenly, a roar was heard, and Li Chengchang, whose face was already covered in tears, glared at everyone.
Don't interrupt my confession, or you will all be sinners.
Li Chenglong stood up from his chair and walked to Li Mu's side. In full view of everyone, he knelt on his knees in front of Li Mu.
Oh my God? Can we play like this?
Li Mu was very surprised. The effect of the confession card was beyond his imagination. He sighed, fearing that he could no longer hide his identity as a rich and powerful man.
Second uncle, what are you doing? If you kneel before me, won't that shorten my life?
Li Chenglong's heart was filled with fear, but he found that he could not control himself.
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm not a human being. I actually attacked my own nephew. Swish. Hundreds of eyes focused on Li Mu.
There was doubt, disbelief, and uncertainty in these eyes.
Nephew? Could he be Li Tianhao's son? Oh my God. Everyone exclaimed in their hearts, wow. This scene is so exciting. It's all in the past, why is second uncle doing this? Li Mu's calm voice finally confirmed what everyone was thinking. Wow. The whole audience was in an uproar.
The reporters' faces turned pale and they all looked at Li Haiying, obviously waiting for his response.
Li Haiying's heart was in turmoil. He was not satisfied with Li Mu.
If it weren't for some ancient rules remaining in his mind, there would be no way that Li Mu could be found. This situation now made him even more disgusted with his little grandson, whom he had never met. Ladies and gentlemen, I know about this matter, but I haven't had the opportunity to announce it yet. Since all the media friends are here today, I will announce that he is indeed my grandson, and his name is Li Mu.
Click, click, click.
The flashlights flashed wildly, and in the blink of an eye, Li Mu became the focus of the scene.
6666, is this even possible? How can he speak so recklessly? He is really Li Haiying's grandson. I can't believe it. This is so weird. If you look closely, he really looks a bit like Li Haiying. But, why is he so handsome? Wow, so handsome. Did you notice that he has an indescribable aura?
His eyes are so charming. They seem to be able to see through my heart. It would be nice if my boyfriend was this handsome.
I would wake up laughing in my dreams.
Li Mu leaned back in his chair, his hands casually hanging down and his legs crossed. Just this simple action made all the female reporters present fall in love with him. The special attribute of falling in love at first sight is indeed not exaggerated, and it is very lethal to the opposite sex. From the 20-year-old trainee reporter to the 40-year-old intellectual sister, no one could escape Li Mu's gaze. Li Mu stood up from his chair, and there was another round of exclamations from all around. Wow, he's standing up, how can he be so handsome? He's looking at me, so embarrassing. No way, he must be looking at me. I'm so shy. I've never been in a relationship before. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became weird, and everyone in the Li family looked strange. Tianhao, our son seems to be very charming. Of course, like me. Screw you. Li Tianhao and his wife actually started joking with each other and were in a good mood. Li Chenglong knelt on the ground with his head down, looking like a prisoner awaiting trial. Dad, what is this? Please stop, Jackie Chan, third brother, do you still have the heart to joke here? Wang Xiaolian glared at Li Tianhao. She was shocked and scared, not knowing why her husband suddenly lost control. Li Haiying stood up and looked at Li Mu coldly. If you do something wrong, you do need to repent. My grandson suffered a lot out there, and I will compensate him. Wang Xiaoli looked at Li Haiying in disbelief, took 3 steps back, and sat down on the chair. At this moment, Li Mu's mind was racing, and finally he opened the system warehouse again. A thought came to my mind. Ding, the speechless card was used successfully. At this moment, Li Mu noticed that Li Chenglong's eyes narrowed slightly, and suddenly a fierce look appeared on his face. Damn it, Li Haiying, you are an idiot. Good man, this sentence almost sent everyone away. No one expected that Li Chenglong would actually insult his own father. Wang Xiaolian was frightened to death. She immediately came to her husband's side without any more depressed look. Are you crazy? Why don't you apologize to Dad? You stinky bitch, you are old and ugly, get out of here. After Li Chenglong finished speaking, he covered his mouth with his hands and cold sweat broke out on his head. How could this happen? Why can't I control my speech? There were so many strange things happening today that Li Chenglong was close to mental collapse. Suddenly he felt an urge to curse and found that he couldn't control it at all. At this moment, he suddenly stood up and turned to look at the reporters in the audience. Damn it, you bunch of rubbish, you just make news all day long. Who am I? Li Chenglong from the Li family. If you offend me, you will suffer the consequences. Quick, tie him up and take him back. Although he didn't know what happened, Li Haiying knew that he couldn't go on. Not only did today's press conference fail to have any effect, it would also drag the Li family into the abyss. 4 burly men walked towards Li Chenglong without saying a word. They were all Li Haiying's personal bodyguards and only took orders from him. 10 minutes later, Li Chenglong was tied up and taken out of the venue. At this moment, the reporters on the scene were still dizzy. Everything tonight was too fantastic. They were afraid that they would not be able to digest these bizarre things in a short period of time. Mr. Li, what's going on? Even though we are low-level people, we can't be insulted at will, right? That's right, your Li family is going too far. Mr. Li, you have to give us an explanation. Li Haiying looked unhappy. Li Chenglong's performance was beyond his expectations. For a moment, he was caught off guard. Although I haven't been in the Li family since I was a child, I heard that my second uncle has suffered from a brain disease since he was a child. He would speak incoherently when stimulated. I think he was sick just now. Li Mu's voice rang out. Li Haiying frowned and looked at Li Mu with an unfriendly expression, but after hearing what Li Mu said, these reporters all smiled. Li Mu's special attribute of falling in love at first sight came into play again. So that's the case. Then it's understandable. I think we should stop pursuing this matter. Yes, Mr. Li Mu's words are quite credible. Let's give him some face. What bad intentions could such a handsome guy have? Everyone, take it. It's getting late. Let's leave quickly. We should try to release the news as early as possible tomorrow. This confession meeting will definitely make the headlines. These reporters were obviously trying to please Li Mu. Li Haiying couldn't help but look at Li Mu a few more times, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. The author has something to say. I beg you guys, if anyone is reading this, please give me some gifts, give me some 5-star reviews, and give me some motivation. Thank you so much. Chapter 19, Keep spending money and have fun.
Li Mu waved to everyone and walked towards the door in a very cool manner. If this were someone else's attitude, wouldn't they be criticized by reporters? Li Haiying's expression changed immediately and he wanted to scold Li Mu, asking him to behave himself and not cause trouble for the Li family. But the next scene left him completely dumbfounded. Mr. Li is so elegant and well-mannered. He even said hello to us when he left. What a warm-hearted man. TSK, there is no harm without comparison. Look at the morals of other rich second generations. Li Chenglong is really disgusting. He kicked such an outstanding young man out of the house. It's really too much. Who says it's not true? I think Li Haiying is also old and his eyesight is blurry. Wouldn't it be great to have such an outstanding grandson? It seems that people will become confused when they get older. If the future Li family can be passed on to young Master Li, it may be able to reach a higher level. If this is accepted by others, I'm afraid. As they were talking, they actually frowned and shook their heads. Li Haiying's face turned dark. Dad, those reporters are just talking nonsense, don't take it to heart. Third brother is right. Don't bother with them. Besides, I think your son is really outstanding. Li Jinshan said this with a smile and gave Li Tianhao a meaningful look. Poof. Li Haiying turned and walked out the door, and the two brothers followed him out. At this time, Li Mu had already got into the car, sat on the soft leather seat, and lay down flat. Ah, it's so comfortable to have money. He sighed and took a look at the income generated by the blink skill, about 170,000 in 2 days, which was already a lot, but Li Mu felt that the speed was still too slow. At this moment, the car door was opened and Li Tianhao and his wife got in. Xiaomu, you should be careful when speaking in front of your grandfather. He attaches great importance to the rules of the older generation. Xiaomu, listen to your father. After all, he is the head of the family now. Hearing this, Li Mu's eyes rolled and a plan came to his mind. Dad, I'll try to change it. Let's not talk about this for now. Do you have money? Give me 200 million to spend? Li Tianhao and his wife were stunned. Although Jinghai Group was not theirs, they could still come up with 200 million. But Li Mu suddenly asked for so much money, so they couldn't help but feel a little worried. Dad, Mom, don't ask. Just consider 200 million as compensation for all these years. I won't ask you for money in the future. Li Tianhao panicked when he heard this. Xiaomu, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. Then why are you still standing there? Why don't you transfer the money? Lu Yueyin secretly pinched her husband and glared at him. Oh, yes, transfer the money. I'll do it right away. Xiaomu, I'm your father. As long as it's not against the law, just ask for money. A minute later, Li Mu's phone vibrated. He looked down at the screen, feeling a little uneasy. Is this what a rich person does? 200 million, deposited in 1 minute, too outrageous. There was no conversation along the way. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the manor. Looking at Li Mu walking towards his residence, the couple felt a little emotional. Tianhao, the old man must be very angry this time. You have to be careful next time. I'm not worried about other things, I'm just afraid of Xiaomu. Don't worry, I'm here. And I've discovered that our son seems to be much more capable than we thought. 10 minutes later, Li Mu returned to the room and locked the door. As for people like Li Chenglong and Li Haiying, he has no interest in them at all. Let them do whatever they want. Making money is more important. In the bedroom, he looked excited. It has to be said that spending money on Krypton gold can be addictive. The system interface has appeared before your eyes. System, help me invest all 200 million into upgrading. Ding, 200 million has been transferred from the host account. This system will host this skill upgrade. Consume 3 million, skill upgrade successful, blink to get rich upgrade to level 5, each blink profit, 40 yuan, experience, 10 million. This time it succeeded at once. Li Mu was a little surprised, but the next upgrade experience required actually 10 million. Consume 10 million, skill upgrade failed. Consume 10 million. Skill upgrade failed. After about 15 times, Li Mu found that only 50 million of the 200 million he had asked for was left, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. If I continue to fail and run out of money, I definitely can't keep asking Li Tianhao for more. He doesn't run a bank, so how long will it take me to raise enough money? 40 yuan per blink, 400,000 a day, 12 million a month, only enough for me to spend money once.
This speed is still too slow. The system detects that there is a balance of 50 million left, and the success rate of strengthening is 10%.
Do you want to continue? Li Mu cursed inwardly. MMP, this system can't wait, what's the matter? Can anyone be more short of money than me? Do you want to continue? Look down on me?
Li Mu gritted his teeth and chose to continue. At this moment, his heart was in his throat. A white light suddenly appeared in front of him.
Before Li Mu could react, the system's voice rang out.
Ding, 10 million funds consumed, experience conversion successful. This upgrade triggers a critical hit, and an additional half of the experience value is given.
Get rich in a blink, level 6, earn 200 yuan per blink, experience 40 million 80 million. Li Mu was ecstatic.
This was an unexpected surprise. Moreover, he could earn 200 yuan per blink of an eye from level 5 to level 6, which was more than 2 million yuan a day. His monthly income reached 60 million yuan, and his annual income was 720 million yuan.
The remaining balance is 40 million, do you want to continue? Just kidding, who can understand the happiness of a Kryptonian gold boss? How can you become stronger without spending money? Continue.
Ding, 40 million yuan of funds consumed, experience value conversion successful, get rich in the blink of an eye, level 7, 1 blink earns 400 yuan, experience value 10 billion.
Li Mu couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He counted it over and over again and finally determined that the next upgrade would start at 10 billion. Calculating his current income, for a million a day, that's just over 1 billion a year. It would take about 10 years to upgrade, and there was a high probability that it would not succeed in one go. But Li Mu soon felt relieved. He couldn't just hang himself on a tree. Now that he had money, what business could he not do?
Li Mu laughed unconsciously, and felt refreshed when he saw the benefits brought by the blinking skill in the system panel. It only takes 1 month for him to have assets exceeding 100 million. After a year, even if he does nothing, his assets can reach over 1 billion. As for the Li family and Jinghai group, he doesn't need to worry about them now.
Chapter 20, This Damn Charm. 1 month later.
The heat of the Li Changlong incident has gradually faded, but the aftereffects it has caused cannot be eliminated in a short time. The couple left Hangzhou Manor, and Li Mu heard that they were sent to the northwest by Li Haiying to be responsible for some energy development. As for the business in Hangzhou, it was actually handed over to his father Li Tianhao. 3 days after the press conference, Li Haiying and Li Zhinshan returned to Europe overnight, and they have been gone for almost a month.
Li Mu became idle. He seemed like a dead leaf in a corner.
No one cared about him except his parents. He didn't feel anything and was happy and at ease, but Li Mu was not a fool. Except for his parents, everyone else in this family was too bad, especially his grandfather and uncle.
These two people were definitely not easy to deal with. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Li Mu got up and couldn't wait to open the system.
Wow, the amount displayed in the column of pending withdrawal balance is as high as 125 million yuan.
This is not a dream. System, I want to embody it. Ding, balance withdrawal successful, please check the host.
Li Mu took out his mobile phone and a bank deposit notification appeared in front of him. He put the phone away with satisfaction.
Li Mu stretched and glanced out the window.
It was a sunny day today, so he planned to take a walk in the yard.
The Li family's manor is very large.
If you walk at a normal pace, it would probably take 20 minutes to complete the tour.
Along the way, the servants' attitudes were completely different after seeing Li Mu. Mr. Li, are you awake? Have you had breakfast? Do you need me to ask the kitchen to prepare some? Master Li, why don't you take a rest?
The weather is nice today, and the fish in the backyard pond have come out to eat.
If you're interested, you can go and take a look.
Li Mu had only been out for 5 minutes when more than 10 servants appeared, holding umbrellas to block the sun and leading the way. If times hadn't changed, I would probably have someone carrying me in a sedan chair.
This treatment is totally different from before.
Li Mu knew that he had been in the limelight before and was now a prominent figure in Hangzhou. In addition, his father was temporarily in charge of the headquarters of Jinghai Group. These servants were very smart and knew who was the powerful person in the yard now. Li Mu took out a stack of old people's heads from his pocket, which looked to be at least 100,000 yuan thick.
You've all worked hard, go ahead and do your work. This is a reward for you, share it.
After saying that, he threw the money to a middle-aged man in front of him.
Li Mu didn't know who he was, but he looked like the person in charge of these servants. Everyone was stunned and then showed expressions of ecstasy. This was a considerable amount of money. The new young master was indeed generous.
It was not until Li Mu's figure disappeared that they came to their senses. What a good young master, he has no airs at all, is approachable, handsome and rich, much better than the others in the Li family.
This stack of money must be worth nearly 100,000, right?
There are about 10 of us here, and each of us can get 10,000. My God, this is our 2.5 months' salary.
How generous. Everyone saw it, right? This young master is really nice. Everyone should be more careful in the future and don't offend him.
For us, whoever gives more benefits is the grandfather. Li Mu was naturally not interested in all this. He walked towards the backyard. Along the way, the servants were all very respectful to him, which was completely different from when he first arrived. Some young female knights looked at Li Mu with stars in their eyes, and they all became crazy about him.
Wow, he's so handsome. Why didn't I notice it when I first got here? How can there be such a perfect man in this world? I'm willing to die for him. What's the point of dying for him? I'm willing to work like a cow or a horse for him. As long as I can be with Master Li, I'm willing to do anything.
I can do everything for him, even if it means being a speck of dust on his body.
Don't argue with me. My goodness, several maids actually started fighting over oral sex.
Li Mu felt refreshed. All the depression he had felt for many years was swept away.
Who could resist this damn charm?
At this moment, Li Mu suddenly turned his head and showed a charming smile. These women couldn't bear it at all and collapsed to the ground, wishing they could sacrifice themselves for Li Mu the next moment. In a small building not far away, Lu Huiyin looked out the window, her eyes full of doting.
Look at our Xiaomu. How good is he? He is much better than you. Hey, how can I compare with him? He has your genes.
Lu Huiyin rolled her eyes at her husband and said with a smile, "Don't give me that."
Have you thought about it? What are you going to do next?
In 1 month, I received 52 calls, all of which wanted to go on a blind date with Xiaomu.
There must be a solution, right? I rejected all of them. What era is this? We have made Xiaomu suffer a lot.
He should make the decision on marriage himself.
That's more like it, but the others are fine. But how are you going to push the daughter of the chairman of Guangqing Taili Group? Your father personally told me that Xiaomu must go.
When Li Tianhao heard this, a look of dissatisfaction appeared between his brows.
My dad is really old and confused. That girl has cerebral palsy at the age of 3. How can we let Xiaomu go? Isn't that harming him? Your father is not old and confused. He just doesn't like Xiaomu and is using different methods to punish him.
Just as the two were talking, Li Mu pushed the door and walked in.
If I'm not mistaken, the daughter of the chairman of Taili Group is a mentally retarded person. So, am I only worthy of serving a mentally retarded person? Li Mu's voice rang out.
He heard clearly the conversation between the two people at the gate just now.
Xiaomu? Why are you here?
When the couple saw their son, they both showed joy.
Xiaomu, I will take care of this matter. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any more in the future.
Li Tianhao quickly expressed his opinion that he had finally found his son and he could not let him misunderstand again.
Dad, let's not talk about this. I came here today to tell you that I want to move out. What? Move out?
The couple was shocked and thought that Li Mu was unhappy living here and wanted to leave.
Don't get excited. I won't leave Hangzhou. I can't get used to this place. Apart from you, I don't have much affection for other people. Staying here will only cause more trouble.
Li Tianhao and his wife looked at each other, thought for a moment, and said seriously, "Xiaomu, we have no objection if you want to move out, but you must not disappear again."
Li Mu waved his hand and walked out the door.
"Dad, Mom, don't worry, I won't disappear. Also, tell that old man not to arrange any marriage for me.
I don't buy it.
If he wants a blind date, let him go by himself." Li Tianhao's eyelids twitched and he was shocked, but in the end he could only shake his head helplessly.
Sukun, he looks a lot like you, he is indeed our child. Need I say this? I warn you, even if he leaves here, don't let anything happen to him. The author has something to say. 5th update. No one is reading so sad. Chapter 21. Touching hands won't result in a child.
10 minutes later, in a corner of the manor, Li Mu sat on the steps speechlessly, looking dazed.
Because he was lost.
At this moment, his heart was full of resentment.
These rich people must have nothing better to do.
They built such a big house.
Was it for playing hide and seek?
Moreover, the courtyard he was in at the moment was very secluded, and even a servant could be seen. It looked a bit like the cold palace in the deep palace of ancient times. Li Mu narrowed his eyes, looked around, gritted his teeth, picked a random direction and walked straight ahead.
Stop.
At this moment, a pleasant voice sounded, but the voice sounded a little cold. Li Mu paused, turned his head and looked, his eyes suddenly lit up. My goodness, when he was studying at a vocational college, he had seen many women he considered beautiful, but the girl in front of him really amazed him. She is about 170 centimeters tall, with an oval face, a tall and hot body, a pair of big eyes and a face that is simply an angel's proportions. Coupled with a neat ponytail, she gives people an indescribable feeling.
Of course, with this kind of looks and figure, if you put it outside, wouldn't those lickers come over just by smelling the scent? What are you looking at? I'm asking who you are.
Li Mu came back to his senses, his eyes swept up and down unscrupulously, his expression was a little frivolous. He didn't expect that this girl was so fierce. In the past, Li Mu would have avoided such a beauty out of inferiority complex, but now, the situation has changed.
I asked you who you are.
If you don't speak, I'll send the bodyguards. The girl's face actually turned slightly red. She spoke sharply, but her eyes were obviously evasive. For some reason, the strange boy in front of her made her heart beat faster and an inexplicable emotion stirred in her heart.
Because he's so damn handsome.
Li Mu noticed something strange at the first sight. Needless to say, it was the special attribute of falling in love at first sight that was at work. His eyes rolled, his mind moved, and a sly smile appeared on his face. He has activated a special skill, Golden Right Hand, that he has never used before, and the mysterious girl in front of him is obviously a suitable candidate.
Li Mu took 2 steps and came in front of the other person.
A fragrance wafted over and Li Mu actually sniffed it.
What are you doing, you bastard?
The little girl's expression froze, and in panic she raised her hand and slapped Li Mu. Li Mu grinned, took a step back and grabbed the other person's hand. At this moment, a piece of information appeared in Li Mu's mind. Ding successfully used the Golden Right Hand talent skill.
Name, Jiang Shui. Age, 24. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Measurements, 90-60-90.
Personality, indifferent, quiet, introverted, dislikes contact with the outside world. Emotion, feeling uneasy and anxious about the tragic life that is about to happen, but having to compromise in order to repay a favor. Identity, adopted by Li Haiying by chance 10 years ago, currently living in Li's manor, arranged to marry Li Jinshan's son Li Tao, to be married in a year.
Li Mu was stunned. Such a pretty girl was actually made into a child bride by that old guy? Even if the uncle could tolerate it, the aunt couldn't. What are you doing? Who are you? Let me go, or I'll call for help. What's wrong? What's wrong with touching hands? You can't have children. Li Mu blurted out, his eyes full of pride. He looked like he really wanted a beating. What nonsense are you talking about? Let me go, or I will really call for help. Alas, someone is going to be unlucky.
Marrying someone you don't want to marry is so miserable.
After marriage, you become a tool for having children. How miserable.
Li Mu sighed, his face full of sadness, but his eyes were full of mockery.
What nonsense are you talking about?
The girl broke free from Li Mu's arms, her face turned pale, but there was a hint of fear and uneasiness in her eyes. I don't care who you are, get out of here right now, or you'll hurt yourself.
Jiang Shui, are you just going to accept your fate?
As for repaying a favor, there are many ways.
Are you willing to serve a man you don't love? You. Don't get excited. What's this about me, you? Do you want to run away?
Jiang Shui was stunned and actually hesitated for a moment.
Ha, stop pretending, you're moved, right? You, what nonsense are you talking about? Look, you're blushing and panicking, right? Let me tell you, this is your only chance, do you want to go or not?
As Li Mu spoke, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed the other person's wrist.
You, can you please stop touching me? Sister, I'm not saying anything bad, but you don't hate me, do you? My name is Li Mu, and I'm not a bad person. I'll take you away tonight.
Whoever wants to stay in this broken yard can stay.
What? You are Li Mu?
Li Mu was startled and covered the other person's mouth with his hand.
Don't be so stupid, okay? Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. Jiang Shue's face turned red.
On the one hand, it was the first time for her to have such close contact with a member of the opposite sex. On the other hand, she felt a little suffocated because Li Mu's hand was covering her face.
Li Mu let go of his hand and Jiang Shui gasped for breath. Are you Mr. Li Tianhao's son? I said I'm so famous? You don't recognize me? This shouldn't be right, right?
Li Mu said shamelessly, with some dissatisfaction in his eyes. Jiang Shui increasingly felt that there was an indescribable aura about the boy in front of her. Although his behavior was disgusting, she felt a sense of inexplicable expectation in her heart. I don't go online much. I usually like some flowers and plants. I heard about your news, but I haven't read it. Li Mu touched his chin with interest. He didn't expect that he would meet such a wonderful woman while wandering around today. His mood immediately improved.
You haven't told me how you know my name is Jiang Shui? And you said repaying a favor? Do you know my past? Ahem, stop asking so many questions. I also want to leave here. Let's go together. You're leaving too? I heard you've been wandering outside for more than 20 years and finally came back? Are you willing to leave? Li Mu snorted disdainfully. Whoever wants to live in this broken yard can live there. Do you think I care? If my parents hadn't come to pick me up, you would have ignored Li Haiying. If you don't want to marry my cousin, just follow me. Jiang Shui's expression froze. He didn't expect Li Mu knew this. When I looked up, Li Mu had already walked away. Jiang Shui's deep desire for freedom was completely awakened by Li Mu. She gritted her teeth and shouted to Li Mu, "Stop and take me with you." Li Mu's mouth curled up, and he felt relieved. All the techniques to seduce girls and the routines were bullshit. In front of his special attributes, even a nun would be tempted. Then let's go? I'll take you out, and no one in this yard dares to stop us. Li Mu made a boastful statement and was extremely arrogant. Chapter 22, Eloping. The truth is revealed. 10 minutes later, Li Mu appeared at the gate of Li's manor. Jiang Shui behind him was wearing her family's clothes and lowered her head. Master, are you going out? It's almost time for dinner. Two bodyguards stood at the door with grim expressions. It was obvious that they had received special instructions from Li Haiying. They watched Li Mu and would not let him leave at will. Are you crazy? You dare to block my way? You don't have to come to work tomorrow. The two men's expressions changed and a hint of anxiety flashed in their eyes. We are the chairman's personal bodyguards. The young master has no right to make personnel changes to us. Damn, so much nonsense. Li Mu's body had been strengthened by a strengthening potion. He kicked each of them and knocked them down. Jiang Shui behind him had a strange look in her beautiful eyes, and she actually thought Li Mu was very cute. The chairman's personal bodyguard? Come on, I'll give you a call to my grandfather and see if I have the final say. Li Mu's tiger skin pulling was very effective, and the two hesitated for a moment. After all, the man in front of him is also the grandson of the chairman. What are they? If something unpleasant happens and he makes things difficult for himself in the future, won't they be in trouble? Master, we are also following orders. You can go out, but come back early, otherwise it will be difficult to explain. Li Mu waved his hand and took out 20,000 yuan from his pocket and threw it. I see. It's so troublesome. Take the reward for you. The two men took the money and looked happy. When they looked up, Li Mu had already walked out of the iron gate. Damn, he paid 10,000 per person. He's really generous. This is much better than the other young masters. It's fun, but make sure nothing happens. By the way, who is that servant next to him? I don't think I've seen him before. Why do you care so much? This is Hangzhou City. What could possibly happen to the Li family outside? After the two of them discussed it, they obviously felt that they were overthinking it, so they happily put the money into their pockets and prepared to continue standing guard. At this moment, on a stone path in the distance that connected to the backyard, a bodyguard looked terrified and shouted as he ran, "Quick, don't let young Master Li go out, call him back." The two bodyguards turned their heads and immediately laughed. Tai Tu, you're late. Master Li just gave each of us a 10,000 yuan red envelope. If you get off work later, I'll treat you to a drink.
The security guard named Tai Tu was almost crying.
You too, didn't you see who the servant next to him was? That was Miss Jiang Shui.
The two men's expressions froze and they were unable to react.
Damn it, are you still standing there? Go chase him quickly, or else you'll all go home and starve. Jinghai Group as Hangzhou headquarters. Li Tianhao had just arrived for less than 5 minutes and hadn't even sat down when the phone started ringing frantically. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from his father Li Haiying. After pressing the answer button, a roaring sound came from the receiver. Li Tianhao, your good son took Jiang Shui away. Ah? Dad, what did you say? Xiaomu took Jiang Shui away? I will be back in a week. If you can't find your son in Jiang Shui, you will bear the consequences.
After hanging up the phone, Li Tianhao looked confused. At this moment, the office door was pushed open, and Lu Yueyin walked in while talking on the phone, looking very nervous.
Xiaomu is really something.
Why did he suddenly run away, and took Jiang Shui with him?
This is causing trouble. Li Tianhao was shocked. Did he really run away with Xiao Shui? You know that too?
The old man called.
What did he say? He is very angry and the consequences may be serious. The couple fell silent. Tianhao, are you planning to live in the shadow of the Li family for the rest of your life?
Suddenly, Lu Yueyin said in his serious tone. Li Tianhao is not a fool, so he naturally knows what his wife means.
Forget it, let's not look for her anymore. Jiang Shui is locked up at home by the old man. She must be longing for freedom, otherwise she wouldn't run away. Let's wait until they come back from Europe before we talk about it. What if the old man refuses to give in? I will resist.
Lu Yueyin suddenly smiled. She held her husband's hand and said tearfully, I'll carry it with you.
European country F. Presidential suite at Royal International Hotel. What? My third brother is going too far. He simply left him alone. You must find him for me. Also, lock Li Mu up after you find him. What are you afraid of?
This is the chairman's intention.
Does he want to rebel? After hanging up the phone, Li Jinshan walked to the desk.
At this time, Li Haiying had a gloomy face and cold eyes, and was obviously on the verge of exploding.
Dad, why don't you go back?
No, this summit is very important.
Our strategic investment in Europe depends on this step. If we go back now, we will fail. Dad, you know me well.
I always put the relationship between brothers first, but my third brother went too far this time.
Li Haiying looked out the window expressionlessly. For the sake of Li family's reputation, I made an exception and allowed him to bring his son back. I never expected it to be like this.
When I go back this time, I will eliminate the inheritance rights of the three of them and expel Li Mu from the family completely. Li Jinshan was delighted, but his expression did not change.
Dad, there's no need to do this. Just find the person and punish him. I'm just worried about Xiao Tao. Jiang Shui is his fiancée. What will he think if she runs away with Li Mu? It ruins the family tradition and brings misfortune to the family. I really regret not getting rid of this scourge when I return to Hangzhou. Dad, there are some things I can't say.
Although Jackie Chan's behavior this time is quite outrageous, I feel that my third brother seems to be involved in this matter. Li Jinshan, who usually looks honest, seems like a different person. He keeps fanning the flames, fearing that Li Haiying will be soft-hearted.
Jinshan, when we return to Hangzhou, I will give you justice. Li Mu will be at your disposal then.
Li Jinshan lowered his head, a barely perceptible smile flashing in his eyes.
8 o'clock in the evening, in the presidential suite of Linshuiwen Hotel in Hangzhou.
Li Mu sat on the soft sofa with his legs crossed, looking comfortable.
Li Mu, what should we do now? What should I do? It's almost time to go to bed first. Sleep? What do you want to do? Li Mu was stunned, then he started laughing.
I'm warning you, be quiet, this place is very soundproof, and it's useless even if you scream your throat out. Jiang Shui was horrified and turned around and ran into the bedroom, but the door was slammed shut.
You, don't come in.
You sleep outside tonight and I'll sleep inside. Li Mu was speechless and touched his head.
Damn it, this is too timid, right? Do I look like that kind of person? After saying that, Li Mu turned and walked into the study.
10 minutes later, Li Mu turned on the hotel computer and logged into several authoritative news websites in China.
Li Mu smiled secretly. Sure enough, there was no news at all about him taking Jiang Shui away. He narrowed his eyes, wondering what bad ideas he was thinking. The author has something to say.
Please support Push for more gifts. Please give me a 5-star rating.
Chapter 23. Money can solve all problems. Bang 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 beauty, the sun is shining on your butt, why don't you get up? At 9 o'clock in the morning, Li Mu knocked on the door of the hotel room. There were footsteps inside and the door opened a crack. Are you okay? What? You want to stay in a room that costs 50,000 a night every day? You don't even have clothes to wear when you run away, and you still need to buy a car, right? Then wait for me for a moment. About 20 minutes later, Jiang Shui packed up and walked out. Today, Li Mu finally understood what a beauty is. Those women out there are either soaked in makeup or have a lot of processed parts on their bodies. None of them are natural. Unlike the girl in front of me, she is not wearing any makeup, just a simple denim t-shirt. She looks so pleasing to the eye. Come on, I'll take you shopping today. Li Mu hugged the other person and walked towards the door. Jiang Shui struggled for a few times, but Li Mu was too strong, so she gave up. In fact, she didn't have any intention of resisting at all. An hour later, in the central square of Hangzhou, a ridiculous scene is playing out here. At the entrance of the Hermes store, a group of shopping guides surrounded Li Mu and Jiang Shui, sweating profusely. We really don't have this style in stock, so we can only transfer it. Mr. Li, can you bear with it? I'll give you a 5% discount. The store manager smiled along, and with that attitude, someone who didn't know would have thought Li Mu was his dad. However, Li Mu was not happy. He finally came out to spend some money, but didn't he see there was a girl next to him? Doesn't he have any face? Am I short of money? 95% off? Do you think I look down on me? Believe it or not, I will call my grandfather right away and ask him to buy your store. When the shopping guide heard this, he felt like crying but had no tears, and he even wanted to slap himself twice. Is the other party short of money? Hermes is a major international luxury brand, so it is impossible to acquire it, but with the power of the Li family, it is still possible to close the store. By that time, things will not be so simple. I am afraid that this store manager will definitely be put on the industry blacklist. At this time, the area was filled with onlookers. Isn't this Li Tianhao's son? The little grandson we just recognized not long ago. I never expected that he would be so capable right after being brought back home. You know nothing. Being abandoned for so long, shouldn't your family compensate you? Look at the girl next to you. She's a top-grade girl. They spent millions here in just one morning. How can ordinary people compare? Don't be jealous. This is fate. The store manager's face turned black and he was so anxious that he wanted to jump off the building. Mr. Li, just one day. I'm sure the style you want will be available tomorrow. Hey. Sighing, Li Mu took out a bank card and placed it in front of the store manager. Don't talk nonsense. East China is a developed region. There are big cities like Suzhou and Shanghai nearby. I'll pay more. There's 100,000 here. I've wanted that bag for an hour. This. 100,000. The store manager took the bank card tremblingly and swallowed. Mr. Li, please wait a moment. I will make the arrangements. Jiang Shui pulled Li Mu. How about, just forget it? What are you afraid of? My grandfather is Li Haiying. He's such a big shot, can't he buy a bag? At this moment, countless sneaky people appeared in the corners around. They were all paparazzi in Hangzhou. Li Mu knew them of course, but he didn't care. In the end, the target could only be his grandfather. He doesn't care about his identity as the young master of the Li family, but before throwing away this label, he has to make good use of it. Half an hour later, the store manager came running back with joy on his face. I just made a phone call and the stuff will be here soon. Oh? How come it's here in just a moment? It's like this. A lady originally ordered this bag, but she had something urgent to do and couldn't get the goods, so she gave it to you first. Li Mu's mouth corners slightly raised. This is the charm of superpowers. An hour later, at the entrance of the commercial center, managers of more than a dozen luxury stores were waiting with their staff, carrying large and small bags. Soon Li Mu loaded all the purchased items into a large container. Mr. Li, where are all these things going? Yes, you didn't give us the address, and the driver didn't know where to deliver it. Was it Li's manor?
Li Mu smiled and said, I don't live there, so I'll send you to the Huanhai Villa community.
Okay, you are worthy of being Mr. Li.
Only the house there is worthy of your status. Li Mu was happy when he heard this. Don't get me wrong, I don't have a house over there, but I plan to go over there and buy one now. As the truck left, the shopping show came to an end.
It's so scary, is this how rich people buy things? It's really eye-opening. It's great to be rich. You can do whatever you want. I'm so envious. I hope I can be more accurate in my next life. I'm afraid there's no hope in this life.
I have to talk to my parents when I get home to see if they are hiding anything from me. There was envy in everyone's eyes. Of course, some people secretly sneered, they felt jealous and wondered why Li Mu was so lucky while they were not. These people secretly cursed Li Mu, believing that such a high-profile attitude would sooner or later bring trouble to the Li family.
9 o'clock in the evening, in the office of the chairman of Ginghai Group. Li Tianhao looked at the news on the screen, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Xiaomu was too much of a jerk. He made such a big fuss.
Not only did he spend 3.2 million at the shopping mall, but he just bought a Lakeview house in Huanhai Villa community for 60 million. 5 minutes ago, he ordered a Ferrari LaFerrari worth 25 million yuan, and the 4S store sent him a villa. Lu Yueyin was also confused. How could her son look like someone who had been wandering around for 10 years?
He was clearly a rich second-generation dandy. How is it possible? A company like Ferrari sent him a car? That's impossible, right? It's true.
According to the latest media reports, Xiaomu said that it must be delivered, otherwise it would offend the entire Li family.
What the hell?
Li Tianhao froze in place, his face full of surprise.
Forget it.
I said I would not let him suffer and I must keep my promise.
He is out with Xiaoxue and I cannot do without money.
Yueyin, go and transfer another 100 million to his card.
Lu Yueyin smiled, showing a look of relief.
That's what a father should be like.
I'll go right away.
At 11 o'clock in the evening, Li Mu was in a very good mood looking at the red Ferrari in the garage. Overnight, the house, car, and clothes were all bought.
As for money, that was not a problem. Now that he could earn 4 million a day, what did money matter? Ding-ling. Ding-ling. Li Mu heard the notification tone of his mobile phone and took out his mobile phone to take a look.
2 messages appeared on the screen. One was a bank account transfer of 100 million yuan, and the other was a text message from his mother.
Be safe outside, we will take care of things at home, don't worry, protect Xiaoxue. The author has something to say. New book launch various requests. Chapter 24, Subverting Cognition. Future Hacking Technology.
With a smile on his face, Li Mu put away his phone.
This villa is fully furnished. You can move in right away after paying the money.
The real estate company will take care of the other procedures for you, so you don't have to worry about it at all. Li Mu returned to the villa and saw that the door of Jiang Shue's room on the second floor was closed.
Obviously, she had not left yet.
He touched his nose and felt helpless. This girl obviously liked him, but she was good at hiding her feelings. Li Mu went to his bedroom on the first floor, turned on the computer, rubbed his hands, and started working. Ginghai Group has been established for almost 50 years. Li Haiying has come to where he is today through his own efforts, and the price he paid was enormous. But Li Mu knew very well that as a self-made boss, it was impossible for him to be completely innocent after so many years.
He thought of Jiang Shui. There was definitely something fishy about this girl. System, I want to expose Li Haiying. Ding, the host's spontaneous mission begins.
Please collect negative information about Li Haiying and expose it within 4 days.
If you succeed in the mission, you will receive a massive reward from the system. If you fail, you will be cruelly retaliated by Li Haiying.
The system sound suddenly stopped.
Li Mu blinked, looking confused. That's it? That's all? System, what else? I only have 3,000 mall points left. I can't even open a live broadcast room. How can I expose the news?
Ding, system prompt, this mission is a spontaneous mission by the host.
Please use the advanced hacking technology to complete it. Good luck. System? Fuck.
Li Mu cursed, knowing that he would have to rely on himself this time.
4 days is exactly the time when Li Haiying returns to China.
Given his current situation, he may not be able to do anything to him when he returns, but he will probably have a hard time in the future. Li Mu's mind moved, and the super-era hacker expert who was originally lying quietly in the warehouse suddenly disappeared. Li Mu's body trembled slightly and he suddenly sat up from the chair. In the void, countless information began to be injected into his brain and merged with his soul. In the blink of an eye, he received countless unfamiliar information, but he understood all of it in an instant.
Is this all right? Li Mu was shocked.
He thought he would have to spend some time to deal with this matter, but he found that this technology might be better than the system.
He turned on the computer and called up the DOS interface.
A flood of future technologies surged through his mind. He typed on the computer for dozens of seconds, and when he pressed enter, the computer screen flashed and the picture changed. This is not his computer, but a private computer with 5 layers of encryption located in Li Haiying's study in the Li family manor. In just 1 minute, he cracked all 5 codes.
Li Mu entered his account and password on the login interface and successfully entered the other party's computer. This is quite amazing.
With today's computer technology, if the other party does not turn on the computer, no matter how awesome you are, you will not be able to successfully invade. But this future technology can ignore this.
Even if your computer is broken, it can still be hacked remotely.
Li Mu's hands tapped on the keyboard as fast as lightning. It was as if he had known this technique since birth and he did not feel unfamiliar at all.
Oh my goodness, this old man actually had the habit of keeping a diary? Li Mu opened a folder and began to look through the documents inside. 20 minutes later, Li Mu's expression became interesting. He knew there was something fishy going on. A diary written 20 years ago reveals an unknown past. Zhang Shui's father is Zhang Hai.
He and Li Haiying are partners in working together, and Jinghai Group was actually founded by the two of them. It's just that this man named Zhang Hai is a senior engineer who rarely appears in public and is basically unknown to the outside world.
Once people become greedy, they will make mistakes.
Li Haiying wanted to monopolize Jinghai Group, so he designed a traffic accident, and Zhang Shui's parents all died. He did feel sympathy for Zhang Shui at that time, but as time went by, he gradually raised Zhang Shui as a child bride. The old beast is really a worthless person.
How could I be his grandson?
Li Mu narrowed his eyes and cursed in his heart.
But there is a problem now. It has been 20 years and there are only written records.
There are too many variables, and there were no mobile phones that could take videos in that era, so Li Mu now needs to record a video. Under normal circumstances, this would be simply a fantasy, but in the face of the advanced hacker expertise, everything is nothing.
Li Mu typed a string of strange symbols in the black DOS interface. When the enter button was pressed, a blue light swept across. At this moment, the diary content written by Li Haiying was covered by blue light. In just 10 seconds, an unnamed video file appeared on the desktop of Li Mu's computer.
Wow, this technology is called literacy imaging. Compared with this, today's internet technology is almost equivalent to that in primitive society.
Li Mu clicked on the video and watched it attentively.
An hour later, Li Mu was already covered in cold sweat. He could hardly imagine how advanced technology would be in the future.
It was too magical.
There was no problem with the video in terms of completeness or clarity. The characters in it are definitely real people.
This video fully records the whole process of Li Haiying killing Zhang Shui's parents. This is a video that should not exist in the world. Once released, it will definitely subvert everyone's worldview and will cause an unimaginable sensation. MPP, I told you you're insidious, old man. Not only will I send you off this time, I will also bring disgrace upon Jinghai Group and the Li family.
Li Mu sneered and continued to look through the documents. 1 hour later, Li Mu was happy because he discovered something amazing. Li Chenglong was not the biological son of Li Haiying and his grandmother. It turned out that he was the son of Li Haiying and a prostitute. If this were to be exposed, it would definitely explode Chinese public opinion. Half an hour later, Li Mu turned off the computer, stood up and stretched. These 2 videos are enough to make Li Haiying pay a heavy price. What happened in Zhang Shui's family is enough to send him to jail, where he might have to spend the rest of his life.
European country F, 6 p.m.
The financial summit will end in 3 days, but Li Haiying is a little uneasy.
He always feels that something bad is going to happen.
Zhang Hai's figure suddenly appeared in his mind, making him shiver all over.
Impossible. It's been 20 years and no one knows about this. That era was so backward and there are no images left. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible.
The door of the hotel room was pushed open and Li Jinshan walked in quickly.
Dad, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad? Are you thinking about China again? Nothing, just a little uneasy. Don't think too much about it. We'll be back soon. So get ready. You'll need to give a speech at the closing ceremony on the last day. The author has something to say. 360 degrees without dead angles, begging for all kinds of support, especially urging for more updates. If you read it again, please click, no money, give me some motivation. Chapter 25, the revelation begins with spreading rumors. Why me again? Didn't I already tell the organizer that I'm not feeling well and won't be speaking on stage this time? Li Haiying seemed a little dissatisfied. Dad, more than 20 corporate groups at this summit hope to hear your predictions and insights on the future development of finance. The organizer, Mr. Paul from the Financial Association of Country F, said that if you don't come on stage, it will be a loss for everyone, so... Okay, go and arrange the manuscript. Since it's everyone's idea, just go through the motions. Li Xiaoan nodded, then his expression changed and he lowered his voice and said, Li Mu is too much. Today, he took Jiang Shui to spend more than 3 million yuan at the Hangzhou shopping center, bought a villa and a sports car, and asked people to give him special treatment from time to time. He used you as a shield in his words. The domestic media now have complaints about you. Don't worry about it. It won't cause any big trouble. I'll settle accounts with him when I get back. Just have someone keep an eye on him. I'm not trying to sow discord. Li Mu has gone too far this time. My third brother and his wife don't care about him. This will have a huge impact on the reputation of our Li family. Li Xiaoan had a worried look on his face. In fact, he wanted to whisper in Li Haiying's ear whenever he got the chance, fearing that Li Haiying would forgive Li Mu out of weakness. Humph, if he could be more honest, I would just treat him as having an extra dog in the house to eat, but he doesn't know what's good for him, so he has to pay the price for it. Li Xiaoan lowered his head and laughed secretly in his heart. Looking at the old man's expression, he knew that not only Li Mu would be in trouble, but their whole family would probably be doomed. At the same time, Li Mu in his new home in Hangzhou was full of energy. It was already 2 a.m., but he didn't feel sleepy at all. His hands tapped the keyboard as fast as springs, and in just 10 minutes he had built a virtual network that revolutionized modern computer technology. Li Mu operated for a few times and edited the video into dozens of short clips, and mosaicked the faces of the people in them. He exhaled a breath, leaned back in his chair, and felt a little excited. This virtual network he created is completely independent, yet closely connected to today's internet. He can do anything on it just by typing some codes, and his existence will definitely not be detected with today's internet technology. Li Mu processed the edited video, operated on the keyboard, and finally pressed enter. A row of black codes scrolled across the screen. File sent successfully, entering automatic copy mode. When Li Mu saw this line of words, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Li Mu turned off the computer and prepared to go back to his room to rest. He would have to wait until he woke up tomorrow to see how effective it was. At 3 a.m., most people have already fallen asleep, but there are some exceptions. Especially in internet cafes, this period of time is the busiest time. The Tianyu Internet Cafe in Hangzhou is almost full. At this time, a young man was playing PUBG and was about to win when the computer screen suddenly went black. Fuck, network administrator? Where's the network administrator? I'm about to win PUBG, why is the screen black? Oh my god, my screen is black too. What's going on? The fees here are not cheap. Can't you just update your crappy computer? What the hell, what's the point of this? I spent money to come here and feel uncomfortable? The computer crashed while watching a movie? I might as well just close the shop and stop doing business. Slowly, as the insults grew louder, the network administrator hurried over from the bar. However, after working for 10 minutes, the 3 network administrators were unable to find the problem and could only conclude that the internet cafe server had been hacked. However, what everyone did not know was that at the same time, the same scene happened not only in internet cafes but also in all computers running all over the country. A hacker attack that will sweep across China and leave a deep mark in history is quietly happening. At this time, whether it was an internet cafe, an individual, or the vast majority of working people working the night shift, they were all stumped by a computer. At 3 a.m., after thousands of computers had been black for about half an hour, there was finally a hint of change. The picture began to change slightly, and a row of blood-red words appeared in front of the computer. The honest man's revelations special is now open. Is it the decline of morality or the distortion of human nature?
A well-known business tycoon embezzled assets, harmed his partner's family, imprisoned the other party's young daughter, and tried to use her as a child bride. His cruel methods are outrageous and outrageous.
Below the text, there were actually a series of videos.
These videos had all been edited, with faces blurred and sounds erased.
However, as long as one had a decent IQ, one could basically understand the content of the videos.
Obviously, this was a planned murder. In the early stage, a man and several people were whispering in a small house. Then the scene changed and it could be seen that an unidentified man and woman in the video were hit and killed by a three-wheel truck. Meanwhile, news of computers being hacked at the same time across the country had made headlines on all major media websites, but the revelation that followed shocked everyone. It's that mysterious honest man again.
To be honest, after just 2 appearances, the honest man's name has become a household name.
No matter whether it is the spectators or the various forces hidden in the dark, they all want to know his true identity. According to an unconfirmed news leaked from a certain channel.
Currently, the upper class in China all want to dig out the honest man.
I heard that someone has invested up to 100 million yuan to entrust a private detective agency to do this, but there is no news at all.
The existence of honest people is a serious threat to these people. Huaxia Xin Lang Weibo, this is currently the largest social platform.
In less than 10 minutes, the 3 words honest man had already become the #1 trending search. At the top of the homepage, the topic about this incident is pinned, and the number of comments has reached more than 500,000.
6666, this is too much fun. Who is the honest man?
The methods are so strange.
I don't know which big boss will be in trouble this time. Damn, this is so exciting. I was just in the internet cafe and the screen went black. I thought the computer had crashed, but I didn't expect it to do this.
This honest guy really knows how to deal with things. I bet 100 yuan that the person who broke the news must be a big shot, and he must have killed at least 2 people in a second.
There are too many hypocritical capitalists. There should be more people like this honest man.
The appearance of the honest man caused a sensation, and the revelation exploded the internet, but China's 4 major live broadcast platforms were trembling with fear, because every time this mysterious figure appeared, their market value would lose hundreds of billions, and direct losses would be as high as hundreds of millions. You say it's acceptable if it happens once or twice, but who can stand it if it happens every 3 or 5 times?
The author has something to say. I'm begging for support. I have no motivation. Chapter 26. Wow. This generation of netizens are all talented. Li Mu slept comfortably throughout the night in silence.
When he got up and turned on his computer, he was a little shocked.
In just one night, the internet went wild. Li Mu scanned several portal websites and couldn't help laughing. The 4 major live streaming platforms, led by Yahoo, are full of desire to survive. They even publicly begged honest people online to let them go.
After all, they have a big family and a big business, and everyone needs to eat.
Li Mu laughed.
He touched his chin and happened to see a pop-up window popping up in the lower right corner of the computer.
Latest news.
Xinlang Weibo has opened a special topic for honest people, which has reached 400 million views and is still rising. Some netizens have called on honest people to change their positions and open an account on Weibo to expose information.
Li Mu's eyes lit up. This was a good suggestion.
The live broadcast platform was mixed with good and bad people, and the customer base was not fixed, but Weibo was a long-established social platform with big names from all walks of life in China, and its influence was even greater. If he broke the news on it, the effect would definitely be good.
Li Mu picked up the keyboard and started typing.
Soon, using advanced hacking techniques, he directly established an account with super administrator privileges at the bottom of Weibo's database. Half an hour later, the Weibo homepage suddenly underwent a strange change. Below the top hot search topic, a black banner appeared, which read, "Honest people welcome everyone." At first, those netizens thought that this was a trick played by Weibo officials to hype themselves up, until a statement appeared on the homepage, and then everyone realized what was going on.
This is the same treatment as the 4 major live streaming platforms. The Weibo server was hacked by an honest person. The most infuriating thing is that the account he created himself could not be deleted by Weibo.
That entrance was at the top of the topic, and in less than a minute, the number of followers of the honest man had reached more than 2 million.
Sina Weibo Shanghai headquarters. An emergency meeting is being held at this time. Lu Jialiang is the department head. He graduated from Yenqing University and has a PhD in computer network engineering.
His technology is definitely among the top 10 in the country.
Manager Lu, are you really out of options? The person who was speaking was a woman named Chen Yun.
She was the manager of Weibo's operations department and also a very capable woman.
There's really no other way.
The chairman has already called me.
If I can't solve it, no one in the world can.
Manager Li, my suggestion is to make the best of a bad situation. I don't understand operations, but this honest man may be able to bring us unexpected traffic. When Chen Yin heard this, her expression changed slightly, and a gleam of wisdom flashed in her eyes.
She smiled slightly and put the document away. This is a good suggestion. I will go back and draft a news report right away. The 4 major live streaming platforms are going to suffer the consequences. They were given such a good opportunity, but they couldn't seize it. They deserved to lose money. An hour later, Limu looked at the computer screen in amazement, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that it was worthy of being a veteran social networking site, and its operating level was several levels higher than that of the live broadcast platform. They actually knew how to take advantage of the situation and make the best of a bad situation, claiming that they had reached a cooperation agreement with them and were driving traffic to their website. Although this method is not very clever, it is definitely very smart. Li Mu didn't care. He wouldn't lose no matter how he played it.
Now he needed an entry point to start this revelation, at least to guide these spectators to rely on Li Haiying.
However, surprisingly, Li Mu still underestimated the IQ of the majority of netizens. At 10 a.m., a piece of news broke out online.
A user with the Weibo authentication identity of Detective Xiaoli updated his Weibo with screenshots of a video posted by an honest person, as well as a photo of Li Haiying taken 18 years ago. He marked the 2 photos with red marks and found that the pants and shoes worn by the suspected murder mastermind in Li Mu's video were exactly the same as those worn by Li Haiying 18 years ago. After this photo was released, it instantly caused a huge sensation on the internet.
In just 5 minutes, Li Haiying was pushed to the forefront, and the number of people following Detective Li skyrocketed. Li Mu was stunned. Is this possible? Whatever he thought of came true. Even God was helping him. He clicked on the blog post published by the other party, and attracted 1 million visitors in 10 minutes. The number of fans who originally had only 20,000 has now reached 200,000. The number of reposts of that blog post has reached 800,000, and the number of comments has exceeded 200,000. Shit, is it really Li Haiying? Isn't he a philanthropist? How did he become a murderer?
The Li family in Hangzhou has been very popular recently. They brought their grandson home and spent lavishly in Hangzhou yesterday, and they were so shameless.
Can you really do whatever you want if you have money?
Investigate, we must investigate thoroughly.
If this is true, we must deal with it severely. He is a public figure, and we must give everyone an explanation. I heard that he was attending a very important financial summit in Europe. If he really did it, he would have been thrown abroad. However, this was just the beginning, and as time went on, more clues were found.
Some netizens discovered that the unidentified person in the video was wearing an old-fashioned gold Rolex watch on his right hand. This watch was extremely expensive at the time, and some people in China could count them on one hand. The netizen also discovered that 12 years ago, at a charity dinner, a photo of Li Haiying taken by a reporter showed her wearing the same watch.
Once could be a coincidence, but twice? This is probably not a coincidence.
Everyone found that they were getting closer and closer to the truth.
Li Mu looked at the overwhelming news on the internet and felt convinced.
Every netizen this time is talented, and their worries are swept away. Once someone starts, the pace cannot be stopped at all. Even if Li Haiying is really innocent, I'm afraid he will have no good life until the truth is revealed. He opened Weibo, created a new blog post, uploaded a thumbs up emoji, and added a few words below, "You guys are awesome, keep up the good work."
This sentence has an obvious guiding role.
It neither admits nor denies, and it praises the majority of netizens, but the outside world has a different understanding of it. Everyone generally believed that this was something that the honest people had tacitly agreed to. For a time, rumors that Li Haiying was the mastermind began to spread on the internet. Li Haiying, who was in Europe, was completely unaware of all this. There were huge crowds of people at the entrance of Jinghai Building in Hangzhou. Li Tianhao was sweating profusely. Facing the intense interviews from the media, he was a little overwhelmed. Not far away, a group of onlookers held up a banner with a very powerful slogan. Punish unscrupulous entrepreneurs. Can you do whatever you want if you have money? We want to know the truth. The author has something to say. Please support.
Chapter 27. I came here well, but I can't go back. Mr. Li, your father is in Europe now. As the next suspected target of the honest man's revelations, do you have anything to say? Yes, many pieces of evidence point to Mr. Li, and netizens are very excited. The image that Jinghai Group has built up over the years has collapsed overnight. As the temporary head of the group, do you have anything to say to the public now? Li Tianhao was sweating profusely and looked anxious, but he knew that he had to stay calm and not panic. If he said the wrong thing at this time, the consequences would be disastrous. Everyone, please stay calm. My father is in Europe. The news on the internet has not been confirmed. I neither deny nor admit it. In 3 days, my father will return to China and I will give you an explanation then. Mr. Li, you can't be like this. You won't say anything when facing doubts? Is the Li family trying to evade responsibility? We will not leave without an explanation. Is this the responsibility of a large group? This is so disappointing. Let Li Haiying come out and confront us. The crowd at the scene was excited. Li Tianhao had already entered the Jinghai building. The bodyguards kept the reporters out. The situation at the scene was terribly chaotic. It's over. It's over. I can't get through to the old man on the phone. What should I do? Li Tianhao was extremely anxious. It seemed that the Li family had been in bad luck recently, and bad things happened one after another. What are you afraid of? If the sky falls, there will be someone taller to hold it up. You called, but the old man didn't answer the phone. Who can you blame? That's true. We can only take it one step at a time. I hope Xiaomu doesn't cause any trouble during this period. Li Tianhao was very panicked, but Lu Yueyin didn't care. She was even a little happy. Except for her husband and son, she didn't like other members of the Li family. The entrance to the F Country International Financial Summit venue was bustling with activity. Today is the last day of the summit and Li Haiying's speech has ended. As a Chinese, being able to stand out in the international financial circle requires more than just money. Dear Mr. Li, Jinghai Group is one of the few high-tech groups in China that has attracted much attention. Do you have any plans for the future? Will you devote yourself to the expansion and development of foreign markets? Not long ago, I heard that you found your long-lost grandson. This incident once made the front page of China's headlines. Your 80th birthday is coming soon. Will you designate the future successor of Jinghai Group by then? Mr. Li is highly respected and is known as the leader of China's emerging technology industry. He is highly regarded in China. Currently, China's chip industry lags behind developed countries in the world. How long do you think it will take to catch up with the world? Li Haiying was all smiles. At that moment he forgot all the recent unpleasantness. He had never experienced such a feeling of being the center of world attention before. Wasn't this what he had been pursuing for all these years? Everyone, I am very happy to be here. The industries that my group company is involved in are indeed the best in China, but there are still many shortcomings. I will continue to expand and invest in research and development, hoping to make up for the gaps of the past 100 years. Li Haiying, dressed in a tang suit, is full of vigor and vitality. In the Chinese business world, he may not be the richest, but his reputation is definitely the highest. The top 5 people on the wealth list are either in real estate, online games, or online shopping. To be honest, these people are not even worthy of carrying Li Haiying's shoes. There were crowds of people below. Dozens of authoritative media from Europe came today, which gave Li Haiying a chance to steal the spotlight. However, he didn't notice that just a few seconds ago, several reporters in the crowd suddenly took out their mobile phones. Slowly, one turned into 2, and soon 3, 4, 5, 6. Until everyone took out their phones, and Li Haiying finally became a little embarrassed. What a joke! I haven't even finished pretending to be awesome yet, but these people are ignoring me? In this kind of situation, how can I openly take out my phone and start playing with it? If this happened in China, he would have lost his temper a long time ago. It was really too much. The old man, who was in his 80s, felt good about himself. He glanced at Li Jinshan beside him and planned to ask him to maintain order. But just this one look made him almost faint from anger. His favorite eldest son was actually lowering his head, holding a mobile phone, and there was even a hint of fear in his eyes. Jinshan, what the hell is going on? Dad, no. Something's wrong, something's happened. Something happened?
Li Haiying's heart skipped a beat and an ominous feeling arose.
Suddenly, a foreign reporter in the audience exclaimed, "Oh my God! Mr. Li, are you the murderer?"
This sentence almost killed Li Haiying on the spot. He staggered and was supported by the bodyguard behind him and barely stood firm.
"Sir, what do you mean? Can you be a little more professional? Your question is too unprofessional."
Li Haiying's face was serious, with a hint of anger in his eyes. No, Mr. Li, there's a guy called Honest Man in your China recently. He posted a video online, and someone found out that the protagonist in the video is very similar to you. Look, this is a video of a suspected premeditated murder. The man in the mosaic has the same pants, shoes, and watch. Several foreign reporters pointed their mobile phone screens at Li Haiying, but they couldn't see clearly because the distance was too far.
"Dad, you looked at my phone again."
That honest man showed up again and posted 2 weird videos.
"I don't know why, but the target was you." Li Haiying's mind was full of question marks.
He grabbed the phone and looked down. When he saw the video that was playing, he was stunned for a moment, but then his body began to tremble slightly. Images that had been buried in his mind began to appear, figures of countless old friends emerged in his mind, and the memory from decades ago that he did not want to recall appeared in his mind.
"Dad? Dad? What's wrong with you? Is this from an honest person?"
Yes, it was published on Xinlong Weibo last night.
Li Haitian looked horrified. He asked in horror, "Didn't Weibo come up with any measures?"
I heard that this honest man had played some tricks again.
Xinlong didn't even have the authority to delete his account.
After that, Chen Yun, the manager of the operations department, announced that they would have in-depth cooperation with the honest man.
"Asshole."
A roar came out of his mouth, and all the foreign reporters looked at Li Haiying, their eyes full of doubt. Li Zhinshan was stunned. He didn't expect his father to be so excited. This was clearly a sign of guilt.
Could it be?
A bold yet terrifying thought emerged in his mind, and he looked at his father in horror.
"What are you looking at? I'm going to hold a press conference.
I won't let any of those who spread rumors go.
The author has something to say. Please support." Chapter 28, A Solemn Statement. A challenge from an honest person. Today's morning newspaper, the following is an international news brief.
Li Haiying, who was in country F, held a press conference to denounce the unrealistic revelations of the honest man, saying that this is slander. He will take up legal weapons to defend his reputation. At the same time, he called on the Chinese people not to believe in rumors, to have a scale to judge right and wrong, good and evil in their hearts, and not to become a tool in the hands of certain people. Today's news: Li Haiying is abroad and strongly condemned the behavior of the honest man, claiming that he would use legal weapons to protect himself. At present, the European Financial Summit has come to an end. As the only Chinese business giant to show up at the summit, it is of epoch-making significance. The impact caused by the honest man this time is very bad for him.
We will continue to report to you in the future.
Major authoritative media around the world began to report on this emergency, and Li Haiying, who was originally scheduled to return to China in 3 days, moved up the time by 2 days. At this time, Li Mu was drinking civet coffee in his study, with his feet resting on the desk, and browsing the news comfortably.
Li Haiying is just trying to be brave.
Li Mu guessed that although he seems to be furious and full of grievances, he is actually very panicked. Returning to China 2 days earlier is nothing more than digging out the honest man.
Is this possible?
Even if the earth were to explode tomorrow, no one in this world would know the true identity of the honest man. In the past few days, he has been thinking that if Li Haiying's affairs were exposed, his life would almost be over. But even if Jinghai Group was hit, its size was enough to make countless people jealous. He had a bold idea in his mind, to find a way to eliminate Li Zhinshan. In this way, the only person qualified to inherit Jinghai Group would be his father. Li Mu raised the corner of his mouth, moved the mouse, and quickly logged into his Weibo account. When he saw the column for the number of fans, his heart twitched violently. In just less than 2 days, the number of fans reached 70 million.
This speed of gaining fans is incredible.
Looking at the hot topic officially released by Weibo, the number of comments has now reached 20 million, and the emotions of the onlookers have obviously reached a climax. People with different positions began to attack each other on the internet, and the scene was really exciting.
Fuck, you just talk nonsense. Don't you know some hacking skills? You think you are invincible?
Those who slander Mr. Li will pay the price in the end.
I support this.
What the above person said is right.
What's the use of being an honest person?
Mr. Li is upright and has nothing to fear from his own shadow.
I'll see what information he can reveal. The two people upstairs are mentally retarded. I have determined that you are licking them. Keep licking them. Do you think the Li family will still pay you? In this day and age, can capital still have a conscience? I support honest people. Ah, that's really interesting. How much does it cost to post one like this? I'm short of food lately, can you introduce me to someone else? It looks like it's easy money. Brothers, please stop arguing. You can't control it. It's very complicated. I advise you to delete the content and let me post it. Li Mu's eyes rolled and a smile appeared on his face. The time was almost right.
He wanted to continue to create hotspots and lead things to a climax. He opened Weibo and started editing a new blog post. 10 minutes later, a Weibo post titled, "God has his own way and no one can escape it," appeared under the Honest Man's account. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Some people are taking advantage of their seniority and showing off their sentiments to stir up your emotions, but this will not work. The public's eyes are sharp and they will not be deceived. Don't try to use the good deeds you have done to offset the mistakes you have made. Today I officially announce that the person who exposed this time is Li Haiying, the chairman of Jinghai Group.
Please wait and see. The moment the blog post was published, it attracted all the traffic from the entire Chinese internet, and even the Xinlong Weibo server was instantly paralyzed. However, a terrible scene happened at this moment. When you click on the Weibo homepage, it shows 404, but the honest person's Weibo homepage can be accessed smoothly. This really subverts the worldview. 66666, in 1 second, the number of fans of Xiaoan reached 300 million. What kind of traffic is this? Even Weibo's homepage can't be opened, but Xiaoan's homepage is fine. I would like to call Xiaoan the best. Oh my god, now it's clear that it's Li Haiying. Does he dare to respond? I think he's going to piss himself. Does he dare to return to China?
If you're awesome, fight with an honest man to the end.
It's exciting. Things are getting more and more interesting. I'm willing to use this month's salary to bet on this. This time, the Li family will be in trouble.
This news was released in real time, but Li Haiying, who was far away in Europe, remained silent and did not respond. Inside the Royal Hotel of Country F, Li Haiying, who had already prepared everything and was ready to return home overnight, stared with cold sweat on his forehead.
Dad, who is this guy? And is that video actually of you?
Li Haiying didn't say anything, but when Li Jinshan saw his trembling hands, he already had the answer in his mind.
Dad, why don't you not go back? Instead, go to South America from Europe. Isn't our branch office under construction? But, can I hide forever? What should we do then?
Li Jinshan was also panicking. The matter had become so serious that if it was really confirmed, his father would have no way to survive. Li Haiying frowned fiercely, gritted his teeth, and said angrily, "That was 20 years ago. Yes, Zhang Shua's parents were my partners, and I killed them, but I don't believe that an honest man has solid evidence."
Li Jinshan's heart sank suddenly.
He forced himself to suppress the fear in his heart and his face turned extremely pale.
Dad, did you really kill that person? How can a person not have ambition?
If I split it with him, I will lose half of the money.
Will there still be the Li family in Jinghai today?
A hint of determination flashed in Li Jinshan's eyes.
You're right. Everyone has ambitions.
20 years ago, not to mention mobile phones, video cameras and still cameras were not popular.
I don't believe he has any evidence. Li Haiying stood up. At this moment, his aura changed drastically, and his heroic spirit was clearly revealed.
He must be bluffing if I go back to China as planned. If I run away, I will be admitting my guilt.
I will not be fooled. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Li Mu saw Li Haiying's latest statement.
He said that he would return to China as planned, and reiterated that he would not let go of those who maliciously slandered him.
Ha, that's interesting. Unfortunately, you've been planning for your whole life, but you met me, and that's the end of it.
At this moment, hurried footsteps were heard at the stairs on the second floor. Li Mu looked through the study door and saw Zhang Shui, wearing a dress and running down from upstairs with a pale face.
She was obviously frightened. The author has something to say. I beg the readers to urge me to update. Give me some gifts if you think it's good. Please give it a 5-star rating. Thank you all. Chapter 29, Powerful Attack. Video that subverts your worldview. Xiaoan? Are you willing to come down? Why do you look so grim? Li Mu frowned, not understanding what was going on.
He didn't know if the girl was afraid of him or shy. She hadn't come down for 2 days, and he had to help order the courier for meals.
Master Li, is the video on the internet real? Li Mu was a little confused.
The video was of course real, but he couldn't admit it. Although the other party was a beautiful woman, he was very calm. The identity of an honest man could only be known by himself.
How should I know? You should ask an honest person. Why are you so excited?
I was 4 years old that year.
I will not be mistaken.
The pair of leather shoes on the man's feet in the video had a hole on them.
I made it. You did it?
Yes, when I was a kid, I was naughty and used scissors to puncture my father's leather shoes. Later, my mother helped my father to repair the shoes.
Is that so? Were you naughty when you were a kid? I don't think you were.
Li Mu touched his chin with an unexpected look. Mr. Li, my parents died in a car accident.
If it was really done by Grandpa Li, I.
Having said that, Jiang Shui lowered her head, her eyes filled with confusion and sadness. Li Mu sighed secretly, such a good girl, but she has been imprisoned by the old dog Li Haiying for more than 10 years and has become stupid.
Suddenly, a large and powerful hand pressed Jiang Shui's shoulder.
His determined gaze met hers, and Jiang Shui's heart was beating like a deer.
That's nothing. You know what he wants to do. If it's really him, you don't have to feel guilty.
Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Li Mu's words were so powerful that Jiang Shui's mood instantly calmed down for some reason. The man in front of me is not only handsome and rich, but also makes people feel safe. I'm afraid any woman would not be able to refuse such a man.
I see. Thank you. Li Mu shook his head. Jiang Shui was indeed too introverted.
She seemed to be very resistant to contact with the outside world, and the one who caused all this was Li Haiying. At 8 o'clock in the evening, news came from the internet that Li Haiying and his group had boarded a plane in country F and would return to Hangzhou in 12 hours.
Li Mu opened Weibo and began typing away on the keyboard. A total of 23 videos had been uploaded successfully.
After clicking the publish button, the web page jumped and the word "sent" successfully appeared in front of me. Future's hacking technology allows him to skip all review steps, and all the posts he makes on Weibo are real-time. In the Shanghai Stock Exchange, at Xinlong headquarters, a cry of surprise came from the technical department.
Oh my god, an honest person posted on Weibo, 23 videos, bypassed the server, we couldn't stop it at all. Lu Jialian looked extremely pale.
This technology overturned his worldview. Chen Yun was in high spirits, her eyes full of excitement.
The statistics are out. The traffic in 1 minute is equivalent to our normal traffic in a day. Xinlong's private plane has appeared.
Ignore the honest people and do our best to increase the number of servers.
We must not lose.
Today, whether Xinlong can reverse the decline in social platforms over the years and whether Chen Yun can become famous in one battle depends on this time.
At 7:30 p.m., the high-definition video without mosaics was finally available on the internet. All sectors of society paid close attention to this revelation. As soon as the video was released, some people discovered some shocking details.
Someone discovered a calendar in the video, and it was actually from 20 years ago. At first everyone thought it was bullshit and must be fake, but when everyone found the news broadcast in a certain video and found the date at that time on it, they were stunned. The Honest Man's Weibo homepage has long been crowded with people. The explosive video was forwarded 50 million times in 5 minutes, with hundreds of millions of comments, and is still increasing rapidly. 6666, I just shocked myself 3 times with the electric mosquito swatter at home, and my left hand is still numb. This is not a dream, this is a video from 20 years ago. My god, this should not happen in this world. Awesome. Who on earth is that honest guy? In those poor times, there was no equipment that could take videos with this level of clarity.
Is he really an alien? Nonsense, I think he traveled back in time. It's so exciting. Li Haiying has been in the air for 8 hours. I think he will soon enter China. We can't let this murderer get away. There was such a secret back then? The little girl named Jiang Shui was actually raised as a child bride? Worse than an animal, this old dog is not a human being.
Li Mu looked at the computer screen with a smile on his face, feeling refreshed. As long as Li Haiying gets off the plane, his life will end there.
At that time, half of the Li family in Jinghai International will be his. About 500 kilometers away from Hangzhou, a luxury private jet is speeding in the air. Mr. Li, you are kidding.
The route cannot be changed.
We have already entered Chinese airspace. If we change the route and an accident occurs, we will all die.
Even if we don't die, we will still be subject to legal sanctions. The captain was Zhang Guobin, an experienced pilot. He sternly rejected Li Haiying's request. Just now, they learned everything that happened on the ground through the satellite network on the internet. They are now preparing to escape, and everyone is well aware of the consequences of returning.
You can't go back. I order you to change course immediately. Immediately. Li Haiying roared. The captain was no fool.
He knew that something irreparable must have happened, but he didn't want to die here. With a glance, the 4 flight attendants on the plane suddenly took action and directly controlled Li Haiying and his son and a bodyguard.
Mr. Li, I'm sorry. I will resign when I get back, but I don't want to die with you.
The 3 men were tied up, and no matter how they roared, no one paid any attention. At the same time, at the exit of Hangzhou International Airport, 6 police cars stopped at the door and directly blocked the passage. The head of the serious crime squad, Zhou Naigua, looked livid. 8 policemen were on high alert. As long as the plane landed, Li Haiying would have no way to escape. The outer area was packed with people, and reporters who came after hearing the news filled the entire square. Inside the Jinghai group, Li Tianhao and his wife were filled with fear. The way things had turned out was completely beyond their expectations. It was truly too magical. On the other side, Li Mu got into his Ferrari. Zhang Shui, who was sitting in the passenger seat, lowered her head with red eyes, obviously having cried.
Xiaoan, sit tight. Let's go to the airport.
You'll have to ask this old guy why he murdered his closest partner.
Mr. Li, isn't he your grandfather?
Ha, I don't support relatives in the gang. Besides, I have been abandoned for more than 10 years and have no feelings for the Li family.
The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 30. This young man has a very positive outlook.
Zhang Shui's expression changed slightly. She fastened her seatbelt obediently and sat quietly in the passenger seat.
Li Mu pressed the start button, and a low roar cut through the night sky.
10 minutes later, a brilliant red car drove out of the community and sped towards the road in the distance. At 10:30 p.m., a black Alpha stopped at the gate of Hangzhou International Airport.
Li Tianhao and his wife hurried to the exit.
These reporters had been waiting for several hours and were already impatient. Since the old one didn't show up, the younger one would do.
Mr. Li Tianhao, what happened? Do you have anything to say? Less than a month after the Li Changlong scandal, the Li family has been involved in another scandal. In the future, if Li Haiying goes to jail, will Jinghai Group make any major adjustments?
Li Tianhao, who is usually good-tempered, was very irritable today and had no time to waste on talking to these reporters.
I'm sorry, I can't answer your questions right now. Let's wait until my father gets off the plane.
The bodyguards around him pushed the reporters away, and just as Li Tianhao was about to go to the exit, a deafening roar of a motor rang out. Everyone turned around suddenly and saw a fiery red supercar passing by.
Crunch! The car stopped smoothly in front of everyone.
Just when everyone was doubtful, the car door opened and a man and a woman got out of the car.
The man was handsome and had an otherworldly aura.
Although the woman was not wearing any makeup, she made people feel frightened at a glance.
Isn't this Li Mu? Why is he here? Are you trying to stand up for your new grandfather? Aren't you too ignorant of your own limitations? Who is this woman? She's so pretty, isn't she? It turns out that rich people never lack women.
The discussions were endless. Li Mu's body had been strengthened long ago, so naturally he could hear them all. When Li Tianhao saw his son coming, he was also surprised and hurried to greet him.
Dad, haven't you told your journalist friends yet? Li Mu's abrupt words made Li Tianhao confused. How could his son know what he was doing? Even at this time, he was still talking nonsense. Xiaomu, what did you say? Is there anything you want to tell the reporter? Hey Dad, I remember you told me that one should have a clear conscience. In this case, let me be the bad guy. Li Mu looks like a great doctor, but he can't treat Li Tianhao. What does this have to do with anything?
Just as everyone was puzzled, Li Mu suddenly pulled Zhang Shui to his side, his expression becoming extremely sad and angry.
This lady's name is Zhang Shui.
The victim in the honest man's video is Xiaoan Hai.
I think everyone already knows her identity.
The girl who was raised as a child bride is her.
Li Mu glanced around and saw that the reporters' brains had short-circuited.
They stared with their eyes wide open and their mouths shaped into O's. They had no idea what Li Mu was trying to do.
Isn't Li Haiying his grandfather? Shouldn't he defend him when something happened? Why is it that the current situation seems like he is trying to sacrifice his relatives for the sake of justice? Ahem, don't look at me like that, everyone.
Although I have been living outside for so many years, I have received an education and I still understand the basic principles.
I can't just help the tyrant just because he is my grandfather, right?
The reporters' faces instantly became excited.
Wow, they could actually catch this drama today. It was really awesome. Xiaoan is very pitiful.
She has been locked up in the Li family compound for nearly 20 years.
Her body and mind have been destroyed.
My grandfather actually wants to marry her off to my cousin.
This is very cruel.
Li Mu looked like a great doctor, and the sad expression on his face didn't seem fake at all.
Yes, I'm back. I have everything I need, but I still have a conscience.
I met Xiaoan by chance, and I promised to be his judge. Today, I will put justice above all else.
No matter who did something wrong, they must pay the price. Li Mu's sensational words were extremely lethal.
At this moment, he seemed to have turned into an Oscar-winning actor, and the rhythm of these reporters was completely set by him.
What a good young man. How did he end up living on the streets? This is what a rich second generation should be like.
The past 10 years of being abandoned have not been lived in vain.
It's so shocking. Is there still such a young man with such a positive outlook? He is a role model for many people.
He could have lived a life of luxury by clinging to the Li family, but he chose to stand up and sacrifice his relatives for the greater good.
This sentiment is admirable. It's all an illusion.
After seeing what happened to him in the shopping mall not long ago, I thought he was a playboy.
From being abandoned to returning to a wealthy family, I thought he was getting carried away.
It seems we were too careless. At this moment, Li Mu's image was infinitely magnified in the eyes of everyone, and coupled with his previous speech, his personal charm completely convinced everyone. Li Mu's eyes rolled and he pulled Li Tianhao beside him to his side.
Xiaomu, what are you doing? Dad, don't waste time. This is your only chance to completely control the Li family. Don't say anything and listen to me.
Li Mu said quickly, raised his head, and his face was extremely serious.
This is my father.
He actually has the same idea as me, but he has not expressed his opinion due to pressure. Here, on behalf of my father and me, I hope that all sectors of society can give my grandfather the punishment he deserves and give Xiaoan justice. Li Tianhao was sweating profusely, but at this moment he suddenly gritted his teeth and said to the media camera, yes, my father Li Haiying deserves the punishment he deserves and should be punished by law. At this time, Zhou Nigel walked out from the crowd. I didn't expect that you were so conscious at such a young age. If all the powerful people in the world had your awareness, there wouldn't be such injustice. On behalf of the general public, I would like to thank Mr. Li for his righteousness. Li Mu laughed inwardly when he heard this, but his expression was very serious.
Captain Zhong, that's too serious. I'm just doing what I should do.
Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Everyone looked and saw Li Haiying and two other people being brought out tied up. His face was ferocious at the moment. When he saw Li Tianhao, he roared, Tianhao, help me contact a lawyer, and call all the bodyguards of our Li family.
I want to see who can take me away today. Zhou Nigel frowned and walked over quickly. Mr. Li, I'm afraid you don't have this opportunity. Jiang Shui, the biological daughter of the victim in the video, is here. She personally pointed out that you have illegally detained her for so many years. You'd better come back with us honestly. What? Li Haiying looked through the crowd and saw Li Mu and Jiang Shui beside Li Tianhao. Xiaoan, are you crazy? Don't call my name, you are the murderer of my father.
Li Haitian's body trembled when he heard this, and there was disbelief in his eyes. At this time, Li Mu suddenly said in a deep voice, Grandpa, you have to admit your mistakes.
Don't worry about reforming. My father will take good care of the Li family's business for you. The author has something to say. The 5th update is over. I beg for support. Urge for updates. Gifts. 5-star reviews are all fine. Chapter 31. Strike while the iron is hot. Serial revelations. You, what did you say? You rebellious son, Li Tianhao, this is the son you gave birth to? Li Haiying's face turned pale, and he was so angry at Li Mu that he almost vomited blood. Li Tianhao is not a fool. He realized that he had underestimated Li Mu. After living outside for so many years, this kid was not as fragile or incompetent as he had imagined.
Dad, you're going a bit too far. You've taught us since we were little that we should act according to our conscience and be above board. We should not act against our conscience. You are a public figure. If you do something wrong, you should take more responsibility. Tianhao, you are a traitor. Dad gave birth to you in vain. Now you are working with this bastard to cheat us? Brother, this is not a trap, this is redemption. The establishment of Jinghai Group is not easy, and we cannot let it be implicated by this matter. Don't worry, I will control it well. You bastard, you have no shame, Li Tianhao, I will never let you and your son go. Li Zhinshan was shaking all over. He had never thought that his weak third brother would suddenly become so ruthless. Li Haiying narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Mu coldly. Suddenly he laughed, but this smile was creepy. You have been hiding for so long, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be the biggest threat. Li Mu's eyes rolled and he suddenly coughed twice. Grandpa, you are talking about a family. Don't overthink it. You know how serious this matter is, don't you? Go back with the police and explain the problem. It is a great virtue to admit one's mistakes and correct them. Shut up right there. My biggest mistake was letting you go back to the Li family. You're the one who did all this. Hey. Li Mu sighed deeply, his face full of grievance. This expression made people feel sad. Li Haiying, your grandson is doing this for your own good. How can you not know what is good for you at your age? Come back with us and explain what happened back then. This will be an explanation to you and the Chinese people. Zhou Naiguo couldn't bear it anymore. This young man was so sensible. On the contrary, Li Haiying had lived for 80 years and had lived like a dog. Officer Zhong is right, Mr. Li, correct your attitude. You are not even as good as your grandson. Aren't you ashamed? Some people look like upper-class people, but they are full of evil and do not repent. They are worse than ordinary people. They were so good at pretending before. It's shameful. I've lived in vain for decades. Officer Zhong, if we let this guy get away this time, he will definitely take revenge. You must report this to your superiors when you go back. You must deal with him severely and not let him take advantage of any loopholes. For a time, everyone wanted Li Haiying to be killed. Even at the lowest point in his life, he had never been so miserable. How could he endure such humiliation? Li Tianhao, from today on, I will no longer have any relationship with your family of 3. You will be removed from the Li family tree. Li Haiying was shaking with anger. If he hadn't been controlled, he would have wanted to kill Li Mu. At this time, no one noticed that Li Mu was still looking at his mobile phone. There was still 1 minute left until 11 p.m. In the villa's study, the laptop was on, and a green progress bar on the screen was moving backwards and had reached the end. When the clock on the wall pointed to 2300 hours, the progress bar on the screen reached the end. The computer screen entered a strange black interface. At the same time, a large screen at the entrance of Hangzhou Airport was playing advertisements in a loop. But at this moment, the advertisement on the big screen suddenly paused by itself. Sizzle. A sharp sound of electricity rang out, attracting the attention of countless people in the square. Li Mu smiled secretly in his heart. Everything was under his control. The future hacking technology was really awesome. He hacked into the computer background of this big screen at home and set a timer. The show is about to begin. Fuck, look, what is that? With a cry of surprise, everyone's attention was drawn to it. My goodness, a dog's head appeared on the big screen at this moment. Yes, it was that outrageous. And the breed of this dog is none other than the king of the dog world, the husky. This is obviously compiled by a program. Hello everyone, nice to meet you all. Yes, I am an honest man. Everyone's eyes gradually became more interesting. As the sound rang out, the dog head in the middle made funny faces. The first half of the revelations has ended, and now we will move on to the second half. Zhou Naiguo turned away and frowned as he whispered to his subordinates, notify colleagues in the technical department to see if they can find the person. Got it? I'll call right away. His men left quietly, and Zhou Naiguo looked at the big screen with a serious expression. Hey, everyone is surprised, right? Now I'm going to reveal something even more explosive.
Come, let's enjoy the video together.
The dog's head suddenly disappeared in the center of the screen, and a video appeared on the screen. This is a place similar to a hospital, and inside is an old doctor in a white coat.
But everyone's attention was not on him,
because there was a person sitting opposite the doctor. Although he was very young, he was still recognized at a glance. This was the young Li Haiying.
How is this possible?
A scream of fear rang out, and Li Haiying sat down on the ground with a deathly pale face. At this time, the sound of conversation sounded on the big screen.
Dr. Yang, you have to keep this a secret, okay? I don't want anyone to know.
Lao Li, we have known each other for such a long time, why don't you believe me? He is the child of you and your wife, and has nothing to do with others. In the video, Li Haiying nodded with satisfaction, took out a stack of money and placed it in front of the doctor.
Here is 200,000 yuan. I'll give you more after you use it. Then I'll be welcome. The doctor took the money away and hesitated before asking, what are you going to do with this woman?
Li Haiying smiled coldly, took out a card from her bag and pushed it in front of the other party.
There's 500,000 in here. I know you have a way.
In my eyes, the dead are the safest. The doctor stood up and calmly put the card in his pocket. Lao Li, I'll take care of this matter.
I'll take the money.
At this moment, the picture suddenly jumped, and the scene was no longer in the hospital, but in a villa.
In a cradle near the window lay a baby boy.
Li Haiying, who looks to be only in his 30s, stood beside the cradle with a calm expression. One of his men bowed his head and said respectfully, it seems that the young master hasn't been named yet.
Hearing this, Li Haiying frowned slightly and said with a smile, how can the descendants of my Li family be mediocre? He will definitely become a dragon in the future. Yes, he will definitely become a dragon. From now on, you can be called Li Changlong. The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 32, died on the spot.
The scene suddenly jumps again here. This time the scene appeared in a bedroom, where a beautiful woman had an ugly expression on her face. Li Jinshan and Li Tianhao's expressions suddenly changed.
They knew this woman.
She was Li Haiying's wife and their mother.
How long do you want me to keep it a secret for you? You forced me to pretend to be pregnant for 10 months, and now I have to help you raise someone else's child? Xiaoan, please stop making trouble.
If people find out, Jinghai Group will be finished.
Then what should I do? What did you tell me before when you had nothing? Now that you have money, you start playing with women, that's fine, but do you also want me to help you raise the bastard outside? Pa!
Li Haiying raised his hand and slapped him.
You hit me?
You haven't hit me in all these years. Li Haiying's eyes became very scary, and he walked towards the door expressionlessly. From now on, you are not allowed to leave the house without my order. The cold voice made Chen Xiaoan feel like she was falling into an icy cave.
Was this the other half who had been with her all the way?
Now he had become such a stranger. The following video content not only subverts the worldview, but also refreshes everyone's 3 views. Not long after, Li Haiying bribed his wife's personal maid and fed her a chronic poison for a year. Finally, a year later, Chen Xiaoan died of a heart attack.
No one noticed anything unusual at the time and thought she died of natural causes.
The scene was eerily quiet, and Li Haiying's image completely collapsed.
It could be said that he was not even as good as an ordinary person. Can he still be called a human being if he could kill his own wife? Dad, did you really kill Mom? Even Li Jinshan showed a look of fear. It was obvious that this eldest son was unaware of this history. Dad, you need to give me an explanation. Li Tianhao roared angrily, his face twisted and ferocious.
I never thought that things would turn out like this, Grandpa.
You disappoint me so much.
Li Mu's voice rang out, and Li Haiying's eyes suddenly stared at him with a fierce look in them.
It must be you who did this. I want. Li Haiying's body began to tremble violently.
His face turned purple and his pupils rolled up, making him look extremely painful.
Not good, call an ambulance.
Zhou Maigua acted decisively and prepared to control the situation, but it was obviously too late. Li Haiying made a gurgling sound in his throat, and he lay on the ground in pain, his body shaking as if he had been electrocuted.
I don't want to die, save me. He kicked his feet, rolled his eyes, and lay on the ground without a sound. He just died like that, died suddenly on the spot.
Not long ago, he was a representative figure of China's high-tech industry, a big boss with countless glories, but now he has become a cold corpse. The picture on the big screen disappeared, and everyone came back to their senses from their shock, feeling extremely sad. On the road outside the crowd, an ambulance arrived at the scene and 3 doctors quickly entered the scene to perform symbolic first aid on Li Haiying, but unfortunately everything was in vain.
Dad, this is Retribution. Grandma died so tragically. If he were still alive, would you not feel bad? Li Tianhao was stunned and clenched his fists. He was really in pain at this moment. Around midnight, Li Haiying's body was taken away and Li Jinshan was taken away by the police.
There were some things that required his cooperation in the investigation. Everything seems to be over, but Li Haiying's sudden death will inevitably bring about huge changes in the Li family. On the platform at the airport exit, Li Mu was surrounded in the middle.
Mr. Li Mu, I admire your sacrifice of your relatives for the sake of justice. There are so many outstanding young people in China, but not many can do this. Yes, it really opened our eyes. It's rare to have such a positive outlook. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid Li Haiying would never have his hypocritical mask exposed in his life. Mr. Li Mu, what are your plans for the future? Will you join Jinghai Group? Or do you have plans to develop on your own? A faint smile appeared on Li Mu's face.
Everyone, although I am Li Haiying's grandson, I have a scale in my heart for some things. Even if I can only live an ordinary life in the future, I will not regret it. If I don't stand up, the elementary school will be a tragedy. These reporters are all worldly wise people, but they all felt a little ashamed when facing Li Mu. At this moment, they felt that the young man's figure seemed even taller.
What a noble sentiment! Giving up his own wealth and glory to expose his grandfather and help the little girl out of suffering, are there still such young people nowadays? Mr. Li Mu, you really put us to shame. We have lived for decades but still don't understand as much as a young man like you. I am so ashamed. I plan to go back and repent. How many reports have I done against my will for the sake of performance over the years? I want to atone for my sins. Li Mu raised the corner of his mouth, glanced at everyone, and his expression suddenly became extremely serious. Don't be so kind, everyone. We are not saints and we make mistakes. Goodbye. Li Mu said something in a casual manner, turned around and left. A group of reporters behind him looked at his back and they actually felt the urge to worship him. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Li Mu stood in the living room for dozens of seconds before he came to his senses. There were fried dough sticks, buns, soy milk, eggs and other dishes on the table. At this time, Jiang Shui came out of the kitchen wearing an apron, holding a pot of rice porridge in her hand. Master, are you up? I have prepared breakfast, please have a try. Jiang Shui's condition is completely different from before. The truth about her father Jiang Hai has been revealed, and Li Haiying is also dead. It is obvious that the little girl's knot has been untied. Okay, I'll try it. You haven't eaten yet, right? Let's eat together. Master, thank you. If it weren't for you, no one would ever know about my father's affairs, and my life would be over. Hearing this, Li Mu suddenly grinned evilly. So how are you going to repay me? His eyes were narrowed and a little obscene, and Jiang Shui didn't dare to raise her head. Forget it. You're so scared of me, and you still say you want to repay me. No. No, master, please don't misunderstand me. That's not what I meant. Oh? So you really want to repay me? You can promise me anything? Jiang Shui nodded. Li Mu was happy in his heart. This girl was pretty, but she was really too naive. Ahem, then pledge yourself to me. Ah? Jiang Shui screamed, her face turned pale, but her eyes suddenly became firm. If that's what you really want, I'm willing to work like a slave for you for the rest of my life, without any complaints. It's okay to have a baby? Li Mu asked shamelessly. Jiang Shui lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, but she still nodded vigorously. Suddenly, Li Mu stood up and gave the man a pat on the head. Stop talking nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Just call me Li Mu from now on. Don't call me young master. I don't like that title. The author has something to say. Begging for support. Chapter 33 Talent. Listen to everything. Jiang Shui's face froze and 2 tears rolled down her eyes. She had never felt this way before. Apart from the relationship between men and women, Li Mu made her feel like she was facing her own relative. Why are you still crying? Sit down and eat together.
You'll live here from now on, so there's no need to go through so much trouble.
You can order takeout if you want to eat.
Jiang Shui wiped away her tears, sat down, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and began to eat in small bites.
Li Mu, eating too much takeout is unhealthy.
I don't have much skills, so I will cook for you and take care of your daily life from now on.
Okay, just do whatever you want.
By the way, have a good rest today and go out with me tomorrow.
Going out?
Jiang Shui was stunned, her eyes full of confusion.
Hey, my dad is still a soft-hearted person. I'm worried.
I'll go see him to avoid getting into trouble. Jiang Shui nodded obediently when she heard that, without saying a word. When Li Mu saw her, he felt very happy. He wondered how he could be so lucky to have such a beautiful woman serving him in this life. It seemed that he must have done a lot of good deeds in his previous life. An hour later, Jiang Shui put away the bowls and went to do housework, while Li Mu returned to his room as he still had a lot of things to deal with. On the right-hand side was a pile of Hangzhou's newspapers of the day.
Needless to say, most of the news was dominated by Li Haiying's affairs.
The rest of the pages were actually all about the honest man. Apparently, this mysterious figure had successfully attracted the attention of all sectors of society. I heard that the police had already set up an information security task force, and were determined to dig the honest man out. Li Mu smiled. This was bullshit. He was not worried at all. As long as he didn't commit suicide, no one would know the true identity of an honest man. After turning on his laptop, Li Mu logged into several news websites. As he expected, Li Haitian's death caused earth-shaking changes in the Li family. Since Li Chenglong's background was exposed, he had almost no chance of getting involved in the Li family's main industry.
Not to mention Li Tianhao, even Li Jinshan would not agree.
Although Li Jinshan has not been exposed at present, he has the closest relationship with Li Haiying and is involved in some things. It may take some time for him to regain his freedom. At 9 o'clock this morning, Li Tianhao held a press conference and announced that he would become the acting chairman of Jinghai Group. As for future matters, they will be discussed separately after Li Jinshan comes out.
Li Mu turned off the computer and exhaled a breath.
His father was still a little soft-hearted. With such a good opportunity, he could just announce that he would be the official chairman and then use some tricks.
There was no way those directors would not cooperate.
He sighed helplessly and decided not to think about these things for the time being. The most urgent thing was to see how much reward the system gave for this self-initiated task. He called up the system panel and clicked on the task column. With a thought, a task message that had not been submitted in the task box disappeared.
Ding, submit the autonomous task, expose Li Haiying. Task submission is not completed, task completion degree, perfect. The system is settling rewards, please wait. Ding, settlement completed, task rewards begin to be distributed. Get special grade, God level driving. Gain special attribute, heavenly sound.
Your voice will drive people all over the world crazy.
Gain special power attribute, the power of 10 elephants. Your power will be approximately equal to that of 10 elephants. Obtained upper city points, 1 million points. Congratulations to the host for winning a lucky draw.
A turntable appeared in consciousness and began to spin. About 30 seconds later, a curtain of light exploded in the consciousness.
Ding, the lucky draw is over.
Congratulations to the host for getting an unexpected surprise, a permanent talent skill, listen to everything.
Li Mu's face lit up with joy.
It turned out to be another permanent talent. Although he didn't know what this thing was, he knew it was definitely not simple just by hearing the name.
Sure enough, a note appeared below which made Li Mu ecstatic.
Note, the permanent talent of listening to all things allows the host to listen to the voices of all things, including humans, animals, insects, plants, and all living things.
Fuck you, are you so awesome?
Compared with this one, the previous golden right hand is obviously a bit childish, but if these two are combined, I am almost invincible.
It's so awesome, how can others play with it? At this moment, a few bird calls were heard outside the window on Li Mu's right. He looked out and saw 3 little sparrows standing on the treetops, chirping. A thought flashed through Li Mu's mind. It was really amazing that he could actually understand the sparrows chirping at this time. Look at what that person is doing? He's so startled, like a fool?
It's really stupid, but when we came out, our elders told us that humans are the most terrifying and we should stay away from them. Yes, look, he is looking at us, don't catch us and roast us, let's go.
Wait a minute, how come I can understand what he means? Oh my god, I can.
His heart is talking to me.
He said he has no ill intentions and will not hurt us. At this time, Li Mu walked to the window and opened it. Oh no, humans are very cunning, he must be deceiving us, let's go. 3 sparrows took off in an instant and disappeared without a trace. Li Mu stood at the window with a look of fear in his eyes.
His hands began to tremble unconsciously. Just at that moment, he established a spiritual bridge with the 3 sparrows, listened to their voices, and even had a brief communication with them. This was really amazing.
Stay calm and keep a low profile. Don't let anyone discover this secret, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Li Mu returned to the computer and brought up the system panel again.
Clicking on the system mall, Li Mu smiled like a fool. A full 1 million points are enough for me to use, and some mall items that were originally unavailable for purchase have also been activated. Coming to the column of passive skill benefits again, more than half a month has passed, and more than 60 million can be withdrawn.
This speed is so fast that even printing ghost money would not be so fast.
Li Mu stretched his body and felt in a good mood. Now he had money and strength, and most importantly, he also had a beautiful wife. The good life in the future was not far away from him.
Boom boom boom.
As I was admiring myself, I heard a roar of an engine outside the window. Li Mu frowned, walked to the window and looked down, and a green Lamborghini appeared at the door of the villa.
Li Mu's mind was full of questions. He didn't know who was coming. He had just returned to a wealthy family and didn't know any rich second-generation people. How come someone suddenly came to his door?
The car door opened and a young man got out.
Li Mu's expression changed and a sneer appeared in his eyes. The person who came was Li Jinshan's son Li Hui. The author has something to say.
Readers who like it can click to urge for more updates, give some gifts, or give a 5-star review. Thank you so much. 5 stable updates every day.
Chapter 34, The Most Dissolute Person in Hangzhou? That's it? At this point in time, Li Hui's appearance was obviously not to talk to his younger brother about life. The only point of intersection between him and me is Jiang Shui.
Jiang Shui was Li Hui's fiancée, but he ran away with her.
No man could bear it.
However, Li Mu did not take the other party seriously. Li Jinshan was still in the police station. His son was already unable to sit still for a woman.
How much future could he have?
At the entrance of the community, 2 alphas followed closely and stopped behind the Lamborghini.
A total of 8 bodyguards got out of the 2 cars and surrounded Li Hui.
A middle-aged man in the lead seemed to be receiving instructions. He nodded and signaled one of his men to follow him. The 2 of them came to Li Mu's door and rang the doorbell. At this time, Jiang Shui, who was resting in the bedroom, obviously heard the doorbell. She quickly went downstairs and walked towards the door, but Li Mu stopped her.
Xiaoan, go to the room and I'll open the door. How can this be possible? Jiang Shui was unhappy.
Although Li Mu took good care of her, she felt that she had to put herself in the right place.
If it weren't for the man in front of her, how dark would her life be? Go ahead, it's Li Hui who's here, you don't want to see him. Jiang Shui's face turned pale in an instant.
It was obvious that the man outside the door was the shadow in her heart. Li Mu walked straight to the door, but Jiang Shui grabbed him. At this point, she didn't care about the rules of physical contact between men and women.
How about calling the police? Li Hui is a well-known playboy, and he is very domineering in Hangzhou. I'm afraid you will suffer. You care about me so much? It seems like you really are in love with me.
Li Mu touched his chin and looked at Jiang Shui with interest. Jiang Shui lowered her head nervously, not daring to look Li Mu in the eye.
How can you still have the mind to joke with me?
Li Mu held the other person's hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." Jiang Shuifang's heart was trembling, and she lowered her head and did not dare to look at Li Mu, but she felt a sense of security she had never felt before.
Then be careful. Li Mu walked to the door calmly and opened it. Who are you?
The moment the door opened, Li Mu's expression changed instantly, with impatience written all over his face. Wang Debiao is a retired scout soldier. He is very skilled and ruthless, and is deeply trusted by Li Hui. Whether it is Li Jinshan or Li Hui, they are both Li Haiying's favorite offspring. Relying on this, Li Hui is known as the #1 playboy in Hangzhou in the circle of the 2nd generation.
I am. Stupid, you knocked on the wrong door? Get lost and don't disturb my rest.
The door was closed directly, and the loud noise made Wang Debiao subconsciously take a few steps back. His head was buzzing.
What was going on? His attitude today was already very good, but wasn't the other party too arrogant? Li Hui, who was leaning against the car smoking, put out his cigarette, frowned and asked, "What's going on?" "This kid just closed the door and told me to get out." Li Hui was stunned, with surprise in his eyes. "Is this kid the same as the rumors say? He just returned to the Li family and it seems like he's getting cocky. Is he trying to play this on me?" Crash. At this moment, a basin of cold water fell from the sky, and Li Hui and his servant standing downstairs were instantly drenched in cold water. "Who is it? Damn, don't you have eyes?" They both looked up at the same time, their pupils shrank suddenly. At the window on the second floor, Li Mu was holding a colorful container in his hand with a look of surprise on his face. "Oh my god, how come there's a stranger in my yard?" "Wow, the villain is the first to complain at the beginning." "You don't need to look at it, just looking at this state, he is definitely a playboy." When Li Hui saw that it was Li Mu, he was instantly furious, and the hatred for having his wife stolen was irreconcilable. But Wang Debiao, who was beside him, grabbed him. "Diaozi, what are you doing? Don't stop me." "Li Mu, I'm Li Hui. You know who I am. Open the door if you can." Li Mu laughed out loud when he heard this. "Oh, it's Li Hui. This is really unlucky. You caught me when I was just peeing." "Wait a minute? What did you say?" "Master Hui, this looks like urine." My goodness, this sentence almost sent Li Hui away. Who could bear this? Even the always cold Wang Debiao began to vomit. Damn, is this what a human being would do? "Li Mu, are you looking for death? You did it on purpose. Ahem, you may be my brother, but this is a private residence. You broke into a famous house and peed yourself in it, so why blame me? Get out of here now. I don't have anything to say to you. Otherwise, I'll dump shit on you. Don't blame me." "You? What do you mean? Why don't you leave?" "Fine, you wait." Li Mu was unyielding and turned away, but returned about 10 seconds later. At this moment, under the shocked gaze of everyone, he lifted a toilet out of the window. "I've been in the society for more than 10 years, and I've never seen anyone as cheap as you. If you want to eat shit, just tell me. We are brothers, and I can still meet your request." Under the horrified gaze of Li Hui and others, Li Mu turned the toilet over. Suddenly, yellow and white objects poured down, and a foul smell filled the air. Li Hui and his group had no time to dodge and were drenched directly. In the distance, there were dense footsteps, and a group of people hurried to the outskirts of Li Mu's villa. The leader was the community security guard, and behind him was a large group of reporters. "Look, there are people causing trouble. What the hell is that smell? Why is it so stinky? It smells like shit. Oh my god, look at those people, they are covered in shit. What's going on? Someone actually poured shit on himself and came here to cause trouble?" A group of security guards rushed into the yard with frowns on their faces, followed closely by reporters. These people were naturally called by Li Mu. "Mr. Li, what's going on?" When the security guard saw the situation at the scene, he frowned because the smell of feces was too strong. "I haven't even asked you yet, so strangers can just barge in on private places? That's dereliction of duty." When the leading security chief heard this, he was immediately horrified. If this was reported to the leader, they would be doomed. "Mr. Li, calm down. We are wrong. You guys, take them away." Li Hui resisted the urge to vomit and instantly ran away. "Stop right there and look at who I am." He wiped the shit off his face and looked at everyone. "Huh? Why do you look so familiar? No, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Oh my god, isn't this Li Hui? What? Li Jinshan's son?" Finally, the reporters recognized the other person. After all, Li Hui was very well known in Hangzhou. Li Mu was immediately surprised and said in an exaggerated tone, "Oh, you are Li Hui? I'm so sorry, our flood washed away the Dragon King temple." At that moment, all the reporters picked up their cameras and started taking pictures frantically, and the sound of flashes filled the entire yard. Li Mu sneered in his heart, "He is the #1 playboy in Hangzhou, is this all?" The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 35, A Laughingstock. A moving cessation. This is Li Hui. In the past, no one would dare to do this. But now that the Li family has lost power and Li Haiying is dead, Li Hui doesn't seem so scary anymore. Some people even wanted to see a joke. How exciting would it be if the two younger generations of the Li family were fighting among themselves? Once the news was reported, it would definitely be on the headlines. Li Mu didn't care at all. He never considered himself a member of the Li family. Stop it, put your cameras away. I'll be rude to you. When Wang Debiao saw his master being humiliated, he immediately became furious. Brother, stay away from me and don't smear shit on me. Can't I just stop filming? Oh, no, I can't bear it anymore, it stinks, no, I'm going to vomit. I can't bear it either. This smell is too good. Ugh. A group of reporters began to retch nearby. Li Hui's face turned pale. He hated Li Mu to the core. But after Li Mu's commotion, it was obvious that Jiang Shue's matter could not be mentioned. You know, there were so many reporters here, and the fact that his grandfather had treated her as a child bride had not yet been exposed. If he brought this up, wouldn't he be courting death? Li Mu, I'll remember today's account. I'm your brother, and you treat me like this without any manners. Sooner or later, I'll ask you for an explanation. Li Mu sighed inwardly, feeling a little disappointed. It was obvious that he still underestimated the other party. Those second-generation rich people were not as incompetent as they were on TV. If I had played by my own rules today, I probably wouldn't have been able to catch the other party off guard. At this moment, the door on the first floor was suddenly opened, and Jiang Shui walked out with a frosty face. She saw everything that happened outside from inside the house. Li Hui, I have nothing to do with you. It was Li Haiying who made the decision back then. It has nothing to do with me. I will walk my own path in the future. She really couldn't bear it anymore, and she didn't want Li Mu to get into trouble because of her. Jiang Shui, are you serious? I am serious. This is all imposed by Li Haiying. It has nothing to do with me. Don't bother me anymore. After saying that, Jiang Shui turned around and entered the villa. The reporters around her widened their eyes, all of them were so shocked that they were speechless. Oh my god, it turns out that Li Haiying originally planned to marry her to his eldest grandson? TSK, these rich people really have no moral bottom line. This behavior is simply outrageous. If the honest man hadn't appeared, and if Li Mu hadn't happened to meet Jiang Shui, the rest of this girl's life would probably be in jeopardy. A group of reporters were whispering and pointing fingers at Li Hui from time to time. This behavior was not very harmful but extremely insulting. Biao, let's go. Li Mu, you'd better pray that I don't have any evidence against you. Do you need to shower and change clothes? The charge is not expensive, 5 million per minute? Li Mu asked in a mean way. Snort. Li Hui snorted coldly, turned around and got into his Lamborghini, and soon the three cars quickly left the villa complex. Li Mu glanced at the reporters and suddenly laughed. Don't worry, everyone. Just report boldly about my brother being baptized by shiitake mushrooms. I'll hold up the sky even if it falls. There was joy in everyone's eyes. If Li Mu had not said this, they really would not dare to act recklessly. Obviously, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Li Mu and Li Hui did not get along, and there could not be two tigers in one mountain. In the future, there would inevitably be a conflict between these two. At 12 noon, Li Hui was on the hot search on Weibo, and at the same time, some authoritative media and gossip news websites reported what happened in the villa. For a time, Li Hui became the laughingstock of the entire Hangzhou city. People called him the mobile cesspool. In the Zhongting Villa in Hangzhou. In a 3-story detached villa with an area of 800 square meters, Biao lowered his head with a grim expression. Li Hui was holding his cell phone and looking at the latest real-time news. He was almost going crazy. Express gossip: 2 hours ago, Li Jinshan's son Li Hui was covered in feces. According to reliable sources, the accident was caused by his cousin Li Mu. It is said that wherever his Lamborghini goes today, a fragrance will be spread, and netizens jokingly call it a moving feces pit. Below the news, there are more than 20 photos, all taken from various angles at the time. To be honest, one can imagine how strong the smell was at the time just by looking at the photos. Those reporters' photography skills are really good, they are all professionals. In less than one morning, countless talented netizens have created emoticons of Li Hui wandering around. Wang Debiao lowered his head, his stomach still churning. Even at this moment in the living room of the villa, he could faintly smell a very intoxicating odor. Jude, will not let him go. Master Hui, what I mean is that we should wait until Mr. Li comes out before we discuss anything.
These are troubled times, so we should just be patient. Damn it, damn Li Mu, he made me a laughing stock. One day, I will make him kneel down and kowtow to me and admit his fault, and make Zhang Shui beg me to favor him. After saying this harshly, Li Hui rushed out of the door, and Wang Debiao hurriedly followed him.
You stay at home, I want to be alone.
Wang Debiao left the villa, and 10 minutes later, a black Mazda drove away from the villa with the roar of its engine. I'm afraid I'll never drive that Lamborghini in my lifetime. 9 p.m., Presidential Suite of Intercontinental Hotel Hangzhou. Li Hui let out a breath slowly and felt refreshed.
Sure, you are amazing. I feel much better after what you did to me.
Don't worry, you will definitely be famous this year.
I will support you.
Hee, Master Hui is still the best. At this time, next to Li Hui, there was a woman with a pretty face and a hot body, wearing pajamas, posing and acting coquettishly.
Master, don't you dislike me? Master Hui, what do they know? Isn't this more interesting?
Hearing this, Li Hui suddenly laughed sinisterly and said, Okay, come with me to the toilet.
Ha? Going to the bathroom? Didn't you say that shit has flavor? Then go and try it. Wang Nianshi's expression froze when he heard this. What? You lied to me? You don't want me to introduce you to a director? No.
No, then, Mr. Li, please, pull less.
Ha, it depends on my mood.
After saying that, the two of them entered the toilet one after the other. It was obvious that Li Hui was a complete pervert. Wang Nianshi is a small star between the second and third tier. She graduated from the Film Academy 5 years ago and has had no resources. This time, she met Li Hui through a middleman, and she couldn't miss this opportunity. And now, with the help of Li Hui, he has become somewhat famous. He has received several notices in succession recently. In just half a year, the number of his Weibo fans has increased from tens of thousands to over 2 million. His career can be said to be booming. For the sake of her own future, she would not hesitate even if Li Hui asked her to eat shit.
The author has something to say.
I have worked hard to complete the 5th update, but the data is really not good, dear friends. It's okay if there are no gifts or 5-star reviews, but please urge me to update more, so that I know that there are still people reading. Thank you.
Chapter 36, High Profile Challenge. City Road Race.
Nowadays, as long as a female star has a bit of good looks, it is not easy to get ahead. As long as she can pass her own test, it is not a big deal.
An hour later, the toilet door opened and Li Hui walked out with satisfaction.
Behind her, Master Wang Nian was washing up. She covered her mouth and kept dry heaving, but she didn't dare to vomit because she was afraid that Li Hui would be unhappy.
If you want to vomit, just vomit. I've been irritated lately and the smell of shit is a bit strong. You've behaved very well and I'm very satisfied.
Don't worry, I won't treat you badly.
Master Hui, you are joking.
It is my honor to be appreciated by you.
Ha, really? Then let's continue tonight. Wang Nianshi's heart trembled. What a guy, he didn't even let me rest for one night.
He originally thought that Li Hui was not bad. He was rich and not ugly.
Isn't it just to sleep with him?
It seems that he is not losing out. But he didn't expect that after just one day of not seeing each other, the other party's temperament changed drastically. But what could she do? If she wanted to be famous, she had to endure it.
However, she hated Li Mu inexplicably.
She felt that Li Hui was not like this originally, and it was all because of the stimulation from Li Mu.
Master Wang Nian was no pushover either, and immediately came up with a plan. Master Hui, I actually have a way to deal a blow to your brother and make him pay a price. Li Hui was stunned and looked at Master Wang Nian with interest. Tell me, don't underestimate my loser brother. He is not simple. Master Hui, how can such a person be compared with you?
He only knows how to play some tricks and is not up to par at all.
Aren't you going to organize an amateur car city road race? Go on.
Li Hui raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice.
You are the president of the Hangzhou Supercar Association and an amateur racing driver. Li Mu has been in the limelight recently. Didn't he just buy a new Ferrari?
Just challenge him to a duel publicly. If he doesn't want to lose face, he won't refuse.
Li Hui's heart moved and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes.
He had never thought of this method.
Master Wang Yan knew there was hope as soon as he saw it. Then you can make a bet with him. A bet? I just want him to be embarrassed in public and lose face. I'm not interested in anything else. Isn't this simple?
Whoever loses this match will eat shit. Li Hui frowned suddenly and looked at the other party with sharp eyes. He had become completely sensitive to Xiang during this period of time.
Wang Nianshi was startled and said quickly, Master Hui, it's hard to say about other things, but you won't lose in racing.
Plus, you can arrange for other people from the association to participate in the race. So, with 4 or 5 of you racing against a layman like him, how could you lose? A gleam of light flashed in Li Hui's eyes, and he suddenly laughed.
Sure, I didn't expect you to be so scheming. I am very satisfied with your method.
I will challenge him to a duel in a high-profile manner.
If he doesn't accept the challenge, I will blackmail him so much that he can't even raise his head. You are a man of great talent and vision. How can he compare with you? Really? Looks like I have to reward you today.
Li Hui laughed obscenely, picked up Master Wang Nian, and entered the bedroom amid the other party's exclamations. At 5 p.m., Li Mu took Jiang Shui to the Li family manor.
The situation was different now.
Although he had no interest in Jinghai Group, his father still wanted to help. When his red Ferrari had just left the community for less than 50 meters, he was frightened by the crowd that gathered around him.
If he hadn't reacted quickly and braked in time, wouldn't someone have died?
At this moment, Li Mu suddenly frowned, and a deafening engine roar sounded. 5 supercars of different colors appeared in front of the windshield. These cars were all worth more than 10 million yuan.
Jiang Shui's expression changed and she nervously grabbed Li Mu's arm. It's Li Hui. These people are from his supercar club.
At this time, Li Mu realized that the group of people blocking his car were all energetic young men wearing strange clothes and having weird hairstyles.
Supercar club? What is this guy up to?
At this time, the doors of 5 sports cars opened, and Li Hui stood in the seat position and walked towards him.
Let's go down and see what he's doing.
Jiang Shui grabbed Li Mu's arm tightly, looking very nervous.
Hey! Master Hui, are you looking for me again because you are reluctant to leave?
Unfortunately, we have no more in stock at home. The 4 people around Li Hui looked at Li Mu with unfriendly expressions.
Master Hui, this guy's mouth really stinks.
You can tell at a glance that he is someone who is unaware of the dangers of society and speaks without restraint.
Li Mu, right? Master Hui is very angry now. The consequences will be serious, you know? At first glance, these guys are the second generation of rich people whose families have some money.
They usually play with cars with Li Hui, and now they all want to show off in front of their master, so they are very arrogant. Not far away, a dozen reporters ran over with cameras.
Judging from the logos on their clothes, they were all authoritative media reporting on the issue.
Li Hui glanced at Jiang Shui with a gloomy expression and sneered, Li Mu, your Ferrari is a rare good car. It seems that you are quite knowledgeable about cars. It just so happens that the club is organizing an amateur city road race.
Now I formally invite you and challenge you.
Li Mu suddenly realized that he had tricked him before and now wanted to get back at him in his professional field. However, playing these tricks with a cheater like him was obviously a dead end. Li Mu, I heard that he has won the East China Amateur City Road Race Championship for 5 consecutive years. Many people on the internet say that his driving skills are close to those of professional players. Jiang Shui, who was standing next to Li Mu, spoke up to remind him, and Li Hui, who had been calm and composed, suddenly got angry. This woman should have submitted to him, but now she was beside Li Hui. Seeing the two of them being so affectionate, he was furious.
Li Mu, what are you hesitating about? Are you a man? If you are a man, then give me an answer. If you are afraid, just say it directly. As long as you admit defeat in front of the media, I will forgive you for what happened. Otherwise, why do people say that women are the root of trouble?
She was fine just now, but suddenly she lost control. Looking at Li Hui, who was like a mad dog, Li Mu smiled calmly.
Hey, I bought this car, but it's not fun to drive it in the city. There's a speed limit on the highway. I just want to test its performance.
Okay, since you challenge me, I can't be too arrogant, otherwise people outside will think that I, Li Mu, am arrogant.
You arrange it.
When Li Hui heard this, he grinned.
Okay, you agreed to this yourself.
After all, the city road race is a competition of cars, and casualties are inevitable.
You regret coming now.
Of course, as the organizer, I will buy insurance for you if an accident really happens.
Okay, I'm strong and I won't die, but I still have a small request. The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 37, Accept the Challenge. A strange bet. Li Mu, with so many people here, I'm not afraid of you playing tricks.
I still say the same thing. If you're afraid, just say it directly, don't try to delay time. If you try to be brave, it could kill people. Li Mu waved his hand and said with a smile, I know your strength.
You are no match for me. But your courage is commendable. Isn't life all about challenging yourself?
Li Hui stood there in a daze, and the lackeys around him could no longer sit still.
Humph, you are such a jerk. You won't even know how you died when the time comes. Do you think you're riding a bicycle? You don't know how high the heaven is or how deep the earth is. Master Hui, you have to teach him a lesson. Ignorance is terrible. You will pay the price for your arrogance.
The reporters from the column media all picked up their cameras and started filming.
How could they miss such a good opportunity?
Recently, the hotspots in the whole of China have all been on the Li family. If there is better copywriting and a rhythm, it may bring considerable traffic to the sports column. There's no point in arguing.
Tell me, what do you want? Ahem, since it's a competition, we have to have some gamble, right?
Li Hui was stunned and sneered in his heart. In his opinion, Li Mu was just an outsider who was still thinking about the bonus. For this competition, the organizer will give out 20 million as a prize for the champion.
Of course, I can also personally give out some bonuses. Li Mu, are you interested? Li Mu waved his hand. I'm not interested in money. How about we make a bet? Whoever loses will eat shit live on air?
Li Mu's words made the scene suddenly quiet.
Everyone widened their eyes and stared at Li Mu in a daze. If you lose, you will eat shit live on the internet? Is this a bet that a normal person can make? Even professional drivers would not dare to do this. In a race with an average speed of 180 km per hour, who knows what accidents will happen? Forget it, forget it. I think you are scared. Actually, you don't need to panic. After all, you have tasted shit. How is it? It tastes good, right? You're talking nonsense. That stuff is smelly and bitter. It's not edible for humans at all. Wow.
Li Hui's words shocked everyone, and he himself felt something was wrong instantly.
Li Mu, you lied to me. Oh, so you really have tasted it. Never mind. Not many people have eaten shit these days. It's normal for you to have a trauma in your heart. Let's follow your rules. Li Mu, you are talking nonsense. Fine, if you want to die, I will help you. I agree to the prize. Let's sign the contract right away. Okay, that's great.
There was a hint of success in Li Mu's eyes, and that look made Li Hui feel a little uneasy, but things had come to this point and he had no way out. 10 minutes later, Li Mu and Li Hui pressed each other's fingerprints on a contract. If either of them lost the match, he would have to eat a pound of shit on live broadcast. Li Mu, in 3 days, we will be waiting for you on the winding mountain road of Tianmu Mountain in Hangzhou.
Go back and pray well. If you lose, don't cry and scream. Don't worry, I have no interest in eating shit. But you, if you lose, you won't be under so much pressure. After all, you've already tasted it once, so you should be more relaxed the second time. The two looked at each other, like Mars hitting the earth. The smell of gunpowder was extremely strong. There was excitement in the eyes of those reporters. This kind of event had obviously gone beyond the boundaries of a car race. The hot topic was the identities of the contestants on both sides. If you lose, you have to eat shit. No matter what the result of the game is, it will definitely be on the headlines in China. At 12 noon, the headline on the homepage of the Hangzhou Window Portal website was a piece of news that shocked Hangzhou. In the front hall of the Li family manor, Li Mu crossed his legs, took a sip of tea and exhaled. Good tea, the best Longjing before the Qingming festival. You can't drink this kind of tea just because you have money nowadays. Li Tianhao and his wife looked at Li Mu's old-fashioned appearance and smiled bitterly. Xiaomu, are you confident about the competition in 3 days? Lu Yueyin asked worriedly. She was not afraid of other things, but the key was the bet. If she lost, she would have to eat shit. This was seriously beyond her worldview. Mom, what are you worried about? Except for Li Hui, who else can eat shit? Upon hearing this, Lu Yueyin was stunned and could only shake her head and smile bitterly. She had wanted her son to live a good life and enjoy happiness in the future, but she and her husband discovered that Li Mu was much more powerful than they thought, and they couldn't even see what he was thinking.
Xiaomu, Li Hui is a professional racer with great strength, but it's good that you have confidence.
However, you must not lose, otherwise.
Dad, Li Hui is destined to have an inextricable bond with shit. Li Tianhao and his wife were stunned and shook their heads helplessly, but they had made up their minds that even if Li Mu lost, the bet would not be carried out.
Even if it meant sacrificing face, they had to protect Li Mu. Dad, let's talk about these things later. I came here today to ask you, have you figured it out?
Li Mu put down the teacup and suddenly asked with a serious look.
Li Tianhao and his wife's expression suddenly changed. Xiaomu, I know what you mean.
It would be a lie to say that you don't miss me, but Li Jinshan should be out in about 10 days.
I'm afraid there will be some trouble by then.
A gleam of light flashed in Li Mu's eyes.
I know your thoughts, and don't worry about the rest. Isn't this race an opportunity? Accidental deaths are normal in a city road race. Li Tianhao and his wife were shocked. Xiaomu, please don't mess around. Yes, the game is inherently dangerous. If you don't control it well, you will get into trouble. Li Mu smiled slightly, his eyes full of confidence. Don't worry, I know what's going on.
Hearing this, the couple sighed and stopped trying to persuade him. At this moment, Lu Yueyin glanced at Jiang Shui, who was sitting next to Li Mu, and a hint of cunning flashed in her beautiful eyes.
Xiao Xue, did our Xiaomu bully you? Auntie, Li Mu was very nice to me. He didn't bully me.
Jiang Shui's face suddenly turned red. If this brat doesn't behave himself, you must tell Auntie and she will stand up for you. Jiang Shui lowered her head, looking a little embarrassed.
No, Li Mu was very good to me.
If it weren't for him, Li Hui would never let me go.
It just hurt him to participate in the racing competition.
There was a hint of worry in Jiang Shui's eyes.
Li Tianhao and his wife saw it all.
As experienced people, they could tell at a glance that the little girl was interested in Li Mu.
Moreover, they are quite satisfied with Jiang Shui.
She is not only beautiful but also has a good personality. Where can you find such a daughter-in-law?
Here, Auntie has worn this bracelet for decades.
Although it is not valuable, it is very meaningful. As Lu Yueyin spoke, she took off a bracelet from her right hand and put it directly on Jiang Shui's hand.
The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 38, Building Momentum. Strong Condemnation.
Jiang Shui was at a loss and could only look at Li Mu beside her for help.
Take it. It's a little gift from my mother. Otherwise, she might not be able to sleep at night. Thank you, Auntie.
Jiang Shui obeyed Li Mu's every word, and she felt very happy at the moment.
What an obedient child, Xiaomu. You have to be nicer to others in the future. Dad, Mom, it's getting late. I have to go first. The game in 3 days will definitely be exciting. You can't miss it. Auntie, Uncle, goodbye.
Jiang Shui stood up and followed Li Mu obediently until the two left.
Only then did the couple come to their senses. We really underestimated Xiaomu.
Yeah, after 10 years away, it seems he has learned a lot.
If that's the case, I'm going to try my best. The two looked at the direction Li Mu left, their eyes full of relief. Hangzhou, Shenghui Supercar Club. Master Hui, everything has been completed. We have bought all the hot searches in Hangzhou and surrounding cities.
At present, the popularity of this supercar road race is firmly at the top of the list in the Yangtze River Delta region.
Well done.
This time, not only will I make Li Mu lose, I will also make him lose face in front of everyone. I want Jiang Shui to see that the man she follows is a loser.
Wang Debiao smiled and said, this guy is just a small thug. He thinks that he can compete with you by learning some rogue tricks. It's just wishful thinking.
I have used my connections to let influential people from all walks of life condemn him.
Well done, Biao.
He wanted to fight me without even considering whether he had the strength to do so. Li Hui narrowed his eyes with a cold look, as if he had already won the game. On the other side, Li Mu returned home, took a bath and made a cup of coffee, and was about to go back to the room, but saw Jiang Shui leaning on the sofa in a cute pajamas, with a bad look on her face.
What's wrong? Are you worried? It's all my fault. I've caused you trouble. Why are you saying this suddenly?
When Li Mu saw Jiang Shui's face full of grievance and tears in her eyes, he felt a little curious.
Li Hui used his connections to deliberately discredit you. Now many well-known people from all walks of life have begun to condemn you. If this continues, I'm afraid something bad will happen to you.
When Li Mu heard this, he instantly became interested.
Real? Jiang Shui nodded. The nationally famous director Zhu Bin is from Hangzhou.
He used 2,000 words on his Weibo to condemn you.
It's all my fault.
Li Mu sat down next to Jiang Shui, picked up his phone and started looking at it. Wow, the top 10 trending searches on Weibo are all about myself, and the trending search terms all contain the word condemnation. Li Mu clicked casually and the page began to jump.
Oh my god, the entire page is condemning me? Are they trying to drown me in public criticism?
Li Mu looked surprised, but not panicked at all. Zhu Bin, a well-known Chinese director who has directed 3 blockbusters with a box office of over 5 billion yuan, harshly criticized Li Mu as a clown who can only use some crooked ways to attract traffic and gain attention.
He is a representative of the stinky youth of today.
Lu Changsheng, a giant in China's financial sector and chairman of Guangqing Donghong Real Estate, issued a statement, claiming that Li Mu was an uneducated young man. Years of being abandoned made him like a street thug. He sneered at Li Mu's arrogant and domineering behavior, saying that it was not that he did not want to take revenge, but that the time had not come yet. Xiaoan, a member of the entertainment boy band Tang Tang Xiaotian, said on his social media that he had met Li Hui several times and said that he was approachable and down-to-earth, without any airs of a rich second generation. He also said that he didn't know who Li Mu was and that this road race would definitely end with Li Hui winning. Li Mu remained calm and kept sliding his hand across the screen. Soon, through a link in a news article, the page jumped to a forum interface.
China's Supercar Enthusiasts Forum. Oh my god, isn't this forum a gathering place for rich second generations? It really looks like the real thing.
Li Mu muttered something and casually clicked on the spam section. A post with a blood-red title caught his attention.
Hangzhou City Road Race Result Prediction.
There was a fire symbol behind the title, and the poster almost made Li Mu laugh. It was actually Li Hui himself who posted it. He was even the deputy moderator of this forum. The free posting area below was filled with criticism of himself, and Li Mu suddenly realized that he had walked into a den of wolves.
Who is Li Mu? I've never heard of him. I heard he drives a Ferrari LaFerrari? The car is good, but he doesn't think that a good car can win, right? Need I say more about Huishan's strength?
He drifted with one hand, and the record in the Tianmu Mountain Division in Hangzhou is still held to this day.
This guy is simply courting death. I will definitely go to watch the game in 3 days. He dared to say that he lost so much that he ate shit? He thought racing was just a game? Brother Hui supports you, YYDS.
This forum is full of kids from wealthy families, otherwise they wouldn't be able to afford supercars.
That's interesting.
Li Mu murmured softly, his eyes full of interest.
Li Mu, how about we not compete anymore?
Jiang Shui lowered her head, looking like a child who had done something wrong.
Don't worry, take a good rest these 2 days. In 2 days, we will watch Li Hui eat shit live together. She raised her head and saw Li Mu had already entered her room.
Jiang Shui's eyes were somewhat obsessed, and she seemed to be becoming more and more infatuated with Li Mu. At this moment, she caught a glimpse of her mobile phone on the table, and the page was still on the Supercar Club forum.
Suddenly, the screen flashed, and the forum page disappeared, replaced by darkness.
Jiang Shui widened her eyes. A strange scene was happening. A figure appeared in the center of the screen.
It was none other than Li Hui.
At this time, Li Hui was lying on the ground, picking up the yellow objects on the ground and putting them into his mouth.
Every 3 bites, he would say, "This shit is delicious." Jiang Shui was stunned.
Even though he didn't quite understand what happened, he had never seen a pig run or eaten pork. It was obvious that the website had been hacked.
Puff.
Jiang Shui, who has always been very quiet and even slightly autistic, suddenly laughed out loud. After seeing this animation, she felt much better and at the same time felt more reassured about Li Mu. At the same time, Li Hui, who was preparing for the game at home, was furious and picked up the tablet computer on the table and smashed it to the ground.
Fuck, who is it? Find out for me.
If he dares to tease me, I will fucking kill his entire family. Wang Debiao was covered in cold sweat and didn't dare to raise his head. The forum said it was hacked, and their technicians said they are working hard to fix it, but it may be very difficult in a short period of time.
The author has something to say.
The third update seeking support from my brother.
Chapter 39, Human and Car Become One. A master of drifting with feet. 3 days later, at 7 p.m., martial law was imposed on Tianmu Mountain Ring Road in Hangzhou. Li Hui's Supercar Club has a formal license, so it can apply for a racetrack from the city. There was still an hour left before the race, and there were already crowds of people from the foot of the mountain to the top. The roar of the horse echoed throughout Tianmu Mountain. Screams continued to be heard on the mountain road, and from time to time, cool supercars would quickly run up the mountain from the bottom of the road. Not far away, a black Maserati was driving at a very fast speed. When passing the first bend, it did a beautiful drift and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Oh my god, it's Master Hui, so cool, this drift is absolutely amazing. Humph, with this level, Li Mu wants to win? And he drives a Ferrari, what a waste of talent. I don't know which bored person hacked the supercar enthusiasts forum. Everything is based on strength. Do you really think you can win like this? Li Hui's status is there, and his driving skills are really not to be underestimated, especially in recent years, he has hardly lost. The cheers along the way made Li Hui, who was sitting in the driver's seat, feel much better. He seemed to have seen the scene of Li Mu being ruthlessly trampled under his feet. At the same time, a bright red color appeared at the foot of the mountain, and people with sharp eyes instantly discovered that it was Li Mu's car. However, everyone stood there motionless as if they were struck by lightning. Li Mu's Ferrari was moving extremely slowly, estimated to be no faster than 40 miles per hour, and on the roof of his car, there was a huge LCD display installed. The most confusing thing is that a dynamic image is playing in a loop on the screen. Li Hui was half lying on the ground, constantly picking up yellow objects on the ground and putting them in his mouth to eat. From time to time, voices could be heard from the screen. Delicious, delicious. Everyone came to their senses and were scared to death. This animation was exactly the same as the one that was hacked on the forum last night. After that, many places on the internet provided download channels. Naturally, many people were frightened at the scene, but Li Mu was the only one as rampant as him. Fuck, are you looking for death? How can you be so arrogant? Ha, there's no benefit in angering Master Hui. If he loses the game later, I'm looking forward to seeing him eat shit. At this moment, Li Mu's red Ferrari suddenly roared loudly, and in the blink of an eye it rushed to the top of the mountain. 10 minutes later, Li Hui and his gang at the top of the mountain all had black faces. Looking at the figure twisting constantly on the roof of the Ferrari, Li Hui wanted to stab Li Mu to death on the spot. Ha, Li Hui, you're not going to be angry, are you? Be more tolerant. If you win later, won't it be a good opportunity to humiliate me? Li Mu patted the other person's shoulder and said seriously. Pa. Li opened Li Mu's hand and grinned, you also know that you will lose? It's a pity that your chance is gone. Get in the car, the race starts now. He didn't want to continue talking to Li Mu. He didn't know how strong this guy was, but he was definitely a professional at disgusting people. He was afraid that if he continued, he would not be able to resist and beat him up. Upon hearing this, Li Mu didn't waste any words. In tonight's game, he not only wanted to win, but also thoroughly humiliate the opponent. He knew the nearby terrain very well, and what he really relied on was the future technology and god-level driving skills that he had just obtained not long ago. This skill allows him to free his hands, use brainwaves to connect to the onboard computer, control the car with his mind, and even perform many difficult maneuvers that are impossible with current driving technology. The window of the black Lamborghini rolled down, and Li Hui sneered, be careful. If the car crashes and people die, there will be no one to collect your bodies. With your level? I can beat you with my feet. Li Mu grinned, and in front of everyone's shocked gazes, he put his 2 feet directly on the steering wheel. At this moment, Li Mu's body seemed to be touched by a slight electric current. His body trembled. Wow, it was as if he had opened up a new world. He didn't know how to explain this feeling. If he had to describe it, he could only use the idea that man and car are one. Ah, you must be crazy, using your feet? Fine, since you want to die, I won't stop you, let's get started. Boom. A sly smile flashed across Li Mu's eyes, which made Li Hui tremble with fear. But the next moment, the red Ferrari roared wildly like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. He turned into a red line and instantly disappeared on the downhill road. What the hell, what kind of speed is this? 200 miles per hour at the start? Damn, are you kidding me? At this speed, the car will definitely be destroyed and people will die. This kid is looking for death. He is not dead. The people below posted on WeChat moments that he has walked half of the way and completed many incredible movements. His speed is as high as, up to 230 miles per hour. Oh my god, is this a movie?
When Li Hui heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Without saying a word, he started the car and chased after him. At this moment, a sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. On the other side, Li Mu was so happy. At this moment, he was the car and the car was him. He could drive fast or slow as he wanted. He could maximize the performance of the car. Exclamations continued to be heard all around, and all the spectators were dumbfounded.
Fuck driving on a 90-degree mountain road at 200 miles per hour? Am I dreaming? Is this guy cheating?
And he seems to be driving with his feet.
Fuck, is this drag racing? Is this flying a plane?
Look, his car is leaving the ground on one side and drifting.
Even the world's top players can't have this skill, right?
At the same time, Li Mu's Ferrari actually rushed out of the track and jumped off the cliff. The drop was at least 10 meters, and everyone was scared. However, the next moment, Li Mu's car landed steadily on the road below, saving at least 2 kilometers of distance.
Li Hui couldn't even catch up with Li Mu, let alone catch up with Li Mu.
The roar gradually faded away, and when these people came to their senses, their backs were covered in cold sweat.
Is this still human strength? This is God. At this moment, a black Maserati came driving from a distance. Li Hui's speed was extremely fast, but it was no match for Li Mu. Li Hui in the driver's seat was getting more and more frightened.
He had already reached his limit, but still did not see Li Mu's car appear in his field of vision. He gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands and stepped on the accelerator harder and harder. However, on this rugged curve, he had already exceeded the limit.
It's over.
Li Hui is completely finished this time.
Damn it, eating shit is a small matter. This is going to overturn the car. It will definitely be a car crash and people will die.
At this moment, a legend appeared in the Chinese racing world. Many years later, when people talked about this man who drifted with his feet, they still couldn't hide their shock.
The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 40, Counting with Your Fingers. You and shit are destined to be together. Less than 1 meter away from the finish line, the front of Li Mu's Ferrari was touching the finish line. The people around held their breath and dared not make a sound. Li Mu's performance has been posted on WeChat Moments and short video platforms by onlookers along the way. It is clear at a glance who the final winner of this game is. A low roar came from a distance, and a black Maserati appeared at the last hairpin turn 1 kilometer away from the finish line. Then, next, the Maserati seemed to lose control and spun on the ground.
There was a sharp brake sound and everyone screamed. The car flew into the air, turned 2 or 3 times in the air, and then crashed heavily to the ground.
It's over. Will Li Hui be okay? Let's go and have a look. Something's going to happen.
If Li Jinshan comes out, we might all be in trouble.
Yes, let's go and have a look. There is no need for us to wade into this muddy water.
After all, this is an internal conflict within the Li family. As he was speaking, a figure emerged from under the Maserati with its wheels upside down. When everyone saw this, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the car was worth tens of millions, so it was still safe. Although Li Hui's head was covered in blood, it was obvious that the problem was not serious and he would not die. He bent over and limped towards the crowd, looking very painful. Hurry and call an ambulance, my hand seems to be broken. At this time, Li Mu leaned his head out of the window, sighed, and looked very disappointed.
Hey, I gave you a chance, but you are useless.
Li Mu lightly stepped on the accelerator, the front wheel moved a little and crossed the finish line.
Li Hui's face turned pale. At this moment, his self-esteem seemed to have suffered tens of thousands of critical hits.
Compared with this, the injuries on his body were nothing.
Li Mu, I will get back the money I owe you today. Just wait for me.
After saying that, he lowered his head and hurried out of the crowd.
He felt very guilty at the moment. Wait, are you just leaving like that? You don't plan to fulfill our bet?
We signed a contract. Li Mu's voice made Li Hui's heart tremble.
At this time, the onlookers all came up. These people were either second-generation rich or from the sports car circle.
Naturally, they were all Li Hui's dogs.
Li Mu, don't be so unreasonable. Leave a way out for us so that we can meet again in the future. Do you think eating shit is realistic? That's right. Now let's take a step back. We are all from Hangzhou, and you are still brothers. I think Master Hui will remember your kindness. Li Hui didn't care about face anymore.
He glanced at Li Mu and said in a deep voice, "Yes, we are all members of the Li family after all. You win this competition.
I will transfer the money to your account. As for the agreement, let's just leave it at that. I win? That's really interesting. Li Hui, I'm going to say this today. You have to eat this shit whether you want to or not. Are you planning to have a complete falling out with me?" Li Hui's face turned grim.
"Yes, that's right. In my eyes, you are nothing."
"Okay, you make a pile of shit now and I'll eat it, or you can do it on the spot." Li Hui took the risk.
There was no toilet in this place and there were so many people there. He was sure that Li Mu would never shit in public.
"Oh, huh?
You're so capable, this is a bit difficult." Li Mu narrowed his eyes and thought quickly in his mind.
Li Hui smiled proudly. "See? I'm not being rude. If you're ready in advance, I'll fulfill my promise right away. In that case, goodbye."
After Li Hui finished speaking, he turned around and left, not wanting to stay for a moment. At this moment, a group of bootlickers surrounded him and began to show their courtesy in various ways. At this moment, Li Mu raised his head and suddenly saw a group of birds circling in the sky. His heart moved and he smiled sinisterly.
"Hello, Li Hui."
Li Hui, who had already walked to the side of an alpha, turned back with a frown on his face.
"What else do you want?" "Ha, it's nothing. I calculated with my fingers and found that you and shit are meant to be together."
"Stupid." Li Hui thought Li Mu was playing a joke on him, so he cursed in a deep voice and left quickly. He had lost all face today and had to leave here quickly. Li Mu looked up at the sky, and a voice suddenly sounded in his heart.
"Really? You're not lying to me, are you?" "How could I lie to you? As long as you do as I say, I will buy you a lot of food. You humans all have weapons, what if we get hunted?" "Don't worry.
Nowadays, our human society has strict control over guns. Even if there are guns, they will not be used to shoot birds."
"Make a decision quickly. The person is leaving."
The largest bird in the air suddenly let out a loud cry, and a rustling sound appeared in the surrounding mountains and forests. In the distance, Li Hui, who was about to get on the bus, apparently heard the noise and stopped subconsciously. But before he could react, a black cloud was already moving rapidly towards him from the distant sky. A closer look revealed that there were tens of thousands of birds.
Crackle, crackle, crackle.
Wherever this group of blackbirds went, bird droppings fell from the sky, just like hail.
Suddenly, everyone around Li Hui ran away.
Li Hui was horrified when he saw it, but because his right arm was broken, it was inconvenient for him to move, so he could only limp away.
The group of strange blackbirds ignored others and followed Li Hui. After a while, he could only squat on the ground with his head in his hands.
"Fuck you, you bunch of stinky birds, get out of here, I'm going to roast them all sooner or later."
The voice in Li Mu's heart sounded again. "This guy is so annoying, he deserves a beating. Yes, he is threatening you. Hurry up and poop more.
Stink him to death."
The attack of bird droppings was more violent than before, and Li Hui couldn't even raise his head.
He held his head and squatted on the ground, and soon his lower body was buried in bird droppings.
Fuck, how could this happen? This is too weird, right? Are these birds crazy? Wait, do you remember what Li Mu just said? No way, he was right? Is it possible to be related to shit? Oh my god, is this true? It can't be such a coincidence.
Suddenly, the group of birds in the sky seemed to be relieved, and they dispersed and flew into the forests.
Li Hui slowly raised his head when he found that there was no movement and a foul odor spread out.
At the same time, everyone saw that his cheeks were bulging.
Wow. My goodness.
Li Hui opened his mouth and started to dry heave.
Countless bird droppings came out of his mouth.
The people around him turned pale, hid back one by one, and pinched their noses in disgust.
TSK, look at what I just said? You refused to believe me. I told you that you and shit are meant to be together and you said I was talking nonsense. The birds couldn't stand it anymore. A top second-generation rich man in Hangzhou, an upper-class person, is actually playing dirty.
It's okay that he can't drive better than me, but he can't afford to lose.
It's really embarrassing. The author has something to say. 5th update, please support. Chapter 41, Triggering the Mission. Shocking black material. Li Mu got into the Ferrari, lowered the window, and looked down at Li Hui.
Even if you fulfill the bet this time, the money will be put into my account. If you have nothing to do in the future, don't mess with me, otherwise you will be in trouble again." The mighty roar of the engine was heard, and everyone came back to their senses after seeing the Ferrari's taillights disappear. But these flatterers are in a bit of an awkward situation now. Given Li Hui's current state, if you could go up to him and lick his boots, that would definitely give you extra points. But with this strong smell, who would dare to go up? What should we do? Should we go up or not? Fortune and wealth are sought through risk. How about we show off? Forget it. Just the smell will make me vomit for 3 days. Damn it, why do I feel like this is filled with an evil aura? Fuck, Li Mu is such a scary guy. Have you seen the video of him driving? No one believed it when he posted it online. Everyone thought it was a special effect. A group of people lowered their heads and whispered. At this time, a GL8 commercial vehicle drove down the mountain road in the distance. Wang Debiao jumped out of the car in panic, and was immediately horrified. "Master Hui, how did it become like this?" Wang Debiao was stunned when he saw the piles of bird droppings around him and the bird droppings flowing from the corners of Li Hui's mouth. "Damn it, Li Hui, swear that as long as I'm alive, I will make Li Mu pay the price." The huge roar scared the birds and beasts in the forest and scattered them everywhere. Everyone trembled in fear and dared not say a word. Now playing a newsletter, this afternoon, in the Tianmu Mountain City Amateur Road Race, Li Hui, who is said to be the closest to a professional driver, was defeated miserably. His cousin Li Mu's posture and skills were beyond imagination. He not only controlled the Ferrari with his feet throughout the 20-kilometer downhill road, but also measured that the car speed reached a maximum speed of 230 km per hour when passing the last hairpin. Is it a coincidence or retribution? The city road race ended with Li Hui's miserable defeat. According to insiders and the video that appeared on the internet, we learned that Li Hui and Li Mu had a bet. After the game, he refused to fulfill the bet. At this time, thousands of birds flew out of the forest of Tianmu Mountain and defecated on his head. Interestingly, the content of the bet between him and Li Mu was that whoever lost would eat shit live. Is this retribution? News about the Tianmu Mountain racing competition began to spread wildly. In less than an hour, it had spread to the whole of China. For a time, the streets and alleys were full of people discussing these topics. What people talked about most was Li Mu's driving skills. Everyone who had watched the video of Li Mu going down the mountain was impressed by his terrifying driving skills. And this time, Li Mu became truly popular. At 2 a.m., Li Mu held his phone and said with a smile, "Mom, you and Dad should go to bed early. Don't worry, this kid wants to take revenge on me? It's still too early." "Okay, I understand. I will take good care of him." After Li Mu hung up the phone, Jiang Shui had already prepared the bath water for him, prepared his pajamas, and cut a few bowls of apples for him. Li Mu felt very happy. He had such a beautiful girl serving him in his life. What else could he ask for? "Xiao Shui, go to bed early. I'm going to take a shower." Jiang Shui nodded obediently and walked towards her bedroom. 10 minutes later, Li Mu was soaking in the jacuzzi with a look of comfort on his face. Today was a truly legendary day, and he already knew that he had become an internet celebrity, with a surge in fans and attention from all walks of life. Li Mu looked at the ceiling and fell into deep thought. Although he felt great today, the subsequent troubles were not resolved. He had thought things were too simple before. The luxury car's safety system was truly amazing, beyond his expectations. After finally jumping in the air for 3.5 weeks and landing on the roof of the car, Li Hui only had a broken arm and a slight scratch on his head, which was a bit beyond his expectations. Li Hui is now completely humiliated. Some people on the internet have given him the nickname of Dung Beetle of Hangzhou. Once Li Jinshan comes out, both father and son will definitely take revenge on him. Kill them? Li Mu shook his head. Although he possessed the power of 10 elephants, the risk of killing people was still too great. Suddenly, Li Mu's pupils shrank and he sat up from the bathtub. He felt that he was an idiot. Now that he had 1 million points in the mall, he could definitely make a revelation. With Li Hui's character, how could he not have any black material? As if knowing what Li Mu was thinking, a prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. The host's life is seriously threatened, the automatic defense system is activated, and a new task is triggered. Please go to the system panel to check. Li Mu opened the system panel and saw a new task prompt flashing in the column of accepted tasks. Task name, expose Li Hui, task difficulty, intermediate, deadline, 1 week, task reward, unknown. Note, this task is released by the system, and provides an initial black material one. The remaining black material of Li Hui needs to be dug out by the host using mall props. The more complete the black material is and the more miserable the other party's solution is, the richer the host's reward will be.
Dang, is the initial black material one opened? Li Mu wanted to laugh.
His worries were completely in vain.
The girl next to him was very considerate.
The system was not bad. At the critical moment, the task issued was simply perfect.
Open.
Ding, the initial black material has been opened, and 8000K high-definition video images are being generated.
Please wait.
Video generation completed, please watch it. A light curtain opened before my eyes, and images began to appear inside. Li Mu was concentrating, but as the picture clarity gradually improved, Li Mu's expression suddenly changed. Suddenly his face changed, and he picked up a trash can on his right and started vomiting.
Ugh, cough, 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 ugh.
A minute later, Li Mu's face turned red and he vomited out the jaundice water. At this moment, the corners of his mouth twitched and his expression was very interesting.
In the video, a voluptuous bitch in pajamas is in the toilet with Li Hui.
It would be understandable if they were doing some piston movements, but the problem is that what they are doing is really inhumane.
That woman actually ate Li Hui's shit and said it smelled delicious.
How much courage does it take to tell such a lie? Li Mu really didn't expect that Li Hui would be provoked by him to do such a subversive thing.
You are still the most awesome. I am ashamed of myself.
But suddenly, Li Mu frowned. He found that the woman seemed a little familiar, and not just a little familiar. It was obvious that the other party should be a celebrity.
A name flashed through Li Mu's mind, and he quickly opened Baidu and started searching. 5 minutes later, a person appeared on Baidu Encyclopedia.
Her name was Wang Nianshi, and her occupation was marked as an actor. Li Mu touched his chin and smiled meaningfully. I was wondering why she looked so familiar. It turns out she is a second or third tier female celebrity who has recently become popular thanks to the power of unknown capital.
This wave of revelations is quite interesting. The author has something to say. I beg all readers to support me.
Chapter 42. This shit is not in vain.
Li Mu occasionally pays attention to information in the entertainment industry.
Wang Nianshi has been in the entertainment industry for 7 or 8 years and is almost 30 years old this year. Many of her classmates who graduated from the Shanghai Opera House with her have now become well-known celebrities in the Chinese entertainment industry. But her luck was not so good. She took the sexy route when she debuted, but was not appreciated by many people. She always wandered around the second and third lines and could never enter the mainstream.
I was wondering why this woman has suddenly become popular recently. She plays the leading female role and appears on variety shows. Her Weibo followers have skyrocketed 20 times. It turns out that she is tied to a big boss. Li Mu chuckled wickedly, obviously he already had something in mind. There is another detail in the video just now. It was this woman who instigated Li Hui to cheat her in this city racing competition. Obviously, this revenge must be avenged. Li Mu got up from the bathtub and washed up briefly. 10 minutes later, he couldn't wait to return to the bedroom and took out his computer. Soon, he searched for Wang Nianshi's ID on Weibo's homepage, and the number of fans displayed was 2.3 million. In the ranking of fan growth rate, the first place is naturally Lao Xiaoan, and Wang Nianshi is actually ranked second. Li Mu clicked on the homepage and entered the other party's name in the search bar. More than 20,000 search results were displayed, of which more than 10,000 were from the past month. After 8 years of being unknown, Wang Nianshi, a powerful film and television star, has recently become popular again with just one role. Many famous Chinese directors have expressed their willingness to cooperate with him. She is able to balance work and career. A reporter photographed Wang Nianshi filming until late at night recently. After work, she did not forget to chat on the phone with her husband. Her loving marriage is enviable. Entertainment Express, the recently popular Wang Nianshi is in Hangzhou. It is reported that the large-scale spy drama Black Hawk invested by Tinglong Entertainment Film and Television will start filming in Hangzhou Film and Television City. The leading actress Wang Nianshi will personally take part in the film and television drama and resolutely not use a double. Her professionalism have won praise from all walks of life. Breaking news. Popular movie star Wang Nianshi visited an orphanage while filming in Hangzhou and donated 6 million yuan in her personal name.
When interviewed by reporters, she said that every life should be treated well. Now that she has a good life, it is everyone's recognition of her. She should give back to the society and the masses and aspire to be a positive and high-quality artist. Limu kept scrolling down the screen and was more and more surprised. In less than a month, 1/3 of the news on the headlines were related to her. It can be imagined that the entertainment industry and capital market are obviously supporting her recently. It took this woman less than a year to go from being ignored to becoming popular again in middle age. Not only has she filmed 3 or 4 TV series, with top domestic celebrities playing supporting roles for her, she has also received notices for 5 or 6 of China's most popular variety shows. Her career is at its peak. Li Hui should have taken a lot of credit for this. Li Mu showed a look of sudden enlightenment. He nodded seriously and said to himself, "It seems that this shit was not eaten in vain." Hangzhou, at Li Hui's home. In the bedroom on the 3rd floor, Li Hui walked out of the bathroom. This was his 5th shower today, but he still felt that the smell of urine and feces had not been washed away. At this moment, his face was ashen, his eyes were red, and there was a terrifying murderous aura about him. "Knock, knock, knock, Mr. Hui, are you there?" Wang Debiao's voice was heard at the door. "Damn it, don't bother me, you are a bunch of trash. You can't even deal with Li Mu. How can I go out and meet people in the future? I will make this kid pay the price." "Master Hui, it's Master Wang Yan who is here." "Whom?" She came at the right time. It was her bad idea to let me compete with Li Mu. Otherwise, why would I endure such humiliation? Bring her in for me. 10 minutes later, the bedroom door was opened. Master Wang Yan was wearing a black tight t-shirt, slim jeans, and a pair of leopard print high heels. She was standing in front of Li Hui with her head down, holding a small LV bag in both hands. To be honest, apart from being a little older, this woman should be the type that most men like. She is really professional when it comes to showing off her charm. Li Hui glanced at the other person up and down, and suddenly an evil light flashed in his eyes. It must be said that every time he saw Master Wang Yan, it could stimulate his most primitive hormones. "Do you know why I came to you?" Li Hui's words made Master Wang Yan shudder. "Brother Hui, I know why. It's all my fault. I didn't think it through. But I also wanted to let you vent your anger. No one knew that Li Mu was so powerful." I didn't say I was blaming you, why are you so nervous?" "Really? Thank you so much, Brother Hui." Master Wang Yan's eyes were filled with surprise and he felt relieved. "I have helped you so much. I have spent at least tens of millions of dollars to help you get connections. Now you have become famous, but I have lost face. I am afraid I will not be able to help you in the future." Master Wang Yan's expression froze, his smile froze, and a look of fear appeared in his pupils. "Master Hui, please don't be like this. I have reached the most critical moment. If you don't help me now, I will be beaten back to my original form." "Oh? Really? But I feel really uncomfortable." "Master Hui, you can do whatever you want. I will agree to it. Please don't abandon me." Master Wang Nianshur knew what he would face after being abandoned. Everything he had gained would vanish into thin air. Moreover, those who disliked him would trample him under their feet, and he would never be able to be reborn. Then it depends on your sincerity. Come on, follow me to the bathroom." Master Wang Yan's face turned extremely pale. There would be no problem if you asked her to sleep with you, but she knew why Li Hui asked her to go to the toilet. "Why? Don't you want to?" No, I do. I do." Wang Nianshur quickly expressed his opinion, "Isn't it just eating shit? It's happened once, why a second time? Come on, I like people like you, obedient and sensible. Don't worry, I guarantee you will become famous." At the same time, in Li Mu's bedroom, he stared at the computer screen with a brilliant look in his eyes. "I spent 20,000 points to redeem an item called Sky Eye, which can monitor the person you want to monitor without anyone noticing, for a limited time of 72 hours. At this moment, on the computer screen, Master Wang Yan's mouth was full of chocolate-like objects. Li Mu naturally knew what that was. "It's delicious. It's great. Brother Hui, please give me more." Do you want to eat?" "Sure, I'll make more." Looking at this absurd scene, Li Mu swallowed his saliva and finally came back to his senses. Li Mu could fully imagine what a sensation it would cause if this material was posted on the internet. This was not just simple black material, it involved deeper issues of human nature.
The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 43: The Honest Man YYDS.
As a star, you can give up your dignity for money, even sleep with someone, and at most you will be criticized for having no moral integrity.
But for the sake of fame, he actually ate shit, which is a bit inhumane.
And the other party is a well-known rich second generation in China, which is even more thought-provoking. Once it is exposed, it will inevitably cause an uproar in China and even the whole world. In the short term, Wang Nianshi has been elevated to the position of a high-quality star. The revelation of this explosive news at this time will cause exponential damage to her.
The system mall interface appeared in front of Li Mu.
This time he had a lot of points, so he could directly redeem props and reveal information. Purchase Universal Live Broadcast Room 1.
Exchange for Confession Card 1. Exchange for Honest Man Potion 1. Exchange Sky Eye Monitoring 1. Exchange for Deep Hypnosis Card 1.
Exchange for Black Material Detector 10.
500,000 points were deducted from the mall points.
Li Mu scanned the system backpack with his mind and nodded with satisfaction. Basically, with these props, he could make a perfect revelation. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the Honest Man's Weibo homepage, which had been silent for several days, suddenly updated a new blog post.
This blog post is just a few simple words.
I'm back, countdown to the revelations, please stay tuned. After Li Mu pressed the send button, he was stunned.
Less than a second after sending, the number of clicks exceeded 100,000.
He blinked a few times and refreshed the page. Wow, the number of clicks exceeded 1 million, and the number of comments exceeded 150,000.
This kind of popularity is unparalleled in the world.
There are probably tens of thousands of people across the country who have nothing to do but refresh the Weibo of the Honest Man to see if there is any new revelation. At this moment, a small box suddenly popped up in the lower right corner of the computer.
Li Mu took a look at it and suddenly became uneasy. Midnight Express, according to the latest news, the mysterious Honest Man has appeared again.
1 minute ago, the Honest Man published a new blog post, claiming that new revelations are about to be made. Yanjing Satellite TV said that it has set up a special media group to open a special topic on the Honest Man's revelations and track the revelations in real time.
Li Mu blinked, and another news push popped up.
The Yanjing headquarters of the Huaxia police said that a special task force has been set up to conduct a comprehensive investigation of the Honest Man.
They will not allow anyone who destroys social stability to exist.
This special task force will set up a technical information team with a total of 50 senior computer engineers. They must find this mysterious person. Song Wei, the current leader of the Chinese Red Hacker Alliance, challenged the Honest Man on behalf of the alliance, claiming that he would uncover the Honest Man's true identity before this revelation and personally bring him to justice. The three pieces of heavy news that appeared in succession shocked Li Mu, and at the same time, he felt a little scared.
Although the outside world seemed calm, there were actually undercurrents.
He really ignored this point during this period of time. If something goes wrong along the way and my identity is exposed due to negligence, the consequences will be disastrous. All my previous efforts will be wasted. By then, I'm afraid there will be no place for me in the world.
Li Mu licked his lips, attracting the attention of many forces.
He was indeed under a lot of pressure, but it was nothing. After opening his Weibo homepage, he decisively started editing a new blog post. Half an hour later, a new blog post published by Li Mu successfully made the headlines of major news websites.
Hello everyone, I heard that many people are looking for me. I represent bad luck. All the dark secrets hidden in the darkness will be exposed in the sun. In my eyes, everything is just an ant. Tremble, world, I am an honest man YYDS. This blog post was so arrogant that the comments sections of major websites about this news completely exploded. Arrogant, honest man YYDS. Awesome, honest man YYDS. Awesome, honest man YYDS. At this moment, the topic of honest man YYDS was all over the screen and was spreading to the entire internet, sweeping across China. Openly calling out to all the major authoritative departments in China, anyone who can do such a thing is either overconfident or a fool. Li Mu's eyes were shining with excitement. In any matter, risks and rewards are directly proportional. If he wanted to make himself stronger, he can only go against the current and seek wealth and honor in danger. Ding! The Universal Live Room has been successfully launched. The network has been set up and connected to the plain internet. It has started to attract users. Online users, 100.
10,000,200,000.
50 million.
In less than 5 seconds, the number of people in the live broadcast room had reached 50 million. Compared with the previous times, the speed this time made Li Mu astonished.
Honest man YYDS, awesome.
I, the god of war of Chenjiagu, would like to call you the strongest.
Fuck, the live broadcast room is open again? My hands are shaking and my heart is excited. Let's have fun together. I bet $1 that no one can catch an honest man. An honest man is always the strongest. Honest man, stop wasting time and give me a hint. Who is the target of this revelation? I want to see which big shot in the circle is going to be in trouble again. At this moment, the background of the live broadcast room suddenly turned black, a clown's face appeared in the central area, and the chat area suddenly became quiet. A deep voice as if coming from hell sounded. The live broadcast room for breaking news has been restarted, and the breaking news preview has officially begun. This breaking news will involve 2 people, a female star in the entertainment industry and a second-generation rich man. The breaking news involved will subvert everyone's 3 views. I suggest that people under the age of 18 watch it accompanied by their parents. I am not responsible for any discomfort caused. This breaking news will be completed within 72 hours. At the top of the live broadcast room page, the countdown begins. At this moment, all the wealthy and powerful people in the Chinese entertainment industry were trembling in fear. Not only did they feel guilty, they also hated honest people. They were afraid that they would become the lucky ones and become the targets of the honest people's revelations. At the same time, Li Hui, who had just fully vented his anger on Master Wang Nian, felt much better, and his depression was finally mostly vented. There was a sound of water coming from the bathroom. Master Wang Nian had been taking a shower for almost an hour and hadn't come out yet. This was normal. She had to eat shit and get fucked. If she wasn't facing Li Hui, she would probably have vomited all the jaundice water at this moment. Li Hui was too lazy to pay attention to her. After venting the evil in his heart, his mood returned to normal. Just then, there was a knock on the bedroom door. Li Hui frowned, turned his head to check the time, and asked unhappily, "Who?" "Master Hui, I'm a Biao." Something happened. That honest man showed up again. He's going to expose something again. And the preview said that the targets of this exposure are a certain entertainment star and a certain rich second generation. Ha! What does this have to do with me? Master Hui, you and Miss Wang are. Wang Debiao wanted to say something but stopped himself. He didn't dare to continue. The author has something to say. Dear readers, it is almost 100,000 words. 100,000 words determine the performance of this book. The data of this book is not too good at present. I hope those who are reading it can urge for updates, give a gift of a few cents, and give a 5-star review to give me some motivation. Thank you. Chapter 44, the video that ruins your worldview leaks. What's going on? You're so hesitant. Li Hui suddenly became nervous. In recent times, he had been tormented by Li Mu and his nerves had become too sensitive. The honest man has reappeared, and he has publicly announced that he will expose the truth within 72 hours. Li Hui was stunned. He thought something big had happened, but Wang Debiao told him this. What does this have to do with me? This mysterious person, but he does things without thinking of the consequences. Sooner or later, he will pay the price. Master Hui, you don't know that in the preview of this person's revelations, he said that he would expose the dirty secrets of a person in the entertainment industry and a rich second generation. Wang Debiao glanced at the bathroom, looking a little uneasy. The entertainment industry and the second generation of rich people? Humph, I don't have much in common with this person. The entertainment industry is so big and there are so many second generation rich people. There is no reason why they would find me. At this time, the bathroom door was pushed open. Wang Debiao took a look and realized that it was not convenient for him to stay any longer. Master Hui, I'll be out first. You can check online. It's always better to be vigilant. Looking at Wang Debiao leaving, Li Hui did not take this matter to heart. Master Hui, you haven't rested yet? Master Wang Nian wiped his wet hair and asked softly. Li Hui turned his head to look at the other person and suddenly laughed obscenely. You little devil, you are getting more and more seductive. I don't want to sleep yet. You know what to do. Master Wang Nian's scream came from the room. Wang Debiao, who was outside the door, heard the noise in the bedroom and could only shake his head helplessly and leave.
At the same time, Li Mu crossed his legs, cracked melon seeds, and stared at the screen intently.
Sky Eye surveillance provides him with real-time monitoring of the target of his whistleblower information.
Li Mu's face flushed, his blood boiling. He was a young man full of vigor and vitality.
Who could withstand such a scene?
He even wanted to find Zhang Shui to clarify the relationship and vent his anger, but he held back.
20 minutes later, the battle in the picture finally ended, and the two men fell asleep directly on the bed.
Li Mu glanced at him and shook his head helplessly.
How could a young man bear it? It took a lot of effort to calm down.
It was already 6 o'clock in the morning and the sky outside was beginning to turn white. When I came to the computer, the number of people in the live broadcast room had exceeded 200 million. He thought for a moment, a smirk flashed in his eyes, and then he started typing on the keyboard. 10 minutes later, Li Mu censored the two videos, erased the faces and threw them into the live broadcast room.
Fuck you, when you wake up, you too will know that the world is full of malice towards you.
At 7 o'clock in the morning, Li Mu had already fallen asleep, but the whole of China was in an uproar. In the live broadcast room, various sounds of shock were heard.
Fuck. Are the man and woman in this video the male and female protagonists of this revelation? Everyone, it's time to show off your real skills. Who can analyze the true identities of these two people?
I don't know who it is, but I can tell from the looks of it that she has a great figure.
The guy above, please be serious. I think this woman looks familiar to me. Look at her legs. Does she look like the recently popular actress Wang Nianshi? This unintentional speculation immediately caused a huge uproar.
666, bro, you have a keen eye and can tell a person by his legs, but be careful with your words or you might get a court summons.
Yes, what this guy said makes sense. Look at the woman's calf and there is a red mole. I remember that Wang Nianshi took a set of swimsuit photos. If I remember correctly, he has the same red mole. Let me explain.
If I remember correctly, Master Wang Nian has a scar on the inside of his right arm.
It seems he had an operation 6 years ago. You are looking at a woman.
The same scar in the same position.
This identity is pretty close, right? Wow, these people are really awesome, they are like Conan, they have arranged everything clearly for you.
However, at this moment, another video that Li Mu had set in advance suddenly popped up. Among the more than 200 million users in the live broadcast room, at least 2/3 saw this ridiculous video at the same time. If the previous video still had some viewing value, this video simply refreshed everyone's 3 views. At this moment, at this second, across the land of China, countless men and women of different identities, places, and ages began to experience varying degrees of nausea, vomiting, and vomiting.
In this video, there is still a man and a woman.
Although they are also blurred, judging from their body shape and physical features, these two people are definitely the ones in the previous indecent video. However, who could have thought that the two people who were still engaged in a double battle the moment before would actually start eating shit here?
Who could stand this? The key point is that the woman was eating and saying it was delicious, while the man on the side was laughing evilly. MP, am I behind the times? Can you still play like this? I mean, honest people remind you that people under 18 should be accompanied by an adult. This is too disgusting. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. I gave away all the breakfast I had this morning, and now I feel like throwing up. I couldn't help but take a look at the live studio before going to work. I admit, I regret it. My God, is this really a time of shit? What did I do wrong in my previous life? Let me see this video.
If I have committed a crime, please shoot me, don't torture me. Users in the live broadcast room began to complain crazily, and for a while the room was filled with various emotions such as fear, anger, nausea, and shock. At 12 o'clock in the morning, Li Mu walked out of the bedroom with sleepy eyes. As soon as I went down the stairs, I heard the sounds of vomiting and the toilet flushing coming from the bathroom. Zhang Shui covered her mouth and walked out of the bathroom with a flushed face. If there was a stranger here, he would definitely think she was suspicious. Xiaoan, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Li Mu asked with a worried look on his face.
No,
that honest guy on the internet revealed that someone eats shit. Li Mu raised his eyebrows and immediately came back to his senses.
The slight grumpiness he had after waking up was swept away.
He knew that it must be the several videos he posted that worked. Under Zhang Shui's puzzled gaze, Li Mu quickly went downstairs, picked up the laptop and started looking at it.
Li Mu, you'd better stop watching,
or you won't be able to eat breakfast later.
It's too disgusting. It's okay. Someone is going to be in trouble. TSK, TSK, TSK.
Jiang Shui was stunned, as if she had thought of something. I saw someone analyze it online and they said the woman in the video seems to be a very popular female star named Wang Nianshi.
Oh? Is there anyone who can analyze this even though it's blurred?
Jiang Shui heard this and said softly, no matter who it is, I think this kind of thing is simply not something a human can do.
The author has something to say. Please support me, my readers. Chapter 45, Targeting Master Wang Yin. That's right. TSK, 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 he does look a bit like Li Hui. Could this man be him?
Li Mu said with a smile.
Li Mu, can you please stop looking? I feel like vomiting again.
Jiang Shui covered her mouth with her hand, turned around and ran to the toilet.
Don't do this all the time. If my parents see it, they'll think they're going to have a grandchild. Li Mu, you are so mean, ugh.
Jiang Shui was obviously very shocked and it would take her at least 10 days or half a month to recover.
After all, how many normal people could withstand such a scene?
And Master Wang Nianxi's nightmare is about to begin.
2 p.m. at Li Hui's home in the Zhongting Villa area. The 100-inch high-definition LCD TV was showing the Hangzhou TV noon news.
The sweet-looking announcer had a professional smile on his face, but every word he said made Li Hui and the others feel as if they were falling into an icy cave.
Hello, audience friends. Now I have a breaking news report.
The mysterious paparazzi has reappeared in the arena, and the weird live broadcast room has reappeared on the internet. At around 6 o'clock this morning, 3 obscene videos were leaked in the live broadcast room. One of the videos was suspected to be a woman swallowing the grain reincarnation object. The impact was extremely bad. At present, the relevant departments are stepping up the use of technical means to block the video. In addition, according to the people in the live broadcast room, some people with a curious mind judged based on certain characteristics of the woman in the video that this person has a great resemblance to Wang Nianshi, a woman who has recently become popular on the internet. All sectors of society attach great importance to this incident. Dong Wanshang, president of the China Film Association, issued a statement through his private social account, claiming that he would strictly eliminate artists with bad habits and severely punish those found.
The 2 pieces of news made Li Hui completely panic. He also watched the 3 videos. As a person involved, how could he not see that the man and woman in the videos were him and Wang Nianshi? At this time, Wang Debiao ran out of Li Hui's bedroom with cold sweat on his forehead.
Master Hui, I checked and there are no cameras in your room or the bathroom. Apart from our surveillance cameras, no micro cameras were found in the entire villa.
What about her?
Li Hui looked at Master Wang Nian, who was lying on the ground crying beside him, and asked in a cold voice.
I've checked, and there's nothing. What the hell? I took the video and posted it online.
Wang Debiao's limbs were cold. He felt wronged. He felt that something was wrong from the beginning. However, Li Hui was having fun at that time and didn't take his words seriously at all. A young man walked in quickly from the direction of the gate. Master Hui, Brother Biao, there is a man at the door claiming to be a staff member of a certain film crew who said that he hopes to let Miss Wang go back with them. Li Hui frowned and was about to lose his temper, but Wang Debiao said in a deep voice, Master Hui, listen to me, the most urgent thing is to let her leave immediately, then maybe we still have a chance to save the relationship. Hearing this, Li Hui turned his head and looked at Master Wang Yan, and shouted, why don't you get out of here? Master Hui, Brother Hui, you can't give up on me, save me, I don't want to be finished, once I am exposed, my life will be over. Humph, I haven't settled accounts with you yet. This matter is all caused by you.
It's really unlucky. Ever since I met you, I haven't had a smooth life. Get out of here right now.
Wang Debiao signaled to his 2 men with his eyes, and the 2 big men stepped forward and carried Master Wang Nian to the yard. No matter how she cried and made a fuss, Li Hui was like an old monk in meditation and did not waver at all.
Master Hui, I personally think that I won't move unless the enemy moves. The current video seems to be targeting that woman only. Let's not do anything for now, otherwise it will easily backfire. Immediately arrange for someone to check for me. I must know who this honest man is. Yes, I'll do it right away. At 5 p.m., countless reporters gathered at the entrance of Hangzhou Film and Television City. Director Chen Yangan had a frown on his face and was obviously in a bad mood. Sure, it's not easy for you to become famous. I know you have some backers, but the nature of this scandal is too bad. Is the woman in the video you?
Wang Nianshi's mood had calmed down a little at this moment.
She knew that she could not admit it even if she was beaten to death, otherwise everything would be over.
All around, the crew members lowered their heads, whispered, pointed at Master Wang Nian from time to time, and occasionally laughed.
This woman has become a little bit arrogant since she was made famous by Li Hui.
She likes to act like a big shot in many crews and has offended many people without realizing it. At this moment, no one knew how many people were hiding in the dark, all watching the joke.
Do you think that woman is her? There is an obscene video and she is eating shit. I don't know who the big boss in the video is. TSK, she has finally met her end.
I heard a long time ago that she seemed to have tied the thigh of some rich second-generation guy. It would have been fine if she had slept with him, but now she even ate his shit. My moral integrity is completely shattered to the ground. Be quiet, be careful not to be heard by her.
If it's not her, we'll be in trouble. This woman is very vicious.
Chen Yanan's face turned pale, and he glanced at everyone, saying in a cold voice, "Shut up, everyone. If we can't shoot normally, I won't have food to eat, and you won't be much better off."
Everyone's neck shrank, and no one dared to talk nonsense anymore. That's not the person in the video. I was wrongly accused.
Suddenly, Master Wang Yan, who was standing nearby, spoke up, her eyes full of tears, and she looked very aggrieved. I have to say, this woman's acting skills are quite good. She knows that she must not admit it, otherwise everything will be over. By then, not only will I be banned, but I'm afraid I won't have a place to stay in the entire China.
Can you take responsibility for what you said? I can. I was slandered.
Chen Yanan's expression eased a little. After all, the other party was the heroine, so he still had to give her some face.
Okay, I'll believe you this time. Go and issue a solemn statement to clarify the matter.
Don't worry, as long as it really isn't you, the crew will never abandon you.
Upon hearing this, Master Wang Yan showed a look of sadness on his face. I just want to make a good TV show. I didn't think about anything else. Why do some people want to smear me? How did I offend them? This woman still has her own way.
Her aggrieved look instantly made Chen Yangan feel a little guilty. Sure, I was so excited just now because I was worried about the crew.
I actually believe you. How could you do such a disgusting thing?
I will arrange for the public relations to issue a statement in the name of the crew. If someone spreads rumors without reason, I will definitely not let them go.
Thank you, Director Chen.
I will also take legal action to make sure those who slander me have nowhere to hide. When the people around who were watching the fun saw this situation, they all secretly cursed Master Wang Nianshi as a vixen.
This woman was too cruel. When she acted coquettishly and pretended to be aggrieved, few men could resist her. The author has something to say. Today is the 5th update. I beg all readers to give me a 5-star review. The rating of this book is so low.
Please urge me to update.
Chapter 46, Internet War. Mentally retarded fans.
In the evening of the same day, Wang Nianshi, who was highly suspected to be the female protagonist in the video, finally spoke out.
A 500-word-long cry appeared on the internet, attracting huge attention.
However, when most people were still pondering the credibility of this statement, Wang Nianshi's fans who had been silent for a long time could no longer sit still.
Damn, who doesn't have an idol in their heart?
If your idol is wronged so badly, as her fan, you don't say a word, it's simply a cowardly act. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Li Mu and Jiang Shui sat in front of the computer. A few minutes ago, they saw Wang Nianshi's personal statement.
Li Mu, it can't be her, right?
After all, she's famous now and has money, so there's no need for her to do such a disgusting thing.
You can't judge a book by its cover. That's too disgusting. How can you even eat that? This matter has exceeded Jiang Shui's tolerance.
No matter what logic is used, it is impossible to explain such confusing behavior as eating shit. At this moment, subtle changes suddenly occurred in the live broadcast room that occupied the main screen of the computer. The number of people online in the upper right corner began to increase rapidly, and the nicknames of these new people entering the live broadcast room all started with the word sure. It was obvious that these people were not ordinary spectators.
That's too much. What do you mean by an honest man? I think you've eaten too much shit. You don't have to go to jail for spreading rumors in China, right? You actually slandered our goddess, which is unforgivable.
Today, our army will go out to teach you a lesson.
He's an honest man, but he's clearly a fool.
The goddess master is popular, and many people are jealous, but they don't even look at what kind of people they are.
They're doing crooked things, living in dark corners, and they're trash.
Today, our Shurjia army of 30,000 die-hard fans are going out to teach you a lesson. Check for yourself how much charity our Shurshur has done in the past few years. You can expose the information, but don't involve our goddess, otherwise we will be the first to disagree.
Wow, this bunch of people are actually Wang Nianshur's fan club.
They are said to be die-hard fans, but in fact they are brainless fans.
They keep talking about Master as their goddess.
When the truth comes out one day and they find out that their idol is a shit-eater, I wonder what their expressions will be. However, although the honest man has only appeared for more than 2 months, he and Wang Nianshur are not from the same dimension. Although a large part of the people in the live broadcast room are there to watch the fun.
But the number of Lao Shiren's loyal fans is definitely hundreds of times that of Wang Nianshur.
In the chat area, the scrolling speed suddenly increased. This was the home ground of honest people, and the comments made by this bunch of airborne brainless fans were drowned in saliva in the blink of an eye.
Fuck, is this Master Wang Nian's brainless fan?
How ridiculous, it's almost confirmed that it's her, and you're still cleaning for him.
What? Do you like the smell of shit too? Isn't that too strong? Who is Master Wang Nian? You think you can be compared with an honest man? Wait and see. When the day comes when the evidence is proven, we'll see if you can still show off. All of you get out of here. You are not welcome here. Wang Nianshur is a goddess? She is over 30, right? Isn't it because of sleeping with men that she is famous?
There have been gossips saying that he is related to some rich second-generation man.
It's disgusting that she is a whore.
In the live broadcast room, the conflict between the fans of both sides was almost one-sided.
Once the tens of millions of honest and loyal fans opened their mouths, those brainless fans didn't even have a chance to fight back.
At this moment, a ridiculous scene was taking place in the VIP room of a voice chat platform.
There are as many as 50,000 people online in this room, and the name of the room is Shijayajin United Front Work Department.
At this time, a man's voice sounded.
Everyone, we are all supporters of the goddess. The dignity of the goddess cannot be trampled upon.
Our United Front Work Department has decided to leave messages under the social media accounts of major official media to clear the goddess name and severely punish the honest man.
Next, an extremely bizarre scene occurred on the Chinese internet.
A group of unidentified people left messages on Weibo of 6 authoritative official media outlets, including Yanjing Daily, China Youth League, and China's Central Daily News. And this group of people don't seem to understand at all what these official media represent. For the sake of an actor, 50,000 crazy fans came out in full force, but the final result was laughable. 50,000 Weibo accounts were collectively blocked, and a certain voice chat room belonging to the United Front Work Department was also permanently closed. The China Central Daily News even published a piece of news on the front page with a very meaningful title. Is an actor really worth your madness? Please pay more attention to positive energy and chase stars rationally.
8 o'clock in the evening, in the lounge of Hangzhou Film and Television City.
After Wang Nianshur issued the statement, he felt proud again after hearing that his fans besieged the honest man's live broadcast room. He has been very popular in recent years and has a group of loyal fans following him. However, most of her fans are men, and she looks down on these losers and regards them as nothing more than toads. Honest man, you didn't expect that I have so many fans that I can definitely bring you down before you reveal anything. The door of the lounge was ajar, and the sounds of voices and hurried footsteps could be heard outside. Master Wang Nian was slightly stunned, then frowned, because he heard Director Chen's voice. The other party seemed to be on the phone, but his tone was pleading.
Are you considering going down the path again?
I will personally tell her to control the behavior of her fans.
The 50 million investment is very important to us. What? You really can't make any compromises?
Okay, I get it.
Sorry for the trouble, hello?
Apparently the call was hung up directly. Master Wang Nian felt a little uneasy and walked towards the door, just as Chen Yangan pushed it open and entered.
What happened to Director Chen's phone call just now? Did a sponsor withdraw his investment?
The 50 million yuan for post-production is gone, and the 60 million yuan for actor costumes and props and special effects production has also been withdrawn by the investors.
5 minutes ago, 3 advertisers notified us that they would terminate their cooperation with us. What? What does this mean? What do you mean? Our crew has stopped working. We will pack up tomorrow and everyone will go back to their homes and find their own mothers. How so? Wang Yanshi was panicking.
He had become very popular recently and was expecting to take off with this TV series, but now this situation had happened.
Because you've been banned.
Master Wang Nian's heart trembled violently and she sat down on the ground. She looked at Chen Yangan with horror and her limbs began to tremble.
Block? How is this possible? You are talking nonsense. Master Wang Nian, I am so disappointed in you.
Your fans went to the official media Weibo to cause trouble, and now they have issued a direct ban, saying that you are not qualified to be a qualified actor.
What?
Chen Yangan gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Master Wang Nian sat on the ground in a daze, his head buzzing. This sudden blow made her despair.
The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 47, More Explosive Scandal.
Entertainment Frontline reported that the TV series Black Hawk Returns invested by Jinhai Film and Television Group was disbanded due to the improper behavior of the fans of the heroine Wang Yanshi. Several major Chinese official media outlets have issued articles stating that the threshold for entertainment stars should be raised. 5 minutes ago, the China Film and Television Administration announced that it would permanently ban Wang Yanshi. For inferior artists and artists who have no respect for national laws, the most severe blow will be given.
What an idiot! I think this woman is too proud of herself. Who can be provoked? Why would she go after the official media? Damn it!
I'm going to be killed by her this time. Master Hui, there must be a conspiracy behind this.
The mastermind will not let you go. I think it's better for you to go out and hide for a while.
Li Hui saw the latest headlines and learned about Wang Yanshi's situation, and he felt very nervous. You're right, but my sudden departure was a bit deliberate. I think the paparazzi had already started making wild guesses after watching the video, and I must be on their list.
3 days later, Master Chen of Hong Kong Island Bell Jewelry will have his 20th birthday party. Mr. Chen is still in the police station. You can take him to the birthday party. Isn't that the best of both worlds? Biao, you are still reliable, so let's get ready to leave tomorrow. Okay, I'll arrange it right away.
For safety reasons, Mr. Hui should not go out.
Watching Biao leave, he let out a breath. As long as he left the mainland and went to Hong Kong Island, he would have plenty of ways to leave China. As for the honest man, he would definitely dig him out and make him pay the price. At this time, Li Mu leaned back in his chair, feeling refreshed and in a very good mood, because Master Wang Nian was banned. This was what she meant by doing too much evil will eventually lead to her own destruction. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was lively. This bitch was actually banned, these fans are so funny. Master Wang Nian would never have dreamed that it would be his own fans who would make him lose face in the end. Honest man, you have so many loyal fans supporting you, why don't you expose the truth? Don't delay it, we want to know who the man and woman in the video are. The onlookers obviously lost their patience and began to urge them on. Li Mu looked at the computer screen with a smile. The news was bound to be exposed, but he needed more black material. Once he made a move, he would never give Li Hui a chance to turn things around. Ding successfully used the black material detector, found black material 1, and has been moved to the list to be checked. Ding using the black material detector, black material 1 was found and has been moved to the list to be checked. Ding using the black material detector, no black material was found, this detection is invalid. Li Mu raised his eyebrows. He had read the instructions before. If the detection failed, it meant that all the negative information about this person had been dug out, but the detector would be consumed and would not be returned. Is this the only negative information about Li Hui? He was a little surprised. He couldn't care less at the moment. With a thought, a light curtain appeared in front of him and Li Hui's figure appeared in front of him. His expression changed, and he actually saw Li Jinshan in the image generated by the system. Calming down, Li Mu watched quietly. He had a premonition that this time the news would be able to catch both him and his son in one fell swoop, and by that time, Jinghai Group would be in his father's pocket. The image showed a dark area of water, which looked like a dock warehouse. Li Jinshan, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, stood at the door of the warehouse with a cigarette in his mouth. Suddenly, a cargo ship slowly approached the entrance of the bay in the distance. Dad, I'm here. After stubbing out his cigarette, Li Jinshan said in a deep voice, send someone to keep watch while we inspect the goods. Half an hour later, the large freighter docked and several foreigners came down from it. On Li Hui's side, several bodyguards walked into the cargo hold of the freighter and began to move things out. At first, the things that were moved down were all large wooden boxes. Li Mu had seen this thing before.
It was a raw material for Jinghai Group to produce chips.
Li Mu watched it patiently. He knew that the system would not make mistakes. Since this video was played, there must be something fishy.
Suddenly, Li Mu heard a sound similar to that of a car engine in the image, and suddenly, his pupils began to dilate. Wow, he actually saw a lot of colorful supercars being driven out of the huge cargo ship warehouse. There are a total of 8 luxury cars including Mercedes-Benz, Lamborghini, Maserati, Porsche, etc. At this moment, a Chinese man came down from the boat. "Ha, Mr. Li, we have been working together for 3 years, and it is a pleasure to do business with you."
Li Jinshan grinned. Smuggling supercars is a serious crime in China. Few people dare to ride them.
Every year, dozens of these cars can pass through my son's club, and the net profit is as high as more than 1 billion.
Naturally, I am happy. Mr. Li, the inspections are strict recently, so I won't delay here.
Li Jinshan handed a check to the other party and said with a smile, "Be careful on the road, and I look forward to seeing you next time." "Dad, we made more than 2 billion yuan from smuggling cars in 3 years.
It's so easy to make money. Keep a low profile, you know? If you're caught doing this, it's a capital crime. Go home first. I have something else to do. Tell your mom that I won't be back tonight." Li Mu frowned. He saw in the video that when Li Hui heard Li Jinshan say that he would not go home, his eyes narrowed slightly. He actually saw lust in his eyes. What's going on? Although Li Hui's mother is his stepmother, could it be that? A kind stepmother? Li Mu blurted out, his expression becoming interesting. The system seemed to know what Li Mu was thinking.
The image jumped and a new scene appeared before his eyes.
This is a bedroom. Li Mu knew that this was the Li family manor.
Li Jinshan and his family lived there a few years ago, but they moved out last year.
A very feminine and beautiful woman in pajamas was leaning on Li Hui's shoulder. Fuck, is this really the plot? This guy is such a pervert. Li Mu was shocked. A scene from an island movie actually appeared in the video.
Li Hui was actually having an affair with his stepmother.
If this wave of revelations were released all at once, wouldn't Li Jinshan's brain be buzzing? 20 minutes later, the video ended.
There is no need to describe the subtle scenes that followed.
Those who understand will understand. Li Mu entered the live broadcast room and took a deep breath.
Tonight was the best time to officially reveal the news. 1 minute later, in the middle of the screen, the clown, who had been keeping his eyes closed and head down, suddenly and slowly raised his head.
The half-closed eyes slowly opened, the bright red mouth opened, and a strange laugh rang out. "Everyone, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
I will start the official revelations at midnight tonight.
Please wait and see." The entire network's attention was almost entirely focused on this live broadcast room.
Almost at the same time when Li Mu announced the time for the revelation, people from all walks of life in China received the news at the same time.
The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 48, Shocking News.
At the headquarters of the Red Hacker Alliance, this year's leader Song Wei stood in the computer room with a frown on his face.
How is it? Still no clues found?
A young man with severe myopia shook his head helplessly.
Old Song, there is really no other way.
I have used all available means, but I can't find anything valuable. This live broadcast is like existing in a virtual world.
It has no IP address, no server address. I give up.
Song Wei's expression froze and his face suddenly changed. He finally realized that the seriousness of the matter was far beyond his imagination. The young man's name is Zhang Zhang, nicknamed Little Computer. If you say Zhang Zhang's name in the global IT industry, probably no one would know him. But if you say Little Computer, you will know that he is a well-known figure in the circle. He ranks 8th among the top 10 hackers in the world and is also the trump card of the Red Hacker Alliance.
He has served in the Alliance for 10 years and planned countless patriotic hacker wars. His influence is self-evident. Even you are helpless?
Zhang Zhang shook his head, then looked at Song Wei with a serious look. Old Song, I advise you not to get involved in this mess.
I don't feel very good about it. Song Wei's eyes narrowed.
One could imagine the weight of Zhang Zhang's words. He had never admitted defeat unless he had no other choice. It was obvious that he was powerless. An emergency meeting is being held in the cybersecurity department of the Yanjing police headquarters.
Chen Ke, there's really nothing we can do. The Red Hacker Alliance has already sent us an email. Even the small computer can't do anything about it.
The situation is beyond our control. I have called the Hangzhou police and asked them to monitor Wang Yanshi, the suspected whistleblower, 24 hours a day. Chen Han slammed the table and said in a stern tone, "Tell them, no matter what method they use, they can't let the honest man's revelations succeed."
When everyone heard this, their expressions froze.
They knew in their hearts that their boss was really angry this time. The influence of honest people on society was too great.
At the Hangzhou Police Department, Zhou Naigua from the Serious Crime Unit stared at the large blue screen in front of him with a frown on his face. "Old Jiang, you are under a lot of pressure, right?" "I am under a lot of pressure too. That woman must be Master Wang Yan. She is in Hangzhou, and we are all busy." "Old Zhong, you're fine, just keep an eye on the people."
"I'm in trouble here, because I can't find that live broadcast room."
"Can't find it? Not to mention us, even the Yanjing Network Security Department is powerless."
The latest news from Songwei of the Red Hacker Alliance is that he was unable to do anything about the small computers in the Pentagon building of Country M that were planned 5 years ago.
When Zhou Naigua heard this, he was shocked. Is it the little computer that made those experts in the National Security Department of Country M cry for their parents? Yes, that's him. How could this happen? He can't do anything about it? It's so troublesome. There are only 5 minutes left until midnight. I hope nothing goes wrong.
There was a sound of hurried footsteps at the door.
The two looked and saw a young female police officer walking over quickly.
"Captain Zhong, Director Jiang, something happened."
"What's going on?"
Both of them were extremely nervous, and their nerves suddenly tensed up when they heard their subordinate's words. 2 minutes ago, the entire city of Hangzhou, including outdoor large screens, home personal computers, internet cafes, and televisions, were all controlled by an unknown external party.
And this phenomenon is not limited to Hangzhou, but the whole of China. Control? What do you mean? Zhou Naigua was stunned for a moment and asked with a puzzled look. "It seems to have been hacked."
"Look, the big screen in our department has also changed." The young female police officer had a look of fear in her eyes and pointed in the direction of the big screen. The two turned around suddenly and saw a time countdown in the middle of the screen, with 58 seconds left. At the same time, it should have been bedtime, but at this point in time, the lights in every household were turned on, and soon the news that the honest man controlled the screens all over China spread. Crowds of people gathered in front of the big screens in the city centers of major cities. Such incredible things could be encountered, and everyone would become a witness to history.
At this moment, Li Mu was staring at the computer in the study.
The number of people in the Honest Man's live broadcast room reached 500 million, and the atmosphere was quite warm. When the countdown to the revelation on the display screen reached 0 after 3 seconds, the midnight bell rang, and the people in front of screens across the country all showed expressions of shock. A voice that seemed to come from hell resounded throughout China.
"Good evening, everyone. The real-time disclosure of the honest man begins. Who among you will be the target of my disclosure? Don't blink, the answer will be revealed soon."
A black tunnel appeared on all screens across the country, and a spot of light appeared in front of the tunnel. A flash of white light made it impossible to open one's eyes.
When everyone got used to it, a picture appeared on the screen.
At this moment, more than 500 million pairs of eyes across the country were watching this scene, and everyone was shocked with their mouths wide open. This video is no different from the 3 censored ones, but now the mosaics have been completely removed. When viewed on a large screen, the visual effect is quite devastating.
Fuck. Master Wang Yan, it's really him.
That guy seems to be Li Hui, the second-generation rich man from Hangzhou. He's also very popular recently.
Have you watched the Tianmu Mountain City road race? TSK. In the end it was buried in bird shit.
This is revenge, total revenge.
Master Wang Yan is also a talent. He is willing to do anything to become famous. TSK, is this the life of the upper class? I don't understand. Others play with money, they play with shit. I can't afford to offend them. The honest people are too strong. I have no choice but to submit.
If this is exposed in front of the national audience, not to mention Wang Yanshi, Li Hui will probably be finished in the future.
Who can stand this? This behavior is anti-human. How could this happen? Why?
Under the big screen on Hangzhou Shopping Street, a woman with disheveled hair was roaring like crazy. The huge noise instantly attracted the attention of people around her.
Oh my god, isn't this Master Wang Nian? TSK, she's the national goddess.
I can smell the stench of shit from such a distance.
It's so disgusting. It's embarrassing. How can you be so shameless as to do such a thing? Women like this should be paraded through the streets.
If foreigners see this, they will think that all Chinese women are like this. The insults and curses were endless, and Master Wang Nian covered his head in despair. A few minutes later, she suddenly stood up, hugged her head, and ran away in a daze. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from everyone's sight. At this moment, a person sitting under the big screen suddenly exclaimed,
"Look, the picture has changed. There are new videos and revelations."
When everyone heard this, their attention was focused on the big screen again. At this time, a familiar figure appeared on the screen. This person often appeared in public and was interviewed on the news from time to time.
He was Li Hui's father, Li Xiaoan. The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 49, An Honest Man Becomes a God.
At 0:15 a.m., Li Mu, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by a series of rapid knocks on the door.
Damn, who is it? Don't you see what time it is? You all want to die, right?
He got out of bed cursing, but at this moment, the door of the room was kicked open by someone. Li Hui was stunned for about 10 seconds before he came to his senses.
Biao, what are you crazy about?
Wang Biao was breathing heavily, his eyes were filled with fear, and his legs were shaking. This scene suddenly woke up Li Hui, who was still in a daze.
What's wrong? What happened?
An honest man broke the news, and it was broadcast live across the country in real time.
WH. What do you mean?
Biao, with cold sweat all over his forehead, told Li Hui the whole story. Li Hui took a few steps back and sat down on the bed with a look of horror.
Let's go, the car smuggling incident and the incident between me and my stepmother have also been exposed? Yes, the whole of China is going crazy now. The whole internet is condemning you and Mr. Li. Some people are even saying that you cheated on your own father. Mr. Hui, pack up and leave. Let's go. Let's go quickly. We can't stay here any longer.
At this moment, several car brake sounds were suddenly heard downstairs in the villa, and quarrels followed.
The bodyguards in Li Hui's home apparently had a conflict with the visitor.
Wang Biao hurriedly looked out the window, and just one glance almost scared him to death.
It's over. We can't escape. The police are here, and there are dozens of reporters. Master Hui, what should we do now?
There were several scolding voices coming from downstairs.
Behave yourself, violently resisting the police. Do you know what crime is? Soon, Zhong Igua brought several policemen to the third floor. Captain Zhong, let's talk for a moment.
Wang Biao hurried to meet him.
Zhong Igua sneered. You want to add another bribery charge? Don't even think about dragging me down with you. Take them all away. Damn it, you dare to arrest me? I'm Li Hui. Don't worry, we have already notified everyone. It seems your father won't be able to come out.
Upon hearing this, Li Hui's body trembled, and he sat down on the bed, looking at Zhong Igua in despair.
Inside a cell in Hangzhou Detention Center. Ha, Mr. Li can leave tomorrow. Time flies. Remember not to look back when you leave. It's bad luck. It is a great honor to be imprisoned with Mr. Li. I hope we can help each other when we are released in the future. Yes, you are a big shot. You came here because you were harmed this time. If you want revenge, we brothers can serve you.
Li Xiaoan smiled slightly, looking arrogant.
If you can't find a job after you get out, you can come to my company.
I won't treat you unfairly. Several inmates held his stinky feet, patted his back, and massaged his feet, almost sticking their butts out and saying, "Enjoy it." Just then, several supervisors came over.
What? Don't you want to sleep? How about you all stand out all night? I see you guys have plenty of energy.
Li Xiaoan took one look and immediately smiled and said, "Give me some face, guys.
I'm leaving tomorrow and they can't bear to let me go."
At this time, a young supervisor was stunned for a moment, then sneered.
Can't bear to leave you? That's great. You can't leave tomorrow anyway. Oh. I'm afraid you won't be able to leave in this lifetime.
Li Xiaoan was slightly surprised when he heard this, but suddenly he sneered.
You two don't have to be so mean.
I know you hate the rich, but I can get out tomorrow.
Go out? Ah, that's right.
You could have gone out, but now, sorry, someone from above is here to interrogate you.
What? Interrogation? There should be a limit to joking.
Two guards walked to the cell door expressionlessly, and one of them took out the key and opened the door.
We have no grudges against each other. I don't need to lie to you.
The news of you and your son smuggling sports cars has been exposed.
Now the whole country knows about it. No one can save you. There is another thing I can't reveal.
You will know it yourself when the time comes.
Let's go.
Li Jinshan looked very proud just now, but now he was standing there in a daze with a dull look on his face. It was not until he was handcuffed and let out of the cell that he came to his senses.
You lied to me, it's impossible, this is impossible, let me go, I want to see my lawyer.
However, no one paid any attention to him, and he was taken out of the cell by two people, and then his fellow inmates reacted.
What's going on? Something happened? Smuggling sports cars? How serious a crime is that? It's hard to say. It depends on the amount.
If the amount is large, it is not impossible to be shot.
How could this happen? You could leave tomorrow, but something happened today?
Damn it, we flattered him for a few days, but in the end we are screwed.
We should be more honest and avoid getting into trouble.
Several people were unable to reach this level, so after complaining a few words, they each found a place to rest. At the same time, in the interrogation room, Li Jinshan's face was stiff. A laptop was placed in front of him, playing images. Zhou Nagua had a blank expression on his face and said in a deep voice, "Your son has already confessed to the crime he committed, so don't insist. Besides, the matter between your son and his stepmother is a family matter and it is not in our place to interfere. If there is no problem, just sign the agreement."
How could this happen? How will I be treated? Tell me. I'm not a judge, so how would I know? But the amount of money involved is so high, I'm afraid the outcome won't be good. What about the honest man? Just let him go? He violated my privacy.
The relevant departments are stepping up their investigation into this matter. Don't worry, the criminal will never go unpunished.
Bang.
The door of the interrogation room closed. Looking at Zhou Nagua leaving, a trace of despair flashed in Li Jinshan's eyes. He collapsed in his chair, knowing that he was probably completely screwed this time. At 3 a.m., Lao Shiren's live broadcast room was closed and he disappeared again, but this time, he became completely famous. The entire internet, whether it is a forum or a social networking site, almost everyone talking about is honest people. This revelation made him a god. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Li Mu's red Ferrari appeared at the gate of Li's manor. When the reporters waiting at the door saw Li Mu, their eyes suddenly lit up and they swarmed over him.
Excuse me, everyone, please make way. I have nothing to say about my uncle and cousin.
After all, I am a law-abiding citizen, and so are my parents, so please don't ask me.
Li Mu walked through the crowd and went straight into the yard. Are you kidding?
Li Jinshan and his son are now in jail.
If nothing unexpected happens, they have basically confessed everything.
With such a big incident, the Li family will naturally suffer an unprecedented shock, but Li Mu is not going to clean up their messes.
He has more important things to deal with. The author has something to say. Please support me, brothers. Chapter 50, Making a Lot of Money.
Explaining the true meaning of being a super rich man. Such a big thing has happened, but the Li family is still so arrogant.
Hush, a lean camel is bigger than a horse.
If someone hears you, be careful of revenge.
What do you know?
Li Haiying is dead, Li Changlong is a bastard, and now Li Jinshan and his son are likely to be killed. Jinghai Group is worth hundreds of billions, so it's impossible for it to fall down.
Do you understand what I mean? A senior reporter chuckled, his expression unfathomable.
When these reporters heard this, they showed enlightenment in their eyes. In this way, it was almost a matter of course for Li Tianhao to inherit Jinghai Group.
Some people were secretly shocked. He took over the inheritance of the family business without any effort. Could it be that the outside world has always underestimated the honest Li Tianhao?
A month later, the once popular film and television actress Wang Nianshi was found dead at home, and a suicide note was also found. The smuggling case of Li Jinshan and his son has come to a conclusion. Because the amount involved was too huge, and several cases within cases were uncovered during the investigation, which also involved a series of serious criminal cases such as hiring a killer to kill, both of them were sentenced to death and executed immediately. A week later, Li Tianhao officially announced that he would inherit the position of chairman of Jinghai Group and at the same time carried out a major personnel reshuffle at the group headquarters. In the office, Li Mu was speechless. This was the first time that he felt that it was more comfortable to be alone and free. "Dad, Mom, I have a plan. Don't worry, I have enough money. You don't need to come to the group to work. If you persuade me again, I will run away." "Oh, forget it, I won't force you, but Xiaomu, you have to behave yourself. Look at Li Hui, he's not even 30 years old yet." At this moment, Li Mu was overjoyed. The leak mission had been completed for more than a month, but the system reward had not been issued. Just a few seconds ago, the long-awaited system prompt sound finally rang. "Dad, let's do this. I have a date with Xiao Shuai tonight, and it's almost time." Li Xinshan and his wife were stunned, and looked at Li Mu who was leaving, and looked at each other. "They are together? You have a wooden head. Isn't it normal for a man and a woman to be together in such a big villa?" "Since Xiaomu doesn't want to come to the company, I'll let him do what he wants." "Alas, this is all I can do. I just hope he is safe. I never thought that I would become the chairman of Jinghai Group." Both husband and wife were quite surprised. Perhaps this is life, full of surprises and accidents everywhere. After returning to the villa, Li Mu rushed up to the second floor like flying, and Zhang Shui, who was cooking in the kitchen, was startled. "Li Mu? What happened?" Li Mu's voice was heard from the second floor. "Nothing, my stomach hurts and I need to go to the bathroom urgently. I'll be down for dinner in a while." Zhang Shui covered her mouth and smiled. She really enjoyed this feeling. Li Mu was like her closest person, giving her a sense of security she had never had before. After returning to the room, Li Mu pulled up all the curtains and then locked the door. It wasn't that he didn't trust Zhang Shui, but he was an honest man. If the people closest to him knew his secret, something bad would definitely happen. He couldn't take the risk. "System, where's the reward? Why is he taking so long to hatch the eggs?" "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task of exposing Li Hui. Task completion degree, perfect. Rewards are being calculated. Ding, reward settlement completed, rewards are being distributed. Obtain system points plus 2 million, balance, 250,000. Obtain permanent talent, trace the origin. Note, this talent allows the host to know everything the target has experienced in the past. Gain the passive skill of getting rich in the blink of an eye with 100% success rate and increase the level. Obtain the Jianghu skill, the god-level disguise technique. Ding, the reward distribution has ended. I wish you good luck." With an excited heart and shaking hands, Li Mu started to smile foolishly. This wasn't just about to take off, it was already taking off. System, use the blink of an eye to get rich 100% boost item. Ding, the item was used successfully. Get rich in a blink, level 9, earnings per blink, 1200, next upgrade experience 0, 100, 000, 0000. The system detected that in the past 2 months, the income generated by skills was 240 million yuan but not reflected, and the price difference was 480 million yuan. The price difference has been made up. The rewards have been distributed. Please keep up the good work. Li Mu's eyes were full of surprise. The system was so considerate that it even automatically made up the difference for him. This time, his withdrawable balance was as high as 720 million. This is just 2 months' income. What is a super rich? A net worth of tens of millions? Hundreds of millions? A market value of tens of billions or hundreds of billions? None of them. If such a person can take out 1 billion in cash at one time, Li Mu will lose. But Li Mu is different. He earns 320 million a month and 4 billion in bonuses a year. What does this mean? After 10 years, with 40 billion in cash, he will be able to beat all the richest people in the world in seconds. TSK, the shotgun has been upgraded to a cannon, and it has finally taken off. This wave of suffering has finally paid off for me. Li Mu exhaled a breath, feeling very happy. He could finally hold his head high in the future, and no longer had to depend on others for his work. 10 minutes later, Zhang Shui sat in the passenger seat of the Ferrari, looking dazed and confused. Where are we going so late? Li Mu was wearing a white sportswear and a pair of sunglasses, looking very classy. This house is not very comfortable to live in. Let's change to another one. Change house?
Jiang Shui was stunned. Li Mu had bought this house only 2 months ago.
It had 3 floors and was over 500 square meters, and was worth more than 60 million.
Was he going to change it now?
At this moment, Li Mu's cell phone suddenly rang.
He glanced down, the corners of his mouth rising. Hello, it's me. Are you all ready? I'll be there soon. Boom, boom, boom. The Ferrari roared and quickly sped away into the distance.
At the same time, on the south side of West Lake in Hangzhou, a Chinese-style courtyard covering an area of more than 2,000 square meters was crowded with people.
I heard that this manor has been bought by someone? Yes, the transaction price is 500 million, cash. So what's up with these luxury cars?
At this time, a group of people in suits were standing at the door of the villa. They were divided into several camps and were very wary of each other. There was a luxury car parked behind them.
Bentley, Rolls-Royce, Mercedes-Benz, Ferrari. There is no car that costs less than 5 million. Oh my god, are these all people from the Forest store?
Yes, I heard that there are 6 garages in this manor, and there are exactly 5 cars here. He specially had them delivered. These cars are worth about 100 million.
Nima, who is the other party? Is there anyone in Hangzhou who is so generous? The author has something to say.
The 5th update is complete, and it has reached 100,000 words. I will know the performance of this book after 11 o'clock tomorrow. I hope that all the big guys who read it again will urge me to update, give me some gifts and 5-star reviews. I hope the performance will allow me to continue writing.
Thank you all for your support. Chapter 51. This is the real male god. Boom, boom, boom. The harsh sound of an engine exploding was heard.
The reporters gathered at the gate of the manor suddenly turned their heads and looked.
A flash of red came rushing from a distance. Crunch.
There was a sharp brake sound, and after a beautiful drift, the Ferrari stopped at the gate of the manor. The car door opened, and Li Mu and Jiang Shui got out of the car respectively. When they both looked up, they were both stunned. It was obvious that they were a little surprised to see so many people gathered here.
Li Mu, why are there so many people here? Jiang Shui couldn't help but hold Li Mu's arm, looking a little nervous. I don't know either. What happened? Did these reporters know about my house purchase?
At this time, the reporters who had come to their senses were all stunned.
Li Mu actually appeared here.
Due to the incident involving Li Xiaoan and his son, the Li family has been the focus of attention from all walks of life during this period, but they do not think that Li Mu will buy the house here.
Ahem everyone, please make way and don't block the road.
Li Mu said politely to the dazed reporter beside him.
Mr. Li, what are you doing here? Did your friend buy this house? Oh my, you have to tell us who this friend of yours is. He is so generous.
This house is worth 500 million, and no one has bought it for more than 10 years.
Mr. Li, I didn't expect you to know such a person. No wonder your father told us media that you have no interest in Jinghai Group.
Li Mu was stunned for a moment, then quickly laughed.
These people had obviously misunderstood, which was normal.
The Li family had undergone a major change, and its market value had shrunk. The current situation was not very optimistic. In the eyes of outsiders, he was still a young man, and the money was naturally given by Li Tianhao.
Everyone, what are you talking about? I bought this house. We are talking about your friend, what? Did you buy it?
Halfway through his words, the reporter's face changed and he was dumbfounded. Not far away, the 5 Forest store salesmen from their respective brands ran towards Li Mu, and there was a collision on the way, which was full of tension.
Mr. Li, you are here?
I have parked my car at the door and all the formalities have been completed.
Here are your documents. I've already gotten everything done here. You're really a living Buddha.
We haven't sold a single car of this type in 10 years. Several of them were like grandchildren seeing their grandfather, and their attitude was very much like the eunuchs in ancient times. The reporters were stunned.
They looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Ahem, you did a good job, you deserve a reward.
Li Mu took out 5 bank cards from his bag and handed them to 5 people.
This is extra compensation for you, 200,000 for 1 card, I am very satisfied. Oh thank you, Mr. Li. You are really young and promising. Your future is limitless.
Chairman Li Tianhao is so lucky to have such an outstanding son like you.
You are truly a living bodhisattva, Mr. Li. Please feel free to contact me when you need to buy a car. I am willing to serve you for life.
Li Mu waved his hand and said calmly, as long as the service is good and I am satisfied, money is not a problem. At this moment, the reporters around him finally reacted.
Mr. Li, did you really buy this villa? Did your father, Mr. Li Tianhao, buy it?
Mr. Li, the Li family has encountered a great change, and you are still squandering money so lavishly.
Aren't you afraid of people gossiping about you?
A journalist's occupational disease is that he will ask everything he can, and he will also try to ask even things he cannot ask. It's okay if you meet someone with a good temper, but if you meet someone with a bad temper, I will definitely not tolerate him or her. However, Li Mu's temper was definitely not good, but he did not get angry when he heard this.
What? What does the accident of my grandfather and my uncle have to do with me?
I bought this house, I paid for it in full, and so did these cars.
Is there a problem? When everyone heard this, they all showed disbelief.
Who would believe that a young man in his 20s, who had been wandering outside for more than 10 years, spent 600 million to buy a house and a car?
Mr. Li, even if you bought this house yourself, wouldn't it be empty for you to live alone in such a big house?
Yeah, it's too big.
It's a bit of a waste.
Li Mu glanced at everyone and the corners of his mouth rose.
How can you understand the happiness of rich people? I bought it for no other reason than to have a lot of money and to have fun.
The flashlights all around were flashing wildly.
This was a good news topic.
The duty of reporters was to record an event and then publish it after artistic processing.
It would definitely attract attention. Li Mu didn't care about these reporters at all. From his current level, these reporters were no different from ants. If a person passes by an ant nest, will he or she interact with them? Xiaoan, do you like this house? Zhang Shui was stunned and nodded quickly. That's good.
I have already contacted the best nanny company in Hangzhou.
You don't have to do housework anymore. Ah. You are not a servant. I had no choice before. Now that I am free, I naturally cannot let you do these things anymore.
Zhang Shui's eyes turned red, and she lowered her head and said, Li Mu, thank you.
She was very excited.
She had never felt the feeling of being cared for since she was a child. At this moment, her emotions completely exploded.
Silly girl, why are you crying? As long as I, Li Mu, am alive, you will not suffer anymore. Let's get in the car.
The two entered the Ferrari, a roar sounded, a dazzling red flashed, and after entering the manor, the gate closed, leaving a group of reporters and onlookers standing in a daze at the door.
Wow, this man is so outstanding. I thought all the rich second generations were incompetent scumbags. So romantic. Wow, and he is so handsome. He's handsome, rich, and responsible.
When he was taken back by the Li family, I commented that Hangzhou would have another dude.
Now I take it back. This is a real male god. Wow, national husband, it would be great if I could have someone like this to love me. You must be dreaming. Did you see the woman next to him? She's a stunning beauty. Even I, a woman, think she's pretty.
In just 1 minute, the situation suddenly changed and the reporters were all stunned.
What's going on? Why have the moods of the onlookers changed? Don't say that. I think he's awesome. He's young and promising. He's a role model for our generation. Everyone, can you please show some professionalism? We are journalists, we cannot be so unprofessional. I suggest that we unite tomorrow and launch a wave of public opinion suppression against him. That's right. Let's use our connections to check his background. Didn't he say that the money he used to buy the house was his own? If we look at the banknotes, isn't it clear where the money came from? Good idea. You are so arrogant and don't take us seriously at all. The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 52, The Terrifying Source of Bank Statements. These reporters are not easy to deal with. Usually, the big guys are unwilling to fall out with them unless it is absolutely necessary. After all, these people have no moral integrity. If they want to discredit you, they can just make up some processed news and make you feel uncomfortable for a long time. But today, this group of reporters with a special sense of superiority were obviously angered. They planned to teach a lesson to a brat who was still wet behind the ears and acted like a saint just because he had some money. After returning to the villa, Li Mu received a call from Li Tianhao. He thought his father would be hesitant again after seeing the news report, but the other party did not say much and asked him to try not to offend those reporters. Li Mu dealt with it perfunctorily, but just after hanging up the phone,
he found a transfer of 50 million yuan in his bank card.
Xiaomu, the money for buying the house and the car was all loaned out, right? Give it to Dad for a few months, and I'll pay you back when the time comes. You can use this 50 million. Li Mu sighed, feeling warm in his heart. He felt sorry for the parents and the world, and it was indeed very difficult for them. Now that he has a monthly income of 360 million, he plans to wait for a few months, pay back the 300 million he had asked his father for before, and then give them some money. After all, Jinghai Group has been badly damaged, and it will not be easy to recover. Li Mu? You, what's wrong with you?
Jiang Shue's voice sounded beside him. Li Mu came back to his senses, grinned, and hugged her, but Jiang Shue did not struggle.
How's the house?
Jiang Shue looked around and said with a smile, it's so big, it's a waste for us. Xiao Xue, people live to enjoy themselves.
Otherwise, how can you take your money with you when you die?
Jiang Shue was stunned, then smiled, and said, you are quite open-minded.
However, you offended those reporters today, I'm afraid they won't let it go. It doesn't matter. I'm a lucky person, what can they do to me?
Jiang Shue's heart knot had long been untied by now, and she was completely amused by Li Mu's teasing and started to giggle.
Li Mu was in a good mood. He didn't buy this place just to show off.
After all, Jinghai Group was an industry established by Li Haiying. It would be best if it was passed on to his father. And he wanted to build his own power and business empire in the future. At 6 o'clock the next morning, in the editorial office of Hangzhou Morning Post, editor-in-chief Han Tao crossed his legs with a sneer on his face.
He pointed at the newspaper on the table and said, is this kid so crazy?
Editor-in-chief Han, you don't know that many colleagues were here last night, and he caused public outrage.
Is that so?
I saw many people online praising him for being young, handsome, and rich.
Editor-in-chief, there are always some idiots. This is normal. Can you use your connections to check Li Mu's bank statements?
A woman in a professional suit, exuding feminine charm, said with a smile.
This woman's name is Lu Qing. She is a big name in Hangzhou's media industry.
As the top reporter for Hangzhou's top newspaper, she is responsible for many columns. There have always been rumors that her background is not simple, but no one knows her specific background. As the editor-in-chief, Han Tao naturally knew some inside information. Although Lu Qing was very attractive, he dared not have any ideas about her.
Sometimes he even had to flatter her and act like a bootlicker. Okay, I'll try. The editor-in-chief is the best. If he digs up some information, our newspaper will be famous again. Lu Qing twisted her waist and left the office. Han Tao sighed inwardly, this little devil is really annoying and he really can't stand it.
Picking up the phone, he dialed a number.
Hello, it's me, Lao Han. I have something to trouble you with. It's like this, Li Mu. Yes, you've seen the news too? Okay, 30-year-old Matai is okay, right? Okay, then I'll trouble you.
After hanging up the phone, Han Tao smiled. What Lu Qing said was very right. If they dug out something, this newspaper would definitely become popular, and the sales volume of the newspaper was directly linked to his bonus.
Hangzhou Jingxia Bank President's Office.
After Chen Shanxue hung up the phone with Han Tao, he made a phone call. Secretly checking bank statements is certainly against the rules, but doing it covertly is not a big problem. After all, he does this kind of thing quite a lot. Half an hour later, there was a knock on Chen Shanxue's office door. Come in. He was calm and composed. All he needed was a stream of water. How difficult was that? The door opened and Chen Shanxue's secretary walked in quickly with an A4 paper. Have you found out? Secretary Shelley pushed her glasses, swallowed, and looked a little unnatural. What's wrong? Are you mute? Chen Shanxue was somewhat dissatisfied. President Chen, we found a total of 5 large transfers in Li Mu's bank account, 3 of which were from Li Tianhao's personal account, involving an amount of 300 million. Look, isn't it still relying on his own father? But he only has 300 million, how could he buy that 500 million villa in Hangzhou and get so many cars? Did he take out a loan? President, we checked his credit report and found no record of his loans. He doesn't even have a credit card. How is this possible? We found 2 large transfers involving a total amount of about $900 million, but they came from a foreign account, and the other party's account was an international account affiliated with RS. That's hard to check. RS keeps the bank account information of all bank account holders absolutely confidential.
President Chen, I did find out, but I dare not say it. You don't dare to say? What's the matter? Could it be that the person who sent him the money was that big shot?
Secretary Xiaoli's eyes suddenly became mysterious. She looked around and then lowered her voice and said, in fact, the money from RS account went to Yanjing.
Yanjing? Who did you call?
The call to Huaxia Bank has been made. At this point, Xiaoli raised a finger.
What does this mean? President Chen, I dare not say this. The money went to Long Tou's account and then transferred to Li Mu's account. Yanjing? Long Tu? Could it be, my god? Could it be Li Mu and... Shit, I'm going to call right now, this is going to kill me.
After saying that, Chen Shanchuei picked up the phone and started calling. At 3 p.m., Lu Qing came to Han Tao's office excitedly.
Editor-in-Chief, is it done?
Xiao Chang, Li Mu cannot be investigated.
I advise you to stop immediately. I was scared to death. This wave almost destroyed my newspaper. What's going on? Editor-in-Chief, are you kidding me?
Han Tao swallowed his saliva, lowered his voice, and said in an extremely frightened voice, he has 900 million in his account, and the source is the leader of Yanjing.
The author has something to say. Begging for support. Chapter 53 The Man Even the Sun Can't Darken. What?
Lu Qing widened her eyes and suddenly burst into laughter.
Editor-in-Chief, are you kidding me? Today is not April Fool's Day. Lu Qing, why would I lie to you? President Chen just called me. I'm afraid this Li Mu is not as simple as he seems. You really didn't lie to me? Without.
Lu Qing's face changed and she felt a little frightened.
Damn it, this person is so annoying, how could he have such a background?
Don't go into it too deeply, and don't investigate. Xiaoqing, I know you have some power, but you must not touch him.
Otherwise, even if it means offending you, I will let you go.
Han Tao looked extremely serious, and didn't seem to be joking at all. After hearing this, Lu Qing could only leave the office unwillingly. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Shui hurried in from outside the yard with a hint of anger on her face.
This is too much. These reporters really have no moral integrity at all. What's wrong? Even if a journalist has moral integrity, he can't do his job. What did they say about me?
Jiang Shui pouted and said, in just one morning, 8 media outlets have been talking about you in some articles.
Some say you are a playboy, some say you are a spendthrift, and some say you are arrogant and domineering, and look down on others. Anyway, they have devalued you to the point of being worthless.
Li Mu took the phone, glanced at it, and roughly memorized the names of these media. I remember there was a female reporter yesterday who seemed to be from the Hangzhou Morning News, her name was Lu Qing.
How could they not slander me? I looked around, and there really wasn't any from Hangzhou.
It's a bit unexpected, but these media are just some second-rate media in Hangzhou, and some are even less popular gossip media.
Don't pay any attention to them. Li Mu, I know what you mean, but I just can't help being angry. How can someone as kind as you still be criticized?
At this moment, a news push suddenly appeared on the mobile phone screen.
Li Mu took a look at it and was immediately happy. What did you see? Why are you laughing so happily?
No, you see, every wicked person will be punished by his own wickedness.
I can't blacken everyone now.
Jiang Shui took the phone curiously and looked at it, with a hint of strangeness in her eyes.
Hangzhou Special News, after major media outlets have fiercely criticized Li Mu, the internet is in uproar. Surprisingly, most Hangzhou local netizens are full of hatred for these media reports. Some people spontaneously went to the media companies to protest.
So far, 6 of the 8 media companies that criticize Li Mu have publicly apologized.
Li Mu himself has not responded to the incident. Breaking news. 5 minutes ago, an organization called Li Mu Guards appeared on Weibo.
Less than 10 minutes after its establishment, the organization already had 2,000 members. It is reported that all media websites that previously participated in criticizing Li Mu have encountered protests from the organization, and many media website forums have been paralyzed. We will continue to pay attention to the development of the situation. Li Tianhao, chairman of Huaxia Jinghai Group, issued a statement through his personal social media account 5 minutes ago, saying that he would continue to pay attention to the smear campaign against his son by countless media outlets, and that the matter could not be resolved by an apology, and that his son could not have been subjected to these unwarranted charges without reason, and that those media outlets with ulterior motives would certainly pay the price for this matter. Li Mu was a little surprised to see this. His father used to be a good guy, but now as the chairman, his style of doing things has obviously changed. He knows that he must be tough when necessary.
Li Mu, look, the number of Weibo guards has risen to 10,000, including several relatively famous bloggers.
They have all expressed their support for you, and the Weibo posts of major media outlets have been flooded with messages about you. They call you the man the sun can't darken. When Li Mu heard this, he burst into laughter.
You have a really wild imagination. You can't even darken the sun. Am I a god?
The 8 media outlets that defamed you have all apologized, and they all use their own official media accounts.
These people have actually given in.
Li Mu smiled secretly in his heart. This was all thanks to his passive skill, love at first sight. This skill would make them feel favorable towards anyone who was not hostile to him at the first moment.
Moreover, once this kind of goodwill appears, it is irreversible.
But now, Li Mu has discovered that this thing has a characteristic. If it is used against someone who is hostile to himself, it will be ineffective.
Li Mu didn't have any idea about this. Nothing in the world could be perfect. Hey, why bother? You have to smear me. I am such an outstanding person, how can they smear me so easily?
Zhang Shui heard this and laughed with her hands covering her mouth.
You have shameless moments too. Ah, don't you like me like this?
Li Mu took the opportunity to hug the other person, and the two of them got along much more naturally now than before. At the same time, in the office of Hangzhou Morning Post, Lu Qing was looking at the overwhelming news on the internet and felt very unhappy. She was in a depressed mood as she wanted to take advantage of Li Mu, but after thinking about Han Tao's words, she felt very nervous.
This was no joke.
If the guy at the top really had some connection with him, she would be courting death. But this woman has a small temper. The night before, she was choked to death at the door of Li Mu's house. If he didn't vent his anger, he would feel uncomfortable.
Humph, if you really have a relationship with that person, I will pretend that I don't know. If I can't slander you, then I will let you stay in bed for a few days.
Thinking of this, he picked up the phone and dialed a number, and the other end answered quickly.
Hello, it's me, Qing. What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood?
A man's voice spoke on the phone. Lu Qing raised the corners of her mouth and a hint of pride flashed in her eyes.
I know you're upset. Now there's someone with the same name as you who's so popular.
I wouldn't be happy if I were in your shoes, and this person has also irritated me.
You watched the news? Then will you help me vent my anger? Okay, I'll come see you tomorrow.
After the call was hung up, Lu Qing showed a sneer on her face. If the open approach didn't work, she would resort to covert tactics.
Even if Li Mu's background was really deep, so what? Wouldn't there be any chance of an accident?
Thinking of this, she felt herself panicking again.
If she didn't get rid of this anger, he would probably not sleep peacefully every day. Hangzhou University is a national key university.
Li Mu was supposed to study here and become a social elite after several years. At this time, in the school parking lot, a young man sitting in a Land Rover put down his mobile phone.
Little girl, you think of me when you have problems? I will conquer you sooner or later.
This person was also called Li Mu, and he was the one who replaced Li Mu to go to Hangzhou University. The world is so wonderful that even he didn't know that the person with the same name and surname who was squeezed out by him now has intersection with him again.
The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 54, Street Horror. God descends to earth.
This young man with the same name and surname as Li Mu is 22 years old this year and is also a native of Hangzhou. His family has some power, but he does not run a legitimate business. He is involved in some gray industries that are not allowed to be seen in the light.
His father's name is Li Hu. He has some influence in Hangzhou society and usually presents himself as a businessman.
To put it bluntly, he is a person who is in the gray area between black and white and runs some gray industrial chains. Lu Qing is 28 years old this year, 6 years older than Li Mu, but this unfortunate boy likes women older than himself. After pursuing her for a year, she never gave him a good look. Little girl, if you need help from me this time, I'll see if you can escape from my grasp. With a cold smile, he started the car and left the Hangzhou University parking lot. On the other side, after Lu Qing hung up the phone, she took out her mobile phone and opened a WeChat chat group of Hangzhou reporters. When he saw the chat content in the group, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. This little episode of Li Mu's incident obviously caused dissatisfaction among many colleagues. "Hello, young men and women, is there anyone waiting outside Li Mu's house?" "Hey reporter Lu, you took the lead, but the Hangzhou Daily didn't report anything. We were so busy that we reported it for nothing. Not only did we get scolded by our leaders, but we also had our bonuses deducted." "That's right. It's too tragic. Now we can only ambush at the door of Li Mu's house and follow him if necessary." This time, the Hangzhou media collectively embarrassed themselves. "We can't swallow this. Sister Lu, I got a message. The Michelin 3-star Western restaurant in Hangzhou received a reservation today. Li Mu will take Jiang Shui to dinner at 6 p.m. Do you have any plans?" Lu Qing immediately showed joy on her face and quickly clicked on the screen of her mobile phone. "I don't have any plans, I just want to pay attention and give you a chance to vent when necessary." "Okay, I'm going to get busy, moi." "Wow, goddess, you must be mine. You shameless Zhou Kai, you are coming for me." "Don't argue, I was the one who provided the information just now, and it's obviously hinting at something." "Go away, idiot." Lu Qing naturally had no time to pay attention to these loser middle-aged uncles. He took out his mobile phone and typed a text message. Li Mu, who was driving the Land Rover, glanced at the text message and a sneer flashed across his eyes. At the next intersection, he turned the car around and drove quickly towards the center of Hangzhou. At 6:30 in the evening, near the commercial street of Hangzhou, a cool red Ferrari sped past the street, attracting the attention of passers-by. "Fuck, this is Li Mu's car. He's been quite high profile lately. In recent years, if we talk about successful cases of losers making a comeback, it has to be him. Even novels don't dare to write about that kind of plot. TSK, now he lives in a mansion and is accompanied by stunning beauties. It's really enviable." As they were talking, the car door opened and Li Mu and Jiang Shui got out. There was a commotion all around. Jiang Shui had never experienced this feeling of being the center of attention. She was nervous and excited. She held Li Mu's hand tightly and did not dare to let go. Fuck, what a handsome man and beautiful woman. Only Li Mu was worthy of such a goddess, right? I am a man, but I don't feel jealous at all. How can other men have the right to have such a woman? A talented man and a beautiful woman, they are a match made in heaven. I envy them more than any other couple. What a perfect couple. The crowd's praises were endless. Li Mu smiled and nodded to everyone, which caused the surrounding girls to exclaim. The special charm that makes people fall in love at first sight is rarely resisted by the opposite sex. Just one glance can make people fall in love. At this moment, in a dark corner not far away, two pairs of eyes were watching all this coldly. Xiaomu, you have the same name, but he seems to be much more popular than you. Lu Qing smiled slightly, her tone calm, but the provocation was obvious. Qing, you don't have to stir up trouble. I am willing to help you with your problem. Besides, I am also very unhappy with this person. But what good will it be for me to help you? Lu Qing suddenly moved closer to the other person, and a fragrant breeze blew towards her face. If you help me, I will satisfy you. Hey, I've been waiting for you to say this for a long time. After he finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number, and the call was quickly connected. Hey, now, do it. Remember, be smart and make it a traffic accident. At this time, Li Mu and Jiang Shui were crossing the road. When they reached the middle of the sidewalk, the green light on the opposite side suddenly flashed to yellow. At this time, a shabby van came out from the alley on the right and sped towards Li Mu and the other man. Crunch! With a sudden brake sound, the van began to slide along the ground and slammed into Li Mu. If this hits you, you will be crippled if not killed. A burst of exclamations was heard, and the people around were all frightened. Li Mu, get out of the way. Ah, Li Mu, be careful. However, it was too late. The van was going too fast and the brakes were obviously not as good as expected. After sliding for a while, Li Mu had no time to react. Everyone watched the van crash into Li Mu. In a flash, the power of the 10 elephants in Li Mu's body was automatically activated. His hair stood on end and he subconsciously raised his hand and pushed. Bang! The front of the van was severely deformed, and an even more bizarre scene occurred. Li Mu's right hand was like a sharp knife, and wherever it touched, cracks appeared. In full view of everyone, the van was cut in half from the middle by Li Mu's hand in an instant. Bang! The car body broke into two halves and fell to the ground. The scene was eerily quiet. Jiang Shui hugged Li Mu's waist, her face pale and her body trembling.
What the hell is going on? How did the car break into two pieces? Am I dazzled? Isn't this ridiculous? He was hit by a car, but nothing happened? Instead, the car broke into two pieces? This is not a movie? Damn, I was so scared. I thought someone was going to die, but Li Mu was fine?
At this time, a middle-aged driver struggled to climb out of the van that was split in half. His face was bruised and swollen beyond recognition, his head was covered in blood, and he looked extremely miserable. However, when he looked up and saw Li Mu despite the severe pain, he couldn't help but shiver. As the person involved, he couldn't believe what happened just now. He clearly saw that the young man in front of him cut the van in half with his bare hands like a god. Soon, he came to his senses, turned around and ran in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Now he was ready to escape. In the darkness not far away, Lu Qing and the other person sitting in the car looked at each other, their eyes filled with fear. The author has something to say. Ask for support. Chapter 55, An Unexpected Discovery. Enemies meet on a narrow road. 10 minutes later, sirens sounded all around. 3 police cars and an ambulance were parked around the accident area. The driver of the accident vehicle has been carried onto the ambulance on a stretcher, and several traffic police are investigating the situation. They looked at the small homemade bread broken in two on the ground with strange eyes, with suspicion written all over their faces.
Comrade police officer, this is what happened.
I don't know why, but the moment the car hit me, it broke apart automatically.
But I'm lucky and I survived.
Li Mu said with lingering fear, and patted his chest, looking very scared.
The people around looked at Li Mu, all speechless. Lucky? If you were lucky, you could break the car in half with your bare hands?
My goodness, the person who was hit was not hurt at all, but the person who hit him had 3 broken ribs and was taken to the hospital.
This is really unbelievable.
Police officer, I'm not being overly suspicious, but I think there's something wrong with this driver.
Oh? How?
You see, he wasn't drinking, nor was he taking any illegal drugs.
And this is a busy downtown area. How could he not be able to stop the car? The policeman was stunned and lowered his head to think for a while. You have a point. We will continue to investigate this traffic accident. But Mr. Li, you are really lucky. The car broke apart after hitting you. Oh my, you are kidding. How can you say you are lucky? You can only say that you are blessed with a good fate and have a chance to survive.
10 minutes later, the driver was taken away by an ambulance, and the car that was split in half was towed away by a tow truck. After leaving his contact number, Li Mu left the scene with Jiang Shui, who was still in shock.
Fuck, I can't even die. How lucky am I? Don't mess with this guy, he's a lucky guy. Damn, this car accident is very strange. I suspect someone deliberately caused it. I can't say this casually, lest someone catch me with it, but the scene of the car being disassembled just now is really unbelievable. What on earth is going on? Who knows?
But I am sure of one thing, I am afraid there will be another interesting show to watch.
At 11 o'clock in the evening, Li Mu drove his Ferrari back to his residence. This night was indeed a bit bad.
Li Tianhao called him 4 or 5 times, obviously because he saw the news on the internet.
Li Mu, do you think someone is going to harm you? Jiang Shui asked worriedly. It's okay. Look how lucky I am. I'm fine, right? Go and rest first. It's getting late. Although Jiang Shui was worried, he would obey Li Mu's words unconditionally.
Then you should go to bed early.
If you really can't, go to the police station and report the case tomorrow. Li Mu nodded, sent Jiang Shui to the bedroom, and went to the study.
When he sat behind his desk, his expression turned completely cold.
System, the tracing back to the source was automatically triggered just now. Are all the things I saw true? Host, the accuracy of skill feedback is 100%. What's up with that guy who has the same name as me?
Deduct 200,000 system points and start searching for personal information.
Please wait. Name, Li Mu. Age, 22. Status, freshman in the Department of Media, Hangzhou University. Background, his father, Li Hu, was the boss of Hangzhou Yandan Finance Company. Yandan Finance was a debt collection company that undertook various violent debt collection businesses.
Li Hu was a legitimate businessman, but in fact he was a social worker who had taken a shady route.
Ding, the system has detected a secret. The reason why the host failed to enter Hangzhou University was that this person used his father's relationship to replace you. Li Mu's pupils shrank, and his eyes were like extinguished stars. For a moment, the temperature in the entire study seemed to drop.
This was beyond Li Mu's expectations. He had to go to that crappy school because his place was replaced.
Unexpectedly, he met that person again now. The other party even wanted to find someone to hit him to death. It was really a narrow road for enemies.
Li Mu narrowed his eyes, leaned back in his chair and began to think. He had a general understanding of the cause and effect of the incident. Lu Qing was the cause of the incident, but he accidentally found the culprit who almost ruined his life.
MMP, if we haven't found it, forget it, but now that we have found it, I will kill you all. Li Mu muttered bitterly.
This incident fully demonstrated the true meaning of the saying that rotten wood gathers together.
System? Can you give me a task? Li Mu suddenly asked in a mean way.
Ding, it is detected that the host system points have exceeded 2.5 million. The system will lift the restrictions.
The future tasks will no longer be specified.
You can use the system points to specify the person you want to expose.
Fuck, you're too dark, aren't you?
Li Mu cursed inwardly and opened the system mall helplessly. This meant that he could no longer take advantage of the system. If he wanted to leak information, he would have to consume system points. At this time, Li Mu discovered that most of the goods in the system mall had been unlocked. Although he could no longer rely on the system, it had to be said that almost everything he could think of in the mall could be exchanged. Spend 100,000 points to get 2 cards specifying the identity of the target of the revelation. Consume 200,000 points to get 2 universal live broadcast rooms.
Lose 100,000 points and get Sky Eye surveillance too.
Li Mu thought about it and exchanged for 3 props, which, together with the ones left over from the last revelation, were more than enough to complete this revelation. Li Mu selected 2 ID cards and wrote the identity details of Lu Qing and another Li Mu in the input boxes respectively. As a white light flashed, the detailed identity information of the 2 people appeared before his eyes. Li Mu narrowed his pupils slightly and began to read.
Gradually, Li Mu's eyes began to become interesting.
The person with the same name and surname as him was nothing special, as his family was just involved in the gray industry. However, Lu Qing was beyond his expectations. It's nothing to have illicit relationships with multiple men, but these men all have some social status in China, and Lu Qing has a cousin who Li Mu also knows. I was humiliated by Xiaoan and became the laughingstock of Hangzhou Vocational College. This was all because of a woman named Li Xiaoxiu.
But Li Mu didn't expect that this world was so wonderful.
Li Xiaoxiu was actually Lu Qing's cousin.
Even Li Mu was a little confused.
Because he was the son of a gangster with the same name as him, he went to a crappy vocational college and was humiliated because of Li Xiaoxiu. Later, he awakened the system, was recognized as a relative by Li Tianhao, and became a rich second generation of a wealthy family. Now, an accident has connected all these people together.
I have to say that this world is so wonderful. It has too many surprises and accidents. The author has something to say. Ask for support. Chapter 56, Accidentally Got Angry Again.
The next morning, Li Mu was still sleeping when he heard a noise at the door. He looked downstairs through the window and saw a large number of reporters appearing at the gate, and Zhang Shui was trying her best to prevent them from entering the yard.
Li Mu frowned. These reporters were really omnipresent. They would come as soon as they got a chance.
They were no different from flies.
You can't go in. Li Mu is still resting. Let's wait until he wakes up. Little girl, let's interview Mr. Li. Someone posted the video of yesterday's car accident online. Now it's said that Mr. Li may be proficient in the lost golden bell cover. He has become very famous. That's right. Due to the widespread attention of netizens, it is currently rumored that Mr. Li is the disciple of a certain hermit master. I hope he can respond to this matter. Ms. Zhang, we know you are thinking about Li Mu, but traffic is everything these days. If you become popular, Mr. Li will get unimaginable benefits. In the Chinese martial arts world and the modern fighting world, many masters have issued statements, hoping to learn from Mr. Li and promote Chinese martial arts. Zhang Shui was a little nervous. How could a little girl like her handle so many reporters? Li Mu walked out of the living room in the distance. He planned to add some security to his home when he had free time. With his current identity, this situation was indeed a bit embarrassing. You all have pretty good noses. You know everything in just one night?
Li Mu's voice rang out in the yard, and everyone's eyes lit up and they rushed forward. Li Mu, I'm sorry, there are too many of them, I can't stop them. Li Mu touched Zhang Shui's head and smiled gently. It's okay, it's just a dog's nose, it will go anywhere there is a smell, it's not your fault. These reporters smiled awkwardly. By now, they had learned their lesson. Li Mu was not that easy to mess with. Mr. Li, you don't know that you've become famous. The car accident video last night was featured on the front pages of major video platforms. Now I heard that some authoritative organizations want to plan a personal exhibition match for you. What the hell? An individual exhibition match? Am I a monkey? Li Mu had a bad look on his face and glanced sharply at everyone. No, that's not what I meant. That car accident video is not only popular in China, but also abroad. It brings honor to us. Mr. Li, we have no bad intentions. Can you tell us how you did it? According to authoritative experts, even if you were lucky, it would not be possible to have the situation that happened yesterday. Then did the experts say, under what circumstances could something like what happened yesterday happen? Li Mu asked with a smile. Experts say that unless you are not human. Li Mu was speechless and secretly made up his mind that he must be more low-key in the future. If he kept getting so angry, he would be targeted sooner or later. At this time, a black Volkswagen stopped at the door of Li Mu's house. The car door opened and a group of staff dressed as media people got out. A pair of beautiful legs wearing golden high heels stretched out from the back seat, and Lu Qing's figure appeared at the back door. Sister Qing, what are you going to do? The cameraman next to him asked in a low voice. Lu Qing's face didn't look very good. What happened last night scared her and Li Mu a lot. But this morning she found that Li Mu was actually angry. After thinking about it, she came up with a way to trick Li Mu. Day. The rhythmic sound of high heels came from behind, and a soft laugh was heard. Mr. Li is really a promising young man. Born into a wealthy family, he is not only eloquent and articulate, but he also possesses special skills. That video has attracted great interest from all walks of life in China. Li Mu raised his head, his eyes passed through the crowd and fell on Lu Qing. This voluptuous bitch obviously has bad intentions. Mr. Li, we meet again. I also watched the news last night. It was really unbelievable. Really? I didn't realize you were that surprised. Li Mu seemed to have something else in his words, and his tone was weird. Lu Qing was confused in her heart, but her face remained calm. Mr. Li, what you said, do I really think I should exclaim and then kneel down to worship you? Isn't that too exaggerated? I think Mr. Li would not like this kind of shock. No, you're wrong. I just like this kind of worship. A well-known journalist kneels down before me. How fulfilled would that make me? Don't forget that I'm also a playboy in Hangzhou. Who are you looking down on? My goodness, Li Mu's words were sharp and his point of view was very weird. With just one sentence, Lu Qing was completely at a loss. Everyone looked strange. He liked beautiful women kneeling in front of him to worship him? This statement could easily be misinterpreted. No matter how powerful Lu Qing was, she was just a woman. At this time, Lu Qing's face turned slightly red, and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to say this, Mr. Li. Your girlfriend is right beside you. Even if you have any thoughts about me, shouldn't you be more subtle? What are you afraid of? I'm not afraid, so why are you? Is this the level of mental toughness you have as a journalist? If you can't handle it, just leave. Lu Qing secretly decided in her heart that she would tear Li Mu's mouth apart if she had the chance. Mr. Li is really humorous. I am here to challenge you on behalf of Zhang Bing from Hangzhou Yonlong Martial Arts Hall. Li Mu's heart moved, but his expression remained unchanged, while the people around him all showed surprise. Zhang Bing? The man who has won the Sanda Championship for 5 consecutive years, won the international 60 kg lightweight free fighting gold belt 3 times, and is also proficient in Wing Chun and the 8th level? Yes, it's him. His martial arts school is in the West Wing Creative Park in Hangzhou. He is a master who has perfectly combined traditional martial arts with modern fighting. What's more, he is only in his early 30s. My God, I've seen this guy's video. He's not only fast, but also powerful. He can dent a 10 cm steel plate with one punch.
It's terrifying.
Li Mu listened quietly to everyone's shock and boasting, but his heart was calm.
That's it? Yes, that's it. Of course, this is not forced. Master Zhang won't force you if you don't want to. Then forget it. Lu Qing was secretly delighted when she heard this.
She had never thought that Li Mu would agree to the challenge.
Once he refused, the next step would be her own territory.
Mr. Li has always been very confident. I didn't expect that he would retreat in the face of difficulties.
This is not shameful. Master Zhang is straightforward and has a bad temper. He said that the golden bell cover is all empty talk. She threatened to beat the shit out of you. I think this challenge is really not acceptable. Miss Lu, you misunderstood. I just thought that this guy is a poor bastard. He should offer some prizes for boxing. Otherwise, it's okay if he doesn't have money. I want a fight like that, where he has to sign a life and death agreement. Does he dare? The author has something to say. Ask for support, push for more updates, give me 5-star praise. Chapter 57 Playing Big. Li Mu. Zhang Shuai suddenly became nervous and grabbed Li Mu.
Li Mu gently pressed her hand and comforted her with his eyes. The reporters around were all stunned.
Li Mu actually claimed that he only used the life and death punch? He even asked Zhang Bing if he dared.
According to authoritative data, Zhang Bing has fought more than 60 games in total, KOing his opponents 58 times. This strength is definitely top-notch in China.
Lu Qing was overjoyed.
She was afraid that Li Mu would not agree, and she would be humiliated. Now the other party actually wanted to sign a life and death agreement, which was exactly what she wanted. Li Mu sneered in his heart. Among the men who had an affair with Lu Qing was Zhang Bing, and he was also the poorest and least powerful one among her many lovers.
Maybe it's because the other person is physically strong and lives a good life.
Li Mu deeply agreed with this.
Mr. Li? Are you serious? This is not a joke. Fists and feet have no eyes. Why, are you afraid that Zhang Bing won't do it? Lu Qing was delighted. She really didn't expect this.
If she had known that Li Mu was such a person, she would have carried out the plan last night. In the end, not only did he not succeed in tricking the other party, he was also taken advantage of by another toad named Li Mu. He still feels a little disgusted. Mr. Li is young and frivolous, but he is very courageous.
In this case, I will help you convey your meaning. I think everyone also wants to see whether you have real ability.
At this time, all the reporters raised their cameras and started filming silently.
Li Mu did not stop them. This time he wanted to go the biggest route. Miss Lu seems very excited? That's right. You have created many miracles.
This boxing match will surely cause a sensation throughout China.
If you can win the match, the popularity will be even higher. Li Mu suddenly laughed and said, "Do you dare to bet bigger?" Oh? Mr. Li wants to raise the stakes? I can help you get some sponsorship.
Prize money and appearance fees are not a problem.
Li Mu waved his hand and said indifferently, "Money? I still have several hundred million in my card. I am not interested in this stuff. So what do you want to win, Mr. Li?" Lu Qing frowned and asked in confusion.
At the same time, she felt a little uneasy because Li Mu was too troublesome.
Well, I'll take out 100 million.
If I lose, even if I'm killed, the 100 million will go to Zhang Bing.
But if I win?
Li Mu suddenly looked at Lu Qing unscrupulously, with a somewhat obscene look in his eyes.
Lu Qing got goosebumps all over her body. 100 million? You are a rich second generation and you have money, but Master Zhang doesn't have that much money. Oh my, how could I be so stingy? 100 million is just a small amount of money. It's my own money. If he wins, the money is his. But if he loses, I have only one request. Miss Lu must wear a short black silk skirt and perform a handstand.
Li Mu's words caused an uproar at the scene.
Fuck, this is even possible? Black stockings? Short skirt? Handstand? Lu Qing is the goddess of Hangzhou's media industry. MMP, why am I suddenly looking forward to Li Mu winning? This way I can also feast my eyes? Damn, I'm still single, now I have material, TSK, I like this bet. Lu Qing was stunned for at least dozens of seconds.
Suddenly, her face turned pale and her expression became ferocious. The dirty words around her also flowed into her ears, and her face turned red for a moment. Although this daughter has no shame, she still finds it a bit embarrassing to be in public like this.
Mr. Li, you're going too far, aren't you? You're fighting with Master Zhang? Why do you have to involve me? Aren't you responsible for delivering the letter of challenge? Then why doesn't he come? Lu Qing was confused. What Li Mu said made sense. Ms. Zhang, is your boyfriend so unreasonable? Why don't you just stop doing anything about it?
Jiang Shui looked calm, looked at Lu Qing coldly, and said, "This is just a bet.
Miss Lu can refuse. No one will force you.
Although others don't know, Li Mu definitely doesn't want you to look at me.
I'm much prettier than you." You?
Jiang Shui mustered up the courage to say this based on her previous personality. She would never have dared to do so. At this moment, she felt very wonderful, as if all the depression she had accumulated over the years was released through the words she just said.
You're right. A duel should have a stake.
Sister Qing, it depends on whether you have the guts.
That's right. You are the one who initiated the challenge. Don't let others look down on you. You represent the media industry in Hangzhou.
Sister Qing, the one who made the move was Master Zhang. There are a lot of his videos online, so you have a good chance of winning.
Don't let Li Mu look down on you.
Lu Qing was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. These bastards were obviously greedy for her body and wanted to take advantage of her. Yet, they all acted so righteous and made themselves look so decent.
Mr. Li, what if you lose? If I lose, I'll take out 100 million. Why? Why?
Because I can get 100 million anytime, but Zhang Bing or you can't.
Why do you want to take me with you? Because I'm rich and willful. Do I need a reason? This is the only condition for me to participate in this boxing match. Otherwise, forget it. You can leave now. Li Mu directly issued an expulsion order, which was very tough.
Lu Qing suddenly gritted her teeth, and a fierce look flashed in her eyes.
Mr. Li, I promise you. Really? This clause must be written into the contract. Don't regret it when the time comes. Don't worry, I won't regret it. But it's not that easy to see me make a fool of myself. Let's talk about it after I win.
After saying this, Lu Qing quickly left Li Mu's house.
He didn't want to stay here for even a minute. Mr. Li, you are really awesome.
You have made Lu Qing so obedient.
Yes, it's so exciting.
Look at Lu Qing's face, it's as black as if it was covered with charcoal. Mr. Li is a great man who strives for the welfare of our male compatriots. He is truly a role model for our generation.
Li Mu looked at the wretched middle-aged men and was speechless. He snorted coldly and glanced at everyone. What? You guys aren't leaving yet? Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Li Mu's attitude towards them to be so bad. You want to see it so badly, why don't you go up and fight Zhang Bing?
When everyone heard this, they all lowered their heads in fear.
Are you kidding me? Fighting with Zhang Bing? Isn't that the same as seeking death? They are not that stupid. 10 minutes later, all the reporters ran away. Li Mu was a very evil person and even Lu Qing was defeated. They didn't dare to provoke him.
Back in the room, Jiang Shui showed a hint of worry.
Li Mu, I heard that Zhang Bing is a martial arts fanatic.
He has been looking for people to fight with in his early years.
You better be careful.
Li Mu pinched the other person's face lovingly and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Lu Qing is definitely ugly."
The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 58, Wonderful Explosive Material. Damn Li Mu, how dare you treat me like this, making me lose face.
In Hangzhou City, Yonglong Martial Arts School, Lu Qing was frowning and punching and kicking a punching bag, venting his dissatisfaction. Next to him, a young man with a lean body and muscles said with a smile, "You are so beautiful, it is normal for someone to peek at your body."
Don't worry, I won't lose. Brother Bing, you see this kid bullying me, don't you feel sorry for me? I feel bad, of course I feel bad, how about we detox tonight?
After saying that, Zhang Bing put his arm around the other person's shoulders.
Pa!
Lu Qing opened her hand unhappily, pouted and looked at Zhang Bing with grievance.
That's all you know. Look at the media news. If I lose, I'll have to do a handstand in a short skirt. Aren't you worried?
Zhang Bing glanced at his phone with an indifferent look on his face.
Ching, we are just friends with benefits, we satisfy each other, right? You treat me like your husband, and besides, do you really think he can beat me? You are so heartless. Ha, Ching, don't think I'm a fool. There should be many people like me in your place, right?
Lu Qing's expression changed and she said nothing. Zhang Bing looks like a warrior, but his IQ is obviously not very low.
Okay, we still have feelings for each other. A husband and wife are bound by love for 100 days. I am not a heartless person.
I will beat this guy to death in the boxing ring.
You said it.
Yes, I said, my dear, a beautiful night is worth 1,000 gold, let's not waste time. Lu Qing showed a charming smile and immediately snuggled into Zhang Bing's arms. At the same time, Li Mu was eating melon seeds and looking at the computer screen intently. Through the prop sky eye monitoring, Lu Qing's actions were under his surveillance 24 hours a day, and the scene in the picture once again made him lose his moral integrity.
MMP, if a woman wants to succeed, her body is definitely the biggest bargaining chip. Just do this and she can get Zhang Bing to do things for her. The key is that Lu Qing is obviously enjoying it. In the upper right corner of the computer, a folder and a downloader that did not belong to this era appeared. These images are all explosive materials, and this downloader can download all these terrifying videos in real time. Zhang Bing's fighting ability was truly amazing, and the battle ended after 40 minutes. The two of them stayed together for a while again. After Zhang Bing repeatedly stated that he would definitely kill himself, Lu Qing left. The Sky Eye surveillance camera will move along with the movement of the person.
After getting into her Mini, Lu Qing did not go home, but drove towards the bar street in Hangzhou.
Half an hour later, Li Mu's eyes gradually narrowed.
Because the man with the same name and surname as him appeared in front of the camera again. Li Mu's mind moved, the camera zoomed in, and the sound of conversation inside also sounded. Xiao Chang, I also watched the news, but I didn't realize that you are quite bold. I want him to win this kind of bet.
Can you stop joking? Ha, tell me, what do you want from me? Haven't you always wanted to do that with me?
Lu Qing hooked her hands around the man's neck, looking extremely seductive.
One has to say that this woman was quite good at dealing with men.
Almost every man's weak spot can be conquered. The man with the same name as Li Mu's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes gradually became hot.
Tell me, what do you want me to do? But I almost had a car accident that night, so I have to think about it.
Lu Qing suddenly put her head close to the other person's ear and whispered, "What's wrong?
Do you still want to consider it? Then I'll go find someone else." Don't.
The evil fire of this grandson was completely aroused. He hugged Lu Qing and asked impatiently, "Tell me, what do you want me to do?"
It's simple.
Zhang Bing will sign a contract with Li Mu tomorrow, but I'm worried.
Find someone to make him lose a few parts before the game. That's no problem. I'll go find my dad then. Come on, let's go to the car.
Next, Li Mu saw a GL8 swing in front of the bar door in a very rhythmic manner.
This guy's strength is far inferior to Zhang Bing's.
In just 10 minutes, the car door opened and he walked out with a satisfied look on his face, while Lu Qing behind him was tidying up her clothes.
Oh my Ching, you are really irresistible.
A hint of disdain flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. Compared with Zhang Bing, he was far inferior. With a slight smile, Lu Qing said, "You have achieved your goal, but don't frame me. Don't worry, I'll go find my dad tomorrow. I'm tired of seeing this kid, so I have to let him stay in the hospital for a few days. Be careful, that kid still has some tricks up his sleeve."
Don't worry, I know what's going on. When will we fight again?
After saying that, the guy's hands started to get naughty again. Lu Qing reached out and slapped the other person's hand away, saying with a smile, "Get this done, I won't treat you unfairly."
Ching, you are really a teaser. Okay, when I get rid of him, I will come to you. He has the same name as me, is richer than me, is so arrogant, and has a stunning beauty by his side. I will not let him go no matter what he says. Soon, Lu Qing left the scene and went home to lie down and rest. Li Mu was speechless.
This guy was useless except for his name, which was the same as his.
He was also a mentally retarded person.
He enjoyed playing with second-hand goods so much that he even dared to set his sights on Zhang Shui. Li Mu felt that he could put aside what happened to other people, but this guy must die.
Ding, Sky Eye monitoring installed successfully.
Real-time monitoring is now enabled.
Target, Li Mu, start recording the screen.
Li Mu turned off the computer directly. From now on, this person with the same name as himself will also be monitored by himself.
A drama targeting himself has begun.
Although Li Mu has a plug-in, he must stay sober. In his hands, the lethality of these wonderful revelations is comparable to that of nuclear weapons.
The confession card was used successfully and has been implanted into the other party's brain.
The honest man's potion was used successfully and has been implanted into the other party's brain. The duplicity card was used successfully and has been implanted into the other party's brain.
Ding, the remote implantation of props has been completed. The props take effect time is determined by the host. I wish you a happy revelation. Li Mu sat on the edge of the bed and laughed sinisterly.
These bastards wanted to play tricks on him and they were really doing it. They were just shooting themselves in the foot and they wouldn't have a chance to regret it. At this time, the time had already reached 2 a.m. Li Mu took out his cell phone and glanced at it, his eyebrows slightly raised. Zhang Bing was quite anxious and actually posted a video using his Weibo account. In the video, he is punching and kicking a wooden man.
The caption above reads, "No matter who my opponent is, I will make him regret standing in the ring with me." The author has something to say. Please support.
Chapter 59: The Deterrent Power of Capital. After a quick glance, Li Mu found that the other party's account had only more than 20,000 followers, and his eyes were full of disdain. After all, Chinese martial arts is still unpopular. Although there are people who come out from time to time to lead the pace and show their presence, the number of people paying attention to it is still small.
Li Mu smiled coldly, put down his phone, and fell asleep. Tomorrow would be the signing ceremony.
He could imagine how popular the scene would be.
Nothing happened that night, and Li Mu got up early the next day.
In the bathroom, Jiang Shui was carefully dressing up Li Mu.
The black Xiaoan suit he wore looked absolutely stunning with Li Mu's figure.
Oh, this dress is so uncomfortable to wear.
Li Mu, you are going to attend the signing ceremony. There are many reporters and people from the Chinese Fighting Association here today. You have to dress formally. Look, are you satisfied with this now? Jiang Shui asked with a smile.
Li Mu looked at the full-length mirror in front of him.
It felt like a lifetime ago.
The person in the mirror was still himself, but he was no longer the same person he was 4 months ago.
At 9 o'clock in the morning, there was a huge crowd of people in front of Yonglong Boxing Gym in Hangzhou. Master Zhang, how confident are you in the match against Li Mu? From your professional perspective, how should you explain the scene that happened in the city center that night? Lu Qing was holding a microphone and conducting a live interview with Zhang Bing. Around her, reporters from major media outlets were all looking forward to it. Today's signing ceremony was going to be absolutely exciting. Ha, he's just an amateur player. I shouldn't care about him. However, some weird and supernatural things have been passed down as Chinese martial arts. It's really ridiculous. Are you uncomfortable being a rich second generation? You have to come and take advantage of the popularity. Will you show mercy in the ring?
No, once you stand on this stage, you have to be responsible for yourself.
Everything is his choice.
Since it is a life and death battle, life and death are determined by heaven. Flashes of light kept coming from all around, covering Zhang Bing. The time is now 9:10, 10 minutes have passed since the agreed time, but Li Mu has not arrived yet.
Ha, but I don't think he would dare to come.
After all, he is not responsible for what he says.
But once the contract is signed, he can't avoid the battle. If he is really afraid, I can understand. Lu Qing smiled and said, Master Zhang is really kind-hearted and shows his masterly demeanor. There are still 20 minutes left. If Mr. Li doesn't show up by 9:30, it will be considered that he has automatically admitted defeat. At that time, Mr. Li will give you 100 million as a reward for your victory. Money is not important.
It is only natural to retreat when faced with difficulties. Once on the ring, fists and feet are blind, and it is hard to say.
Excuse me for being blunt, but even if there are 100 characters like Li Mu, they can't be my opponent.
At this moment, a chuckle was heard.
Ha, Master Zhang is really amazing, and he's also quite good at bragging. What? You want to get 100 million from me for free? I won't agree. Do you have the ability to do that? When everyone heard the sound, they looked and their eyes suddenly lit up.
They saw Li Mu and Jiang Shui walking towards them from a distance. He was calm and composed, without any sign of panic. Lu Qing's pupils shrank and a trace of hatred flashed in her eyes, but there was a sense of pride in her heart.
If Li Mu was afraid of fighting, then things would become too boring.
The ideal outcome in her mind was that Li Mu would be killed or crippled by Zhang Bing, and then lose 100 million.
Ms. Lu, have you bought your short skirt and black stockings? You have to be prepared. Mr. Li, even if you want to watch, you have to be able to do it. It's getting late. Can we start the signing ceremony? You only have 2 people here? Lu Qing glanced behind Li Mu and found that he did not bring any bodyguards.
At this moment, there was a commotion among the crowd.
Oh my god, the Rolls-Royce with license plate number Zhujiang A88888, isn't this Li Tianhao's car? Wow, I thought Li Mu came alone, but I didn't expect he brought me here too. Now that Li Tianhao is the chairman of Jinghai Group, will he let his son suffer any loss?
Lu Qing's expression changed. On the road leading to the martial arts gym, a row of black luxury cars appeared, and leading the way was Li Haiying's former Rolls-Royce. After a while, a car stopped in front of the martial arts gym.
Li Tianhao got out of the car. More than 20 bodyguards in black lined up behind him.
They stood neatly in front of Li Mu and bent over at a standard 90-degree angle.
Master. Li Mu was amused.
He didn't expect that his old man would do this, but he would not refuse his father's kindness.
Dad, why are you here? Humph, brat, you are the young master of the Li family, don't you want to show off?
I think someone wants to use his power to overpower others. Li Tianhao looked at Lu Qing, who felt a slight tremor in her heart and felt a little guilty.
After all, the person she was facing was the top capitalist in Hangzhou. I warn you, don't play tricks. You can play the game and sign the death warrant. If you want to cheat my son, I will punish you one by one. It depends on whether you can gain a foothold in Hangzhou in the future.
Wow, Li Tianhao's appearance immediately set the scene on fire, and the atmosphere instantly became heated.
Mr. Li, you are a big shot, are you going to interfere in the boxing match between your son and me?
Zhang Bing behind him was also a little panicked. He knew he was a good fighter, but in today's society, no matter how good you were still like an ant in front of power. No, he is an adult and must be responsible for his words and actions.
I will not interfere with your game. Ha, you are worthy of being the chairman of Jinghai Group. I feel relieved when you say that.
Zhang Bing said with a wry smile. But Li Tianhao suddenly raised his head and smiled strangely. You signed a life and death agreement, so you must act according to the agreement.
If my son wins, everyone will be happy. But if my son is beaten to death by you, it is also his life. I will definitely take revenge afterwards. Hiss. Everyone gasped and looked at Li Tianhao in shock. This is a blatant threat. Li Mu showed a look of surprise. He had never seen the side of his father that he showed today. Mr. Li, are you threatening me? Lu Qing asked with a frown. A ham threat? Well, I guess so. If anything happens to my son, I will withdraw my annual investment in Hangzhou Evening News. At the same time, I will reclaim the land in the area where Yonglong Martial Arts School is located. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. This is a naked threat.
Li Tianhao is using this to warn Zhang Bing and Lu Qing that if anything happens to Li Mu, they will both probably lose their jobs.
Is this the deterrent power of capital? It's so terrifying.
Sure enough, both Lu Qing and Zhang Bing's faces turned very ugly, but facing Li Tianhao's threat, they did not dare to refute for a while.
The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 60. The show begins. Director Li, are you threatening us? No, don't get me wrong. This is just a father's duty. I let Xiaomu wander for 10 years. I wanted him to live a stable life, but he likes to play. I have no choice but to use this method to protect him. At this moment, Li Tianhao's assistant's cell phone suddenly rang. The other party picked up the phone and said hello softly. Oh, it's President Wang? Our chairman? Yes, he said so. Ha, no problem. He is also worried about his son. Well, okay, since President Wang said so, we are naturally relieved. After hanging up the phone, the assistant said softly, it was Wang Lin, the president of Hangzhou Morning News, who called. He said he hoped you would show mercy and that he would never let anyone at his newspaper distort the report of this incident. Really? But aren't his men here? Lu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. At this moment, her cell phone suddenly rang. She looked down and her eyes clearly showed a hint of panic. Hello, it's me, President. Please listen to me. Okay, I got it. I'll be right back. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qing looked at Li Tianhao and his son with resentment. Mr. Li is really good at what he does. I've learned a lot. See you later. Lu Qing, why did you leave? I can't control this anymore. How can you just ignore it? Didn't you ask me to challenge Li Mu?
When Zhang Bing saw that Lu Qing was about to run away, he told the truth in panic. In an instant, countless pairs of eyes focused on Lu Qing.
You, what nonsense are you talking about? You want to fight with Li Mu, what does it have to do with me? Don't slander me. You're talking nonsense. You said that you would sleep with me and let me beat him to death in the ring to vent your anger. This sudden sentence was like a bombshell, shocking everyone in the audience. Li Mu lowered his head and laughed secretly in his heart. The honest man potion was really amazing. Once used, the other party would confess everything against his will. Do you really think you can fight him? He is just a warrior, not worthy of fighting with you. Zhang Bing, what nonsense are you talking about? Lu Qing was so frightened that her face turned pale and her eyes were full of fear. Zhang Bing's face was also filled with horror. He didn't want to say this in his heart, but he found that he couldn't control himself. Qing, you are really good at your job and your voice is so nice. I like it very much. Zhang Bing's eyes were filled with fear, but all kinds of shocking words kept coming out of his mouth, shocking everyone so much that they couldn't say a word. I've slept with you 15 times, but I still can't forget you. That's enough. Stop talking, Zhang Bing. I thought you were a master, but I didn't expect you to be such a liar. Just wait, I'm going to sue you for defamation. Qing, why are you like this? I'm telling the truth. I still have the video. If you don't believe me, I can show it to you. Zhang Bing covered his mouth suddenly, his face showing horror. What I said is true. He wanted to deny what he had just said, but for some reason, after he blurted it out, it became what he didn't want to say. Zhang Bing, you're crazy. Lu Qing was furious. She was a fickle woman. The men who had contact with her also knew that she was a slut, but who could stand being exposed in public? If I have several godfathers, will they still value me? Everyone around them looked at each other strangely, and their eyes turned toward Lu Qing in an ambiguous manner. Fuck, this woman is really a slut. Fuck, this is so exciting. How can I get such a big piece of gossip? Speaking of which, there are a lot of rumors about this woman. At this time, Li Tianhao was also dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that his threat was so effective that it scared the other party into confessing. Xiaomu, what's going on? He couldn't help but ask his son. Dad, why are you asking me? He's obviously scared by you. So what if he can fight? Everything is nothing in front of capital. Li Mu nodded, and his expression of deep agreement made Li Tianhao ashamed. At this moment, Li Mu suddenly laughed and said, "Everyone, it seems that this contract cannot be signed. Since Master Zhang has realized something, why not let him take out the video and let us see it?" Everyone's eyes lit up. Who among the male compatriots didn't want to feast their eyes? I think what Mr. Li said is right. Sister Cheng also wants to prove her innocence, right? Then wouldn't it be great if we all could be witnesses? That's right. If Master Zhang slanders you, don't worry, all of us colleagues will stand up for you. Lu Qing's face turned ashen, and she looked as if she had eaten several pounds of maggots and was extremely disgusted. It was really shameless of her to be able to express her evil thoughts in such a sanctimonious manner. What nonsense are you talking about? He must have accepted some favors from Li Mu and started biting people randomly. I didn't. I really had an affair with her. She seduced me. I'm not talking nonsense. Zhang Bing's voice sounded again, and this time the other party actually took out his mobile phone and started operating on the screen. Lu Qing's pupils dilated and she was extremely panicked. She didn't know whether Zhang Bing had a video or not, but when she thought about the perverted requests and postures when they were making love, it was possible that this guy had a habit of taking secret photos. You see, I am telling the truth. I am not lying to you. She seduced me. Zhang Bing found that he was totally out of control. He was panicking, but still couldn't help being horrified by his own behavior. He wanted to tell a lie, but he felt guilty, and when he felt guilty he told the whole truth. There is a video on the mobile phone screen, shot from a high vantage point. It is obvious that it was taken by a camera. Although the clarity is not very good,
it can be seen at a glance that the woman in the video is Lu Qing. At this moment, Zhang Bing was lying on the ground and Lu Qing was on top.
The adults at the scene naturally knew what was going on. Fuck, this is exciting, this is fun, I love it, who can resist throwing themselves into your arms like this? That's true. If you can refuse this, you're not a man at all.
Sister Cheng, I want to challenge my weak spot. For a while, there was endless laughter and teasing. Lu Qing's face turned red and his body began to tremble violently.
His heart was filled with humiliation and deep fear. TSK, that's so embarrassing. Now it's better. I don't have to do a handstand anymore. I've been seen. It's boring without the anticipation.
Li Mu's lazy voice sounded. Lu Qing looked up suddenly, rushed to Zhang Bing in an instant, smashed his mobile phone to the ground and crushed it with one foot.
Li Mu, just wait for me. You will pay the price. Li Mu sneered. Threatening me? Do you have the strength to do that? Lu Qing, you are the top reporter of Hangzhou Morning News and a public figure. You are so arrogant after doing such shameful things. You really have no moral integrity. The author has something to say. Fifth update, please support. Chapter 61, The Explosive Confession Meeting.
Ding ling ling ding ling ling. At this moment, Lu Qing's cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and looked at it. His heart sank and he quickly picked up the phone.
Hello? Is this the president? Please let me explain. Lu Qing, you disappoint me so much. Don't come to work tomorrow.
The call was ruthlessly hung up, and Wang Haiyan, the president of Hangzhou Morning Post, directly called Lu Qing and asked her to get out. At the same time, people around took out their mobile phones, with a hint of shock and gloating in their eyes.
It's over. This wave is completely over.
The headquarters of the China Media Association issued a notice that Lu Qing will be permanently banned and will not be considered for unblocking in the short term. Huaxia Yanjing peoples daily criticized Lu Qing as a cancer in the industry, using improper means to seek the public opinion effect she wanted.
This is extremely unprofessional and conscienceless. Such people should be removed from the media industry.
The Hangzhou Radio and Television Administration issued a statement that Lu Qing will be removed from the list of practitioners, and a special investigation team will be arranged to conduct a thorough investigation. If there are other violations, we will definitely punish them severely. We will also conduct a thorough investigation of all the people in the industry who are related to her.
Several reporters read out the latest news with horrified expressions, and the departments and organizations under the Guangguan system took very strong actions. How long has the video been out?
In less than 2 minutes, the person was dealt with directly.
Lu Qing panicked and kept swiping the screen of her mobile phone.
Her eyes gradually became desperate, and finally she sat down on the ground helplessly, her face ashen. People around her pointed at her, their faces full of sneers. She used to be a goddess that her peers couldn't reach, but now, she has become a laughing stock. Suddenly, he noticed someone was staring at him. Suddenly looking up, she found that it was Li Mu. A surge of resentment rose from my heart.
Look, Lu Qing is heading towards Li Mu.
Everyone was shocked and saw her running towards Li Mu with great momentum, her eyes full of anger.
Li Tianhao was shocked when he saw it.
Hurry up and protect the young master. A group of bodyguards in black quickly gathered around Li Mu and Zhang Shui, and soon surrounded them. Seeing that Lu Qing was approaching and a conflict was about to happen, Lu Qing suddenly stopped where she was. Ding, the confession card was used successfully, and the target person has been controlled.
Confession begins. Li Mu's eyes met Lu Qing's through the gap.
Suddenly he smiled strangely, and the other party suddenly stopped.
Thump.
Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Lu Qing suddenly knelt on the ground and lowered her head. At this moment, her hair was disheveled and she looked disheveled, with a hint of panic in her eyes. Lu Qing found that her heart seemed to be out of control. She had a strange impulse in her heart. At this moment, she wanted to repent and tell the world the shameful secrets in her heart.
I'm a bitch.
The abrupt words made everyone tremble and their eyes showed confusion.
Are you stupid? Calling yourself a bitch? Although this is true, you don't have to blow yourself up, right? Yeah, have you found your conscience? It doesn't seem like it. I'm afraid you are thinking of something bad again. TSK, this woman is really troublesome.
She never stops for a moment. A group of people were whispering, and they obviously never thought that in such a short time, the other party would have a change of heart and realize the truth. However, the next scene completely refreshed everyone's cognition. At this moment, everyone seemed to believe that human nature is inherently good. Lu Qing's face was covered with tears and her expression was full of regret.
I have been working in the industry for 8 years.
I started working in journalism after graduating from the media department of Shanghai Theatre Academy. However, over the years, I did not think about how to improve my professional level, but instead thought about taking shortcuts. I used my beauty to have improper relationships with several bigwigs in the Chinese media industry in order to get a chance to get promoted. Jin Feng, Zhang Hai, Chen Jinhai, these big names in the media industry are all related to me. It was thanks to their connections that I was able to gain a foothold in Hangzhou Morning News.
Wang Jinfa, the president of Hangzhou Morning News, is even my godfather.
Suddenly he raised his head, with pain in his eyes. He was resisting the effect of the confession potion, but it was all in vain.
I confess. I am a scumbag and a whore.
I don't like Li Mu, so I let Zheng Bing fight him in the ring. I used sleeping with him as a bargaining chip to let him beat Li Mu to a pulp or even kill him in the ring. I also found someone to beat him to a cripple before the fight.
This person is also called Li Mu.
His father is called Li Hu, the boss of Yangon Financial Group. In fact, he is engaged in violent debt collection and loan sharking. Also, I am such a vicious woman.
That night, Mr. Li had a car accident. I instigated that Li Mu, who has the same name as me, to do all this.
The driver was his man. This was not an accident.
Wow. The whole audience was in an uproar.
No one had expected that this incident would turn into a murder case. They were really surprised. At the same time, Li Mu took out his cell phone and said with a smile in front of everyone, "It seems that Miss Lu has found her conscience. It is not too late to stop. In this case, I will call the police and let the law solve this." Li Mu decisively dialed 110.
The call was quickly connected.
Li Mu briefly explained the situation. In less than 5 minutes, 2 police cars appeared at the scene. Lu Qing and Zhang Bing were both taken away by the police, and Li Mu also went to the local police station with them. After all, he was the party involved, and many things needed to be filed, so he needed to explain everything clearly. The Rolls-Royce started and Li Tianhao's luxury fleet left the scene.
The reporters finally recovered from their shock. Oh my god, is this the end? Damn, why is this so weird?
Why did Zhang Bing and Lu Qing suddenly confess all their crimes?
Who knows? Damn it, this doesn't make sense. I always feel that this kid Li Mu has a demonic aura. This guy is not simple. People in Hangzhou should keep their eyes open in the future. Don't mess with this person. Let's not joke with our jobs. That's right. Are you all happy? Even a little bloating? Actually, have you ever thought about it? Lu Qing is so miserable.
I don't believe he repented on his own. At the same time, Xinnan Street in Hangzhou, located at the junction of the city center and the southern suburbs, is usually a mixed bag and the public security is not ideal. The top floor of a dilapidated 8-story-old building from the 1990s.
Li Hu's Yong'an Financial Company is located here. Damn it, look at you. Lu Qing is in trouble. He has set you on fire.
I have told you so many times that times have changed and you should keep a low profile.
But you just wouldn't listen. Now, tell me, how should we solve this problem? The author has something to say. I beg for a 5-star review gift. Chapter 62, Thorough Investigation. Resolving the Knot.
Li Hu was furious, obviously he had seen the relevant reports on the internet. At this moment, he was panicking.
Nowadays, the whole of China was cracking down on crime and evil. Li Mu could only do gray industries secretly, and even many debts could not be recovered now.
In recent years, his income has not been as high as before, and not long ago, he put a lot of effort into getting his son to study at Hangzhou University. After spending tens of thousands of dollars, he was a little overwhelmed, but his unfortunate son obviously didn't know what was good for him and kept causing trouble for him. He didn't know yet that the person who was deprived of the qualification to study at Hangzhou University was Li Mu, who was now at the peak of his career, otherwise he would have run away long ago.
How can a social person who does shady things hang out with real rich people? Those in the movies are all fucking lies. Dad, what are you afraid of? You are a big shot in Hangzhou, and you have so many subordinates. If something doesn't work, just let him do it.
I don't believe that he is not afraid.
Pa pa pa.
Li Hu raised his hand and slapped his son several times.
Didn't you watch the news? Didn't you see that Zhang Bing and Lu Qing both confessed their sins at the scene? Do you know why? Did they feel guilty? It was because of the Li family's background, understand?
Li Hu's son covered his burning cheeks and looked at his father with resentful eyes.
Dad, you beat me just for him? Is it that serious? I'm beating you for your own good. Pack your things quickly. I'll arrange for you to go abroad right away. So serious? Going abroad?
When Li Hu heard this, he looked at his son with disappointment. He had spent so much effort to send him to Hangzhou University, but he turned out to be a hopeless person who knew nothing about capital. Xiaomu, let me tell you, if we stay here, you and I will both die in a rhythmic way.
Okay, I'll listen to you.
10 minutes later, watching his son leave the office, Li Hu sighed.
Do you really think that being in society is glorious? Times have changed.
On the other side, in the parking lot on the underground level B1 of Yonglong Financial Collection Office, Li Mu's eyes were filled with resentment.
Damn it, you have the same name as me, but your life is better than mine. Why? You also want me to leave Hangzhou?
Just wait, one day, I will make you pay the price. He took out the Land Rover key and pressed the door lock button. He planned to go home to pack his things and leave China in the evening. At the same time, Li Mu, who had just returned home from the martial arts gym, moved a recliner and lay down in the yard. In the kitchen, Jiang Shui was preparing lunch. Li Mu seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, but in fact the sky eye in his brain was monitoring every move of another Li Mu. He opened his eyes and grinned.
This kid actually wants to run away. What a pity, it's too late.
Li Mu originally planned to design a grand revelation for Lu Qing and others, but then he changed his mind and realized that it would be easy to go wrong if he did so. If they were discovered by someone with ulterior motives, and the honest person exposed always had a grudge against them, then it would be a big trouble. In order to avoid this risk, this time Li Mu chose to let them confess everything themselves. Ding, the honest man potion on the other party has been activated. Ding, the other party's confession card has been activated.
Li Mu smiled strangely. The good show was about to begin.
He would definitely avenge the man who had the same name and surname as him for replacing his quota. This was also a knot in his heart. In the garage, when Li Mu just got into the Land Rover, his expression suddenly paused, as if there was a voice in his heart calling him.
You are worse than pigs and dogs. You have done so many bad things. You will go to hell. Turning yourself in and repenting is your only way out. Who?
He looked around in horror. The dilapidated parking lot was empty, not a single person in sight. At this moment, he suddenly found a strong sense of guilt rising in his heart, and he wanted to confess the shameful things that he and his father Li Hu had done in the past. The Land Rover started, slowly drove out of the underground garage and headed off into the distance, heading towards the local police station. At 2 p.m., a subordinate of Li Hu was reporting the situation in his office. Brother Hu, everything is settled, the plane tickets are ready, let's go to Southeast Asia first, we have some connections there. Remember, keep a low profile, hire a few unfamiliar faces at night, and then drive a van to send Xiaomu away.
Yes, Brother Tiger. Li Hu felt a little calmer. He would always feel uneasy if his son stayed in Hangzhou.
Just then, a quarrel suddenly broke out at the gate.
Li Hu frowned and said in a deep voice, "Go out and take a look." You don't need to look anymore. Li Hu, you have been arrested now. Your Yangon finance will also be sealed. Your son has confessed everything. You are really capable.
You can even change the college admission letter.
You are very powerful, right? A uniformed policeman walked in with several of his men.
Several of Li Hu's men wanted to resist but were pressed directly onto the table.
Li Hu was stunned and it took him a few seconds to come back to his senses. What did you say? The police can slander people?
Li Hu, your Yonglong Finance is nominally a financial management company, but in reality it is a loan shark. Over the years, you have harmed many people due to violent debt collection. In addition, the people responsible for your backdoor admission to Hangzhou University have been detained. When Li Hu heard this, his pupils shrank suddenly and he sat down on the chair with fear in his eyes. Why would his son turn himself in for no reason?
Take the person away.
It's said above that this matter needs to be thoroughly investigated.
5 o'clock in the afternoon, Li's Manor. This is our negligence.
The relevant personnel have all been handed over to the relevant departments.
We are really sorry. Our school will also make relevant reviews. We hope to get the understanding of Mr. Li and Mr. Li Mu.
Hangzhou University President Chen Deming came to the Li family today to apologize in person for the serious negligence of their school.
I'm fine, but you still have to ask my son about this matter. After all, he is the victim. Li Tianhao smiled and looked at Li Mu beside him. I don't have any objection, but I don't know if I can still enter Hangzhou University now? Li Mu's words stunned Chen Deming, and then a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes.
The reason he came this time was, first of all, to express his stance, and secondly, he hoped that Li Mu could enter Hangzhou University.
No matter for which reason, once Li Mu returned to school, it would definitely be a good thing for Hangzhou University. This is a great opportunity to promote the school. Of course you can. We welcome you with open arms. The school will even hold a welcome party for you.
Li Mu waved his hand and said with a smile, there's no need for all this.
It's better to keep a low profile. Otherwise, if it gets out, it will be bad for the school and me. The author has something to say.
Asking for a 5-star review, asking for updates, asking for gifts, all kinds of requests, 5 updates every day. The performance of the book is not good, but I will try to write for a while to see if there is any improvement.
Chapter 63 Return to Hangzhou University. A true celebrity.
Oh, as expected of Mr. Li's son, he is considerate and sensible.
But I am a little cliché.
I need to reflect on myself. Chen Deming threw a bunch of flattery directly at him, and it was obvious that he was being professional.
Principal Chen, you are too polite. Xiaomu is right.
After all, people like us are always under the attention of outsiders.
We have to be careful. Principal Chen, I heard that you want to build a college and such on?
Yeah, to be honest, everything is ready, but the funds are a little tight, so we haven't made a decision yet.
Okay, Xiaomu seems to be quite satisfied with Hangzhou University, and the previous misunderstanding is resolved. My Ginghai group is willing to contribute 200 million yuan, so there should be no problem in building such a college, right? Oh, Mr. Li is such a kind man.
Ginghai group will surely flourish and create greater glory in the future if it is in your hands.
Chen Deming is definitely an old hand. As the president of Hangzhou University, he has a very high status.
But when facing Li Tianhao and his son, he is neither humble nor arrogant and is very humble. Not to mention Li Tianhao, Li Mu felt that talking to him was like a spring breeze, and he felt extremely comfortable.
This might be what a cultured person is like. Principal Chen, I just hope my son is healthy and safe. Please take good care of him in school. Don't worry, Mr. Li. I will definitely treat Xiaomu as my own nephew within my ability. What happened before will never happen again. With Principal Chen's words, I feel relieved. Li Tianhao was spending money to buy safety. The school was a small society, and he didn't want anything to happen to Li Mu after he went in. After all, his popularity had been quite high during this period. Li Mu's knot in his heart was finally resolved. The man with the same name and surname as him was imprisoned together with his father, and a senior executive of Hangzhou University who swapped his admission quota with someone else was also punished. Although it's not a happy event that I can return to school now, it can be considered as correcting the deviated trajectory of my life. In the evening, at the gate of the manor, Li Tianhao personally sent Li Mu to the car before returning to the yard. He was very pleased that his son no longer had to worry about food and clothing, but he still wanted to go back to college. This awareness was quite high. Nothing happened that night. At 7 o'clock the next morning, we arrived at Li Mu's door. The red Ferrari let out a low roar, and Jiang Shui looked reluctant. When you go to school, I will be alone. It will be so boring in such a big yard. How about I tell my dad and ask you to go to school with me? Forget it. If people find out, they will gossip about me. Besides, I have already learned what I learned in college. At the beginning, Li Haiying wanted to train Jiang Shui into an excellent woman and then marry her to Li Hui. From childhood to adulthood, he hired top private senior teachers to provide her with all-round teaching in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. Now, those things in university are child's play for him. Li Mu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I don't live in school, I will be back in the evening." Jiang Shui nodded obediently. He always listened to Li Mu's words and never lost his temper. The car started, drove away from the house, and soon disappeared on the road in the distance. It is about 5 kilometers from home to school, and Li Mu's car attracted a lot of attention on the road. Now, everyone in Hangzhou knows that the red Ferrari with license plate number Zhejiang A88688 is Li Mu's car.
At 7:30, at the gate of Hangzhou University, Li Mu's car slowly drove into the school gate.
Thousands of eyes were focused on him. He was definitely the focus of the day. As the only national key university in Hangzhou, the quality of students here is very high. Even if a celebrity crew occasionally comes to the school to shoot, it is difficult to cause a sensation. However, today, the situation is obviously very different from the past. The elite students studying in this school are no longer calm. Wow, look, it's really Li Mu. He's even more handsome up close than on TV.
I heard he's fluent in 8 languages and is also a martial arts expert. He's really good at both literature and martial arts. I feel that if my future husband can achieve 1/10 of his charm, I will have no regrets in my life.
Hey, he seems to be smiling at me. TSK, even I, a man, think Li Mu is so outstanding. It seems that I will have to continue my single life in Hangzhou University. You compare yourself to him?
Even if you compare your family background or your father, you can't compare.
Look, those usually arrogant girls in our school, when they see Li Mu, they directly become crazy about him.
Sure enough, when the boys glanced at the girls in the crowd, they all had peach blossoms in their eyes and slightly red cheeks, and they looked as if they wanted to eat Li Mu alive.
Li Mu looked calm, without any emotional fluctuations.
He had experienced many storms before, and this was just a small scene.
There is an open-air parking lot on the south side of the community.
After Li Mu parked his car in an empty space, he glanced around and couldn't help but sigh in his heart.
It is worthy of being the most awesome university in Hangzhou.
Looking around, there are at least 10 cars worth over 1 million yuan in the parking lot, several of which are sports cars worth tens of millions. It is obvious that this is also a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are hidden.
Hello, is this Li Mu?
I'm the monitor of Class 1 in the freshman department of media, and I'm also the one who's in charge of picking you up.
My name is Wang Sinuo. A pleasant voice sounded.
Li Mu turned his head and raised his eyebrows, a little surprised.
This plot is quite different from the novel. I am definitely the protagonist.
Logically, any woman who appears must be a stunning beauty, but this one wears a pair of large black framed glasses, a pigtail, and a very plain plaid shirt. What surprised Li Mu the most was that the other party was only about 160 centimeters tall, but her weight was estimated to be over 130 catties, a real little fat girl.
Hello, I'm Li Mu. Please lead the way. Okay.
Wang Sinuo glanced at Li Mu and was immediately nervous by the smile on his face. He was already a little inferior, and he seemed extremely unconfident when facing Li Mu. Not far away, the students watching couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Look, this is what a rich second generation should be like, approachable. I didn't expect his personality to be so good. This little fat girl seems to be a talented girl, but she is excluded by her classmates because of her figure. But Li Mu is so nice, he doesn't look down on her at all.
What do you know? The real second generation rich are well educated. Although Li Mu was abandoned by his family for more than 10 years, he obviously learned how to behave outside.
No, when I have time, I must talk to him in private. Today, Li Mu has become a famous figure in the school and is the focus of everyone's attention.
The author has something to say.
Ask for 5-star praise, ask for updates, ask for gifts. Chapter 64. Wherever there are people, there is a world of martial arts. Wang Sinuo lowered her head, her face a little nervous, but there was a hint of excitement in her eyes. No one knew that in the heart of this little fat girl, Li Mu was her idol. The two walked through a small path and headed towards their class. From time to time, some brave students would come forward and want to take photos with Li Mu or even ask for his autograph. Li Mu accepted all the offers and hardly rejected anyone. Li Mu also liked to show off, but he had no interest in low-level hobbies.
Pretending to be cold? Arrogant? Looking down on others?
In his eyes, it was nothing but a joke. At this time, a huge teaching building appeared in front of them, with the word self-improvement written in large letters on the top of the building.
Li Mu, the teaching building is in front of us. Our classroom is on the 3rd floor. Li Mu nodded, and the little fat girl quickly lowered her head. He found that the other party was so handsome that it was a bit thrilling, and he really didn't have the courage to look at him. At the door of a north-facing classroom on the 2nd floor, several tall women were leaning against the railing and chatting. Let Wang Sinuo go pick up Li Mu. I don't think anyone would even look at her straight in the eye.
She's the squad leader, fat and ugly, and she uses chicken feathers as a token of authority all day long.
What's so cool about a country girl like her? Hee hee, Li Mu will be here soon. We have to humiliate Wang Sinuo and let her know the gap between us. That's right. If you're a man, don't you have to look at us more?
They said with a smug look on their faces.
These three women were in the same class as Li Mu.
They came from well-off families and all ran small businesses. Therefore, they were very arrogant in their dealings with others and were definitely not to be messed with in the class.
Today is Li Mu's first day of school.
They believe that with their beauty, Li Mu will definitely fall in love with them at first sight.
Lingling, you are so mean to be wearing something so sexy today.
But no matter how good he is, he can't escape from our grasp.
That's right. With the three beauties from our media department, is there any man we can't win over?
Zhang Lingling smiled slightly, obviously the leader of the small group.
Xiaoan, Xiaoli, don't hold back when Wang Sinuo comes. We have to humiliate her in front of the whole class. Of course, it's a joke to let it go against us all the time.
As the three were talking, there were slight footsteps at the corner of the stairs. After hearing the noise, they looked up at the same time and a handsome man with a well-proportioned body and angular face appeared in their eyes. Compared with Li Mu at this time, Wang Sinuo looked even uglier. A sneer flashed in Zhang Lingling's eyes, and she walked towards Li Mu in high heels. Behind him, Wang Chanxian and Zhu Xiuli followed closely. The other students in the class all stretched their necks to look out the window. Looking at the excited looks in everyone's eyes, it was obvious that they all knew that the show was about to begin and the three most capable women in the class were going to cause trouble.
Hey! Class monitor Wang, you also have moments of romantic feelings?
You keep saying that your priority now is study and you can't always think about romance, but why do you run faster than anyone else when you see a handsome guy?
You look like this, and you still have the nerve to pick up Mr. Li? Don't you look in the mirror? Go back to class quickly and don't disgust others. What a scheming bitch.
The key is that she is so ugly, but she still tries to be a green tea girl.
How shameless.
The three women's words were sharp and sarcastic, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were directed at Wang Sinuo. Li Mu glanced at the three people inside in his heart, thinking that he was indeed too naive.
Wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes. This is an eternal truth.
It was obvious that the three women in front of him were not good people, and this chubby girl must have conflicts with them. Li Mu was unmoved. He was also curious about how these elites in the university intrigued each other compared to his previous vocational college.
What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't the whole class ask me to pick someone up? Stop slandering me. Get out of the way. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Zhang Lingling sneered and said, what a powerful official. He likes to show off his power normally.
Today, with a handsome guy here, he's even more excited. Lingling, I think that if I walk with a handsome guy, I can become beautiful, but I don't know that a lazy toad can never become a swan.
Xianxian is right. Do you really think that others will like you? Stop dreaming.
Zhu Xiaoli glanced at Li Mu with her beautiful eyes. Her eyes were frivolous and carried a hint of the charm of a prostitute. Li Mu frowned slightly, feeling disgusted. It was not like he had never seen a woman before. Just looking at Jiang Shue's looks, there was definitely no one in the country who could compare with her more than two hands.
The three people in front of him were simply insulting his intelligence and treating him as an ordinary rich second-generation dude. Sinuo, didn't you say you would take me to get the books first? And take me around the school, why are you here in the classroom?
Li Mu's voice suddenly rang out. When Wang Sinuo heard this, his expression changed and he was suddenly at a loss. Li Mu's words surprised him. The three women opposite showed a hint of surprise on their faces.
Li Mu didn't even look at them.
But the three of them have very strange train of thought.
Although Li Mu is outstanding, he can't resist the temptation of beauty. How can a man not like women? He must be pretending to be serious. Zhang Lingling smiled sweetly. Li Mu, we will be classmates from now on. We have heard about your deeds a long time ago. Don't you want to get the books? You still need to go around the school. Just let the three of us accompany you. Yes, squad leader Wang is very arrogant.
Don't be fooled by her big and strong appearance, but she has bad intentions. Be careful and don't let her trick you into bed.
Otherwise, you will suffer a great loss.
Wang Sinuo clenched his fists and stared at Zhang Lingling and the other two, so angry that he couldn't utter a word.
These three people were too much.
Their words were filthy and they even threw dirty water on him. It was really disgusting. She usually tolerated them, but even bodhisattvas have tempers, not to mention that her temper itself was not very good.
You. Sinuo, it's almost time. Let's go get the books first. Hangzhou University has a long history.
You must tell me about its past when the time comes. Wang Sinuo was stunned, and looked at Li Mu in confusion.
According to normal logic, shouldn't a man be seduced by these three vixen spirits?
But Li Mu's eyes were calm, and she couldn't even sense a trace of his emotional fluctuations. It was as if the three charming bitches opposite were nothing but air.
Li Mu, you. What do you mean by I? Let's go. The air in this place doesn't seem to be very good. I'm a little uncomfortable with it.
When Li Mu's voice sounded, Wang Sinuo's expression changed, but he quickly realized that Li Mu's words were obviously directed at Zhang Lingling and the other two.
She became more and more curious about Li Mu. This man seemed really different from other rich second generations. The author has something to say. Begging for support. Chapter 65 The Mysterious Man.
At this moment, Li Mu seemed to be shrouded in mystery, making him unpredictable. Not to mention the three women on the other side, Wang Sinuo was also very confused.
Is he really different from other men?
Zhang Lingling and the other two girls stood there in a daze, not coming back to their senses until Li Mu and Wang Sinuo disappeared. At this moment, their faces were extremely ugly.
As far as this class was concerned, these women were definitely in a dominant position in terms of control over the opposite sex.
For a long time, almost all of the 25 boys in the class were their lickers.
Who could resist their flirting?
But today, they were ignored.
Lingling, why is this man like this? Doesn't he have any interest in women? Yeah, what kind of attitude is this? He would rather be with Fatty Wang than pay attention to us? Is this just pretending? Wang Chanxian and Zhu Xiuli's eyes were filled with anger and they looked very unhappy. Humph, how can a man like that kind of chubby girl? He must be pretending. Don't all those rich second generations like this? Can he escape from the clutches of us sisters? He's actually putting on airs with us, so let's teach him a lesson. A ruthless look flashed in Zhang Lingling's eyes.
Upon hearing this, the other two women looked at each other and sneered. The students in the class only came to their senses at this moment.
Oh my god, he rejected the invitation of Zhang Lingling and the other two? This Li Mu is a bit ungrateful.
He just disdains what we dream of getting.
He's just pretending, right? I used to have a good impression of him, but now I think he's quite hypocritical. Look, Lingling and the others seem very sad.
As they were talking, three people walked into the classroom, but their faces were full of grievance.
Seeing this look, any man would go up and comfort them. Lingling, don't worry. Li Mu is ungrateful. We will seek justice for you. Yeah, don't be sad. Wang Sinuo is a very sinister woman, but she doesn't even look in the mirror. How could Li Mu like her? He will be struck by lightning if he pretends to be so. There is still a long way to go, and he will suffer the consequences.
Damn it, Li Mu and Wang Sinuo, they made our goddess so sad, it's really too much, we are so angry about this. A group of angry boys gnashed their teeth and wished they could beat Li Mu up right now. It has to be said that women are the catalyst of conflicts. Even though Li Mu has the special attribute of falling in love at first sight, he unsurprisingly attracted a large wave of hatred at this moment. Zhang Lingling and the other two girls laughed in their hearts. Li Mu pretended to be aloof and ignored them, but he had so many bootlickers that they could easily find some of them to make Li Mu's life uneasy in the future.
Don't mess around. He is from a wealthy family. He is rich and powerful.
Don't cause trouble for yourself because of us. My goodness, it would have been fine if Zhang Lingling hadn't said this. Once she said this, the group of boys around her seemed to be energized and started hurling harsh words at her.
Fuck, Lingling, just watch. This is Hangzhou University, not his home. We will let him know the dangers of society. Humph, isn't it just because he has money that he can do whatever he wants? We need to teach him a lesson on how to behave. You're right. This is not the place for him to act like a rich second generation.
If he offends the goddess, at least he should apologize in public. Zhang Lingling and the other two lowered their heads and looked at each other.
They sneered complacently. This was enough for Li Mu to handle. It also let the other party know who had the final say in this class.
On the other side, Wang Sinuo lowered her head, feeling confused.
She still hadn't reacted to what Li Mu was going to do. She was not a fool.
Taking the books and strolling around was just a cover, but it was obviously impossible to say that the other party fell in love with her.
Li Mu, thank you for helping me out. Wang Xinyo squatted down and said softly.
Li Mu stopped when he heard that and looked at the other person with a smile on his face.
As a squad leader, why do you keep your head down when you speak? Can't you be more confident?
If you dislike your own appearance, how can you expect others not to dislike you? Wang Xinyo's body shook. He raised his head and looked at Li Mu in shock.
Yes, she is a talented girl. She has been an outstanding student since childhood.
She was born into a scholarly family and her parents are both high-level intellectuals. However, her appearance has brought her too much trouble. She has been prone to obesity since she was a child and has always been the fat girl in the class. It was okay when she was in elementary school and junior high school, but when she entered high school, she clearly felt the strange looks from all around. From that moment on, she could only bury her head in study and was eventually admitted to Hangzhou University. However, her appearance made her feel inferior and sometimes she even hated herself.
There are many things to pursue in life.
When you step into society, appearance cannot be a decisive factor in your future. With your ability, those who laugh at you will probably only be able to look up to you in the future.
Wang Xinyo's body shook violently.
Li Mu's words hit her heart directly. These simple truths coming from this man's mouth were so convincing. In an instant, she felt full of strength.
Class monitor, show your confidence, I am optimistic about you. Li Mu, do you really think so? What I think is not important. What matters is how you think.
When your ability reaches a certain level, you will be able to control the overall situation.
Li Mu suddenly laughed in an unfathomable way. What does this mean?
For example, Zhang Lingling and the other three women, when you have the power, you can use the simplest and crudest methods to make them pay the price.
Wang Xinyo's expression changed.
She wanted Li Mu to stop messing around, but when she looked up, Li Mu's figure had already disappeared into the distance. Wang Xinyo stared at Li Mu's back in a daze, and only came to his senses when he disappeared. This man is truly a mysterious person. Li Mu's words were like a heavy hammer that instantly woke her up, and her passion for life was ignited again. But Li Mu's last words puzzled her. When you have the strength, you can solve the problem simply and roughly.
What does this mean?
After Li Mu got the books from the library, he did not stay in the school, but drove directly out of Hangzhou University. He did not go home but went to Jinghai Group to find Li Tianhao. She also wanted to teach Wang Xinyo the most important lesson in life, which was to use the mouse to clean up the small fish.
Characters like Zhang Lingling would make him lose the desire to use the system.
Their own identities, the power and resources in their hands are enough to make them pay the price for their actions, even to the point of spending their entire lives regretting it. On the top floor of Jinghai Group, Li Tianhao's assistant Lu Kai respectfully led the way in front.
Master, didn't you go to school today? How come you have time to come to the company? The chairman is in the office, please follow me. The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 66. I wish there were no dogs in the world. The office door opened and Li Tianhao just hung up the phone. Looking up and seeing Li Mu and Lu Kai, he smiled and said, Xiaomu, you've caused quite a stir on your first day of school, but isn't it class time now? Li Mu touched his nose and said with a smile, Dad, someone pissed me off.
Whom?
What do you mean?
There was a hint of doubt in Li Tianhao's eyes, and he asked with a frown.
I just got to school and I ran into 3 classmates.
Li Mu explained the whole story, and Li Tianhao's face instantly turned ugly.
Hangzhou University is a national key university, so is the atmosphere so bad? Ha, Dad, don't you think about it? There are bad people everywhere. Otherwise, why would Li Hu's son go to school with my place? Li Tianhao nodded, but his expression suddenly turned cold and he became a little unhappy. These people know your identity and they are still like this. I always feel that it is a bit inappropriate to let them be in the same class with you. Dad, I don't care. These people are just trash. I don't take them seriously at all. But I'm afraid my squad leader Wang Xinyo won't have such an easy life. Brat, tell me, what do you want to do? Hey, this trouble happened on my first day at school. I'm alone, but I can't implicate others, right? They showed me the way and came to pick me up. Let those people drop out of school. Li Mu's light words made Li Tianhao's face suddenly brighten. Xiaomu, you don't seem to be that kind of person? Wanting them to drop out of school? That's a bit difficult to do.
Li Mu smiled slightly, crossed his legs, and said, "Dad, I rarely ask you for help.
If you can't do it, I'll do it.
But if there's any noise, you have to calm it down for me. You're threatening me, little brat, but that's not in line with your character."
Even bodhisattvas have tempers. Can't I be a bit of a dandy once in a while? And those guys are definitely cancer.
Anyway, I don't care.
If they are in the class, I won't go to school.
Li Tianhao was speechless, but from another perspective, he was still very happy when he saw his son making a request to him for the first time.
Akai. Chairman. I'll ask Xiaomu to list the names of those people later. You have to come up with a plan today on how to get them to leave the school in a reasonable way. Lu Kai nodded slightly after hearing this.
Before tonight, I will investigate all their information and come up with a plan.
Li Mu couldn't help but look at Lu Kai a few more times.
He didn't expect that there was such a decisive person beside his father.
Obviously, his father was not as weak as he seemed before. Okay, let's try not to make this a high profile, otherwise it will be very troublesome for the media. Li Mu stood up and said with a smile, "What are you afraid of? As a rich second generation, how can you be qualified without some topics to talk about? Uncle Kai, let's go, I'll go give you the information." Lu Kai was stunned. This young master's temperament was really hard to figure out.
Sometimes he was steady, and sometimes he was a bit dandy.
It was really hard to figure it out. "Dad, I'll go first." "Thanks."
"You little brat, take it easy and don't let anyone catch you, or the media will smear you to death." Li Tianhao cursed with a smile, then sighed as he watched Li Mu leave. Although it was a bit ridiculous, it was the first time his son made a request to him, and it was really nothing to him.
On the 16th floor, in Lu Kai's office. Li Mu kept talking, and Lu Kai was dumbfounded. "You found all this yourself? Do we need to investigate this?"
These three people are all veterans, frequenters of bars, and experts in hooking up.
But that's nothing.
The most outrageous thing is that they still do those things. If we catch them, not only will they be expelled from school, but they will probably be reported to the drug rehabilitation center as well.
Oh, Master Li is really amazing. How about this, I'll find a way to notify the media and catch them in the act. That's not enough.
As far as I know, the families of these three people are all in business. It shouldn't be difficult for us to find a way to cut off their source of income in Hangzhou. When Lu Kai heard this, he sighed inwardly. This young master is really ruthless, and his future achievements will probably be great.
Master, the matter will have a result tonight, and I can help you with it tomorrow.
Li Mu nodded with satisfaction.
Lu Kai's personal resume was no secret to him.
This man was very capable and absolutely loyal to his father. He finally understood in his heart that his father showed weakness not because he was really incompetent, but because he was deliberately hiding his strength. His appearance only accelerated his rise. Even if he was not there, Jinghai Group would be his sooner or later.
Nothing happened that night.
At 7 o'clock the next morning, when Li Mu was about to go out, he received a call from Lu Kai. The other party said that everything was ready and Li Mu just needed to watch the show.
At 7:30 in the morning, Li Mu went to school as usual.
He was still the focus of the school today. He was in the first grade class of the Department of Media where Zhang Lingling and two other people were gathered together. At this time, a boy ran in, came in front of the three people, and said flatteringly, "People are coming." The three of them stared at each other and sneered. Wang Xinyuo, who was not far away, had a worried look on her face. She knew that these women must be plotting against Li Mu, and she didn't know what bad ideas they had come up with. Footsteps were heard outside the door and Li Mu appeared. Zhang Lingling and the other two looked at each other and winked at a group of boys not far away, who quickly walked towards the door.
"Stop." As Zhang Lingling's number one bootlicker, Wang Tai naturally bore the brunt of the attack. "What's up?" Li Mu asked in a deep voice. "Go apologize to Lingling and the others. You were so unreasonable yesterday." Wang Tai had a cold face and was very domineering.
Li Mu smiled coldly, walked around the three people and went to his own position.
"I told you to stop, didn't you hear me?"
Wang Tai's eyes narrowed, and he felt embarrassed that Li Mu had ignored him. At this time, Li Mu came to the empty seat next to Wang Xinyuo and sat down.
"Li Mu, be careful.
It must be Zhang Lingling who asked Wang Tai to cause trouble for you." Hearing this, Li Mu smiled slightly, looking unconcerned.
"There are tens of thousands of sluts in the world, and there are quite a lot of them in this class. It's so sad, so sad."
Some people think they are obsessed with a goddess, but in fact she is just a piece of trash who is not presentable. Li Mu's voice was not loud, but almost the whole class could hear it. Wang Tai was stunned where he was. He had not expected that Li Mu would speak so unscrupulously.
Li Mu, what do you mean? You have to explain to me clearly today. What do you mean by a piece of trash that is not presentable?
Li Mu put his hands in his pockets and slowly stood up from the chair.
Li Mu, forget it, ignore them.
Wang Xinyuo was worried that something might happen, so she couldn't help but pull Li Mu's hand.
However, Li Mu today seemed a little different from yesterday. Ha, looking for trouble with me in Hangzhou? They don't even consider what role they play. Chapter 67, A Vivid Lesson.
You know nothing about the rich.
My goodness, who said Li Mu was approachable? Down to earth?
Now this posture perfectly interprets the temperament of a rich young man.
However, Wang Xinyuo, who has always hated evil, did not show any disgust at all.
The aristocratic temperament that came from his bones was so charming. Not only her, but even Zhang Lingling felt that the other party's noble temperament made her feel very humble.
Li Mu, we are living in a society ruled by law now. How dare you say that? Is Jinghai Group a mafia? Zhang Lingling thought quickly and started to fight back.
When Wang Tai and others heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up.
He grinned. Li Mu, this is Hangzhou University, the leading key university in the province. Do you think you can cover up everything? You have to be responsible for what you said just now. Zhang Lingling smiled and said, I'm right here. I want to see how you can make me disappear in Hangzhou University. Li Mu glanced at several people and was speechless. These people were too ignorant.
They knew nothing about the power of the wealthy families, and obviously had no idea about the gap between himself and them as he was in a wealthy family. Li Mu raised his hand, glanced at the Rolex on his hand, and said with a smile, It's not me who wants to be above the law, but you.
If you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. Humph, stop playing tricks here. Li Mu, you are too arrogant. You are ignoring us.
Wang Tai, go and teach him a lesson.
Okay. What are you doing? This is a school, do you want to hit someone?
Wang Xinyuo suddenly stood in front of Li Mu, glaring at him.
Oh. Wang Xinyuo, you are really a flower maniac. You can't control yourself when you see a handsome guy? You. Forget it, Xinyuo.
There's no need to say anything more to someone who is about to leave.
The time should be about right. Li Mu's voice rang out. Just then, footsteps were heard in the corridor. Comrades, police officers, that's it. Everyone should be here now.
The movement at the door attracted the attention of everyone in the class. When everyone saw the police appear, they were all stunned. But Wang Tai and his companions were a little panicked.
You called the police? He looked at Li Mu and asked uneasily. Ha, I asked someone to call the police, but they're not here to arrest you, don't worry.
Wang Tai frowned, his eyes full of confusion.
But among the 5 policemen at the door, 3 were female police officers.
They entered the classroom with expressionless faces and walked towards Zhang Lingling and the other 2. At this moment, Zhang Lingling suddenly felt a little uneasy. A short-haired policewoman in uniform came up to Zhang Lingling and glanced her up and down.
Are you Zhang Lingling? Yes, what's up? Someone reported you and your companions for taking drugs. We are from the Hangzhou Narcotics Control Bureau, and we need you to come with us.
Zhang Lingling and the other 2 girls' faces changed drastically. Suddenly, they looked at Li Mu not far away, and a trace of fear rose from the bottom of their hearts.
What nonsense are you talking about? What about taking drugs? You are slandering me. That's right, where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? Wang Chanxian and Zhu Xiaoli looked panicked. Although they were trying to explain themselves, they did not dare to look the policewoman in the eye.
The female police officer glanced at the 3 people with a cold look in her eyes.
You are all college students. I want you to be decent. If we didn't have evidence, would we come here to find you?
Cooperate obediently, otherwise we will have no choice but to enforce it. Upon hearing this, the other 2 female police officers behind them stepped forward and stood behind the 3 men.
Lingling, how could this happen? Call your dad and ask her to save us. Yeah, we can't get caught. If we go in, everything will be over.
Zhang Lingling's heart trembled and she suddenly came to her senses.
Yeah, I'm going to call me.
The policewoman frowned and a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes.
I'm afraid you can't call your father. We contacted your father before we came here. He was taken away by the police 10 minutes ago.
We found some solid evidence from the industrial and commercial, tax and other departments that your father has been evading taxes for many years.
He, like you, needs to be punished by law. What? Zhang Lingling's body trembled violently, her legs went limp, and she sat down on the ground in fear. Impossible, you are lying, how is this possible?
10 minutes ago, Zhang Jiang, chairman of Hangzhou Yangye Construction Company, was arrested according to law. According to information disclosed by relevant parties, Zhang Hai is not only suspected of tax evasion involving tens of millions of dollars, but also his construction company has many violations. He has a group of idle people working for him. Over the years, he has done a lot of bad things. Li Mu held his cell phone, crossed his legs, and read out the latest real-time news with a smile. He raised his head and looked at Zhang Lingling with cold eyes.
It seems like you are doomed, but it's true. With your behavior, how can your parents be good to you? Good and evil will be rewarded in the end.
It's not that there is no retribution, it's just that the time has not come yet. Li Mu, it must be you, police, check her, it must be her who did it.
The policewoman looked indifferent and didn't even look at Li Mu.
If he sues you for defamation, you'll probably be in big trouble. Your case was reported by the owner of the bar you frequented, who used surveillance cameras to report it.
As for your father, someone reported it anonymously. Just come with us without worry. Cold handcuffs were handcuffed on the wrists of the three people.
They were already college students and adults. They had to be responsible for their own actions.
Li Mu taught them a vivid lesson today.
They were usually self-righteous and started to look down on others after their parents made a little money.
They thought that everything was enough. But today, they finally understood what the concept of a truly wealthy family is.
After watching the three people being taken away, the class became eerily quiet.
Wang Tai and others lowered their heads and didn't even dare to look at Li Mu. Isn't that awesome? The goddess has been taken away, why are you scared?
Li Mu glanced at the clowns on the opposite side and sneered.
Li Mu. No, it's Master Li. We didn't mean to offend you. We were just possessed by evil spirits. Please forgive us, sir.
Yes, Taigo, apologize quickly, Mr. Li will definitely not hold it against you.
Brother Tai?
Wang Tai was so scared that he was dumbfounded. He was just a fool. The situation just now was beyond his understanding. He just stood there for a while without any reaction.
Forget about apologizing.
Everyone in this class, no matter whether you did it out of your own will or were instigated by Zhang Lingling, must apologize if you have bullied Wang Xinyuo.
Otherwise, you will bear the consequences.
Li Mu's words were sonorous and powerful. After he finished speaking, he smiled at Wang Xinyuo and said, if their apology is not sincere, just tell me, and I will make them correct their attitude and come to you again.
Chapter 68 Weird Threatening Email.
Wang Xinyuo's expression changed, and she suddenly realized the meaning of what Li Mu had said to her before. Keep making yourself stronger, and when you have absolute strength, your figure and appearance will not be a problem. Even a fool knows that the accident that happened to Zhang Lingling and the other three and her father was definitely Li Mudong's plan.
But Li Mu is not like other rich second generations who bully the weak.
He takes the formal path and wins people over with virtue.
However, with the Li family's influence in Hangzhou, digging out some dirty laundry on ordinary people is as easy as playing house.
Li Mu can be regarded as Wang Xinyuo's life mentor. Many years later, when this young Chinese woman stood on the world stage and shocked the global business community, she told the story of Li Mu and her past. Of course, all this happened more than 10 years later.
Today, Li Mu is out of reach. Wang Xinyuo can only look up to and admire him. Li Mu is her only idol since she was a child.
One morning 2 months later, the closing ceremony of the centenary celebration was being held at Hangzhou University's South Indoor Basketball Court. Today, Li Mu is radiant and attracts everyone's attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of my speech.
I hope that we can create brilliance together in the future and let the reputation of Hangzhou University resound throughout China.
Hua la la.
There was warm applause from the audience. Li Mu stole the show in this closed-eye speech in 8 languages.
Below the stage, the leaders of Hangzhou University, headed by Chen Deming, were all beaming with joy. In just 2 months, Li Jiaguang's investment in sponsorship amounted to 10 billion. But Li Mu was not an ordinary playboy. He had outstanding abilities.
Everyone found that he was not only handsome, but also proficient in 8 languages. His computer skills even surpassed those of the teachers in the department. It's not that there weren't such talents in the past, but Li Mu's real killer is his background. Since Li Tianhao became the chairman of Jinghai Group, he changed his previous style and became very high profile. In just 2 months, Jinghai Group returned to its peak and even surpassed the level during Li Haiying's era. The business talent demonstrated by Li Tianhao was unanimously praised by people inside and outside the circle. At 3 p.m., the closing ceremony ended. Chen Deming personally sent Li Mu to the door and left with satisfaction after watching him get into the Rolls-Royce. He felt a little regretful at the beginning, but now, Li Mu was definitely a signboard of Hangzhou University.
Uncle, does my dad want to talk to me about something?
Master, I don't know why the chairman wants to see you, but he told me to come and pick you up. Hearing this, Li Mu stopped talking, leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest.
20 minutes later, in Li Tianhao's office. Chairman, I think this is a prank? Lu Kai squinted his eyes as he looked at an email from an unknown source, his eyes grim.
No, his words are very professional. Recently, we have been stepping up the research and development of China's own mobile phone chips, and we have made a major breakthrough in 9 nanometers. The other party is using this to endanger us. As soon as Li Tianhao finished speaking, the door opened and Li Mu walked in quickly.
Uncle Kai, Dad, why do you look so bad? Is there something wrong?
When Li Tianhao saw his son coming, a smile appeared on his face. I heard that you've been very popular in school these past 2 months.
You even went on stage at the school's centennial celebration today? Just playing around, not presentable, Dad, what happened?
Li Mu walked to the computer, took a look, and his pupils shrank slightly. You have 3 days to go to Southeast Asian country T with the 9 nanometer chip manufacturing process, and wait for my notice. If you don't do so, all of Jinghai Group's factories around the world will be attacked in retaliation. Li Mu read the content of the email and his eyes narrowed slightly.
Do you know who the other party is? Domestic? Or overseas? Does Jinghai Group have any competitors?
Lu Kai said, Xiaomu, in the chip industry, Jinghai Group is definitely the best in China, and there is no competitor. However, in recent years, external forces have been suppressing us, and the living environment is really not good.
Lu Kai's face didn't look good.
Li Tianhao sighed and said, when your grandfather was here, he took the route of cooperation, but I felt that we had to make technological breakthroughs, so people hated us.
Xiaomu, I heard that you are very knowledgeable about computer technology. Can you help me check the source of this email?
When Li Mu heard this, a light flashed in his mind.
Give me the email address and I'll go back and research it. Li Tianhao smiled and said, I just want you to try. If it doesn't work, I'll find someone else. After all, you're not a professional. Ha, you look down on me? Wait. 20 minutes later, the driver took Li Mu home. Zhang Shui was not at home.
After Li Mu went to school, Zhang Shui went to work at Jinghai Group.
After all, it was quite boring to be alone at home for a long time.
In the study, Li Mu's consciousness was connected to the system. Ding, the tracing back to the source was successfully initiated. Starting to trace the target source.
The target email sending address has been detected. The target computer IP address has been detected. Sender information detected. Starting to generate data.
10 minutes later, the system sent the detected information to Li Mu's computer. After clicking on the file, Li Mu began to read it.
Shenzhen Longtung Technology? Zhao Huanyu?
Li Mu was a little surprised. This person was very famous in China, and his reputation was no worse than Li Haiying's. It also belongs to the high-tech industry that the Chinese government currently supports on the surface, but compared with Jinghai Group, the other party is always one step behind in research and development or the release of new products. Over the years, the two businesses have been in constant competition, but very harmoniously.
They are regarded by China as the two most promising large companies in the future technology field. Not long ago, Li Haiying got into trouble, Jinghai's market value plummeted, and the entire Jinghai Group showed a depressed mood.
At that time, there were rumors in the outside world that this wave of Longting technology was about to rise.
However, everyone, including Li Mu, underestimated Li Tianhao.
He was very smart and powerful, and now Jinghai Group has stepped out of the shadows. Zhao Huanyu is of the same generation as Li Mu's father, but he was the one who founded Longting Group. His abilities must be good, but Li Mu felt that he was still too naive.
The other party actually sent an anonymous threatening email.
It was obvious that he felt he could not defeat his father and was not going to use martial ethics anymore. Li Mu touched his chin, his mind racing. He had to be extremely careful in handling this matter, otherwise his identity as an honest man would be exposed. Over the years, he has also discovered some loopholes. If the people who have conflicts with him are exposed by honest people every time, sooner or later there will be a day when everyone's attention will be focused on him. At that time, it will be dangerous. The author has something to say. Please support, please give a 5-star rating, please give various requests.
Chapter 69, Sensational. Honest People's Social Network is established. Li Mu held his chin and fell into deep thought.
Before he knew it, half an hour had passed and he still had no good idea. Just when he was about to give up temporarily, footsteps were heard outside the door. Li Mu got up and walked out of the study, and sure enough, Zhang Shui came back. Recently, she has been obviously much more cheerful than before.
Li Mu, you're back? I saw it on the news. You've become famous.
During the 100th anniversary celebration of Hangzhou University, you gave a speech in 8 languages. Li Mu spread his hands and said with a smile, basic exercises are not bad. Go to hell, you are getting more and more shameless. I am designing a new website for the group recently. You can take care of dinner by yourself.
I'm going to the study now. Li Mu was speechless. This little girl now acted like a strong woman. She didn't even cook. He would have to teach her a lesson when he had time. Li Mu nodded in agreement and planned to go back to the study to continue thinking about the question, but the moment he stepped into the room, a light bulb suddenly lit up in his mind and his body stopped at the door of the room. TSK, this little girl really seems to be my lucky star. Li Mu entered the room happily, closed the door, and called out the system.
Soon, he opened the system mall and began to search. He remembered seeing an item before, which was worth more than 2 million points. It was called Skynet Virtual Server. It was a server with future technology. This server is set up in the void, and a series of operations such as building websites can be performed on it. With today's technology, it is impossible for it to be discovered or exposed. If a social networking site for honest people is established, the site can accept commissions for leaks from the outside world. In this way, not only can one make some extra money, but one can also earn points while leaking information and exchange them for various props and skills. It is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Li Mu kept flipping through the mall pages, and finally stopped at page 125. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, Li Mu's mind moved.
Ding! The Skynet Virtual Server exchange was successful, scanning the void space.
Ding, scanning completed, area selected successfully, installation started.
Please wait. The server has been set up and the operation interface has been generated. Please check the instructions for use. The Skynet Virtual Server is very powerful. I wish you a happy experience. A virtual operation panel appeared in Li Mu's mind.
It was very intuitive, with a row of options on the right side.
The third button from the bottom is the button for setting up a website.
After Li Mu selected it, a row of templates were brought up for selection, and the next steps were all foolproof. Congratulations to the host for successfully setting up the website. This website will be connected to the Skynet Virtual Server, which is 500 years ahead of today's technology.
No one will discover its existence. The risk factor of all your operations is 0. Please enter the website name. Li Mu thought for a moment, typed the words Honest People's Social Network into the input box, and pressed the confirm button. Ding! The website was successfully generated and connected to the internet.
Entries will be established in major search engines, major forums, and forum homepages.
Li Mu rubbed his hands, feeling very excited.
The background of this website is black and looks very simple. There is a flashing navigation bar at the top, which contains past exciting revelations, forums, and the entrance to commissioned revelations. At the same time, there are several flashing big words at the top of the website.
One should be honest. It was very cool. Li Mu almost laughed when he saw it. At the bottom of the website is a real-time data counter.
Li Mu discovered that within less than a minute of the website being created, more than 10,000 people had entered. At the same time, someone has started posting in the chat area of the forum above.
What the hell? Honest People's Social Network? What the hell? Isn't it just to take advantage of the popularity? Brother, you are the first one. I am the second one. This is definitely not to attract attention. Have you ever seen a forum where you can chat like a chat room? I am a computer science major.
The technology in today's world cannot do this.
6666, this is really awesome.
Look below, real-time statistics, 0 delay, 20,000 people are online already, and I found that all major Chinese websites have entrances here.
Honest people are awesome.
Gradually more and more people joined the forum, and in the blink of an eye the atmosphere became more and more lively. At the same time, the whole of China was boiling with excitement because of this website. At the Red Hacker Alliance headquarters, a group of IT experts were typing away at their keyboards. Samway was looking at the computer screen seriously, his mood very complicated.
Xiaoan, how is it going? Haven't you finished it yet?
Zhonagua urged beside him. Honest people either don't show up, or when they do, it's always a big deal, and now the noise is getting bigger and bigger. If he continues like this, he will have to give up his position as the captain of the serious crime team.
Little computer, what's going on? Songwei asked in a deep voice. This was related to the reputation of his Red Hacker Alliance. He was also very nervous.
The small computer that could be easily hacked into the Hexagon building in Country M was now covered in cold sweat, and his face turned a little pale.
How could this happen? This is impossible. The little computer screamed, stood up from the chair, and paced back and forth like a headless fly. What's going on? Songwei had a bad feeling in his heart. I want to check the IP address of this website. Didn't you find out? I found out. Why don't you tell me now?
I used the information fed back by my own software to accurately locate the global 3D graphics based on satellite positioning. In 1 minute, it fed back more than 100 addresses to me.
What? Little computer, what the hell are you talking about? Boss, take a look for yourself. I have never seen anything like this before. Songwei leaned forward to take a look at the computer screen and was stunned. No way to be sure? I can't help it. There are so many, how can I be sure?
The most important thing is that the technology displayed on this website does not belong to this era at all. All the technologies are unheard of by me.
Hiss. Songwei almost passed out from the breath of cold air. Xiaoan, what happened? Officer Zhong, I'm afraid I can't help you.
The other party's methods are beyond my imagination.
I suggest you go to Yinjing. Going to Yinjing? Songwei's expression turned serious.
The Red Hacker Alliance is just a non-governmental organization, but its superior organization is the Yinjing Homing Security Information Center.
People there may be able to help. How come I've never heard of it? Songwei showed a hint of pride. People in our industry must remain secretive, even if they are affiliated with a government department.
Otherwise, it will be very troublesome if someone knows our true identity. After saying that, he took out a sign and threw it to Zhonagua.
This is my ID card. You can go in with this. Chapter 70 Weird Address. Warning from an honest person.
But if we go to Yinjing now, I'm afraid it will be too late.
Zhonagua's expression froze slightly. Actually, you don't have to go. If I'm right, the department should have already intervened.
This honest man has already threatened China's national information security to a great extent.
The higher-ups take it more seriously than we do. Boss, Yinjing Rat has contacted us.
The little computer suddenly raised his eyebrows, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes.
Gopher? Are you still doing codename Underground Connections? Zhonagua asked with some surprise. Every hacker has a codename. The mole is the top expert on the official side. We don't know his true identity.
I'm afraid this is the breakthrough point of this matter. 10 minutes later, a group of people were looking at the computer screen of the small computer and were dumbfounded.
Mariana Trench? Mount Everest? Devil's Triangle? What the hell is this? Zhonagua was stunned. The computer swallowed and said in shock, the experts in Yinjing are also helpless.
These places are all the locations pointed to by the IP addresses.
How is this possible? General hackers can also hide or forge the location of the IP address, but they can only confuse the other party vaguely.
But this honest man can be so precise, it's really scary.
How so? Zhonagua was dumbfounded.
The honest man had become a knot in his heart. 3 months later, when everyone thought that this person had disappeared, he appeared again and created a website that no one could break.
Mr. Song, this is the latest IP address we detected. Please, take a look. A technician from the Red Hacker Alliance lowered his head, looking unhappy.
Songwei took the document, looked down, his expression froze, and then a surge of anger rose in his heart.
It's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. This honest man is really lawless. What's wrong, boss? The address this time is room 201, 13th floor, Dinglong Building, Dong'an Science and Technology Park, Hangzhou. Fuck, isn't this your office? Swish. Dozens of eyes at the scene looked at Songwei. Why are you looking at me? Are you doubting me? Is that possible? If I had this ability, would I have failed in the attack on the Pentagon and almost been found by the enemy hackers? How the hell did he do that? Xiao Computer was sweating profusely and had a look of doubt on his face. This kind of anti-scientific thing should not happen at all.
Only professionals know how terrible it is. At the same time, Li Mu, who was in his home study, was constantly monitoring the actions of the Red Hacker Alliance.
The operating interface of the Skynet virtual server appeared in his mind. Li Mu grinned. The fifth button on the right has a line of text on it that is very intuitive. Disconnect the other party's power supply and terminate all networks. Li Mu laughed sinisterly.
In just 10 minutes, there were more than 2,000 hacker attacks from the Red Hacker Alliance, but all of them were intercepted by Li Mu's Skynet.
At this moment, the Skynet database has locked the entire Red Hacker Alliance's network system.
With just a thought, the opponent's network will suffer a devastating disaster.
Ding successfully launched Skynet server blanket network attack. Once confirmed, the attacked party will suffer a devastating blow. The system will conduct a second confirmation. Whether? Yes. Li Mu chose yes without hesitation.
At this moment, the 18-story building of the Red Hacker Alliance located in Hangzhou Science and Technology City was originally brightly lit, but suddenly all the lights inside went out in an instant. In the computer room, Songwei and others, who were already in mixed emotions, were stunned for a full 10 seconds, and then a cry of surprise was heard.
Oh no!
Our network system has been attacked by an unknown attacker.
Someone has cut off our power supply from the outside.
Now the power system of the entire building is paralyzed.
Quick, notify them to start the backup power supply.
Songwei was filled with fear, and this feeling of powerlessness made him collapse.
5 minutes later, the backup generator started and the lights in the machine room gradually came on. However, the nightmare had just begun. The little computer quickly turned on the computer, and his eyes gradually changed from shock to fear and then to confusion. It's over, it's over. It's really over this time. Everything is over. My backed up data and the source code of the software I developed are all gone. They were emptied out by someone.
Mr. Song, the confidential files at the bottom of the database have been cracked.
Mr. Song, all 5 firewalls of the Red Hacker Alliance have been breached. Honest people are accessing our database without limit.
Mr. Song, the super administrator's password has been cracked, and the underlying database has been compromised.
If the other party is willing, they can completely conquer the security network we have built over decades. That's enough. Songwei's face turned pale and he looked terrified. He regretted it.
He had founded the Red Hacker Alliance 10 years ago, but the other party destroyed his 10-year foundation with just a thought. They had no ability to resist at all.
Little computer, is there any way to defend it?
This kind of attack method only exists in theory for hackers from all countries.
The prerequisites he wants to achieve are simply impossible to achieve with today's technological level. So how did he do it? The little computer was speechless for a moment. Zhong Igua beside him was dumbfounded.
These were a group of hackers that gave Country M a headache, but they were worthless in front of honest people.
Come and see, the honest man has posted a statement on his social network.
A staff member exclaimed, and Songwei and others rushed over.
Please don't provoke me, don't try to explore me. Don't discover me, then you will find that hell is very close to you. Red Hacker Alliance, all information, data, temporarily stored for 2 months. If you behave well, I will return all the data, otherwise, it will be permanently deleted and will not be restored.
Everyone was stunned when they saw this statement.
This was so fucking arrogant, and they didn't give any face at all. Damn it, this is too much. Xiao Computer immediately started cursing. They were the ceiling of China in this field, but at this moment someone actually gave them such an order. This is too abominable. We absolutely cannot tolerate this. Yeah, that's too much. This honest man doesn't take us seriously at all. The people around were excited.
This statement was not very destructive, but it was extremely insulting. How could the IT elites of the Red Hacker Alliance bear it? Xiaoan, this honest man is really abominable, I think. Zhong Jingwan, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't take care of this matter anymore. I declare that from now on, the Red Hacker Alliance will no longer participate in any cyber attacks against honest people.
What? Xiaoan, you can't do this, honest man. Stop talking. You've seen it too. The headquarters has been taken over. How can I help you?
I'll help you contact Yanjing when I have time.
The author has something to say.
It seems that this book has failed.
Alas, there is not much hope. I will try to write more. Chapter 71 Sky High Commission Service.
10 minutes later, Zhang Igua and his team left the Red Hacker Alliance headquarters. At this moment, the power of the building has been restored. Wow, this honest man is like a fish in water, playing with a group of IT elites at his fingertips, controlling their life and death. In this field, I'm afraid this honest man can't find any rivals.
Boss, what should we do? This honest man is so elusive that even Song Wei can't do anything about it.
If this continues, it will be a big disaster. His subordinate Xiao Zhang lowered his head and said in a deep voice. Zhong Igua turned his head and took a look at the Red Hacker headquarters building where the lights had been restored, feeling very heavy.
Let's wait for news. They can't do anything, and there's nothing we can do.
At this moment, another subordinate named Xiao Chen beside him suddenly exclaimed. Oh my god, the Honest People social network has opened a commission business.
Wow, is it even making money? The fees are outrageous. What? Commissioned business? Xiao Chen took out his mobile phone.
Zhang Igua and Xiao Zhang came over. When they saw the specific content of the commission business on the website, they couldn't help but twitch their lips.
Is this a business? It's better to say it's robbing money.
The three of them looked at the phone screen in shock. The price list that the honest man had entrusted to reveal was indeed not something that ordinary people could afford.
1. Provide the evidence for the revelation yourself and ask an honest person to do the revelation for you.
The honest person will verify the revelation materials and charge 10 million per time. 2. Provide the person you want to expose information about, and all the information will be investigated and discovered by an honest person, and the fee is 100 million. 3. Group disclosure. The other party is a group. The honest person will provide a butler-style one-stop service. The ultimate goal is to make the other party's true face public. The fee, 200 million.
There is another note below. An honest person will not help evil.
When the teacher finds out that the other party who has been entrusted to disclose information has committed acts of malicious slander, defamation, or retaliation, the teacher will turn the gun around and disclose the client's black material. At the same time, the commission will not be refunded.
Zhang Igua was dumbfounded.
He looked at Xiao Chen and Xiao Zhang, feeling a little amused and helpless.
Is this honest man still a man of integrity? Maybe. Who is this kid?
He is really good at handling things.
Boss, let's go back first. I'm afraid we can't solve this problem. Even if the sky falls, there will be taller people to hold it up. Don't worry about it.
At the same time, the number of visitors to the Lei Assurance social network exceeded 100 million after 2 hours. Limu looked at the computer screen and smiled foolishly.
The mobile phone on the table kept vibrating.
In just 2 hours, he had received no less than 20 commissions to tip off the public, with a total income of 100 million yuan.
All this money was processed through the automated system and entered Limu's account in regular transactions, so he didn't have to detect any clues at all. Fuck, that's really awesome. Limu couldn't help but sigh. What's the difference between the money he has now and the money blown by the wind?
System, please help me process the order entrusted by the Honest Social Network.
Ding, the automatic processing service of entrusted orders has been turned on.
After the service is turned on, for basic orders, the host only needs to maintain enough points to purchase related props, and this system will automatically help you complete it. After completing the task, the host can not only gain money, but also get the reward for completing the explosive task.
This service is free of service fees.
Limu narrowed his eyes and showed a hint of surprise on his face.
He never expected that the system could still be online. Basic order? What does that mean? The order is based on the information provided by the other party and the information you are entrusted to disclose. This type of order can be completed automatically by the system. The rest of the orders need to be completed by the host himself. Limu suddenly realized that this was already incredible.
After all, there were many people placing the basic order, and the cost of the next 2 orders was not something that ordinary people could afford. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, Limu looked at the table full of delicious food and was a little surprised.
You are so busy, how can you still cook such a meal? Don't you have to eat no matter how busy you are? You either order takeout or go to a restaurant.
It's okay to eat those things once in a while, but who can handle eating them too often?
Limu smiled and said, "It seems that you have really adapted to working in the company."
Jiang Shui put down her chopsticks and showed a trace of worry.
What's wrong? What's on your mind?
Hey, I'm mainly in charge of the company's network operations, but your dad seems to be very worried recently.
The company received a threatening email. Did you know about this?
I know. I just came back from my dad's place today, but I have no idea for now. My skills are good enough to fool those stupid students in school, but I can't find this stuff.
Limu, I think this is a bit strange. Have you looked at the internet? That honest man is amazing.
He created a social network and paralyzed the Red Hacker Alliance.
Even the legendary figure Song Wei gave in.
Limu was stunned, knowing what this little girl might be thinking.
What do you think?
Jiang Shui suddenly said mysteriously, I saw a tip-off commission on his website. I couldn't find the source of the threatening letter, so I thought I could try this, but the fee is too expensive. Limu's heart moved when he heard this. He wanted to downplay the connection between himself and the honest man as much as possible. If this matter was proposed by Jiang Shui, it would be exactly what he wanted.
That's a good idea. Why didn't I think of it?
After dinner, I'll go find the boss and ask him to place an order.
Really? I was just saying it casually. After all, we don't know the details of the honest man.
Jiang Shui said, a little surprised.
Give it a try. We have money anyway. 9 p.m., Li Family Manor. Lu Yueyin frowned and said, Tianhao, we haven't found out who sent the threatening letter yet? How about we call the police? Let's forget about calling the police. What if it's just a prank? Li Tianhao shook his head. He was still quite cautious. Suddenly, the phone on his bedside table rang. He looked down and saw that it was Limu calling. He didn't think much about it and answered the phone directly. You little brat, you called me so late at night, did you find any clues? Dad, do you really think I'm a genius? I haven't found the thing, but I thought of a way, you can consider it. Oh? Go ahead. Didn't that honest guy set up a website? There are commissions on it. We can give it a try. Honest man? Yes, why didn't I think of that?
There was a look of surprise in Li Tianhao's eyes. Although the commission price was very expensive, he could still afford it.
So, which one should I choose?
Limu narrowed his eyes, feeling a little excited in his heart. This was a typical scam, as the money entrusted by the other party was to be deposited into his own account.
Ahem, you are so bold as to send threatening emails. You probably have a team behind this. Choose the most expensive one. The most expensive one must be the best. There is no doubt about that. The author has something to say.
Brother, please support. Chapter 72, The Mysterious Rich Man's Commission.
Okay, I'll do as you say. I'll do it in a moment and pay the money.
Dad, I was just saying this casually.
Think about it carefully.
After all, 200 million is not a small amount of money.
Don't worry, little brat. Even if you get fooled, I won't blame you. After hanging up the phone, Li Tianhao took the laptop and quickly logged into the honest person's social network. Tianhao, is it Xiaomu who called? Yes, he asked me to try to get an honest person to leak the information. I think I can give it a try. Will this work? Let's give it a try.
This honest man has been causing a lot of trouble in the city recently.
If it weren't for this mysterious man, I wouldn't be in my current position. I don't think he would cheat me out of money.
I heard that the police couldn't do anything about him. The Red Hacker Alliance headquarters was attacked and they were powerless to fight back.
Who is this guy? Don't worry about it. Let's give it a try.
I won't feel at ease until this matter is resolved. He pulled the laptop computer in front of him, quickly opened the web page, and directly clicked on the web page entrance set up by the honest man to enter the honest man's social network. At this time, after hanging up the phone, Limu and Jiang Shui sat in front of the computer in the study, staring at the honest people's social network. At this moment, a huge barrage appeared on the homepage of the website in a loop. Congratulations to the mysterious rich ordering team for exposing the order.
After verification, the honest person has accepted the order. This order is the first large value order since the opening of this site. Please pay attention to the honest person's social network.
This site will update the progress of the exposing in real time.
The comment group exploded instantly. What the hell? Someone really paid 200 million to expose this? There aren't many people who can do this. Wow, this is incredible. Something big has happened. This website is so exciting. Isn't it more fun than games? Isn't it better than short videos? It's free to eat melons, 6666. Guess who the other party is?
The person who can come up with this kind of money must be at the same level as me.
Have you seen the statement of Song Wei, the leader of the Red Hacker Alliance? It's so scary.
The world will be in turmoil, but this has nothing to do with us. As spectators, we can just watch the show.
If we receive more big commissions like this, our lives will be more colorful. There is a heart-shaped pattern on the title, which is the like button.
In just 1 minute, Runshu received more than 10 million likes, and its attention is frighteningly high.
TSK, the popularity of honest people is really hot. Also, my dad is really rich. He gave me 200 million yuan directly. It's easy for him to make money. Li Mu, what are you thinking?
Jinghai Group's annual gross profit revenue is about 30 billion, but the group has so many people and the costs are high, so it's not that easy to make money. Upon hearing this, Li Mu did not take Jiang Shui seriously at all. No matter how hard it was to make money, for Li Tianhao, taking 200 million was probably just like an ordinary person taking out 20,000.
Do you think this honest man can successfully expose the mastermind behind this?
Li Mu suddenly asked.
I think it's okay. Doesn't he want to review it? Since he has accepted the order, it can only mean that this matter is absolutely true. Hey, what era is it now? You still send threatening emails like this.
If you expose the information, not only will you be laughed at, but you will probably end up in jail.
Li Mu shook his head. He really didn't understand.
He felt that some people might be stupid, but they were successful in their careers. You might say they were smart, but they were also constantly doing tricks and would not stop until they put themselves in a dead end.
Li Mu, stop sighing. It's getting late. Go to bed early.
Jiang Shui smiled, said something, then stood up and left.
Li Mu raised his head and smiled obscenely. It's been so long, it's time for us to achieve our goal. Today is a good day, we can't miss it.
Jiang Shui screamed, and Li Mu picked her up like a princess and ran towards the bedroom in the distance.
Li Mu, what are you doing? Hey, don't you know what I'm going to do? No one will pay attention to you even if you shout at the top of your lungs today. Jiang Shui quickly hugged Li Mu's neck and stopped struggling.
There was even a hint of expectation in her eyes, and her cheeks turned as red as apples. That night, Li Mu and Jiang Shui finally broke through the last layer of window paper, and they got married.
At the same time, a meeting just ended in a towering building in the CBD area of Shenzhen, a special economic zone in southern China. Dad, we have reached an agreement with Country M.
By squeezing out Jinghai Group, we can obtain the equipment and technology to manufacture 9-nanometer chips on our own. A young man and a middle-aged man stayed in the meeting room and started chatting. The middle-aged man was Zhao Huanyu, chairman of Longtong Group, and the young man next to him was Zhao Lin, his only son.
This matter is not that simple. The threatening email was sent, but there was no movement from Jinghai Group. Li Tianhao did not go abroad as we said. Don't worry, doesn't he need time to think about it? I have already sent Jin Shengshan to Hangzhou. Didn't he just bring his son back recently? Xiaoan, what are you going to do? He has 5 factories in the Yangtze River Delta.
I plan to bribe a group of workers to create some trouble for him.
As for blowing up the factories, you don't really think I'm that stupid, do you? This will cost you a lot of money. Xiaolin, it seems that I still underestimated you.
I didn't expect that after going abroad, you have matured a lot.
Zhao Huanyu's face was filled with relief.
His son had been very rebellious to begin with, and he had spent money to send him to study abroad in the hope that he wouldn't get into trouble. Now it seemed that the money was well spent. Dad, once we succeed, Longting Group's status will rise rapidly, and by then the entire Chinese communications industry will be monopolized by us. I've been looking forward to this day. Li Haiying is dead, Li Zhinshan is gone too, so Li Tianhao is nothing to worry about. At this moment, Zhao Lin's eyes became a little serious. I heard that the problems these people encountered were all related to the honest man who has been very popular in China recently.
Who is this guy?
Who cares? He has helped us a lot. It has nothing to do with us, so we don't need to pay attention to him. Dad, just now, someone placed a commission on his social network, 200 million commission to expose information.
You see, there are only a few people in China who can do this. Who is the opponent? Oh? Is this true? Can this be called a big deal? This is an idiot, a fool with a lot of money. The person who can do such a thing cannot be an entrepreneur. I think it is most likely a coal boss in S province. He wants to expose it to see if his wife has a mistress outside. Ah, Dad, you really see things clearly. What you said makes sense.
Zhao Huanyu narrowed his eyes and suddenly said in a cold voice, "If you hadn't mentioned that Li Tianhao had a son, I would have forgotten."
This kid is indeed of some use. The author has something to say. Ask for support. Chapter 73: The Approaching Danger. Dad, what do you mean? Could it be? Why would we go through so much trouble? Blowing up the factory and stirring up unrest within Jinghai Group are all risky. We can just kidnap his son. Kidnapped his son?
Xiaolin, as far as I know, because of Li Haiying's past, Li Tianhao's son was expelled from the country when he was young. He was brought back after wandering outside for so long.
Li Tianhao loves his son very much.
Just think about it, if we tie him up, we can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lin slapped his thigh hard, a look of joy on his face.
Why didn't I think of that?
Dad, in this case, Li Tianhao has no choice but to obey.
The old ones are the wisest. Contact Lao Jin and ask him to take people to handle it. Once they catch the person, they can go anywhere but don't go to Guangqing.
Just wait for my notification when the time comes.
Okay, this time we're going to make the Li family pay the price. It's just a dream to compete with us for the market. The father and son laughed sinisterly in the office.
At the same time, in a tiled house in an urban rural fringe village in the western suburbs of Hangzhou, a tall and fierce middle-aged man was answering the phone.
Cancel all plans? Kidnap Li Mu? The mission difficulty has been reduced? Ha, Mr. Zhao, don't get me wrong, that's not what I meant.
Don't worry, I'll help you once the money is in place. After hanging up the phone, the middle-aged man turned his head and looked at the 5 companions behind him. These 5 people were all dressed rather sloppily, but they all had a murderous aura that ordinary people did not have. This group of 6 people is a group of desperate criminals, currently employed by Zhao Huanyu. They are the boss Jin Shangshan, Luo Hai, Zhang Bing, Shenaju, Wang Hu, and Ji Ming.
These people are not ordinary people.
They have killed people and committed serious crimes in China. If they had not relied on the Zhao family father and son, they would have been killed long ago. The plan has changed. There is no need to go through the trouble of blowing up the factory.
We can just kidnap Li Mu.
Jin Shangshan smiled slightly, looking calm and composed. It was obvious that this kind of thing was just child's play for him. Wang Hu ate a braised chicken leg, picked up a bottle of loose white wine and took a sip, then said with a smile, Li Mu? Is he the rich second generation who was just taken back? I would say this kid is quite weird. After he went back, the Li family seemed to have started to have troubles.
It's not auspicious. Damn it, Huzi, can you stop messing around with your metaphysics? When have you ever been right? That's right, you just talk like a god, you always like to play tricks, do you understand what you do? You are a gangster, a desperado, and you even call yourself a ghost?
Wang Hu curled his lips and took out a cross from his arms.
You know nothing, see? This thing can make the Bodhisattva bless us so that every operation will go smoothly. That's enough. Put that thing away, Huzi. I'm not saying anything bad to you, but read more books, okay? You're holding a cross to pray for Buddha's blessing? Why don't you go to Shaolin Temple to worship Jesus?
Jin Shangshan retorted to Wang Hu, and it was obvious that this bandit was a fool. He looked at everyone with a serious expression. We can earn a lot of money this time, and the mission risk has also dropped sharply.
Next, Ahai and Bingzi will start monitoring Li Mu and find an opportunity to take action after finding out his movements.
The two nodded when they heard this.
The rest of you, come with me and prepare a retreat. After Li Mu is captured, we will head directly north. No matter what, even if our whereabouts are exposed, we cannot implicate Mr. Zhao. Everyone nodded without objection. After all, if something happened to Zhao Wanyu, there would be no way for this group of desperate criminals to survive. Boss Jean, don't worry. I will make everything clear for you. Wait for my news and we will decide on a plan in 2 days. Luo Hai was very confident when he made the promise. Everyone, take it easy. Be careful not to get into trouble. These days are different from the past. There are surveillance cameras everywhere. If something unexpected happens, you won't be able to escape. Jin Shangshan was a very cautious person. He reminded them again and again, fearing that an accident might happen and it would be disastrous. At 4 p.m. the next day, Li Mu drove his Ferrari away from Hangzhou University. After several months of adaptation, he had gotten used to this kind of life. Reality is reality, which is very different from novels and TV dramas. With Li Mu's prominent family background and outstanding personal abilities, no one dared to cause trouble to him in Hangzhou University. Now that he is in school, he receives invitations from countless clubs every day. Those classmates just blindly flatter him when they see him. Li Mu is very troubled now. The skill of falling in love at first sight is indeed a bit troublesome. Wow, look, it's Li Mu. So handsome. He is really handsome from morning till night. It would be great if I could sit in the passenger seat with him. TSK, stop dreaming. Who is she? Haven't you seen the woman sitting in his car this morning? Jiang Shui, can you compare with her? Be more realistic. I heard that Wang Xinyu from their class has a good relationship with him. I'm quite envious of this little fat girl. Everyone sighed. Li Mu was a male god who could only be admired from afar and not approached. These young girls had no resistance to him at all. At this time, a barbecue stall was set up on the road opposite Hangzhou University. Luo Hai was wearing a baseball cap and pretending to grill lamb skewers. Not to mention, he looked quite professional. Fuck, this guy is quite showy. Look at those female students at the door. Damn, why do women nowadays like this kind of pretty boy? Heizi, stop talking nonsense, okay? I think this guy is pretty good. He's much sweeter than the candies on TV. Besides, he's rich. Don't you have to pay money when you go to a brothel for them to call you uncle? That makes sense. Hey, I'll have to ask Huzi to tell my fortune tomorrow to see where my marriage fate lies. Pa. Zhang Bing slapped the other person on the back of his head and said in a deep voice, "You grill the meat well, I'll follow." After saying that, he put on a takeaway worksuit and rode his electric scooter in the direction where Li Mu's Ferrari disappeared. Because it was rush hour, the Ferrari had no advantage over the electric car. On the crowded mixed road, Li Mu leaned back in his chair, with a long queue in front of him. At this time, an electric car stopped next to Li Mu's red Ferrari. Zhang Bing was wearing a helmet and looked towards Li Mu's car window from time to time. Li Mu, who was in the car, suddenly found that someone seemed to be looking at him outside the window on his left. I turned my head subconsciously and saw that the people outside were all riding electric bikes. Is it my illusion? Li Mu shook his head and continued to shift his attention to the road conditions ahead. There was light music playing in the car. Suddenly, Li Mu frowned and turned his head to look out the window. However, there were still crowds of people outside the car, all riding electric vehicles. At this time, the red light ahead finally turned green. Li Mu started the car and followed. At the same time, a Volkswagen sedan started moving next to where the Ferrari had just stopped. Zhang Bing, wearing a delivery uniform and riding an electric scooter, appeared. Damn, this kid is pretty alert. The author has something to say. Ask for support. Chapter 74 System Warning. Accurate Intuition. Zhang Bing was terrified. He had been discovered by Li Mu twice just now. Fortunately, reconnaissance and tracking were his strengths, but it was still unknown whether he had been discovered by the other party. After thinking it over, he decided to be conservative and go back to Luo Hai to discuss it. After all, this was the urban area of Hangzhou. Once any clues were discovered, with the strength of the Li family, they would be in danger. The electric car turned around and quickly left the scene. However, in a gas station less than 50 meters away from this location, Li Mu's Ferrari was parked in a parking space in a small supermarket. At this moment, he squinted his eyes, looking at the electric car disappearing not far away, with a frown on his face. There is indeed something wrong. Who is this person? Why is he following me?
Judging from his temperament and appearance, he doesn't look like a good person.
But I don't think I have any intersection with these people. Where are they from?
Li Mu got into the car expressionlessly, started the car and drove towards his home. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Li Mu parked his car and walked towards the living room of his home. Jiang Shui also returned home at that time.
Li Mu? What's wrong with you? Why are you so anxious? What happened?
Li Mu stopped when he heard this, and was shocked when he turned around and saw Jiang Shui. He had just confirmed his relationship with her. If these unidentified people were targeting him, there was no guarantee that they would not turn their attention to Jiang Shui.
Xiaoan, did you find any suspicious people following you today? Or did anything strange happen?
Jiang Shui was stunned, her eyes a little confused.
No, I've been in the office all day.
By the way, your dad spent 200 million to find an honest person to check his emails, but there's no news at all.
I'm a little anxious.
Li Mu felt relieved when he heard this, but was also a little speechless. This old man is a chairman after all, but he has no self-control at all.
At worst, he will be cheated. I will transfer 200 million to him when the time comes. That is also 200 million.
Jiang Shui chuckled, and her expression suddenly became serious.
Li Mu, why do I feel like something is wrong with you today? Did something happen?
Li Mu thought about it and decided not to tell the other party what had just happened.
Nothing, I just asked. I'm a little worried about that email.
If someone really targets us, we won't be able to defend ourselves.
That's good. The two walked into the villa while talking.
10 minutes later, Li Mu was already sitting at the desk in the study. The conversation he had just had with Jiang Shui once again gave him a flash of inspiration.
Could these people be related to Zhao Huanyu from Shenzhen Stock Exchange?
Li Mu had originally planned to start the disclosure process tonight. The number of registered users on the social network exceeded 400 million in just 3 days, and the order placed by his father had attracted alarmingly high attention. He squinted his eyes, and suddenly an alarm sounded in his head, startling him. Ding, system warning, 2 dangerous elements have been spotted targeting the host.
Name, Luo Hai. Gender, male. Age, 38. Identity, one of the main culprits in the 915 Northeastern murder case, responsible for 3 murders. Currently a first-level wanted criminal by the Chinese police, and affiliated with Zhao Huanyu. Personality, cunning, cruel, and ruthless. Name, Zhang Bing. Gender, male. Age, 40. Identity, one of the main culprits in the 915 Northeastern murder case, with a life on his hands. He is currently a first-level wanted criminal by the Chinese police and is affiliated with Zhao Huanyu's team. Personality, cruel. Li Mu's pupils shrank and a sneer appeared on his face.
The information was accompanied by a photo. The man who followed him in an electric car was none other than Zhang Bing. Although the other person was wearing a baseball cap, Li Mu recognized him at a glance. System, redeem a query card and help me find out who is behind them.
Ding, the system starts searching, please wait. Data search completed, generating. Information, the two are the main culprits of the 915 Northeastern major murder case. There are 6 people in the gang. The boss is named Jin Shengshan. He served in the Border Defense Force in his early years. He is proficient in investigation and counter-reconnaissance and can skillfully use basic firearms. Currently, the team serves Zhao Huanyu all the year round. This time he came to Hangzhou and planned to kidnap the host to threaten your father to agree to some impossible requests. Seeing this, Li Mu suddenly realized that to him, these desperados themselves were not scary, but if he didn't know their identities, he would always feel a little uneasy. Li Mu leaned back in his chair, feeling a little amused. As the saying goes, enemies often meet each other. Just when Li Mu was about to arrange to expose the secret, the other party set his sights on him. Li Mu opened the system mall again. Exchange Sky Eye monitoring too. Li Mu found that he only had 200,000 points left, but he was not panicked. Once he could deal with Zhao Huanyu, he would definitely get unimaginable benefits. Ding, Sky Eye monitoring is on, all-round monitoring has been turned on. 2 pictures appeared in Li Mu's sea of consciousness. One picture showed Zhang Bing and Luo Hai, and the other 2 pictures were similar to navigation maps. There are 2 flashing red dots on it, which is obviously where the 2 people are now. Li Mu drummed on the table with his hands, thinking about something in his mind. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he thought of a good idea. TSK, I've turned into an honest man and caused a lot of trouble for the police in Hangzhou. This time I'll give you a big gift so that you can also make some contributions."
Thinking of this, Limu lowered his head and smiled wickedly. In Yongnan village, Luo Hai was holding a preheated barbecue stove and eating blackened lamb skewers while cursing all the time.
"How can this straw bag detect your existence?" "No, he just glanced at me twice."
Damn, he must have seen a beautiful woman outside the car.
These second-generation rich people are so lustful. Forget it. Be careful. We'll follow him tomorrow. When we understand his pattern, we can formulate an action plan. We have to succeed this time. Luo Hai's face was full of disdain. How can this little kid cause such a big stir? We have been wandering around outside for so long and have not been caught. The police can't do it, so how can he do it? What you said makes sense. It seems that I am overthinking it. Let me report the situation to the boss first. It is always better to be cautious.
After Zhang Bing finished speaking, he picked up the phone and dialed Jin Xingshan's number. At this time, Li Mu was standing in front of a full-length mirror, looking at himself up and down and left and right in the mirror, then nodded with satisfaction.
"Fuck you, you're playing dirty tricks on me? Kidnapping me? I'm going to kill you."
After saying that, Li Mu walked out of the bedroom. 10 minutes later, Li Mu left his home. It was already 2 a.m. and Jiang Shui had already fallen asleep. Li Mu exchanged an item called a sleeping card from the mall, which would keep Jiang Shui from waking up all night.
The author has something to say.
Brothers, please give me a 5-star review if you think it's worth watching. Please give me a 5-star rating, thank you so much. Chapter 75. The wanted criminal who had escaped many times was clicked. In Shenzhen Stock Exchange, Jin Shangshan felt relieved after receiving a call from Zhang Bing. Indeed, to this group of people, Li Mu was just a rich second generation with a little background.
As long as they didn't talk about money, they could crush him in every aspect.
Killing him is as easy as killing an ant, but now we have to kidnap him and take him away from Hangzhou, so we still need to be a little cautious.
Basically, there are no problems. We will start the operation the day after tomorrow. Everyone should get ready. Be honest during this period and don't cause any trouble." When everyone heard this, they all laughed. It was obvious that no one took Li Mu seriously. "Boss, what are you worried about? With a Bing and Hai Zi here, there won't be any problems." "That's right. We know the rules. We won't go out without your instructions. There are a lot of police outside recently. We are not fools."
Jin Shangshan also laughed.
"Don't blame me for being long-winded. It's better to be safe than sorry. If you get caught by the police, your life will be ruined for the rest of your life. You all should be careful." When everyone heard this, they all became serious. This matter was definitely not something to be joked about. Once caught, they would definitely have to confess their crimes. So this was definitely not something to be joked about.
Jin Shangshan still felt quite reassured. These people had followed him for 10 years and had been with him through thick and thin. He could trust their backs to them. Moreover, Zhao Huanyu had promised him this time that after the deal was done, he would give them 100 million yuan and let them run away. At 2:30 in the morning, in a small park 50 meters outside the Hangzhou police station, Li Mu raised his head and looked at the 3 cameras above his head, then smiled with satisfaction. At this moment, Li Mu looked at least 30 years older than before. His originally thick black hair turned into a Mediterranean style, and his face turned into that of a wretched middle-aged man in his 50s.
Chen Guanfa died of cancer 3 years ago, a native of Hangzhou.
This was a person who was selected from the system character database using a god-level disguise technique. He was a dead person who did not exist at all. Li Mu used the god-level disguise technique to successfully transform himself into his appearance, and even copied all the data including height and hairstyle, even the birthmark on his buttocks. At the same time, the system has produced all valid documents for him, including an ID card. If the police come to check the documents now, they will definitely not be able to find out at the first time that this person is actually dead. The dim streetlights reflected on his face, making him look a little eerie. At this moment, Li Mu had an idea.
System, encrypt and call the police. Ding, the system is encrypting. Phone encryption is successful, start dialing. Hello, this is the police center. How can I help you? The operator's sweet voice sounded. Hello, I want to call the police. I found 2 people with suspicious identities in our village.
They look like two Class A wanted criminals who are on the run.
You'd better send someone here now.
They seem to be murderers.
Sir, could you please leave your personal information? Please stay calm and don't alert us. Tell us your detailed address and someone will go there.
My name is Chun Guangfa, and I live in Xiaoan Village. The two people I saw are at number 101, Lu Lane, Xiaoan Village. I don't know if they have weapons, so you must be careful. The call was hung up immediately. Li Mu grinned, turned around and ran out of the small park, and soon disappeared into the night.
In a residential area in Hangzhou, Zhou Naiguo was awakened from his deep sleep by the urgent ringing of the phone.
After many years of police career, I have become accustomed to such calls, so I didn't feel any emotion.
Hello? It's me. What? The wanted criminal from the 915 murder case? Are you sure?
Okay, tell the local police not to alert them.
I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Naiguo didn't have time to explain to his wife. He just put on a coat and ran out. Half an hour later, 3 police cars drove out of the police station. Zhou Naiguo looked very serious. Boss, look, the target has been basically identified. I don't know if the other party has any weapons. What should we do next?
The 915 murder case happened in the northeast and shocked the whole of China. Although 10 years have passed, the hunt for them has never stopped.
Now that they appear in Hangzhou, we must not let them cause any trouble. Let's notify the special police.
Okay, I'll call right away. Zhou Naiguo looked at the photo in his hand, which was just taken by his colleague from a distance. In the room, 2 middle-aged men were dozing off under the dim light.
There was absolutely no doubt about their identities. During this period, Zhou Naiguo had a burning desire in his heart. He was being led by the nose by honest people and he was very unhappy. The appearance of these unlucky wanted criminals finally gave him a way to vent his anger. At 3 o'clock in the morning, on the outskirts of Xiaoan Village, a group of well-equipped special police wearing special uniforms were lying in ambush outside the tile-roofed house where Zhang Bing and his partner were. Attention, all units. The target is resting. We did not find him with any weapons, but we cannot rule out blind spots where we cannot observe him. The target is currently asleep and has no resistance. All personnel, listen up and take action immediately.
The battle must be resolved within 1 minute.
Received. Received. Receive. These special police officers are highly skilled and are specialized in dealing with these reckless bandits. However, today Zhang Bing and his companion were tricked by Li Mu, and since they are in the mainland, they dare not carry weapons with them, so they are almost like meat on the chopping board in this wave. Soon, an attacker reached the door. With a slight wave of his hand, 8 special police officers from all around quickly approached and kicked the door open. Zhang Bing and the other man suddenly opened their eyes and their bodies stood up. When the two saw the situation, their eyes widened and they subconsciously wanted to run. But the next moment, the two of them were stunned on the spot, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and 8 black gun muzzles were pointed at their heads. No matter how powerful or courageous they are still afraid when facing death, and they have no idea why they were suddenly exposed. Who are you? Luo Hai asked like a fool. Kid, are you stupid? Don't you know who they are? This is the Chinese Special Police. Don't move. Be quiet. You two are China's A-level wanted criminals and have been arrested. There were footsteps at the door. The crowd parted and Zhou Naiguo walked up to the 2 men. He glanced at the 2 men sharply, waved his hand, and said in a deep voice, "Take them away." At 3 a.m., Xiaoan Village returned to peace. Zhang Bing and his companions' journey to Hangzhou ended, and their lives also ended here. Hangzhou was their final destination. The author has something to say. Brothers, please help me to urge the update and give me 5-star praise. I will write for a few days. Give me some motivation. Chapter 76. What the hell? Is this a fake corpse? At 8 o'clock in the morning, there was a knock on Li Mu's door. Li Mu, hurry up, it's already 8 o'clock, you're going to be late for school. Li Mu opened his eyes and felt dizzy. Although his body possessed the power of 10 elephants, he still had to get enough sleep. After opening the door, Zhang Shui saw that Li Mu was listless and smiled. What's wrong with you? Didn't you go to bed early with me yesterday? You look so tired? Obviously the other party didn't know that Li Mu had been out for half a month. Did you forget that I fought you 300 rounds before going to bed? How dare you ask that? I find that I can't satisfy you anymore. Go to hell, you frivolous person. I'm going to work.
By the way, there was a big news this morning. 10 years ago, a major murder case occurred in H City in northeast China.
2 fugitives were caught in Yong'an village in Hangzhou City.
I heard that special police were also dispatched. When Li Mu heard this, his heart moved, but a hint of surprise appeared on his face.
What? It's a major murder case in which 12 people died.
I was still young at that time, but I remember it very clearly.
How dare these fugitives come to Hangzhou? Yes, it's too scary.
I heard that the villagers of Yong'an village are planning to move out today. After all, there were 6 perpetrators that year, and 2 were arrested. It's inevitable that the other party will retaliate.
Xiaoan, why don't you not go to work? This is too dangerous, isn't it? This is not like you. What are we afraid of in the city? There are cameras everywhere. Yong'an village is more than 20 kilometers away from us. Nothing will happen. Let's go.
Jiang Shui left home after saying a few words. Li Mu's originally frightened face slowly revealed a smile.
He knew that the show was about to begin.
Breaking news: yesterday morning, in a tile-roofed house in Yong'an village, Hangzhou, our city police received a call from an anonymous informant and arrested 2 main culprits of the 915 major murder case in northeast China 10 years ago.
The 2 have been taken into custody by relevant departments.
At present, our city police have notified the police in H City in northeast China, and the 2 sides will conduct a joint review of the case. Early in the morning, Jin Shengshan was awakened by a call from Zhao Huanyu. When he heard the news, he didn't believe it at all. But at this moment, looking at the color TV from the 1990s playing the news in front of him, his heart was filled with shock.
How could this happen? Boss Jin, what happened? How did Bing and Heisey get caught? This is impossible.
They wouldn't be so careless.
Yeah, weren't they fine yesterday? How come they were arrested all of a sudden?
If the police had discovered their whereabouts, they wouldn't have missed any clues with their abilities.
Everyone looked very ugly.
At this moment, Wang Hu beside him suddenly frowned, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes.
Damn it, all these years of brothers, just gone like this? Boss, we have to save them. He is the most brainless person among these people.
He is usually very rough and has a very reckless personality, but he is also the most loyal one. When he heard that Zhang Bing and the other man had been arrested, how could he bear it? Nonsense, I told you, whoever goes in will never come out. They can only blame themselves for being careless. There must be something wrong between the 2 of them.
Wang Hu lowered his head and clenched his fists, looking very angry. Didn't we agree to live and die together? Tiger, are you crazy? Do you want to die? We still have so many people who haven't entered yet. Do you hope that we will be wiped out? Let's go first.
Mr. Zhao said that we should hide first, and then find a way to find out who has set them on fire. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and Jin Shengshan was extremely angry, but for some reason, at this moment, there was an unprecedented uneasiness spreading in the heart of this bandit leader.
Damn it, don't let me know.
If I find out who did this, I will tear his head off and kick it like a ball. Wang Hu said something vicious, and the 4 of them left the room. At the same time, the city of Hangzhou was completely blown up. The massive murder case in northeast China at that time shocked the whole country, but in the end only 1 person was caught and he was a mute. Now, after more than 10 years, 2 of the criminals were finally caught.
How could this not attract attention? Shanghai Police Department's Major Crimes Unit Office. Xiao Zhang sighed.
These 2 people are very stubborn. They should know that they are doomed to die, so they don't say anything and are on a hunger strike, which is very troublesome.
What's the problem? Check their background for me. Everyone has weaknesses. I don't believe I can't pry open their mouths. Boss, there is one more thing I need to report to you separately. It's a bit weird. Say, you're hesitant and weird? What's wrong? Did you see a ghost?
Zhou Nigua said this in a bad mood, but he was in a good mood. He caught 2 big fish last night. The depression he had been feeling in the past few days was swept away and he felt much better.
The person who called the police yesterday used a phone number that showed up at the Rebirth crematorium in Hangzhou. What the hell? You telling me ghost stories? Boss, didn't you see that I was telling you this in secret? We've checked the information from the 110 emergency center.
That phone number was used by the crematorium 5 years ago and has been shut down for a long time.
What? Are you serious? Boss, do you think it's fun for me to lie to you? Then what?
Then they discovered that the phone signal was detected in a small park about 50 meters away from the police station, and Skynet surveillance was retrieved there.
Any findings? Of course we found something at that time.
The surveillance camera found that at about 2 a.m., at the signal transmission point, there was an old man wearing shabby clothes making a phone call.
You kid, since you found it, why don't you use facial recognition to check it immediately? What are you doing? Are you telling me a ghost story here? Zhong cursed with a smile.
Although he didn't believe these things, he felt a chill on his back after being fooled by Xiao Zhang's mysterious talk. The key is the use of facial recognition, and the other party's identity was revealed.
His name is Chen Guangfa, and he is from Yong'an village in Hangzhou.
The tile-roofed house where the two people lived was his.
What? Why do I feel like there's something fishy going on here? It looks like there's something fishy about this person, too.
Boss, you won't believe me if I tell you this, but this person died of cancer 3 years ago.
His entire body turned to ashes. What the hell? Xiao Zhang, I think you can go to a story club and tell stories. You keep talking nonsense all day long. Zhong was a little unhappy.
At this time, his cell phone rang and he picked it up.
Hello? It's me. What? The person who called the police died 3 years ago? What? Died of cancer? Shit, is he faking his death? Zhong face turned pale and he blurted out a swear word.
At the same time, there was a very obvious fear and uneasiness in his eyes.
The author has something to say.
Please give a 5-star rating to everyone who was reading. Please urge for more updates. Give me a gift. Thank you so much.
Chapter 77, Horrible Supernatural Events.
It's true that he is a professional policeman, and it's also true that he has faith and is an atheist, but for anything, as for the ultimate impact on an individual, you have to look at the actual feedback. For example, at this moment, Zhong, who has a 20-year career in the police force and has solved countless major cases, was completely panicked at this moment.
Is he timid? What has he not seen? Dismembered bodies, bodies hidden in walls, bodies hidden in refrigerators?
These are all small scenes for him, but at this moment, he felt a chill down his spine.
Once something that cannot be explained by science happens to you, no matter who you are or what industry you are in, who wouldn't he be confused? Wait for me, I'll come over right away. Give me the information. This matter must be kept confidential and must not be spread out. What? Someone unknown channel posted the surveillance video online? Damn it, okay, I get it.
Zhong, who was calm and composed just now, took out his mobile phone in panic and started to look through it after hanging up the phone. Wow, he almost lost the headlines of several websites.
These media outlets are getting bolder and bolder. They are trying to create panic. If something irreversible happens, will they be held responsible?
Xiao Zhang looked puzzled.
Boss, what's wrong? You can see for yourself. Gather people immediately and set off for Yong'an village now. After taking the phone, Xiao Zhang looked at the screen. Just one glance almost scared the guy to death.
Shocking, a video of a whistleblower suspected to be Zhang Bing and Luo Hai was exposed. This person is named Chen Yangfa, male, from Yong'an village, Hangzhou City, but he died of cancer 3 years ago. According to Kokishiao's news, the video came from Hangzhou Skynet surveillance. According to verification by relevant technical personnel, there is no sign of modification and it is the original surveillance video.
What the hell, is it haunted? Something's going to happen.
In an abandoned factory in Datian district, Shenzhen City, Jin Shengshan was squatting on the ground with cigarette butts all around his feet.
Damn, is it haunted? Do you know this Chen Yangfa?
Everyone shook their heads, obviously none of them knew the deceased old man.
This is weird. A private report? A supernatural incident? Damn, this is impossible. No matter if he is a human or a ghost, I will tear his head off first. Ah Bing and Ah Hai cannot die in vain. Wang Hu was extremely sad and angry at the moment.
Not to mention ghosts, even if the black and white impermanents stood in front of him, they would probably kill him.
Ah Hu, I've told you so many times, calm down. If you want revenge, you have to do it step by step.
If you act rashly, you will lose yourself before you get your revenge.
Then who will avenge Ah Bing and Ah Hai?
Wang Hu lowered his head and said nothing, obviously he also knew this truth.
Boss Jean, I don't think we can just wait like this. I feel a little uneasy. How about we go to Hangzhou?
Among them, Ji Ming, the oldest one, suddenly put forward his own suggestion.
I think what Lao Ji said is right. We need to go to Hangzhou and settle this matter ourselves. Go ahead, boss. I promise to follow your instructions,
Wang Hu said with red eyes.
Okay, let's go. If we don't get things straight, we won't be able to use the Zhao family's money with peace of mind. Several people thought about it and decided to investigate the matter in person. In fact, everyone had their own thoughts, but they just didn't say it out loud. Why was everything fine when they went there, but suddenly they were pointed out? In addition to the 6 of them, the only ones who knew about this operation were the Zhao family father and son. But everything has to wait until the matter is thoroughly investigated before a conclusion can be made. What these people hate most is those who do not keep their promises. At around 10 o'clock that evening, the 4 secretly left the abandoned factory without notifying Xiaoan Yu at all. At the same time, in Hangzhou City, Yangon Village, a cordon has been set up around Chen Yangfa's house. The area was already surrounded by reporters from Shanghai, and online rumors were flying everywhere. How could they miss this great opportunity to create news and topics? Damn, that's scary. That old man really died 3 years ago. I looked up the information and he was burned to death in Yonglong crematorium. There's no doubt about that. Fuck, is it really haunted? I heard that Yong'an village was a big cemetery in ancient times, and Shen Yangfa is buried halfway up the mountain behind the village. It's too weird. I read the rumors online. Yong'an village has always been haunted. This time, I think Shen Yangfa saw someone occupying his home, so he came back to life and called the police, right? A group of reporters lowered their heads, whispered, and looked uneasy but with a hint of anticipation. Not far away, on the mountain path leading to the back mountain, Zhong Aigua and his group walked down. Officer Zhong, I didn't lie to you. Chen Yangfa is indeed dead, and the urn is inside. You see, this incident has caused a lot of trouble. Now the people in the village are in a panic. I am also in a difficult situation. Village Chief Lin, you are also a cadre. You should believe in science, right? Don't always engage in these feudal superstitions. Don't let anyone approach Chen Yangfa's house for the time being. We will continue to investigate this matter. Thank you so much. This place was originally going to be demolished, but after this incident, the developer backed out. Oh, what a sin. Zhong Aigua and his group entered the village from the back mountain, and a large group of reporters were already waiting at the entrance of the village. Officer Zhong, you are finally here. Can you talk to us about this matter? Rumor has it that Yong'an village is haunted, and the deceased 3 years ago reported the 2 wanted criminals. What do you think about this? Is it a trick played by a living person, or is it really a supernatural event? You have been a police officer for many years. Have you ever encountered such a thing before? Zhong Aigua glanced at everyone and his expression became very serious. We are all educated. Do you think there are ghosts in this world? It's all nonsense. We have to believe in science. Ghosts are just something people imagine. Then how do you explain this video? Yes, how do you explain this video? Many professionals on the internet have already evaluated that the video content has not been modified in any way, and it is also a surveillance video from Hangzhou Skynet. You should know that this is the original video. There is a reason why people hate the journalistic profession. At this moment, Zhong Aigua's face turned stern. This is a police secret, I cannot disclose it, but we will publish the progress of the case on the police website as soon as possible, you just need to pay attention to it. Watching Zhong Aigua and his group leave, the reporters were unhappy, but there was nothing they could do. If you want to make news, you have to be brave. If you are brave, stay here tonight. I think you will gain a lot. That's right. We'll stay here tonight. If we happen to catch something explosive, we'll see how Officer Zhong explains it. Yes, if we can personally film a haunted video, everyone, this year's bonus will probably be settled. These reporters hit it off immediately. For the sake of performance and bonuses, they decided to stay here at night and uncover the true face of the haunted place. The author has something to say. Brothers, if you see this chapter, please click to urge for more updates and give it a 5-star rating. Thank you so much. Chapter 78 Arrangement. The Scapegoat. Although Hangzhou is the capital of Zhejiang province in China, its fame is no less than that of Yan, Shanghai, Guangzhou and Shenzhen, the 4 first-tier cities in China. Especially in recent years, the rise of Jinghai Group has made this city even more powerful.
The mysterious honest man appeared and pushed forward all the way from Xiaoan, causing a huge sensation in Hangzhou. In recent months, the internet and major media have focused on this famous city in the south of the Yangtze River. Now, the arrest of 2 wanted criminals is enough to make Hangzhou popular again, but the rumors of haunting have caused rumors to spread throughout China, and Yongnan Village, an urban rural integrated village that is about to be demolished, has become a hot topic. After Zhou Naiguo left, in addition to the reporters who stayed around that night, there were also paranormal enthusiasts and outdoor adventurers who flocked to the place from all over the country. For a while, the place became very lively. In the Shanghai Serious Crime Squad, Zhou Naiguo is issuing a series of instructions to Xiao Zhang. Notify the traffic police to set up surveillance on Hangzhou's highways, train stations, ferry terminals, and airport exits. I feel that the desperados are likely to come to Hangzhou.
Okay, this is easy, I'll do it right away.
Also, the big shots in Hangzhou must remember to protect them secretly, especially Li Tianhao.
If anything happens to him, the consequences will be disastrous. Boss, you are really thoughtful.
If something happens to Jinghai Group now, it will be a big trouble. Damn it, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have arrested these 2 people. I'd rather play it long and catch a bigger fish.
Now I'm in trouble. Zhou Naiguo looked solemn, with a shadow in his heart.
He had a sense of foreboding and always felt that something big would happen next. On the other hand, Li Mu went to the company at noon, and his father was indeed a little worried.
Xiaomu, do you think 200 million will make a splash? Why are you panicking? I think this honest man is quite reliable.
Don't worry, just wait a few more days. Hangzhou has been in a turbulent time recently, and the share price of our Jinghai Group has also fluctuated.
It would be great if our domestic counterparts could cooperate well.
Instead of going against each other, in the end, the foreign bastards will still be proud. Li Mu smiled slightly when he heard this.
I've heard a little bit about what happened. Xiao Shuai told me. I came here today to advise you not to worry and wait for a while.
Dad, you've been dormant for so long, and everyone thinks you're a Buddhist player.
But what happened in the end? You can't get promoted, so you're confused, aren't you? Li Tianhao was stunned and felt emotional.
He felt that his son was truly outstanding and his future achievements would definitely surpass his own.
It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when Li Mu left Jinghai Group. He did not return to school, but went straight home. A virtual map appeared in his mind, and Li Mu's eyes seemed unfathomable.
At a long-abandoned dock in Hangzhou, 4 strange figures appeared, and at the same time, 4 red dots appeared on the virtual map.
Sky Eye surveillance is really easy to use. Once used, the monitored person will have nowhere to hide.
Li Mu was impressed that this gang of desperate criminals were truly awesome. Zhou Naiguo had made a mistake and neglected a dock that had not been used for more than 10 years.
At 12 noon, the system sounded an early warning that Jin Shangshan and his 4 companions had arrived in Hangzhou.
They had taken the abandoned waterway and had now entered Shaoyang Mountain, 5 kilometers away from Yongnan Village. Apparently they also had evil intentions towards Chen Yangfa, the deceased whistleblower.
Fuck you, these people think Hangzhou is their home. They came out in droves. Zhao Huan, you must not know about this.
Li Mu muttered to himself, touching his chin with his right hand, and smiled mischievously. Since the other party came secretly, it was not Li Mu's fault.
He wanted to hide in Hangzhou and cause trouble safely?
That was without his consent.
Ding God-level disguise technique activated. Ding data search successful, copying the other party's data.
Data fusion completed, disguise time 24 hours. Li Mu glanced at the full-length mirror beside him and grinned. He actually turned into Jin Xing'an's appearance. This god-level disguise technique was not something from this dimension at all.
Ahem system, can you tell me how to make a homemade bomb?
As soon as Li Mu's thought flashed through his mind, the system panel automatically jumped and a prop appeared in front of him. The universal fuser, priced at 10,000 points, can help the host simulate any object, but additional system points will be deducted depending on the difficulty.
There is a search bar on the right side, and Li Mu tried to enter Earth Bomb in it.
A category list appeared below, and something in the third row caught his attention.
Item name, Earth Bomb Explosion, range 10 meters. Consumption points, 5,000. Li Mu was very happy.
With the system in hand, he had nothing to worry about.
What could he not handle? Bombs? That's it?
Li Mu was delighted as he looked at a black object about the size of a bun that appeared out of thin air in front of him. He picked up the thing and left home directly. At 10 o'clock in the afternoon, as the sky gradually darkened, Li Mu appeared near Chen Guangfa's home in Yong'an village. He narrowed his eyes, and a hint of cunning flashed in them. Suddenly, he no longer hid his figure and walked towards Chen Yangfa's house in a swagger. Of course he was not afraid, because at this moment he looked exactly like Jin Shengshan.
Hey! Look! There's someone there.
A reporter spotted a figure approaching quickly from behind Chen Yangfa's house. It soon came into everyone's field of vision. Although the equipment used by these reporters was not necessarily the most advanced, it was definitely no problem to have night vision function and long-distance wide angle. No, this guy looks familiar.
Yes, he looks familiar.
Holy shit, this is incredible. He is indeed the mastermind of the 915 mass murder case.
He is so awesome that he came here alone?
This is Jin Shengshan.
What the hell is he doing here? Wait, what is he doing?
He squatted down and seemed to place a round black sphere next to Chen Guangfa's house.
Look, he lit it, my god, it's a homemade bomb. Boom. With a loud bang, Chen Guangfa's earthen house was reduced to ruins, thick smoke billowed, and coughs and screams were heard all around.
At this time, Li Mu had already taken advantage of the chaos to return along the same route and disappeared here.
In the Serious Crime Unit office, Zhou Igua slapped the table. Fuck, where do these people think this is? The Middle East? The Golden Triangle of Southeast Asia? Damn, take people there immediately.
I must let them know how to write the 3 words Zhou Igua. At this moment, Zhou Igua felt that this was a provocation from Jin Shengshan's gang, and all this was obviously arranged by Li Mu.
Jin Shengshan's gang will definitely be the scapegoat. The author has something to say.
Dear readers, please give me a 5-star rating and urge me to update.
Chapter 79, Being Tricked. The Yangtze River Delta region has always been an important economic center of China. You can have desperados and gangsters, but if you come here to commit crimes, don't you have to do it secretly?
If you really anger the Chinese police, you might be able to find a way to escape in a border city, but in Hangzhou, forget it.
Once they get serious with you, no one can escape.
You can take hostages, cause chaos in Hangzhou, and even do many cruel things, but don't think that you will definitely win.
This idea is too naive.
In the face of China's national power, a character like Jin Shengshan is nothing.
At this moment, Zhou Igua was furious. He was shaking with anger. No one lived in Chen Guangfa's house? Jin Shengshan went over and placed a homemade bomb and then detonated it?
This was a provocation.
Xiao Zhang, is anyone injured at the scene?
The bomb was very small. Although there were many journalists at the scene, they were all outside the cordon.
Even our colleagues were not hurt. It's a provocation. It's a very bad provocation. It's telling us that the Hangzhou police are trash. He can do whatever he wants with them. Damn it, this is courting death.
Notify everyone to stand by, remove the control at all major traffic checkpoints, and search for Jin Shengshan and his group throughout the entire process.
Yes.
Not to mention Zhou Igua, even Xiao Zhang felt aggrieved at the moment and secretly made up his mind that he would definitely catch Jin Shengshan and his gang at once.
They actually planted a bomb? This was definitely a waste of life.
In the suburbs of Hangzhou, in a dark, unfinished building.
Boss, when are we going to start? I can't wait any longer. How about we rush into the police station and get Ah Bing and the others out?
Wang Hu's words made everyone roll their eyes. This guy is strong in fighting, but he is just a reckless man who doesn't use his brain.
Are you stupid? We have entered the city smoothly. Our advantage now is that we are in the dark. But no matter what, forget about saving people. We have to figure out why these two entered the city.
There is another most important task.
Now that we are here, we must take Li Mu away. We must not fail.
Ha, boss, there is no need to mention our strength. Just be careful, there will be no problem. Yes, the soldiers were careless.
We must not make this mistake. As long as we are careful, we will not be exposed.
The boss is so awesome, we are naturally relieved, but Tiger. Everyone looked at Wang Hu, and Wang Hu's expression changed, and he immediately became angry and embarrassed.
Why are you looking at me? I know what you want to say. Isn't it okay for me to be obedient? He was depressed. He just wanted revenge and was not a fool.
After calming down for a while, he now realized that he was impulsive before. Jin Shengshan took out his cell phone and said with a smile, "Everyone take a break.
We will make an action plan tomorrow.
After saying that, he lowered his head to look at the phone screen, but at that moment, his smile froze. At the same time, his body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning, and he stood there motionless.
Boss, what's going on?
Yeah?
What did you see? Are you so surprised? Could it be news about a Bing and the others?
When Wang Hu heard this, he jumped up excitedly.
Damn it, the police are definitely going to shoot them. We have to hurry.
However, Jin Shangshan raised his head and a look of confusion appeared in his eyes.
We are exposed. What?
His words startled the other three accomplices, and they all gathered around him and looked at the phone screen.
Breaking news.
The accomplice who was arrested 2 days ago for the suspected 915 mass murder case appeared in Hangzhou. 1 hour ago, a bomb attack occurred at the residence of the suspected informant in Yong'an village. According to the photos provided by reporters in the vicinity, it can be confirmed that the perpetrator is Jin Shangshan, the mastermind of the 915 mass murder case.
Below is a video provided by a reporter.
Although it is a bit blurry, you can vaguely see a figure placing a homemade bomb outside Chen Guangfa's house and setting him on fire. With a loud noise in the video, the 4 people finally came to their senses.
At this time, Jin Shangshan finally reacted.
His eyes were red.
Just because he was a wanted criminal, could anyone put the blame on him? He himself doesn't even know how awesome he is?
3 pairs of eyes converged on him, and Jin Shangshan raised his head and looked at everyone.
You don't think I really did this, do you?
Boss, you went out just now, saying you were going to buy food, but it turns out you were going to do something important.
I, Wang Hu, wronged you. You will always be our boss.
Wang Hu showed a look of regret on his face, and he was obviously feeling guilty for losing control of his emotions and contradicting Jin Shangshan.
Yeah, boss, you better stop pretending. Look at this video, isn't that you?
Boss, we know you are awesome, but we all came together and we have to go back together.
If we die, we have to die together. What's the point of you taking risks alone?
Jin Shangshan was in tears.
Listen to me, I didn't do this. I really went out to buy food just now. This person is not me. However, no one obviously believed what he said.
The person in the video was exactly like Jin Shangshan in height, appearance, facial expression, and hairstyle. Only a fool would believe that it was not him. The boss's status instantly rose infinitely in the hearts of the 3 men. Although they had known each other for 3 years, they now felt that Jin Shangshan did not treat them as tools, and the brotherhood between them was real.
Damn it, if that's the case, let's just go for it and have a blast. Wang Hu got excited again.
Jin Shangshan was shocked.
Fight? Can you beat the Chinese police? Damn it, we must have been exposed. Pack up and leave here first.
That's right, let's provoke them, and then we'll move to another place. He won't be able to catch us, and can only stare at us.
That will piss them off to death. Haha, won't these policemen lose face this time?
They let us run away right under their noses, let's see how they can act so arrogantly. When Jin Shangshan saw the 3 people, he felt excited and his heart sank to the bottom.
What did I do?
It was clearly not me who did it, and I was clearly framed, but these companions believed it without a doubt, and even became extremely excited, trying to confront the local police in Hangzhou.
What's the difference between this and looking for death because you think you've lived too long? Would he be that stupid? But now there is no time to explain to everyone. Let's get out of here first. I'm afraid we're not safe anymore.
The 3 of them all nodded when they heard this. Although they were excited, this was not the time to talk nonsense. If they didn't leave, they would have no way to retreat once the police arrived. By that time, there is almost no chance of survival.
The author has something to say.
Brother, please support.
Chapter 80 is over. I can't explain it clearly.
The 4 of them quickly left the unfinished building where they were temporarily staying. To be honest, this place is very secretive and remote, and there are almost no cameras to be seen.
But they dared not stay there. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. These vagrant criminals are definitely experts in this area. In Hangzhou, Zhou Maigua's office was frowning, and he still couldn't pry open the mouths of Zheng Bing and Luo Hai. Boss, these 2 guys are really stubborn. If we really can't help it, we have to ask an interrogation expert to come. Why hire an interrogation expert? You're just making a fool of yourself. Jin Shangshan's whereabouts have been revealed. He will be caught sooner or later. We have a chance to maneuver. Let's not worry about it for now. Catching these 4 people is the key.
Boss, the whole system is already in operation, and all the important figures in Hangzhou, especially the business community, are under our protection. It is only a matter of time before we catch them.
Zhang Igua sighed. Xiao Zhang, I've been under a lot of pressure recently. I must not let these desperados get away again this time.
At 3 a.m., Jin Shangshan, who had just found a hiding place, was on the phone.
Mr. Zhao, that really wasn't me. I was tricked. Someone wanted to frame me. I didn't play tricks on you.
I left without saying goodbye just to give an explanation to my brothers.
But look, did they bite you? Even if I was caught, I wouldn't tell you about it. You don't believe me? Come back right away? I'm afraid that won't work. I'm afraid the Hangzhou police are trying to catch me. How can I leave? Leaving is exactly what I want. Why don't you believe me? Hello? Hello? Zhao Huanyu hung up the phone.
He was very angry and didn't believe that the video was fake because the person who placed the bomb in the video was Jin Shangshan.
Damn it, why don't you believe me? If I did it, do I need to hide it?
Jin Shangshan felt aggrieved and helpless. Even he didn't know how to excuse himself. The self in that video was no different from the real him.
Boss, you don't have to be so modest. This is awesome.
Planting a bomb to warn the Hangzhou police is good for keeping a low profile, but you don't need to.
We know you have the ability to do it. That's right. I agree with Hu Zi on this point. Since we've taken the first step, why don't we do something bigger? Find a shopping mall? Or a train station? Put 7 or 8 bombs on them. If you don't kill some people, they won't learn their lesson.
Wang Hu became excited when he heard what Ji Ming and Chen Zhu said.
That's great. There are many big bosses in Hangzhou.
We can kidnap a few of them and ask the police to release them. If they don't want to, then fine, we can just shoot all those big bosses. Once this topic was started, there was really no way to stop it, and everyone's emotions became more and more excited. In just less than a day, Jin Shangshan directly improved his status in everyone's hearts. However, he did not want this kind of promotion, as it would be fatal.
Are you guys stupid? It's really not me. Do you think I would be so stupid? Ji Ming grinned. Boss, don't explain. We all understand. You understand everything? What do you understand? We know that you are humble and don't take credit for yourself. We know that you would risk your life for your brothers. We respect you.
Jin Xingshan's heart was as if thousands of horses were galloping, and it seemed as if 10,000 Xiaonimas were passing through his heart. However, looking at these brothers who were loyal to him and the admiration in their eyes, he was completely speechless. If the explanation is not clear, then just don't explain it. The bomb must not be set off. This trick can only be played once. Next, it depends on the police's actions. Let's observe the situation and wait and see how it develops. The 3 men's eyes lit up and they looked at Jin Shangshan. The admiration and burning passion in their eyes made the desperado want to cry but could not. Xiaoji, Aju, the 2 of you go out and find out the situation. We will formulate an action plan tomorrow. Wang Hu grinned when he heard it. Okay, let's do it. I'll try to make a few bombs now. When those bastards try to catch us, I'll give them a few bombs as a reward. Jin Shangshan was speechless and wanted to stop it, but he gave up. Just do it if you want. It might be much easier to really use the bomb to blow up the other party than to explain to them that he didn't do it. However, he was very anxious and uneasy at the moment. The video was really weird. How could there be someone who looked exactly like him? Could it be? There was obvious fear in his eyes. The news about Chen Guanfa appeared in his mind. If it really could not be explained, he could only blame it on the gods and ghosts. Suddenly, a ridiculous idea popped up in his mind. Before this action, should he find a temple and worship there? Li Family Manor Restaurant. Lu Yueying kept putting food into Jiang Shue's bowl. Xiaoxue, look at how thin you are. Did that brat Li Mu bully you? Tell your aunt. Aunt Lu, Li Mu is very nice to me. I just don't eat much. You little brat, be nice to me, okay? Otherwise, I'll make you suffer. Li Tianhao smiled and said, this child is like me, he will definitely be good to his wife. Jiang Shui blushed and lowered her head. Dad, Mom, stop talking. Look, they don't even dare to raise their heads.
Is there anyone like you?
Li Tianhao put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hands and his expression suddenly became serious. Xiaomu, you and Jiang Shui live in such a big house, but you don't even have a bodyguard.
I'm worried. Hangzhou has been in turmoil lately. How about you move back home for a few days?
The police sent someone to protect me, so I can feel more at ease. Li Mu felt warm in his heart.
It's okay. Doing these things in Hangzhou is courting death, isn't it?
According to the efficiency of the police, the gang headed by Jin Shengshan will probably be arrested within 3 days.
But. Okay, how come you don't have any foresight at all? What can happen to Xiaomu if he lives near the city? No, why don't you send some bodyguards to protect him? When Li Tianhao heard Lu Yuan's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Xiaomu, you can't refuse this. Li Mu's heart moved. His family was indeed short of someone to look after the house. With a turn of his eyes, Li Mu suddenly laughed. Dad, that's fine, but you have to ask Uncle Kai to come over. Whom? Lao Lu? Are you interested in him? That's right.
I feel relieved that Uncle Kai is here.
He is your confidant and is very capable. If you don't agree, forget it. Li Tianhao smiled bitterly. You are such a cunning boy. He is the person I trust the most. Fine, if I don't agree with my son's request for someone, then how can I still be considered a father? I will notify him to come and follow you tomorrow. Li Mu was in a good mood. After the family had a happy dinner, Li Mu and Jiang Shui drove home. As soon as he got home, Li Mu went into the study alone. He had something important to do tonight. After dealing with Jin Shengshan and his gang, Li Mu would start dealing with Zhao Huanyu and his son in Shen City, the underworld. The author has something to say. Has anyone read this? Please show up and give me a 5-star review and urge me to update. Thank you. Chapter 81 Chen Guangfa. The Eternal God. A virtual map located in the southwest corner of Hangzhou City appeared in Li Mu's mind, and 4 red bright spots appeared beside a reservoir. These bastards are like rats, specifically looking for those remote corners with few people. It is really difficult for ordinary people to find them. Li Mu lit a cigarette and started thinking. Zhou Naigui is quite capable, but according to normal case handling efficiency, it will probably take a long time, and Li Mu does not have that patience. Oh, Mr. Guangfa, you are the only one who can take the stage this time. Li Mu's mouth corners raised, revealing a strange smile in the darkness. At this moment, his face began to change, and 1 minute later, the long-dead Chen Guangfa appeared in the mirror again. Li Mu glanced at himself in the mirror and grinned. He was quite satisfied with this look. Today is the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, the Ghost Festival, which in China is a festival for ghosts. Many people will pay tribute to their deceased relatives on this day. On the outskirts of Hangzhou, next to the reservoir, Wang Hu lowered his head, holding a cross in his hand, and chanted the Buddhist Great Compassion mantra. With this look and this behavior, who among the bystanders can resist being fascinated? Tiger, it's almost done. That's right, stop talking about this all the time. Haven't you killed enough people? If you really believe this, aren't you afraid that they will crawl out from below to find you? Damn it, the boss is already a little confused by that Chen Yangfa, and you're trying to provoke him? One who glared and said dissatisfiedly, I am praying for Bingzi and the others. And Chen Guangfa, what is he? If he comes out, I will take him away. After Wang Dahe finished speaking, he pulled out 2 garlic cloves and hung them around his neck under the shocked gazes of the 2 men. At the same time, he took out 3 yellow Taoist talismans from his arms. What the hell? Buddha, Taoism, and Christianity are all here? Are you going to invite all the gods and Buddhas in the sky? You kid, just keep trying. If you really attract the ghost, you will show off. Ji Ming and Chen Aju were quite speechless. Facing the idiot Wan Hu, they had nothing to say. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the huge reservoir was pitch black. The black water surface always made people feel like there was something in the water staring at them. At this time, a dark shadow appeared beside the reservoir, and a pair of dark pupils looked extremely eerie in the dark night. In the distance, 4 figures were lying on the ground with a pile of extinguished firewood in the middle. Li Mu knew that one of these people must have been awake. These professionals would not all fall asleep in the middle of the night. Ding Deep Sleep Card 3 was used successfully.
As the system prompt sounded, Li Mu took a look at his system points, which were only 150,000, and he felt a little painful. It has been a long time since he received any system points.
He needs to be patient for a while.
After he reveals the truth about Xiaoan, everything will be fine.
Pata pata pata.
3 voices were heard, and Jin Shangshan, Shenaju, and Ji Ming fell directly to the ground.
Wang Hu opened his eyes suddenly.
When he saw his 3 companions falling to the ground, he was shocked and jumped up.
Boss, what's wrong with you?
Li Mu stood behind him, a sly smile flashing in his eyes.
He.
A sinister laugh sounded, and Wang Hu's body shook, and he turned around suddenly. A bald old man, wearing tattered clothes and a pair of worn green cloth shoes, was looking at him sideways. To be honest, Wang Hu had killed several people, and his methods were extremely cruel, but he had a weakness: he was very superstitious. He felt that the old man in front of him looked somewhat familiar, but he looked at him several times and still couldn't figure out his identity.
He subconsciously picked up the cross in his hand and asked with a frown, "Who are you?" "Hey, today is the Ghost Festival. I came up to take a look."
My goodness, the old man in front of him was already very weird. As soon as he said this, Wang Hu stepped back directly with a look of horror in his eyes. It was obvious that he had recognized who the person in front of him was.
You are Chen Guangfa? You know me?"
Wang Hu's face turned pale. Although he kept saying that he would twist Chen Guangfa's head off if he saw him, who wouldn't be confused if he really met him?
"I know you, you're not human? What do you think?"
Wang Hu suddenly roared. He was indeed very brave. At that moment, he suddenly jumped up and punched Chen Guang.
Hiss ah.
Suddenly, he gasped and let out a scream. His right hand was actually pinched by the other party's 5 fingers, and he couldn't move at all.
Crack.
A sound of broken bones was heard, and Wang Hu fell to his knees on the ground, his face flushed. The tremendous pain made him lose the strength to scream.
How could a person break an adult's arm with his bare hands? This is simply an international joke. My hand.
Your sins are grave, and you deserve death.
I will take you down with me. You are really not a human being. Why are you looking for me? We don't seem to have offended you.
Because your companions dared to enter my home without permission, all of you will die, he. Wang Hu's heart beat faster, and as he looked at Chen Guangfa's face, he finally fell into complete fear.
Wang Hu is fearless except for ghosts since childhood, which is his weakness. Ah, no. Don't come over here, no, get out. He.
A strange sound came out of his mouth, and Wang Hu's unbroken left hand suddenly covered his heart.
I don't want to die, save me. Bang.
The 190 centimeters tall man fell directly to the ground, his eyes wide open, and he died with his eyes open. When Li Mu saw it, he was stunned.
Didn't I just want to tease him? And he died just like that? That was too scary.
He rolled his eyes, glanced at the 3 people who had fainted, smiled coldly, and turned away. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Jin Shangshan and the other 2 stared blankly at the dead body on the ground with fear in their eyes.
"Boss, what happened to Ah Hu? Yes, is he asleep? But why are his eyes open?"
Ji Ming and Shenaju looked pale and their voices trembled. They knew that Wang Hu was dead, but the fear in their hearts made it difficult for them to control their emotions.
This is so weird.
Wang Hu was killed, and the 3 of them were sleeping like dead pigs, but why didn't the other party kill them?
Don't say that you are kind-hearted, this is unrealistic. Let's go. Let's go quickly. I have a bad feeling. Let's get out of here first.
Jin Shangshan suddenly felt a panic. However, at this moment, the sound of approaching sirens was heard on the distant road. Judging from the sound, there were probably no less than 5 police cars coming.
The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 82, Encirclement and Suppression. All caught.
5 regular police cars and a special police car were speeding down the road. On the distant horizon, a huge lake appears before our eyes, which is naturally the reservoir. In the first car, Xiao Zhang and Zhou Maigua looked nervous, and it was obvious from their faces that they had not slept all night. The 2 people who were originally planning to go back home to rest for half a day in the morning were startled by a call to the police.
Someone reported that Jin Shangshan and his group were seen near the Jinyangshan Reservoir in Hangzhou.
They had no time to verify the authenticity and rushed to the scene as soon as possible. They also verified the identity of the person who called the police as soon as possible. It was still that park, still near that camera, and still Chen Yangfa, the man who had been dead for 3 years.
Boss, has this old man finally jumped out of his coffin? Is this going to never end? Let's not worry about that for now. The most important thing is to catch the person. By the way, have you found out whether there is any connection between Jin Shangshan and his gang and Chen Yunfa? No, I checked. They are not even remotely related. There is no way they could have any intersection. That's too illogical.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhang said, the only connection is that after Chen Guangfa died, the house was occupied by Zhang Bing and his partner, and then they were reported by a dead person. Damn it, if you don't know, you would think we specialize in catching ghosts, not people.
Zhou Nigua cursed inwardly, and soon a hurried voice sounded from the intercom.
Captain Zhong, we have found our target.
Shall we act now?
Looking out the window, I saw 3 figures carrying a person and running away at the distant reservoir.
He was a little puzzled. Could it be that these gangsters were too old and had slowed down their reaction? Even when the police cars arrived, they were still asleep?
As they were talking, the convoy stopped on the road nearby. A dozen policemen and the special police behind them got out of the car and rushed directly to the reservoir in the distance without stopping for a moment.
People in front, stop immediately. We are Hangzhou police. You have been surrounded and cannot escape. Give up resistance and illusions. Confess and you will be treated leniently. Resist and you will be punished severely. If you resist to the end, you will die. Boss, put Hu Zi down, or we'll all be doomed. Yes, at this moment, we have to run away by ourselves. We can't run away with him.
Jin Shangshan turned pale. He glanced at Wang Hu, who was staring with his eyes wide open, and said with gritted teeth, let's go. He is cold-blooded and heartless, he is inhumane, but he has absolutely no complaints about his brother who has been through life and death with him.
This is a friendship of life and death.
The 3 men fled quickly into the distance. From time to time, Jin Shangshan turned his head to look at Wang Hu, who was lying dead on the ground. It was not until gunshots were heard all around that he came to his senses.
Pit, pit, pit. Gunshots continued to ring out, and sparks kept popping up around Jin Shangshan and the other 2.
If this place wasn't located in a remote area with no ordinary citizens, one would have thought they were filming a movie.
Jin Shangshan, you are surrounded. Don't resist. If you don't stop, we will shoot you.
Zhou Nigua held a loudspeaker and shouted in the direction of Jin Shangshan, but the other party were all desperate criminals and would never compromise with him. Captain Zhong, I suggest shooting the suspects and letting them run away.
It will be difficult to catch them later. Yeah, if they keep going like this, they'll run away.
The special police beside him urged anxiously.
Okay, thank you for your help, but please don't kill them. They all have secrets.
A group of desperados who once caused a sensation in China suddenly disappeared after committing a crime.
Even a fool would not believe that they did it on their own. Okay, we'll try our best.
A tall, square-faced special police officer heard this, agreed, and picked up the walkie-talkie. Sniper, take your position, prepare to shoot the suspect, remember, try to keep him alive.
Receive.
In the distance, 3 people were running at top speed, almost catching up with the 100-meter champion.
Boss, will there be snipers? Damn it, how should I know? Our style is not technical. If a sniper really comes, I'm afraid it will be difficult today.
At this moment, a muffled sound broke through the sky. A muffled groan was heard, and a cloud of blood mist burst out from Ji Ning's right leg, and the whole person fell to the ground.
Leave me alone, you. Hard.
He originally wanted to sacrifice himself heroically to show off, but before he could finish his words, 2 gunshots were heard in succession, and 2 men fell to the ground.
From then on, all 3 of them lost the ability to move. Damn it, I didn't expect to get stuck here this time. Boss, just kill yourself. I don't want to go to jail.
Jin Shangshan frowned, enduring the great pain without saying a word. Sometimes when you are in a desperate situation, even dying is a luxury.
Humph, you still want to run?
The 6 main suspects in the 915 Northeastern murder case have all been brought to justice.
You don't have to say anything. Go back and give me a clear explanation. The 3 were handcuffed immediately, and the ambulance was less than 1 kilometer away.
Xiao Zhang ran over with a grim look on his face.
Head, one of them is dead. It should be Wang Hu.
His right arm seems to have been broken by something, and he looks like he was frightened to death.
What? One died? Frightened to death? Zhou Maiguo was stunned, his face full of confusion. He looked at Jin Shangshan and said in a deep voice, "How did he die?"
Jin Shangshan gave a ferocious smile.
"Ha, you should check it yourself. To be honest, I also want to know how he died, ha ha ha."
He laughed crazily, his eyes full of gloating.
"Humph, they are about to die and still don't know it. Take them away first and let them calm down in the hospital. Then we can have fun."
Jin Shangshan and the other two were taken away, and Zhou Maiguo turned to look at Xiao Zhang.
"What happened? Can you tell how he died?"
No, it is possible that they were fighting among themselves and Jin Shangshan accidentally killed him.
Internal fighting? I don't think it's likely.
At this point in time and in this situation, if there's one less person around Jin Shangshan, the chances of something going wrong will be higher. Besides, they've been together for 5 or 6 years.
How could they possibly end up killing each other?
Just then, a young policeman came jogging over with a mobile phone in his hand. "Captain Zhong, we found a cell phone in the deceased's facility, but it has a password lock and needs a technician to unlock it."
Zhou Maiguo took a look at his phone and had a hunch that there might be some clues in it.
"Take the things back and give them to our colleagues in the information department.
Ask them to help unlock the door and see what's inside." "Yes." For some reason, although the person was caught today, Zhou Maiguo was not in a good mood.
He always felt that there seemed to be an invisible big hand behind this matter, covering everything and making him breathless.
The author has something to say.
Asking for support, 5-star rating, pushing for more gift.
Chapter 83. The handsome guy is silence.
At 6 o'clock in the morning, Li Mu, who was eating breakfast in his pajamas, was looking at the screen of his mobile phone with a smile.
Jiang Shui came over and saw Li Mu's expression. She asked curiously, "What's going on?" "I told you so. All these wanted criminals have been caught. The Chinese police are pretty powerful.
They have to make great achievements this time."
"What? The person has been caught? That's great. I was worried that you were not safe."
When Li Mu heard what Jiang Shui said, his heart was so warm. Who wouldn't feel happy to be cared for by someone, especially such a beautiful woman?
Not many people can enjoy this treatment. You still care about me? How could I be in danger? These people kill without blinking an eye. I was worried that you would be in danger. Now it's good that you've finally been caught. But I'm curious, who reported it?
Li Mu, look, someone said that this group of people occupied Chen Guangfa's house before and were reported by the ghost. Now they blew up his house again, so they were retaliated. It was his ghost who reported them.
Ha, some things are hard to explain. It's better to believe it than not.
The news said that another person died. His hand was broken by a huge force. There was fear in his eyes when he died.
It's a bit like that.
Jiang Shui was startled and looked around with a pale face and an extremely terrified expression.
It's so scary. Our house is so big and there are so few people. It's a bit scary. What are you afraid of? I have such a strong masculine aura, who dares to come? Fuck you, you shameless guy. I'm going to work. Be careful.
Li Mu nodded and said with a smile, "Uncle Kai will bring 20 bodyguards here today, so our house will not be deserted in the future. As for the monsters and ghosts, my place has good feng shui, so they dare not come." At 8 o'clock in the morning, Li Mu picked up his mobile phone and opened the news app. Wow, the whole screen was filled with news about Jin Shangshan's arrest.
At the same time, a small episode also attracted the attention of the onlookers.
It is rumored online that the whistleblower this time is the deceased Chen Yangfa, who also killed one of Jin Shangshan's companions. The whole thing sounds more and more bizarre. However, after the police arrested the man this time, they did not reveal any more information. They only said that the case was under trial and that they would issue an announcement as soon as the results were out. There was a lot of discussion and rumors in the outside world, and at this time, Zhou Maiguo encountered a big trouble, which made him fall into endless troubles again. After these guys were arrested, they remained silent and were unwilling to reveal anything. After investigation, it was found that these people had no relatives at home, which means they had no weaknesses at all. In the office, Zhou Maiguo began to doubt his life. He kept tapping the table with his right hand and fell into silence. Xiao Zhang beside him also didn't say a word. The atmosphere in the entire office was very solemn. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door. Zhou Maiguo looked up and his eyes suddenly lit up. The person who came was from the information department, and the phone was probably unlocked successfully.
Captain Zhong, the problem is a little hard to explain. What's the meaning?
Zhongnagwa's heart skipped a beat and he asked. The system was unlocked.
There was a selfie video in it.
What was shown was a bit weird. He recorded the whole process of Wang Hu being killed.
So the murderer knew?
That's great. Xiao Zhang exclaimed with a look of joy on his face.
Yes, I know.
I don't know if it's a coincidence, but it's the same as what's been circulated online.
The murderer is Chen Guangfa. What? Chen Guangfa? The two of them exclaimed, their mouths opened wide, unable to speak.
This is too ridiculous.
Is it Chen Guangfa again? Is it possible that the ashes of this dead person came back to life and killed someone?
The policewoman obviously knew that the two men didn't believe her, so she was prepared and took out a tablet computer and placed it on the table. You should see for yourselves. The screen turned on and the picture was a little dark, looking like it was nighttime, and slowly the picture appeared inside.
Against the backdrop of the darkness, Chen Guangfa's face looked extremely eerie.
The video is about 10 minutes long, but after watching it, Zhongnagwa and Xiao Zhang felt cold limbs and whole bodies.
This is a desperado, a brutal bandit who kills without blinking an eye.
According to the information, a few years ago, in a major murder case in northeast China, Wang Hu was responsible for 3 deaths, the youngest of which was a child who was only 3 years old.
Zhongnagwa had read the relevant information and internal photos.
The scene was like hell on earth. Even such a ferocious gangster was so scared that he wet his pants when facing the dead Chen Guangfa. One can imagine how desperate he was at that time.
Inside the office, the atmosphere dropped to freezing point and no one spoke.
The policewoman was a little scared, not because of Chen Guangfa's video, but because the conditions of the two colleagues in front of her were a little weird.
Xiao Zhang? Xiao Zhang? Nothing happens.
She turned her head to look at Zhongnagwa beside her, swallowed her saliva and called out again, Captain Zhong?
Captain Zhong? Still no response, the policewoman started to panic. At this critical moment, these two people didn't say a word. What's going on? The handsome guy is silent? Captain Zhong, what happened to you? Don't be afraid. There is a righteous spirit in the police station. No evil spirits or ghosts dare to come. Zhongnagwa's body trembled and he finally answered something, but he didn't know what to say. Boss, this is a serious matter, right? How about we go to Longhu Mountain and ask a Taoist priest to take a look? You're talking nonsense. Who are we? There's definitely something fishy going on here.
The policewoman's eyes lit up and she suddenly remembered something. By the way, although this person is really dead, our technical department has conducted technical analysis and found that this person should be alive because there is a shadow in the video. When Zhongnagwa heard this, he immediately retorted, "You can't be so arbitrary.
No one has ever seen a real ghost without a shadow? These are all rumors." Now it was the policewoman's turn to be confused. He asked doubtfully, "What do you mean?"
My goodness, Zhongnagwa was stunned again and said nothing.
The policewoman was speechless. What was going on?
Although Zhongnagwa was in his 40s and quite manly, a mature type, you can't always play the handsome and silent game, right?
Captain Zhong? Zhongnagwa came to his senses when he heard the shouting.
I think we should boldly seek evidence and not just guess blindly. The policewoman nodded heavily.
That's true. You are really professional. Ahem, Xiao Zhang will be off work soon. Come with me to the Lingyin Temple in the western suburbs. Ha? Where are you going and what are you doing? Professional problems should be solved professionally. Go ask the great monks there, if there are really ghosts in this world, what form do they appear in?
Zhongnagwa had a stern face and put his hands behind his back, trying his best to hide his inner embarrassment.
How could this not be embarrassing?
He, a policeman, actually had to ask a monk whether Chen Guangfa was a human or a ghost.
The author has something to say.
Please support, please give me 5-star praise, please urge me to update, please give me a gift.
Chapter 84, One wave has not yet subsided. Another wave rises.
At 8 o'clock in the evening, dim lights were on in Lingyin Temple located in the western suburbs of Hangzhou. As a National 5A level scenic spot, there are usually many tourists here, but there are real monks inside. In the backyard of Lingyin Temple, Zhongnagwa and Xiao Zhang were sent out by a little monk.
The person they were visiting today was a very famous monk in the Hangzhou Buddhist Association, whose Buddhist name was Liaokong. Master said that you two donors can rest assured that everything is false and appearances are determined by the mind. If you do not do bad things in your daily life, you will not be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door in the middle of the night. So you two little monks will not see you off. The little monk was very calm. He clasped his hands together, nodded slightly, and then turned back and entered the temple. Hey, what do you think about this matter? Boss, you don't understand anything, and you're asking me? Zhonigwa shook his head and sighed. Hey, a high monk is a high monk. What he meant was that there are no ghosts in this world. We are all righteous, so what are we afraid of? It's really ridiculous. Xiao Zhang smiled and said, then why are you in such a hurry? Why do you have to come here? Look, what time is it now? You kid, let's go have a midnight snack and come back later to continue interrogating Jin Xingshan. I don't believe that we can't get them to open their mouths. The two figures disappeared at the entrance of the temple. At this time, in a meditation room in the backyard of the temple, an old monk lowered his head, and his two long white eyebrows drooped to his chest. Master, the person has left. Amitba, when things go wrong, there must be something wrong. Master, do you mean that Chen Guanfai is really an evil ghost? Ghosts? Humans? Humans know that ghosts are scary, but ghosts know that people are vicious. So which one is scarier, humans or ghosts? Buddha said, it is impossible to say. The young monk seemed to understand, but the old monk looked very calm. No one could be sure whether there were ghosts or gods in this world, but the old monk had never seen one. He knew that all this was a conspiracy. As for who was behind this strange incident, it had nothing to do with him. At the same time, Li Mu leaned back in his comfortable boss chair, looking at the ceiling, but 7 images appeared in his mind at the same time. Wow, he exchanged for 7 Sky Eye surveillance cameras at once. Now Li Mu can know every move of these people even when he lies down. In 5 of the pictures, 5 people were sitting expressionless in the interrogation room, with their heads down, and no facial expressions could be seen. Li Mu had anticipated this situation. If they cooperated with the police, that would be hell. But Li Mu had already made up his mind. Now that one of the 6 people was dead and 5 were arrested, Zhao Huanyu would definitely panic. Even if he knew that Jin Xingshan would not betray them, who could feel at ease? These 5 people are now like time bombs for Zhao Huanyu and his son, so he can rest assured. Li Mu opened the social network he created and glanced around. The corners of his mouth lifted up slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. He hadn't checked for a week, but now the number of registered users on the social network has exceeded 500 million, and there are no less than 100 million people online on the message board every minute. If it weren't for the support of Skynet's virtual server, no internet company in the world would be able to operate this website. At the same time, Li Mu discovered that there were more than 100,000 unread messages in the Honest Man's private email, most of which were from netizens asking when the order would be disclosed. Among them, there were more than 200 reminders from the client, which showed how anxious his rich father was. Li Mu scratched his head and smiled slightly. He thought that he had indeed handled the matter in an unkind way. He had disappeared for a week. Not only Li Tianhao, but also the majority of netizens were anxious. He didn't waste any more time. With a thought, a box for inputting text appeared in front of him. He began to think in his mind, and rows of text quickly appeared in the input box. 20 minutes later, Li Mu smiled slightly, his expression stiffened, and the input box jumped. A line of words flashed across the screen. The announcement has been released to the entire network. At this time, the atmosphere in the forum area was very high. In fact, since the opening of this website, the traffic of several portal websites has almost dropped sharply. Weibo, Bo, A Station and B Station, they have all become younger brothers. Almost all the big guys who hang out in bars and forums on the internet have gathered here. Oh my, he hasn't shown up yet. I've been waiting for the honest man to show up for the 10th day. It's so boring. Could something unexpected really happen? Did we overestimate the honest man? Was he exposed? Was he killed secretly? Or was he controlled by someone and used as a tool? Don't talk nonsense. If something really happens, will the website still be there? I heard that IT experts across the country can't crack this website. It is a non-existent website, but it has attracted so many of us. Don't worry, the mysterious rich man won't waste his money. I agree with the above point of view. What's the big deal? Has an honest person ever gotten into trouble? Just as the old man finished speaking, a banner suddenly appeared in the center of the forum,
and at the same time, an announcement appeared in the original chat area.
This chat area is currently in a chat-free state, and a new announcement has been released. I'm an honest man. Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time.
My loyal fans, I have prepared the explosive news. When the time comes, I will reveal all the information for the rich man who commissioned the project.
The content of the news is explosive, and the identity of the person who is revealed is prominent. It will definitely give you an unprecedented thrill of news. Let's wait and see.
The mute prompt disappeared, and the chat area returned to its normal state.
At this moment, the entire chat area completely exploded. Fuck, look, I'm here. Where's the person who questioned you just now? Come out, I promise I won't beat you to death. Damn it, I told you I'd be honest. I'll just make a big announcement. TSK, 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 the other party has a prominent identity. Who could it be? I'm so excited. Are you guys starting to tremble? Look, I told you, how can an honest person cheat people out of money? Will he be short of money? Tremble, world, tremble, capitalists.
The chat area exploded, and Limu was in a good mood looking at everyone's reactions. At this time, the scene that happened on the Honest People social network also spread through the internet at an extremely fast speed. Zhonagua had just finished his midnight snack and returned to the police station to interrogate Jin Shengshan and his gang again, but the news he received on the internet left him dumbfounded. What was supposed to come finally came. Because of what happened to Jin Shengshan and others during this period, he almost forgot about the existence of the honest man, but the other party suddenly showed up at this critical moment and caught him off guard.
Boss, the honest man has appeared again. I wonder what trouble he will cause this time. Damn it, this is one problem after another. It's a blessing in disguise. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided.
I'll just see what tricks this honest man can come up with. At the same time, at the Li family manor, Li Tianhao showed a look of joy. Looking at the announcement on the screen, his heart finally settled down. This time, his 200 million was finally settled.
The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 85, Speculations Sparked by a Mysterious Video. Days went by so fast that he lost his appetite. With his experience, he was even sure that he was going to be cheated, but then the Honest Man website took a turn for the better. Look how happy you are. Although I don't know exactly, I've read a lot of news about honest people. This guy is very capable. It's very likely that he won't cheat you for 200 million.
Lu Yueyin rolled her eyes at her husband and said unhappily.
Hey, I'm a little worried, right? 200 million, not 20,000. If I lose this money, it won't be a big deal to me, but if others find out, won't they be laughed at? Okay, go to sleep quickly. Maybe when you wake up, the revelations will have paid off.
Money is a small matter, but I'm still a little uneasy about the threatening emails not being implemented.
Li Tianhao nodded and agreed with it deeply. This matter has kept me awake for the past few days. Hangzhou is in a turbulent time.
Fortunately, the wanted criminals have been arrested.
Otherwise, I would really be worried about the safety of Li Mu and Zhang Shui. My son is already this old, what could possibly happen to him? Just let old Lu go.
I think it's better to think about the Zhao family in the south.
I think it's very likely that they were the ones who sent the threatening email. Li Tianhao's pupils shrank when he heard this, and he lowered his voice and said, "This is impossible, right?" Humph, who knows, but...
Lu Yueyin was about to speak when suddenly the cell phones they had placed beside the bed vibrated violently. The two looked at each other and picked up their phones at the same time. Almost the moment they looked at the screen, they looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes.
The efficiency of the honest man is truly terrifying.
In just a short while, he has already started moving. At the same time, Li Mu was secretly happy as he watched a video he uploaded. Longting International reached some agreements with certain people abroad in order to suppress the development of Ginghai Group.
Li Mu used props to generate a video of a meeting between Zhao Lin and an unknown foreigner. There is no sound of conversation in this video. This was done intentionally by Li Mu.
Publishing this video on the Honest social network will definitely cause all kinds of speculation from the outside world and at the same time put Zhao Huayu and his son into a quagmire.
Sure enough, as soon as the video was released, the social network chat area exploded, and the entire internet went crazy.
Zhao Lin is known as Young Master Zhao of South City, and is one of the top second-generation rich people in China. This young man from a wealthy family with various titles like young, handsome, rich, and a returnee from overseas is a well-known figure in China. At 3 a.m., in the VIP booth of number 97 bar in Shenzhen, the deafening sound echoed throughout the dance floor. "Mr. Zhao, you must come more often in the future. Our bar will be very prestigious if you come." A sexy and mature woman helped Zhao Lin, who was obviously drunk, out of the bar. 10 minutes later, Zhao Lin got on Alpha and leaned back in his chair. It was obvious that he was also very tired. "Master, are you going back now?" Zhao Lin heard what the driver said and nodded. However, at this moment, Zhao Lin's cell phone suddenly rang. He frowned, took out his cell phone, looked down, and was stunned. In the middle of the night, it turned out to be his father Zhao Huanyu who called. He was a little surprised, but then he accidentally saw that in less than half an hour, there were more than 20 missed calls from Zhao Huanyu, and he was a little surprised. "Normally when I go out to play, the old man never cares about me. What happened today?" He picked up the phone with doubts, and just as he put it to his ear, a huge roar sounded from the receiver. "Xiao Lin, where are you? Come back immediately. Something happened. Why are you so careless?" Zhao Lin was stunned and half sober. "Dad, what's going on? Did Jin Shangshan and the others set us on fire?" "It's not this. There's no news from Hangzhou yet, but it's more serious than this." The honest man posted a video on his social network. "Video? What does this have to do with us?" "It contains a video of you meeting 3 foreigners while studying in country M. Do you think you are okay?" "Dad, I met a foreigner? Aren't all foreigners in foreign countries? What's the problem? Zhao Lin is still young after all. You, please come back quickly. Those 3 foreigners are from the security department of country M. Do you think they are okay?" "What? I'll be right back." After hanging up the phone, he was filled with fear and immediately asked the driver to drive home. But at this moment, the video had already spread on the internet. Because it was still late at night, most people were asleep. Once morning came, the sensation it caused might be enough to plunge the Zhao family into a quagmire. The chat area of the Honest People social network is incredibly active. For this place, it is almost unaffected by time. The average number of people online 24 hours a day remains at several hundred million, and the number of active people exceeds 50 million. At this moment, the onlookers on the video made various speculations about the video. This person is called Zhao Lin. He used to be a top second-generation rich man like Li Jinshan's son Li Hui. The difference is that he studied abroad and only came back last year. He has always been relatively low-key. Now I am curious, who are these 3 foreigners? It's hard to say, the key is that there is no sound, but the honest person who released this video definitely didn't do it for fun. The identities of these 3 foreigners are worth pondering. Zhao Huanyu's Longting Group is also a high-tech industry, but there are some differences between it and Jinghai Group. One is based on independent research and development, while they are based on cooperation with foreign countries. The scale is much lower. Have you heard of some rumors? Brother upstairs, I advise you to take it easy. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. It won't take long for rich people to mess with you. We are all being pushed to the limit. Please beg the honest people to release the audio version. We need to know the truth." A group of onlookers were speculating, and in fact, many people had similar guesses in their minds, but who would dare to speak without any evidence? The next day, at 9 a.m., the front pages of major media outlets were dominated by news about the Zhao family. Zhao Lin, the low-key rich second generation, became a hot topic, and the video also appeared on major websites. Li Tianhao took the newspaper and saw the latest news. He was shocked. Could it really be done by Zhao Huanyu? Why are you so worried? Since the honest people have started to act, we can just wait and see. The stock market just opened and Longting Technology's stock price plummeted 10 points. I'm afraid they will have a hard time before the truth comes out. Li Tianhao closed the newspaper and let out a breath. This honest man is really amazing, and his methods are so powerful. I wonder if he knows any secrets of this world? The author has something to say. The 5th update is finished. I was going to stop writing this. The editor also said that my book is not very good, but I think there are still people reading it, so I will continue writing. If you are reading this, please click to urge me to update and give me a 5-star review. Rich brothers, please give me some gifts. I will work hard to update. Chapter 86. The clown is actually me.
Li Tianhao was indeed a little scared. This kind of person was too scary. What if someone paid him to expose information about him?
Although he had always done things in accordance with the rules and had not done anything beyond the line, there was no guarantee that there would not be some flaws that he had not noticed. This honest man's methods were strange and beyond common sense, and he was quite capable of dealing with things, so he had to be alert.
Tianhao, what are you thinking about? Nothing.
Since the honest man started it, the terrorist email was most likely sent by the Zhao family.
They want to kill us.
There have been countless rumors about this father and son.
I think the 200 million this time is well worth it. Look, they can't sit still anymore and held an emergency press conference early in the morning.
Lu Yueyin raised her hand with a smile, and a piece of the latest news appeared in front of the two of them. News Express, at 10 a.m. this morning, Longting Group Chairman Zhao Huanyu held a press conference at his company headquarters.
This press conference will respond to the video leaked by the honest man.
At the same time, he called on the general public to have their own judgment and not to spread or believe rumors. His son Zhao Lin has a positive outlook on life and has been educated in patriotism since childhood.
He will never do anything that harms the interests of the country. Humph, it sounds better than singing.
In this statement, no one said that his son was a spy.
So I said, this time there will be something interesting to watch. Hangzhou City's Serious Crime Squad.
Zhou Naigui and Xiao Zhang had dark circles under their eyes, and the chat section of the Honest People social network was open on the computer screen in front of them.
Boss, what do you want to do? I was thinking, if all else fails, I can find an honest person to think of a solution? See if I can pry open the mouths of those bastards? Forget it, do you have money? The minimum consumption is 5 million. Zhou Naigui sighed helplessly when he heard this. A penny can make a hero fall. Everything needs money these days.
Oh my god, boss, look, Zhao Huanyu is holding a press conference. Zhou Naigui looked down at the screen and, as expected, the spectators had already started swiping the screen. This war without the smoke of gunpowder had begun. Zhou Naigui actually had a glimmer of hope as to whether the Zhao family could finally climb out of the quagmire.
Shenzhen, one of China's 4 first-tier cities, is a special economic zone supported by China.
Many high-tech companies have their headquarters located here.
The Longting building is 288 meters high.
Today, a large number of reporters gathered in the square at the entrance of the first floor. They all came to the press conference after seeing the video released by the honest man early in the morning. At 10 a.m., inside the Longting Group, Zhao Huanyu walked out of the gate with his son Zhao Lin, accompanied by several bodyguards and assistants. When the reporters saw this, their eyes lit up, and in the blink of an eye, Zhao Huanyu and his son were surrounded.
Mr. Zhao, please explain who died in the video? Yes, there are many rumors out there. Some people say that Mr. Zhao is a spy. What do you think about this?
Mr. Zhao, there are rumors that your son went to country M many years ago in the name of studying abroad, but in fact he contacted the high-ranking officials there and reached some unspeakable cooperation.
Is this true?
The reporters in the front row didn't give any face at all and started firing at every opportunity. Zhao Huanyu glanced around sharply.
Humph, you are just talking nonsense. Our Zhao family is of good family background. How could we do such a thing? Spying?
If someone says so, let him produce evidence.
Otherwise, this is defamation. I will not rule out the right to pursue legal responsibility. My dad is right. I am going abroad, and yet I have to cause so much trouble? This kind of person is really disgusting. If I find him, I will take legal action to protect my reputation. At this time, a reporter laughed and said, Mr. Zhao Lin, who are those foreigners in the video that the honest person on the internet released? And what were you talking about with them at the time?
Zhao Lin was actually very nervous, but his expression remained calm. This was his home court, and he still felt somewhat confident. He is just a person hiding in the dark corners. He may be a genius, and his technology is countless years ahead of the contemporary world, but he doesn't stand up to revitalize Chinese technology.
What kind of revelations are he making? If he has a complete video, why doesn't he release it?
Yes, this person is deliberately mysterious, treating everyone as fools, and pushing Xiaoan to the forefront. He is the one with ulterior motives. When the reporters heard this, their eyes lit up immediately.
Oh my god, this is a confrontation with an honest man, and they are definitely going to make some noise. How could they miss this opportunity? So you deny that the person in the video is a senior member of the security department of Country M? That's right. How can an ordinary person like me know someone of this level? I suggest that everyone should unite and find out this honest man. He is the cancer of this society. Zhao Lin said seriously. Yes, what my son said makes sense. This person ignores privacy rights and does whatever he wants. If he continues like this, who will be the next to suffer? Now they are laughing at us, and sooner or later they will get their comeuppance. So Mr. Zhao was wrongly accused? That's natural. I just want to state the facts at today's press conference. If anyone spreads rumors again, I won't find anyone who is honest, but I won't let any of these rumormongers go. My goodness, Zhao Lin looks so righteous and determined at this moment, as if he is really a victim. No matter whether these rich second generations have real talent or not, their acting skills are incredible. Flashlights were flashing all around and dozens of camera lenses were all pointed at the father and son. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the crowd. Oh my god, the honest man has updated the video, everyone, come and have a look, and the mysterious rich man's order progress has been updated, awesome, this revelation is indeed related to the person who placed the order. Everyone took out their cell phones. Zhao Huanyu and his son looked at each other and saw the fear and anxiety in each other's eyes. As someone clicked on a new video and a voice was heard from it, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became weird. The honest man released a new video with the same content as before, but with voice dialogue. The content of the conversation is shocking. Ha, Mr. Steve, I am honored to be favored by the security department of Country M. My father is very interested in your proposal. We are the only one in the country that can compete with Jinghai Group. There will be no problem leaving this matter to us. Ha, dear Zhao, you are Country M's most loyal partner. As long as you can cut off Jinghai Group's path of self-research and development, I can assure you that Country M's top chip technology will be unconditionally open to your company. The voice was very clear, and with hundreds of mobile phones playing at the same time, the Zhao family father and son could not hear clearly. The two men stood there with pale and terrified faces. After all the trouble, they were slapped in the face. It turned out that the clown was themselves. The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 87, Beat to Death. Zhao Huanyu was stunned, and Zhao Lin was completely confused. Everything was fine, but how come a video with audio suddenly appeared online? And at this point in time, I faced the camera and said I was innocent, but what happened? I was slapped in the face. Oh my god, this is so exciting. These three foreigners are all from the security department of Country M. Wow, the enemy has infiltrated us. Zhao Lin is a man of some importance. This wave of revelations is absolutely 100 points. Let's see what else the father and son have to say this time. The reporters' faces turned unfriendly. They looked at Zhao Huanyu and his son from time to time, pointing and talking at them from time to time. Their eyes were like they were looking at animals in a zoo. Nonsense, this is definitely a fake video. Honest people are slandering me. I am innocent. My son is right. If you continue to do this, I will sue you. Zhao Huanyu and his son were completely panicked, and began to subconsciously dodge the cameras of so many reporters. Mr. Zhao, you are also a person of status. This video doesn't look fake. You'd better give everyone an explanation. I think the police will be here soon. Espionage is a big deal. Jinghai Group has been doing independent research and development for so many years. Even if Li Haiying got into trouble, Chairman Li Tianhao is determined to follow this path. Although you are a competitor, isn't it too unethical to do this? Zhao Lin's face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. He was on the verge of collapse. You drive them away. I don't want to be interviewed now. If you continue to pester me, I will call the police. Upon hearing this, the bodyguards behind him rushed forward and confronted the reporter. They were paid to do their job, so they had no psychological burden. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Zhao Huanyu and his son looked at each other and retreated silently. They planned to leave here first and then run away. Li Mu, who was in his study at home, stared at the surveillance screen in the system and sneered. You want to run away after being targeted by me? If this gets out, my reputation as an honest man will be greatly damaged. This kind of thing must not happen. Ding generating video file. Ding video file generation completed. File name, threatening email.avi. Connecting to the Skynet SQL server. Uploaded the file successfully. The video file has been sent. It will start to spread across the entire network in 1 second.
Li Mu's eyes moved to the computer screen, and at this moment, a video popped up in the center of the chat area.
The video content is not very long.
The picture shows a place similar to an office, and there are only 2 people in it, naturally Xiaoan and his son. The 2 men sat at the desk, and the sound of their conversation could be heard. "Dad, everything has been arranged.
The email has been sent. Li Tianhao will definitely give in this time.
As long as he goes abroad, I have plenty of ways to deal with him."
Well done. You want to stop me from getting rich? What wishful thinking. Do you really think everyone is as stupid as him? Do your own research and development? Isn't that against money?
This is just the first step. If he doesn't comply, we will find people to spread rumors in his factories across the country to create panic.
If that doesn't work, we can even create bombings or something like that.
Zhao Lin in the video doesn't look like a young man in his 20s at all. He portrays the insidiousness and cunningness to perfection. Li Mu smiled triumphantly while watching the video. It was conceivable that the release of this video would directly push the Zhao family father and son into an endless abyss, and they would never be able to turn things around in this life. At Ginghai Group, Li Tianhao looked at the computer with fear, his body trembling slightly.
Tianhao, my god, it was really Zhao Huanyu who did it. This guy is so cruel and inhumane. I really didn't expect it to be them. Why bother? It's just business competition.
After all, they are all domestic-friendly companies.
It's too much to do this.
The door was pushed open at this time, and Lu Kai, who was already working in Li Mu's house, walked in hurriedly.
Lao Lu? Why are you back?
Chairman, the young master and I applied for it.
I read the news and felt that you were in danger, so I will come to protect you for a few days.
Lu Yueyin was about to speak when she suddenly glanced at the computer and a look of joy appeared on her face.
I don't think there will be any danger for the time being.
Just 5 minutes ago, the Shenzhen Police and the National Security Department took joint action and Zhao Lin was taken away directly.
Real?
Li Tianhao was a little surprised. Yes, the news in the Yinjing Daily is correct, but Zhao Huanyu was not arrested.
How could this happen? Wasn't he involved in the threatening email incident? His son has taken all the blame. I'm afraid Zhao Lin also knows that. If both of them go to jail, it's all over. If he goes to jail alone, Zhao Huanyu still has a chance to deal with it.
Lu Yueyin was also a little disappointed. Chairman, madam, I will send someone to closely protect you during this period.
We can't guarantee that Zhao Huanyu will do something unpredictable without considering the consequences.
At the same time, at Li Mu's home, he was looking at the computer screen and fell into deep thought. It was not unexpected that Zhao Huanyu was not caught, but unfortunately, everything was in vain, and Li Mu still had a backup plan. The 5 people led by Jin Shengshan who are currently detained in the Hangzhou police station will be the final blow that will send Zhao Huanyu to hell. At the Hangzhou Police Department, Zhou Naiguo and Xiao Zhang were all dumbfounded. This was actually done by Zhao's father? Then who was the person who commissioned the leak? Li Tianhao? Xiao Zhang asked in shock.
It can't be Li Tianhao, it should be someone else. Capitalists are not that stupid. We don't need to care about this matter. After all, it's not in Hangzhou. By the way, where are the 5 people?
Boss, if all else fails, we can only ask the higher authorities for help. These people are like stones in the toilet, so stinky and hard that none of them are willing to speak up.
Damn it, what can we do? The office fell silent again.
Both of them fell silent. If this matter could not be resolved, the 5 people would be like waste in their hands. After a long time, someone else would definitely be asked to take over the case. The top floor of Longteng Building in Shenzhen. Zhao Huanyu opened the blinds a little in the chairman's office and looked terribly gloomy as he watched his son being taken into a police car and leaving the square on the first floor of the group. After thinking for a while, he picked up the phone and dialed a number. However, after the phone rang more than 10 times, no one answered. He frowned and made more than 20 calls in a row, but no one answered.
Damn it.
When these people approached me to invest in construction, they were all so friendly.
But now they are pretending to be dead. People really can't be too kind.
At this moment, Zhao Huanyu seemed to see through all the warmth and coldness in the world, and his eyes gradually became indifferent.
The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 88, Can we have a higher level of vision?
Li Tianhao was in a good mood today, and in the evening he specially asked Li Mu to bring Jiang Shui to his home for dinner. On the wall, a 100-inch TV was turned on, broadcasting the latest news, and today's protagonists were undoubtedly Xiaoan and Longtong Group. According to the progress of the case, Zhao Lin was suspected of espionage and was found guilty. He has been temporarily detained.
His father Zhao Wanyu is currently under close surveillance by the police.
Please pay attention to our station to continue reporting on the follow-up progress of the case. On TV, the dignified announcer was reporting the latest news about the Zhao family father and son, and Li Mu's family all had smiles on their faces, obviously in a good mood.
I've finally gotten over it. Honest people are really amazing. I never thought Zhao Wanyu would be so despicable.
Li Mu picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it into his mouth, saying with a smile, "Business is like a battlefield, it's very dangerous."
Dad, you are still too kind. You kid, are you trying to teach me a lesson? But it's really strange that no one on the internet doubted that it was me who placed the order.
Dad, this is called being too clever for one's own good. These people are so self-righteous that they use so-called reverse thinking.
There is not so much reverse thinking these days. Since no one thinks it's you, isn't that what you want? At this moment, Li Tianhao's cell phone on the table suddenly vibrated.
He looked down and saw that it was his secretary calling.
Hello? It's me. I'm eating. What's going on? Buying in large quantities? Is this feasible? Are there any risks? Okay, let me think about it and give them an answer tomorrow.
After hanging up the phone, he picked up his bowl without saying what the company called about. Suddenly he found Li Mu looking at him with a smile.
Xiao Mu, are you eating? Why are you looking at me? Dad, a call from the company?
Li Mu put down his bowl and chopsticks and asked with a smile. Yes, the manager of the financial department proposed a plan. The share price of Longtong Group has plummeted. He thinks now is the best opportunity to buy in.
I think we can wait a little longer.
Li Mu smiled and said, "You are quite capable as a manager of the financial department, but your vision is still small."
Everyone present was stunned and looked at Li Mu in confusion. Son, do you also understand finance? Lu Yuan's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at her son curiously. I understand a little bit.
Li Mu would not die if he did not pretend to be awesome. Judging from his calm and composed look, he was definitely brewing emotions.
Li Mu, is this true?
I think what Manager Fong from the financial department suggested is correct, but I think there are risks.
If Zhao Wanyu plays tricks, he will probably be trapped. That's right.
When it comes to finance, you have to pay attention to every detail.
For example, if Zhao Wanyu stands up for justice and sacrifices his own son, I'm afraid the stock price will most likely rise.
Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan also nodded.
We are not retail investors. If we want to enter the market, we must start with hundreds of millions of dollars. If the cash is trapped, it will be troublesome.
Li Mu picked up a glass of red wine and drank it all. His expression became unfathomable.
Everyone, can you please be more open-minded?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around looked at Li Mu curiously, especially Li Tianhao, who was a little bit amused.
Stop showing off, brat. Tell me what you think.
Li Mu's mouth corners raised.
Longtong Technology is just an assembly company.
It doesn't have much technology, but it has 18 factories across the country.
It also has a lot of high-end technical talents. There are as many senior engineers at the academician level as we do. Dad, this is a good opportunity. What do you mean? Find an opportunity to swallow Longtong. What? Swallowed Longtong? My goodness. Li Mu's words shocked everyone. They looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. What is the difference between this and dreaming?
Of course, this is subject to certain conditions.
I think the revelations are probably not over yet. Didn't you see the progress bar of the honest man's revelations? It's still early. If it's not over yet, there must be a sequel.
I estimate that this wave will directly send the Zhao family father and son away.
Li Tianhao narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Xiao Mu, are you serious?
Even if something really happened to them, there are still many things involved. Such a large company still has shareholders, and Zhao Wanyu holds the majority of the shares.
Even if he and his son are shot, it won't be our turn. Dad, let's look at the bigger picture. We'll talk about this later, right? Let's buy all the stocks in the stock market first. If you want to believe me, just wait a few days. It shouldn't have reached the lowest point yet.
Li Tianhao turned his head to look at his wife, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes.
Since it's Xiaomu's suggestion, I'll wait a few more days and see.
If the stock price goes up, then forget it.
If it goes down, I'll mobilize all my funds to buy it.
As soon as he finished speaking, the phone on the table started ringing frantically again. A hint of cunning flashed in Li Mu's eyes, but his expression did not change at all.
Hello, it's me. What? The honest man has started to leak information again?
Okay, I get it. By the way, tell Lao Feng to wait and see. No, listen to me, tell him to have a higher vision. After hanging up the phone, Li Tianhao glanced at everyone and said excitedly, the revelations are not over yet. It seems that the stock price may still have room to fall. At 9 a.m. the next day, at the finance department of Dinghai Group.
Fang Yi looked at Li Tianhao's secretary with a little surprise, his face full of confusion. Wait longer?
Yes, that's what the chairman meant. He frowned slightly, looking a little unhappy.
Whose advice did you take? If you don't take action now, the daylily will be cold.
The chairman said, take a long-term view.
Fang Yi was an expert and jumped up when he heard this. No way? Does the boss want to eat long tang? Isn't that too naive? Did he make the decision after watching the preview of the honest man's revelation? This is too hasty. Although it is possible, the probability is extremely low. Doesn't he know Murphy's Law? Lao Feng, stop complaining. I can't do anything about it.
Anyway, it has nothing to do with you if you miss the opportunity.
Fang Yi felt very unhappy when he heard this. Although Li Tianhao was his boss, he was a well-known financial trader in China. All 12 people in his team were elites. How could there be any problems with the results of his team's analysis?
Even if Li Tianhao questioned it, it wouldn't work. On the other side, Li Mu got up early in the morning. Zhao Huanyu's matter had reached the critical moment of conclusion. Li Mu had already prepared a package for them. This time, he not only wanted to solve the hidden dangers of Zhao Huanyu and his son, but also let Jinghai Group swallow Longting. At 2 p.m., the attention of the entire China was focused on the Honest People social network, and the latest revelations were previewed at 2:30 p.m. Shenzhen Stock Exchange. Zhao Huanyu was alone in the living room at home, with a computer in front of him. At this moment, he stared at the screen with extremely serious eyes, and every move of the honest person's social network touched his heart.
Chapter 89, Use the Big Move. Closing the net. Zhao Huanyu felt very complicated.
All the people he used to be friends with were gone. He could only resort to unconventional means. He had already found someone to go to Australia City to kidnap Li Mu, but the sudden revelation made her hesitate to act rashly for the time being.
If the honest person reveals something that is related to himself, then wouldn't going to Hangzhou be tantamount to walking into a trap?
The window in the chat area kept scrolling, and various chat records flashed through Zhao Huanyu's eyes. Most of these onlookers were ordinary people, and they all had a serious hatred of the rich. Looking at the remarks mocking him, Zhao Huanyu was so angry that he was shaking all over. At this moment, a light curtain flashed, and a few large words suddenly appeared in the strange chat area. Zhao Huanyu, who was originally furious, saw these words and his face suddenly turned pale. A video image appears. Wow, there is even an opening animation. In the center of the screen was a headshot of Zhao Huanyu. From the right end of the screen, a garbage truck slowly drove out and slowly cleaned up the headshot of Zhao Huanyu. It is not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Zhao Huanyu felt aggrieved, but he couldn't do anything to the other party, and he was really scared now.
No, I have to run. After this revelation, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape.
At this moment, he suddenly thought of Jin Shangshan and his 5 companions. He always felt that this revelation was related to them.
He has 5 Class A wanted criminals in the country captive. If they are caught, he will be dead.
The animation disappeared, the screen turned black, and slowly some images began to appear. Zhao Huanyu turned his head to look at the screen, and suddenly froze in place, with his hand holding the phone shaking continuously.
The picture was covered with snow and ice, and it was obviously not Hangzhou.
The memories in Zhao Huanyu's mind slowly appeared. At the same time, the sound of conversation was heard in the picture.
Who are you guys? Why are you all injured? Don't ask so many questions. Damn, you look like a rich man. Give us the money and I'll let you go, otherwise I'll kill you. Kill me? What a big mouth.
At this time, another voice sounded. Chairman, they are the murderers who committed a major murder case here 3 days ago.
A total of 6 people are wanted. They are murderers. Murderer?
Humph, we have more than a dozen lives on our hands, including yours. Boss, kill him.
He must have money on him. Ha, everyone, I've also read the news. You are all talented people. How about following me?
Wow, Zhao Huanyu in the picture actually invited Jin Shangshan. Needless to say, the following plot was that the 6 people including Jin Shangshan who were at the end of their rope were taken away by Zhao Huanyu. Everyone suddenly realized that it was Zhao Huanyu who had caused the sudden disappearance of the 6 gangsters. This incident sounds absurd, but it is impossible to get away with it in the face of hard evidence.
How could this happen? Why would there be a video in northeast China 3 years ago? I remember that we were in the suburbs at that time. How could someone take a video? At this moment, Zhao Huanyu's eyes were a little neurotic.
That kind of fear came from the soul.
He couldn't understand it.
This matter was no different from seeing a ghost. The picture on the computer screen suddenly changed and the picture skipped. This time, Zhao Huanyu, Jin Shangshan and others in the video look a little older than before.
Don't worry, I will arrange for someone to go to Hangzhou City and see if there is an opportunity to kidnap Li Mu.
In this case, Li Tianhao will have no choice but to surrender.
Good idea, Lao Jin. After this matter is done, I promise you that I will give you 100 million and let the 6 of you run away. Really?
Mr. Zhao is my lifesaver and gave me money for retirement.
It's not an exaggeration to say that he is my second parent. Zhao Huanyu patted Jin Shangshan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You are really nice. You have helped me with many things over the years.
You have also helped me avoid many dangers and removed many thorns in my eyes.
I am very satisfied."
The scene freezes here, Zhao Huanyu collapses to the ground, and almost at the same time, urgent sirens sound outside the villa. Zhao Huanyu raised his eyes in despair, his eyes full of fear. At the same time, the whole of China was in an uproar, and the traffic on the Honest People's social network reached its peak in the blink of an eye.
Fuck, can the plot be played out like this? I thought of the beginning but not the ending. Zhao Huanyu is really awesome.
This guy usually looks so righteous, but now he has been exposed for such scandals.
It's unbelievable. Is he a funny guy sent by the monkey?
Damn, rubbish, he must be shot.
People like him are simply cancer in the world. How can they be compared to Jing Hai? They are not on the same level at all.
All kinds of insults were heard in the chat area. Zhao Huanyu's actions were despised by others, and the reputation he had accumulated over decades collapsed today.
In Hangzhou, Zhou Naiguo was extremely excited in his office. Fuck, what the hell is this honest guy? Is he the roundworm in Zhao Huanyu's stomach? This is too unbelievable. Boss, don't get excited.
This isn't the first time he's been so miraculous. I feel like the resurrection of Chen Guangfei is related to this guy. Xiao Zhang, if this person can come to the police force, will there still be people committing crimes in this world?
Will they dare? Zhou Naiguo was in a trance, his eyes filled with surprise and madness. Xiao Zhang smiled bitterly and was speechless towards his boss. Boss, I think you'd better forget about it. Will this kind of person work for us?
If he doesn't want to, I'm afraid we won't even be able to see his shadow.
Forget about it.
The most urgent thing is to think about how to hand over to our colleagues in Shenzhen.
Yes, you are right.
Take these videos to the interrogation room immediately and see what else they have to say. At the same time, on the top floor of Jinghai Building, Fang Yi, head of the finance department, had a look of shock on his face. Chairman, according to the current situation, Longting's stock price has begun to plummet. According to convention, it is likely to continue until this case is settled.
You are really amazing. I am convinced. The boss is the boss. Li Tianhao felt very happy. Fang Yi was very capable, but he also had a bad temper. Usually, Fang Yi didn't even give him face when it came to some financial matters, but now, he was obviously convinced. Ha, that's not what I meant. That's not what you meant? Do you have someone more skilled than me? Chairman, please give me a chance. This time I finally know that there is always someone better than you. Who said I want to replace you? Lao Feng, your strength is obvious to all.
I will not replace you. The one who gave me advice this time was not some expert, but my son Li Mu.
What? Li Mu? Your son? He's only in his 20s. Yes, that's right. I have good genes. There's nothing I can do about it. You can't envy me. The author has something to say.
I saw many people scolding me for my poor writing. Oh, it's just this level. I will improve it slowly in the future, but there are still readers who will read it. I will continue to write. If you like it, please support it.
Chapter 90. Mysterious funds enter the market.
When Fang Yi heard this, his eyes were full of envy. He was about the same age as Li Tianhao, and his family also had a son of the same age as Li Mu, who was also an outstanding young man and a PhD graduate from the finance department of Yen University. But compared with Li Mu, he seemed a little inferior.
Mr. Fong, you don't have to be so self-deprecating. My son's success is not my fault.
He has been away from home for more than 10 years.
I still feel a little guilty about him. When Fang Yi heard this, he immediately became unhappy. This Versailles was a bit too much.
He had been so arrogant even though no one had cared about him for more than 10 years.
What would happen if we were to care about him now? But Li Tianhao was his boss, so he couldn't say anything. Is it wrong for a boss to act cool?
He could only bear it even though he felt unhappy.
Fang Yi rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Chairman, can you let me meet the young master when you are free? I also want to discuss some things with him.
Li Tianhao looked at the other person with a half smile and said, you want to see how strong he is, right?
Ha, Chairman, you are joking. Fang Yi felt a little embarrassed when his thoughts were seen through at a glance. It's okay.
I'll make the arrangements when the time comes.
By the way, are you ready for funding?
You can buy in large quantities now. The stock price is expected to have reached the bottom. When Fang Yi heard this, his face became serious. When it came to business, his mood suddenly changed.
The money is ready, but the funding gap is less than 2 billion. I'm afraid we can't buy all the goods. Is there no way out? Fang Yi sighed.
Chairman, this is a technology company, not a financial company.
Cash flow is usually difficult, so I'm afraid it will be difficult to handle this money. Li Tianhao frowned.
It was indeed a bit difficult to get the money in a short period of time, but he didn't want to give up such a good opportunity.
Invest the money you have first. If there is a shortfall, I will think of a solution. Chairman, you have to be quick. Opportunities don't wait for anyone.
I'll get busy first.
Fang Yi respectfully left the office.
Li Tianhao couldn't help but sigh that ever since he knew how awesome his son Li Mu was, this self-righteous subordinate seemed to have changed his temperament. However, he suddenly thought of the funding gap of less than 2 billion yuan, and he couldn't help feeling troubled.
However, he would not be willing to miss this opportunity.
At the same time, in Fang Yi's office, he was operating the market on his computer.
Manager Fang, it seems that some funds have entered the market.
Yes, he has entered the market, with about 2 billion, and is sweeping up the remaining goods of Longtem Group.
Oh no, the remaining goods have been cleared out. Who is this person? Fang Yi looked at the computer screen with a serious expression. He was a financial expert.
He learned from Li Tianhao that this time he must take over all of Longtem Group's equity shares in the stock market. However, due to financial reasons, he was beaten to it by others.
Damn it, this is a shame. Who is this person who is crossing the jar? 2 billion is not a small amount of money. Now, what should we do?
Manager Fang, you have to come up with a plan, otherwise there will be no chance.
Fang Yi looked at the screen for a while, and finally sighed helplessly. It's too late.
The stocks have already been bought.
It's probably impossible to get them to give them up. There's another possibility.
Someone knows our purpose and bought these stocks just to negotiate the price with us.
The office was eerily quiet. This was the first time that Fang Yi's team had been overtaken by someone else, and everyone was very dissatisfied. Please integrate the food you received this time and make a report for me. I will go to discuss it with the chairman.
After saying that, Fang Yi left the office with a stern face. He knew very well that it was impossible to buy all of Longtem's shares unless a miracle happened. The lobby on the first floor of Jinghai Building. The tall, pretty receptionist wearing a business suit was surprised to see a red Ferrari parked in front of the company. She quickly put down the work at hand and ran to the door.
Who doesn't know that this car belongs to the chairman's son? Mr. Li, why are you here?
Shall I ask the security guard to help you park your car in the garage? The lady at the front desk bowed her head and was very respectful, and some parts of her look were very pleasing to the eye from Li Mu's perspective. Li Mu smiled slightly, and the young lady blushed immediately.
This is so handsome. She has seen a lot of people.
To be a receptionist in a big group like Jinghai Group, one has to be a college student at the very least. This young lady's appearance is definitely on the level of a campus beauty in college. However, she found that she could not withstand Li Mu's gaze.
Li Mu felt amused.
He had the skill of falling in love at first sight. The resistance of the opposite sex to him was basically zero. As long as he was willing, he could definitely become the contemporary Sea King.
Then I'll trouble you. A magnetic voice sounded, and Li Mu threw the key to the other party.
When the young lady raised her head, Li Mu's back had disappeared in the elevator.
Yuan, stop looking. Everyone has left.
An older woman nearby pushed her and spoke with a smile. When the young lady heard this, her face turned red.
Sister Ling, what are you talking about? I'll go give the security guard the key. In a panic, the young lady turned and walked towards the door.
At this moment, her heart was pounding with fear. Li Mu's attraction to her was so fatal that when facing this man, she actually had an absurd feeling of wanting to devote herself to him.
Li Mu naturally didn't know these things.
He came here today to confront his father, so that they wouldn't worry too much about the 2 billion mysterious entry funds, which would be a big sin for him.
As the elevator trembled slightly, he stopped at the top floor.
As soon as Li Mu walked out of the elevator, he heard voices coming from the office in front.
So someone got there first? Can we find him?
We'll pay more and take him over. Chairman, I know what you mean, but there is no chance now, and it is not so easy to take over Longting Group. You should know that unless Xiaoan gives up his shares.
I know that, but I want to try it. Maybe they will really give it to me? Chairman, it's not that easy.
Even if Zhao Huanyu and his son died, his shares would still be inherited by his relatives. Even if he has no relatives, he still has the board of directors.
You would have to be crazy to get these shares.
Li Mu's eyes were full of smiles. As expected, he cashed out the money he had earned from getting rich in the blink of an eye and bought all the stocks of Longtum Group, which were worth exactly 2 billion yuan.
His father and Fan Yi were obviously in a dilemma.
Li Mu came to the door of the office and pushed it open. Li Tianhao raised his head and saw that it was Li Mu who came, with a hint of surprise on his face.
The author has something to say. Fifth update, please support. Chapter 91, Lao Feng.
You licked me too suddenly.
Xiaomu, why are you here? Shouldn't you be going to school at this time?
I've learned all the things about school a long time ago.
I just need to have my name on the list and get a diploma. I haven't been there in the past few days. So I came here today to find you. There are some things I need to explain to you.
Wow, Li Mu actually said to his father, the chairman, that he had something to explain.
What did Fan Yi think of this?
The key point was that Li Tianhao, who was usually very dignified, actually laughed when he heard it.
Xiaomu, what do you want to tell me? Is it about the stock market? I was just about to find you.
We were a step behind, and someone else took over the 2 billion yuan gap. After Li Tianhao finished speaking, his face was filled with guilt. His son had given the correct instructions, but he did not grasp the result. He felt somewhat sorry for him.
You are Master Li Mu, right?
Oh, this is my fault.
If I had realized this earlier, the 2 billion gap would not be a problem. Fan Yi was very excited. He wanted to meet Li Mu and see this young financial genius. He didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon.
Li Mu laughed mysteriously. To play with finance, you must have a large amount of liquid funds. Jinghai Group is a technology industrial enterprise, and usually a large amount of funds are used for research and development.
This is my negligence, but it's nothing. Li Tianhao sighed. Xiaomu, don't comfort me. A mistake is a mistake. We have already lost the best opportunity. However, we have bought most of Longting's stocks this time. We have taken over many retail investors selling stocks. This wave can also earn us a lot of research and development funds. To be exact, this is my responsibility.
Unfortunately, the chances this time are slim. Mr. Li, I hope to discuss some financial knowledge with you sometime.
You are the most promising young man I have ever met. Li Mu smiled and said, Manager Fong, I have always seen your name in financial newspapers. You don't have to be so modest.
This time I came to tell you that the mysterious fund of 2 billion yuan that took Longting's stock is mine. The office suddenly became quiet, and the two men looked at Li Mu as if he had seen a ghost.
Xiaomu, what did you say? You paid 2 billion? Are you kidding me?
Mr. Li, although you are very capable, 2 billion is not a small amount.
You are still so young, this.
The implication of Fang Yi's words was obviously that he didn't believe Li Mu could come up with 2 billion.
Dad, didn't you give me a few $100 million not long ago?
I went to the stock market and took a quick look. I found exactly 2 billion, which is just enough to help you out of your urgent need.
Is this true? Fang Yi looked at Li Mu in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. 300 million, in just a few months, it became 2 billion. It's unrealistic even if he personally took part in it.
Lao Fang, I did give him 300 million not long ago, but I gave it to him to spend.
Fang Yi was convinced.
He suddenly realized that he was like a frog in a well. It turned out that geniuses really did exist in this world. I used to be so stupid, arrogant, and looked down on others. I even dared to talk back to my boss in the professional field.
This was really too much. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at Li Mu.
His eyes were as hot as if he was looking at a virgin.
Li Mu was shocked. Although this old man was very capable, why did his eyes look a bit obscene? Could it be?
However, at this moment, Fang Yi suddenly said excitedly, Mr. Li, you are really a financial genius.
Can I be your disciple? Old Fang, stop kidding.
Xiaomu is still young, and it's normal for him to have some sudden inspiration, but he is definitely far behind you. Chairman, although you are the boss, I don't agree with what you said. As the old saying goes, the waves behind push the waves ahead, and the waves ahead die on the beach. As seniors, we should be humble.
Modesty? Is this what Fang Yi said? Li Tianhao's facial muscles twitched, and he was quite speechless.
This guy's licking was too sudden, and he was a little caught off guard.
Lao Fang, even if Xiaomu really has the ability, you don't have to be so excited, right? No.
Chairman, there is a saying that is very true, ability has nothing to do with age.
I am the most fair person. You are a genius, even if you are still a minor, I am willing to call you teacher. He is so upright and full of positive energy. This famous tycoon in China's financial world is like an ancient eunuch at this moment. Even Li Mu is speechless at this change in attitude. Manager Fang.
No, please don't call me Manager Fang.
You can call me Fang Yi, or Xiao Fang.
Li Mu has seen what shamelessness means.
There are thousands of bootlickers in the world, and he has seen one of them. The key point is that the other party is an old man. Mr. Li, how about this? I'll just work for you. The chairman pays me anyway, so it makes sense for me to work for you, right?
Li Mu was shocked when he heard this.
If this old bootlicker followed him, how could he live in peace every day? Don't you want to live your life?
You have money and a woman, and your life has just begun. You must not let him succeed.
Lao Fang, forget it. My dad needs you, so you should work hard for him.
Don't worry, I will come to the company whenever I have time to discuss financial matters with you.
Are you serious?
Don't worry, I'll definitely lie to you. Li Mu spoke righteously, but he had already made up his mind in his heart that if he could not come to this company in the future, he would rather not come.
If he was kept thinking about by such an old guy, wouldn't he have nightmares at night? Does Li Mu have a tendency to self-abuse? Dad, this is it.
We already hold almost all the stocks of retail investors. As long as Zhao Huanyu gets it, the people on the board of directors of Longting Group can only stare blankly.
But this is the hardest part, right? You also said that even if Zhao Huanyu died, it wouldn't be my turn.
Dad, don't worry about this. If I say it's yours, it's yours.
Okay, let's not talk about it for now.
I'm going to pick up Xiao Xue and give her 2 hours off early. I'm going on a date with her tonight. Watching Li Mu leaving, Li Tianhao shook his head helplessly.
He now couldn't see his son clearly anymore. What on earth had he experienced in the past 10 years away? What a genius! This is definitely a genius. I wish my son could be this good. Lao Fang, that's almost enough. Wasn't your licking a bit sloppy this time? Chairman, what do you know? If you don't understand, I won't tell you anymore. You must talk to Li Xiao when you go back. Come to my office often when you have time. I have a lot of things to ask him. Chapter 92, Zhao Huanyu's strange behavior.
On the one hand, Fang Yi was shocked by Li Mu's methods, but at the same time, Li Mu's skill of falling in love at first sight also worked on him. Otherwise, no matter how capable you are as a top talent in finance, he will not give in easily. Looking at Fang Yi, who left the office in a daze, Li Tianhao could only smile helplessly. This matter made him feel helpless, but he was still very confused at the moment. Li Mu said that Zhao Huanyu would give away his shares personally, which really made him a little unbelievable. At 2 a.m., a psychological warfare was taking place inside the Shenzhen police station. As a business tycoon who is in charge of a multi-billion-dollar group, Zhao Huanyu cannot stop even if he is in prison. Every day, the secretary would bring in various documents that needed to be signed for him to review and sign. This was not a backdoor approach, and the law was humane. After all, Longting Group was also a major taxpayer in China, and its contribution was enormous. Zhao Huanyu, with a haggard face, lowered his head, as if he was resting with his eyes closed. Inside the monitoring room on the second floor of the police station, a group of policemen looked unhappy. Zhao Huanyu is difficult to deal with. People who have experienced great storms are not so simple. After watching the video of the honest man's revelations, those desperate criminals in Hangzhou have completely lost their minds. They have confessed everything they should, but Zhao Huanyu obviously intends to fight to the end.
We can't go on like this.
Now all we need is him to sign the confession, and then we can be handed over to the prosecutor's office for the trial.
It's difficult. His group's stocks plummeted, and some retail investors' stocks were swept away.
Even so, he remained unmoved. It may not be easy to get him to confess voluntarily. The policeman in charge of this case is called Chen Tao, also a senior policeman. However, he is confused when he meets a veteran like Zhao Huanyu.
It's getting late. Let's take a break.
We still have time to continue the trial tomorrow.
I don't believe he can really hold out. The main thing is that everyone has their limits. Everyone was helpless and could only do this for the time being. After all, they couldn't bear it any longer.
At the same time, Li Mu called up the system monitoring screen. He rubbed his hands and grinned at Zhao Huanyu, who was pretending to sleep on the screen. He pries open the mouths of people that the police can't, and he deals with the criminals that the police can't deal with. In a word, he deals with what the police can deal with, and he also deals with what the police can't deal with.
Ding, deep hypnosis card activated. Carrier scanning completed, implantation in progress. Carrier implantation completed. Hypnosis begins.
In the interrogation room, Zhao Huanyu suddenly raised his head with a confused look in his eyes. The people in the monitoring room had already gone to rest, so no one noticed this scene.
Who am I? Where am I?
He looked around in confusion, and suddenly his body trembled.
I have a connection with a wanted criminal. I deserve to die.
I don't deserve to own Longting Group.
I want to confess. I want to plead guilty. Someone, come here.
At this moment, two policemen standing at the door of the interrogation room suddenly heard the noise inside and pushed the door open.
What are you doing? Making such a fuss? Zhao Huanyu, don't go too far.
Humph, it's fine if you don't admit your crime, but you're still making trouble here.
Do you really think there's no way to punish you?
Zhao Huanyu raised his head and his expression became extremely strange. This expression looked like a child who knew he had made a mistake and was full of remorse.
The two policemen on duty apparently did not react. What are you doing? That expression? Are you going to plead guilty? What were you doing so early?
But if you want to confess, you have to wait until Captain Chen and the others come to work tomorrow. Zhao Huanyu suddenly collapsed to the ground and burst into tears.
The two policemen were completely confused. What was going on? Did a tycoon suddenly realize something? And was he going to repent? I have something to say. I want to confess all my crimes.
I also have something more important to announce.
Please call Captain Chen over.
The two men looked at each other. Although it was already the middle of the night and Captain Chen had just left not long ago, they dared not delay for a moment. This guy had been working here for so long and now there was a turning point, they could not miss it no matter what. 10 minutes later, Chen Tao, who was almost going to bed, rushed to the police station and checked the surveillance video immediately, but the content of the video made him confused. Especially when the other party suddenly raised his head, the look of sincere repentance on his face made him feel it was too unreal.
Captain Chen, you should go and take a look. He said there is something important and he must have your presence to announce it. Upon hearing this, Chen Tao nodded and walked towards the interrogation room.
The door opened and Zhao Huanyu, who was sitting on a chair, raised his head, his eyes full of regret.
I am not a human being. I am associating with wanted criminals. I am ashamed of the expectations of the country and society. I am a person who is the worst of the 5 trees. How did you suddenly figure it out? Chen Tao was very calm.
In his opinion, as long as they entered this room, there was no way they could not compromise. Zhao Huanyu had a strong mind, but now he seemed to have collapsed. Thinking of this, he felt relieved.
I've figured it out. I'm going to hell.
Using illegal means to compete in business is fine, but I even supported those desperate criminals.
I plead guilty.
Chen Tao sighed, those who do evil will eventually perish, the law is strict and there is no loophole. He used to be such a glorious man in Nanchang, but now he has become like this, it is really sad. But the law is the law, and personal relationships cannot be involved, and it is even more impossible to offset your merits and demerits.
In this case, you should start confessing your crimes. If you hand them over to the prosecutor's office sooner, you will suffer less. Chen Tao took out a notebook and started recording the confession.
The whole process went very smoothly and the other party also explained some of the doubts about the case. Chen Tao was also a little confused. This change was too fast. At 3:30 in the morning, Chen Tao closed his computer.
Take a break. If you have any requests, just let us know. We will satisfy you within the legal scope.
After saying this, he stood up and prepared to leave, but at this moment, Zhao Huanyu suddenly raised his head.
Captain Chen, please wait a moment. Anything else?
Chen Tao stopped and asked.
I have another request and need your help. Go ahead.
Zhao Huanyu looked a little strange at this moment, and he said in a deep voice, I have sinned deeply, and my son Xiaoan is also guilty of an unforgivable crime, and both of us should be punished by law. But Longting Group is my hard work, I can't just let it go. The board of directors is full of useless people who only care about year-end dividends, and there are not many capable people in my family.
I hope you can help me record a video.
I want to announce to the world that all the shares of Longting Group in my hands will be transferred to Chairman Li Tianhao of Dinghai Group.
The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 93 Big News. Shocking China. What the hell?
Chen Tao, who had been listening very seriously, felt emotional in his heart that a dying man would speak good words. Regardless of whether Zhao Huanyu would die or not for his crimes, it would be almost impossible for him to see the sun outside for the rest of his life. Unless he can develop nuclear fusion on his own end there, he may be able to circulate blood and come out to enjoy a few years of retirement, but this is almost impossible. But after hearing that he was going to give Longting Group to Li Tianhao in the end, he was shocked.
Aren't these two opponents?
And this time he was arrested to a large extent because the honest man revealed his dark plan to harm Li Tianhao.
Why is he suddenly giving away his own company? Isn't this nonsense?
Ask yourself, even if this happened to Chen Tao himself, it would never happen.
Mr. Zhao, are you serious?
As far as I know, you have other relatives in your family.
You're giving this big group to an outsider? And he's the person you wanted to deal with before. Captain Chen, you don't believe me? The Li family is more courageous than me.
I can't compete with them in independent research and development, but my group also has talents. I hope that one day we can see the rise of our country's high-tech industry and break the foreign blockade against us.
You don't regret it? No regrets, this is my last chance to redeem myself. Chen Tao was stunned.
In just 2 hours tonight, his mood was like a roller coaster. Now he even had an illusion that the man in front of him was not a criminal at all, but a kind-hearted person with noble moral principles.
I'm afraid even bodhisattvas don't have such a good mentality as him, right? Are you sure? Yes, you just need to be my witness. I will write a statement later, and then you can shoot a video for me. I will notify all the major Chinese media tomorrow. Chen Tao swallowed his saliva.
It had to be said that even this battle-hardened man known as the Sherlock Holmes of the Shenzhen Police Department was a little excited at the moment. This involves the transfer of power and equity of a group with assets worth hundreds of billions, and I actually became a witness. This is ridiculous.
At this moment, he felt a little guilty. Can I do this? It's possible. Officer Chen is well known in the Shenzhen police community. You can be a witness.
Flattery works on everyone, and Chen Tao instantly felt that his status had been infinitely elevated.
Ahem, since Mr. Zhao said so, I won't shirk my responsibility.
You were once the pride of our Shenzhen Stock Exchange. Although you made mistakes, your contributions cannot be erased.
I wish you good luck.
At 7 o'clock the next morning, there was a huge crowd of people in front of Jinghai Technology, and the local police station had to send officers to maintain order. At this time, Li Tianhao was sitting in the Rolls-Royce with an excited look on his face, while Lu Kai in the passenger seat was on the phone.
What? Hundreds of reporters? Media from surrounding cities are here too? The police are dispatched? Isn't this too exaggerated?
Open a passage to ensure Mr. Li can enter the company safely. After hanging up the phone, Lu Kai looked a little shocked.
How is Lao Lu?
Chairman, the situation here is not much better than at my doorstep.
It's even worse. We are surrounded by reporters and I can't get in. If this continues, I won't be able to enter the company today. Is Zhao Huanyu really crazy? Li Tianhao's eyes were also full of shock. He was still sleeping soundly early in the morning when his wife woke him up to watch the news. At that time, he thought it was a rumor. It was not until he saw the video posted by Zhao Huanyu himself on the internet that he realized it was true. However, what shocked him the most was Li Mu. He remembered the conversation in the office vividly. Although his son did not say it explicitly, the result was expressed between the lines. What? You said Li Mu was very capable and it was he who made Zhao Huanyu submit? This is completely bullshit. Even a TV series wouldn't dare to film it like this. Is China's police system just for show? People are locked up inside. If Li Mu can control this, it would be no different from a science fiction movie. All we can say is that Li Mu has both luck and strength. He must have seen this from some details and came to this conclusion based on his own judgment. Awesome, my son is really a talented person. Unable to hold back a sigh, Lu Kai asked in shock, did Xiaomu really say that? That's right. Didn't I tell you about what happened that day? Even someone as arrogant as Fan Yi has become Xiaomu's licker. How can he be so powerful? He can even predict this? How about asking Xiaomu to calculate for me whether I can win the lottery in this life? Come on, what's the matter? Are you not satisfied with the salary I offer? I'll give you a raise later. Ha, Chairman, I was just kidding. Don't be angry. The most urgent thing is to think about how to deal with this matter when we get to the company gate. At 8:30 in the morning, the entrance of Hangzhou University was full of students. Some were students from the city who came to school, and others were eating breakfast in various breakfast shops near the door. They came in groups of 3 or 5, chatting while eating. However, today's topic is obviously a little different from the past. Fuck, this is too scary. Have you heard? Zhao Huanyu handed over his own group to others. It's a high-tech group worth hundreds of billions. What did he want? You don't understand. He knows he's doomed. What's the point of giving these things to his loved ones? Will they remember him? Giving them to Li Tianhao is different. Before he dies, he wants to earn a good name for himself so that he won't be infamous forever. Damn, what an awesome operation, he is worthy of being a big boss. The final winner of this wave is actually Jinghai Group? Isn't this normal? You underestimate Li Tianhao. Look at how he became the chairman. However, we Hangzhou people can also go to work in his group after graduation. I heard that the treatment is very good and very humane. Don't forget that we are alumni of Li Mu's school. It will be very prestigious to tell others about it later. As he was speaking, a brilliant red light appeared at an intersection not far ahead, accompanied by the deep and domineering roar of a horse. Today, Li Mu is an extremely popular figure in Hangzhou. Look, it's Li Mu who's here. How glorious! If I could ever have this kind of treatment, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Don't think about it. Maybe in the next life. Li Mu is different from others. Look at those voluptuous bitches in the acting department of our school. Can they get close to him? Your girlfriend next to him is top-notch. As he was speaking, Li Mu's car sped all the way, and after entering the gate, it quickly drove towards the Hangzhou University parking lot. The onlookers sighed, saying that some things are something you are born with. If you don't have them when you are born, then unless you are extremely lucky, you will probably never have them again in this life. This is the cruelty of the rules of today's world. The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 94. This wave of revelations is worth it.
Although Li Mu closed the window today, he knew through the car window that he had definitely become the focus of the whole audience. Facing such attention, he was very calm. He has accomplished the feat of a loser's counterattack. Now Jinghai Group is at its peak. After swallowing up Longteng Group, his father will be at the top when it goes public. As for Zhao Huanyu, he was completely finished. After using the deep hypnosis card, Li Mu needed to consume 1,500 points every day to maintain the effect. This consumption was not large, but as long as it was used, the other party would always exist in a hypnotic state. But this thing has a fatal weakness. Once used, it will continue to cause irreversible damage to the central nervous system. Once the hypnosis is cancelled, the person will probably be paralyzed instantly. Even if he doesn't die, he will become mentally retarded in the future. This kind of hypnosis is very advanced, and with today's technology, no clues can be found at all. If we must give a medical explanation, it is that cerebral infarction or stroke is the consequence of a person being subjected to a huge stimulus. There cannot be a second reason. Li Mu parked his car in the parking lot and walked towards the library under everyone's attention. My male god, I really want to give birth to a child for him. What's the big deal? I'd even die for him. All of you get out of the way. I'm willing to take care of someone else's child for him. I can even take his child's last name. The group of crazy girls had no resistance at all and were completely bewitched by Li Mu. No matter if you are a talented girl from Hangzhou University or someone who has spent money to come here to live a leisurely life, you are all vulnerable in front of him. As long as he is willing, all these people will be his harem. But what kind of vision does Li Mu have? Would someone who has eaten all kinds of delicacies from land and sea still like some simple meals? After a while, he arrived at the library on the right side of Hangzhou University and found an empty corner to sit down. Li Mu picked up a magazine from the bookshelf at random, his consciousness already sunk into his heart. Ding, the revelation about Zhao Huanyu has been completed. Started to check the income. The mission rewards have been integrated and are being distributed. Achieve God-level performance mastery 1. Obtain a God-level singing voice 1. Gained the skill of making a point 1. Achieve mastery of top fighting styles 1. Get the enhanced version of the skill of falling in love at first sight 1. Obtained 8 million system points. The system detected that the host spent 2 billion to acquire Longteng Group stocks. This is a commendable courage. The system automatically returns 50% and obtains 1 billion feedback. Because 2 billion was invested, the skill of getting rich in a blink of an eye increases the experience value by 2 billion points. The current experience value is 2 billion 10 billion. Li Mu was in a good mood. Everything was for himself. He had less than 100,000 system points left. In order to maintain the hypnosis card, he had to consume 1,500 points every day. Wouldn't it take several months for everything to be settled after the equity handover was completed? Li Mu was also panicking, but fortunately this wave of rewards made Li Mu feel extremely happy. Ding, the mission rewards have been distributed. Please check the system reward skills. Do you want to use them? Use. Li Mu used the system that had just been rewarded without hesitation. As a series of prompt sounds rang out, Li Mu found that a lot of unfamiliar information had been added to his mind. All the musical instrument playing skills in the world, all the fighting styles in the world have reached the top level, and the ability to speak louder than words is a bit awesome. It's simply a rogue skill. As long as you speak, others will think it makes sense. It's so cool. He turned on his phone and opened the mirror app. When he saw it, he felt a chill in his heart. The love at first sight was intensified, and now even he himself can hardly resist his handsomeness. Fuck, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to fall for him if I keep looking at him. With his looks and temperament, how can those girls resist him? I can't handle it myself. Li Mu was secretly shocked. Was the system trying to make him look like a person with an extraordinary appearance? How could that be possible? If he just flirted with a girl, she would have a nosebleed. Sooner or later, he would be arrested and put in jail. Closing the book, Li Mu put his thoughts aside, took a deep breath, and his eyes became more profound. Now that he has reached a certain level, he plans to develop slowly and build up his own power at the same time. Revealing information is not the goal for him to become stronger, and he has no bad intention of prying into others' privacy. The main purpose is to gain the rewards from revealing information, which can make him stronger. Li Mu took out his mobile phone, opened the browser, and soon the Honest People social network appeared in front of him. When I clicked on the progress bar of the latest commission information disclosure, I saw 4 big red words: completed. At the same time, the chat area that used to have an average of 500 million people online now has only 200 million people online. However, this number is still far beyond the reach of today's global internet giants.
The revelations are over? So boring, but so exciting.
The Zhao family in South City was a behemoth, and it's gone just like that.
It's really scary. This is too weird. Is Zhao Huanyu just going to compromise like this? Ha, I heard that they have reached a compromise. The transfer agreement will be signed with Li Tianhao within a month. 20 psychiatric experts have conducted a mental evaluation on Zhao Huanyu. He is clear-minded and conscious. There is no possibility that he has been drugged or controlled by someone. It's a bit unexpected that the 2 giants of China's high-tech chip industry ended up like this.
However, Jinghai Group is mainly engaged in research and development. I hope that it can break through the blockade and stand at the top in the future. Li Mu was very excited when he saw these comments. He was full of hope for the future.
Xiaoan released the latest announcement. Please click to view.
At this time, all users who logged into the chat area of the social network saw a website prompt in front of them. When they clicked it, they saw a fair message posted by an honest person.
Hello everyone, thank you for your support. This revelation is over. Thank you for your support.
In order to give feedback to everyone, the honest man will set up a random red envelope worth 100 million in 1 minute.
All reappearing users can participate in the lottery. The amount is random. Thank you for your support.
A huge red envelope jumped out in the center of the chat screen. At this moment, countless people clicked on the red envelope at the same time. Li Mu looked at the chat area that suddenly became lively, and the corners of his mouth curled up.
Wow, 1,000 yuan, awesome, I'm rich. What's this?
I drew 50,000 and it was automatically deposited into my account.
It's amazing.
Wow, 300,000, my god, the honest man is always the god, awesome. Various cheers rang out, and Li Mu watched it all quietly, his heart full of pride.
The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 95, The Mysterious Theft at Hangzhou University.
The 100 million red envelopes were snatched up in just a few minutes, and those who were quick with their hands got at least a few hundred yuan, and the most was 500,000 yuan. These red envelopes are really big.
Li Mu closed the website.
It was impossible for him to watch the website 24 hours a day.
Wouldn't that be tiring?
The sun was shining brightly outside the library window. Hangzhou was already very hot in June, and he had been here for half a day without realizing it.
Li Mu stood up and stretched, then put the magazine back.
The moment he walked out of the library, Li Mu was a little confused. There was no one outside. He kept looking down at his watch to confirm that it was only 12 o'clock, and he became even more confused. It was clearly lunchtime, and there should be many students outside the school at this time.
Why did he see only one person?
At the same time, Li Mu's cell phone rang. He looked down and saw that it was Wang Xinyuo calling. I pressed the answer button and heard Wang Xinyuo's anxious voice.
Hello, is this Li Mu? Where are you? I'm in the library. What's wrong? Why are you so nervous? Is there something wrong?
Hey, there was a large-scale theft in the school. The thief was just caught with the stolen goods. However, the thief did not admit that he did it and got into a fight with someone.
The police are on their way. This has nothing to do with us, right? Li Mu was a little confused.
Wang Xinyuo was not the kind of person who liked to meddle in other people's affairs unless he was the person involved.
I also had my phone stolen.
There have been a series of thefts in the dormitory recently, and there have been a lot of complaints. As a result, this guy sneaked out of the boys' dormitory carrying a sack at noon today and was caught red-handed.
Xinyuo, is your cell phone still there? I just found it.
Then when the police come, just let them handle it. This guy is from our class, his name is Wang Lei, he is usually quite honest, but the key is that he keeps saying that he didn't steal it, but his roommate did, but no one believes him. At this moment, Li Mu heard a burst of sirens coming from his mobile phone, and at the same time, there was a noise all around. Li Mu raised his eyebrows. He had nothing to do recently. He could come and go as he pleased in this school. The key point was that he was the top scorer in the department in the exams. It was just right for him to go and see what was going on when he was bored.
What's going on? Are the police here? Yes, and they fought again. Wang Lei said it wasn't him who did it, but his roommate Zhang Xiufei.
He took the stolen goods just to report it to the police, but the evidence was irrefutable and no one believed him. As soon as Li Mu heard it, he roughly understood the whole story.
Well, I'll come over and take a look now. After hanging up the phone, Li Mu walked towards the dormitory building.
When he was about 500 meters away, he saw that there were 3 layers of people in front of him. There were 3 cars parked not far away, along with some of the school's leaders.
Li Mu was here.
Wang Xinyuo called Li Mu, and the latter came directly to her.
What's the situation now? Look for yourself.
The situation is at a stalemate.
I think this is a bit strange.
Li Mu looked towards the central area and saw 2 young men panting. It was obvious that they had just had a fight, and both of them were from his class.
Wang Lei, you slandered me and caught me red-handed. What right do you have to say that I stole it? This matter has nothing to do with me. You are blaming me.
Bullshit, check the surveillance?
The school has surveillance anyway. Zhang Xiufei sneered, and after hearing this, Wang Lei's expression froze and his whole aura dropped a lot.
Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was guilty.
Why do you feel guilty? Wang Lei, you stole something and slandered me. Do I need this little money?
My family is in business, and I only have 10,000 yuan in pocket money a month. Everyone knows that your mother picked up garbage to support you.
It's not easy for you to go to college. You are really unfilial.
Good man, let us not worry about anything else for now.
Zhang Xiufei's words were indeed hurtful.
Even though he was the victim, Li Mu's impression of him was directly reduced to the lowest.
This person has a problem with his character.
Zhang Xiufei's family is in business, they bully the weak and fear the strong.
You probably don't know this because he doesn't dare to do anything to you.
Wang Lei lives in the same dormitory with him and has been bullied a lot. But it was indeed Wang Lei's fault for stealing this time, and he wanted to put the blame on Zhang Xiufei. It must be because of the deep resentment in the past.
Li Mu touched his chin, thinking about something.
His eyes narrowed slightly, and the scene in front of him distorted. All the secrets of the 2 people were exposed under the skill of tracing the source. The 2 seemed to be pulled into a time tunnel and all the past events appeared before their eyes.
The human heart is hard to predict, and that's true. Li Mu narrowed his eyes, thinking about something. No matter whether it was Wang Lei or Zhang Xiufei, they all surprised Li Mu. But what really interested Li Mu in this matter was Wang Lei. He didn't expect that he could meet such an interesting person in a city like Hangzhou. You 2 stop arguing and come back with me.
I will investigate the case thoroughly. However, the theft involves such a huge amount of money that we still need to investigate before we can make a conclusion.
Once the theft is confirmed, I'm afraid you won't be able to finish your studies. Young people nowadays don't consider the consequences of their actions.
The district policeman sighed, and apparently he subconsciously believed that Wang Lei must have stolen the thing.
Well, go ahead. It's not me who stole anything anyway.
Wang Lei, just wait to be expelled from school. Zhang Xiufei sneered and said coldly, with a hint of extremely difficult to detect viciousness in his eyes. Li Mu raised his eyebrows, and a cold light flashed in his pupils. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business, and even less wanted to be a hero, but Li Mu already knew Wang Lei's secret, and he was very interested in this person.
Soon sirens sounded, and the 2 were taken into police cars and drove away.
Hey, Wang Lei usually looks honest, but I didn't expect him to be so dishonest and steal things.
How disgusting. Don't judge a person by appearance.
I heard his family is quite poor, so you should be more understanding.
This is not a reason to steal. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. Wang Xinyuo shook his head.
I never thought he would go down this path. Xinyuo, you can't just look at the surface of things.
This world is not as simple as you think. People's hearts are even more unpredictable.
Wang Xinyuo had a lot of contact with Li Mu, and the first day of school had a great impact on her life.
She is an extremely smart girl. Li Mu, is there something fishy going on here? Who says it's not? How do you know? The secret of heaven cannot be revealed.
The little fat girl rolled her eyes when Li Mu said this.
Wait, I will take action after the case is concluded. Li Mu, what are you going to do? I intend to overturn the verdict.
When Wang Xinyuo heard this, he was so shocked that he couldn't say a word.
The author has something to say. Please support Chapter 96. Things got out of hand. Overturn the verdict? Are you serious?
We can check the surveillance video for this matter. If Zhang Xiaofei really feels guilty, he won't be so stubborn.
But then again, Wang Lei shouldn't do this given his character.
Li Mu glanced at the little fat girl and said with a smile, "If you look at the whole thing one by one, this may be fine, but if you know the truth of the whole thing, it is likely to subvert your guess." I didn't say that Wang Lei didn't steal the things, but how and why he stole them, I'm afraid I have to think about it carefully.
Wang Xinhua suddenly realized and asked in surprise, "Are you saying there is something fishy going on?" "Smart, wait until the police investigation is finished, then call me."
If I'm not mistaken, Wang Lei will definitely go to jail after the police investigation is complete, but I'm afraid the matter will get out of hand. Wang Xinhua seemed to understand, although Li Mu's words were quite mysterious, but she trusted Li Mu very much. Since he said so, he would never be mysterious. When he looked up, Li Mu was already very far away.
Wang Xinhua sighed slightly.
This man was so outstanding that she was afraid she could only look up to him in this life.
1 kilometer away from Hangzhou University, inside the police station.
Hey, just admit it. Although the amount of money involved is quite large, you are still a student after all.
As long as your classmates understand you, maybe you can get a lighter punishment. Wang Lei's eyes were red.
I admit that I stole the things, but there is a reason for this. It was Zhang Xiaofei who asked me to steal them.
What? Zhang Xiaofei asked you to steal it? Do you have any evidence?
Wang Lei was stunned and clenched his fists, but finally shook his head weakly.
You can't do it without evidence. He can even sue you for defamation.
And we know his situation. Although he is not a rich second generation, his parents run a small business and can still earn more than 1,000,000 yuan a year.
There is no need for you to steal, right? We can't find a motive.
Mr. Policeman, I can swear that he told me to steal, but I was indeed greedy.
For such a small profit, I just felt uneasy.
I thought of taking the sack and returning the stolen things to my classmates, and then apologized to them.
The interrogating policeman frowned, a little undecided.
After all, this was not the municipal police station, and the professional ability of the district police was far inferior to that of Zhou Maigua and his ilk.
Wang Lei, do you have any evidence?
No, but I can swear that everything I said is true. The policeman frowned, and at this moment, another policeman walked in from the door. He glanced at Wang Lei, and then placed a USB flash drive on the interrogation table.
This is the surveillance footage we just retrieved.
Wang Lei committed 12 crimes in total, stealing 20 mobile phones, 20,000 yuan in cash, and some jewelry. However, during our investigation, we found that most of the stolen items seem to have been disposed of.
The policeman raised his head and looked at Wang Lei. What else do you have to say? Have you sold all the stuff? This is a serious crime. The evidence is now irrefutable. If you still have questions, you can file a complaint with the court in the future. I can't help you anymore. Wang Lei's body trembled violently, his hands clenched into fists, his eyes full of unwillingness. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that there was something fishy going on. I'm really not the mastermind. Why don't you believe me?
Hey Wang Lei, the evidence is not in your favor.
Think about it carefully.
We want to believe you, but the evidence does not allow it. 5 minutes later, the door of the interrogation room was closed. In the darkness, Wang Lei lowered his head and his expression could not be seen clearly, but from his slightly trembling body, it could be seen that he was very uneasy inside.
Outside the door, 2 policemen walked towards the office. Hey Wang Lei, why do I feel like he has been wronged? Is there really something hidden? Stop it, we need to see the evidence. By the way, is this Zhang Xiaofei? He just left.
After interrogation, there is basically no problem. Moreover, his financial situation is not bad, so he would not steal things.
He has no motive.
Now the surveillance video is also available, and Wang Lei is confirmed to be guilty.
In that case, there is nothing we can do.
After all, Wang Lei is an adult and the law is not forgiving. The two of them walked towards the office with some sighs, feeling helpless. At the same time, in Hangzhou University, in the freshman department of media, Li Mu's class gathered together and were discussing what had just happened.
I got the news. Not only was Wang Lei fired, he may even be in jail. This is terrible. His mother is seriously ill. It's really adding insult to injury. Misfortunes never come singly. You can't blame anyone else for this. Who made him so dishonest? He brought this upon himself. There are millions of poor people in the world. If they all steal like him, wouldn't it be a mess?
I heard that Zhang Xiaofei came out and nothing happened to him.
Do you think there is any inside story? Inside information is bullshit. Can surveillance be fake? But Wang Lei is pretty awesome. He's a professional.
He climbed 3 floors with his bare hands.
I saw the video. This guy's ancestors wouldn't have been thieves, right? You think you're making a movie?
It's just that you're better at fighting, but you don't use it in the right way. A group of people were whispering, and they all knew the result from the police station.
Wang Xinyuo sat in his seat, frowning. His mind kept thinking about what Li Mu had said.
He always felt that there was something else behind his words and that things were definitely not that simple. On the other hand, Li Mu did not leave the school. Leaning against a willow tree at the school gate, he lit a cigarette. In the distance, a BMW X1 was driving slowly towards them, and sitting in the driver's seat was Zhang Xiaofei.
The car stopped in a parking lot not far away. After he got out, several young men ran over. Obviously, they were his followers. Brother Dafei, are you okay? Yeah, we were really worried. Haha, what can happen to me? But I'm afraid Wang Lei won't be able to get out. Isn't it nice to get paid for doing things for me? Why does he have to drag me into this fight? Who is he?
Not to mention him, even Li Mu in our class, he didn't provoke me, but if I provoke him, I'll still make him kneel down and call me grandpa.
That's right. Dafei is so awesome, what's Li Mu? Doesn't he just rely on his father at home? Brother Dafei, do you have any plans for tonight?
Zhang Xiaofei closed the car door and said with a smile, follow me closely, you will have meat to eat. I have reserved a booth at the bar, we will have dinner later, and I will take you guys out to have fun in the evening.
Okay. Upon hearing this, the 2 lackeys cheered immediately.
They were just college students and came from an ordinary family.
If they hadn't followed Zhang Xiaofei, how could they have experienced the wonderful world outside?
Looking at the backs of the 3 people leaving, Li Mu narrowed his eyes in the darkness, raised the corners of his mouth, and revealed a smile. At this moment, no one knew what Li Mu was thinking, and no one knew that he already knew everything.
Chapter 97 Listening to the Place of Everything. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Hangzhou University was eerily quiet. On a small hill, Li Mu squinted his eyes and looked at the boys' dormitory building not far away. He seemed to be waiting for something. Wow, wow, wow.
Suddenly, the cries of crows were heard in the sky. Li Mu raised his head and grinned, and 3 black crows appeared on the branches beside Li Mu. A voice sounded from Li Mu's heart.
Human, are you calling us?
Li Mu grinned, and activated his listen to everything skill, communicating with the crow without any problems. A piece of fresh pork belly was thrown on the ground. The 3 crows instantly flew towards the meat and started eating it in a short while.
It's delicious. I've never eaten such delicious meat. Human, what do you want us to do? Ha, it's nothing.
Please help me deliver this thing to a place less than 1,000 meters from here.
Remember, it's the office on the south side of the 3rd floor of the building. Is there any meat left? Li Mu. Come back to me after you complete the mission. I'll give you plenty of meat. 3 crows put the USB flash drive in Li Mu's hand in their mouths, soared into the sky, and soon disappeared into the dark night sky.
Li Mu was very satisfied. It was a waste to use the honest man's information on such a small person.
Not many people knew the other party.
Moreover, he felt that the identity of the honest man should be used as little as possible.
If someone found out, it would be no joke.
At the same time, in the system panel, Sky Eye Surveillance is conducting 24-hour real-time monitoring of Zhang Xiaofei. In the picture, this guy is having fun in a booth of a bar in the city with his 2 lackeys. There are more than a dozen boys and girls twisting their waists around them. The deafening music makes these people lose themselves. At this moment, Li Mu suddenly laughed, because Zhang Xiaofei in the picture stopped his ecstatic dance, asked everyone around him to sit down, and took out a bag of white powder from his pocket. Then, several people skillfully took out various props and started to smoke. After a while, they leaned back on the sofa with satisfaction, and then stood up. At this moment, their dance was more enchanting than before. Li Mu naturally knew what this thing was. In his eyes, the other party had no secrets. Zhang Xiaofei's parents run a car rental company in the city and also own 2 small supermarkets. Their annual income is between 1.5 million and 2 million, which is considered a decent amount of money.
However, Zhang Xiaofei's spending is not just a lot.
Not only does he smoke that drug, but he also gambles online. In just this short semester, he owes more than 100,000 yuan in microloans. Plus, he also hangs out in bars.
His family can't afford the expenses.
Therefore, the white swan scene appeared today.
Wang Lei's family is poor and his mother has severe diabetes.
Not only does he have to pay for tuition every month, but he also has to pay a lot of money for medical treatment.
And this kid is not an ordinary person.
His grandfather was a famous thief during the Republic of China period. This kid had learned a little bit of the skill and was considered a master in that time. However, times had changed and he was kind by nature. Even though his family was so poor, he never used this skill to steal things. But by chance, Zhang Xiaofei learned about his family situation and tempted him with money to do things for him, whether it was online gambling or attracting fans, it all cost money. Every time Wang Lei stole something, he would hand it over to Zhang Xiaofei, who would then give him a reward ranging from 1,000 to 2,000 yuan. But after a long time, he could not resist the condemnation of his conscience. That day he planned to secretly take out the remaining stolen goods and hand them over to the police, and then turn himself in. However, he was blocked by Zhang Xiaofei, who already knew his intention, and the strange scene that morning ended up happening.
Li Mu sighed. He didn't want to get involved in such trivial matters. However, he was eager for money. Wang Lei was a special talent. Such people are hard to come by. If used properly, he would be extremely powerful. Damn it, who told me to love talents? You are lucky, kid, I like you, no one can take you away.
Li Mu raised the corners of his mouth and smiled coldly. In the Hangzhou University District Police Station, the police officer in charge of interrogating Wang Lei is sorting out the materials. 2 days later, he will file a lawsuit against Wang Lei for the theft case. Suddenly, in the dark night, several dark shadows flashed outside the window, and a huge crow with a pitch-black body flew into the office. The policeman was startled. Bang! There was a slight sound, and a white USB flash drive fell on the table, and the crow turned and flew away. Hearing the noise, colleagues outside the office ran in.
What's going on? What happened to Xiao Jiang? What bad luck! Just now a crow flew in and then flew away.
But it seemed that he dropped something down. He looked down and picked up a small USB flash drive.
Why is there a USB drive? Oh my god, a crow sent you a USB drive? What is this? This thing is unlucky, don't tell me it's something scary. Xiao Lu, do you still believe this? Stop wasting time and bring the computer over to have a look. 5 minutes later, the computer was turned on and the USB flash drive was inserted into it. In fact, Xiao Jiang was still a little panicked. He had even begun to imagine whether the USB flash drive would record any supernatural events.
When I clicked on the attachment, a video file of more than 1 GB appeared inside.
Oh my god, this isn't some scary video, is it? Is this a prank? How brave of them to be. They don't know what we are doing? Don't say so much, just open it and take a look, Xiao Lu, tell me if you are afraid or not. It's late at night, aren't you afraid? Aren't you afraid? I'm afraid too, but I have to watch it. Everyone is curious. Even if you are not a policeman, who wouldn't want to see what is inside this USB flash drive? The mouse arrow gently clicked on the file. At this moment, the video software was opened and the picture appeared. However, there was no scary video in it, but 2 familiar faces appeared. Wang Lei? Zhang Xiaofei?
Xiao Jiang said in surprise.
Yes, it's the 2 of them. Why are they the ones?
Xiao Lu was also surprised. Suddenly, the 2 looked at each other, realized something, turned their heads and saw that they were staring at the computer screen, watching it intently. At the same time, in Phoebe Bar in Hangzhou, Zhang Xiaofei, who had completely lost his self-awareness in the booth, had no idea that he would be in for a catastrophic disaster. At this moment, he felt that the whole world belonged to him. The dim lights and the women twisting their bodies around him made him lose himself.
Brother Fei, this is really exciting. I can get some meat by following you. That's awesome. A loser like Wang Lei will probably never get to experience this kind of treatment in his lifetime, right? Him? Go in there and stay there.
I'll look for him when he comes out. I'll make sure he has no place to stand in Hangzhou.
Chapter 98 Case Reversal.
In the police station, Xiao Jiang and Xiao Lu were looking at the screen with fear in their eyes. At this point, the video progress bar was already halfway through, yet their limbs were cold. The first 30 minutes were all conversations. After watching these videos, they instantly knew the truth of the matter and were all shocked.
However, after 30 minutes, the looks in their eyes changed completely. If theft was just an ordinary minor crime, the following scene shocked and angered the two.
Compared to theft, crimes like taking illegal drugs and online gambling are like the difference between murder and fighting.
The most serious crimes are punishable by death. Oh my god, how could this happen? It turns out that all this happened because Zhang Xiaofei was short of money and asked Wang Lei to steal things? Did we really blame Wang Lei wrongly?
And he really did surrender himself. He really came to the police station with the sack that day, but Zhang Xiaofei knew everything. Not only did he intercept him on the way, he also pinned all the blame on him.
How could a college student be so vicious?
Although these two are young, they have been working as police officers for many years, so they were shocked by this wave.
Xiao Lu, what should we do? What should we do? Catch him quickly. Yes, arrest him. Don't let him get away. At this moment, the big crow outside the window appeared again.
He croaked twice, threw a piece of white paper in his mouth on the desk, turned his head and flew out of the window. The two picked up the piece of paper and saw a sentence printed on it using a computer. Zhang Xiaofei is at Phoebe's bar. 10 minutes later, 3 police cars were dispatched, and at the same time, the municipal bureau dispatched 2 police cars and headed straight for Phoebe's bar in the city center. At 11 o'clock late in the evening, Zhang Xiaofei and others, who were already drunk, listened to music and swayed their heads rhythmically. At this moment, 5 police cars stopped at the door. Zhou Maigua got out of the car, and a group of more than 10 police officers walked towards the door of the bar.
Stop, what are you doing?
At the door, 2 security guards in black blocked the way of Zhou Maigua and others.
Humph, the police are arresting people. Get out of the way. Your bar is suspected of selling and taking contraband. Call your boss.
The 2 men's expressions changed and they looked at each other, and hurried footsteps were heard behind them.
More than 20 bodyguards blocked the police's way. Sorry, we can't let you in without the boss's consent. Zhou Maigua looked calm.
This was just a small scene for him.
What was a bar owner?
These internal security guards were paid to do the job, and he didn't want to waste time talking to them.
This is my last warning.
If you don't cooperate, I will just do my job as a routine. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen policemen behind him stepped forward. The security guards wanted to resist, but when they saw that these policemen were carrying guns, they instantly became intimidated and retreated unconsciously.
Zhou Maigua glanced at the crowd with a cold expression. You'd better be honest.
Maybe this matter has nothing to do with you, but if you do something secretly, you know the consequences.
Think carefully about whether you can bear it at that time.
This wave of stern warnings completely shocked these vicious internal security guards.
How could they not know about the tricks in the bar?
Once involved in such things, they would not be able to get out of detention for a few days. 5 minutes later, Zhang Xiaofei, who had already entered his own world, was swaying in ecstasy. At this moment, there was a commotion outside the dance floor. When everyone saw the police coming, they were scared and made way. At this point, most people were drunk, but when they saw the police, they all sobered up. Only Zhang Xiaofei and others in the booth were still swaying. The music in the bar was turned off and everyone stood in the corners. In the middle booth, Zhang Xiaofei and a group of his friends were still shaking their heads.
This is really lawless. This is the center of Hangzhou, and there is such a filthy place.
Take all the people away, and notify the owner of this bar to suspend business starting tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhang turned around and walked out without saying a word. Soon, Zhang Xiaofei and his group were taken out of the bar, but he was not in a clear mind because he had taken a large amount of contraband. Just as he reached the door, a gust of wind blew and he shivered, as if he regained some consciousness. Suddenly he saw police officers all around him and his heart skipped a beat.
Who are you? What do you want? Let me go. I haven't committed any crime. Why are you arresting me? Behave yourself.
You are suspected of instigating others to apologize, participating in overseas online gambling with large amounts of money, and taking illegal drugs.
Which of these charges can't catch you? You are really bringing shame to college students.
Several policemen simply and roughly pinned it to the ground. Zhang Xiaofei's expression froze, his heartbeat began to quicken, and countless cold sweats appeared on his forehead, obviously caused by his guilty conscience.
Zhou Maigua walked up to him and said in a deep voice, "Let him go."
When the police heard this, they all let go of their hands. At this time, he squatted down with his mobile phone and placed the phone in front of the other party.
Feel wronged? Take a look at these videos.
Zhang Xiaofei raised his head and looked at the screen of his mobile phone. Just one glance and his body shuddered and his eyes popped out.
This. How is this possible? This is impossible. Why were these videos captured?
As for why it was filmed, I don't know now, but the fact that you committed a crime is true. Our Chinese laws and regulations do not clearly stipulate that people who report criminal behavior must be found.
Impossible, this is a fake video, it's fake, my dad has money, he will hire a lawyer for me, don't arrest me, I'm still studying, my studies will be ruined if this happens.
Humph, Hangzhou University has been getting more and more sloppy with its admissions recently, and there are many bad apples.
Principal Chen should really reflect on this. Do you still want to study?
You'll end up in jail or a drug rehabilitation center in the future.
Soon a line of police cars drove away and disappeared into the night. After that, the bar was forcibly closed and sealed. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Wang Xinyuo just entered the school and found something wrong. The students in the class seemed to be discussing something in several groups.
Have you heard?
The case has been reversed.
It was all planned by Zhang Xiaofei.
TSK, you can't judge a person by his appearance. This guy actually participated in online gambling and took drugs. He deceived Wan Lei into stealing things because he was short of money. I didn't expect it. I saw it on the news this morning. It's a pity. Even so, the things were still stolen. The law is not merciful. I'm afraid Wan Lei will be in trouble too. The most pitiful one is his mother.
I heard that she cried her heart out at home and her old illness recurred. She was taken to the hospital by a neighbor last night.
It's really a sin. The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 99. Life is full of surprises. Hey, why am I so stupid? How can I take this shortcut? It's ruined. Everything is ruined by me.
I thought that after graduation, I would find a stable job and my life would be better.
But now, everything is gone. Wang Lei felt hopeless.
Although his father taught him the family craft, it was only for the sake of inheritance. He also read the family precepts that after his grandfather, no one in the family was allowed to use this craft to make a living.
It was too late.
Wang Lei's eyes were a little confused at first, but slowly a hint of determination appeared in them. He did not study in vain for 10 years.
Instead of complaining, he might as well repent and reform himself in there.
When he gets out one day, he must be filial to his mother in the future.
He suddenly realized that he was only in his 20s.
Although he could not continue his studies, the economy was so good now and he would always have a place for himself.
Day.
At this moment, a crisp sound of footsteps was heard outside the detention room.
Wang Lei knew that what was coming would come.
Now that Zhang Xiaofei was caught, he had no regrets.
Bang!
The iron gate was opened, and Wang Lei stood up and looked towards the door. The person who came was Xiao Zhang, but he had a smile on his face.
Wang Lei said in a deep voice, "Officer Zhang, I am ready. I will reform myself and I will not cause any trouble to the society when I go out. I just hope you can help me take care of my mother when you are free. She is in poor health."
Xiao Zhang was stunned and felt deeply moved. Such a person was indeed simple by nature. Thinking that the other party had to take this path out of necessity, he felt a little sad.
Fortunately, things have turned around now.
Otherwise, if I had gone in and out of this wave, my life would not have been completely ruined, but it would have been definitely a world of difference compared to before.
Don't act like you're leaving me with your last wishes. Come on, follow me to the office, sign your name, and you can leave.
After Xiao Zhang finished speaking, he took out the key and opened the handcuffs on his hands.
Wang Lei stood there in a daze, motionless, completely dumbfounded. What does this mean? Can I leave now? Are they sending me to the prosecutor's office to sue me? Have you ever heard of sending you to the prosecutor's office to remove your handcuffs?
You can go now and continue to study, but you cannot leave Hangzhou for half a year.
At the same time, you must report to the police station every week. Cherish this opportunity. What? Are you still not satisfied?
Wang Lei, I advise you not to push your luck.
This is already the best result. In Hangzhou, you are basically free.
Xiao Zhang said with a smile. Of course, he knew that the other party was acting like that out of surprise, and he was just joking.
No, 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 how is this possible? I can go back to school? What is going on? Hey, I can't explain what's going on right now. Let's go, it's almost time. 10 minutes later, in Zhou Aigua's office. Xiaoan, I know your situation too. Remember, don't do this again. Got it? The punishment for being impulsive is very costly. I also know that I was wrong, and I am ready to accept the punishment, but, now, what is the reason for me to know? Ha, you are lucky to have met a noble person. You can find out for yourself after you go out. I won't keep you any longer. And go back to see your mother. Her condition has stabilized now.
After signing his name on a letter of commitment, Wang Lei left the municipal bureau with a confused look on his face. The moment he walked out of the police station and breathed the fresh air outside, he realized how wonderful freedom was.
Oh, so comfortable.
Wang Lei couldn't help but smile, but thinking of his doubts in his heart, he thought for a while, stopped a taxi, and headed towards Hangzhou University.
20 minutes later, in Li Mu's class at Hangzhou University, Wang Xinyuo was directing everyone to decorate the classroom.
Yes, put this balloon here, hang some paper flowers over there.
Remember, when someone comes, you must applaud, okay?
Don't worry, squad leader.
We know what to do. We won't mention anything that shouldn't be said. Just give a warm welcome and that's it. Yes, we need to let him feel the warmth of our group. We cannot let Wang Lei feel that someone is discriminating against him. Class monitor, how did you manage to come back to school? It's really surprising that you can still come back to study like this. But it's good that your life won't be ruined. Wang Xinyuo smiled slightly.
Now that her position as class monitor was firmly established in the class, she felt very comfortable.
Don't worry about it. It's best if he can come back. Zhang Xiaofei doesn't meet the quality of a college student.
It's only natural that he should be punished.
Everyone showed an expression of deep agreement on their faces. At this moment, footsteps were heard in the corridor outside the classroom door. Everyone turned their heads and saw a familiar figure appear before their eyes. At the door, Wang Lei was stunned by the scene in the classroom. Wang Xinyuo smiled and said, "Welcome back, Wang Lei." You.
Wang Lei was speechless for a moment, his eyes filled with astonishment.
He was really surprised to see the big red words "Welcome back, Wang Lei" written on the blackboard. Don't just stand there, come in quickly.
We are all classmates, and we all make mistakes.
What's more, we know that you have your reasons for being like this. Don't worry, we won't blame you. I'm sorry. Wang Lei suddenly broke down in tears.
This scene was so touching. He felt as if he had been dreaming these days, experiencing all kinds of unreality.
He even felt that everything that happened was a dream.
From a thief to being accidentally released and being welcomed by classmates, everything is so dreamy.
Wang Lei, stop saying that. The monitor is right. You have your reasons. Now that you're back, we're still classmates. Yes, we are classmates. We all know about your family's affairs.
It's hard for you, but don't worry, everyone will help you and will never discriminate against you.
Wang Xinyuo smiled and said.
The school has decided not to punish you.
Wang Lei, you must study hard in the future. Your mother's health depends on you. Wang Lei wiped away his tears and nodded heavily. I will definitely work hard and will never let your efforts go to waste. Thank you.
Wang Xinyuo was slightly stunned when he heard this. He knew that Wang Lei had misunderstood them.
Wang Lei, your coming back to study has nothing to do with us. What can we do? There are other people helping you. Wang Lei was stunned and a little surprised. No. Not you? Someone else? Chapter 100 Great Benefactor. Living Bodhisattva.
At this time, the classmates around him also showed anticipation, because they also wanted to know why Wang Lei came back to study. To be honest, according to convention, it was impossible for him to return to school.
Wang Xinyuo's eyes rolled. She wanted to establish Li Mu's image and authority in the class. You can't guess who was responsible for this.
In fact, it was Li Mu who helped. If it weren't for him, the school leaders wouldn't have come forward to protect Wang Lei. The whole class of more than 40 people suddenly fell silent. It was obvious that Wang Xinyuo's words shocked everyone.
It's Li Mu? This rich second generation actually helped Wang Lei? How? How is this possible? Yeah, they seem to be from two different worlds, and Li Mu hasn't been to school for many days. This is too unscientific.
Although he is very good, he is incompatible with us.
Why would he help?
The sensation caused by this wave was no less than that of Mars hitting the Earth. Everyone was shocked, and there was a hint of doubt in their expressions when they looked at Wang Xinyuo.
Wang Lei also had the same doubts. He and Li Mu didn't know each other at all.
Although they were in the same class, they had never met each other. There seemed to be no reason for the other party to help him.
You don't believe it?
But this is the truth.
If you don't believe it, you can go ask the police. Li Mu is not as cold as you think.
He is different from other rich second generations. Just as Wang Xinyuo was speaking, there was movement at the classroom door again. Everyone turned their heads to look and were immediately shocked. Oh my god, it turned out to be Chen Deming, the president of Hangzhou University. This top school leader who had hardly been seen for a year actually showed up at the classroom door today. It was truly a surprise.
Ahem, Wang Lei, you're back? I came here specially to see you. You must seize this opportunity. There are not many chances to start over in life. Don't go astray in the future. Wang Lei stood there in a daze, still not coming to his senses. This day was truly magical.
He was released, there was a welcome party, and now even the principal showed up.
Wang Lei, don't just stand there, this is the principal. Wang Xinyuo gently pushed the other person, and the latter came back to his senses. Principal Chen, thank you and the school for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely not let you down and will never do anything illegal again. Don't be so quick to thank me. I came here today to tell you not to let Li Mu down. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't be able to come back. I don't have that much ability.
My goodness, everyone thought that Wang Xinyuo's words before were a bit nonsense, but at this moment, Chen Deming's words made them completely crazy.
Is it really Li Mu? Is it really him who did it? What does he want? Wang Lei doesn't have anything to want either. So the only explanation is that this person's moral integrity is above average. Is it really him? Oh my god, this is too fantastic. Did I hear it wrong? Are you crazy? Are you looking for death? Don't want to graduate? Would Principal Chen say that? I think this is probably true. That's true. Everyone can talk nonsense, but Principal Chen won't. Damn it, we got it wrong this time.
Wang Lei's eyes were excited and his body was shaking. He and Li Mu had no connection, so he would know the other party's identity.
But who doesn't know the name of Jinghai Group? Is this all true? Chen Deming's expression turned serious. It was because he went to the police to plead for you and acted as a guarantor that you were able to be temporarily exempted from punishment. And as far as I know, your mother has now been taken to the intensive care unit of Hangzhou First People's Hospital, where the best medical team in the country has been invited to treat her. This was also arranged by Li Mu. When Wang Lei heard this, he burst into tears. How could such a person still exist in this society? This person was a great benefactor, a living bodhisattva, and also his great benefactor. What? You said he had other intentions? That was bullshit. He had nothing at home, lived in a low-rent apartment, and his sick mother had to go out to pick up rags. Even so, he had to find time to do odd jobs, otherwise he wouldn't help Zhang Xiufei steal things. What do they want from me? I have nothing. Okay, that's all I have to say. Study hard. Hangzhou University is a humane university. When you have time, thank your benefactor. Never commit crimes again. Thank you everyone. I will definitely behave myself in the future and will never bring shame to our school or class again. Chen Deming put his hands behind his back, nodded and left the classroom. Li Mu didn't ask him to come here to promote himself, but he came anyway, not for anything else. He knew in his heart that Li Mu wanted to keep a low profile, but he couldn't, because the other party was the future signboard of his school, and this kind of person would be written into the history of the school. In future school anniversary ceremonies, Li Mu will definitely be an important invited guest. The class was eerily quiet, and it was 5 minutes before any movement occurred. Wang Lei, I think you should go and thank Li Mu in person. He is your lifesaver. Damn it, I was prejudiced against him before, and now I feel so stupid. People like this will definitely become big shots in the future. We are the ones who are studying with big shots.
In an instant, the minds of these future social elites opened up and they became excited, but at this time Wang Lei had already turned around and left the class, running towards the school gate. No matter what, he had to find Li Mu and thank him in person. Otherwise, he would feel uneasy for the rest of his life. Wang Xinyuo's eyes were filled with excitement, and she felt that Li Mu's temperament was more and more fascinating.
But this emotion was not love between men and women, it was admiration.
Li Mu was the hero in his heart. In the living room, Lu Kai smiled and said, "Xiaomu, it's done. Your classmate's mother has very serious complications from diabetes, but with the top international experts we invited, the condition should be under control in the future."
Sorry to bother Uncle Kai. Xiaomu, what you said makes me curious. Your classmate's family is so poor, and he's a man, why did he suddenly help you? Uncle Kai, you have such a low vision. Hangzhou University is a key university in the country. Although there are some bad students there, I am a good person with a high level of awareness. We are all classmates. It's just a piece of cake for me to help. It's not a big deal for that classmate. It's not easy for him. Lu Kai's eyes narrowed and he revealed an unfathomable smile. Why do I feel like there's something going on? Xiaomu, is this person special?
Li Mu took a sip of coffee and said with a smile, "The secret cannot be revealed."
Ha, Xiaomu, you are really like your dad. You are so secretive and yet you are playing a riddle with me. Don't worry, he will come to find me, and then you will know why I saved him. The author has something to say.
Sorry, there was an error in the coding software before I missed posting a chapter. Chapters 97 to 99 have been revised, now you can read it normally. Thank you for your support.
Chapter 101 Special Talent. Showing true skills. Will others come? Lu Kai was surprised and curious. Before, he only knew that Li Tianhao's son had been away for more than 10 years and did not seem to be disabled. But now that he had close contact with him, he could not see through this young master even more. Li Mu raised his watch and looked at it. Almost there, it will be there soon. Just then, a bodyguard trotted in. Master Kai, Master, there is someone outside who wants to see you. He said he is your classmate, named Wang Lei. Lu Kai raised his eyebrows in surprise. This was too accurate. It happened as expected? Everything is under Li Mu's control. Go ahead and bring him in. He is indeed my classmate. When the bodyguard heard this, he walked straight out the door without saying a word. Are you really here? Of course. I know what's going on. Lu Kai became more and more curious about what kind of person could make Li Mu so concerned about him. At this moment, footsteps were heard at the door, and a thin figure in simple clothes walked towards the living room, looking around the courtyard in shock. It's obvious that he has never seen the world. Sir, our young master is inside, you can just go in. Wang Lei nodded nervously and entered the living room. However, the visual transformation at this moment refreshed his cognition again. It was really poverty that limited his imagination. The living room of more than 200 square meters made him stand there, unable to come back to his senses for a while. Lu Kai, who was not far away, couldn't help but frown. Although he was not a person who looked down on ordinary people, the young man in front of him who was the same age as Li Mu was indeed too ordinary. The timidity and inferiority revealed in his eyes were definitely not pretended. Haha, you're here? Come and sit down, you're welcome. This house is so big that Li Mu's words can be heard echoing. Wang Lei was distracted and looked forward. Li Mu was sitting on the sofa, looking at him with a smile. Li Mu, thank you for helping me. I will definitely repay you. He panicked. This house made him feel oppressive. Although he was grateful to Li Mu, his inferiority complex made him dare not even look up. Wang Lei, you are a man of 7 feet tall, why are you so servile? We are classmates. Wang Lei was stunned. He looked up at the other party. This opening remark was a little beyond his expectations. Come and sit down. Li Mu was helpless. He was considered amiable, wasn't he? There was no bodyguard in the living room, but the other party was still so nervous. Could this be the legendary aura of a superior? Wang Lei took a look and walked over bravely. Soon, he sat opposite Li Mu, but still felt very restrained. Li Mu, thank you. It's a small matter. It's nothing for me. And I know your family background. Although you seem to be doing a great favor, I don't care. No, I will definitely repay you. This is a favor of giving me a new life. How can you help me? I don't need money. Wang Lei was stunned, and the atmosphere in the entire living room suddenly froze. Wang Lei lowered his head, feeling a little panicked. What Li Mu said was right. He had everything he needed, so how could he help him? Lu Kai became more and more confused. He found that he could not see through Li Mu at all. Li Mu calmly picked up the mobile phone on the coffee table and tapped a few times on the screen. Lu Kai felt the phone in his pocket vibrate. He took out his cell phone and took a look at it. His pupils shrank slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Standing up, he said with a smile, "Then I'll go out for a while, you old classmates can chat slowly." Wang Lei didn't notice anything unusual about the other party, and he was still in a nervous state at the moment. After Lu Kai hurriedly left, Li Mu smiled without saying anything. Wang Lei gritted his teeth and mustered up his courage and said, "Whether you think highly of me or not, I will repay even a drop of kindness with a spring of water, not to mention this great favor." "I will definitely repay you." Li Mu still didn't speak. At this time in the yard, 5 strictly trained bodyguards looked at Lu Kai in surprise. "Are you sure?" "Master Kai, he's the young master, just in case." "Stop talking. I don't know his intentions either. No need to ask. Just go ahead. This is an order. No mercy?" "Yes, don't hold back. Go ahead." Lu Kai looked at the 5 bodyguards who were quickly dispersing, his eyes slightly condensed. Li Mu actually asked him to find 5 bodyguards to attack him without reservation. Although it was a bit outrageous, he still accepted the order. Obviously, this wave of operations is related to a man named Wang Lei. 5 bodyguards were spread out around the living room, and suddenly they attacked at the same time, rushing in through the windows on all 4 sides. Lu Kai's heart tightened and he quickly followed. As soon as he entered the living room, he was dumbfounded. "I saw 5 bodyguards in black all lying on the ground. One of them was stepped on by Wang Lei, and the dagger in his hand had appeared in Wang Lei's hand." Lu Kai's expression changed drastically. "This process takes no more than 30 seconds. How is this done? Who are you? Humph, you actually dared to attack Li Mu, you are looking for death." He turned his head to look at Lu Kai at the door and said, "Mr. Lu, these unidentified people just wanted to attack Mr. Li, but I subdued them. I think we should call the police." Lu Kai came back to his senses and swallowed. "You did all this?" Yes? How is this done?" Wang Lei was stunned for a moment, and finally realized that he had skills inherited from his ancestors, which these people might not understand, but he didn't know how to explain it for a while. I can't explain it clearly. Anyway, call the police first. They want to kill Mr. Li." Pa. Li Mu suddenly stood up from the sofa, clapped his hands, and his face was full of smiles. "Uncle Kai, are you stupid? What do you think? I didn't lie to you, did I? Do you think it's worth it for me to save him? This is too amazing. Some of these people are retired soldiers. There is also a scout and a special forces soldier among them. Just like that? They were subdued? This is not a movie. China has 5,000 years of culture, and there are many magical things, even many lost things. It's normal that you don't know about them." Lu Kai looked at Wang Lei deeply, and this time there was no trace of doubt in his eyes. But Wang Lei was stunned. Listening to the conversation between the two, he was very confused. Li Mu did not call the police, and although Lu Kai looked shocked, he obviously did not intend to call the police either. What on earth did he want to do? "Wang Lei, let them go, they are all one of us." What? He thought Li Mu was a kind person, but he didn't expect him to be so kind. His face suddenly changed. "Mr. Li, you must not be careless. The world is dangerous and people's hearts are unpredictable. These people must have a purpose in attacking you. You should call the police. If something goes wrong, it will be a big trouble." Wang Lei turned his head and looked at the bodyguards on the ground, gritting his teeth and said, "You are my benefactor, I can't let anything happen to you, I will destroy them first, and then call the police." The author has something to say. I posted the wrong chapter before, so I'll post one more chapter today, the 6th chapter. Please give me a 5-star review, please give me gifts, please give me support. I'm running out of motivation, it's really not well written, and many people criticize me. Chapter 102, Fantastic Salary. Stop. Lu Kai reacted and was horrified. This guy was extremely nervous just now,
but in the blink of an eye he became so decisive and ruthless.
His expression changed too quickly.
But Lu Kai discovered that his speed was not even on the same level as the opponent's.
It's over.
His heart skipped a beat, but then he saw Li Mu raised his hand and grabbed the other person's wrist with a smile on his face.
Okay, you have passed the test. Congratulations, you passed. Wang Lei was sweating profusely.
Although he had good martial arts skills, he relied on his speed. People from the Flying Thief family were all top-notch in light body skills, but Li Mu could actually keep up with his speed. Moreover, the other party was pinching his arm with his right hand, and he was unable to move. This kind of strength shocked him. Lu Kai was equally shocked. He was shocked by Lu Kai's strength, and even more shocked by his young master's strength.
Is this still the Li Mu who looks harmless? I found that my mind is a little confused today, I must sort it out. Lu Kai felt like he was going insane and even began to doubt his life.
The two young men in front of him made his worldview collapse. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind, and he seemed to understand Li Mu's intention. He wanted to recruit the other party into his own team and make him his subordinate. Thinking of this, he looked at Li Mu with new eyes.
At this age, with such a family background and family, who wouldn't enjoy life?
Those who have a little bit of potential at most spend some effort on studying. But this young master of ours is amazing.
He has thought very far-reachingly.
He even wants to build up his own power.
This is so damn far-sighted.
Li Mu, you are also.
As soon as Li Mu loosened his hand, the pain in Wang Lei's hand disappeared instantly. Don't think too much. I'm different from you. I just have a little strength. Wang Lei looked down at the 5 red marks on his arm and swallowed his saliva.
Others didn't know, but he knew that he had some strength. This was clearly some kind of horizontal training kung fu that he didn't know about. But Wang Lei didn't intend to get to the bottom of it. Li Mu and his men are very dangerous, we should call the police.
No, they are all my men.
What?
Wang Lei exclaimed.
There were indeed too many surprises today, but he was very confused.
For a moment, he didn't understand what Li Mu was going to do. Didn't I tell you? You passed the test, and I'm short of people. What do you think?
Come work for me, and I'll ask my dad to give you a job in the group, but I'll pay you the salary. The living room was eerily quiet. Lu Kai's eyes were full of appreciation.
He was right. Li Mu was planning to train him. Stay with you? Pay me? Great. Are you interested?
I won't force you, nor will I make things difficult for you if you refuse.
It's up to you to decide. But what can I do for you? Wang Lei was dumbfounded.
He thought of countless scripts. He even thought that if he really had nothing to repay Li Mu with, he would kneel down and kowtow a few times. He still had to convey his inner gratitude in some form. However, he was very surprised and shocked that Li Mu actually wanted to recruit him.
You can do a lot for me. Your special skills can bring me a lot of benefits. Don't worry, I won't let you do anything illegal. Your mother is in the intensive care unit now.
She will be discharged when she recovers. I will give you an annual salary of 10 million, an apartment in the center of Hangzhou, and a car.
How about that?
Li Mu said a series of rewards, which scared Wang Lei so much that he almost fell to the ground.
Li Mu, don't joke with me. I can't take so much money. You can take it, so what? Do you think it's too little? Then it's 20 million a year. That's all I can give you right now. I'll give you more if you perform well.
Hiss.
Wang Lei was almost suffocated by a breath of cold air.
He couldn't even imagine such a dream-like treatment and salary, but Li Mu actually thought that it was too little.
No, Li Mu, I don't think it's too little, I just... Okay. Xiaoan is really sincere. He thinks highly of you. Let's just settle this. If you don't agree, this guy will be unhappy for several days. Lu Kai suddenly smiled and tried to smooth things over.
No, it's definitely not that I look down on it.
I'm just afraid that I can't do the job. Wang Lei hurried to explain. It's nothing you can't handle.
You should study and take care of your mother.
I will be fine for now. I will notify you if something happens. The first priority is to graduate from Hangzhou University. Wang Lei, give me an answer.
When Wang Lei heard this, his heart was filled with excitement. He also had his own pride, and felt that his talents were not appreciated. Since Li Mu had invited him, he did not want to give up this opportunity.
Li Mu, if you really need me, I will stay and try. If you are not satisfied, I will leave immediately. As for the money, you don't need to pay so much, just pay me normally. I've been waiting for you to say this. Money is not a problem. It's just a number to me. Why should I pay you 5,000 every month? 10,000? Do I need to save face if it gets out? Just 20 million, and it will increase if you perform well. Wang Lei nodded blankly.
He found that he seemed to have had a sweet dream these days, and his life was like a roller coaster in these days.
It was really exciting. The moment before, he was still in the police station awaiting trial, and the next moment, he was back to study.
That was not all. Now Li Mu actually wanted to recruit him and offered a fantastic salary. This world was truly amazing. Uncle Kai, I'll buy him a 200 square meter compound in the newly opened Tianyu Huafu community in Hangzhou.
You'll be responsible for getting the furniture and appliances.
I'll have him tell you if he has any needs.
Xiaomu, just leave it to me. I promise I won't embarrass you. Li Mu looked at Wang Lei and said seriously, but I have to say this beforehand.
If you encounter any difficulties, tell me and never act on your own.
I can save you once, but I can't save you a second time. Li Mu. No, it's the boss.
I will never forget your kindness in my life.
Ha, then work hard.
By the way, your mother is in Ward 12 of the intensive care unit of Hangzhou First People's Hospital.
You can go see her. She misses you very much. I'll let Uncle Kai go with you then.
A trace of gratitude flashed across Wang Lei's face, and he made up his mind that no matter what happened in the future, he would not let Li Mu down.
Chapter 103 Anti-Honest Alliance. Li Mu smiled secretly. Isn't it easy for him to win people's hearts? First you know his weaknesses, and then spend money. It's not a big deal.
Looking at Wang Lei leaving, Li Mu felt happy.
Xiaomu, you are amazing. This is a big deal. 20 million annual salary, which is higher than my salary.
Li Mu was stunned, then rubbed his hands.
My dad is so stingy? Not bad, but I'm a little envious of him. Where did this guy come from? How did he subdue 5 people just now?
Li Mu smiled mysteriously, then picked up the remote control and clicked on the surveillance video.
See for yourself. Lu Kai looked at the screen.
In an instant, his face changed drastically. He rubbed his eyes quickly, still unable to believe it.
How is it possible? What kind of kung fu is this? Uncle Kai, what do you think? Is 20 million worth it? Lu Kai swallowed his saliva. Wang Lei in the picture was like those martial arts masters in TV dramas.
He could jump 3 meters in the air with just a touch of his feet. After a few jumps, all his elite bodyguards were subdued. What shocked him the most was that in the blink of an eye, he had collected all the daggers on the waists of the 5 bodyguards. Through the video, Lu Kai could not see the other party's movements clearly, which was a bit scary. Uncle Kai must be very shocked, otherwise how could he climb up to the 3rd floor of the dormitory with his bare hands to steal things?
His ancestors did this. Have you read some novels circulated among the people? He is this kind of person.
Hey, this really overturned my worldview, Xiaomu, you have picked up a treasure.
Ha, not really.
I still need to hone my skills.
I'm far behind Uncle Kai. Li Mu said in a condescending manner. Ha, Xiaomu, you're still pretending, but I have to say, it really opened my eyes.
Li Mu suddenly laughed and said, Uncle Kai, I won't treat you unfairly.
Since I brought you here from my father, you can still get the salary there. I won't ask how much it is. I will give you 30 million a year. Isn't this too much? Don't worry, money is nothing to me. Lu Kai was a little surprised. He found that Li Mu spoke even more loudly than his father. Well, isn't it the chairman who pays our salaries? Him?
Without my 2 billion, it's still a question whether he can eat the fat piece of meat of Longting.
Lu Kai's facial muscles twitched and he immediately reacted. Li Mu was right. He was the one who paid for the 2 billion gap at that time. How could he be short of money? Thinking of this, Lu Kai suddenly realized that he didn't know anything about this young master who was living outside. He might have secrets that were difficult to detect, and even Li Tianhao knew very little about him.
2 months later, summer vacation arrived and many major events happened during this period. Longting Group was completely acquired by Jinghai, and a major internal reshuffle took place. At the same time, it was renamed the Shenzhen Stock Exchange subsidiary of Jinghai Group. There is a world of difference between a branch and a subsidiary, and the controlling shareholder of this company is actually Li Mu. This can be regarded as a generous gift from Li Tianhao to Li Mu. At the same time, Hangzhou University began its summer vacation. The Honest People social network still exists, but the honest people have not appeared for a long time, and the chat area is still lively. The daily traffic here makes major internet giants jealous. However, the situation where you can only watch it being awesome but can't do anything about it makes bigwigs from all walks of life quite resentful. One day at noon in mid-July, the temperature outside was as high as 38 degrees, and Li Mu was lying on the sofa enjoying the air conditioning. In the yard outside the living room, a group of bodyguards in black stood on both sides under the scorching sun, looking serious and murderous. Uncle Kai, this is really a bit unexpected. These people chose to make comments at this time. It was obviously a plan. Anyway, the chairman said we won't get involved, so they can do whatever they want. The voices of a man and a woman were heard at the door. Li Mu opened his eyes and saw Lu Kai and Zhang Shui walking in from the door. He rolled over from the sofa and said with a smile, "Xiaoan, Uncle Kai, what are you talking about?" "What honest man?" Li Mu asked curiously. He really didn't know what happened. "Oh? There are things you don't know? I thought all the major events in the world could not escape your eyes." Now Jiang Shui's heart has been untied, her personality has become lively, and her infinite charm is revealed. In China, there is a hot list of beauties on the internet. All the people on the list are wealthy girls with status. Jiang Shui has been on the list for 2 months, surpassing all other beauties and ranking first. "Xiaoxue, Uncle Kai, what happened?" Lu Kai smiled and said, "It actually has nothing to do with us. The bigwigs from all walks of life in China have now taken action and criticized the honest man online. Their words show their deep hatred for this person." Li Mu's heart was moved, and he was very surprised, but there was no emotion on his face, and he even showed a look of surprise. "Oh? Is this true? Aren't they afraid of honest people exposing the truth?" Jiang Shui placed a newspaper on the table, shook her head and said, "They are very confident this time, you can see for yourself." Li Mu looked down and frowned. Zhang Huasheng, chairman of Yanjing Dingsheng Film Company, Limited, led the establishment of an anti-honest man alliance, which has now gathered 120 celebrities from all walks of life. These people are very important in their respective fields. This morning, Zhang Huasheng held a press conference and announced that they will collectively boycott honest people. Those who pry into other people's privacy should be severely punished. Li Mu slowly read out the other party's words with a calm expression. Is this guy pretty awesome? How dare he mess with an honest person? Don't let someone expose him so much that he doesn't even recognize his family. If he cries for help, no one will save him. Li Mu, this man is the pillar of the Chinese mainland entertainment industry. I don't think even an honest person would dare to touch him. Zhang Shui said with a smile. Oh? How do you mean? Lu Kai frowned and his expression became extremely serious. This person is not simple. Although the Zhang family in Yanjing is not a famous family now, they made a lot of contributions to China in the past, so his connections are unimaginable. Have you ever seen him exposed by others? Li Mu laughed and said, Uncle Kai, I don't care about entertainment gossip, how would I know? Lu Kai was stunned, then said, let me put it this way, there was a host named Liang Shuling on the entertainment program of Shanghai Satellite TV. She was quite famous, but 5 years ago, she was only 30 years old and was brutally raped and murdered. What the hell? Who did this? 3 homeless people, but outsiders have rumored that this was planned by Zhang Huasheng, because Liang Shuling secretly took a photo of Zhang Huasheng and a popular actress entering the hotel, which caused a huge stir in China. Li Mu suddenly understood after hearing this. He asked, did he do it? Haha, who knows? There's no evidence. The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 104. If that's the case, then you pay the bill. Li Mu closed the newspaper, lit a cigarette and blew out a puff of smoke. This world is far more complicated than we thought. I thought my dad was at the first level, but it seems he is still far from it. Lu Kai smiled and said, Xiaomu, we are a serious enterprise. They have a background, which is different. Otherwise, how can an entertainment company be so successful? What's the result?
Nothing is done about it? Yeah, what else can I do? That's amazing, but even if he is, he may not be able to deal with an honest man, right? If you have the ability to deal with him, don't you have to find him? That's right, so there are many people who are watching and not intervening in this matter. I think he is guilty, so he can't wait to remove the time bomb of the honest man. Let him be. I'm not interested in this matter. Uncle Kai, you can have dinner by yourself tonight. Xiaoan and I will go out for a while. How do I go on a date? What else can I do? Today is Xiaoxue's birthday. Besides, what's the point of looking at an old man like you every day? I have to go out and show off, right? Farewell, young master. Lu Kai bowed in a very exaggerated manner. In just a few days, these people got along more harmoniously and casually. No thanks. Li Mu waved his hand and pulled Zhang Shui out the door. You little brat, be careful when you go out. You are a celebrity now, don't cause trouble. Li Mu waved his hand, and soon he and Zhang Shui disappeared in the yard. The chairman is really amazing. He actually gave birth to such an amazing son. It can be considered as a blessing from his ancestors. Lu Kai smiled and walked into the villa. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of exploding engines roared on the road. Wherever it goes, it attracts almost everyone's attention. This car is so cool. Oh, Li Mu's car. He is very low-key and rarely shows up. Why is he so high-profile today? Rich people can be high-profile if they want to be high-profile, or low-profile if they want to be low-profile. How can we control that? And don't you see that there are still people in Hangzhou who dare to cause trouble for him? There are always people better than you. By the way, the honest man on the internet has been targeted. I heard that many bigwigs have made harsh criticisms of him. Damn, this guy is even more evil. You can't even touch his shadow. You can curse him now, but when will he reveal some information, we'll all be finished. The red Ferrari sped along, being stared at by envious and jealous eyes wherever it went. At 7 o'clock in the evening, at the Zingaya Ziguan Western restaurant in Hangzhou, a receptionist in a tuxedo respectfully opened the door of a Ferrari. Li Mu, dressed in a tuxedo and a suit, immediately attracted everyone's attention. Wow, so beautiful, Zhang Shui is indeed the most beautiful woman in the country. Yes, and Li Mu, he's like a prince from a fairy tale, so handsome. Wow, it would be great if I could be the heroine. Haha, heroine? Can you compare to Zhang Shui? I heard that the most popular slogan among otakus all over the country is to capture Hangzhou City and capture Zhang Shui alive, but it's useless, it's just a slogan. Li Mu and Zhang Shui entered the restaurant, with someone leading the way. Today, Li Mu has booked the Starry Sky VIP room on the top floor of the restaurant. This room is not something you can book casually. The minimum consumption is 500,000. Xiaoxue, this is the first time I celebrate your birthday. Are you satisfied? Li Mu, isn't this too extravagant? I heard that the minimum consumption for this private room is 500,000 yuan. It's nothing, as long as you like it. Li Mu smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. The waiters at the door came in one by one, pushing food carts. There were 12 carefully prepared dishes and a bottle of 30-year-old Romane Conti. This red wine was much better than Lafite, and there were only 10 bottles of this bottle of Li Mu in the world, worth tens of millions. Mr. Li, your dishes are all here. I wish Miss Jiang a happy birthday, and I also wish you both happiness. The waiters here are all highly qualified personnel. They all graduated from professional hotel service universities, and their target audience is the upper class. After saying this, the group of people slowly retreated. Li Mu took out a box and opened it gently. A diamond the size of a fist appeared before my eyes. This is for you. Zhang Shui was a woman after all, and she was already crying with excitement at this time. She thought her life would be miserable, but she didn't expect to meet Li Mu. Thank you, Li Mu. The two had dinner together in the private room for an hour and a half. At 9:30 in the evening, Li Mu went to the bathroom, and Zhang Shui took Li Mu's bank card to pay the bill. At this time, a middle-aged man sitting in a VIP room on the right side of the front desk was looking down, and a young man with greasy hair and powdered face beside him was saying something in his ear. The middle-aged man looked like a servant, nodded continuously, and finally walked to the front desk. #39 Hello, are you Miss Jian? Zhang Shui turned his head and frowned. He didn't know the other person. I'm sorry, you got the wrong person.
When facing strangers, Jiang Shui seemed to return to her old self.
Miss Jiang, you are so famous, I won't make a mistake. My name is Jin Aihua, a filmmaker.
I am not famous, but the man in the room is a big shot from Yanjing. He hopes to invite Miss Jiang in to have a chat. A trace of disgust flashed across Jiang Shui's brows. This person was really annoying.
Mr. Jin, you should know that I came here with Li Mu. Do you think I will go with you? Please tell me that I am not interested in meeting any big shot.
Jin Aihua's face froze and she looked a little unhappy.
Isn't Miss Jiang interested in knowing who the other person is?
Not interested. You. Just as Jin Aihua was about to say something harsh, an unpleasant voice came from behind her.
Jin Aihua, what's your attitude?
Jiang Shui looked past Jin Aihua and a pretty boy appeared in her sight. Mr. Zhang, calm down.
Miss Jiang seems. Shut up. You can't say irresponsible things about a girl like Miss Jiang. Did Miss Jiang come with her boyfriend? Did they spend too much and make him pee? They actually let you, a woman, pay? It's really a sin. I think I should pay for this meal.
Jiang Shui frowned and was about to refuse, but suddenly his heart paused and a light flashed through his mind.
Okay, since you're going to pay, then go ahead. Thank you.
The pretty boy was delighted, but at the same time he sneered. He thought that she was the most beautiful woman in China, but she was still a vulgar person after all.
Sir, this is Miss Jiang's bill for tonight. The total is 12.8 million.
The waiter's respectful voice sounded, but the pretty boy's body froze.
Tell me again, how much?
Sir, here is the bill, please take a look.
The total is 12.8 million. Chapter 105, Poor and Unworthy.
The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became quiet. The pretty boy's face turned pale, as if he had been wiped with a layer of white flour. He looked at the waiter and his expression became very unfriendly.
Think it over. Do you know who I am? Are you trying to cheat me? 12.8 million. How can a dinner at a restaurant like yours cost so much? Do you believe I will call 315 to complain about you? That's right. Do you know who this young Master Zhang is? He's from Yanjing. You'd better think it over before you speak. Killing someone? You've got the wrong guy.
The greasy middle-aged man next to him suddenly became excited. Obviously, seeing his master being humiliated, he wanted to stand up and fight for justice.
The waiter was neither humble nor arrogant, and his expression was not panicked at all.
He looked at the two people in front of him and said calmly, "If you two want to call 315, then call.
There is definitely no problem with our pricing.
The bottle of red wine that Miss Jiang and Mr. Li ordered is Romane Conti 30 years old.
There are only 10 bottles in the world.
This bottle itself costs just over 10 million, so there is no problem."
Humph, are you kidding me? 30-year-old Romane Conti? I still have 1982 Lafite. The waiter laughed inwardly when he heard this. Lafite was just famous.
This wine was a bit inferior to Romane Conti. It was obvious that the young man in front of him had a little money at home and he was trying to learn how to pick up girls.
Ahem, never mind. I don't want them to pay. Can you guys go now? I'm not interested in chatting with you.
Jiang Shui said this in a cold voice and directly threw a golden bank card to the waiter. The waiter hurriedly took the card respectfully, his eyes full of shock. The card in front of him is Huaxia Bank's Super VIP Gold Card, which will only be issued when the personal savings amount reaches 1 billion. His credit limit is as high as 200 million Huaxia Yuan, and there are not many people in China who have it.
Ms. Jiang, please wait a moment. Jiang Shui nodded, and the waiter turned and left.
His attitude was completely different from how he treated the pretty boy and the other guy just now. However, the noise here had already alarmed the diners around. The average consumption per person in this restaurant is about 5,000 yuan, and those who can sit in and eat are definitely not ordinary working class people.
Who is that guy? Flirting with Jiang Shui? Is he stupid? He thinks Li Mu is nothing? How funny.
They are in a private room, and they are not ordinary people. The minimum consumption for a private room is 100,000.
Can ordinary people enter?
He is rich, but he is still a little lacking in talent. I heard that the only bottle of 30-year-old Conti in China was opened by Li Mu.
He is really rich. The wine costs 10.8 million per bottle. Who can afford it?
As he was speaking, the waiter came out with a card. Ms. Jiang has successfully swiped the card. Here you go. Jiang Shui put the card into her LV handbag and turned to leave. Miss Jiang, I have admired her for a long time.
Are you really not going to give her any face?
Jiang Shui was too lazy to pay attention and continued walking forward. Li Mu also walked out of the bathroom at this time.
He knew everything that had just happened outside.
Li Mu, now that we've paid the bill, let's go home. He handed the card to Li Mu, who took it with a smile and put it back in his pocket. Jiang Shui took the opportunity to hold Li Mu's arm, and the pretty boy behind her became jealous. Master Zhang, calm down.
We won't suffer any loss. Li Mu was very powerful in Hangzhou.
Please be patient.
You are talking nonsense. There are not many people in Yanjing who dare to be so arrogant.
Li Mu, stop right there. The pretty boy was obviously furious, and his shout of stop was heard by everyone in the restaurant. Li Mu paused, but Jiang Shui pulled his arm. Forget it, don't cause trouble, this guy is sick. Okay, I'll give you a favor.
Li Mu grinned and walked towards the door.
When the pretty boy saw Li Mu's attitude, he was immediately furious.
When had he ever been looked down upon like this? Those goddesses, female stars, and some so-called socialites in the entertainment industry were all eager to climb onto his bed and serve him, but now he had encountered such a thing? What was Li Mu? He knew his name, but he was just a rich second generation. What could a businessman from his family do?
His father was a man of many talents, and he could do anything. How could he dare to show his disdain to him? Li Mu, stop right there. Jiang Shui's expression changed, but Li Mu held the back of her hand.
What is it?
Li Mu turned his head and looked at the two people behind him.
What? Can't I buy your girlfriend a drink? Can't I just make friends? No. Li Mu was straightforward and didn't give any face at all. Li Mu, what do you mean? I know who you are, but do you know who I am?
The pretty boy suddenly became excited.
I don't know, but I don't need to know. What does who you are have to do with me? Jin Aiwa's eyes rolled, and she immediately said to Li Mu, Mr. Li, I am also from Hangzhou, can you give me some face?
Mr. Zhang just wants to get to know Miss Jiang, and he has no ill intentions.
Li Mu raised his lips and said with a smile, don't you understand what I'm saying? I said no. Why? Don't you want to get to know young Master Zhan? He is very powerful.
Li Mu glanced at the pretty boy and his expression turned cold.
Why would I be interested in getting to know a poor bastard? Stop harassing Xiaoan. Otherwise, if something happens to this young Master Zhang, I can't guarantee anything.
After saying this, Li Mu hugged Jiang Shui and prepared to leave.
Ha ha ha, a second-generation rich man is so arrogant. Li Mu, I've heard of your name a long time ago.
Miss Jiang says you must stay and have a drink with me today.
You have to agree whether you want to or not. The pretty boy was furious.
Just as he finished speaking, a burst of hurried footsteps were heard in the private room behind him. 10 bodyguards dressed in black and wearing sunglasses appeared in front of everyone. At this time, all the spectators around were shocked. What a guy, he was going to fight just because of a disagreement.
Li Mu, let's call the police. This guy is sick.
Xiaoan, this is just a poor bastard. He has no money but he's trying to pick up girls like others.
He got some black-clad bodyguards to scare me? What are you doing? Filming a movie? Idiot. Let's go. Li Mu hugged Jiang Shui and walked towards the restaurant door in full view of everyone. Fuck, what are you guys still doing here?
Come on, bring the woman to my private room, and I'll beat the man up.
The restaurant suddenly became chaotic.
A security guard rushed down from upstairs, but everyone was stunned afterwards. Screams were heard, and a black shadow rushed in from the door and penetrated into the dozen or so black-clad bodyguards like a harvester.
In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so men in black all fell to the ground, groaning in pain. A thin young man stood in front of the pretty boy. This man was none other than Wang Lei, who had followed Li Mu not long ago. If you keep pestering me, I will take you to the hospital myself. The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 106 Tell a joke. My father is Zhang Huasheng. The pretty boy stayed there, not coming back to his senses for a long time. At this moment, he even doubted whether he was dreaming. Who would dare to talk to him like this? He was still entangled and sent them to the hospital in person? At this moment, the young master from Yanjing was obviously angry. Mr. Zhang, please calm down. Pa. The pretty boy turned around and slapped the other person in the face.
Jin Aihua covered her face with her hands, looking horrified. Mr. Zhang, calm down.
Li Mu offended you because he was blind. He didn't know your identity at all.
When the time comes, you can tell Mr. Zhang about what happened here.
Even if you use public opinion, you can drown him in saliva.
Jin Aihua covered his face and spoke softly. Originally, he wanted to comfort the other person. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the pretty boy's expression changed and he suddenly became excited.
Li Mu, you are finished. I am Zhang Chang. My father is Zhang Huasheng. Have you heard of me? You have offended me. I am very angry now. You just wait to pay the price. Zhang Huasheng? Why does he sound familiar? Who is he?
Li Mu scratched his head in confusion.
He really couldn't remember it for a while.
Li Mu, his father is the founder of Dingxing Films. It was his father who recently criticized the honest man on the internet. I never thought that his son would come to Hangzhou.
Zhang Shui said in a deep voice. Oh. I see.
I was wondering why he was so arrogant. It turns out he is the son of this old man. I finally got to see the dandy lifestyle of the young master in the capital.
I admit defeat.
Li Mu said with a laugh, not taking the other party seriously at all.
He was indeed not panicking.
Zhang Huasheng was awesome, but he was nothing in his eyes. At worst, he could just use the cheat to send them father and son off to hell. However, Li Mu's temperament had become better now, and he was too lazy to talk nonsense with this kind of person.
Li Mu, I'm giving you two choices now.
Either kneel down and kowtow to me and admit your mistake, or ask your girlfriend to go to the private room and have a drink with me. Otherwise, when I get really angry, it will be too late for you to regret it.
Let's go.
Li Mu took Zhang Shui's hand and turned to walk out the door.
Wang Lei was now quite professional.
He looked coldly at Zhang Chang and his group.
He did not leave the restaurant until Li Mu and Zhang Shui disappeared.
The atmosphere at the scene was quite weird. Zhang Chang, Jin Aihua and a group of bodyguards who fell to the ground formed a beautiful landscape.
Mr. Zhang.
Zhang Chang was so angry that he was shaking. He turned around and slapped Jin Aihua again.
Jin Aihua, is this what you said about treating me with hospitality? You can't even handle a woman in Hangzhou, and you dare to make such a boast? Get lost right now. Mr. Zhang, roll. Jin Aihua's expression changed.
He had wanted to treat Zhang Chang well today.
His film company was preparing a movie.
As long as he treated the other party well, he could obtain various resources and advertising sponsorship. But now, everything was ruined by Li Mu. He hated Li Mu in his heart. Mr. Zhang, calm down.
I'll come back to see you in a few days.
Don't worry, I won't let this matter go.
However, at this moment, a very rhythmic sound of high heels rang out. A woman's figure appeared at the staircase on the second floor.
She was wearing high heels and a cheongsam and looked to be in her early 40s, but she had a special temperament.
I'm afraid you can't leave for now. I run a good restaurant, but after you guys messed it up, who would dare to come here in the future? You must give me an explanation for this matter.
The faces of the onlookers around changed.
The owner behind the Zingaya Ziguang Western restaurant has always been very mysterious. There are all kinds of speculations from the outside world. Can an ordinary person open a restaurant of this level?
Zhang Chang was obviously in bad luck. Not only was he humiliated by Li Mu, but now it is obviously difficult for him to escape unscathed. The mysterious woman in front of me is obviously the boss here.
Who are you?
Zhang Chang was so angry that he was about to explode. Being humiliated by Li Mu was bad enough, but now a woman appeared to threaten him.
How could he tolerate it?
Of course it's the owner of the restaurant.
My father is Zhang Huasheng, haven't you heard of him?
The woman heard this and smiled elegantly. Of course I know.
Who doesn't know about this famous figure in the Chinese mainland entertainment industry? Isn't that enough? Are you planning to embarrass me? And Li Mu has no part in this matter? Mr. Zhang, I'm watching the surveillance video. You're the one who started this. Mr. Li spent 12.8 million here. He's my honored guest, you know? What do you mean?
The woman walked down the stairs and stood in front of Zhang Chang.
I don't mean anything.
the tables, chairs, and cups here are all gone.
You have to pay for them before you can leave. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. They're trying to scam me out of money? What if I don't pay?
Zheng Chang asked back with a ferocious look.
No compensation?
Then I can only handle the matter impartially.
What? Do you still want to find someone to beat me up?
What Zheng Chang said was too brainless. He forgot that today's society is a society ruled by law. It's okay for him to do this secretly, but if he really brings it to the table, it would be an insult to other people's IQ.
I'm a legitimate businessman, so I won't hit you.
I'll let the police handle this matter. But Mr. Zhang, given your father's reputation in China, if I see the news tomorrow that you were taken away by the Hangzhou police, I wonder if the entrance to your villa will be blocked by Beijing media. After the woman finished speaking, she took out her cell phone and tapped the 3 numbers 110 on the screen.
Mr. Zhang, let's not make a big deal out of this.
The owner of this store is a mystery, and we are indeed in the wrong.
Otherwise, if it's published in the newspaper tomorrow, we'll be in trouble.
Jin Aihua was extremely panicked. He had not expected that things would become so serious in the end. The woman took out her cell phone screen and said with a smile, Mr. Zhang, I have to dial the number. Zheng Cheng clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and said, okay, I'll pay you.
The woman smiled elegantly, put away her phone, and said, that's right, isn't it better for everyone to be more friendly? The things here are all expensive foreign furniture. I roughly calculated that the value is about 500,000. You should pay 500,000.
Zhang Chang was extremely unwilling to give up.
500,000.
He had finished half of the meal, but he still failed to get the woman. After being humiliated by Li Mu, he still had to pay 500,000. Seeing the mocking eyes of the people around him, he really wanted to find a hole to crawl into. It turned out that he was showing off by using his father's name, but in the end he was left alone.
No one gave him any face at all. He would keep this account in mind and would get revenge no matter what.
At this time, Li Mu and his partner in the Ferrari were driving towards home. Zhang Shui held the phone with a hint of surprise on her face.
The author has something to say. Ask for a 5-star rating, ask for a gift. Chapter 107, Popular. Funny Zhang Chang. What's wrong? What's the big news?
Why do you look like that?
What else could it be?
Zhang Chang has become popular, the young master from Beijing has conquered Hangzhou, and after being humiliated by Li Mu, the mysterious lady boss of Shanghai Light claims 500,000 yuan for him.
Li Mu frowned, feeling quite surprised. Just because he didn't care about Zhang Chang didn't mean he didn't know this person's identity and background.
To be honest, capital was dominant in those days, and high-tech companies like mine that followed the country's pace definitely received a lot of special care. However, compared to Zhang Huasheng, who almost dominates most of the entertainment industry's resources, his connections and means are incomparable. In a sense, if they want to deal with himself and the Jinghai group behind him, they have plenty of means. This surprised Li Mu a little. For a restaurant of the level of Star Sea Light, the boss behind it would not be simple, but could he really go head-on with Zhang Hua? Let's not talk about it for now. The boss of Zingaya Ziguang is quite ruthless. He made him pay 500,000 yuan.
What's the reason? Isn't he afraid of offending Zhang Huasheng? Li Mu, there's something wrong here. Why do I feel like this mysterious female boss is trying to trick you?
Li Mu raised his eyebrows and understood.
Zhang Shui was very smart and saw the clues immediately. It seemed that the boss was targeting Zhang Chang, but wasn't he sending a signal to the other party? Was the other party trying to be friendly to him? Things suddenly became interesting, and Li Mu became curious. I'll do whatever I need to do tomorrow and wait and see.
If he wants to pull me into this trap, it depends on whether he has the ability to do so.
Li Mu did not intend to pay attention to the other party.
He did not have to respond to anyone's attack.
At 2 a.m., in the general manager's office on the 3rd floor of Zingaya Ziguang restaurant.
The woman in Cheongsam held a lady's cigarette in her right hand, crossed her legs elegantly, and a wisp of green smoke slowly rose.
Lan, what do you think? How about this plan? This gun is a good find. Li Mu has been very popular recently and was even nominated as the city's outstanding youth by Hangzhou University.
However, he had a conflict with Zhang Chang yesterday.
I added fuel to the fire.
With Zhang Huasheng's temper, this matter will not be resolved so easily.
Lan, you are amazing. The mainland entertainment industry resources are monopolized by Zhang Huasheng.
Only by bringing him down through public opinion can we have a chance to enter the mainland market. Brother Hua, Universal Pictures has abundant resources in Hong Kong and Macau, but it's not so easy to get involved in the mainland market.
This is the general policy for the future. How big is the market in Hong Kong and Macau? How big is the market?
The woman named Lan Lan smiled slightly and seemed very calm.
That's true.
Brother Hua will be successful this time.
The middle-aged man's name is Hua Hai. Universal International, a giant in the Hong Kong entertainment industry, is owned by the Hua family. Hua Hai is the third son of Hua Yunlong, the current chairman of Universal International.
If Dingxing Entertainment is the entertainment giant in mainland China, then Universal International is the most respected in Hong Kong and Macau. In recent years, entertainment resources have been scarce in Hong Kong and Macau, but now all kinds of TV dramas, movies, and web series are flourishing in the mainland, and the Hua family has long been jealous.
Hua Hai smiled and said, Lan Lan, you have been out of the film and television industry for so many years, why don't you consider me? Brother Hua, you are joking. How old am I?
Those young and beautiful ones are suitable for you now.
Hua Hai's eyes narrowed and he felt a little unhappy, but he didn't show it. I won't force you. Think about it again. Brother Hua, let's not talk about this.
I have already contacted some of the headline figures in the mainland entertainment industry through my connections.
Let's get together then.
After all, if someone supports you, Zhang Huasheng will probably have a lot more trouble.
Okay, you can arrange it. If not, I will ask that honest person on the internet to expose some explosive information to Zhang Huasheng. This guy has a lot of negative information.
The two smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. At 8 o'clock the next morning, in a villa in Hangzhou, Zheng Cheng was on the phone, but from the tone of his voice, it was obvious that someone on the other end of the phone was scolding him.
Dad, can you believe what those grandsons in the news said? I tell you, this Li Mu is really abominable. He doesn't take me seriously at all.
I suspect that the restaurant owner is in cahoots with him and teamed up to cheat me.
Okay, I'll listen to you and come back tomorrow, but you have to get rid of this anger. After hanging up the phone, Zheng Cheng's face was full of anger. He felt aggrieved. He was full of confidence, but he failed to show off and was instead fooled. First, he was slapped in the face by Li Mu's bill of 12.8 million, and then he was cheated out of 500,000 in compensation. He lowered his head to glance at the front page of the news displayed on his PAD. Seeing his face deliberately vilified by the media, he felt furious. Li Mu, just wait for me. I will do nothing but give you something to do. If you provoke me, you still want to live in peace? You are dreaming. You must die, and Jiang Shui must follow me. 10 minutes later, Zheng Cheng left the hotel, but as soon as he walked out of the hotel door, he was surrounded by a group of reporters. Zheng Cheng sat in the Rolls-Royce with a grim look on his face, while those reporters were like crazy today, holding cameras in their hands and wanting to crack open the car windows. Mr. Zhang, will you fight back against yesterday's conflict? Your father already knows about this, will he come forward? A bill of 12.8 million, are you reluctant to pay it or do you have no money to pay it? Xinghea Ziguang restaurant made you pay 500,000, will you pursue this matter? Li Mu apparently publicly expressed his concern about your financial situation. He claimed that a meal costing 12.8 million yuan was nothing to him, as he had to eat there at least 7 or 8 times a month. He was surprised by your poverty. At this time, Zhang Cheng, who was sitting in the back seat, clenched his fists, his body was shaking, his face turned pale and red, and his breathing gradually became rapid. Suddenly he gritted his teeth, kicked the door open, and walked out of the car. Damn it, Li Mu said that? If you have the guts, ask him to come and tell me, or come to Beijing and tell me, Li Mu, very good, tell him that I have made him my friend. The flashlights flew up and instantly enveloped him. Judging from his facial expression, Zhang Cheng was so angry that his face turned green. Master Zhang, are you declaring war? Yeah, is this considered a response to Li Mu? If there is no problem, we will post your comments online normally, right? Zhang Cheng glanced at everyone. Publish it now. Who is Li Mu? I will let everyone know that I am much better than him. There is a tea house less than 20 meters away from the hotel. Lu Guangtai, editor-in-chief of Rainbow Entertainment, the top authoritative entertainment media in Hangzhou, said with a smile, Mr. Hua, how do you think this arrangement is? Are you satisfied? Hua Hai smiled and pushed a golden bank card in front of the other party. There's 5 million in it. Keep working for me.
Don't worry, I'm a person who rewards and punishes clearly.
As long as I'm satisfied, the money won't be less. Chapter 108, The Big Boss in Beijing Circle.
So terrifying.
Okay, Mr. Hua, I will continue to add fuel to the fire. It will definitely spread to Li Mu and even implicate Jinghai Group.
Very good, but I have to say this first. If someone finds out and our affair is exposed, you will have to bear the consequences. I might be unlucky, but you will definitely be more unlucky than me. Lu Guangtai smiled flatteringly and said, "Don't worry, I am absolutely professional in doing this kind of thing."
That's the best.
Although Hangzhou is a provincial capital, it's a great size after all. If I'm satisfied, I can arrange for you to come to Hong Kong Island in the future. The people in our Hong Kong media who work on entertainment news are much more professional than those in the mainland.
Lu Guangtai's eyes lit up.
He was waiting for this sentence. If he had the chance to go abroad, he would go abroad. After all, the salary and benefits in the mainland were not as good as those in Hong Kong and Macau.
Hua Hai raised the corners of his mouth.
Everything was under his control. He had learned a lot about Zhang Cheng's character.
Compared with his father, he was much easier to deal with.
This man was actually excellent in all aspects, except that he was lustful.
Taking advantage of this, he successfully provoked a conflict between Li Mu and the other party.
According to his estimate, Zhang Huasheng, who was good at using the media and public opinion, should be about to take action.
Yanjing, the headquarters of Dingsheng Entertainment, the 50-story Dingsheng building is as imposing as a rainbow. This is the center of China's entertainment industry.
Zhang Huasheng has all kinds of resources in his hands. He can make a person famous with just one word, and he can also destroy a person with just one word. His power and means had already gone viral, and he thought that what happened to his son in Hangzhou was over. However, when he saw the latest news, his heart was broken. In the conference room, he sat in the main seat, and a group of senior executives sat around the conference table.
Tell me what you think. Although Zhang Huasheng spoke calmly, those present were all old employees and knew his temper. Chairman, Li Mu has gone too far. He relied on the advantages of Jinghai and Hangzhou to suppress the young master and make him look bad in public. This is a very bad thing. I think it should be dealt with seriously. Yes, to put it mildly, this is just young people being jealous and competitive. To put it more seriously, this is Li Tianhao declaring war on you.
My personal suggestion is to use public opinion to directly mobilize the public opinion of the bigwigs in the Beijing circle to condemn Li Tianhao and Jinghai Group for indulging Li Mu.
I agree.
Recently, Jinghai Group has been very popular, and Li Mu has been doing well. This young man has been wandering outside for 10 years, but now he seems to be a tough guy.
I suggest killing his spirit.
Zhang Huasheng heard this and said in a deep voice, "Okay, since everyone agrees with me, let's do this.
Help me contact celebrities from all walks of life. I want Li Mu to be drowned in saliva."
The execution ability of this team is quite terrifying. At the command, without any nonsense, everyone stood up and left the meeting room with the documents. At this time, Zhang Huasheng calmly took out his mobile phone, opened the address book list with a value of hundreds of billions, and started dialing. At 12 noon, Zhang Chang, who had just returned to the hotel from Jin Aihua Company, suddenly burst into laughter in the presidential suite. Looking at the latest news on the news app on the mobile phone screen, he felt extremely happy. This kind of pleasure of revenge was truly an unprecedented pleasure. You're so arrogant that you want to confront me? Let's see how long you can be so proud. Do you think you can mess with the people in the Beijing circle? This time I'm going to make you die in a rhythmic way. Mr. Zhang has taken action.
Li Mu is finished.
Just 5 minutes ago, the share price of Jinghai Group began to fall. At the same time, some media pointed out that Li Mu's performance was not good enough to be nominated as an outstanding youth in Hangzhou.
Humph, this is just the beginning.
Maybe he won't feel anything now, but soon he will know what despair is.
Breaking news.
Zhang Huasheng, chairman of Huaxia Dingsheng Entertainment, publicly criticized the recently popular Hangzhou rich second-generation Li Mu, saying that he is superficial and only seeks fame. 10 years of popular life has not made him develop the virtue of being approachable, but instead he is arrogant and a complete playboy. Li Tao, president of the Yanjing Youth Association, published his latest remarks in the public media, blasting Li Mu as a young man with no moral integrity and no upbringing, and calling on the relevant departments of Hangzhou to remove his nomination for outstanding youth. At the same time, some second-generation rich people with prominent family backgrounds should be disciplined to improve the image of a city.
Shocked.
Yanjing Huading Media broke the news, saying that Li Mu had used his family's influence in Hangzhou to reach a deal with the local police, allowing his classmate Wang Lei, who was supposed to be in prison, to be released, and that school leaders were also involved.
His style is full of Hangzhou tyrants, which is outrageous.
In an interview with the media, Yanqing sociology expert Zhu Shengming implicitly expressed his dissatisfaction with Li Mu, saying that he had been living away from home for 10 years, and his parents' indulgence after he returned home had directly changed his personality. Now he lives a life of luxury and extravagance, and all sectors of society should pay attention to this.
Breaking news.
Affected by the bombardment of celebrities from all walks of life in Yanjing, the stock of Jinghai Group has plummeted by 20% at the opening this afternoon. Currently, the stock price has no signs of recovery. Li Mu and Jinghai chairman Li Tianhao have not made any response to this matter. At present, the criticism of Li Mu and Jinghai Group from all walks of life in China is becoming more and more fierce. At the Li family manor, Li Mu leaned back in his chair and read the news calmly.
Li Tianhao asked, "Xiaomu, what do you think about this?" "What do I think? Just be harsh, let them be." Li Mu waved his hand indifferently. Li Tianhao did not look panicked.
He had experienced so many storms before, so this was nothing.
However, he was worried about Li Mu. "This is obviously the work of Zhang Huasheng. I heard that you had a quarrel with him last night?"
"Dad, these are all minor matters.
Just listen to me. Just do what you normally do and don't respond to the media. Let them criticize you if they want to. Don't worry about the rest. I'm leaving now." Li Mu stood up and walked out the door. Li Tianhao wanted to call Li Mu, but after hesitating for a moment, he gave up. "Li Mu, be careful." Li Mu waved his hand and walked out of the living room.
Sitting in the Ferrari, Li Mu showed no emotion. He muttered to himself, "The big guys in Beijing are working together, and their energy is huge.
It's really terrifying.
No wonder some people in China always say that no matter how rich and powerful you are, if you can't enter Yanjing, everything will only be superficial."
Li Mu murmured to himself. He had already made up his mind.
If this happened to someone else, this wave of public opinion would definitely be a disaster. But for him, it was nothing.
The car started and disappeared into the night.
A good show officially began, and Li Mu's starting point this time was very tricky.
Chapter 109: The Secret of the Starlight Restaurant.
At 9 o'clock in the evening, Li Mu returned home and entered the yard through the back door.
Zhang Shui had already been waiting in the yard. "Li Mu, you're back? Those media outside are so shameless. They just know how to talk nonsense. There are also several celebrities. This must be Zhang Chang's masterpiece." "Zhang Chang? He doesn't have that ability. This is the masterpiece of his father Zhang Huasheng. Is this a way to intimidate you?"
No, it's not a show of force. He thinks this method can kill me and my dad with a slap."
Zhang Shui's eyes showed worry. "Li Mu, I'm sorry, it's all my fault."
This incident was indeed caused by her, but it cannot be blamed on her.
She just went out to have a meal with Li Mu. Who knew that Zhang Chang would come and harass Zhang Shui like a fly? You don't have to blame yourself for this. Zhang Chang is just like that. Just live your life as you should. Don't worry about anything else." "Really?" Li Mu touched Zhang Shui's head and comforted her, "Go and have a rest. I have something else to do. By the way, tell Wang Lei to keep a low profile during this period. Fortunately, the school is on summer vacation, otherwise it would be quite troublesome."
Zhang Shui nodded obediently and walked towards the bedroom. She obeyed Li Mu's words unconditionally. 10 minutes later, in the living room or study, Li Mu smiled slightly.
Ahem, system, come out. You haven't appeared for a few months. Do you miss me?"
Ding, the system is activated and the cash proceeds are being settled.
Unwithdrawn cash income, 1.2 billion.
Li Mu conveniently cashed out his earnings from the last 4 months.
Looking at the endless zeros in his bank card, he felt very happy.
At this time, he saw that there were still more than 5 million system points, which he had not used since he exposed Zhao Wanyu last time.
Exchange Sky Eye Monitoring for. Exchange for Deep Hypnosis 10.
Exchange for Honest Man Potion 10. Exchange for Duplicity Card 10. Li Mu casually exchanged some necessities, spending less than 500,000 yuan.
These things were too simple for him now. System, let me ask you a question. If I want to redeem items, is it okay if I don't expose the information as an honest person? Host, it's totally possible. You don't even need to reveal your identity. You can get more rewards, but please pay attention to safety. Once exposed, this system will look for the next host. Fuck, you're really dark, that's enough, back off.
The system fell silent.
Li Mu's eyes focused and his mind moved.
After the two Sky Eye monitoring cards were activated, 4 pictures appeared in his mind. They respectively showed the scenes of Hua Hai and the mysterious proprietress. He already knew the other party's identity, and he also knew exactly what they wanted to do.
He wants to use me to kill someone.
He wants me to deal with Zhang Huasheng, so he wants me to have a conflict with Zhang Chang in the Shanghai Light Western restaurant.
What a good plan. Li Mu grinned.
Everything was nothing compared to the clouds when it came to tracing the origin of his skills. According to the virtual map positioning, the two were still at the top of the Starry Sea, but the place where this man and woman were was obviously not the place to eat.
Lan, how is it? I told you it can work.
Now that Li Tianhao's Jinghai Group's stock price has plummeted and Li Mu has been bombarded by public opinion, they can't hold out for many days.
You are indeed very insidious. You can even think of such a method.
A few days later, when they were in the most difficult time, we visited them and offered them help, and the gun was confirmed. Li Mu was really unlucky, but never mind, it has nothing to do with me. But you have to promise me that once you deal with Zhang Huasheng, you will share the entertainment resources in mainland China with me.
Lan, you've been reluctant to leave the entertainment industry after the scandal. Why do you have to work so hard again? Follow me, isn't it good for me to support you? Ha, I will never trust a man again in my life. Li Mu squinted his eyes as if he was watching a movie. He didn't know the identities of the two people in the video. Ding, identity detection card consumption 2, detecting the other party's identity, data has been generated. Please wait. A blue virtual panel appeared before my eyes. Name, Xinlan. Age, 43.
Detailed information, a native of Hong Kong Island, Hua Xia was the queen of Hong Kong Island's entertainment industry 10 years ago. She later withdrew from the entertainment industry after indecent photos of her and her assistant were exposed by the media.
Name, Hua Hai. Age, 48.
Detailed information, Hua Xia is from Hong Kong Island and is the third son of Hua Yunlong, chairman of Hong Kong Universal International Entertainment Company.
He has long wanted to enter the mainland entertainment circle, and Xingai Ziguang restaurant is his office in the mainland.
Li Mu suddenly realized why these two people had such a big appetite. It turned out that they were from important backgrounds.
However, Li Mu felt a little puzzled.
Hua Hai was okay, but Li Mu didn't know Xinlan very well.
After all, she was not from the same generation as him. But why did she want to get involved in this matter? System, I need to know all the inside stories of what happened back then. Ding, the system is searching. Ding, the system has generated data. Li Mu looked at the panel curiously.
It was a long text record. Li Mu was shocked when he saw it.
There are many strange things in the world. His previous feeling was completely correct. What the hell? Why is it that this diva who quit the entertainment industry because of a scandal is suddenly hanging out with Hua Hai and trying every means to get resources from the mainland entertainment industry? This makes no sense. It's all a routine.
Women, no matter whether they are old or young, will not even blink an eye when they want to cheat you. It turns out that the assistant back then was just a scapegoat, and the person who actually had an affair with Xinlan was Zhang Huasheng.
This is a bit weird. Hua Hai is also a well-known figure in Hong Kong Island. Who among those in the entertainment industry would not call him Brother Hua? However, this old guy actually likes Xinlan.
Even when the negative information about her was exposed, he never left her.
Unfortunately, this is also his weakness.
The other party is just using him, being so distant towards him. He's almost 50 years old, and he still hasn't agreed to be together. This time, he's taking advantage of the Hua family's ambition and using the other party to deal with Zhang Huasheng.
This wave of operations was dazzling and showed off to the sky.
The only mistake was that he was inexplicably dragged into the game. Otherwise, Li Mu could conclude that even if Xinlan did not have a good ending in the end, the other two would definitely pay a heavy price. Li Mu sighed, saying that men who are trapped by women are really stupid. At this moment, Li Mu suddenly heard a conversation coming from the screen. Brother Hua, now that public opinion is attacking Li Mu, even Li Tianhao can't stand it.
Let's go visit Li Mu tomorrow and provoke him in Zhanghuasheng. Then, it will be safer to throw out an olive branch, right? Chapter 110, Extending an Olive Branch. Isn't that a bit hasty? Hua Hai was obviously a little worried. What else can he do?
Facing Zhang Huasheng, Li Mu has no choice but to cooperate with us and let him speak out to criticize the other party.
Don't forget that we have Zhang Huasheng's dirty laundry in our hands. We are not afraid that Li Mu will not agree. Lan Lan, you are so vicious. Brother Hua, you can't be a hero without poison. You can't be a saint.
Otherwise, if you fall into Zhang Huasheng's hands, you will never be able to turn things around.
Okay, that's it. I'll go with you tomorrow. I invited him over in the name of the restaurant. Otherwise, it would easily cause speculation from the outside world. Good idea. The two hit it off immediately and made clear arrangements for Li Mu.
The whole thing developed according to their trajectory. As long as they followed this path, Zhang Huasheng would definitely pay a heavy price in the end. Li Mu leaned back in his chair and let out a breath.
What should he say now?
He found it a little funny, but he was really angry in his heart.
Was he being plotted against for no reason?
Under normal circumstances, Li Mu should find a way to deal with Zhang Huasheng. After all, he criticized honest people online, but no one knew that he was an honest man. It was very unpleasant to be targeted, but it was even more unpleasant than being treated like a retard.
I just want to see what tricks you can come up with. He laughed coldly.
The next evening, Jiang Shui had not returned home yet. Jinghai Group had been very busy recently due to the negative news, but Li Tianhao listened to Li Mu, so no bad consequences occurred. At about 6 o'clock, Li Mu had just finished his steak when the phone rang. He answered the phone calmly, and a very feminine voice came from the other end.
Hello? Is this Mr. Li? It's me, who are you? I'm the proprietress of Xingye Ziguang. I heard that you spent 12.8 million that day. I hope I can treat Mr. Li to a meal alone.
The proprietress of Star Sea Light?
Treating me to a meal? It's an honor, but don't be so polite. 12.8 million is just a small amount of money.
No, it's a small amount of money for Mr. Li, but it's definitely not for me.
I must thank you in person. How about I send a car to pick you up? Li Mu sneered. Since you're so polite, I can come over by myself, maybe in 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
After hanging up the phone, Li Mu put on a baseball cap and quietly drove out of the yard in an ordinary Volkswagen.
20 minutes later, he came to the downstairs of Xingye Ziguang restaurant again, but it was closed today. Li Mu smiled secretly. This woman was quite capable of handling things.
She even cleared the area. If he didn't know about the other party's conspiracy, he would have thought that she had a crush on him.
Li Mu couldn't help but shiver.
She was already an old woman in her 40s, and he felt anxious just thinking about her. Sir, the boss is waiting for you in the office, please follow us. A waiter said respectfully. Li Mu recognized him as the waiter who served him that day. He nodded and followed the other party into the sea of starlight. A few minutes later, at the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor, the waiter pushed open the door and Li Mu walked straight in. This is a reception room of about 50 square meters, with a dining table in the middle, on which are placed some exquisite Chinese and Western dishes.
It's an honor to have you here, Mr. Li. Hangzhou hasn't seen a young man as outstanding as you in these years. Li Mu raised his head and looked forward.
Today, Shen Xinlan was wearing tight jeans and a t-shirt, with a ponytail on her head. She looked to be in her 30s at most. Beside her, Hua Hai was holding a wine glass and shaking it continuously. I didn't expect that the boss of Star Sea Light is actually a woman. Shen Xinlan smiled slightly.
It's not just mine. This Mr. Hua is my partner. Do you know Hong Kong Island Global International? It's his family's business. Li Mu smiled secretly.
These two people had already made their plans in their minds and were not on guard against him at all.
Universal Entertainment? Hua Yunlong seems to be quite famous. That's my father. Hello, Mr. Li.
Li Mu and Hua Hai touched hands lightly and sat down. Shen Xinlan and the other person always felt something was awkward. This young man seemed a little different from what they thought, but they couldn't tell where the difference was. The maturity he exuded surprised them a little. Mr. Li was very generous, spending 12.8 million. He was willing to sacrifice everything for his beloved.
It's just a small amount of money.
Li Mu remained calm and raised his red wine glass, clinked it with the other two men, and drank it all in one gulp.
You too, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. You don't have to feel any psychological pressure to spend money. I don't have much, but I have a lot of money.
Ha, Mr. Li is so generous.
I asked you to come here tonight not only to get to know you, but also to talk about the recent rumors on the internet.
Lan Lan told me that she was also involved in this matter.
Did you have a conflict with Zhang Chang during the dinner that day?
Yes, but it doesn't matter.
I don't care. Mr. Li is free and easy, but some people don't think so.
You should know who led the remarks of those Yinjing bosses.
Li Mu smiled. It's okay if he's black, I won't respond, what can he do to me? Mr. Li is still too young, you know? Zhang Huasheng is vindictive. This time you offended his son.
Now that public opinion can't defeat you, he must have other hidden tricks.
I really can't stand it and want to help you. Li Mu's heart moved, and the other party got to the point. Oh? What should we do? Do you have any way to deal with him?
Hua Hai smiled and said, I have some grievances with him, but it's easy for me to get hold of evidence if I deal with him first. There's some dirt on Zhang Huasheng in this, Mr. Li, I really can't stand him bullying the weak.
I've backed up all the dirt. Of course, if it's useful to you, you can let the media expose it first.
Li Mu picked up the USB drive and stared at it for a while.
What kind of dirty stuff is this?
Ha, Mr. Li can go back and take a look at it for himself. Although it's not fatal black material, it will definitely make him uncomfortable. He rolled his eyes and put the USB drive into his pocket.
Okay, I'll take it.
If they go too far, I'll use this to fight back. Mr. Li, if you really can't handle it alone, you can come here to find Lan Lan.
Maybe we can cooperate with each other.
Li Mu put the USB drive into his pocket and said with a smile, Mr. Hua is so enthusiastic, I will take it to heart. If they go too far and I can't deal with them, I will definitely come to you for cooperation. Half an hour later, Li Mu left the restaurant. Standing at the window on the third floor and watching Li Mu drive away, Hua Hai said with a smile, this kid is just like this, although he concealed it very well, but the moment he got the USB flash drive, I could see the excitement in his eyes.
Chapter 111. The script should be arranged by me.
Shen Xinlan was very satisfied. She raised her red wine glass and clinked it with Hua Hai. She smiled and said, if this succeeds, my knot in my heart will be gone.
If you don't dislike me in the future, we can be companions.
Hua Hai was overjoyed when he heard this.
Lan Lan, are you serious? I've been waiting for you to say this for a long time. How could I dislike you?
You were also deceived by Zhang Huasheng back then. If you hadn't had any concerns over the years, I would have settled the score with him long ago. Shen Xinlan looked at Hua Hai in front of her, feeling a morbid sense of accomplishment in her heart. Zhang Huasheng had also fallen in love with her back then, and she was proud of it, but now she was no longer as naive as before.
It's not over yet, brother Hua, we shouldn't have any distracting thoughts.
Only by pulling Zhang Huasheng down from his current position and ruining his reputation, will we have a chance to live the kind of life you want.
That's right, Lan Lan, don't worry.
As long as Li Mu starts, I will use all the power of public opinion in my hands to make him unable to stand up in this life. These two people, one is very excited, while the other is terrifyingly calm. Hua Hai is the gun in her hand, and as for Li Mu, he can only be regarded as an excessive chess piece at best. At 2 a.m., Jiang Shui had already gone to bed and Lu Kai had also rested.
Li Mu used a deep sleep card for both of them and went to the study.
Both parties in the whole incident regarded themselves as fools, but the script should be written by him. No one knows who the actors in this drama will be, but he must be the director. The white USB flash drive taken from Shen Xinlan was inserted into the laptop, and the video soon started playing.
10 minutes later, Li Mu almost laughed out loud.
Shen Xinlan and Hua Hai were too damn naive. The so-called black material here was nothing more than a few ambiguous videos of Zhang Huasheng and some third and fourth tier celebrities.
Just this video to bring down Zhang Huasheng? This is simply pushing oneself into the fire.
Their plan is to light the fire by themselves, and then Shen Xinlan will directly show up to expose the truth that Zhang Huasheng abandoned her, so that he can be dragged into the quagmire.
How naive. Both sides are bad, one thinks of himself as an ant, the other thinks of himself as a monkey, and both want to find a breakthrough for themselves? What a joke.
They must be arranged. Limu opened the system and found that about 2 GB of video files had been stored in the video storage area.
These were all recorded by Tianyong's skill of tracing the origin. Among them are also videos of real-time monitoring by Sky.
Limu doesn't know what the consequences will be if these things are exposed, but he is afraid that everyone will be in trouble except himself. This time he didn't intend to expose the news in the name of an honest person, but to do something exciting.
Don't the media always want explosive news? Then let them have their wish. 10 minutes later.
Ding, the video files have been packaged and bundled, and the internet has been connected.
Now start sending to the group. Ding. Email sent. A total of 3,600 media corporate email addresses.
Please wait for the video to ferment. Limu turned off the system and prepared to go back to the bedroom to sleep.
Now that everything was ready, he just had to wait and see what would happen tomorrow.
At 2 o'clock late in the morning, Liao Haitao, head of the entertainment section of the Hangzhou Window Portal website, had not yet rested. Recently, Zhang Huaxing's criticism of Limu has been a hot topic. He has been looking for a point of entry.
It is not easy to get some gossip news these days. Big stars, rich second generations, and business tycoons are becoming more and more difficult to deal with.
They will initiate legal procedures to sue you at any time.
This job is becoming more and more difficult. Dingling, you have a new email, please check it.
A slight prompt sound came from the speaker, and a new email notification popped up in the corporate mailbox in the lower right corner.
Is there anyone still sending emails at this time?
Confused, he clicked on the email, and suddenly, the screen flashed, scaring him.
Fuck, who posted this prank video?
He opened the video player himself, and the picture was a little dark, so he planned to close the video. Nowadays, the most popular trick on the internet is to scare people with videos, taking advantage of curiosity, and suddenly a hideous female ghost jumped out.
How could it scare people?
However, just as he was about to close the video software, the picture suddenly began to appear. A beautiful face appears in the video, but judging from her clothes, she obviously does not belong to this era.
Who is this woman? Why does she look familiar?
Liao Haitao, who is almost 45 years old this year, always feels that he has seen this woman somewhere.
However, the camera turned and a young man in his 30s suddenly appeared. Liao Haitao recognized this man at a glance. Fuck, isn't this Zhang Huaxing when he was young?
He suddenly became interested in the video.
Who was this woman and why was she with the young Zhang Huaxing? This is a hotel room built in the style of 20 years ago.
Judging from its configuration, it should be the presidential suite at that time.
Watson, we were secretly photographed.
If it is exposed, I will be finished.
I am so popular now. If it is exposed, I will not be able to survive. Xinlan, what are you afraid of? Don't panic. The media won't dare to do anything.
But it was the Hong Kong media who secretly photographed us.
Even you can't do anything about it. You have to help me.
Xinlan, don't lose the big picture for the sake of a small one.
How about this, find someone to take the blame. I'll give him some money, and you admit that the person who entered the hotel with you was your assistant? What? Are you crazy? This is the end for me.
My Dingxing Entertainment has reached the most critical moment.
There must be no problems at this time. As long as you agree to find someone to take the blame, will you still be worried about not having film resources in the future? Even if you can't make it in Hong Kong Island, can't you come to the mainland? You are so cruel, woo-woo. Xinlan, be good, I am also thinking about the overall situation, you know? I really love you.
The woman wiped away her tears and said softly, okay, I'll believe you this time, but you must not lie to me, otherwise I will make you uneasy for the rest of your life.
Don't worry, how could I give up on you? The Hong Kong and Macau markets are so small, what future can there be? When you come to the mainland, I will definitely make you famous.
The video ended here, but Liao Haitao quickly moved the mouse, only to find that the video was indeed gone.
Xinlan? Wait, I remember now. Isn't this woman the Hong Kong diva Shum Xinlan who disappeared from the entertainment industry 20 years ago because of a scandal with her assistant? Suddenly he raised his head and looked at the video on the computer again. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva.
He suddenly realized that he seemed to have discovered some incredible news.
If this thing were exposed, how big a sensation would it cause?
Although 20 years have passed, Zhang Huaxing is now at the peak of his life.
Chapter 112, Demons are dancing wildly.
Storm is rising. At the same time, media professionals, gossip paparazzi, and entertainment reporters throughout China received an anonymous email at almost the same time as Liao Haidao. The source of the email was a string of garbled characters that could not be traced, and no one knew that the video files they received were all different, but the male and female protagonists were inseparable from Zhang Huasheng and Shen Xinlan.
Ding dong ding dong ding dong. Liao Haitao's cell phone kept ringing. He looked down and saw that people in his city's business group had started chatting. He looked down and was immediately shocked. Wow, it turned out that he was not the only one who received the video. And judging from the content of their chat, the content of the videos everyone received seemed to be different. Fuck, remember Shen Xinlan?
This woman said she had an improper relationship with her assistant, but it was exposed.
She quit the entertainment industry at the height of her fame and disappeared for decades.
I received a video and found out that the person she had an affair with was not her assistant, but Zhang Huasheng.
Oh my god? Did you all receive the video? I received it too. Damn, I was almost scared to death. Dong Bing, Shen Xinlan's assistant, was shot to death.
I have a video here that seems to be a conversation between Zhang Huasheng and the murderer, but the pixel quality is worrying.
Do you think we should post it online? Shit? They're all black material? My fucking video is not simple.
Shen Xinlan not only had an affair with Zhang Huasheng, but also had an ambiguous relationship with Universal Entertainment Huahai.
I have a few videos of them eating alone. Also, do you know about Xingge Ziguang restaurant in Hangzhou? The proprietress is Shen Xinlan. Liao Haitao was shocked. He thought it was awesome to receive that video, but he found that he had thought too simply. This was a storm of negative information about Zhang Huasheng and Shen Xinlan. If it was posted online, the consequences would be disastrous. Everyone, I think we should be cautious and not let others take advantage of us. These videos are obviously posted by someone with ulterior motives. If we become a tool for them, the consequences will be disastrous. Liao Haitao thought about it and expressed his opinion cautiously. Brother Tao, it's too late. The news has already exploded in the evening. Not only have we, the regular media, received it, but many gossip media and personal paparazzi have also received it. Yes, if we don't report it, someone else will report it tomorrow. The amount of information is really too much. Brother Tao, we won't be the starters. Judging from the situation, there will definitely be chaos online tomorrow. We can just blend in with the crowd. Liao Haitao was dumbfounded. He quickly opened several chat groups with his media colleagues and found the same situation. At the same time, sporadic revelations had already begun on the internet, but it was too late and most netizens had already gone to bed, so it had not caused a big sensation for the time being. He could already foresee what would happen tomorrow, and he was afraid that the sensation it would cause would make the whole of China restless. It's terrible. Who is it? Is it an honest person? Liao Haitao suddenly thought of the honest man. He quickly opened the honest man's social network and frowned when he saw it. At this time, there were more than 200 million people online in the chat area of the social network, and it was very lively. Obviously, many people got the news and wanted to see whether it was the honest man who was responsible for this wave of revelations. Then the entire social network became as quiet as water, and the honest man had disappeared for almost 4 months. After turning off the computer, Liao Haitao planned to go to rest first and wait and see everything tomorrow. With Zhang Huasheng's ability, it was still unknown whether these negative materials could be exposed normally, so he was very cautious. Nothing happened that night. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Li Mu was woken up by Jiang Shui, whose face was full of shock. Something big has happened. Oh my god. The scandal of Shen Xinlan that shocked the entertainment industry back then has been exposed. She was not having an affair with her assistant, but with Zhang Huasheng. Oh. There's also this matter. Li Mu pretended not to know. Yes, there are videos all over the internet, and I don't know where they came from. It seems that all the entertainment media in the country are reporting on it. They even revealed that Zhang Huasheng had sexual relations with many female stars in the entertainment industry in the past 20 years. Oh, and the most important thing is that he is suspected of murder. Li Mu stood up, picked up his phone and opened it. He looked down and almost died of joy. The screen full of news push made Li Mu a little shocked. If the performance of mobile phones nowadays is not the same as before, it would probably have crashed long ago. TSK, I didn't expect it. So powerful? Who did it? An honest person?
No, this time he is most likely not an honest person. Based on his habit, he will definitely give a warning before breaking the news, but there is no movement on the social network, and there is no movement in that weird live broadcast room. His Weibo account has not been updated for almost half a year. Limu laughed and said, "Now we are going to have a good show."
What do you call this? Retribution, slandering me? It's your own retribution, right?
Jiang Shui smiled and said, "It's really mysterious, but your daily search has been removed, which is a good thing."
Limu felt relieved. Everything was developing as he expected. He was outside the center of the incident this time and it was impossible for him to be affected. It all depended on how they played next. In the bedroom on the third floor of Star Sea Light, the originally elegant and intellectual Shin Xinlan lowered her head and looked at her mobile phone, as if she had seen a ghost. She kept rubbing her eyes, as if she had seen it wrongly. However, after a long time, she realized that she was not wrong. How could this happen? Didn't I give Li Mu some dirt on Zhang Huasheng? How did it get to do with what happened back then? Could he be an honest man?
Shen Xinlan was panicking. She had originally planned to hide behind the scenes, play the role of the last manipulator, and sit back and relax. But now she was exposed. If she was dragged into the center of the vortex, the consequences would be disastrous. Just then, hurried footsteps were heard at the door.
Bang, bang, bang. Is Lan Lan here? It's me, Hua Hai. Something bad has happened.
Shin Xinlan's mind was in a mess and she opened the door directly.
It's over. I don't know who exposed what happened on the internet. Now the whole world knows about what happened between you and Zhang Huasheng. Brother Hua, are you an honest man?
Hua Hai was stunned, then shook his head heavily.
This time he is not an honest person.
His social network has not been updated, and these messages are all sent out by major media. I inquired and found that an unknown source sent a video email to major media in the middle of the night yesterday.
How could this happen? Could it be Zhang Huasheng? Impossible. He is in an even worse situation than you.
I heard that just 10 minutes ago, his villa in Yanjing was surrounded by local media.
I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to go out today. Chapter 113, Can't Hide Anymore. Identity exposed.
Good man, the sudden change made Shin Xinlan and Hua Hai completely dumbfounded.
They never expected that everything would change in one night.
The world was full of malice towards them.
Is it so easy to come up with some conspiracy?
It would cost a lot of brain cells, and you have to analyze and reduce various bugs to the minimum.
What now?
Shin Xinlan suddenly thought that she seemed to have not been exposed yet, and she might still have a chance to escape. Once her current identity was discovered, she would not care about what happened to Zhang Huasheng. But based on the other party's character, even if he was unlucky, she would probably not end up well.
Lan Lan, don't panic, I'll call Li Mu. Shin Xinlan did not refute.
She was confused and panicked. She had finally gained the upper hand, but once it was exposed, she would once again be caught in a deep whirlpool of public opinion.
Hello? Is this Li Mu? I'm Hua Hai. Do you know what happened on the internet? Now you are like this, what? You don't want to cooperate? Li Mu, what do you mean? Don't you want to die with us? You are not trustworthy, hello? Li Mu hung up the phone directly, and Hua Hai became angry. Damn it, this guy actually backed out. Lan Lan, leave now. I'll arrange for you to go to Hong Kong Island right now.
Hua Hai really loved Shin Xinlan, and the first thing he did was to help her escape.
This guy died at the hands of this woman.
Just then, hurried footsteps were heard at the door.
Oh no, a lot of reporters came to the door and surrounded the place. They said they wanted to interview Sister Lan. What? Hua Hai was shocked. The waiter turned pale, swallowed his saliva and said, help. Just now, the true identity of Sister Lan was exposed on the internet.
Now the whole world knows that Sister Lan is the Queen of the Year.
Shin Xinlan's body trembled, and deafening footsteps sounded at the door. Bang!
The door was knocked open. Hua Hai frowned and shouted angrily, "Someone, stop them." 8 bodyguards rushed out of the door, but it was all in vain. There were more than 20 reporters and they couldn't stop them at all. Hua Hai's face turned green, and Shin Xinlan was terrified. They were surrounded by a group of reporters in the central area. The mysterious high-end Western restaurant owner turned out to be the Hong Kong diva who disappeared due to scandals.
Xinlan, can you tell us how you have been living these years? It was revealed online that the Zingaya Ziguang Western restaurant was jointly opened by you and Mr. Huahai. May I ask what is the relationship between you? It was rumored online that you had an ambiguous relationship a long time ago. Is this true? Back then, you were exposed to have an illegal relationship with your assistant, but now the truth has come out. What made you hide the truth for so long? At the same time, there was a shocking revelation online that your assistant Zhang Wenqing's suicide by jumping off a building was fake, and that he was murdered by Zhang Huaxing. Were you involved in this matter? Damn it, all of you shut up. Lan Lan is also a victim in this matter. You reporters, stop slandering me. Believe it or not, I can ban you with just one phone call. Ha, Mr. Hua, you'd better not brag. We are in the mainland, not Hong Kong Island. Zhang Huaxing can't even protect himself now. Do you have the ability to do that? That's right, we have the right to press freedom, everything is within reason, don't threaten us, or we will be exposed and unable to protect ourselves. Xinlan's face turned pale, and she sat down on the ground with a look of fear on her face. Nonsense, all nonsense, those are all false, I have no relationship with Zhang Huaxing, those are rumors. Miss Xin, we know how you feel. You definitely don't want others to know about the most shameful part of your life. It's really hard, but now that things have come to this, you should think carefully about how to give the public an explanation. At the same time, in Yanjing, Zhang Huaxing was depressed because he was stuck at home and couldn't get out. When he woke up, everything was different. He had never imagined that the online media would expose the black material from more than 20 years ago. Mr. Zhang, I have inquired and found out that an unknown person sent the video to these media, but no one knows the source. Mass message? Can't find it? 20 years ago, there were no smartphones. How could these images be so clear? We don't know either. There is also the latest news. Xinlan's restaurant Zingaya Ziguang in Hangzhou has also been exposed. Now it has also been blocked by the local media. When he heard the three words Xinlan, his expression suddenly froze and a hint of hatred flashed in his eyes. This bitch, I wanted to get rid of her back then, but she ran away. Well, she dared to come out again. She is really looking for death. The subordinates lowered their heads and dared not even look at Zhang Huaxing. Chairman, these are actually nothing. The murder video is a bit troublesome. The picture is clear and the process is detailed. In the end, Zhang Wenqing was pushed down from the upstairs. I'm afraid there will be trouble. We have to find a way. Ignore them. From now on, I will not have any contact with the outside world. Also, notify Xiaoan immediately and ask him to return to Yanjing and not stay in Hangzhou anymore. Okay, I'll do it right away. The men left the living room, but Zhang Huaxing's face was still filled with uneasiness and anxiety. This matter is too big, even he may not be able to handle it. Before, he mobilized the bigwigs in the Beijing circle to collectively attack honest people, and now he himself was exposed. The retribution came too quickly. By the way, could this be an honest person? Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, and the three words honest man came to his mind. Then his face began to look ugly. He thought of his previous attacks on the other party. Could it be that he did this to retaliate against himself? He took out his mobile phone and opened the honest people's social network, but he was disappointed. There were 500 million people online in the chat area, and everyone was discussing this matter, but there was no statement from any honest person on the website. He couldn't help but wonder, was it really his illusion? If it wasn't an honest man, who could it be? He couldn't think of any enemy who dared to expose him so boldly. Hangzhou City, Jinghai Group, Li Tianhao's office and interior. Have stocks started to recover? Chairman, it has recovered. Currently all attention is on Zhang Huaxing, so we have temporarily avoided the storm of public opinion. What a fate! Originally, I was criticizing Xiao Mu, but now someone has exposed his dirty laundry. But what I'm most curious about is the Starry Sea Western restaurant. The boss behind it is actually Xinlan. This woman was very popular when I was young. Jiang Shui heard this and laughed. I really don't know who broke the news this time. Chapter 114, Honest Man Official Announcement. This matter has nothing to do with me. Isn't he an honest man? Li Tianhao was stunned. In his subconscious, who else but an honest person could make such a revelation and move? If not an honest person, who else would have the courage to do this? This was really stirring up a hornet's nest.
Uncle, he is not an honest person. His social network is very quiet now, nothing is going on.
Moreover, the honest person has not appeared for almost half a year.
He is just a person who provided the material for the revelations, and he has not been discovered.
This is quite interesting, isn't it? People nowadays are so powerful. There was an honest man before, and now there is an anonymous whistleblower?
However, Zhang Huasheng has a wide network of contacts, so I'm afraid he can get through this crisis.
Not necessarily.
I heard that some people are ready to beat the fallen dog. Some people in the entertainment industry have already started to be sarcastic. Don't give Zhang Huasheng a break, otherwise they will know that society is dangerous.
Li Tianhao smiled and said, "Forget it. The entertainment industry has nothing to do with us. They are just people who have nothing better to do. Let them do whatever they want. Xiaomu is very good. He can endure being criticized. He is indeed mature."
Jiang Shui heard this, a hint of pride appeared on his face, but he said in a teasing tone, "Uncle, he is your son.
You are so outstanding, how can he be bad?"
When Li Tianhao heard this, he was overjoyed. This future daughter-in-law was open-minded and good at talking, and he felt comfortable just by listening to her.
Dong dong dong.
While the two were chatting, there was a knock on the office door.
"Chairman, Xiaoshui, you are all here."
5 minutes ago, Zhang Huasheng issued a statement strongly condemning the honest man, saying that this revelation was his trick, and at the same time emphasized that he was innocent.
Innocent? He can't deny it this time, right? That video doesn't look fake at all. Isn't this statement ridiculous?
It's really a case of trying to cover up one's own guilt.
Ha, don't you know?
The honest man responded. 1 minute ago, the honest man appeared on the social network and stated that this matter had nothing to do with him. He said that these grudges in the entertainment industry were just child's play and not worth mentioning.
What? The honest man made the official announcement?
Jiang Shui took out her cell phone and was shocked. Sure enough, there was a very conspicuous title at the top of the homepage of the honest person's social network, and this title also distanced herself from the matter.
Could it be that he is talking nonsense? Li Tianhao asked doubtfully. It's unlikely.
His whereabouts are still a mystery.
No one has discovered it.
If he did it, he would definitely admit it.
There's no need to do this.
Moreover, he said on the honest people's social network that if Zhang Huasheng insisted on throwing dirty water on him, he wouldn't mind exposing all the dirt on him.
This incident caused a huge sensation on the internet. Doesn't this mean that others have not wronged him? Does he really have any dirt on him? Li Tianhao's heart skipped a beat and he couldn't help shaking his head.
He was afraid that Zhang Huasheng would be in trouble this time. In Yanjing, Zhang Huasheng held the phone with trembling hands. He saw what the honest people on the internet said to him and was so angry that he was speechless.
"Mr. Zhang, this honest man is really abominable. I think we should teach him a lesson." "That's right. He is so arrogant and wants to send us off early? He is just trying to be mysterious. I don't think we can let him do this. Everyone is right.
We should hold a press conference now and call on all sectors to boycott this mysterious person."
"This person is too. Pa."
Zhang Huasheng slapped one of his men in the face, and blood spurted out of his nose, staining the ground red.
"Mr. Zhang, why did you hit me? Damn it, if I wasn't in China, I would have ordered someone to bury you alive. Can you find an honest person now? Threatening you? When the time comes, I will really expose your background. Do you have a way to deal with it?"
The subordinate covered his face and dared not say a word. The people around him also lowered their heads and silently said in their hearts, "Can't see me, can't see me." Zhang Huasheng glanced at his men and was furious.
Why did he blast the honest man at that time?
He wanted to take the opportunity to promote himself, establish his image, and increase his presence. He didn't expect that he would swallow the bitter fruit so quickly, and now he can't say anything about his suffering. If he had known that honest men were so difficult to deal with, he would have provoked them. Suddenly, he looked at his subordinates in front of him.
This wave of coquettish actions also caught their attention at the time. "Someone come."
More than a dozen bodyguards ran in from the door.
"Mr. Zhang, what can I do for you?" "Kick these three out of here." I don't want to see them in Yanjing again.
Soon, cries for mercy were heard in the living room of the villa, but Zhang Huasheng remained indifferent. His mind had already drifted to the honest man and the mysterious whistleblower. At this time, he picked up his mobile phone and dialed a number. About 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man wearing black-framed reading glasses walked quickly from the door.
Mr. Zhang, you are looking for me. Jiandong, go to Hangzhou City. Don't alarm anyone. Bring Xiaochang back first. Also, help me go to Zingaya Ziguan. Remember, if conditions permit, make that woman disappear. Mr. Zhang, isn't this a bit risky? Now is the right time.
Wow, this middle-aged man actually questioned Zhang Huasheng's order.
If someone else was present, they would definitely be shocked.
However, when Zhang Huasheng heard this, he showed a trace of helplessness.
There's no other way. We can't delay this any longer.
Xiaochang has done a lot of shady things over the years. If he is exposed at this time, it will be difficult for him to come back. After hearing this, Lin Jiandong turned around and walked out the door without saying anything more. This person is Zhang Huasheng's confidant. He was the one who personally arranged the creation of Zhang Wenqing back then. If you didn't tell me, no one would know that he is a ruthless killer.
Judging from the way he is dressed, he is definitely Zhang Huasheng's assistant.
At this time, Zhang Huasheng took out his mobile phone and called his son Zheng Chang.
Inside the presidential suite of Intercontinental Hotel Hangzhou. Damn it, I can't go out, and I can't go back. How long will it take? I'm almost exhausted. Expose? My mother can easily kill them. What's there to worry about? Ji Naihua was trembling with fear.
He had also seen the news on the internet and was now panicking. It was true that he had received investment from Zhang Huasheng, but such a thing suddenly broke out and he was also very scared. They have a lot of connections and if something goes wrong, they can just walk away and spend money to avoid disaster.
What should he do then?
He has his own film company, but he has invested all his savings in it.
If it fails, it will be ruined.
At this moment, Zheng Cheng's cell phone rang.
He looked down and frowned. It was Zhang Huasheng calling. There was no way.
Although reluctantly, he still picked up the phone and pressed the answer button.
Dad, when will I be free? If I stay any longer, I'm going to go crazy. Chapter 115, just cripple me. Lifelong. Really? You asked Uncle Don to pick me up? Okay, I promise not to run around. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Cheng glanced at Ji Naihua. You can leave now. The investment is suspended. My father is very dissatisfied with my experience in Hangzhou City, and he is also very dissatisfied with you. We think you are not capable of cooperating with us. Please leave. My goodness, if it were in the past, Ji Naihua would have cried to death? He had already spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on the entertainment expenses, and you said you were leaving?
But today, when he heard the news, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Mr. Zhang, indeed, I lack too much and am really unqualified. In the future, if I have the ability, I will seek cooperation with you again.
Go away.
Zheng Cheng just waved his hand.
He was really annoyed by this lickspill. If it was a woman, he might be a little interested.
At this moment, Jiang Shui's figure appeared in his mind again. At this moment, Jiang Shui's figure appeared in his heart again. He had never seen such a beautiful girl. Just wait, sooner or later you will be mine, Li Mu, I will turn you into a eunuch. In the library of Hangzhou University, Li Mu was holding a book of China's top 10 unsolved mysteries. His eyes were fixed on the book, but he was actually watching the surveillance camera in his mind. At this moment, he felt very disappointed. Zhang Chang was such a cruel bastard that he wanted to castrate himself and even wanted to monopolize Jiang Shui. This idea was quite dangerous. After stuffing the book into the bookshelf, Li Mu's eyes rolled and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Since the other party was so vicious, there was no reason for him to leave Hangzhou so easily. Li Mu prepared a big show for him to let him feel the dangers of society and let him know that the clown is himself. The system mall appeared in Li Mu's mind, and an item called human skin mask appeared in the list. An arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. If I don't make you a cripple, you don't even know how to write the word Li Mu. At 3 p.m., Wang Lei came to Li Mu's home. How is living in the new house? And how is your mother's health? Boss, everything is fine. My mother's condition is under control and there is no problem.
Now I have money.
I think her health will get better and better.
Thank you. Why are you being polite? Come and sit down. Wang Lei sat down next to Li Mu. He was free now.
He didn't have to report to the police for half a year, so he felt much better.
Have you seen this? A translucent film appeared in Li Mu's hand.
It looked like it was made of flour, but upon closer inspection, it was not that thing. It looked like a layer of rubber. However, when Wang Lei saw it, his eyes suddenly changed and he looked surprised and doubtful.
Is this a human skin mask? You really know it. It's no wonder that your ancestors made a living in the underworld.
Wang Lei's heart was filled with shock. More than 100 years ago, many people knew how to use this thing, and some people in the martial arts world had mastered some of the secrets. But in modern society, he was sure that no one knew how to use it.
Don't F-King think that TV dramas are lies.
In fact, after putting on a human skin mask, it really can be mistaken for the real thing.
Boss, where are you from? This is a secret. I want you to take him and do something. Li Mu waved to Wang Lei, who moved closer.
Li Mu began to explain in the other party's ear.
Will this be a problem? Don't worry, it won't happen. Remember to use at least 80% of your strength, but don't kill the person. Just cripple him for life. Wang Lei swallowed his saliva. He was not afraid but a little excited.
This was the first time that Li Mu assigned him a task after he followed him.
Boss, can you tell me who I will become after putting on this mask? Why? What? The boss of the Starlight restaurant?
That's right, just follow my instructions and find a place with surveillance. But remember, your power comes first.
If you are not sure, don't take action.
Okay, I'll do this for you beautifully.
Li Mu once again refreshed Wang Lei's cognition. Everything was too unbelievable.
At 2 a.m., a dark shadow appeared at the Intercontinental Hotel. He did not go to the corners or places where there were no people, but chose places where there were many people.
10 minutes later, he arrived at the top floor.
There was only one guest room on this floor, which was the presidential suite where Zhang Chang lived.
Dong dong dong.
There was a knock on the door, and it was obvious that Zhang Chang was not asleep yet.
Fuck, who is this? It's so late, damn, this service is too bad.
As he was cursing, the door opened and a huge fist hit him in the face. Zhang Chang had long been drained of his energy by alcohol and sex. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain on his face and fell backwards.
Bang, bang, bang. After a round of punching and kicking, the man looked down at the dying Zhang Chang. Damn it, is it awesome just because my dad is Zhang Huasheng? That's the one I beat today. It hurts. What are you going to do?
Zhang Chang was beaten so hard that he was stunned and lay on the ground with a look of horror.
I'm going to cripple you. Click, click, click.
For snapping sounds were heard, and his limbs were broken alive. At this time, they were already in Lingcheng, and they were in the room. The sound insulation here was quite good, and no one could hear the screams at all.
It hurts. Who are you? My dad will not let you go. Fuck you.
The other party stepped directly on his face, leaving a huge footprint, and at the same time his nose was crushed.
I will definitely make you pay the price.
Zhang Chang was completely stunned by this wave of combined attacks, and the huge pain in his body made him turn pale and his body tremble.
Look at my face. I won't change my name or surname. Huahai is me. Damn it, how dare you do this to Lan Lan? I have tolerated your father for a long time. Just wait for death here. After saying this, Wang Lei, disguised as Huahai, swaggered out of the presidential suite.
20 minutes later, he appeared 1 kilometer outside the hotel gate. He turned his head and looked towards the street. 3 police cars sped towards the hotel. He grinned, walked quickly into the distance, and soon disappeared into the night. I have to say, this wave of operations is really exciting. When Huahai is discovered in the video, that will be the beginning of the game.
How exciting will it be then?
Now Huahai is still trying his best to protect his beloved, but he doesn't know that he originally wanted to make good use of Li Mu, but was tricked by Li Mu in return. Once the hotel surveillance video is exposed, it will be impossible for Hua Xiaoan to leave Hangzhou.
By then he will be arrested, and Global International and Dingxing Entertainment will be incompatible. The author has something to say. Chapter 116, Everything was fine when I came here. I can't go back. That night, the hotel waiter heard cries for help from the presidential suite and found Zhang Chang, who was dying.
It was already 4 a.m. when the police and ambulance arrived.
The policeman in charge of this area was called Dong Fong.
He had never seen such a tragic case in all his long years as a police officer. By the time Zhang Chang was loaded into the ambulance, he was no longer in human form.
"Boss, we checked and there shouldn't be anyone else here. We've checked the hotel surveillance and there should be news soon."
Dong Fong looked solemn, his eyes full of anxiety.
"This time we are in trouble. The person in trouble is Zhang Chang. Who is the one who collected the bills so cruelly? This person is useless. Even if his life is saved, he will probably be a useless person in the future.
Boss, the murderer is so cruel, he must be caught, otherwise it will definitely cause panic among the citizens of Hangzhou, which will be the most troublesome."
"This isn't the most troublesome thing. He's Zhang Huaxing's son. How could he let it go after being treated like this?
He's also been caught up in public opinion recently.
Why did I have to deal with this? I think this is an opportunity. If you solve the case, you might get a promotion. Are you stupid? Is it easy to get involved in this kind of thing? Do you think it's so easy to get the credit? Don't you see what kind of person Zhang Huaxing is?"
At this moment, footsteps were heard at the door and a police officer walked in with a USB flash drive.
"Boss, there is an important discovery." Dong Fong's expression changed. He quickly asked someone to bring a laptop and then plugged in the USB drive.
Soon, images began to play on the screen, and as the content appeared, Dong Fong's pupils began to dilate.
"Why does this person look so familiar?" "Boss, so there is a major discovery. This person is Hua Hai. How can he have such means to break people's limbs with his bare hands? This is too scary."
The young policeman next to him turned pale with fear. This video was beyond his understanding. Hearing this, Dong Fong frowned, his eyes filled with anger. Even if Zhang Chang was a rich second-generation dude, he shouldn't be tortured like this. At this moment, he even wanted to kill Hua Hai.
"Bring the people with you, let's go to the Xinghai Ziguang Western restaurant. Remember to keep this news secret for now, and obviously don't reveal it to anyone."
"Yes." The Intercontinental Hotel did not inform the outside world of anything that happened. It was late at night, so the noise was not very loud. The hotel cooperated and just secretly blocked the floor where the accident happened. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the police car slowly stopped in front of the Shanghai Light restaurant. Dong Fong brought several policemen with him and then took out a pistol from his waist.
The other party is a vicious criminal.
Everyone must be careful and do not act recklessly.
Act now."
The 6 of them quickly ran towards the restaurant door.
Dong Fong took a deep breath and kicked the door open. Bang! The sounds at night were obvious.
On the 3rd floor, the lights came on and soon footsteps were heard at the stairs.
"Wait, don't act rashly, since you heard it, just wait for them to come down." Dong Fong was obviously very experienced and told everyone not to take risks.
Soon, Shen Xinlan, wearing pajamas and looking haggard, came to the 1st floor, followed by Hua Hai, who was wearing a suit and obviously had not slept. When the two saw Dong Fong and others, they were stunned at first, but their faces soon turned cold.
"Are you the police? You came uninvited in the middle of the night and kicked the door. What do you want to do? Even if the rumors on the internet are true, have we committed a crime?" Hua Hai's face suddenly fell.
A series of recent events on the internet had made him extremely anxious and embarrassed him in front of the woman he loved. Now that these policemen had come to him, it was obvious that he was furious.
"Ha, you are quite calm and you didn't run away? I feel relieved now.
If I let a sinister devil like you go, who knows what will happen?"
Hua Hai was stunned, he really didn't understand what the other party said.
It was true that he had a secret in his heart, and he had done many illegal things, but what the hell was an unforgivable devil?
"Which policeman are you from? You are talking nonsense. I have no idea what you are talking about." Dong Fong sneered.
Even when death was imminent, he was still being stubborn. He was worse than pigs and dogs.
"Humph, you went to the Intercontinental Hotel alone, crippled Zhang Chang's limbs with your bare hands, and now you're playing dumb? What? What are you talking about? Are the police so lax these days?
Our restaurant has been closed for a few days, and I have been in the restaurant the whole time."
"What nonsense are you talking about? Do you have any witnesses? If you don't believe me, you can ask Lan Lan." Hua Hai was really angry.
No matter how much conspiracy he had, he would not be stupid enough to break someone's hand himself. Obviously, he felt that the policeman had bad intentions.
Shen Xinlan, he lives here?
Yes, I do live here and I haven't been out these few days.
What's your relationship? Living together?
Shen Xinlan's expression changed and became a little unfriendly.
Officer, I hope you can speak with respect. We are partners, we don't live in the same room. Humph, that means you are not inseparable 24 hours a day. I think you will not give up until you get to the Yellow River. Come, show him the matter.
The policeman next to him took out a laptop and then inserted a USB drive into it. The video player opens and a clip starts playing. As the picture appeared, Hua Hai's face froze and he stood there completely dumbfounded, because the person appearing in it was actually himself. When he saw himself in the video roughly breaking Zhang Cheng's limbs and then walking away, he was stunned for a moment. Impossible, this is not me, damn it, I am being wronged, there is something wrong with this video, it is fake.
Dongfeng snorted coldly. Huh, fake? This is the original surveillance picture, and you actually said it's fake?
You can apply for technical appraisal, but now you need to come with us. Shen Xinlan looked at Hua Hai in shock, his pupils filled with fear. He had not expected that Hua Hai would be so extreme as to do such a thing.
Impossible, I've been in the restaurant the whole time.
If you don't believe me, ask Lan Lan. It's true that he has been in the restaurant, but we are not together 24 hours a day, and the restaurant is not open during this period, so the surveillance is not turned on. Brother Hua, I'm afraid I can't help you.
What?
Lan Lan, you have to testify for me.
Take him away. We will not wrongly accuse a good person, nor will we wrongly arrest a bad person. If it's not you, you don't have to be afraid.
Besides, you have to think about how to face Zhang Huaxing's anger. His son has become a disabled person. Seeing Hua Hai being taken away, Shen Xinlan was completely panicked.
Everything was a little weird. She didn't know why it turned out like this.
She was fine when she came here, but now she can't go back.
Chapter 117, Explosive News. The video of the plot against Li Mu is exposed. The news that Zhang Chang was seriously injured was not disclosed immediately.
In order to prevent things from getting out of control, Dongfeng reported the matter to the municipal bureau after taking Hua Hai away.
At 8 o'clock in the morning, Wang Lei appeared in front of the municipal bureau on his electric scooter.
He had been released from detention for a long time.
He came here today to get some information.
As long as he does not break the law, he will not have any contact with the police.
It's simply insane.
All his limbs were broken. I know that Zhang Cheng is a scumbag, but this is too cruel.
The suspect Hua Hai still refuses to admit it. The video is irrefutable evidence. What else is there for him to deny?
Xiao Zhang followed behind him, his face pale. Obviously, they had watched the video surveillance, and the content of Li Mu made the young policeman very uncomfortable.
Boss, what should we do now?
I heard that Hua Xia refused to confess in the South City area. If we hand him over to us, he will still do the same.
How should we deal with it? Why are you panicking?
I have plenty of ways to make him talk.
Remember to block the news for now.
Otherwise, if Zhang Huaxing finds out, who knows what will happen.
Wang Lei had amazing hearing and could hear the other party's conversation from a long distance away.
He walked up to them calmly.
Officer Zhang, are you going out?
Ha?
Wang Lei? Why are you here? Oh, I forgot, you are here to get the materials, right? Ah, you are a good guy. I heard that you work part-time in Li Mu's company?
Yes, to supplement the family income.
Thanks to you and Li Mu, otherwise my life would be ruined.
Zhou Maiguo was also very pleased. He patted Wang Lei on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Study hard, no need to thank me, I'm just following the rules."
You should thank Li Mu and take good care of your mother. It's not easy for her.
Wang Lei heard this and said, "Of course."
By the way, do you want to go out? Yeah, well, let's not talk about it anymore. By the way, the information is in my office, you can just go get it.
I hope we don't have to meet in the police station again in the future.
Wang Lei nodded calmly.
He came to the police station to take care of his own business and also to see how the police handled last night's incident. Now it seems that the police are still keeping the fact that Zhang Chang was beaten and disabled a secret for the time being. At 10 a.m., Wang Lei came to Li Mu's home and told Li Mu about the situation at the police station.
Ha, this is to prevent Zhang Huaxing from going crazy, but what's the use?
He will know sooner or later.
Boss, we just wait?
Limu smiled mysteriously. Just wait, now we can be sure that someone must want to deal with Zhang Huaxing and not let Hua Hai and the others have an easy time. In this case, we can just watch the show.
Wang Lei nodded as if he understood, not quite.
After interacting with Limu for a long time, he found that his classmate and boss was really amazing. His sincerity and scheming were totally beyond the reach of his peers.
Hello, audience friends, now playing a short message.
5 minutes ago, major entertainment media received another mysterious text message. A video of Xin Xinlan and Hua Hai's secret conversation was exposed. It is worth noting that the content of the conversation between the two involved Li Mu, the prince of Hangzhou Jinghai Group. It is suspected that the two used him to deal with Zhang Haisheng. The content of the conversation was exposed.
The incident is currently under further investigation.
Li Mu crossed his legs and laughed, while Wang Lei was stunned.
He was stunned for more than 10 seconds and immediately took out his mobile phone.
Wow, in just a short time, the entire website was already full of videos of the conversation between Xin Xinlan and Hua Hai. Moreover, judging from the clarity, there was no doubt at all that they were trying to trick Li Mu.
Look, I am so innocent, why do so many people want to trick me?
Li Mu spread out his hands, his expression was very helpless, but there was a mocking look in his eyes.
Boss, now that this video has been exposed, Hua Hai and Xin Xinlan are completely finished, right?
Not only are they finished, Zhang Huaxing is also having a hard time.
His son has become a cripple. How can he still be so arrogant? Blasting me? He is still too young. Wang Lei's mouth twitched.
Li Mu said that Zhang Huaxing was still too young.
If this was spread out, wouldn't people laugh at him? However, in his opinion, Li Mu was qualified to say this. Don't worry about it. Play when you should, sleep when you should. What does this have to do with us? Let them do whatever they want.
In the interrogation room of the Hangzhou Municipal Public Security Bureau, Zhou Aigua, with a confused look on his face, stared at the tablet computer brought by Xiao Zhan with a dull expression. It took him a full minute to come back to his senses.
Hua Hai, you are quite courageous, aren't you? Not only did you beat him to a cripple, but you also plan to use Li Mu to deal with Zhang Huaxing? Hua Hai's expression changed and he snorted coldly. I won't say anything now until my lawyer arrives. You are quite arrogant. Take a look at this thing? Does it look familiar to you?
Hua Xiao subconsciously looked at the screen, his eyebrows raised immediately, and in an instant, his face turned extremely pale, and he looked at the tablet in disbelief. He was very familiar with the scene in the picture. It was in the office of Star Sea Light, but there was no surveillance in that room. How could his conversation with Xin Xinlan be made into a video and posted online? He couldn't get rid of Hua Hai day by day. The third master of Global International seemed to be pressed to the ground by an invisible hand. He felt like the Monkey King in Journey to the West, unable to escape from the palm of Tathagata. Hua Hai, you crippled Zhang Chang in an extremely cruel way, and now you and Xin Xinlan are planning to sow discord between Li Mu and Zhang Huaxing. You'd better tell the truth about these two things. I was wronged, really, I was wronged. I admit that I was with Xin Xinlan to trick Li Mu, but I didn't hurt Zhang Chang. The person in the video was not me at all. It was fake. Someone wanted to harm me. Zhou Aigua sneered. You are quite good at choosing what to admit. That's not you. Tell me, who is the person in the video? Your twin brother? The interrogation room suddenly became quiet. Hua Hai's eyes were filled with horror, as if he had seen a ghost. Think about it carefully. Zhang Huaxing doesn't know about this yet. Once he knows, do you know what the consequences will be? Can your Hua family withstand the revenge of killing your son? It's not me. It's really not me. Zhou Aigua and Xiao Zhang left the interrogation room. Boss, why do I feel like he's not lying? You feel the same way? I also think he didn't lie, but this only shows that he has a very good mental quality and excellent acting skills. After all, he is also a person in the entertainment industry. We only use evidence to speak. Has the video been authenticated? Boss, the technical department has verified that there is no problem with these two videos. There is no trace of trimming. The authenticity is 100%. The author has something to say. My grandpa passed away, and I will be busy dealing with the funeral these days. The update may be delayed.
Although not many people read it, I still want to say thank you for your support. Chapter 118 Zhang Cheng Incident Exposed. Continue to block the news. Zhang Cheng's affairs must not be leaked. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Zhang Huasheng will be difficult to control.
If he goes berserk, who knows what will happen in Hangzhou?
Boss, this guy can't protect himself, right?
The revelations on the internet before were enough to make him suffer.
Huh, you are so naive? Who do you think he is? This matter is not that simple.
If he could have been arrested earlier, he would not be in his own home now.
Often, the police will not easily arrest such people without solid evidence. At this time, Zhou Nigua was actually a little uneasy.
The honest man before had already given him enough headaches, but this time the honest man didn't show up, and instead someone else started to leak information. If what Hua Hai did to Zhang Cheng that night was exposed, the consequences.
He simply couldn't bear to think about it. Zhang Huasheng and Yan Jing would definitely go crazy by then. The two hurriedly left the interrogation room.
At this time, Shen Xinlan, who was in the Star Sea Light, had simply packed up her things and prepared to run away.
She could not stay here any longer.
Hua Hai's arrest had already left her alone, but the video that inexplicably leaked online a few minutes ago completely panicked her. At the same time, Lin Jiandong, who was sent to Hangzhou, walked out of the entrance of the Intercontinental Hotel with a serious face.
Brother Dong, why did the young master disappear? He didn't answer the phone. Is anything wrong? I don't know yet. I'll try to find out.
The hotel said he checked out 2 days ago.
Where could he have gone?
In a van in the distance, Li Mu looked through the window at the two people leaving the hotel with a sly smile on his face.
Ha, now that we're here, let's do something exciting.
Li Mu silently called up the system panel, and the next moment the video of Hua Hai beating Zhang Cheng was sent to the internet through group messages. At this moment, the scene from a few days ago happened again. Reporters and editors from major authoritative media received this video in their mailboxes at the same time. A minute later, Li Mu looked out the window and found that Lin Jiandong and the other man had not left. They were still standing at the entrance of the hotel, but they had taken out their cell phones and were looking at them. A minute later, Lin Jiandong put down his phone and walked towards the hotel with his men with cold eyes. Soon, there was a commotion in the hotel lobby and countless security guards rushed in. It was obvious that something happened in the lobby.
Try as hard as you can. I want to see how far you can push it.
Li Mu smiled coldly, started the Chinese magic car rolling Hongguan, and drove away from the hotel entrance without making any sound.
No one noticed that he was there.
In Zhang Huasheng's home in Yanjing, he kept watching the video that had exploded on the internet over and over again, as if he had eaten a few pounds of shit. Suddenly he picked up the tablet and smashed it to the ground.
Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang is actually disabled. This was actually done by Hua Hai. He is so bold. He doesn't take me seriously at all.
Shen Xinlan, that bitch, must have been ordered by him.
It must be him.
The blood-red pupils made Zhang Huasheng look scary. The bodyguards standing around the living room lowered their heads, and none of them dared to speak.
Who the hell dared to speak out at this time? Wouldn't that make them uncomfortable? Hello everyone, now playing a news brief.
2 minutes ago, an unknown source on the internet broke the news that Zhang Huasheng's son Zhang Cheng was beaten and disabled by Hua Hai. The hotel involved has been surrounded by reporters. At the same time, Zhang Huasheng's confidant Lin Jiandong happened to arrive in Hangzhou and is currently making serious negotiations with the hotel. Zhang Huasheng took a look, picked up his phone and dialed Lin Jiandong's number.
After about 10 rings, the call was picked up. Hello, it's me. What's going on? The hotel said they are innocent? Humph, forget about that now.
Help me find Hua Hai and kill him immediately. Also, go to the hospital to see how Xiao Cheng is doing.
What did you say? Hua Hai has been arrested? Did the police ask for the news to be temporarily blocked? What on earth are they trying to do? Okay, remember this, Shen Xinlan can't let him run away.
After hanging up the phone, Zhang Huashan was filled with murderous intent. He himself was now swept up in the storm of public opinion, and his son was beaten to a disability and locked up in the hospital. Now he suddenly realized that he was helpless at times. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a burst of hearty laughter rang out in the living room of the Li family manor. Look, you bombarded me, this is karma. My son used to have some mental problems, but he was still a healthy person. Now he has become disabled, he deserves it, this is karma. Xiaomu, you still have to be careful.
There are a lot of rumors out there right now. Zhang Huasheng has already sent people to Hangzhou.
Be careful that he gets angry out of shame and takes his anger out on you.
That would be troublesome.
Lu Yueyin said with a little concern.
There's no need to worry about that. Does the Li family live in Hangzhou like a vegetarian? Xiaoan was quite right. Wasn't he very high profile in the media's attack before? He even got some celebrities from Beijing to attack him collectively. This slap in the face hurts, right? Jiang Shui's face was filled with lingering fear.
He held up his phone and said, Zhang Cheng's whereabouts have been exposed. He is receiving treatment at the Hangzhou police station hospital, but his limbs are broken very thoroughly. I'm afraid he will have to stay in bed for the rest of his life and can't even sit in a wheelchair.
Hey, this is really a heavy blow.
I've heard of Hua Hai before, but I didn't expect him to be so cruel. Li Mu smiled and said, Come, have a meal.
This matter has nothing to do with us. They can do whatever they want. A person with a clear conscience has nothing to fear. They are asking for it.
Li Mu smiled secretly in his heart.
The conflict between Zhang Huasheng and Hua Hai was already an irreconcilable one. It all depended on how Lin Jiandong would perform next.
Whether they lived or died had nothing to do with Li Mu.
Strictly speaking, he was still the victim anyway. At the Hangzhou Police Department, Zhou Aigua was sweating profusely. Things had taken a drastic turn and were now out of his control. Damn it, who is it? Boss, he must be an honest man. Only he would be like this. No, absolutely not.
Why are you so sure?
Zhou Aigua is experienced, but sometimes being too clever can backfire.
So far, no one, whether private or official, knows the whereabouts of the honest man. It can be said that this person will not be discovered in the short term.
Given his arrogant personality, do you think he would go to such great lengths to expose the information? It must be someone else. Boss, you are indeed right. What you said makes a lot of sense.
If he were an honest man, he wouldn't have to be so timid. He would just explode directly.
Ding ling ling. At this moment, the phone on Zhou Aigua's desk rang frantically.
He quickly picked up the phone, but his expression changed drastically.
What did you say? They want to take people away by force? Stay calm, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Zhang asked nervously, what happened? Go to the hospital immediately. Zhang Huasheng's people want to take Zhang Cheng away. Chapter 119, Fanning the Flames. The entrance of the Hangzhou Police Department's exclusive hospital was surrounded by reporters.
At this time, Lin Jiandong stood expressionlessly at the door of the hospital. 4 of his men were carrying a stretcher on which lay a young man with his limbs in plaster.
He was Zhang Cheng. You can't take him away. He is the victim. If he is taken away, the case cannot proceed. Yes, this is against the rules. If we take the person away, we will all be held responsible.
You should wait until the police arrive.
Lin Jiandong said coldly, is there anyone here who can treat our young master? Do you have top experts and equipment?
I have to take him away today, otherwise you will be responsible if anything happens to him.
When the doctors heard this, they were shocked. They were just ordinary people. They knew the other party's identity very well and they couldn't afford to offend him.
The flashlights all around were flashing rapidly, and the media reporters who had rushed over were all showing excitement on their faces.
They were different from ordinary people.
The bigger the incident became, the more bonuses they would get.
As long as the news keeps coming, that's a lot of money. Sir, are you Mr. Zhang's man? Does he want to take Zhang Cheng back to treat him with the best medical care?
But we heard that his diagnosis has come out, and the best outcome is that he will spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair.
Ah, he is so young, what a pity.
The murderer's methods are really brutal.
But I think he should be arrested. The medical facilities and doctors at the Hangzhou Police Hospital are indeed lacking. This matter is so serious.
I heard that Mr. Zhang Huasheng has only one son.
Will he come to Hangzhou for this matter? The mastermind Hua Hai has been arrested by the police. This involves Universal Entertainment. How will you handle this matter?
Lin Jiandong said in a deep voice, blood debt must be paid with blood, and I must take the person away today. In the distance, a police car came speeding and stopped in front of everyone with an emergency brake.
Zhou Aigua got out of the car with Xiao Zhang and 2 policemen. You can't take him away. The case is still under investigation.
If Zhang Cheng is taken away, the case will never be solved. Lin Jiandong glanced at Zhou Maigua with disdain in his eyes. Whether the case is solved or not is your business. He is the son of our chairman.
Is there any problem if we take him away? Can you provide better medical conditions than us? Wow, this sentence really made Zhou Maigua dumbfounded.
What the other person said really made sense.
Chairman, you only have this one son. He is in this state now.
It is reasonable for him to return to Yanjing. He is a victim, not a suspect.
Comrade police officer, you'd better understand this.
When the reporters around saw this, they immediately became excited.
These people were like a group of flies. How could they give up when they saw a crack appearing on the shell? Ahem, this is human nature. Officer Zhong, you should not stop this. He only has this one son. If something happens to him, can you take responsibility? Yeah, it's better not to get yourself into trouble. If something goes wrong, you will be held responsible. To be honest, there is nothing wrong with taking your son away. After all, he is still a victim. Even if he is taken back to Beijing, it will only make your case more troublesome. Now that the mastermind has been arrested, it will not have any impact. My goodness, these reporters have all turned into white lotuses. Obviously they are just here to watch the fun and enjoy the trouble. Zhou Maigua's face became extremely ugly. See? I'm not forcing anyone to do anything. I can compromise.
I won't take our young master away from Hangzhou.
I'll ask the chairman to send experts to Hangzhou. This is my final concession.
After saying that, Lin Jiandong turned around and waved his hand. The stretcher was carried onto an Alpha, and he also got in the car.
After a while, the car started and disappeared from everyone's sight.
Lin Jiandong acted condescendingly throughout the whole process, not taking Zhou Maigua seriously at all. His tone of voice was also imperative and unquestionable.
With the group of reporters fanning the flames, Zhou Maigua had no choice but to compromise. Boss, are you letting him go now? What else can we do? What they say makes sense. Send someone to secretly watch them and make sure they don't cause any trouble. Zhou Maigua glanced coldly at the reporters and left the scene with Xiao Zhang.
When the police car left, the atmosphere suddenly became lively.
TSK, so awesome. He is indeed a big shot from Beijing. Even Zhou Maigua has no choice but to compromise. They are right. The key is that we don't need to look for news. Damn, this material is absolutely okay.
Indeed, the captain of the serious crime squad, Zhou Maigua, was forced to release the victim, Zhang Cheng, under pressure.
Wow, this news is sure to attract a lot of attention.
The reporters began to whisper, excitement shining in their eyes. At the same time, in a detached villa in Hangzhou, Zhang Cheng was sleeping on a bed with various medical devices inserted into his body. Lin Jiandong was calling Zhang Huaxing to report the situation.
I have brought the young master back. He is seriously injured.
Chairman, you should arrange for a professional medical team to come as soon as possible. The police have already made the biggest concession, and I cannot go too far.
Okay, I will take action tonight.
Shen Xinlan has already left Shanghai Light, but I have tracked his whereabouts. After hanging up the phone, he turned his head and looked at the bodyguards around him, and said in a cold voice, no matter who it is, no one can get close to young Master Zhang.
You all should pay attention and keep a close eye on him. If anything goes wrong, don't even think about running away. Yes.
After Lin Jiandong finished speaking, he walked towards the second floor. This guy was shrewd and knew that he must be under police surveillance, so he absolutely could not leave the villa. At 2 a.m., Shen Xinlan, wearing a sports suit and a baseball cap, appeared in a park in the center of Hangzhou. At this moment, she looked panicked and very nervous. Huahai's matter made her feel a little scared. In fact, she knew that Huahai did not go out at all that night. But it was really him who appeared in that video. How to explain this? She would not be so foolish as to think that this was a ghost, but felt that someone must have been plotting something behind the scenes. Even Huahai was tricked. What can a woman like her do? So he wants to leave. However, he saw the news on his mobile phone that Zhang Cheng was taken away from the hospital. This means that Zhang Huaxing's people have already arrived in Yanjing. She is not mentally retarded. Who is Zhang Huaxing most likely to attack now? The video of her conversation with Huahai has been exposed online. If Huahai is arrested, then the other party is most likely to find someone to kill her and put an end to it. At this moment, he looked at the pitch-black night and always felt that someone was following him. In a state of despair and confusion, he came to this place called Shihai Park.
Chapter 120: Shen Xinlan's tragic death.
This woman wanted to plot against Li Mu, but failed. Now Hua Hai was captured for no apparent reason. Zhang Cheng has become such a mess. It is obvious that Zhang Huasheng will give up. Everyone knows that he and Hua Hai have joined forces to use Li Mu to deal with Zhang Huasheng. If the other party sends people to Hangzhou, the first person to be killed will be him. In the darkness, she felt that any movement was directed at her. Even the old men and women walking in the park at night looked like killers in her eyes.
It's summer now.
Shen Xinlan hid in the bushes for less than 5 minutes, and her body was covered with mosquito bites. She was almost on the verge of a mental breakdown. In a pavilion not far away, a young man was holding a telescope and looking at Shen Xinlan's position from time to time with a smile on his face. This woman is quite old, but she is quite clever. She ran to this place and hid. I really couldn't tell that she was so alert. But unfortunately, tonight is the day she dies. Brother, Uncle Dong said that no one should be left alive, so don't let her escape tonight. These two people were the killers sent by Lin Jiandong. They were enough to kill Shen Xinlan. Lei Haiyang and Zhang Jinzhong have been working for Lin Jiandong for a long time and are his confidants. Most of the shady things on a daily basis are done by these two.
Ha, she's just a woman, don't be nervous. I've thought about it and it's enough for the two of us. Let's do it in the middle of the night.
I checked this park and there are no cameras. She has picked a good place for herself.
Time passed minute by minute, and soon it was completely dark.
Soon, the people who were walking in the park dispersed, and the surroundings became very quiet. Shen Xinlan, who hadn't had a good rest for a day, was tired and hungry.
Around 10 o'clock in the evening, she couldn't bear it anymore and fell asleep in the grass. Two black shadows passed through the flower bed and came to the grass.
They looked at Shen Xinlan, who was sleeping on the ground, and sneered. Lei Haiyang raised his hand and slapped the other person in the face. Shen Xinlan, who was sleeping soundly, felt a sharp pain on her face and sat up suddenly. When she saw the two strange men in front of her, her pupils shrank and a look of extreme fear emerged in her eyes.
Who are you? Mission, you are so awesome that you even dare to plot against our boss. Don't be afraid, we are very professional. We will send you away without you feeling any pain. You, what are you going to do? Are you going to kill me? Shen Xinlan asked the question even though she knew the answer.
She was so scared that she was incoherent. The thing she was most worried about finally happened. She knew without anyone saying anything about the two people in front of her. They were definitely sent by Zhang Huasheng.
You know this and yet you're asking?
Jin Zhong is holding her down. When Zhang Jinzhong heard this, he covered the other person's mouth with his hands and dragged him into the woods behind him.
Woo 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 woo.
Shen Xinlan struggled frantically, making sounds from her mouth and her eyes full of pleading for mercy, but these two men were professionals and were not moved at all.
5 minutes later.
Deep in the woods, Shen Xinlan stared with her eyes wide open. Zhang Jinzhong released his hands and cursed, "Damn, bitch, you are quite strong.
If you were not older, you could have enjoyed it. Damn it, you better be careful. Don't always fail to control your brothers. Sooner or later, you will die at the hands of a woman. Go quickly. If someone sees you, you will be in trouble." The two men left quickly.
Shen Xinlan, who had been well-mannered, stared at the sky with lifeless eyes, and died with her eyes open.
A generation of queen ended her life in such a miserable way.
She probably didn't expect that she was so popular in China when she was young, but in the end, she would die so miserably. The two men left the apartment without staying. After all, this was the central area of Hangzhou, and they did not dare to stay. If they were discovered, they would be in big trouble. At this time, in the study room of Li Mu's home, he had a sly smile on his face, and he was amused by the image projected from the system to the computer screen.
Fuck, these big guys are so awesome. They kill people without blinking an eye.
If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought it only happened in movies. Li Mu couldn't help but sigh. It was too cruel, a woman was suffocated to death like this. He had witnessed the cruelty and danger of this world, and it was also a wake-up call for him. Even if you have a system or even if you use plugins, you still have to be careful.
Otherwise, if you are not careful, you will be doomed. You only have one life, so you have to be responsible for it. Nothing happened that night.
At 6 o'clock the next morning, a ray of sunlight rose from the east and the city began to revive.
The sanitation worker Xiaoan walked into the park with a broom and a cheap cigarette in his mouth.
As usual, he first cleared the dead leaves from the lawn, then took a small boat to scoop up the fallen leaves from the pond, and then headed to the grove.
Old Ni was also feeling depressed.
This summer seemed to be particularly hot, with an average temperature of 38 degrees, which was really a bit tiring. At 7:30, he entered the woods, cigarette in mouth, and began to pick up the garbage left by some unconscious tourists from inside. Suddenly he saw a pair of feet stretching out from behind the greenhouse in front of him, and they looked like a pair of women's feet. He was not panicked at all, as there were often homeless people staying here. He had seen many of them, but this was the first time he had seen a woman.
Hey, wake up. The sun is shining on your butt. Go sleep somewhere else and don't scare anyone.
There was no response.
Old Ni was a little depressed.
Usually, the other party would run away when he shouted, but this person didn't move at all. He suddenly felt angry.
Can women do whatever they want? He is almost 70 years old.
Even if you are a young girl, he can still remain calm.
Hurry up and leave.
If the park ranger comes, you'll be in trouble. The pair of feet did not move, as if they did not hear Lao Ni's voice.
What's going on? Do you think I'm a good person? Old Ni was unhappy. Did he look too kind or what?
He picked up the broom and went around the back of the flower bed. When he looked through the flower bed, he was stunned at first.
The woman seemed to have a good figure.
His eyes moved upwards, and when he saw the pale face and empty eyes, he was stunned for about 1 second, but then he sat down on the ground, yellow liquid flowed out, and a scream resounded throughout the park.
Ah, someone's dead. Someone, come quickly. Someone, there's a dead person here.
5 minutes later, the grove was surrounded by people. At the entrance of the park, urgent sirens sounded and soon a cordon was set up around it.
Xiaoan looked at the corpse, his heart pounding. What kind of bad luck had happened to him?
Hangzhou had been too restless during this period.
Chapter 121 A Generous Gift. The murderer is confirmed. There were countless nearby residents who came here for morning exercises. How could these people have seen a dead person?
At this moment, they were nervous, curious, and a little scared.
How did she die here? Isn't this woman Xinlan? She doesn't have any injuries on her body. How did she die? Who knows?
But this man offended Zhang Huasheng.
Do you think?
I saw on the news that his men took Zheng Cheng away.
Just stop talking, do you want to die? Do you know what defamation is? I'll make sure all of you pay the price. If you just accuse me of defamation, you'll be screwed. What kind of society is this? I'm almost 80 years old. You want to scare me?
I'll go directly to Zhang Huasheng's house and lie down at his door.
Just see if he's scared or not.
A few old men and women were chatting happily when there was a commotion in the crowd ahead. Old Ni, who had discovered the body, was brought over. At this moment, he still had a look of fear on his face and his body was shaking slightly.
Old Ni, I heard that he was the one who found the body. Really? This old man must be terrified.
He has worked here for 10 years. I wonder if this will have a traumatic effect on him in the future.
There are many more troubles.
There is no surveillance here, and he is an elderly widower. It is hard to tell who killed him. An old man who looked quite educated and knowledgeable said in a deep voice with his hands behind his back.
Everyone was shocked and understood that this was indeed a problem.
At this moment, Old Ni suddenly exclaimed.
I didn't kill him. It really wasn't me. Believe me. I really didn't kill him. I found the body when I came here this morning. How could I have killed someone? Zhonghua frowned, glanced at Xiao Zhang, and asked softly, is there any surveillance here?
Boss, that's the trouble. There is no surveillance here, and he was the first person to discover the deceased, so it's difficult for us to handle it. Compare fingerprints, and then retrieve surveillance footage from surrounding roads.
We can't let the murderer go, and we can't blame any good person. Zhonghua has quite good business ability and he gave the order without delay. Comrade police officer, please believe me, I really didn't kill anyone. I'm just a loner. I make a little money, drink a little, smoke a little. How could I kill anyone? Mr. Ni, don't worry. We have procedures for handling cases. This matter still needs to be investigated. You are just a suspect now.
Of course, if you cooperate with us, the investigation will be faster.
Really, police officer? Trust us, we will let the truth out. Old and I was taken into the police car, and the people around him sighed. Boss, how suspicious do you think he is? There is little suspicion. So sure? The forensic report is out.
Xiaoan died at 2 a.m. last night, and Laoni's working hours are 5 a.m. There is no reason for him to come 3 hours early to kill someone, and he and Xiaoan could not have had any intersection.
Indeed, so what should we do? Go look for clues, find out where Lao and I was last night.
As long as a person lives in this world, he will definitely have loopholes.
Okay, I'll go right away. If I have any clues, I will contact you as soon as possible.
The scene was taken over by the police and the entire park was under martial law.
No unauthorized persons were allowed to approach. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Zhong conducted the first interrogation of Lao and I, but the effect was minimal.
He was also worried. The matter had reached a dead end. It was not that the case could not be solved, but it would definitely take a long time to go through the whole process.
Old and I is already 70 years old.
If he continues like this, his body will not be able to bear it.
Here Zhong has some thoughts. If you are a suspect, then everything is fine.
But if you are not a suspect, and you are detained for a month and then released without charge, and that person develops depression and then commits suicide, what should you do then? It would be fine if I was the one getting into trouble, but this incident would make the Hangzhou police lose face.
Day. In the darkness, footsteps were heard and Xiaoan quickly entered the office with a hint of excitement on his face. You little brat, have you solved the case? Are you so excited? Did you take stimulants? Boss, I just received a mysterious text message. It's a video. Video? What's the content? This. I can't really say.
You should just see for yourself.
Someone is secretly helping us.
Xiaoan took out his mobile phone mysteriously, and then operated a few times on the screen. Before Zhong's eyes could see the screen, the voice came out.
Don't kill me, please, please.
His expression froze and he snatched the phone.
Oh my god, the location of this video was in the murder park.
At this moment, two men were covering a woman's mouth and the person was dragged directly into the woods. Soon the woman's face began to turn pale due to lack of oxygen. Half an hour later, when the two men got up, the woman was obviously dead. The look in those eyes was extremely empty, just staring at the sky.
After committing the crime, the two men left quickly.
Suddenly, the picture froze and the faces of the two men were infinitely magnified. A line of text appeared at the bottom of the screen.
Officer Zhong, this is a great gift from me. The murderer is currently in Hangzhou.
They will leave Hangzhou within 3 days.
I am an honest man. I am with you. I wish you good luck. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became eerily quiet. Zhong was a little confused. An honest man actually provided him with an important clue at this time.
No, this was not a clue. This directly designated the murderer for him.
Boss? Boss? What's wrong with you? I'm fine. How could an honest person pass on information to me? Did he pay the tax and say that this incident had nothing to do with him?
Boss, he said it has nothing to do with it. He might not have been the one who broke the news, but how could such a capable person not know the cause and effect of the matter?
Yes, you are right. Let's forget about it for now. Now we have a clue.
Go, take the video to the technical department and activate the city's facial recognition system.
Even if these two people are hiding in the toilet, you have to find them for me. Yes. The two men instantly perked up.
Originally, the case had reached a dead end, but now with the honest man's suggestion, the fog had been cleared and the sky was revealed.
As long as they had a target, everything else would be nothing in front of the national police system.
Limu grinned, rubbed his hands, and said with a smile, I will kill you guys. System, turn on sky eye monitoring and shift the perspective to Zhong's perspective.
Any carrier will do.
Ding, the system has activated sky eye monitoring and is connecting to Zhong's phone.
The connection is successful and the other party has been notified.
Li Mu's mouth corners raised. Old Zhong, I always cheat you, but this time I'll let you have some fun and teach those two murderers a lesson.
Chapter 122, The Means are Against Heaven. Honest people are everywhere. Li Mu laughed sinisterly. He suddenly discovered a new use for the whistleblower system.
The honest man was indeed a bit high profile before, and all events revolved around him, which made it easy for problems to arise. Now he has a new direction.
His identity as Li Mu is completely hidden.
He looks like an ordinary rich second generation, and the honest man becomes the mastermind behind the scenes.
Isn't it the same to provide information to Zhou and solve the case? How exciting is this? I am watching you from behind, but you can't find me. This feeling is absolutely great.
On the other side, Zhou, who was about to leave the office, suddenly had his cell phone vibrate wildly. He impatiently took out his phone, thinking it was some spam call, but when he looked down, he was stunned.
The Sky Eye is accessing your phone. Your phone will be taken over. Please wait.
System intervention completed, monitoring target Shen Xinlan's death main culprit, Lei Haiyang, Jiang Jinzhong. A split screen appeared on the phone, with a navigation map on the right and a real image on the left. The picture shows the living room of a luxurious villa, where two shirtless men are drinking beer.
Damn, I'm dying of laughter. The police don't seem to be any good. They actually mistook a garbage collector for a murderer? I'm dying of laughter. It seems that I overestimated them. Ha, that woman is courting death, you know that?
She chose a park without surveillance.
Is she thinking she can't die early enough or what?
When Lei Haiyang heard this, he immediately laughed.
This is the difference between a woman and a man. Women only have this much potential. Playing with Mr. Zhang? Who the hell is he? Come on, let's do it. We will withdraw tonight, otherwise there will be more troubles in the long night.
The two men clinked their beer bottles together and then drank them all in one gulp. At this time, Zhou looked at the map on his right-hand side with his eyes narrowed.
Number 333 Shihu Road is a private residence. Rumor has it that it was bought by Zhang Huaxing from Yanjing.
It seems that the murderer is indeed related to him. The scene suddenly changed, and a figure appeared again.
Zhou eyes narrowed and he sneered completely.
He could still vividly remember how Lin Jiandong had targeted him at the hospital gate, and at that moment, he felt a sense of revenge.
Boss, everyone is ready. What do you say? Let's go to number 333 Shihu Road. Don't leave anyone behind. They are all there. The main culprit is Lin Jiandong. I wonder how he can still act so arrogantly in front of me. What? Lin Jiandong? How, did you know? Don't worry about it. Just go and notify the special police. The other party may be a thug. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, we must be fully prepared. Xiaoan was a little confused. How come his boss was so powerful all of a sudden?
Not only did he know the identity of the murderer, but he also knew their location. At the same time, he also knew that the mastermind behind this was Lin Jiandong.
Boss, are you sure? It will be troublesome if something goes wrong. What? Can I still lie to you? Hurry up, don't waste the opportunity.
10 minutes later, all 5 police cars remained silent and slowly left the police station, while the SWAT team also began to move out. The entire city of Hangzhou was as peaceful as usual, and no one noticed any clues here. 10 minutes later, at the gate of number 333 Shihu Road, a group of people hid in the bushes not far away, looking at the villa in the distance with the lights on. At this time, a voice was heard on Zhou intercom.
Hello? Hello? It's me. The SWAT team is ready. Okay, let's move. There aren't many people inside. Go in and suppress them with fire. We will support you when the time comes.
The other party didn't say anything nonsense, and soon Zhou saw a group of black shadows starting to move not far away, and soon entered the villa area. Soon, the villa was crowded with people, but from Zhou perspective, he could clearly see that several people were subdued by the special police in one fell swoop. Several figures wanted to resist, but because of the sudden attack, they had no ability to resist and were pinned to the ground and unable to move. Captain Zhong, there is no problem here, you can come in. It's really crazy. We conducted a preliminary search and found at least 5 guns and some homemade bombs. At this time, Zhou was a little excited, he had solved a big case. Okay, I'll be right there. Sirens sounded and a cordon was quickly set up around the villa. Zhou and his man entered the villa and saw Lin Jiandong squatting on the ground at first sight. When their eyes met, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Captain Zhong? Why are you here? What do you mean?
Arresting people randomly? Is it because of what happened in front of the hospital? I will file a complaint against you. Is there no law now? This guy is indeed a veteran in this world. He did not show any panic from beginning to end. When he looked into Zhou Naigua's eyes, he did not show any guilty conscience. It was obvious that he did not connect this arrest to the murder of Xin Xinlan. People who are favored by Zhang Huasheng are really different. Their mental qualities are so outstanding. I really underestimated you before. But unfortunately, this time I am not seeking revenge for personal gain. Why did you arrest me? At this time, Zhou Naigua sneered, his eyes looked at Lei Haiyang and Zhang Jinzhong beside him, and the corners of his mouth rose. Lin Jiandong's heart skipped a beat and he immediately felt something was wrong. Why are you laughing? What am I laughing at? Who are these two people? Can you tell me? Lei Haiyang, Zhang Jinzhong, you two were really amazing in the park last night. Very professional. My goodness. As soon as these words came out, the two people who were squatting on the ground with their heads in their arms suddenly looked frozen and the hairs on their bodies stood up. You? What did you say? I have no idea what you are saying. Just, what park? We didn't go out last night. Lin Jiandong was also panicked, but he was still lucky enough to remain calm. What do you mean? You have to be good at slandering people. They are my subordinates and have been with me from the beginning to the end. You will pay the price for your nonsense. Really? Pay the price? Then watch this video. Zhou Naigua took out his cell phone, placed it in front of Lin Jiandong, and sneered. Am I stupid or are you stupid? Is this video fake? When Lin Jiandong saw this, his face turned pale. He looked fiercely at Zhang Jinzhong and Lei Haiyang beside him, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Impossible, this is fake, there is no surveillance in that park. That's right, how could they have captured the video? We carefully checked the surroundings when we were doing it, and there was no one there. It was already 2 a.m. at that time. You two shut up. Lin Jiandong was completely speechless and roared. If he wasn't pointed a gun at him, he would definitely jump up and kill these two idiots. The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 123. Are you being honest now? The atmosphere became awkward for Xiaoan for a while. My goodness, although Lei Haiyang and Zhang Jinzhong are quite awesome, you have to admit that their IQ is really worrying. Just like that, they confessed everything to you. Brother Dong, Lei Haiyang suddenly realized how stupid he was. When he came to his senses, he was so scared that he couldn't speak. Oh my god, how depressing it must be. He accidentally said what was in his heart. Zhang Jinzhong was the same. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt that he had made a fool of himself. However, the words had already been spoken, and it would be troublesome to talk them back. You are deceiving us, Zhou Naigua. I will not be fooled by you. These are what they said. I know nothing else. Lin Jiandong roared, there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes, but now he could only try his best to restrain himself. In China, even if you have extraordinary abilities, if you openly go against the police, the consequence will definitely be death. There will be no way to survive. What's more, there is a special police team here today. Cheat you? I want to take revenge on my personal grudge and use such a big force. Do you think I am begging to go to jail? You are a person of some importance, how can you say such ridiculous things? Zhou Naigua sneered. Lin Jiandong was already panicking. His words were incoherent and full of loopholes. He was arrogant and flawless in front of the hospital gate, but he was definitely going to fail today. Zhou Naigua, those two people are just my men. I don't know what they did. You can arrest them if you want, but if you arrest me, I will definitely sue you. When Lei Haiyang and Zhang Jinzhong heard this, they immediately raised their eyebrows. Yes, it has nothing to do with Brother Dong. We did all these things. That woman dared to plot against Mr. Zhang. We were so angry that we killed her. Humph, it's all her own fault. I thought we did it very secretly, but it was still exposed. Everyone has their own responsibility. This matter has nothing to do with Brother Dong and Mr. Zhang. We two brothers plead guilty. Zhou Naigua was slightly stunned when he heard this, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that these two people were indeed very loyal, or they were afraid of Lin Jiandong. But unfortunately, Zhou Naigua came prepared this time.
He looked into Lin Jiandong's eyes, and suddenly a smile flashed across his face. The smile seemed meaningful, even a little teasing, which made the latter's heart skip a beat.
Captain Zhong, what are you laughing at?
Although they have a close relationship with me, I will not keep them if they commit a crime.
Just follow the rules and take them away. I have no objection. Really? I feel so sorry for them. Such loyal subordinates, but they are abandoned just like that. How cruel. Humph, I am a law-abiding person. If you slander me, I will not let you go. Zhong Aigua didn't plan to argue with the other party anymore. He took out his mobile phone.
It was a video he had recorded himself, and a real-time picture transmitted by the Honest Man's Sky Eye surveillance system.
This picture happened just half an hour before he carried out the arrest. You two should be careful. This is Hangzhou City. Be careful not to get caught.
Although there are no surveillance cameras in the park, there is no guarantee that there will be mistakes.
You have to leave tomorrow.
Okay, don't worry, Donggu, we are professionals and will never reveal our true colors.
That's right. Over the years, we have never failed. Don't worry, we know what we are doing. It's better to be safe than sorry. The body has been found. Zhong Aigua is not an easy person to deal with.
Lin Jiandong's expression gradually changed, and his mood, which had calmed down, was suddenly in an uproar. He looked at the video in disbelief, and his worldview collapsed.
Impossible, how could there be surveillance here? I check here every day, and there are no cameras at all. Where did your video come from? Tell me. Tell you? If you don't want others to know, then don't do it. The net of heaven is vast, do you really think you can escape? Take it away. Let me go, you can't catch me. I'm Mr. Zhang's man, he won't let you go.
Lin Jiandong was out of control, and Lei Haiyang and the other man felt very disappointed when they saw this. They knew that all three of them were doomed in this attack. Zhong Aigua, tell me who it is, or I won't accept it.
Yang Jiandong, you should be afraid of everything in this world. You know that, don't you?
I wonder if Zhang Huaxing thought that this day would come when he mobilized the celebrities in the Beijing circle to launch a public opinion attack on him. Of course, I also want to know who he is, but I know nothing for the time being.
Lin Jiandong's eyelids twitched and his heart sank.
As expected of Zhang Huaxing's most loyal confidant, at this moment he was thinking of his master.
If the honest person was plotted against this time because of the previous public criticism, doesn't that mean that the honest person will sooner or later hold his boss accountable? Officer Zhong, I have a request. Can you let me talk to Mr. Zhang on the phone? Don't worry, I won't play tricks. Even if the evidence is solid, he can't save me. I understand that. I know what you want to do, but this won't work. We still need to investigate your case. It's still unknown whether you killed Shen Xinlan on your own initiative or under the instructions of someone. Just follow me. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiandong's face turned pale. Everything was over. He had overlooked one person, and that was an honest man. At 11 o'clock in the evening, police lights were flashing at the entrance of the villa. When Lin Jiandong and his group were brought out, the entrance was already surrounded by reporters. The Shen Xinlan incident is a matter known to the public and an explanation must be given to the public. The moment Lin Jiandong was arrested, the news was notified to major media through the police station's own channels. Fuck, they caught him already? Shen Xinlan was really killed? That's amazing, I think it was Zhang Huaxing who ordered it, right? It's hard to say who gave the order, but it's inevitable that he will be investigated. Zhang Huaxing, who is already embroiled in scandal, will probably have a hard time if this incident gets in the way. That's right. Even the big guys in Yanjing can't cover the sky with one hand. But Zhang Huaxing is asking for trouble. Why bother to provoke an honest man? Are you feeling guilty? He must have seen the honest man's previous revelations and felt that this person was a threat to him, so he did this. Having said that, the honest man is really awesome. His existence is a great deterrent to these people. Reporters all around raised their cameras and started filming. Almost at the same time, Lin Jiandong and his group were arrested by the police in Hangzhou, and the news that it was confirmed that Shen Xinlan's death was caused by this man spread across the internet. Yanjing, D House Sauna. In the luxurious private room, Zhang Huaxing was enjoying a massage by a technician with his eyes closed. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the room. He opened his eyes and showed a hint of displeasure. What's up?
Mr. Zhang, something bad has happened.
The author has something to say. Chapter 124 Big News. Zhang Huasheng was taken away by the police.
Suddenly Zhang Huasheng opened his eyes.
Go out.
He gave the order without even looking at the beautiful technician in front of him. Upon hearing this, the latter stood up and left the private room. The door of the private room was closed. His subordinate Chen Bing lowered his head with a look of fear on his face. Zhang Huasheng frowned and his expression suddenly turned cold. The annual salary of these subordinates starts at 1 million, but he found that there were too many of them who were not capable of taking on important tasks. The only one who satisfied him was Lin Jiandong. This old guy doesn't talk much and is very low-key on weekdays, but he can understand the meaning of every word he says very well and execute it very perfectly, so he is very comfortable to use. As for the others, except for a few who are occasionally okay, the others are all fools. They may be good at fighting and killing, but their eyesight is really poor.
What's wrong? You can't talk anymore? What's the point of keeping you useless people? Can you learn from Jiandong?
If I had half of his ability, I wouldn't be in such a bad mood.
No. Something serious happened. What's the big deal? Someone is slandering me again? Are you going to expose me again?
You are such useless people. If there wasn't an urgent matter outside that Jiandong needed to deal with, I wouldn't even bother talking to you. Chen Bing swallowed his saliva and said tremblingly, something happened in Hangzhou.
Brother Dong, he had some problems.
Zhang Huasheng was stunned when he heard this.
He put the cocktail on the bedside table and suddenly sneered, Jiandong is in trouble? That's really weird. Why didn't he contact me himself? What happened? Was he killed? Or was he caught by the police? You idiots, don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Get out. Mr. Zhang, I'll say it again, get out.
Chen Bing retreated to the door with a look of horror.
He felt aggrieved. Obviously something big had happened outside.
Lin Jiandong had been arrested, but Zhang Huasheng drove him away.
Who could he complain to?
Lin Jiandong had been arrested, and the news was all over the place, with everyone saying that this was related to Zhang Huasheng.
Could it be that Mr. Zhang already knew about this? Did he have some thoughts in mind? Yes, that must be the case.
Chen Bing deeply agreed with this.
Otherwise, who could possibly deceive someone as powerful as Zhang Huasheng? If he wasn't sure, how could he let himself get out?
Thinking of this, he suddenly felt happy.
It must be like this. Mr. Zhang is always a god. It's really unique.
A professional bodyguard actually relied on his imagination to suppress the anxiety in his heart. At this time, Zhang Huasheng in the private room picked up a cocktail and drank it all. He got up, put on a bathrobe, lit a cigar, and planned to go to the steam room to detoxify. He picked up the phone with the screen facing down, and the moment he opened the door, his brows frowned. The three beautiful waitresses in charge of this private room were whispering with their heads down and did not even notice him walking out of the room.
Is the service at D House Sauna so bad now? An angry voice sounded, and everyone was startled. They looked up and found that it was Wang Huasheng. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, we didn't know you were out. Everyone is annoying.
Help me open a private steam room.
I don't want to be disturbed.
Several people looked at each other with doubtful eyes.
The internet was in such a mess? How could this big guy still be so calm? What are you looking at? Didn't you hear me?
No, Mr. Zhang, something happened.
Please stay in your room and don't walk around. Yes, you should go back to your room and rest.
My goodness, Chen Bing said something was wrong before, and now these waiters are also telling him something is wrong.
What do these people think of themselves? This is in Yanjing, what can go wrong? Don't these people think they are fools?
He was about to lose his temper when a burst of hurried footsteps was heard at the stairs of the emergency passage ahead. Chen Bing, who had just left, came over with several bodyguards, looking panicked. Chairman, please follow me quickly, the police are here.
Zhang Huasheng was stunned and his expression became ferocious. What did you say? Go? Where to? There are many police officers at the door. They must be here to arrest people.
Brother Dong was arrested in Hangzhou, and the murder of Xin Xinlan was exposed.
What? What nonsense are you talking about? It's true. The news has already come out.
The police will be in the bathroom soon.
It will be too late if we don't leave now. Zhang Huasheng grabbed the man by the collar and shouted, "Are you kidding me? Do you fucking believe that I'll tell you to get out of here right now?"
Mr. Zhang, calm down.
This is true. The news has been reported nationwide. The Yanjing police are already here. Your company and residents are all under police control. The bathroom owner next to him was about to cry.
Zhang Huasheng was a frequent customer of his. Because of this, his bathroom business had always been booming.
But now that something like this had happened, what should he do? Damn it, Qin Bing, how did you become my subordinate? Why didn't you tell me? Mr. Zhang, I told you that you were the one who drove me away just now. Have you forgotten?
Zhang Huasheng paused and his expression suddenly changed. At this moment, his expression became extremely ugly, as if he had eaten shit.
So, it's my fault? No, that's not what I meant. But you did drive me away.
Now that things have come to this, you should leave quickly.
Someone has exposed the crime process of Dong Ji's men.
Now the national public opinion is directed at you. They say you are a butcher, an executioner, and a scumbag, and they say you should be severely sentenced. As he was speaking, footsteps were heard again in the corridor, along with shouting and cursing.
You can't go in here. This is a high-end VIP area.
It will scare our guests.
We are from the urban area of Yanjing. There is a major suspect here. You are obstructing public service. If you continue like this, I will arrest you as well. At the corner, several policemen in uniform came out.
The middle-aged man in the lead was a tall and thin man with a square face and bright eyes.
Zhang Hong? Didn't expect that?
Zhang Huasheng has escaped legal trial several times by you.
Today, I want to see how you can run away.
You are suspected of being significantly involved in a murder case in Hangzhou City.
Now you need to come with us and be taken away. Let me go, I want to find my lawyer.
If you catch me, I will sue you.
Zhang Hong sneered. Are you kidding me? The Hangzhou police have already figured out Lin Jiandong's case. The evidence is irrefutable.
And you should also explain how you framed Dong Fong and hired someone to push him off the 20th floor 20 years ago. Two policemen walked behind Zhang Huasheng with expressionless faces.
Crack.
A pair of cold handcuffs handcuffed his hands. Everyone around him was shocked.
Things in Yanjing were about to change. Chapter 125, a lot of negative information. A sensation in China.
At the entrance of Dihao Hot Spring, there were huge crowds of people. It is really hard to believe that Zhang Huasheng, who is known for his connections in both the black and white worlds, was arrested. The entertainment business empire he created and the history of his rise to wealth are both legendary.
Many rumors in the underworld have been used as topics of conversation after dinner.
However, such a person, facing thousands of cameras today, is like a stray dog.
It's his right.
Call him awesome, but he doesn't even look at who is in power here.
He's just too arrogant, so it's like this today. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. That's right.
This is retribution for all the years of hard work.
Look, he's so awesome.
Not long ago, he criticized the honest man and suppressed Li Mu.
Now, he's so weak. Isn't he going to be laughed at?
You will pay for what you have done sooner or later.
Nowadays, you have to be careful when you do things and say things. Sometimes you feel that you are invincible, but in fact you are just a joke. There was constant pointing and laughing. When had Zhang Huasheng ever suffered such humiliation?
Suddenly he stopped, glanced at everyone, and was about to start scolding when he was pushed by Jian Heng.
Don't waste your time. You are a suspect. Do you still think you are the chairman of Dingsheng? If your crime is proven, you will never be able to get out for the rest of your life.
At this time, the reporters on the headlines were also very excited. After all, this was a legendary figure.
Who would dare to slander him in normal times?
But in the blink of an eye, he was arrested.
It must be said that life is really full of surprises. Mr. Zhang, are the rumors on the internet true? Is that really the relationship between you and Xin Xinlan? Did you instruct Lin Jiandong to kill her?
You criticized the honest man before, and this time all your dirty laundry has been exposed.
Although the honest man made an official announcement on his social media, claiming that he had nothing to do with the incident, do you think what he said is true?
Mr. Zhang, once you are proven guilty, you will not have any chance to turn things around.
Will you use your connections to help you? Or will you use your own energy to get yourself out of the quagmire?
Zhang Huasheng had a cold face and didn't say a word. How could he face these reporters? He had lost all his face in this life today.
After passing through the crowd, Zhang Huasheng was taken into a police car.
Looking at the convoy going away, the reporters were all sighing. No matter how powerful a person is, there will be a day when he will fall from grace. It only took less than a week for Zhang Huasheng to go from publicly attacking honest people to being arrested by the police. The opportunity came at the same time that Zhang Huasheng was arrested. A major change occurred on the internet. During this period, major well-known news websites and portals on the internet were hacked by mysterious hackers. At the same time, a series of explosive revelations about Zhang Huasheng were exposed. Apart from the Dongfang and Xinxinlan incident, all the other scandals are jaw-dropping and shocking. After he founded Dingxing Entertainment and reached the peak of his career, he had sexual relations with as many as 30 celebrities.
Among them, 8 female artists refused to obey him after entering the entertainment industry and were banned, assassinated, and even JS by him in various ways.
What is most shocking is that he used his ruthless means and secretly manipulated the situation, evading taxes as much as 1 billion in 30 years. His company employees had conflicts with him due to unfair treatment, and eventually they either died or were injured, and countless families were broken up. After the explosive text and video were exposed on the internet, it caused an uproar. Just when everyone thought that this must have been done by an honest person, they found that his social network was still as calm as water, with no movement at all.
Yanjing Police Station, inside the interrogation room.
After watching himself on the screen 10 years ago throwing a female star whose name he couldn't even remember into a mud pit and burying her alive, this powerful entertainment industry tycoon completely collapsed.
How is this possible?
This was 10 years ago.
How can there be a video in this place? It's impossible. It's fake. It's synthesized. I'm sorry, these videos are all real. They started to go viral online 10 minutes ago.
You are involved in 32 criminal cases in total, 6 of which are punishable by death.
To tell you the truth, it's okay for you to not confess anything now. Impossible. Who am I? I'm Zhang Huasheng. What am I afraid of? I'm not afraid of anything. Are you policemen just hoping for my death? I tell you, don't even think about having a good life. What? What other tricks can you play? Just wait, people from all walks of life will support me. I have been wronged.
Zhang Huasheng roared hysterically. In fact, his mentality had already collapsed a long time ago.
This wave of revelations broke him down and plunged him into an abyss. People from all walks of life support you? You may think that you can dream even more beautifully. You think those people really listen to you. They are only interested in the resources in your hands.
Now that you are in such a miserable state, they would have fled when disaster struck.
Zhang Hong stood up and sneered, "You are finished. Your era is over. Reflect on yourself and wait for the judgment."
After saying that, he walked out the door with a sneer. In Hangzhou, in the villa where Lin Jiangwo lived, Zhou Maiguo looked at Zhang Chang, who had a dull look in front of him, without any sympathy in his eyes.
"Boss, what should we do with this guy? It looks like he can't be cured. Let's see if there's a shelter and send him there. Hua Hai is such a stubborn guy, he doesn't want to be honest at all." "Humph, you're just being stubborn? I wonder how long he can hold out. If he does it, he won't be able to escape legal punishment." Zhou Maiguo looked determined as he walked out with Xiao Zhang.
At 8 o'clock in the evening, Li Tianhao and others looked at the latest news with shocked expressions.
It's only been a few days. Is the entire Li family ruined like this? Why do I feel a little confused? It was so unexpected.
It was destroyed so quickly.
People outside said that this incident was not caused by an honest person. Tianhao, you should be more cautious in doing things. There are too many unknowns in this world. Limu laughed and said, "This old guy is so boastful and even blasted me online. Look at his retribution, right? He should be more low-key."
Jiang Shui heard this and said with a smile, "Limu, you said that this was not done by an honest person. Who do you think did it?"
"There can't be so many people who are as powerful as the honest person, right? I don't know. Anyway, evildoers will be punished by their own evil. Those who do evil will eventually perish. It's none of my business." Li Tianhao's expression suddenly became solemn. Xiaomu, you'd better keep a low profile.
No matter if it's an honest man or this mysterious whistleblower, they are all erratic and weird characters. You must be careful. And you should also be careful about those people in the Yinjing celebrity circle.
The power of these people is quite terrifying. Why are you panicking?
Dad, let me tell you, these people are really panicking right now, fearing that they will be implicated by that old man Zhang Huasheng.
Chapter 126, The Sudden Change in the Wind. The big guys who are eager to survive. This. Okay, Tianhao, what's wrong with you? You are not as courageous as Xiaomu. Aren't we also a wealthy family? Li Mu has a good family background, what is there to be afraid of? Isn't this just a reminder? Dad, what are you worried about?
These big guys in the Beijing circle are in trouble now, and they are inevitably applauded.
I'm not exaggerating, they are all panicking in their hearts.
They felt good about their boasting at the beginning, but now they are slapped in the face and it hurts.
No way?
After all, they are not easy to deal with, and it may not be that easy to establish a relationship between them and Zhang Huasheng. At this time, Jiang Shui, who was next to Li Mu, was holding her cell phone and covering her mouth with her hands while laughing.
Xiao, what happened again? Why are you laughing so happily? Li Tianhao asked a little confused. Uncle, you still underestimated Li Mu. He guessed right again.
Just 5 minutes ago, those bigwigs in the Beijing circle who had criticized Li Mu collectively turned against him and issued statements to distance themselves from Zhang Huasheng.
That's not all.
Those famous producers in the Yinjing entertainment industry who previously criticized Li Mu on the internet have now publicly apologized and praised Jinghai Group as a landmark high-tech industry in China. They also said that you are a role model for all entrepreneurs to learn from. The National Association of Outstanding Youth has put Li Mu on the latest candidate list, and he apologized for his previous inappropriate remarks and hopes to be forgiven by his uncle. In addition, Zhang Zhazhong, the president of the Yinjing Film Association, complained bitterly to Zhang Huasheng, claiming that he had previously believed his lies and misled the public, which led to his criticism of Li Mu and Jinghai Group. Now he is willing to apologize to you and your son, as well as Jinghai Group, in front of the people of the whole country. The living room was eerily quiet, but Li Mu was very calm. He had known all this for a long time, and everything was within his expectations. Now that their powerful backer had gone, the monkeys scatter like monkeys when the tree falls. It was normal for them to be eager to distance themselves from him.
Li Tianhao was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that Li Mu was right. Aren't these people two fence-sitters? They wanted to drive Jinghai Group into the abyss before, but now they are praising it to the sky. Is this funny? Lu Yueyin said this with great dissatisfaction, obviously very dissatisfied. Li Mu smiled calmly. They were afraid too. These people were very cunning and thought that I was the reason why Zhang Huasheng was so miserable, so they were afraid of the same fate. Li Mu, I think we should just sit there and watch them perform. I think they will be unable to sleep or eat, right? Xiao, you are getting worse and worse. Won't this scare them to death? Humph, I learned this from you. The cases of Hua Hai and Zhang Huasheng have not been concluded yet, but based on the current situation, neither of them will have a good ending. But from this day on, Li Mu inexplicably became a role model of noble character worthy of emulation by young people. Half a month later, 2 pieces of blockbuster news shocked the entire internet. Zhang Huasheng was sentenced to immediate execution and deprivation of legal rights for life for being involved in multiple criminal cases, while Hua Hai was sentenced to 20 years in prison. These 2 cases were likely to be closed at the same time, causing shock to the entertainment circles in mainland China and Hong Kong Island at the same time, and the top entertainment companies in the 2 places suffered catastrophic blows. Hua Yunlong of Universal Entertainment remained silent and did not comment on the matter. Hua Hai's 2 brothers also remained silent. At the same time, the media discovered that Hua Yunlong and his 2 sons have not appeared in public for a long time. Currently, Hua Yunlong's assistant Su Jun is temporarily in charge of all affairs of Universal Entertainment. On the other hand, Zhang Huasheng's Dingsheng Entertainment encountered major changes. After he was executed as the first shareholder, his son became a vegetable due to serious injuries. Dingsheng International's internal divisions were completely disintegrated, and major shareholders withdrew their investments one after another. In the blink of an eye, this behemoth that once stood tall in the entertainment industry was only one step away from destruction. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Li Mu had just driven away from home when his way was blocked by a group of reporters. Looking at the people crowded around, he felt a little overwhelmed.
He really wanted to step on the accelerator and let them go to hell, but he couldn't do that.
Li Mu rolled down the car window and said with a smile, "Everyone, are you still interested in interviewing a rich second-generation dude like me?"
There was a hint of ridicule and sarcasm in his words. Before, the bigwigs in the Beijing circle had been badmouthing him, and these media outlets had been secretly leading the conversation, but today, all those faces had changed.
Mr. Li is indeed a rare talent. Look, the big shots in Beijing have changed their tone and are praising you. We were wrong about you before. Mr. Li, what do you think now?
Mr. Li, your father's Jinghai Group is also a direct beneficiary of the praise from the outside world. Yesterday, the stock price returned to its peak.
Many financial institutions are full of confidence in Jinghai Group. Today's stock should reach a new high.
Young Master Lu has been wandering outside for 10 years, but he has not wasted his time.
During this period, the talent you have shown is truly shocking. In the future, the Li family will surely create greater glory because of you. Yes,
Jinghai Group will surely stand at the top of the world's high-tech industry, and you will become someone who can make history.
These guys licked him in a very rhythmic manner.
Although Li Mu knew that these people were hypocritical, he was actually a little bit overwhelmed.
If it were an ordinary person, who could withstand it?
I am really pleased with your compliments, but I dare not take them seriously.
It is because you are too eloquent.
Not long ago, you said that I was the culprit who harmed young people. How could you change so much after just one prick of your eye? When the reporters heard this, they all smiled flatteringly.
Mr. Li, please don't bother with us. Who are we? We are just small people trying to make a living.
You are a big Buddha, so please don't bother with what happened before.
Yes, it's all because of us who are so mean and believe everything we hear. It's not easy for us to make a living in Hangzhou. Mr. Li, please go easy on us.
A group of people couldn't hold it in any longer and began to reveal the purpose of their trip. Li Mu had been talking nonsense with those big guys before and didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at all. Now it was too late to regret.
You guys think too much. Why would I bother with you? I have the best temper.
When everyone heard this, they immediately smiled and started to flatter Li Mu, wishing they could praise him to the sky. Although I have a good temper, I have a bad habit of holding grudges.
I may not bother with you now, but after a nap later, I will feel that I will not be at peace if I don't vent my anger. So you guys just wish you the best. Who knows, I may get unhappy one day and take it out on you.
Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the car window slowly rolled up and the red Ferrari disappeared from everyone's sight.
Chapter 127 Don't Make Trouble. I'm very stingy. Times have changed, and Li Mu is now proud of himself.
Those who slandered him have paid a heavy price. This fully illustrates what it means to be boastful for a while.
These reporters, feeling aggrieved by Li Mu's sarcastic remarks, felt depressed. What does it mean that things change over time? This incident is a good example of this saying.
Remember this, no matter how great he is, he has now become a laughingstock. The more joyfully they shouted at the beginning, the greater the price they pay now.
The exhaust from Li Mu's Ferrari was a bit pungent.
It was not until the cool red car body disappeared from their sight that these people came to their senses.
Humph, we are all industry elites, this guy is too disrespectful, isn't he? What advantage can he get by doing this? What are the consequences of offending us? Since ancient times, no matter how awesome you are, you can't completely offend public opinion. This guy is too arrogant. He's still quite arrogant.
I guess he didn't see what happened to Zhang Huasheng.
I'm sure he'll give him a hard time one day. He's really too arrogant and doesn't take us seriously at all. This is called a villain succeeding. Don't worry about it. This kid will get into trouble sooner or later.
When the time comes, we will have to blackmail him severely.
Won't he cry for his parents?
I don't think he can still compete with us at that time.
That's right, do you think we in the media are vegetarians? This guy is a little bit arrogant now.
Just because Zhang Huasheng can't do anything to him doesn't mean we can't do anything.
We'll wait and see. There will be a day when he comes to beg us for help.
These reporters hated him in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. Nowadays, no matter how good your mouth is, in the face of absolute capital and strength, you are nothing.
Facing Li Mu, these reporters could only talk.
It is absolutely impossible for them to really fight against Li Mu. You have to know that in today's Hangzhou, Jinghai Group is definitely the top of the plant chain.
Don't worry about why Zhang Huashan went in. Anyway, in this invisible contest, Limu will definitely win. But these reporters can only think about it.
The scale between the two sides is not at the same level at all. If they really want to find an opportunity to ruin Limu's reputation, it is not impossible, but they can only do it in secret.
Once exposed, it will be a big problem.
Everyone was disappointed, but there was nothing they could do. Just as they were about to leave, someone suddenly exclaimed, followed by a horrified voice. Everyone turned around and found that the face of a reporter behind them was quite ugly.
What's going on?
Why are you so startled?
What happened again?
That's right, can you stop scaring me?
Haven't we suffered enough from Limu? You want to do this to us? Is it interesting?
The colleagues around him frowned and looked quite dissatisfied.
It's over. I lost my job. My boss sent me a text message and told me not to go to work tomorrow. I am unemployed just like that. Everyone was stunned, but soon some people came to their senses. Isn't it just unemployment? This is quite normal. This kind of thing happens in all walks of life. It's no big deal. Every industry is like this now. What's so exciting? There's nothing good about staying in the media industry. Change your career. Maybe this industry is not suitable for you.
Yes, the journalist industry is very competitive. But if you get fired, you can try your luck at our media company.
But I'm afraid the salary won't be that high.
A group of reporters began to sneer and gloat in their eyes.
The people in this industry are very scheming and can't stand seeing others do well.
Now that they have just been humiliated by Limu, it feels so good to see someone being fired. However, at this moment another reporter screamed with fear in his voice.
Editor-in-chief, why did you suddenly let me go? I didn't do anything wrong. What? Slandering Limu? You have to let me go? Isn't this why you asked me to interview this matter? Hello? Hello? Everyone's eyes became interesting. Brother, what's going on? You were fired too? Think positively. It's hard to find a job these days. There are many other jobs you can do besides being a reporter. Don't despair about life, okay?
Yes, you are still young, it is normal to be fired, don't think too much, life is still beautiful, come on young man.
Young man, don't be discouraged. You are younger than that old man.
As far as I know, he has been a reporter in the media industry for more than 10 years. Now he has reached the midlife crisis.
He is much worse off than you. My goodness.
These colleagues immediately began to gloat over others' misfortune and seemed to be comforting others, but in fact, their words were full of ridicule. However, soon the cell phone in one of the men's pocket rang, and then, before he could pick up the call, the cell phones in the pockets of most people around him rang. Everyone subconsciously picked up their phones but didn't think much about it.
Hello, it's me, I'm working outside, what? I didn't do anything?
Why do you say that?
I offended someone I shouldn't have offended? Are you kidding? Fire me?
Editor-in-chief, don't do that, I rely on this job to pay off my loan.
What? It's all my fault? Editor-in-chief? No, boss. I tried my best. I spent a lot of time to follow your instructions. Why do you want to fire me? What the hell? You don't dare to use me because I offended Limu? Are you kidding me? You'd rather pay me 200,000 yuan in liquidated damages than fire me? Why is that? I can waive the liquidated damages, manager, please don't be like this, okay?
The scene suddenly became chaotic. A group of people simultaneously received dismissal calls from their own media editorial departments. The calls were exactly the same as the ones they had just ridiculed. And no matter who it was, there was no room for negotiation. 5 minutes later, the scene gradually quieted down. More than 20 reporters looked at each other, completely dumbfounded.
How could this happen? Were you fired too? Yes, and the reason turned out to be that I offended Limu, so they didn't want to use me anymore. Oh my god, is it really like this? Is this too much?
At this moment, the two reporters who had just been dismissed by their leader suddenly sneered, feeling very pleased.
Look, retribution has come? Now that we are all unemployed, I feel relieved. Why are you laughing again? Everyone's faces became increasingly ugly.
Suddenly, someone holding a mobile phone said in shock, Limu updated his Weibo. He said, "Stop it, I mean," and added a smiley face to the end.
This is so infuriating. Everyone was stunned. It was obvious that this sentence was meant for them. Although the lethality was limited, it was extremely insulting.
Almost at the same time, the top media executives in Hangzhou made a decision at the same time. In order not to offend Li Mu and Jinghai Group, they directly fired the reporters who were causing trouble.
Chapter 128. Such an excellent young man. How could this happen? Is Li Mu trying to make things difficult for us? This is too much. Even if we said something bad about him, isn't this too cruel? He doesn't leave us any way out. Aren't we too cheap? And he doesn't give us face at all? That's right. He doesn't take us seriously.
After all, we have been in Hangzhou for so many years.
Those big guys should give us some face, right?
He actually used his connections to make us lose our jobs.
This is too much.
I suggest we unite and teach him a lesson.
That's right.
A kind person is often bullied, and a kind horse is often ridden.
Why should we be afraid of him?
He is just a playboy. As long as we unite as one, we can definitely teach him a lesson and let him know that we are also powerful and that Hangzhou is not a city that he can control with one hand. This group of reporters were very excited. They came here today with the intention of creating some topics for Li Mu and making some news.
This way, they could make more money.
However, the development of things was completely different from what they expected.
Ahem, everyone, this is private territory. What do you mean by standing here? Are you trespassing? If you don't leave, I'm going to call the police.
Lu Kai's voice rang out, and he walked out of the yard with 2 bodyguards, looking at the reporters calmly and speaking.
Lu Kai, what do you mean? Humph, we are reporters, can't we come to interview Li Mu? Why is he so arrogant?
Lu Kai, don't take advantage of the situation.
Don't let us have any evidence against you.
If that happens, don't come to us for help. Lu Kai remained unmoved.
He glanced at everyone and sneered.
These people were simply mentally retarded. He had already learned from Li Mu that they had been fired from their company a long time ago. Yet they were still trying to find fault with them. It was really ridiculous.
Everyone, are you still reporters? You have all been fired.
This is my private property.
Are you really that arrogant? You still want to intimidate me? Well, since you won't leave, I will call the police now.
Lu Kai would not tolerate them. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and prepared to call the police. When the reporters heard his words, their expressions changed and fear appeared in their eyes.
Humph, things will change.
We admit defeat today, but sooner or later, you will also get your comeuppance.
That's right, just wait, don't be complacent.
Watching a group of reporters leave dejectedly, Lu Kai laughed speechlessly. These reporters were all from 2nd and 3rd tier media companies. They were very unprofessional and had always relied on attracting attention to hype up hot topics.
However, their influence should not be underestimated, as many celebrities had fallen into the trap of these small reporters. However, they would obviously pay a heavy price for provoking Li Mu. Even Zhang Huaxing could not escape, let alone these people? At 8 o'clock in the evening, in the celebrity interview live broadcast room of Hangzhou Satellite TV, Li Mu, wearing a black casual suit, faced the camera with a calm expression.
Zhang Lu, a well-known host in Hangzhou, said with a smile, "I am very happy to invite Mr. Li to our show for a live interview."
How do you feel now?
Of course I'm a little excited, but also a little nervous. After all, this is my first time in front of the camera.
Zhang Lu is a very experienced and professional host. She prepared a lot of information for this celebrity interview program.
Li Mu was the youngest person he interviewed, but she was also shocked when she was collecting information. This young man is usually very low-key, but he has secretly donated to China's poor areas 8 times, with a total amount of 300 million yuan. In addition to these, there are 3 Hope primary schools and 18 school buses.
The total donation amount is expected to exceed 500 million yuan.
Moreover, he learned through his own channels that all this money was earned by Li Mu himself, and his family did not give a penny. She spent a lot of energy for today's interview. At first, Li Mu seemed to have ignored her, but 2 days ago, he suddenly agreed, which made him very happy.
Zhang Lu is also a great beauty.
With her fame, many men pursue her, and most of them have good conditions. However, the 29-year-old girl has no interest in them at all. When her abilities reach a certain level, her requirements for her spouse will be infinitely higher. I don't know why she was so nervous when facing Li Mu today. Her heartbeat quickened, her mind was full of random thoughts, and she even dared not look Li Mu in the eye. Once she met Li Mu's eyes, she became nervous because he was a young man in his 20s.
Ms. Zhang, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Nothing, the live broadcast time is up, we can start now. Mr. Li, I understand that you have made a huge contribution to charity during this period. The total amount of donations to charity and some materials for schools is 500 million. Did you earn all this money yourself? Of course, I don't have the habit of using my family's money. Then how did you make money? Ms. Zhang, this is a trade secret. I cannot tell you. Just because you are a rare beauty, I cannot tell you some secrets. I can only answer that the source of all the money can be traced, but it is a trade secret and I cannot disclose it. If someone else had acted like this on the show, Zhang Lu would have been dissatisfied a long time ago, but when facing Li Mu, he didn't show any dissatisfaction at all. What a great young person. So attractive. It would be great if I could invite her out for dinner alone. Zhang Lu actually started to have wild thoughts. Li Mu secretly laughed in his heart. His skill of falling in love at first sight was getting more and more amazing. The opposite sex had no resistance to the charm he displayed invisibly. Miss Zhang. Oh, sorry, let's continue. I just thought of something else. Are Mr. Li and Ms. Jiang boyfriend and girlfriend? For some reason, Zhang Lu blurted out a question that had nothing to do with the interview. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, she felt that there was something wrong. However, it was obviously too late to take them back. Oh? Miss Zhang is also interested in my private affairs? Jiang Shui and I are indeed in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. We already live together. If Miss Jiang is interested in me, I'm afraid it's a good opportunity. Mr. Li is such a joke, why would I be interested in you? He fiddled with his hair to hide his panic. This young man was too outstanding. She found herself unable to control her emotions. Suddenly, his eyebrows raised and she was shocked, because she forgot at that moment that this was a primetime live show, and her gaffe might be seen clearly by the audience outside the camera. Chapter 129 Unconsciously Being Thought of. Good God, Zhang Lu was really scared. Just with this one sentence, he couldn't help but shudder, and his mood finally recovered. Mr. Lin, you are really good at talking nonsense, but it is still quite humorous. Let's continue today's interview. Don't talk nonsense. If Miss Jiang sees you and is unhappy, it will be troublesome for you to kneel down in front of the keyboard when you go back. You will blame me then. As expected of a well-known reporter, he had seen big scenes. The moment he came to his senses, he temporarily broke free from the control of the skill of falling in love at first sight and began to tease Li Mu. Don't worry, Miss Zhang. Xiao Xue is very considerate and won't mind it. There will be so many suitors for you out there. I'm really afraid that when the interview is over, I'll be blocked by people. That would be troublesome. When Zhang Lu heard this, her heart skipped a beat. She decided not to argue with Li Mu anymore. Facing this man, she felt for the first time that if she continued like this, she would be the one who would suffer in the end. Mr. Li is really humorous. Shall we continue today's interview? In the next half hour, the two returned to the topic. This celebrity interview program was already very popular, but today's ratings broke all previous historical records. Some unknown things about Li Mu were also revealed through this program, and everyone seemed to understand Li Mu better. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Li Mu took the TV station's car back to his residence. When he just entered the gate of the yard, Jiang Shui ran out with a shocked look on her face, holding a mobile phone. Xiao Xue? You haven't rested yet? Aren't you participating in a show? It's your first time on TV, so I have to watch it. Why? The beautiful host is pretty, right? Hearing this, Li Mu laughed and said, Are you jealous? Zhang Lu is indeed pretty, but he's too old and not as good as you. How could I be attracted to him? TSK, you're just a sweet talker. Look, you've become famous. This interview has made you famous. At the same time, the Huaxia Charity Foundation has personally come out to testify for you. In this year, the amount of your donations has reached about 500 million. You now have a title, called the Youngest Philanthropist. Li Mu took the phone and took a look. A bright red headline appeared in front of him. It was a praise article from Yanjing People's Daily, the official media of Yanjing Huaxia.
Big headline: Li Mucai, son of Hangzhou Jinghai Group chairman Li Tianhao, revealed in a celebrity interview program that his personal charitable donations in the past year reached 500 million, and all of this money was earned by himself. Yanjing People's Daily published an article praising him for what a Chinese young person should be like, and also the correct way to be a second-generation rich. At the same time, major official media have called him the youngest philanthropist in China.
Li Mu gently clicked on the article.
The article was very popular, with more than 100,000 comments below, and most of them were positive.
I can no longer hide my excellence.
Li Mu sighed, and there was some helplessness in his words, which made Jiang Shui roll her eyes.
You're taking advantage of me.
I heard that many reporters in Hangzhou who participated in the discrediting of you were fired by the media companies overnight.
Tell me the truth, was it you who did it? What does this have to do with me?
Those media companies are doing this because they feel guilty.
I did nothing.
Jiang Shui was deeply moved. This was a reflection of a person's improved social status. Today, you called and asked these media companies to fire those reporters. The other party might have been giving face to Li Tianhao, but they did so without you saying a word. It was obvious that they were concerned about your personal dignity.
There is a big difference here.
Jiang Shui felt very happy. Although she was outstanding, she was also an ordinary woman. She felt proud that the man she chose was so capable. Li Mu has once again become the public focus in mainland China, but this time is obviously different from the past. There are all kinds of praises for him everywhere, and the only thing missing is someone praising him.
Li Mu is the future star of China.
Luxury house in mid-levels, Hong Kong Island. In a 3-story seaside villa, Hua Yunlong, who is over 70 years old, slowly closed the newspaper. Dad, I feel that this person is related to my third brother's case, but I have no evidence.
Dad, I think so too.
Everyone says that my third brother was tricked by Zhang Huasheng, but I don't think so. What happened to my third brother and Zhang Huasheng might have been the work of one person.
I personally think that person is Li Mu. Hualong and Huatian are the eldest and second brothers of Huahai.
It is said that the rich are like the deep sea, but the three brothers are very harmonious. They usually have almost no conflicts and each performs his own duties. This is also the fundamental reason why Universal International has been able to occupy the dominant position in the Hong Kong Island entertainment industry for so many years. Upon hearing this, Hua Yunlong nodded expressionlessly. It can be seen that this old man is not an ordinary person. His own son was sentenced to 20 years in prison, but he was indifferent.
We can't rush into dealing with someone.
There's no room for maneuver in Xiaohai's case. So we don't need to waste time.
We don't need to pay attention to the outside world.
From now on, investigate this man called Li Nyut for me. The two brothers looked at each other and then asked, I heard that Dingxing Entertainment has fallen apart and Zhang Huasheng Group has collapsed.
Do we need to intervene to get some benefits?
Humph, if we take it from him, then there will be no problem, but now, it is better not to interfere. If something goes wrong, it will be troublesome.
The water in the mainland is too deep.
Hua Yunlong held a cigar in his mouth, picked up Li Mu's photo, and looked at it with a frown.
I am very interested in this person.
He left the Li family for so many years, and when he returned, the Li family changed suddenly.
His father Li Tianhua successfully took over the Jinghai Group. Add to that what happened later. Is this really a coincidence? Dad, what do you mean? Hua Long asked in a deep voice. Could the mysterious and honest person who appeared on the internet have any connection with Li Mu?
The two sons were shocked when they heard this.
Dad, this can't be possible, right? If he has a relationship with an honest person, then wouldn't he be invincible?
Yeah, if that's the case, why would he be so low-key? Hua Yunlong put out his cigar and snorted coldly. You guys are still too careless.
You should keep a low profile.
The honest man's origin is mysterious. We don't know his background at all, but once it is exposed, it will definitely be the end of the road.
How can the other party not keep a low profile? The two sons suddenly understood what was going on. Make arrangements and pay attention to Li Mu's every move.
At the same time, investigate whether the honest man has any relationship with him.
Remember, everything must be done in secret and must not be exposed.
Our first step is not to deal with Li Mu, but to find out his details.
Chapter 130 Spend money to show off. This is life. 1 month later. Look, Li Mu.
Zhang Huasheng was shot and executed this morning. His son Zhang Cheng has become a vegetable.
The major shareholder of Dingsheng Entertainment has withdrawn his investment. People in the industry have cut ties with it. Such a huge entertainment giant has fallen.
Jiang Shui said with a smile while holding the newspaper. I did all this myself. They all say this is related to me.
What does it have to do with me? If I knew so many secrets, would I be so passive?
The spectators are just talking nonsense. I think Zhang Huasheng has offended too many people, so someone wants to punish him. Hua Hai and Shen Xinlan just happened to be related to Zhang Huasheng, so they became pawns of others.
Li Mu spoke very logically, and Jiang Shui couldn't help but nodded after listening.
However, Hua Hai was sentenced to life imprisonment, but there was no news from Hong Kong Island.
I really don't know what Hua Yunlong was thinking.
Upon hearing this, Li Mu suddenly laughed, and that smile was a little unfathomable.
I heard that the Hua family is very united. Hua Yunlong is not easy to deal with.
It is right for him not to speak out at this time.
This person is much more difficult to deal with than Zhang Huasheng. Li Mu, you have to be careful. After all, you seem to be involved in this matter.
Hua Hai and Shen Xinlan's intention to use you has also been exposed. There is no guarantee that he will not vent his anger on you.
What are you afraid of? I've always had good luck. Let's go buy a house. Li Mu hugged Jiang Shui and walked towards the door. Wait a minute? Buy a house? What house? Hey, I have a lot of money, I can't spend it all.
Look, I bought a few stocks yesterday, and they reached their daily limit today. I made tens of millions just by doing it casually.
How can you use it quickly?
At the door, Lu Kai had already prepared an alpha waiting for him. Wang Lei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, saw Li Mu coming out and hurriedly got out to open the door.
Boss lady, please.
This guy is now becoming more and more adept at his position.
Go to Zhongnan Commercial Street. Li Mu gave an order and the car started slowly. Zhongnan Commercial Street was not in the center of Hangzhou, but a newly developed commercial district. However, it was not very popular there. 20 minutes later, at the sales office on Zhongnan Commercial Street, a female salesperson in professional attire was trying to introduce the properties there. This place really has a bright future, wouldn't you consider it?
A middle-aged bald man with a big belly hugged a woman and shook his head. It seems that there is no way to develop here.
Forget it. I'll wait and see. The female salesperson sighed inwardly when she saw it.
It is really hard to buy these goods nowadays, and it is becoming increasingly difficult to fool those nouveaux riches. The sliding door at the entrance opened, the female salesperson turned her head and looked, her eyebrows raised immediately, and a light flashed in her eyes.
3 people came in from the door, and the man and woman walking in front made the female salesperson Tang Yu's eyes light up.
There were handsome men and beautiful women, and judging from their temperament, they were truly wealthy people. The most important thing was that the young man looked familiar to him, as if he had seen him somewhere before.
Li Mu, why did you bring me here?
Zhongnan Commercial, a newly opened commercial district, looks good on the internet, but after half a year of construction, no one has come to invest.
The commercial street in front is full of transferred shops. Li Mu?
Tang Yu's expression suddenly changed, with a hint of shock in his eyes. He finally remembered who this handsome man was.
I was wondering why you looked familiar. It turns out it's Mr. Li. You must be Mr. Li's girlfriend, Ms. Jiang Shui, right? Tang Yu was very professional. After knowing that it was Li Mu, he took the initiative to step forward and say hello. This was a real rich man. There was no comparison between him and the nouveau riche. Are you a salesperson here? Li Mu did not reply to Jiang Shui's words, but smiled at Tang Yu and said, Am I so famous now? Is there any vacant shop here? Empty shops? Yes, there are many empty shops here. Well, I want them all. Ah? Tang Yu was dumbfounded.
The commercial street here belonged to Huaxia Hongtian Real Estate, which was the leading real estate industry in China. The purchase rate of both commercial and residential buildings built outside was very high, but he was assigned to this damn place to be a salesperson. She has been very depressed over the past year. Her performance has been terrible, and she is ready to resign if things get worse. Miss, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Tang Yu came back to her senses. Facing Li Mu's face up close, she was a little confused and bewildered. But thinking of what Li Mu had just said, she forced herself to hide the inexplicable restlessness in her heart. Mr. Li, are you serious?
The stores here are not doing well, and the surrounding supporting facilities are not complete. If you want to invest, I suggest you start with some. If you buy them all, it's a bit impulsive. Li Mu, are you crazy? This lady is right.
We should be cautious when investing.
Nothing, I'm just having fun. It's no fun to have too much money. You can't take it with you when you die. Buy it. A black bank card was taken out from his pocket. The password is 6/8. Go ahead and swipe it. Tang Yu took the card tremblingly and swallowed.
Mr. Li, we have a total of 150 stand-alone stores here, and currently 140 of them are vacant. The average price is about 600,000 yuan per unit, and the total value is about 90 million yuan.
You? Well, that's all I'll buy. Tang Yu stopped talking nonsense.
She was sure that Li Mu was not joking. Jiang Shui looked at Tang Yu, who was leaving, and then glanced at Li Mu.
Ha, seeing the beauty being so generous? Do you have any ideas? Ha, Xiaoan, are you jealous? It's nothing. Don't you think this ordinary life is good? Spending money and pretending to be cool, isn't this life? TSK, I don't believe it.
You must be hiding something from me.
Li Mu smiled but said nothing. He certainly would not spend money recklessly. This wave of investment naturally had a purpose. And the results will come out very soon. The world is changing rapidly, and a single detail can determine success or failure.
Li Mu's big news disclosure system is powerful. In the prop store, he recently found a prop worth 500,000 points, called Future News Viewer, which has a viewing range of 1 month and lasts for 3 days. Last night, Li Mu exchanged one out of boredom. He wanted to try it out for fun, but he didn't find any other big news. However, he found a piece of news that was very beneficial to business investment.
At 3 o'clock today, a municipal news release from Hangzhou announced that the Zhongnan Commercial Street in the south city of Hangzhou will undergo a major renovation, and the current shops will be completely demolished.
At the same time, metro lines 8, 11, and 9 will pass through here, and the largest commercial complex in Hangzhou, Hangzhou City Center, which has not been confirmed, will be built here. Li Mu's investment this time is about 88 million, but as long as this news appears, his return on this investment will be more than 10 times.
Chapter 131: A True Business Wizard. You definitely wouldn't throw money away for no reason. There must be some conspiracy behind this. Forget it. Since you don't want to talk about it anyway, I won't ask.
When Li Mu heard this, he felt deeply moved. Jiang Shui was so smart that she knew him so well that she could guess almost everything right with just a casual guess.
You will know when the time comes. This is a good place.
Those who think it has no commercial value are short-sighted.
They will regret it.
Jiang Shui was even more confused when she heard this.
The most famous unfinished commercial street in Hangzhou was the Zhongnan Commercial Street. Li Mu actually said that it had commercial value? Isn't this bullshit? Just go for it.
You have a lot of money anyway, and you'll probably lose money on this investment. After hearing Jiang Shui's words, Li Mu still smiled without saying anything.
There were only 2 hours left until 3 o'clock, and the truth would be revealed by then. His operation this time would probably become popular again.
Sometimes, one's strength was too strong and it was impossible to keep a low profile. On the other side, Tang Yu and a middle-aged man were walking quickly towards the front hall.
I'm telling the truth. It was Li Mu who came. He insisted on buying it.
I also advised him not to be so impulsive, but he didn't listen.
This is troublesome. He is not an ordinary nouveau riche. What if he buys a house here and then says we cheated him? What should we do then? Manager Liang, I think so too. I don't dare to make this money. Tang Yu had a bitter look on her face.
Logically speaking, this was a good opportunity for her to turn things around. However, she thought about it over and over again and felt that something was wrong.
What if she really bought it and let it rot in her hands?
This was 88 million, not 8,800 yuan.
Could she afford it?
So after weighing the pros and cons, she called her manager over. 10 minutes later, when they arrived at the reception hall, Li Mu was writing with his head down, which looked like an agreement.
Li Mu, are you serious?
This stuff has to be written, otherwise people won't dare to sell it to us.
As he was speaking, a voice rang out.
Oh, Mr. Li's presence here really makes my humble place glorious. I heard from Xiao Tang that you want to buy all the shops here. I believe you must be very talented in the business field, but the houses here.
Pa. Li Mu slapped a piece of white paper on the table. Don't worry, you don't have to be afraid or persuade me. This is a disclaimer. I bought the house here voluntarily. Hurry up and swipe the card to complete the procedures. Manager Liang picked up the waiver letter with Li Mu's handprint and was completely stunned. The other party was determined to buy it and even wrote a waiver letter. In this case, he really had no reason to stop Li Mu. He had already done his best and there was no reason not to make money. Xiao Tang, go and help young Master Li with the paperwork. We have to thank him very much this time. This is no different from being my second parent. Okay, I understand. Tang Yu came to his senses, turned around, took the bank card and left quickly. Li Mu, led by manager Liang, entered the VIP lounge and waited for the completion of the transaction procedures. An hour later, Tang Yu came over with some information. Mr. Li, the formalities have been completed. Here is your bank card. Please keep it safe. Li Mu put down his coffee, took the bank card with a smile and threw it to Zhang Shui. Goodbye, both of you. I'm sorry to bother you today. After saying that, he took out 2 bank cards from his pocket and threw them on the table. One card has 100,000 yuan, and the password has 6 zeros. This is a tip for you. Don't thank me. People who work hard should get the rewards they deserve. It was not until Li Mu and his 3 companions left the sales hall that Tang Yu and manager Liang came to their senses. Manager Liang, am I dreaming? I don't know either. A 100,000 tip? Let's go to the bank next door. 10 minutes later, when they walked out of the Huaxia bank next door, the shock on their faces was beyond words. Wow, 100,000 on one card, no more, no less. They thought Li Mu was just a local rich man, but they didn't expect him to be a super rich man. Manager Liang, we've made a fortune. Damn, it's so luxurious. I thought everything on TV was fake. I was still too young. The two stood blankly at the door of the bank. A gust of wind blew and they felt a little messy. It all seemed so dreamy. On the other side, Li Mu was sitting on Alpha, feeling happy. Boss, why did you buy this place? I heard about that place a few years ago. It has bad feng shui. The city was supposed to vigorously develop it, build a subway and a school, but there has been no news in the past few years. Wang Lei couldn't help but speak. Zhang Shui heard this and smiled. Don't worry about your boss. He has a lot of money and likes to be taken advantage of. 3 years ago, the city held a meeting to develop the Zhongnan commercial street area, but it was rejected because the cost effectiveness was too low. At that time, I remember Li Haiying also wanted to invest there, but it was later abandoned. At this time, the car was driving smoothly on the expressway. At this moment, the voice of the announcer suddenly sounded from the local radio station that was originally turned on. Now I'd like to insert an important piece of information from our city. After urgent consultations among multiple departments including the Hangzhou City Planning Bureau, the Market Investment Bureau, and the Real Estate Bureau, the Zhongnan Commercial Street in Hangzhou will undergo a large-scale renovation. The preliminary plan has been finalized. The original Zhongnan Commercial Street will be demolished, and 3 subway lines will be opened. At the same time, schools, hospitals, residential buildings and other supporting measures will be built in the surrounding areas in the next 5 years. This renovation is scheduled to be completed in 5 to 10 years. Please make preparations for the demolition of the Zhongnan Commercial Street owners. Alpha became very quiet, with only Li Mu leaning back in his comfortable seat with a calm expression. Everything was going as he planned. The time displayed was exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the same time given by the black system item. It seems that I am really lucky. Li Mu's faint voice sounded. Zhang Shui exclaimed. The renovation of Zhongnan Commercial Street, is this the area you just bought? How is it possible? Miss Zhang, this is indeed that area. The boss made a lot of money this time. Li Mu waved his hand and said with a smile, it's just a small scene, don't be nervous. Li Mu is so pretentious, is this a small event? Demolition, according to the news, this wave of transformation is very thorough. Li Mu spent 88 million to buy almost all the stores, this wave of 10 times is not a problem at all. 880 million, just a wave of investment, 880 million in the blink of an eye. If you let those financial experts know about this, wouldn't they call you a business wizard? On the other side, Tang Yu and his friend,
who had just calmed down from the 100,000 tip incident, were looking at the latest news on their phones, their foreheads already covered in cold sweat.
Xiaoan, did I see it wrong? No. No, this is true. Chapter 132, Rising Fame. Making a sensation in Hangzhou. Manager Liang, this is bad. Many original owners have called you and said that you cheated them. They said that you must have known the inside information, so you teamed up with others to sell their shops. Now these people are dissatisfied and want you to give them an explanation. Damn it, they came to me, who should I go to? I have 12 stores here, and I sold them all at once. It's such a fucking rip-off. Does Li Mu have any inside information?
At this moment, Manager Liang's phone suddenly rang. He looked down and felt a chill on his neck. The call was from the regional manager of Hangzhou Hengtian Real Estate, who must be asking about the situation here. He was extremely panicked, but there was nothing he could do. He had to answer the call.
Hello? It's me, right? What? Get out of this misery? Get a large sum of compensation? Manager, let me tell you something. Just now, all the shops here have been bought out. I'm not talking nonsense. The one who came to buy it was Li Mu, the prince of Jinghai Group. He spent 88 million yuan to buy the remaining 140 stores, including the 12 stores I bought myself. There was a cry of surprise from the other end of the line. What did you say? All bought by Li Mu? How could he know in advance? I specifically asked through my connections. This meeting was decided on short notice. It was announced at 3 o'clock, but the meeting was held at 2 o'clock. How did he know? I don't know either. It's really strange. I'm afraid Li Mu will make a lot of money this time. Making a fortune? Do you know? The original compensation for demolition was 15 times, 88 million yuan, 15 times 1.2 billion yuan. My God, who is this guy? Can he predict the future? 12 billion? Let's quickly publicize this matter and let the media know. This way, our Hengtian properties will sell like hotcakes in the future. It's good feng shui. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yu asked in a deep voice, Manager, did the higher-ups scold you? What the hell are you cursing about? Hurry up. If this doesn't go well, I might even get praised. Help me notify the media in Hangzhou right away and announce the news that Li Mu bought this property. At 12 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Mu planned to leave home and go to school, but he was shocked as soon as he went out. Mr. Li is really amazing. I heard that you spent 88 million to buy all the shops on Zhongnan Commercial Street? Did you know this in advance? The compensation for this demolition is nearly 15 times, and you can get a profit of about 1.2 billion. Did you know this in advance, or was it just luck? Mr. Li, that area has been unfinished for many years. What prompted you to buy the store? Now you are called a Chinese legend and the light of Hangzhou. Do you have anything to say about this? 1.2 billion is a huge sum of money that many people cannot earn in several lifetimes, and you have made so much profit in just one afternoon of operation. What do you plan to use this money for? Li Mu was stunned. He took out his cell phone and took a look at it, then he understood immediately. The news came from the sales center. Obviously, Hengtian Real Estate used him as material for its own publicity. This is nothing, but these reporters are really stupid. Get out of the way, I don't have time to argue with you. I have things to do. Since I earned this money, how I spend it has nothing to do with you. Li Mu simply waved his hand, secretly gathered the power of the 10 elephants, and walked out. At the same time, a group of bodyguards in black appeared behind him, separating the reporters from Li Mu. If this had happened in the past, wouldn't these reporters have been so excited? If they didn't do their best to discredit you, they would be doing a disservice to their profession. But since the last time, these reporters have apparently learned their lesson. Damn it, you guys aren't going to go up? Just let it go like this? This is too arrogant. Hey! Why don't you give it a try? Did you see the tragedy that happened not long ago? If you are stubborn, you can give it a try. Forget it. Did you see that? The front page headline of China Financial Daily calls him a business genius. China's economic development in the next 50 years is probably closely related to Li Mu. I advise you to forget about it. A group of reporters shook their heads.
Shushu felt a little helpless, but there was nothing they could do. Inside the Ferrari, Li Mu was wearing a Bluetooth headset and making a phone call.
Dad, it's not a big deal. It's just over 1 billion. Just have fun and don't worry about it. Isn't it popular to do charity now? Don't donate all the money in the name of Ginghai Group tomorrow. It's okay. I can get the money in a blink of an eye.
To Li Tianhao, this sounded like a fairy tale, but Li Mu was not lying. He blinked and said, "It's only about 400 million a month, so money is really not important."
When Li Mu drove his Ferrari to the gate of Hangzhou University, he was stunned.
There were more reporters here than at home, and countless students gathered there, obviously waiting for him. With no other choice, he could only turn the car around and drive towards the Li family manor. However, 500 meters away from the entrance of Hong Kong Island, his face completely fell, as there were many people waiting for him here. He cursed in his heart, MMP. He really didn't expect that manager Liang from the sales office would be so capable. Shanghai Stock Exchange, Hang Tian Properties headquarters. Lin Feng was holding a newspaper. On the page was a full-length photo of Li Mu, wearing a suit and looking high-spirited. There were a few big words written on the right side. Business genius, heart of the future, China Buffett. As one of the founders of Hangtian Properties, the real estate company behind the most expensive property in the country, Pujiang No. 1, he was very interested in Li Mu. Just then, there was a knock on the office door.
Come in.
The door opened and a young woman in her 20s walked in wearing high heels. This woman looked to be around 25 years old, with big wavy hair and a beautiful face that made people tremble with fear. Compared with Jiang Shui, the former was a girl who looked very quiet, while this girl was passionate. The only difference was that her appearance was not inferior to Jiang Shui.
Dad, take me to Hangzhou. Going to Hangzhou? Feifei, are you interested in Li Mu? Haven't you always said that it's time for me to get married? Fine, I'm not interested in ugly guys, so I'll just go with Li Mu.
Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "As far as I know, this Li Mu has a fiancé, and they have a very good relationship. The other party is also a top beauty, so don't make yourself unhappy."
TSK, can't I snatch the man I like? I'm not inferior to Jiang Shui in terms of beauty, but how can you compare with me in terms of charm? She has a good-looking face but doesn't know how to please a man. I don't take her seriously at all. Okay, I'll go to Hangzhou in half a month. I'm also quite interested in him. In and out, just one transaction, 1.2 billion in hand. I have to say it's really amazing. Chapter 133 Breaking News. The long-awaited mission to expose secrets. During these 3 days, Li Mu finally realized what it meant to be in a difficult situation. When you are famous, you will be surrounded by gossips. Those celebrities usually wear baseball caps and masks when they go out. Li Mu used to think that they were just pretending to be cool, but now he has a deep understanding of it. Half a month later, at 7 o'clock in the evening, Li Mu and Jiang Shui were sitting in the living room at home watching the evening news. Hello, audience friends. This is the evening news. Now we are broadcasting a special news. Li Mu, the son of the chairman of Jinghai Group, successfully obtained 1.22 billion yuan in demolition compensation yesterday. At the same time, we received news that the money has been donated by Li Mu himself to the China Cancer Foundation. At the same time, our reporters have also received the confirmed news. All walks of life have given high praise to Li Mu's actions. He is only 22 years old and has lived a wandering life for 10 years, but his noble blood has never dried up. We in China need too many such rich second generations with positive energy. At present, the Chinese Youth Association is planning to formally nominate Li Mu as one of the top 10 outstanding young people in China this year. Boss, you've become famous this time. Your personal Weibo account has over 2 million followers, with an increase of 500,000 today alone. People from all walks of life are praising you generously, claiming that you are the most principled rich second generation in China this century. Wang Lei placed 2 cups of coffee on the coffee table and said with a smile, "Your boss is getting cocky." Today, the president of Hangzhou University, Chen Deming, personally convened a school-wide meeting to publicly commend Li Mu, calling him the most outstanding student in the history of Hangzhou University. He has also confirmed that he will be included in the school history, which means that his name will go down in history. Wang Lei sighed. I used to think that the boss might have a wealthy family, but now it seems that I was wrong. Not many people can be so righteous as to regard money as dirt. Li Mu was speechless.
If there was a skill to get rich in the blink of an eye, he believed that anyone would do the same.
When making money becomes extremely easy, reputation becomes the top priority. Why not use money to build a good reputation? We continue to pay attention to today's news.
Zhu Zhangming, director of the Department of Surgery at Shanghai First People's Hospital, is under investigation. According to reports, a patient's family member claimed that he accepted bribes during his medical practice and did not do his job after receiving the money. As a result, he delayed the treatment and caused the patient's death. The case has attracted the attention of the superiors. At the same time, after questioning several witnesses, it was determined that he had committed serious disciplinary violations during his medical practice.
We will continue to report on the further review of the case for you.
Originally, the living room was quite lively, with the three of them bragging and teasing Li Mu, and the atmosphere was pretty good, but this piece of news suddenly brought everyone back to their senses.
Zhu Zhangming?
He's quite famous. I saw him on TV a few years ago, at a surgical lecture, and he seemed to have won an award. He is a well-known surgical expert in the Yangtze River Delta region.
Zhang Shui frowned and said in a deep voice. Wang Lei heard this and thought about it. I've heard of this person, too.
I heard that he has been working as a medical volunteer in remote mountainous areas and impoverished areas, and has treated many people for free.
He is a very principled person. How come he was suddenly reported? Nothing is impossible these days. There are too many hypocritical people. All kinds of unexpected things happen all the time. There are even people whose personalities collapse in an instant. There's no need to get so excited. Li Mu smiled and did not take it to heart.
After all, in his opinion, this world is full of material desires and there are too many things that subvert people's worldviews every day. It is nothing for a doctor's image to suddenly collapse. Zhu Zhangming has been discovered, but there are many more who have not been discovered. Although Li Mu has a system that can see the truth of the matter, she will not disclose all of it. The system is just his way of improving his life and strengthening himself, not to judge society. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Wang Lei left the villa and returned to his home, while Zhang Shui washed up and prepared to rest.
Li Mu planned to sit in the study for a while. He was a little free recently and needed to plan well for the future. Things are different now than before.
Not only is he rich, he is also famous. Just like what he said just now, he built his own character, and he has to find a way to keep it intact. Even with the system, he can't be careless, as there is no guarantee that there will be mistakes someday, and the consequences will be disastrous. He pulled out the chair in front of the desk, sat on it, and opened his laptop. However, at this moment, a long-lost system prompt sound suddenly rang. Ding! The system has detected a new task and has published it to the task platform.
Please intervene. Li Mu's heart moved.
If it weren't for the prompt sound, he would have forgotten his existence. After several months, the system finally issued a task to him. With a thought, the system panel appeared in front of him. When Li Mu saw it, he immediately showed a hint of surprise. Mission: investigate the suspicious points in the Zhu Zhangming case, and use the system's built-in functions and props to uncover the truth.
Mission rewards, issued according to the level of completion. Task failed, the system will be unbound. Time limit, half a month.
Li Mu narrowed his eyes, his thoughts racing in his mind. He was very surprised. He had just seen a report about this incident on the news, and now he had received a system task. Although he did not specify the direction of his revelations, the news reports were negative, and the system allowed him to reveal the truth, so there must be another truth in this matter.
Zhu Zhangming is innocent. Li Mu tapped the table with a meaningful look on his face.
The honest man had not appeared for a long time. During this period, the social network traffic was still 700 to 800 million per day, but the average number of people in the chat area was only more than 50 million, which was 10 times lower than before.
It's time to come out and make a presence felt.
Li Mu touched his chin, opened the system mall interface, and a sly smile appeared in his eyes. In the interrogation room of the police station, Zhang Fei, who was in charge of the Zhu Zhangming case, frowned. In front of me was a bald middle-aged man in his 60s, with his head lowered, motionless.
You can get away with not saying anything. You have a high status in the Chinese medical community. You are innocent. You have to prove yourself. It's not enough to just say what you have. The more evidence you tell me, the more I can help you.
Zhu Zhangming still kept his head down, his eyes were red, he had suffered a great injustice.
Normally he was too upright and had offended many people.
This time he knew that someone wanted to frame him, but he didn't know who wanted to bring him down.
Hey, you should think about it carefully. If you have anything to say, you can call me. You don't have much time. Bang.
The iron gate closed mercilessly. Zhu Jiangming raised his head and looked towards the gate with anger and grievance in his eyes. He had made great contributions to medicine throughout his life, but now he was framed and was about to face imprisonment.
Chapter 134, Criticism. Public Opinion Storm.
He was unwilling to give up, so he worked hard to get into the Shanghai First People's Hospital with excellent results while studying for a doctorate at Jinling University Medical School. In just 10 years, he became one of the youngest surgical experts at the time with his extremely high medical skills and professional level. In the following decades, he worked diligently and constantly broke through himself, and published several internationally representative papers. During this period, he took the initiative to apply to provide voluntary medical treatment in remote areas.
It can be said that this person's character is impeccable.
In the past few years, his reputation has been well known in the medical community in Shanghai.
However, it was this person who was suddenly involved in many scandals, including accepting bribes and not doing his job after taking the money.
There were also serious misdiagnoses in some medical practices. If this was just a scandal exposed by someone, it would be fine, but many patients actually jointly complained against him. Now Zhu Jiangming's own personality has completely collapsed, and his previous good reputation has also disappeared. The general public has called it a lie, especially the people of Shanghai, who have criticized Zhu Jiangming most harshly.
Once his behavior is finally convicted, I'm afraid this cup will be finished.
Zhang Fei walked out of the interrogation room with a frown on his face.
Captain, what's wrong? You don't look well. Hey, it's nothing. My aunt had an operation done by him last year.
The condition was quite serious at the time. Other doctors said they were unsure, but he was the only one who said we could give it a try.
How come it suddenly became like this? Captain, what's the result? How is your aunt now?
He recovered. Other doctors said it was a miracle. My aunt gave him a red envelope of 2,000 yuan, but he refused to take it. Not only did he not take it, he also scolded my aunt, saying it was an insult to his profession. When his subordinate Xiao Xie heard this, he said, "This must be fake, right?
Do you think 2,000 is too little? Xiao Xie, I've told you so many times that we are police officers, not novel writers. Try not to make up the plot in your mind. Let's investigate first. This matter is not that simple." Xiao Xie shrank his neck, stuck out his tongue and followed.
Zhang Fei was his idol and he admired him very much. He believed that his captain's feeling might be right. In the early morning, Li Mu's closed eyes suddenly opened. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and at the same time, a hint of shock flashed in the depths of his pupils. The complexity of the matter was far beyond his imagination.
Zhu Jiangming's case was not just an ordinary power struggle. An extremely terrifying and huge chain of interests was involved behind it. It was because he was unwilling to join this interest chain that he was framed and ended up with such a miserable end. The world is black and white. It's really not that simple. If I didn't have a system that could see the essence of things, even TV dramas wouldn't dare to show this kind of plot.
Li Mu's face turned cold. Although he was not a good person and was sometimes both good and evil, his values were still positive. Even if this was not a task assigned by the system, if he knew, he would definitely find a way to dig out the truth. The next day, Li Mu got up early and Jiang Shui put breakfast on the dining table.
Li Mu, something big happened in Shanghai.
This morning, many Shanghai citizens spontaneously organized a team and went to the police station where Zhu Jiangming was detained.
What's wrong? Are you all going to jailbreak? Li Mu asked casually. That's about right.
Jiang Shui's words made Li Mu stop eating the fried dough stick that was near his mouth.
Really, a prison break?
Those who called on the police to handle the case fairly seemed to be patients who were treated by Zhu Jiangming, or their family members.
There are more than 100 of them. It's very shocking.
And I heard that in several poor mountainous areas that Zhu Jiangming visited, the village heads and villagers there are all heading to Shanghai.
This matter has become a big deal.
Li Mu was secretly shocked when he heard this. He had always thought that his current reputation was already very high, and this time was really an eye-opener.
But this also indirectly proved that this person's good reputation was definitely not fake.
He could be recognized by the grassroots people, so this person's character was absolutely beyond reproach.
But Jiang Shui's next words made Li Mu fall into deep thought.
Hey, someone called the police, and the police rushed to the scene. It was an illegal assembly, and these people were driven away, and a few were arrested.
Who called the police? I don't know.
Also, several authoritative figures in the Chinese medical community have issued statements denouncing Zhu Zhengming's behavior, calling him a cancer in the Chinese medical community. The Yanqing Medical Journal even put a full-body photo of him on the front page, criticizing him as a beast in human clothing. Li Mu took a bite of the fried dough stick, his expression unusually serious.
This matter is becoming more and more interesting. Xiaoan, tell me what you think. Do you think Zhu Zhengming is wronged or innocent?
Jiang Shui smiled and said, I can't comment on this, but from what I've seen from the outside world, it's very difficult to fake these things.
I personally think it's unrealistic.
Li Mu picked up the newspaper on the table and said with a smile, what you said makes sense.
Heroes of different ages are similar, so this matter must be a little strange. Li Mu, you'd better take it easy and don't get involved. There are many people who are jealous of you. You've become the Warren Buffett of China.
You've been praised so highly that it would hurt you to death if you fall.
Li Mu smiled and was about to speak when his cell phone on the table suddenly vibrated.
He picked it up and looked at it, frowning.
What happened? Jiang Shui asked.
Looking at Li Mu's expression, she knew something must have happened. The Huaxia Medical Association and the Shanghai Medical Association simultaneously issued a statement that they would jointly ban Zhu Zhengming and revoke his medical license, permanently prohibiting him from practicing medicine. In particular, the president of the Shanghai Medical Association published a 5,000-word article denouncing Zhu Zhengming.
So powerful? The case isn't clear yet, isn't it too arbitrary to just do this? Need I say that? There are some things we don't know about. Someone wants to kick Zhu Zhengming out of the circle. This old man is stubborn and I can't use him to my advantage. I can only make him disappear.
Li Mu wiped his mouth and said with a smile, I'm going to school.
Do you want me to take you to the company? You go first, I'll ask the driver to take you there later. Okay. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Li Mu left home and drove his Ferrari straight to school. When he arrived at the school and parked the car, he suddenly found that the atmosphere in the school was a little different today. The students on the street were whispering with their heads down, but no one paid attention to him. You know, he was a well-known figure in Hangzhou University, popular with both men and women, and had countless fans. However, today he was ignored. Oh my, I didn't expect that Zhu Zhengming is so awesome. 5 minutes ago, a Shanghai media outlet reported that this guy took money from people and treated them to death, or even left them half dead, and threatened to stop treating them if their families didn't pay. Is he still a doctor? Chapter 135, Failed Suicide. Shocking blood words. Student, what happened? The two girls were stunned when they heard this, but their faces turned red instantly when they turned around. The school idol Li Mu actually took the initiative to talk to them? Wasn't this a dream? Ah, this is Zhu Zhengming. Someone has come out to report him again. This time, they are reporting him with their real names. This doctor may be in trouble. Yes, but there are also many people outside saying that he was framed. Anyway, it's not in his best interest now. Li Mu nodded and smiled slightly. So that's what it is. We still have to use our own judgment and not just follow the crowd. I don't think this doctor is a bad person. The two girls had stars in their eyes. It was so dreamy so early in the morning. Their idol took the initiative to chat with them and even smiled at them. They could brag about this for at least a week. When the two came to their senses, Li Mu had disappeared. On the other side, Li Mu walked towards the library, but he was thinking about Zhu Zhengming in his heart. Last night, he already knew the general outline of the matter, but there were still some details that he didn't understand clearly. He needed to understand some important details before he could take action. In a villa in Shanghai, a middle-aged man with a slicked back hair was holding a cigar with a cold expression. Director Wang, Zhu Zhengming is ignorant of current affairs. This guy is just an old stubborn man. After we deal with him, we will arrange for our people to replace him. In the future, we will have the final say in this industrial chain. Humph, these days, there are still fools who don't want to make money. Isn't he afraid of being ruined? I'll let him taste the feeling of being despised by everyone before he dies. Wang Jihe, chairman of the Shanghai Shanghua Pharmaceutical Group, has had close contacts with major hospitals in China for many years. Many well-known expert doctors and medical authorities are his guests. He has made countless illegal profits through the gray industrial chain. Zhu Zhengming has long wanted to recruit people to join him,
but this person refused to change his mind and even threatened to expose their affairs, which is why the current scene happened. Boss Wang, he is being criticized by the public now.
Doesn't he want a good reputation? This is the result he wants. Our operation this time will definitely make him die with regrets. To get along in this circle, you have to follow my rules. Keep yourself out of trouble? Who does he think he is?
In this big melting pot, no one can get rid of the constraints of the unspoken rules. Wang Jihao laughed grimly and said to the middle-aged man in front of him, use all our connections to get those medical leaders who have cooperated with us to publish articles to blacken Zhu Zhangming to death. I want him to become the most black doctor in the medical field in the history of China.
Understood. Leave it to me. Confidant Lu Yuan smiled grimly, turned around, and walked out the door.
In the detention room of the Shanghai police station, Zhu Zhangming was untidy with his head lowered, and the bald spot on his head was very obvious. At this moment, his eyes narrowed, his pupils turned red, and his hands trembled. He had not expected that the sacred profession he was engaged in would become so dirty. He could not imagine what those who used their position to open back doors for those pharmaceutical groups were thinking.
Wouldn't his conscience hurt?
Although his hands were handcuffed, his movements were not affected. At this moment, he put his right hand to his mouth, then stretched out his index finger, put it to his mouth and bit it. His brows furrowed slightly, blood slowly flowed from his fingertips, his expression changed, and he began to write in blood on the table. A few minutes later, some shocking red words appeared.
I was wronged.
I won't watch the new story and I won't be able to close my eyes until I die. There was a hint of madness in his eyes, and he stood up and ran towards the wall behind him.
Bang!
With a dull thud, Zhu Zhangming fell to the ground. Blood gushed out from his head wildly, dyeing the ground red in the blink of an eye. There was a sound of hurried footsteps at the door. Obviously, the noise here attracted the attention of the police outside.
When the iron gate opened, everyone was shocked to see Zhu Zhangming lying in a pool of blood.
10 minutes later, the unconscious Zhu Zhangming was taken away by ambulance, and the news that he committed suicide in the detention room spread throughout China. At the entrance of the police station, Zhang Fei was sweating profusely and was surrounded by a group of reporters. As an expert in solving crimes in the Shanghai police force, he felt a little awkward when facing reporters.
Captain Zhang, what happened? Why was Zhu Zhangming injured? Did he resort to some means to escape legal sanctions, so he resorted to the method of escaping? Does this have anything to do with the police? Is it because he couldn't stand the torture that he did this?
Zhang Fei took a deep breath, and he glanced at everyone, and said seriously, everyone, please be careful with your words.
We have not violated any rules. We will investigate why he committed suicide.
Of course, we do not deny the negligence of the police.
Everyone, please wait for our news.
After saying that, he turned and walked towards the police station building, and Xiao Xia beside him hurried over. Fortunately, the person was rescued and is fine for the time being, but he is still in a coma and it may take some time for him to recover. We sent people to the hospital to ensure Zhu Zhangming's safety, but he actually committed suicide.
I feel this case is not that simple.
Zhang Fei's many years of experience told him that there was something behind the matter, and that he would not allow such a wrongful conviction to occur. In the office of the chairman of Shanghai Pharmaceutical Group in Shanghai Stock Exchange. Damn it, it would have saved a lot of trouble if he had just been killed, but he didn't die.
What's the situation outside now? Wang Jihao was a little disappointed when he heard the news of Zhu Zhangming's attempted suicide.
Director Wang, there has been no change in public opinion, but I think the police will probably have some doubts about this case, which is very disadvantageous to us.
Is there a way to find someone to kill Zhu Zhangming in the hospital? It's difficult, but you can try. Take out the money. A big reward will always bring a brave man.
I can't rest easy until Zhu Zhangming is dead.
This is a good opportunity. I'll arrange it. Lu Yuan retreated, and a hint of ferocity appeared in Wang Jiha's eyes. Humph, you want moral integrity?
Then go down there and protect your moral integrity.
At 8 o'clock in the evening, Li Mu brought Jiang Shui to Li Tianhao's house for dinner. At dinner time, the latest developments of the Zhu Zhangming incident were being broadcast on TV. There are so many bad things these days.
An expert doctor is involved in these things and ended up writing a letter in blood and committing suicide.
I think there must be something fishy about this. No one in this profession is clean.
Li Tianhao picked up a piece of meat and shook his head speechlessly.
Dad, do you think there's something fishy about this?
Li Mu suddenly asked with a smile.
How can there be no trick? Xiaomu, you don't think that what you see is the truth, do you? You are still too young. But there is nothing we can do.
Even if we know that there is something fishy about this matter, it has nothing to do with us.
The black industry chain involved is not something we can intervene in. Chapter 136. The whole network calls for honest people.
Li Mu smiled slightly, and after eating the last bite of rice, he said with a smile, "You still see things clearly.
Hurry up and eat, you little brat. Don't mind your own business.
It has nothing to do with us.
And you should keep a low profile.
You made 1.2 billion yuan by doing business in Zhongnan Commercial Street before, which caused such a big sensation.
Be careful not to attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. What are you afraid of? What's going on? Are you sending assassins to kill me? Oh, forget it, let's not talk about you. Nothing will happen to you in Hangzhou.
You also saw what happened to Zhu Zhangming.
Do you think the plots in the TV series are all fake? Art is all derived from life.
At this moment, Jiang Shui beside him was looking down at her phone. Her eyebrows suddenly raised, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes.
Xiaoxue, what's with that expression on your face? What happened again?
Lu Yueyin asked with a smile. The more she looked at this daughter-in-law, the more she liked her. Just now, the number of people online on the Honest People social network exceeded 800 million, and the number of people online in the chat room exceeded 600 million. The entire network is calling on honest people to come out and expose the truth of the Zhu Zhangming incident to the public. Speaking of which, this honest man hasn't appeared for almost half a year. Even the last incident with Zhang Huaxing seemed to have nothing to do with him.
Will he show up this time?
Li Tianhao said with a smile that he had a very good impression of the honest man. It can be said that a large part of the reason for his current achievements was because of this mysterious man. Li Mu took out his mobile phone and casually opened the Honest People's social network, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. Wow, overnight, the traffic of this website returned to its peak state. In the entire chat room, the screen scrolled almost non-stop. The loyal fans of the honest man were calling on him to come out and restore the truth of the Zhu Zhangming incident. There was even a group of people who wanted to raise funds to place an order for the honest man.
Honest man, come out quickly. The world needs you.
I feel that Zhu Zhangming has been wronged.
I have consulted him for treatment. He is a doctor with high professional ethics. Justice is in the heart of people, and the world is full of righteousness. Honest people, if you don't act now, when will you act?
I feel that Zhu Zhangming must have been framed.
I'll give you 1,000 yuan, honest man. Go ahead. Angels in white should not be desecrated. I believe there must be something fishy going on here, otherwise how could someone commit suicide? Now the crowdfunding has reached 5 million, is there anyone else participating?
When it reaches 50 million, place a commission order directly. Only he can show us the truth of the matter. Li Mu shook his head helplessly.
Hey, these guys are pretty crazy, but the honest guy hasn't shown up for so long, what's going on? Was he killed in secret? I don't think so. If something really happens, will this website still exist?
I have a feeling that this time the honest man might really take action. Jiang Shui said with a smile. I heard that there are many big verses on Weibo who are paying attention to this matter.
Many people are skeptical about this matter. They are all calling on honest people to come out and are eager to know the truth of the matter. Li Mu closed his phone. Some people are curious, some are skeptical, but I feel that this matter is indeed suspicious. Let's not talk about Zhu Zhangming's character, but there must be a mastermind behind the scenes. I have a hunch that the honest man who has disappeared for a long time may show up and tell the truth.
Li Mu's words did not arouse any suspicion among the crowd. Just then, there was a knock on the restaurant door.
Lu Kai walked in quickly, holding a newspaper in his hand. Lao Lu? What's going on? Why are you so anxious? Something bad has happened.
5 minutes ago, an unknown person broke into the police hospital in the southern suburbs of Shanghai and tried to attack Zhu Zhangming, but was discovered by the hospital security. Although the person is fine, the other person escaped.
What? Someone dares to do this in the police station's exclusive hospital? Isn't this too bold? Yeah, is it fake news? Li Tianhao and his wife looked shocked. No, this is true.
The Shanghai police have increased their police force, and Zhu Zhangming has also been transferred to another ward. Li Mu beside him suddenly laughed, and that smile was profound and unfathomable. What you saw was that someone wanted to kill Zhu Zhengming. Obviously, his survival was a threat to some people, but this actually shows that there is something fishy going on in this matter. But the only people who have the ability to expose it are honest people, or the mysterious person who exposed Zhang Huaxing that time.
Everyone was shocked.
Wow, no one realized such a profound thing, but Li Mu saw it. Just wait and see, things may be about to take a turn for the better. Li Mu's mouth corners raised.
The people in this room were all Li Mu's closest relatives.
At this moment, they all felt that Li Mu seemed a little strange. At the Shanghai Police Department, Zhang Fei slammed the table, his eyes full of anger.
Sang Xian's condition, this is a police hospital, how dare someone do this? Do they still have the law in their hearts? Captain, calm down. Isn't the person safe?
As long as we continue to investigate, we will definitely be able to catch the mastermind behind this.
Humph, there must be something fishy going on here. Otherwise, why would someone want Zhu Zhangming dead so badly? I've reported this to my superiors. I suspect there's something fishy going on here. We need to reopen the case for investigation.
I suspect there's a case within a case. Zhu Zhangming doesn't dare to say he's innocent, but the rumors online may be a lot of water.
Boss, why didn't I think of this?
You are still too young, but now things are changing for the better.
Boss, the internet is calling on honest people to take action. Do you think he will expose the information? An honest man?
Zhang Fei frowned, and a light flashed in his eyes. This man is mysterious and unreliable. He hasn't appeared for such a long time.
Maybe he has gotten into trouble.
Of course, even if he hasn't gotten into trouble, his actions are not in accordance with the rules. Sooner or later, the police will find him.
Captain, I know what you mean.
I mean, if this guy gets involved, we can save a lot of effort.
That's true, but there's one thing you don't know.
This honest man has been listed as a wanted criminal by the Chinese police system.
If he shows any flaws, the Chinese police will arrest him without hesitation. This person's existence does bring too many unsettling factors. Don't think too much.
Arrange for people to increase the guard of the hospital.
Zhu Zhangming must not get into trouble again.
At the same time, conduct a thorough investigation of all major cities and towns in Shanghai. We must find a way to confirm the identity of the murderer.
Yes.
Zhu Zhengming's affair immediately caused a huge stir in China. Now that a murder case has occurred, it is obvious that someone can no longer sit still.
However, the onlookers hope that an honest person can appear at this time and expose everything hidden in the dark. The author has something to say. Ask for a 5-star rating. Chapter 137, The Long-Awaited.
The incident involving Zhu Zhangming caused a huge uproar in China, and after the failed assassination attempt on him, it was pushed to the headlines. Now people from all walks of life are paying attention to this incident, and it can be said that the popularity of the incident has been pushed to the peak for a while. At the same time, Wang Ji, who was working at Shanghua Pharmaceutical, was furious, while his confidant Lu Yuan lowered his head with cold sweat on his forehead.
Lao Lu, you need to use your brain when I ask you to do this. Do you think this is just a game? This is an ordinary hospital? It's a good thing the person escaped. If he didn't escape, would those people keep the secret for you? Chairman, don't be angry.
I was negligent, but I paid these people enough money, and I have leverage over them.
They dare not betray me. Hey, how about I give you my position as chairman? Why the hell should I give you money? You want to be arrested? Can you promise not to betray me?
I don't trust anyone in this world.
Wang Jihe pointed at Lu Yuan's nose and started scolding him. Dong. Chairman, I know I was wrong. Fortunately, those people were smart and wore hoods before they left. Even if there were surveillance cameras, their identities would not be exposed. I will be more careful next time. Humph, keep a close eye on the police's every move.
If something is wrong, get rid of those people, or I'll find someone to get rid of you.
Yes, I understand. Roll.
Lu Yuan stepped out, and at the same time the phone on the desk rang.
Wang Jihe was stunned. This was a dedicated line that only his closest partners knew about.
He picked up the phone without hesitation.
Hey, tell me. What? Honest man? He publicly expressed his concern about this matter? Where did you get the news? How come I didn't know about it? 1 minute ago?
His face gradually became ugly, but his tone was very calm. Compared with when he spoke to Lu Yuan, his attitude was terribly good, even a little servile.
Don't worry, I've already told him that no one has discovered it. Even if they know it, an honest man will only bluff.
It's impossible for him to know our secret.
After hanging up the phone, Wang Jiha's expression suddenly changed and beads of sweat quickly appeared on his forehead.
In the previous phone call, he was pretending to be calm. If the other party saw his panic, their cooperation would probably end immediately. He quickly opened his laptop and clicked on the honest person's social network that had been saved in his favorites a long time ago. As soon as he clicked on it, his body trembled involuntarily. The interface of the social network, which had been silent for half a year, had undergone tremendous changes. The originally black background has now turned white, and the background image of the website is actually a photo of Zhu Zhangming crying bitterly. At the top, a brand new title was written. A kind-hearted man, an angel in white, was slandered and thrown into prison. Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? An honest man will lead everyone to uncover everything and explore the truth of the matter.
I am coming. This title was extremely provocative.
Wang Jiha saw that the number of people shown on the website statistics below had reached 1 billion, and the average hourly number of people in the chat room was as high as 200 million, which was terrifying. He clicked the chat area button, and his pupils shrank after entering. There was a countdown in the breaking news area below, and there were still 48 hours left to wait for the breaking news. This scene made his scalp tingle.
6666, the long-awaited honest man finally showed up. When the website changed, my blood began to boil. We are not far from the truth. Exciting, who on earth is so cruel and mad?
Zhu Zhangming is indeed wronged.
I am now looking forward to the moment when the truth comes out.
No one can escape the clutches of an honest man.
Tremble. Awesome plus, I would say honest people are the best. Have you seen the news? The dark forces in the dark can't sit still anymore. They are actually planning to assassinate. I think these people must be scared to death now, right? At this moment, a dull bell suddenly rang on the website. Dang dang dang.
Several black and white portraits appeared at the top of the chat interface, with a question mark in front of their faces.
A row of scrolling announcements appeared. The death knell has already rung. Are you afraid? It's useless to be afraid. You will have to pay for what you have done sooner or later.
No one will miss the chance of retribution.
Draft? Wang Jiha cursed angrily, then picked up the ashtray on the table and smashed it directly on the computer screen. Bang!
The laptop screen was smashed into pieces. However, a strange scene appeared at this moment. Looking at the sparks coming out of the screen, the laptop was completely scrapped, but the strange chat room in the middle of the screen was still running normally. My goodness, this scene scared Wang Jiha so much that his scalp went numb. What the hell is going on? He stood up, walked directly to the socket and unplugged it, but the things on the screen were still there. 10 minutes later, the main power switch was turned off, but the chat room was still there. Wang Jiha began to doubt his life and the fear in his heart began to ferment. How could this happen? Damn it, I'm going to smash you to death. He took out a hammer from the toolbox behind him, walked to the computer, raised his hand and started smashing it. Damn it, I'll let you do something naughty, and if you don't have power, I'll smash you to pieces. Half an hour later, Wang Jiha was panting, looking down at the laptop that was almost shattered into pieces in front of him, his mouth twitching and his face pale. The LCD screen is gone, but the empty screen still displays the honest people's social network. At the same time, the computers, tablets, and televisions around began to turn on one by one, and the images displayed on them were all chat rooms of the honest people's social network. No. No. Damn, who are you? Tug. Wang Jiha jumped up from his chair with a dance of joy. The dim lights in the office were still on. The laptop in front of him was intact, the screen was still on the interface of the honest people's social network, and the various screens around him were not turned on. 45 hours left to the revelation. After 3 hours, Wang Jiha actually fell asleep and had the terrible dream he had just had. He quickly walked to the table, picked up his cell phone and looked at it. His expression froze. There were more than 20 missed calls, all from Lu Yuan. Ding ling ling. The phone rang quickly, he looked down and quickly picked up the phone. Hello? Is this Lu Yuan? What happened? Mr. Wang, I was looking for you, did you forget? 3 hours ago you said not to bother you, you need to take a rest, but you hung up the phone, and something went wrong on honest people's social network. I called you so many times, but you didn't answer. I was so worried.
Are you kidding me? I told you I needed to rest so I wouldn't bother you? Mr. Wang, how could I say such nonsense?
You said it yourself.
The author has something to say.
Please support, please give a 5-star rating, please give a gift.
Chapter 138, Beyond Cognition. A weird video. Say it again?
I was clearly in the office just now, and when I woke up in the blink of an eye it was already night.
Am I stupid? Have you forgotten everything I said to you? Boss Wang, isn't there a surveillance camera in the office? You can see that I'm not kidding.
There's also a countdown on the Honest social media site where he has started exposing the information.
What do you think we should do?
Wang Jia hung up the phone abruptly, and his palms were filled with cold sweat in an instant. Things developed too quickly and beyond his expectations.
In just one afternoon, the honest man had already taken action.
The most terrifying thing was that his memory disappeared in 3 hours.
What happened? Oh, right, monitoring.
He stood up and walked to the computer, then quickly opened the surveillance records of the room, selected the time 3 hours ago, and turned on the surveillance video.
Wang Jia looked at the screen nervously.
Slowly, his eyes began to change, his face became paler, and his right hand, which was touching the mouse, began to tremble slightly. The voice coming from the video.
Get out of here right now. Don't bother me unless you have something to do. Get out of here.
In the picture, he roared, and Lu Yuan shuddered with fear, then left the office.
However, the next picture was the most terrifying.
He saw himself returning to his work chair. His eyes gradually became dull.
After a while, they slowly closed and he actually fell asleep.
After pulling the progress bar of the surveillance video back 3 hours, he finally saw the scene where he was awakened by a nightmare.
Wang Jia began to doubt his life.
All this was too weird and completely beyond his understanding.
How could this happen? What on earth is going on? Am I seeing a ghost? He looked around the dim office with suspicion and was almost scared to death. Over the years, he had done so many bad things and suffered so much blood. How could he not feel guilty? Ah, this is so fucking funny. This guy is so funny. How dare he imitate others to cheat people out of their money? It's really shameful.
At this time, Li Mu lowered his head with a calm expression. In his mind, the system panel opened. 3 hours ago, he ordered a dream tour package for Wang Jia. The direct result of deep hypnosis plus deep sleep card was that he had a nightmare. Through the sky eye surveillance, he saw his ugly appearance and Li Mu was very happy. Ding, black material search completed, black material collection card 1 consumed. A white light screen flashed in front of Li Mu's eyes, and a video file appeared in the system's video storage area. As soon as he thought about it, the video opened automatically and a row of information appeared in his mind.
File type, video. Video content, video showing Wang Jia, one of the people exposed, using the group to illegally profit. Li Mu clicked on the video and saw a hotel. Judging from the facilities, it should be a presidential suite. Master Gio, are you satisfied with this batch of goods? Our industrial chain has blossomed in many places.
As long as we operate separately, there will be no problem. At this time, a bald man who had his back to Wang Jia turned around. The man was very burly, with a shaved head, wearing a tang suit, and holding a cane in his hand. He looked quite stylish, but Wang Jia in the camera was surprisingly humble to him. Very satisfied, but the speed of delivery is a bit slow recently, isn't it?
Hey, China is not like you in Southeast Asia. It's difficult for me too. I can't build the industry chain by myself. I have to take it slow.
But I recently encountered a troublemaker who was unwilling to cooperate.
I am trying to figure out how to deal with him.
The man named Zhou Yi looked at Wang Jia with a cold look and said with a smile, the pharmaceutical group does not have a few large hospitals as resources, so it is bound to not make money. However, compared with organ smuggling, the income from medicine is far less.
Mr. Wang, don't lose the big picture for the small. Master Gio is right.
I will not lose the big picture for the sake of small gains.
I know what you mean. The person who is not cooperating is Zhu Zhangming, a surgical expert at the Shanghai First People's Hospital. But it will only take a week. I guarantee that he will be ruined and taken away by the police.
Zhou Yi patted Wang Jia on the shoulder and said with a smile, do a good job. I am very satisfied with you at the moment, but I can change people at any time.
There are many people who want to cooperate with me. You can do whatever you want.
Li Mu narrowed his eyes, his thoughts racing. She had long known what Wang Jihe was doing, but he didn't know how he did it or with whom.
The appearance of this man named Jiu Yi attracted Li Mu's attention. Exchange for body query card query the identity of Jiu Yi in the video.
Ding consumed 200,000 points to exchange for an identity query card. The information has been generated, please check it.
Name Chen Jiuhe. Nickname Jiu Yi. Identity, one of the persons in charge of a major overseas human organ smuggling operation.
He has maintained close ties with Wang Jihe for a long time and has established a stable export chain in China. He is also a wanted criminal on Interpol's red list.
Personality, insidious, cruel, and vindictive. Li Mu was shocked. He was really surprised by the identity of this guy, and he did not expect that Wang Jihe was so bold. He thought he was just thinking about medicines, networking with a group of high-level doctors with ulterior motives, using his connections to sell some of his group's medicines in hospitals to make huge profits. Li Mu touched his chin and smiled sinisterly. In that case, give him some late stimulation first.
When Wang Jihe regained consciousness and was monitored by Sky Eye, he had already left the company office and was driving home in his Mercedes-Benz SUV. But if you look closely, you can see that he has serious emotional problems. His eyes were like a frightened mouse constantly looking around, and the fear that emerged from the depths of his eyes was definitely not fake. Li Mu touched his chin and suddenly smiled coldly. System, help me mosaic the faces of the people in this video, process the sound, and post it to the Honest Social Network.
The system has received. Video processing completed. Published.
At the same time, in the Mercedes-Benz, Wang Jihe, who had been in a tense state, was suddenly stunned when he heard the latest news interrupted by the radio.
Breaking news, 1 minute ago, the Honest Person social network was updated.
A mysterious and strange video appeared on the homepage of its website. The two people in the video were mosaicked and their specific identities were unknown. However, from the analysis of the video dialogue content, it can be determined that this mysterious video may involve the secrets of the foreign human organ smuggling industry chain.
At present, major Chinese media have paid attention to this matter.
The Shanghai police believe that the video is closely related to the Zhu Jiangming incident and have taken back the video source file. Remember to analyze it, pay attention to FM 1052 channel, and pay attention to the latest developments of this case in real time. Chapter 139. This crowd of spectators is so terrifying.
Crunch.
There was a sudden brake sound and the Mercedes SUV stopped on the side of the road.
Wang Jihe turned on the double flashing lights and leaned back in his chair, breathing rapidly.
His eyes were filled with fear. What was said on the radio just now really scared him. He never thought that the honest man's revelations would be so close to him. Suddenly, as if he had reacted, he turned around, picked up his phone from the side of his seat, and quickly opened the Honest Person social network. In just 1 minute, his hands began to shake wildly as if he had Parkinson's disease.
How could this happen? Damn, who was the honest man? The last time I met Jiu Yi was a month ago, and their conversation was absolutely confidential. Even Lu Yuan didn't know about it. Human organ smuggling is a capital crime in any country.
No matter how powerful Wang Jihe is, he dare not reveal too much to unimportant people. He was in a state of confusion at the moment because he had experienced a strange dream this afternoon. When he woke up, it seemed as if the whole world had changed.
No, I need to stay calm. What storms have I not experienced? Master Jiu must not know about this, otherwise I will be completely finished.
Thinking of this, he forced himself to suppress the uneasiness in his heart and started the car again. He took a deep breath and stepped on the accelerator. The Mercedes-Benz SUV emitted a low engine roar, blended in with the other cars on the road, and disappeared on the street.
However, Wang Jihe did not discover the secret in the video. At this time, the Honest Social Network was boiling with excitement because a netizen nicknamed "Please Call Me Sherlock Holmes" found clues in the video. The atmosphere in the chat room was lively, and a photo comparison chart was sent by the netizen. Everyone can take a closer look.
One of the men in the video is wearing a jade ring on his thumb and a string of dark Buddhist beads on his wrist. The most important thing is, did you notice that he has a scar on the right side of his neck and a black mole half the size of a 1 yuan coin below the scar? I have found that there is only one known celebrity who matches this, and that person is Wang Jihe, chairman of Shanghua Pharmaceutical Group. He had his thyroid opened when he was young, and he has a scar in the same position.
Maybe this is a coincidence, but what about the jade ring and the black mole?
Below, this netizen who is showing off directly posted a photo of a national pharmaceutical industry summit held in Huaxia, Guangcheng half a year ago. Wang Jihe, who was a special guest at the time, was also present. And from the photo, whether it is the ring, the scar, or the semicircular black mole, it can be said that they are unrelated to the mysterious man in the video. They look exactly the same. Fuck, that's really awesome. I think this guy is awesome. Calling you Sherlock Holmes? I don't think he's even worthy of carrying your shoes. 66666, this insight is really amazing, I didn't even notice it. From this point of view, Wang Jihe is a big suspect. Damn, this guy has such a big business, but he still does such a heartless thing? This person has no conscience. Conscience, can capitalists have conscience? That's all nonsense. But let's not talk nonsense. Nowadays, if you talk nonsense, people will send you a lawyer's letter and pay you nothing but your pants. It's not worth it. Just as everyone was talking about it, another netizen jumped out. This person's nickname was also quite decent, Conan is my brother. Everyone, don't panic. After that guy posted it, I also compared it. If everything else is just a coincidence, but you zoom in and see the screensaver on the right-hand side of the phone of the person suspected to be Wang Jihe in the video? The picture you are looking at is a photo of Wang Jihe in a previous interview. He has a jade ring, a mole, and a scar, but their phone models are the same, and the screensaver desktop is also the same. What does this prove? I don't need to say more, right? Come and curse with me, Wang Jihe is rubbish, I'm waiting for his lawyer's letter. Fuck, it's true. It's a solid proof. It's so disgusting. This guy should be torn into pieces and thrown into a bamboo cage. Fuck, this is pretty close, right? There are two great people among us this year, both of them are good at details. I really admire them. Damn it, I suggest that Wang Jihe be arrested immediately. Isn't he the chairman of a pharmaceutical group? And he's in the Shanghai Stock Exchange. I think this matter is really related to him. Human organ trafficking? How serious a crime is that? Li Mu saw this scene in the bedroom and applauded. If he was not afraid of disturbing Jiang Shui's sleep, he really wanted to shout out loud. This was too awesome. The crowd of spectators was so terrifying. He quickly calmed down. In this case, it would be a good idea to make the best of it. It would be boring for an honest person to click on the answer. Let these people play their role slowly and let Wang Jihe feel what real fear is. When you know that something is going to happen to you but you have no way to solve it, that is the real fear of this world. System, continue to dig up black material, use 5 black material digging cards. Ding, the card was used successfully, and the digging of dirty tricks began. Li Mu showed a sinister smirk on his face. In the next few days, the honest man will definitely be on the headlines of major hot searches again. At the Shanghai police station, Zhang Fei squinted his eyes and looked at the honest man's social network. The cigarette in his right hand was almost burning his fingers, but he didn't notice it at all. He was surrounded by 3 or 4 men. Xiaoan frowned, but there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Captain, this is too amazing, isn't it? This honest man is different when he takes action? Wang Jihe is now a major suspect, should we take action? No, wait a minute, don't be anxious, we have to be steady, otherwise it will be easy to get into trouble. The honest man will definitely have more revelations later, we have to pay attention all the time, don't be anxious. When Xiaoan heard this, his eyes lit up. He whispered, Captain, didn't you say it? Honest people are evil and should not be encouraged. When Zhang Fei heard this, he frowned and glanced at Xiaoan with some dissatisfaction in his eyes. Did I say that? When did I say that? The honest man's revelations were so accurate, he was doing a disservice to the people. Xiaoan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard that. The winner of this year's True Fragrance Championship would probably be his captain. The situation changed too quickly. Xiaoan, send someone to the hospital to keep an eye on Zhu Zhangming and make sure nothing happens to him. I'm afraid if this news spreads, someone might do something desperate. If something happens, it will be a huge problem. When Xiaoan heard this, he knew it was no joke. Yes, Captain, leave this matter to me. The author has something to say. Please give a 5-star rating. Chapter 140, The Spearhead is targeted at Wang Jihe. Xiaoan left quickly. This was no joke. If the honest man hadn't shown up, Zhu Zhangming would definitely be in danger this time. The police need evidence to investigate a case, and you can't talk nonsense. Therefore, Zhang Fei, who had previously claimed that honest people should also be subject to legal sanctions, could not escape the law of true fragrance.
How could a policeman fail to find clues that the public could find? If one physical coincidence occurs, it is a coincidence, but if there are several at once, is it still a coincidence? However, the arrest of Wang Jiha must be carried out with extreme caution.
If there are any omissions or mistakes, Zhang Fei, who is in charge of the case, may find his police career over.
Captain, so Wang Jiha is a major suspect. Why don't we arrest him? Wait, it's too early now. Let's see how things develop. The honest man must have more information to reveal. Boss, don't you trust honest people?
Yes, Xiaoan said before that what you said is that honest people are also people who are on the edge of the law and should be punished by law if they have the chance. Zhang Fei looked a little unnatural when he heard this.
Ahem, what do you know?
His identity is not important in upholding justice.
His approach still has many merits. For now, leave the honest man alone. Keep a close eye on Wang Jiha and don't let him have a chance to escape.
After saying this, Zhang Fei stood up and left the office.
Oh my god, I really didn't realize that. The boss must be a fan of the honest man too, right? Damn, you just noticed it? What's your insight? Didn't you see the level of his social network? He's a level 12 master.
I'm afraid he hasn't been offline for the past 6 months and has been hanging out in the chat room all the time. Several subordinates were whispering and chuckling from time to time. In fact, everyone in this office is a fan of the honest man, but due to their professional relationship, they cannot be too high profile. At the same time, Wang Jiha returned home, turned off his mobile phone, and locked himself in the room. This trick of covering his ears and stealing the bell completely cut off his contact with the outside world, so he did not know that his identity in the video had been discovered. The next morning, Wang Jiha, who was still in a daze, was awakened by a series of hurried knocks on the door. When he opened the door, he looked annoyed. Chairman, there are many reporters at the door, about 20 or so, all from the authoritative media in Shanghai.
They said they want you to explain the video in the honest man's live broadcast room last night. What is that?
The nanny's words made the last bit of sleepiness in him disappear. He stared at the other person with fear in his eyes. A lot of reporters came to the door and asked you to explain the matter about Zhu Zhengming.
Damn, are these people looking for death?
At this moment, his cell phone on the bedside table began to vibrate wildly. Turning back to the bedside table, he picked up the phone without even looking at it and answered the call.
Hello? What did you say?
With a roar, he turned pale. The call was from Zhu Yuan. The headquarters of Shanghua Pharmaceutical Group, located on the bank of Pujiang River in Shanghai, was besieged by hundreds of reporters. They claimed that they needed an explanation from him and threatened to visit the interior of the group.
This incident made Wang Jiha feel like he was struck by lightning early in the morning and he was completely dumbfounded.
He hurriedly opened the honest people's social network, and when he took a look, he was almost scared to fall to the ground. The content of the chat in the chat section made him terrified. Open the major news websites and the headlines on the front pages are shocking.
Shocked.
A video on the social networking site of Lao Shiren was decrypted by netizens, and one of the unidentified persons was highly suspected to be Wang Jiha, chairman of Shanghua Group.
Currently, all sectors of society have expressed great concern. At 8 o'clock this morning, all members of the Shanghai media were mobilized.
The latest news is that the villa where Wang Jiha lives and the headquarters of Shanghua Group were surrounded by a large number of reporters. At present, the person involved has not made any explanation for this matter. Breaking news, the scandal in the medical field that shocked China has taken a turn for the better.
After the suspect Zhu Zhengming was assassinated in the police hospital, the case has taken a turn for the worse.
At the same time, Wang Ji, chairman of Huaxia Shanghua Group, has been pushed to the forefront. A video circulated on the internet shows that an unidentified man is highly suspected to be the other party. This video was revealed by an honest person, and the content involved is shocking. We will continue to pay attention to the development of the situation in the future.
Wang Jiha looked terrified.
He clicked on the screen and kept scrolling through it, looking at 10 news websites. The discussion sections on all of them were full of attacks on him. The words were so sharp and the emotions so indignant that Wang Jiha was terrified just by looking at them.
Open the door and let us interview you. What's wrong? Director Wang, are you feeling guilty? If it's not you in the video, what are you feeling guilty about? Just come out and explain yourself.
Why be such a coward?
That's right. You are clearly guilty now. TSK, I think you are blinded by money.
A person with a clear conscience is not afraid of his own shadow. Zhu Zhangming is still in prison.
How can you bear this?
Zhu Zhangming was indeed framed.
Wang Jiha, you should give everyone an explanation. Do you dare not take responsibility for what you did? You illegally profited by smuggling human organs. Aren't you afraid that those people you killed will turn into evil spirits and come looking for you in the middle of the night? Come out and accept our interview. We need answers.
Answer our questions directly and tell us in person whether the person in the video is you. The sound outside the door traveled into the bedroom, and the nanny's face turned green.
Chairman, please think of a solution quickly. The bodyguards at the door can no longer hold us back.
Wang Jiha raised his head, his breathing disordered, his eyes bloodshot.
He had also watched the video circulating on the internet. It was indeed him, but he didn't expect that even with mosaics, so many people could still find clues.
He was now at a loss, terrified to the extreme.
Ding ling ling.
The cell phone rang again. His heart trembled, and he looked down and saw that it was Lu Yuan calling.
Hey, what's going on now? Chairman, please come to the company quickly. We can't handle it anymore.
There are at least 100 reporters and the security guards dare not move.
The key is that the Shanghai police are here too. They want to see you. What should we do now? Hello? Chairman? Pa. Wang Jiha's cell phone fell to the ground, and Lu Yuan's anxious and urging voice came from the receiver. Am I finished? No, how can I be finished like this?
The video is mosaicked, the other party must not have a clear version of the video.
As long as I don't show my face, I will be fine. In this case, what can I use to judge?
He bent down to pick up the phone and roared at Lu Yuan on the other side. In 1 hour, I will hold a press conference at the gate of the group company.
Tell those reporters to wait for me.
After saying that, he hung up the phone and walked straight out the door.
He wanted to burn his boats and give it a try. Chapter 141, the press conference turns into a confession meeting.
Li Mu, hurry up, something big has happened.
An honest man sent a video, but it was decrypted. There is a person in the video who is highly suspicious of Wang Jiha. Several physical characteristics are the same.
The most important thing is that this video involves the smuggling of human organs.
Really? You're playing it big. Isn't it very profitable to work in the medical field?
It's much more comfortable than working in high-tech fields like us.
Why do you still want to do this? Isn't this courting death? What about Wang Jiha? He didn't come out to make any statement?
He said he would hold a press conference in his own company in an hour, which temporarily calmed down the reporters who went to his home and company, but it may not be easy to clear his name. Li Mu looked at his watch and drank the soy milk in one gulp.
Clear your name? What if he doesn't want to clear his name? Maybe he feels guilty and confesses everything he did? Is this possible? What? Confess? If that were the case, would he still do these things? Li Mu, stop talking nonsense. I have to go to the company. I'm afraid that the stock price of Shanghua Pharmaceutical will plummet. Let's talk to Lao Feng and find a way to buy it at the bottom. Li Mu looked at Jiang Shui's departing back and felt emotional.
Since she untied her heart knot, Jiang Shui's personality has changed, but she didn't want to be too far away from him, so she has been working very hard.
Li Mu didn't tell her not to work in a cliché way. Everyone has their own responsibilities in life, and there is value only when there are pursuits. Otherwise, what's the point of being like a salted fish? As for Wang Jiha, he is unforgivable and a devil on earth. Li Mu will not let him get away with it so easily this time. Ding, the honest man potion has been used successfully. It is being integrated into the carrier. Please wait. Ding.
Integration successful, validity period 3 hours. Li Mu raised his lips and said to himself, enjoy the last moments of your life.
Let you feel your own glorious moment. Li Mu grinned, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth. At 8:30 in the morning, there was a huge crowd of people at the entrance of Shanghai Shanghua Pharmaceutical Group. In addition to reporters and the company's security guards, there were also many police officers. Captain, why don't you just take him away? We are here to see what tricks he plays. The more evidence we have, the more likely we are to catch him.
Let him perform for a while. In the distance, a Rolls-Royce slowly drove over and stopped at the door.
The car door opened and Wang Jihe walked down with an expressionless face. Lu Yuan at the gate quickly came up with several bodyguards. "Chairman, are you here?"
Wang Jihe nodded and looked very calm, but if you look closely, you can see something strange. His eyes were slightly red, and there were beads of sweat on his forehead. At the same time, he clenched his fists, looking as if he was trying his best to resist something. Just 1 minute ago, he suddenly felt an invisible will entering his brain, which made him feel guilty. Subjectively, he still wanted to defend himself in order to avoid legal sanctions, but in his heart he wanted to confess everything he had done. This feeling is too weird, and my endurance has reached its limit.
That's not right. There seems to be something wrong with Wang Jihe. Yes, look at his eyes. Why do I feel like he's about to confess? Yes, but is it possible? To eat so much repentance for a blood-stained man? It's unrealistic. Acting, it must be acting.
Most people at the scene noticed something was wrong, but some didn't know where the problem lay. At this moment, Lu Yuan, who wanted to lick for another round, suddenly stopped.
Wang Jihe's spirit had been completely defeated by the honest man potion. "You bastard, you still have the nerve to stand here? Confess with me. Today I will confess everything we have done." Lu Yuan's expression trembled, and he had an ominous premonition in his heart. "We are all guilty.
Come on, confess in front of the media.
The police are here too. After I confess, take me away. I am willing to accept legal sanctions."
"Chairman, you are crazy."
Lu Yuan was scared to death. He was a bootlicker, but as long as there were benefits to be gained, it was okay to be a bootlicker. But now Wang Jihe was dragging him into this like a madman. How could he possibly give in? "I'm not crazy. We are all accomplices.
I used my connections to get my group's drugs into major hospitals. I colluded with those people in the hospitals to smuggle and sell human organs abroad. Over the years, I have made a lot of money and I have given you a lot of money."
You're talking nonsense. Nonsense?
The bank has all the transaction records, and our previous text messages and call records are all in my phone.
I plan to make them public now.
He slowly took out his cell phone and Zhu Yuan was scared to death.
Damn it, I think you are crazy. I don't know what he is talking about. I am just an employee. If you have any problems, go to him, not me.
He knew that he was in trouble.
Wang Jihe's abnormal behavior was definitely not normal.
The only thing he wanted to do now was to leave here immediately.
You're leaving? Where are you going? It was you who proposed to win over Zhu Zhangming, right?
Then he refused, and you plan to kill him, right?
Zhu Yuan, you can't run away. Wang Jihe's face flushed red.
He was still conscious, but he couldn't help but speak the truth in his heart. Looking at the scrutinizing eyes around him, Wang Jihe's soul had already been scared away. It was as if there was an invisible demon in his body, making him say these words against his will. At this time, he picked up his mobile phone, turned the speaker to maximum, and a conversation began. "Chairman, I will take care of Zhu Zhangming. He is in the police station hospital."
"Well, go ahead. Just make him disappear.
This person doesn't cooperate with us and knows our secrets.
He must be killed."
"Don't worry, I'll take care of you."
Wang Jihe said in a deep voice, "Did you see that? This is the truth. I am guilty, he is guilty too, we repent." There were exclamations all around. My goodness, this was too shocking. Although Wang Jihe was confessing voluntarily, no one sympathized with him at all.
This guy was simply a devil on earth.
Bring people and arrest them immediately.
Zhun Fei came back to his senses and roared angrily. Xiaoan and others around him rushed forward and pinned the two men to the ground in an instant.
Let go of me. Lu Yuan roared wildly.
This fatal accident this morning caught him off guard. If he had known earlier that Wang Jihe was planning this, he would have run away long ago. "Ha, I confess, we are all sinners, take us away and shoot us."
Wang Jihe looked crazy, but his heart was terrified.
He tried to regain control of his consciousness, but found that it was all in vain.
Now, his behavior was completely out of his control. Everyone was stunned.
To be honest, they had never heard of such a cheap request.
Asking for execution? The author has something to say. Ask for a 5-star rating, ask for a gift. Chapter 142, a combination punch from an honest man. Awesome. Is this guy crazy? Is he feeling guilty because the honest man showed up? Can't he handle it anymore? No, have you all forgotten? The person who was exposed by an honest person would always be so hypocritical and confess himself? I think there must be some trickery involved. Isn't this too scary? Beyond imagination? But then again, Wang Jiha is a hypocritical person. He is really a piece of shit. He deserves to be arrested. In ancient times, he would have been torn into pieces by 5 horses. This is too easy for him. I can't imagine how long he has been involved in the human organ smuggling business. A group of reporters were also shocked. It's not that they had never seen the world, but everything that happened today was indeed a bit shocking and frightening. Wang Jiha was held down by his head by 2 policemen and walked towards the police car. Lu Yuan behind him had snot all over his face and looked miserable. At this moment he knew that he was finished. He had been a bootlicker for half his life, but in the end he had nothing. Suddenly, Wang Jiha in front of him trembled violently, and he found that his consciousness seemed to have recovered. Let me go, I just said that was nonsense, I don't know anything. Zhang Fei sneered. Although the situation was very wrong and Wang Jiha was moody, there would be absolutely no problem in catching him this time. You are so fickle. You are talking nonsense. Is the video on your phone fake? It's too late to regret now. Go in and explain the problem. You dare to smuggle human organs. You are really brave as a big boss. At the same time, Li Mu, who was at home, raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the news online, and an idea moved his mind. Almost at the same time, the entire internet, major websites, and the Honest People's social network were taken over by Li Mu, and 8 videos with an average length of 20 minutes appeared on the internet. At the entrance of Shanghua Group, a group of reporters took out their mobile phones. As exclamations rang out, Wang Jiha and Lu Yuan's faces turned pale. Oh my god, the mosaic in that video has been removed. That person is really Wang Jiha, but who is the bald guy on the other side? I don't have any impression of him. Don't worry about it. There are still 7 videos. Shanghua Hospital is suspected of manufacturing fake drugs and the transaction flow with unknown people is as high as 2 billion in 1 year. Isn't this too much? What is this? In the following video, Wang Jiha used his own pharmaceutical factories abroad to manufacture banned drugs, and then resold them to China, making illegal profits of up to 5 billion. Is this human? TSK, there are probably quite a few people implicated this time. There are 32 people involved in the list from 12 key hospitals across the country, 25 of whom are involved in drug issues, and 7 of them play important roles in the organ smuggling industry chain. Zhang Fei also took out his mobile phone at this time, lowered his head and glanced at it casually, his face suddenly turned cold, and then he looked at Wang Jiha sharply. You are really capable and have lost all conscience. Do you still have any humanity? What do you mean? What do you mean? See for yourself. The mobile phone was placed in front of Wang Jiha. The moment his eyes touched the screen, he felt a buzzing in his brain. It was as if the sky had collapsed at this moment, making him despair. All my secrets and all the shameful things I have done over the years have been exposed by honest people. At this point, all his excuses became pale and powerless. Reporters, please go back. I think Wang Jiha is a scumbag. He doesn't deserve to be in front of the media. The Chinese people must feel disgusted when they see him. He will definitely be punished most severely by the law. Please stay away from him. 10 minutes later, 5 police cars left Shanghua Group. At the same time, this nationally and even internationally famous pharmaceutical group was temporarily blocked. Everything would have to wait until the case was thoroughly investigated before deciding what the outcome would be for this pharmaceutical company. Jinghai Group, in Li Tianhao's office. I really didn't expect this. This guy is not a businessman at all, he's simply an executioner. And there's an honest man. He hasn't appeared for half a year, but he's so fierce when he shows up. Who is he? Dad, don't worry about it. I heard that Lao Fan successfully bought the bottom of the stock market this time? Yes, the plan he and Xiao Xue worked out made a lot of money. The honest man helped me a lot this time. That's all. Why do you care so much? By the way, Dad, why did you ask me to come here? Li Tianhao was stunned when he heard this, then he smiled and said, Look, if you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten the important matter.
Half a month later, Lin Feng, chairman of Shanghai Hengtian Real Estate, will come to Hangzhou.
He called me and said that he was very interested in you and hoped to meet you then. Lin Feng? Hengtian Real Estate?
That's right, you picked up a bargain and made 1.2 billion in one transaction.
What? You don't allow people to be interested in you?
Li Mu suddenly realized, but he didn't take it seriously.
Okay, you can arrange it. It's not easy to be the son of a wealthy family. There are too many social events and not enough rest time.
Okay, I'll leave first. Li Tianhao smiled helplessly and looked at Li Mu's back, his heart full of pride.
Although Li Mu looked cynical, he actually knew that his son was definitely capable. At the Shanghai Police Department, Zhang Fei was busy all day and finally took a break at 10 o'clock in the evening. The trial of the case went surprisingly smoothly. Faced with the hard evidence, Wang Jihao completely gave up resistance and basically confessed everything.
Needless to say, Lu Yuan was so scared that he peed his pants at the door of Shanghua Group.
It's really troublesome.
He admitted all the facts of the crime, but who was the bald guy in the video? He insisted that he had no comment.
Why didn't he reveal the other party's information when the honest people revealed it?
Zhang Fei was a little speechless, and even felt a little resentful towards the honest man in his heart.
They say that if you send a Buddha to the West, you should send him there, but what should he do with this half-baked person? Captain, look at the tattoo on the man's right arm. It doesn't seem to be from China.
It seems to be popular in Southeast Asia's tea country.
I don't think it's that simple. Forget it, report our information and sentence Wang Jihao first. As for the people in the video, the truth will come out one day.
On the other side, Li Mu was banging on the table at home, deep in thought. It was not that he was unwilling to reveal Chen Zhouha's identity, but that this person lived in Southeast Asia, not in China. It would be useless to expose it, and it might even bring fatal disaster to the police investigating the case.
Forget it, we'll talk about it later.
The key is to catch all the criminal groups headed by Wang Jihao in the country.
Then the mission will be completed. After getting a wave of rewards, we can talk about other things later.
Li Mu thought about it and felt that this method was quite appropriate, so he smiled happily. When those who should be sentenced were sentenced and those who should be executed were executed, his mission would be accomplished. Chapter 143: A horrifying scene in the future.
Li Tianhao's face suddenly became serious.
Xiaomu, you must remember not to do anything that would cause you harm. It might not have been a big deal before, but now that such an honest man has appeared, it really makes me worry. If he is caught and someone exposes you, it will be troublesome.
Tianhao, what are you talking about? Our Xiaomu is not that kind of person. Don't you know your own son? Sukun, I just want to remind him not to get excited.
Li Tianhao immediately shrank his neck and explained that although he was the chairman and a big shot in the business world, he was very obedient in front of his wife. He didn't dare to provoke Lu Yuan, otherwise his ears would be worn out in the next few days, and he would have a quiet life every day. Li Mu wiped his mouth, stood up and said, "Dad, Mom, you guys should go to bed early.
Xiao Shuai and I will go back first.
It's just right that school is about to start, and I have to prepare myself."
Okay, drive slowly on the road and be careful.
Looking at the two people leaving, Li Tianhao and his wife smiled with satisfaction.
They had to say that Li Mu really satisfied them and they couldn't find any flaws in him.
Half an hour later, Li Mu got off the car and went straight to the study, while Jiang Shui went back to her room to sleep. I have to say that sensible girls are quite likable. As long as Li Mu has something to ask, Jiang Shui will never ask any more questions. This is trust. She believes that if it is necessary to tell her, Li Mu will never hide it from her.
At 10 o'clock in the evening, Li Mu sat at the desk in the study and turned on the phone. My goodness, the entire internet is full of news about the honest man.
The headlines of several authoritative news articles have received tens of millions of views, long surpassing the traffic of his own website.
However, Li Mu showed a hint of doubt and puzzlement at this time.
The revelations were over. No one in mainland China, including Wang Jihao and 32 other people involved, escaped. Now that Zhu Zhangming has been released and his innocence has been cleared, not only will he not be affected by this incident in the future, but in order to establish the hospital's reputation, there is a high probability that Zhu Zhangming will be promoted, and it is even possible that he will be the head of the hospital. However, even in this situation, the system did not give any rewards, which made Li Mu very depressed.
Did he work so hard for nothing? Isn't this nonsense? He is not a bodhisattva. Is it possible that the system wants to teach him for nothing?
Li Mu's face changed and he suddenly became panicked.
You can talk to yourself about anything, but you can't not give me a reward. It's not tiring to expose information, but you can't do it for nothing. Otherwise, what are you doing it for? For justice?
System, give me an explanation as to why the reward for breaking news has not been settled yet, and why the breaking news time on the honest person's social network is still counting down.
Ding, the revelation is not completed. The current completion rate is 99%. When the progress reaches 100%, the revelation will be automatically completed. There are 18 hours left. If the time is exceeded, it will be regarded as automatic abandonment. Please speed up the time. Li Mu's heart sank.
This was the first time he had encountered such a situation.
It didn't matter if it wasn't completed. Wouldn't everything be fine if you completed it?
However, the current situation made him a little embarrassed.
He didn't know where the problem was. Stay calm. Stay calm. Li Mu took a deep breath, then opened the system mall.
An item that had never been used appeared in front of him, but it was priced at 2 million.
Damn it, let's fight.
Ding successfully exchanged the perfection display card, deducted 200 W points. Li Mu felt a pang of pain in his heart, but he couldn't be frugal at this time.
If he frustratingly did, the mission would not be completed, and he would untie you. Wouldn't that mean going back to the time before liberation? System, use the card.
The task completion display card has been used successfully and a prompt is being given. A picture suddenly appeared in Li Mu's mind, and the content of this picture was a bit strange. It turned out that Wang Ji and Lu Yuan and a group of more than 30 people were taken out of the police station and escorted into a police car.
The scene is like watching a movie.
There were 5 police cars and a special police escort, a total of 6 cars. Everything was normal at the beginning, but 10 minutes later, Li Mu frowned.
Fuck, are you robbing a prison van?
Suddenly, a shabby Jetta rushed out from the corner in front. Wow, 4 hands stretched out from the 4 windows of the car at the same time, and 4 submachine guns of unknown models poked out of the windows.
Day.
Light and rhythmic gunshots rang out, dust flew all around, screams were heard, and 5 police cars braked at the same time. The Jetta suddenly stopped and 2 hooded men got out of the car and started shooting without saying a word.
Then, the 2 men took out 2 grenades from their pockets, pulled out the safety and threw them out. Boom, boom, boom.
The flames shot up into the sky and dyed it red. Li Mu came back to his senses as he watched the Jetta calmly leave the scene. He looked towards the center of the field, his brows furrowed sharply. The scene was horrific. Zhang Fei and his men all fell to the ground, and the SWAT car was blown to pieces. The Jetta started, and the harsh engine sound made Li Mu frown. In the blink of an eye, the car drove away and disappeared from everyone's sight. The picture freezes and a line of text appears before your eyes. On August 12, Shanghai police were attacked by unidentified criminals while escorting Wang Jihai and his gang, causing heavy losses.
Zhang Fei and 8 other Shanghai police officers died heroically.
At the same time, 28 of Wang Jihai's 33 people died and 5 were seriously injured. They are being treated in the hospital. The criminals have strong firepower. At present, the headquarters of the Yanjing Police Department of China has accepted the case, and the Anti-Terrorism Department of China has intervened.
They are determined to dig out the other party and fight back. Li Mu's whole body was cold. This was too scary and insane. 4 people were so vicious. Ding, the last 1% progress of this disclosure, ensure the safety of Huaxia Police. Zhang Fei and his team, achieve 0 casualties, the mission is automatically completed. The identity of the criminal is a Southeast Asian killer, employed by Qin Zhouha of Country T. Li Mu lit a cigarette and started thinking quickly. As soon as he thought about it, a video file appeared on his computer desktop. He downloaded the horrifying video. For now, not to mention the damn justice, he had to complete the task, otherwise he wouldn't be able to continue playing. System, help me send this video to Zhang Fei. I think if he is not a fool, he should know what to do after watching it. In addition, mark the identities of the 4 people and their current hiding places in China. Ding, command received. Deduct 1 million points. Operation started. Li Mu took one look and immediately spit. System, you are getting more and more evil. You charge me 1 million for such a small thing? Li Mu's heart bled as he looked at the remaining points of less than 2 million. Chapter 144, Redress. An honest man becomes a god. 3 days later, the sun was shining brightly,
but the Shanghai market was not peaceful at all.
The entrance of the police hospital in Pujian district was crowded with people. Is it coming out at 9 o'clock in the morning? Is there any mistake? How is that possible? It was all on the news yesterday, didn't you watch it?
He was acquitted, and the police publicly apologized to him. The First People's Hospital where he works is holding a welcome party for him today.
It should have been like this. Wang Jihai is also someone else's son, husband, and father.
This incident has caused so much trouble to their family. If it weren't for the honest man's help, his life would have been ruined.
TSK, have you seen the news?
There are 32 doctors with senior professional titles in 42 hospitals in China, and some departments such as the hospital morgue are also involved.
Wang Jihai is really powerful. Shanghai Pharmaceutical has had its license revoked and will be delisted. All shareholders will be investigated. The entire Chinese medical industry has undergone a major cleansing. It's such a pity. There are so many victims.
I hope they can rest in peace in heaven. A group of reporters had nothing to do, so they started discussing in whispers. Nowadays, although reporters have no moral integrity, their basic values are still in place. At least in this matter, no one would think that Wang Jihai did nothing wrong.
Oh, look, someone is coming out.
In front, a reporter exclaimed, and everyone looked up and saw a middle-aged man in his 50s who looked a little haggard, but in good spirits. He was accompanied by 2 policemen. As soon as he appeared, reporters from all around rushed over and surrounded him. With Xu Zhengming's previous personality, he never paid attention to these reporters. He felt that as long as he did his own job well, what happened in the outside world had nothing to do with him. But after experiencing this incident, his state of mind changed a little, and he felt really relieved to be able to see the light of day again.
Dr. Zhu, how do you feel now? Do you have anything to say about being free again? Yes, you were framed and wronged before, but now you have finally been vindicated. This feeling of surviving a disaster will surely be unforgettable for you, right?
Dr. Zhu, it is rumored that Wang Jihai offered you 100 million yuan in compensation, which is a sum you will never earn in your lifetime.
What made you reject his request?
I think most people would not be able to remain calm when faced with the temptation of such an amount of money. Xu Zhengming looked serious. Although he was not in good spirits, his eyes were full of righteousness. My dream since I was young was to study medicine, and step by step I became the director and a nationally renowned expert. It was not because I wanted to make more money or have more people give me gifts, but because I could save more people and help more people escape from suffering. This purpose has not changed until now and will not change in the future.
The reporters around all sighed. To be honest, if anyone else said this, they would not believe it.
But the man in front of them was different. He had just resisted the temptation of money, a full 100 million.
How could an average person do that? To put it bluntly, even if he is really pretending and values his face more than money, then this person is not an ordinary person, and not everyone can do that. Also, I'm a medical student and have seen too many separations and deaths. These people are worse than beasts.
They smuggled human organs and abused their power for personal gain. They are worse than pigs and dogs. They don't deserve to be called human beings. If I encounter this kind of thing again in the future, I will never compromise even if I die. This speech was full of positive energy, and these cunning reporters actually applauded after listening to it. Then Dr. Zhu, your redress is actually inseparable from a mysterious man.
He is an honest man. Do you have anything to say about this man?
Unexpectedly, as soon as these reporters mentioned the honest man, Wang Jihai's expression changed and his eyes were filled with gratitude.
I have seen countless news about the honest man before. This person is both good and evil.
I don't really agree with his approach, but now my view has changed. It's not because he saved me, but I think there should be such a person in the world to have certain constraints on all industries. I will never forget the great kindness of the honest man in my life, but I also have a wish that he can continue to be so positive.
Amid the applause of the crowd, this medical giant strode towards the police car in the distance.
He had survived this ordeal. In the future, he will be able to return to his field of expertise, continue to save lives and realize all his value.
However, this wave of honest people was completely deified. After half a year, they suddenly appeared and made a sensation. They came suddenly, but their means of exposing information were more sharp than before.
For a time, the whole of China, from celebrities and dignitaries to homeless people on the street, were all talking about the honest people.
In the evening, at Li Tianhao's home, It's really amazing.
All the monsters and demons can't hide in front of an honest man.
This person is really amazing.
No matter what the comments on the internet say, the God of China knows everything.
Li Tianhao took a sip of Matai and said with emotion.
Countries around the world have expressed their concern for the honest man. So far, several countries that have unfriendly relations with China have publicly called on the Chinese government to arrest this person, so as to prevent him from interfering in future games.
The consequences of this would be disastrous.
Jiang Shui also saw a lot of news today.
Many authoritative websites of foreign media were also full of news about honest people.
It can be said that this time, honest people successfully broke out of China and went to the world. I also heard that a foreign hacker group recorded a video claiming that the honest man was a master hacker hiding in the dark, and they would personally dig this person out and defeat him. But then the current leader of the Red Hacker Alliance published a statement on his official account, claiming that if he had the ability to dig out the honest man, he would be willing to take off his clothes and show his reason. He also said that these foreign idiots couldn't even deal with him, and they still wanted to deal with the honest man. If they had a few more dishes, they wouldn't have drunk like this. Li Mu put down his bowl and chopsticks and grinned.
I just read the news.
As of 7 p.m. tonight, the Honest Man's social network has been hacked 28,000 times, but these attacks have no effect on the website at all. And just half an hour ago, at 7:30 p.m., network paralysis occurred in countries M, Y, and R and H in Asia. The local telecommunications security department conducted tests and found that all these attacks came from the Honest Man's social network. In other words, this person single-handedly challenged all the IT experts in the world.
Li Mu laughed again.
In fact, to put it simply in a few words, honest people are now like gods.
Chapter 145 Mysterious Information. A lifelong fan.
Host, any problem that can be solved with points is not a problem. If you encounter something that this system cannot solve, then just wait for death. At that time, you will find that consuming some points is not a big deal. Fuck, sooner or later I will not want to live anymore. I will jump off the 35th floor and we will be done together. Li Mu cursed angrily, got up and went to the bedroom to rest. The system had already processed his request. He didn't need to know the details that followed.
As long as Zhang Fei could see the video, it was enough.
1 a.m., Shanghai Police Station.
The information is finally ready, Captain, take a rest.
Today is already the 9th, and we have 3 days before we have to escort those people to court.
The pressure will be quite high by then. What's so big about it? Are you afraid of these things in China?
This is Shanghai, are you afraid of a prison break? The bald man in the video has been intervened by the higher-level security department. It can be preliminarily determined that he is the leader of an illegal organization engaged in human organ trafficking in Southeast Asia. However, even though he is extremely vicious, he dare not come to China. Zhang Fei was very confident. As he spoke, he clicked the mouse a few times, and the Honest People's social network opened on the computer screen.
Captain, are you still brushing? Didn't you say he was a crooked person?
Xiaoan lowered his head, trying hard to suppress his smile, his words full of sarcasm.
What? Are you teasing me? I'm just watching. The countdown to the revelation hasn't stopped. I suspect there will be some follow-up. Okay, I'll be leaving first.
You should also go to bed early.
You can finally rest tomorrow and have a good sleep.
Zhang Fei shook his head, turned to look at the computer, and suddenly frowned.
There was actually an unread message in the private messages on the Honest Person's social network. After he clicked on it casually, the video playback software actually opened by itself. Fuck, are we going to make a blockbuster movie?
A scream of fear was heard. When Xiaoan reached the door, half of his body was already outside, but he was startled by the scream.
Captain, what's wrong with you? Has the honest man appeared? No. No.
Come here and watch with me. When Xiaoan saw Zhang Fei's expression, he felt something was wrong.
He knew his boss too well.
Seeing this expression meant that something big must have happened.
He quickly returned to the computer and looked down at it. Half an hour later, the atmosphere in the office fell to freezing point. The joy after solving the case disappeared.
What was left was only fear and shock on the two people's faces, as well as a tremor from the depths of their souls.
This is a video from 3 days later.
At this moment, a large screen appeared in the video. Zhang Fei and Xiaoan were very familiar with this screen. It was the large screen set up at the door of the police station. It will show some short videos of catching criminals to warn people not to do anything illegal, otherwise their life will be over. The time displayed on it is 9 a.m. on August 12, 3 days later.
The content of the video is even more shocking.
It turns out that Zhang Fei and Xiao Xie escorted Wang Jihua and his gang to court.
However, the content that follows is really horrifying. There were 4 people in the gang of unknown criminals.
After firing 4 submachine guns for a while, they directly threw 2 grenades. The result was terrible. 8 people in Zhang Fei's group died, and 25 of the 33 criminals died and 8 were seriously injured.
Captain, what is going on here? A video from the future? Who are these people? Is this video real or fake? Do I need to tell whether the video is real or not? Do you think a movie can be so realistic?
You and I are both dead in the video, and the criminals are also dead.
Someone did this deliberately. It must be related to the mysterious Jiu Yi in the video. Zhang Fei finally came back to his senses.
He stood up suddenly and clicked on the private message. The sender shown in it was the honest man, the administrator of the social network. All of a sudden, his eyes opened and the doubts in his mind were instantly resolved. If he was an honest person, he would not be able to use normal logic to figure out the other person. The video could be explained by the fact that it came from 3 days later.
Captain, is this the video the honest man sent you? In other words, in 3 days, when we are escorting these people, someone will break into the prison?
It's not a prison break, but to kill Wang Jihua and his group to silence them.
Some people are scared. So what should we do?
Xiao Xie felt a little panicked. He just saw that he was one of the dead policemen. He couldn't blame him for being afraid of death.
Who wouldn't be confused when facing death? A prompt box popped up in the lower right corner.
Zhang Fei raised his eyebrows and quickly clicked on the private message prompt below.
Sure enough, this message was sent by an honest person.
When I clicked on it, there was a paragraph of text inside, but it explained the main contents of this prison break and murder case clearly.
Hello, Captain Zhang. I'm an honest man. You don't deserve to die. I'll save you once.
The criminals are from Southeast Asian country T. They entered the country last night and are now in a residential building in Lane 3, Jinyang Village, south of Shanghai.
The firepower video they have has already explained it. There's no need to say more.
Take care of yourself. Attached below is a satellite map with the location on it, and there is also a photo next to it. 4 young men with Asian faces but obvious Southeast Asian features are sitting around a table in a house that is almost leaking, obviously discussing something important. Come on, Xiao Xie, get the picture down right away so that our colleagues in the information department can do a facial comparison.
Okay, I'll get off right away. By the way, are we going to arrest someone?
No, something bad will happen if we go now. It will be troublesome if there are casualties. Let's find someone to monitor their residence first, and then monitor it 24 hours a day.
After 3 days, notify the Shanghai Special Police Team, and we will catch them in the trap.
Okay. Xiao Xie raised his eyebrows and showed a hint of joy.
This should be the safest way now. By the way, Captain, do you still want to investigate the honest man? Investigate the honest man? What the hell are you talking about? If he hadn't informed me, we would have been screwed in 3 days.
From now on, we won't investigate the honest man unless there is an order from above.
Then, what if there is an order from above? With orders? I can't find out. Is there anyone in the country who can find out about his existence?
I now suspect that he is not even from Earth.
Damn, in the future we can even get videos. Do we have the technology to do that now? Captain, why do I seem to admire him more and more? Zhang Fei gave Xiao Xie a blank look. What? You don't want to thank your lifesaver? Didn't you learn in police school that you should be grateful? I warn you, be smarter next time. The 2 of us survived 3 days because of honest people.
Xiao Xie raised his eyebrows and sighed in his heart. In fact, he had been a fan of the honest man for a long time, but Zhang Fei had never been very interested in him.
Now he was obviously impressed by his personal charm.
Zhang Fei's expression suddenly became serious, and he said seriously, "From now on, I will be an honest man's lifelong fan."
Chapter 146, Monthly Income of 2 billion. Comprehensive Skill Upgrade.
Xiao Xie was stunned and felt very funny in his heart.
This captain was really interesting. He was so calm even after slapping himself in the face.
But it was also because of this that Zhang Fei could maintain such a harmonious relationship with his subordinates.
He was a very easygoing person. Xiao Xia, come here.
Suddenly, Zhang Fei's expression became very serious, and Xiao Xia was also startled.
He walked over slowly, lowered his head and said, Captain, what do you want to say? Don't make a big fuss about it. All arrangements and actions must be kept secret. We must not let those people smell the danger in advance. Otherwise, our efforts will fail and we will probably fall into endless danger in the future. This is no joke.
When Xiao Xia heard this, he immediately nodded heavily. He knew the seriousness of the matter. On the other side, Li Mu had already shifted his attention away from the previous video, and his mind was now entirely on the system. It has been detected that the last part of the task has been completed, the task completion rate is 100%, the time taken is 72 hours, and the level is perfect.
Now the reward calculation begins.
Li Mu heard the voice of the system and rubbed his hands, his eyes shining.
The rewards given by the system have never disappointed anyone.
This time he completed the task perfectly, and the system will definitely not be stingy. During this period, Li Mu's consumption was quite huge, both in terms of points and money. His biggest hope now was to have endless system points and to upgrade his skill of getting rich in the blink of an eye to the top level.
Settlement in progress. Please wait.
Li Mu waited for about 10 minutes, but the display still showed waiting for settlement, and he couldn't help feeling anxious. Suddenly, a blue light burst out in front of his eyes, and then a look of ecstasy flashed across his face. The reward was finally issued, and this reward was really great. Maybe the thing was not the best, but it was definitely the most practical.
Ding, the skill of getting rich by blinking automatically replenishes experience.
Congratulations to the host for reaching the top of the skill. The income generated by each blink is 7,000. More than 10,000 times a day, about 70 million in income, and 2 billion per month. Li Mu was dumbfounded, with a gleam in his eyes. He just lived a lazy life and earned 24 billion a year. If those business leaders knew about this, wouldn't they doubt their lives? Li Mu looked at the task interface. At this time, the experience bar behind his Get Rich Quickly skill disappeared, and a max prompt was displayed on it.
Li Mu saw the place where the system displayed the amount generated by the skill.
Every time he breathed, the unwithdrawn amount would increase by 7,000 yuan, and he was overjoyed. At this time, I finally achieved financial freedom. 4 years later, I had 100 billion in cash.
What a concept! It can be said that by then, no one in the world's richest people can compete with me. However, would I do nothing?
With this money, I could use the various items in the system mall, and then I would be invincible, and doubling my capital would be nothing. Before Li Mu could get excited, the system prompt sounded again. Ding, the golden right hand has evolved successfully. As long as the right hand touches an object, whether it is a dead object or a living object, it can feel its essence and reach its origin.
Li Mu's mouth twitched.
Originally, this skill sounded very cool, but it could only reveal information about living things.
It was very useless. He couldn't just touch others with his hands for no reason, right?
Men would say you are a pervert, and women would say you are a hooligan, so Li Mu rarely used it.
But now it's different.
If information can be obtained from dead objects, Li Mu grinned evilly. When the time comes, you can go to the antique market, go to the southwest of China to cut some stones, or go to Australia City for a stroll.
Wouldn't you be able to make a lot of money? Damn, I finally got to hold my head high. Ding, the skill of listening to everything has been successfully upgraded. Truly listen to everything. Trees, grass, mountains and rivers all have their own voices. Communicate with everything and you will become the master.
In the blink of an eye, Li Mu's expression changed, and countless noisy sounds suddenly rang in his ears, including the sound of flowing water, the sound of electricity, and various calls, as if made by insects hiding in the corner.
Boom! Li Mu's expression changed and he looked towards the sky not far away.
The muffled thunder just now came from more than 10 kilometers away from him.
It should be raining there. Li Mu was shocked. This was too magical. With this skill, wouldn't he be like a god?
Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the skill of shrinking bones. Please cooperate with the skill of disguise to achieve a perfect effect. Ding, congratulations to the host for evolving the power of 10 elephants into the power of 15 elephants. You will be extremely powerful and invulnerable to swords and guns.
Ding, activate the new skill, Eye of Insight. The host's right eye will be transformed. With one glance, you can know the past and the future. No secrets will be hidden.
Ding. Due to the activation of the Eye of Insight, there is a conflict with the function of the mall item tracing the origin card.
The item will now be removed. Ding. Reward system points 20 million.
This reward has been distributed.
Please keep up the good work. There are still many challenges in the future. You need to continue to grow and become stronger to reach the pinnacle of your life. Li Mu was overjoyed.
This time he made good money from the leak. The improvement of his skills made many of his seemingly useless skills become practical. And with the blessing of the power of the 15 elephants, his life was guaranteed.
I'm afraid even the RPG missile launcher can't kill me.
Eye of Insight, Golden Right Hand, listen to everything. These active skills allow you to control everyone's psychological fluctuations, and no secrets will be kept from everyone's thoughts. The props in the system mall are even more dazzling. 20 million points are enough for him to spend for a while.
What makes him most satisfied is the benefits brought by the maximum level of the blink skill. It is really cool.
Now he has armed himself to the teeth. If he wants to go far, he must ensure his own safety. This time, he exposed Wang Jihe's affairs, which made Li Mu understand the truth: stay away from the core of the incident as far as possible. In this way, no one will ever doubt his identity as an honest man. At 4 a.m., in an abandoned tile roofed house in a village in the southern suburbs of Shanghai, 4 bald men were sitting on the ground, discussing something in the language of a Southeast Asian country. Master Jiu said, "Kill them all, but everyone be prepared, there is a high possibility that we won't be able to return alive. Since Master Jiu has given us enough money to settle down, we can't fail to do anything. If we can't go back, the money will be enough for my wife and children to live on. Yes, I have left that money to my mother. It will be enough for her to live on in her old age after I die." The 4 people who were talking looked exactly like the 4 gangsters who appeared in Li Mu's previous video. It was obvious that they were the 4 vicious gangsters in the video.
The author has something to say.
I have written this far, and I am still reading it.
I am sure people are still reading it.
The rating is quite low, but there are still people reading it.
I will continue to write it. When no one reads it, I will stop. Please support me. Chapter 147A. Completely wrong script.
Nacha, Cham, Kuntai, and Yalasai, these 4 people are from Southeast Asia and are Chen Zhouha's subordinates. This time they drew the life and death lot and came to China to carry out this one-way mission.
Chen Zhouha took out 100 million Chinese yuan as a reward. If something happened to them, the money would be distributed to their families.
If they could come back, the other party promised that they would be free and live a stable life with the money.
This kind of temptation is huge. Who wants to live in fear all their life?
If there is a chance to leave this circle,
no one is willing to give it up. Listen carefully. We only have one chance. If we successfully complete the mission and leave China, the chance is less than 5%. But for the sake of the money, we have to kill everyone who needs to be killed. At 9 a.m. on the 12th, we will park the car on the road between the police station and the court, and catch them off guard.
Okay, I understand. Everyone agreed, and the officer took out a canvas travel bag, unzipped it, and said, "You have 4 grenades and 4 submachine guns.
This is China. These are all we can get, but they are enough. With these, we can take action. Everyone, success or failure depends on this." Determination showed in the eyes of the 4 men. If this operation failed, they would die. However, at this moment, about 50 meters above the house, a drone was suspended in the air. Its high-definition night vision camera penetrated the window and captured everything inside the house. At the same time, in an RV parked in a parking lot outside the village, several policemen in police uniforms were fiddling with the instruments in front of them, and Xiaoan beside them had a serious expression on his face. It's true. These guys are really brave. They dare to carry out terrorist attacks in China. They are really awesome. Xiaoan, your captain is really awesome. He can even get this kind of information? But it's too risky. If we neglect this and make a big fuss, many people will be in trouble. Xiaoan, tell me the truth, how did your captain know the news? Don't worry about it.
He just told me that he has his own source of intelligence and asked me not to ask around.
You guys don't ask any more questions either. I'm leaving now. I have to go back and set up surveillance. Xiaoan left the RV and left quietly. Under Zhang Fei's secret mobilization, the entire system of the Shanghai Police Department began to operate frantically. At 4 p.m. the next day, the layout was fully completed.
In that video, there were at least 30 people lying in ambush around the road where the violent attack took place.
They were all elites from the Shanghai Special Police Team.
At the same time, on the commanding heights around, snipers were on full alert. This time, Zhang Fei had made clear arrangements for these 4 people.
In the office, Zhang Fei was answering the phone. Yes. I guarantee that I will complete the mission.
Don't worry, there will be no mistakes. Now it is foolproof and the other party has no chance. After hanging up the phone, he looked at his watch.
Xiao Xia, go back and rest. We will start the operation at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Keep everything normal and don't reveal any clues.
Don't worry, Captain, everything has been arranged.
We are just waiting for them to enter the circle.
A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and Zhang Fei sneered, if you come here to cause trouble, you must be prepared to be wiped out. Deep in the dense forests of Southeast Asia, the climate is humid, mosquitoes are swarming, and living conditions are very poor. At this time, there were some green military tents stationed on an open space, and in the deepest part, there was actually a 3-story villa. Not only is the area around the villa very dry and clean, but there is also a group of unidentified armed men in green clothes holding weapons, closely monitoring everything around.
Master Jiao, there shouldn't be any problem with the missing 4 people this time, right?
There is a type of person in this world that is the most terrifying, and that is someone who doesn't care about his own life.
These 4 people can give up everything for money, and there won't be any problems. Master Jiao, Wang Jia has had an accident, and Shanghua Pharmaceutical Group has completely collapsed.
An important industrial chain of ours in China has been completely broken. This incident has a huge impact on us.
Don't worry.
When a person disappears, someone will naturally replace him.
The only thing to do now is to dig out the honest man for me. Otherwise, I will not be at peace.
After Wang Jia got into trouble, Chen Jiuha moved here from his Seaview villa in Pu Island.
Do you think he likes living here? That's because he was scared by the honest man.
If this person is not found, he may not dare to leave here for a long time in the future, but sitting and waiting for death is not his style.
He has already prepared for the backup plan.
The most urgent task is to kill all those who have been caught. This was a risky move, but he was still 90% sure of it. Master Jiao, please stay here with peace of mind. I have arranged a very high level of security, and nothing will go wrong here. Chen Jiuha held a cigar in his mouth and waved his hand. His men lowered their heads and respectfully retreated to the door. The next morning, the Shanghai market was peaceful, but the police station was under martial law.
At 8:30 in the morning, 3 cars carrying prisoners appeared in front of the police station.
There were 10 criminals in each car.
Wang Jia was a wanted criminal and sat in a separate car. The area was filled with onlookers.
In the first car, Zhang Fei sat in the front with a calm expression.
Captain, everything is ready. Even the timing is correct. The person has already appeared. Zhang Fei was horrified. The honest man was really awesome. Got it, proceed according to the original plan. Everything seemed normal. The convoy drove slowly on the road and soon disappeared from everyone's sight.
At the same time, a dilapidated and scrapped Jetta appeared, less than 1 kilometer away from the road that the convoy must pass.
The policeman sat in the passenger seat, his eyes fixed on the windshield. Suddenly, a team of police cars appeared ahead. Be quick.
The officer frowned and took out a submachine gun from the box beside him. The people behind him each held a weapon. The car started, they didn't intend to waste time, once they got close, they planned to kill them.
Pit, pit, pit. Crack.
Just when they thought it was as stable as a rock, suddenly 3 sounds of breaking air were heard and the Jetta suddenly lost its balance.
It was obvious that the tires were punctured by a gun. Oh no, there's an ambush.
With a cry of surprise, the officer's expression changed drastically. Quick, abandon the car and run, they have snipers. The car door opened and everyone jumped out. The officer looked at the police car in front of him, gritted his teeth, and said, let's kill them first. It was obvious that they were all desperate criminals. Upon hearing this, they ran towards the police escort convoy without caring about anything. However, the next moment, the convoy stopped, and behind it, the 3 cars responsible for escorting the prisoners stopped. The car door opened, and more than 30 special police officers armed to the teeth got out. Looking at the black muzzles of guns in front of them, the 4 were stunned. This script was completely different from what they had imagined.
Chapter 148, One Pot Kill.
An unexpected gain. Wow, Zhang Fei is really smart. Originally, he planned to arrange people along the way and take action directly when these 4 people arrived at the scene, but in the last thought, he felt that this was still not safe. People along the way had to be arranged, but he secretly placed all the special police in the car escorting the prisoners, so as to ensure that nothing could go wrong.
I'm going to fight you.
Na Cha was stunned for a few seconds, then he let out a loud shout. He knew the situation was hopeless and he was at the end of his rope, so he prepared for one last fight. Poof! A low gunshot was heard, and a cloud of blood burst out from the man's right hand, and the submachine gun in his hand fell directly to the ground.
Brother! Are you okay? Damn it, come at me if you can.
These people all spoke Southeast Asian languages, which no one could understand, but from their expressions and body language, one could tell that they were definitely dissatisfied. Zhang Fei walked out of the crowd, looked at the 4 people in front of him, and sneered.
How is it? Are you a little surprised?
You are quite courageous.
How can a great country like China allow people like you to come here and do evil?
At the same time, dense footsteps were heard all around. After a while, more than 20 police officers who were lying in ambush on all sides appeared, and the 4 men had no chance to fight back at all.
10 minutes later, the 4 men were disarmed and handcuffed.
Zhang Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, he was basically certain that no more accidents would happen.
The 4 of them lowered their heads, their eyes full of unwillingness, but more of confusion. Their actions were very secretive, but how did Zhang Fei know about it in advance? When the officer passed by Zhang Fei, he asked in slightly unfamiliar Chinese, "Where did you get the information? Why do you know about our actions?" Zhang Fei was stunned, then sneered. In a clear and bright world, do you think you are doing it in secret? If you don't want others to know, then don't do it.
Now that you've been caught, just accept your fate and take care of yourself. When the time comes, you have to explain the problem clearly. You have to explain who is the mastermind behind this. The officer's heart sank, and he continued, "We have no mastermind behind this.
We just don't like the Chinese police and want to give you something to do. There is nothing to explain.
You speak Chinese quite well, but don't express your opinion so early."
I have plenty of time. You have time to think about it. Take me away.
The 4 people were taken into the police car, and Zhang Fei and Xiao Xia left the scene shortly after them.
Half an hour later, Wang Jihua and his group of 33 people were taken away.
This time there was no fraud, but they were really escorted. Through the iron window of the escort vehicle, Zhang Fei took out his mobile phone, took out the latest news and placed it in front of the other party.
See?
You're trying your best to protect others, but they want to kill you. For Southeast Asian assassins, we're going to kill 33 of you.
If we hadn't gotten the intelligence in advance, do you know what the consequences would be? Wang Jiha's cloudy eyes suddenly showed surprise.
Are they going to kill me? They are so cruel, why are they so vicious?
You also know that they are vicious. Nothing good can come of associating with them.
Although you don't have much time left, I hope you can have some conscience and reveal the identity of your partners as soon as possible, so that more people will not be hurt.
Zhang Fei actually didn't hold out any hope. Wang Jiha was very stubborn and he wasn't sure whether he would confess.
Just as he finished saying this and was about to turn around and leave, Wang Jiha suddenly shouted.
Wait, I'll tell you everything. My partner is called Chen Zhouha, nicknamed Zhou Yi. He has been entrenched in Southeast Asia for many years.
His businesses include organ smuggling, the manufacture and sale of banned drugs, and he is also an arms dealer. Zhang Fei stopped halfway through his walk. He turned his head to look at Wang Jiha, with a hint of surprise in his eyes.
Really, what I said is true. I am not talking nonsense. I am going to die anyway. He actually wants to kill me.
I have no credit, but I have worked hard. I have worked with him for 8 years and I have received a lot of money, but I also took risks.
I can confess everything I know.
Wow, this unexpected surprise was beyond Zhang Fei's expectations.
He didn't expect Wang Jiha to confess. We are also honest. Please give us a chance. What Wang Jiha said is true. That person is indeed Zhou Yi.
We only know that he is from Southeast Asian country T, but his specific identity is different.
Comrade Police, isn't it said that those who confess will be given leniency?
By the way, I have contacted him, I can provide his phone number, I have met him in person, and I have photos, they are in an encrypted file on my computer at home.
Zhang Fei was stunned. In the blink of an eye,
all these people began to confess.
Captain, have they come to their senses?
Xiao Xie was also confused.
It's not certain that they have come to their senses, but who can swallow this kind of anger when being targeted like this?
I think they are just mad at the other party's behavior.
This is good.
Take them all back and notify the court to postpone the trial for 3 days so that they can explain the problem clearly.
Okay, I'll do it right away.
Xiao Xie was very excited. If they could find a breakthrough at the police station and sort things out, it would be much easier to send the case to the prosecutor's office and then to the court.
And the credit would definitely go to Zhang Fei. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Fei walked out of the interrogation room in high spirits.
After half a day, the interrogation of 33 relevant criminals was completed and the matter had become basically clear.
In the office, Xiao Xie smiled and said, Chen Jiuhe's information has been sent to the information department, and they will also contact Interpol. This case has finally come to an end. Hey honest man, who is he? Is he really a god? Captain, I mean, why do you care so much?
The case should be solved.
This kind of gang is really terrible.
At noon 3 days later, Li Mu was watching TV at home when Lu Kai walked in quickly from the yard.
Xiaomu, the truth about Wang Jihe's case has been revealed. It's really fantastic. The police got some intelligence and set up a trap to catch 4 Southeast Asian killers. Then Wang Jihe and 32 other criminals turned against them and gave out the mastermind behind the incident, Chen Jiuhe. A smile appeared in Li Mu's eyes. And what was the result?
We contacted Interpol and the police of Country T, but despite the joint action, the other party still managed to get away. Hearing this, Li Mu shook his head and said with a smile, we have given the foreign police a chance.
They are useless. But I am also very curious.
I heard that the Shanghai police played a trick of catching a turtle in a jar.
Did anyone tip off?
When Lu Kai heard this, he suddenly lowered his voice and said mysteriously, some people say that an honest person reported the incident to the Shanghai police, but I don't know if it's true or not.
The police officers in charge of this case should be commended. Chapter 149, College Entrance Exam Season. Exploding popularity. Of course not. Especially Zhang Fei.
After this wave of operations, I'm afraid he will be able to enter the department in the next 3 years, and he will definitely get the position of deputy director in 10 years.
Lu Kai said with a smile.
Li Mu took out his mobile phone, swiped the screen, clicked on several authoritative news websites, and started reading.
This Jiu Yi is quite powerful.
Interpol has already investigated several of his industrial chains around the world. He not only has businesses in China, but also has industrial chains in many third countries.
He is really capable. Xiaomu, this is a blood-soaked bun. You can't eat it. People like this won't have a good ending. Li Mu smiled and said, Uncle Kai, help me prepare. School starts tomorrow. Please maintain my car. Xiaomu, what's wrong? Are you thinking about the new girl in school?
This is the season for college entrance exams, be careful that Xiao Shui won't let you down.
Li Mu was amused.
Lu Kai was usually very serious, but he was actually joking at this moment, which surprised him a little.
What are you thinking about?
Uncle Kai, you're so old, but you still don't want to find a partner.
How about I introduce one to you? Uncles are very popular nowadays. Come on, I'm still an uncle? I'm already a grandfather. Okay, I'll go and maintain your car.
By the way, the chairman asked me to tell you that the chairman of Hengtian Real Estate, Lin Feng, and his daughter Lin Feifei will be here next week.
Please take some time to go there.
Li Mu waved his hand and said with a smile, okay, I understand.
He didn't take it seriously. These days, if you have a little bit of ability, you can attract other people's attention.
He picked up a shop on Zhongnan Commercial Street at a bargain price and made 1.2 billion overnight.
He couldn't keep a low profile. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Li Mu drove to the school. The gate of Hangzhou University was really busy today. The school gate was full of senior students, most of them were boys. At this moment, these seniors who were usually so arrogant were caring for these junior girls like their grandsons, serving them tea and water. Li Mu shook his head when he saw this scene. No wonder people say the world has changed nowadays.
These men are like bootlickers, which is really a bit shameful.
Li Mu's red Ferrari was the only one of its kind in Hangzhou.
When his car entered the school gate, it immediately caused a sensation all around.
Wow, it's Li Mu. I went to Hangzhou University just for him. Wow, how can there be such a handsome man in the world?
For him, I even applied for the Department of Media Studies, but I'm a science student.
What do you mean by that? I've already told my mom that I'll either marry Li Mu or work like a slave for him. If I can't marry Li Mu, I'll go to the mountains to become a nun after I graduate.
I'll be disillusioned with the world and never fall in love again.
How can there be such a handsome man?
If it's him, I'd be willing to work like a slave for him all my life, serving him tea and water, just hoping that he would live a peaceful life.
What does it matter if I suffer a little?
Originally, the old students in this school were okay, and nothing serious happened. After all, Li Mu had been in the school for a semester, and they saw each other every day. Although she had some feelings for him, she didn't express them so blatantly.
However, these young female students do not think so.
According to statistics from an unknown unofficial ranking list, as many as 90% of the girls who applied to Hangzhou University this year came for Li Mu. Especially during the summer vacation, a media in Hangzhou conducted a survey and carried out street interviews, among which 1,000 college freshmen said that they had an infinite yearning for Hangzhou University because of Li Mu. I thought it was just talk, but today Hangzhou University proved with facts that this is not a rumor. In September, the temperature in Hangzhou was still as high as 35 degrees Celsius, but these schoolgirls were even more passionate. I think only diligent women can attract men. Li Mu must also like such girls. Senior, I'll take the suitcase myself.
Yes, yes, yes. No merit, no reward. I can't take this water either. If Li Mu finds out, he will definitely look down on me. Thank you for your kindness. Senior, go ahead and do your work.
I'll do it myself. Next, a rare scene took place, which could be said to be the most positive scene in the history of university opening. Those soft girls who usually seem to fall to the ground if touched became extremely powerful one by one. They carried large boxes and luggage bags and started marching towards the girls' dormitory from the school gate. Soon the number of people they had to deal with increased from 10 to 20, and finally to a huge crowd of several hundred people, which stunned the seniors around them.
Fuck, I finally found this opportunity and was ready to see if I could find a way out of being single, but why are these schoolgirls so different from before? Damn, I was so careless. I didn't think of Li Mu. Doesn't this guy already have a girlfriend? And she's an extremely beautiful woman. Why is she competing with us for anything? I didn't check the almanac before I went out. It's so sunny, isn't it better to sleep in the dormitory? This is bullshit. How can people's quality be so high all of a sudden? What happened to the schoolgirl who was said to be good, wonderful, and easy to be pushed down?
Those fucking fairy tales are all lies. On the top floor of the Hangzhou University teacher's office building in front, Chen Deming and a group of Provincial Education Bureau leaders stood at the window with flushed faces.
See? I'm not talking nonsense.
Li Mu, a young and outstanding student, has made immeasurable contributions to the school.
So there is no problem in nominating him as the image spokesperson for Hangzhou University. Oh my, you are so young, but you are indeed a promising talent. Yes, I think it's feasible. We can even invite him to visit various key universities in the province to promote it. I think we should film this scene and ask Hangzhou Satellite TV to broadcast it during the evening news. This is a good sign no matter what. Chen Deming was secretly delighted.
The higher he promoted Li Mu, the closer the Li family would be to him.
By then, his own political achievements would be outstanding.
It wouldn't be considered as taking advantage of Li Mu, but a win-win situation. At the same time, Li Mu came to his class, and Wang Xinyuo's eyes lit up when he saw Li Mu.
Li Mu, you are here. I saw your news on the school forum.
Wow, the new female students this year have transformed themselves into strongmen in order to impress you.
I'm afraid our Hangzhou University will become famous again this time. Class monitor, what's this? The latest news is that Li Mu has become the image spokesperson for our Hangzhou University. He is known as the benchmark for the new generation of students, and his latest documentary short will be broadcast on Hangzhou Satellite TV at 7 o'clock tonight. Li Mu was confused. What on earth was going on? How could so many problems arise just by studying? Wasn't his popularity too high? At the same time, a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle was traveling at high speed, less than 100 kilometers away from Hangzhou.
At this time, Lin Feifei was holding her mobile phone and checking the latest news about Hangzhou, with a smile on her face. Attracting everyone's attention and extremely popular, Li Mu, the new generation spokesperson of Hangzhou City, this guy is really the focus of attention.
Chapter 150, that's it? It's too fragile.
Lin Feifei read the news with a hint of smile on her face.
She became more and more curious about Li Mu. What kind of young man could cause such a sensation in a national key university? It is definitely impossible to rely solely on family and money. Lin Feifei is not a brainless rich second generation. University is not the same as junior high school and high school. If you don't have some real skills, you really can't reach this level. Ahem, Feifei, you are very interested in Li Mu? Isn't that rare?
Lin Feng said with a smile on his face, like an old fox.
Dad, what are you talking about? I'm just curious.
The man who catches my eye hasn't appeared yet.
Really? I've been through this before, so don't be so absolute.
Lin Feifei raised her eyebrows, a hint of cunning appeared in her eyes.
Her personality was completely opposite to Zhang Shui's.
She was impetuous and her style of doing things was more radical. Lin Feng saw his daughter's expression and immediately laughed. Don't give me any bad ideas.
The main purpose of going to Hangzhou this time is to visit Li Tianhao and see if there are any areas of cooperation in the future.
In addition, I also want to meet this young man who made 1.2 billion overnight.
Dad, forget it. They're working in high-tech fields. What do you do?
You sell land, you're a bumpkin, and you're not even in the cooperation field.
I guess others don't like you. If you're interested in Li Mu, just say so. You want to arrange a blind date for me, right?
You are right, little girl, but I told you that I won't force you when it comes to relationships.
Lin Feifei grabbed Lin Feng's arm and said coquettishly, why don't we send someone to try Li Mu? Let's see if he is really capable or just a fool. What do you mean? How do you try?
Lin Feifei whispered in Lin Feng's ear.
Is this going too far? What are you afraid of? We are not going too far.
According to rumors on the internet, Li Mu almost had a fight with a martial arts master, but was hit by a car going 80 km/h.
The car was scrapped, but the man was fine.
In the end, an honest man intervened and the matter was resolved.
Uncle Chen is a master, let him have a try.
Lin Feng's eyes turned and he said with a smile, all right, let your Uncle Chen be careful when he attacks, so that we can test his strength.
Hee, that's right, isn't it?
If he's just a fool, there's no need to interact with him.
If he's really awesome, I can make an exception and meet him. Feifei, you'd better restrain yourself.
Li Mu may really be a name with no substance, but his father, Li Tianhao, is no simple person.
Dad, don't worry, I know what's going on.
At 9:30 in the evening, Li Mu took Zhang Shui away from Li Tianhao's house.
That night, he was praised to the sky. He single-handedly helped those schoolgirls become able to take care of themselves.
At the same time, he became the second image spokesperson of Hangzhou University after its establishment.
The first one dated back 60 years ago. Li Mu, the little girl in school, is pretty. It seems that you are really charming. How can these people change in such a short time? Xiaoan, are you slandering me again? Really not. I was quite shocked too. And I was a little surprised that Hangzhou University actually chose you to be its spokesperson, and it was even on the news. Lao Chen is obsessed with money, but it doesn't matter, this is how society is today. Li Mu turned the steering wheel. Zhang Shui was different from other women. She was not mocking Li Mu.
She was speaking from her heart. She was not jealous of the craziness of the schoolgirls. Li Mu turned the steering wheel, and her independent manner appeared in front of her, but she suddenly stepped on the brakes lightly and stopped at the door.
I forgot. I left something at my dad's house. I have to go back. You should go back and rest first. It's getting late. Zhang Shui nodded obediently. Looking at Zhang Shui entering the manor, Li Mu's eyes narrowed.
The eye of insight in his right eye opened automatically 1 minute ago. On a tree on the right side of the manor, a black figure was squatting, clearly visible under his right eye.
Bang!
The car door closed and Li Mu suddenly laughed.
You are in a good mood. Why are you hiding in a tree instead of going through the front door or the back door when you come to my house? Are you acting like a monkey?
The body moved slightly and seemed to hesitate for a moment, but at this moment, another figure jumped down from the tree beside him and stood in front of Li Mu. The black shadow hesitated for a moment and stood on the tree without moving. He obviously felt that Li Mu had not noticed him.
You are Li Mu? You are really amazing. You are quite capable to discover my existence. But unfortunately, you will die tonight.
Li Mu narrowed his eyes and looked at the other person. This is a young man, probably in his early 30s, with a buzz cut, dyed purple hair, a thin figure, and a bloodthirsty and evil look in his eyes.
He looks very bad.
And he was holding a dagger in his right hand, which was discovered by Li Mu.
He didn't seem to have any emotional fluctuations. Ha, I'm going to die? Lousy, you're pretty confident, huh? Ha? How do you know my name?
The young man's expression changed, and a hint of doubt finally appeared in his eyes, but there was definitely no uneasiness.
No way? Your master is really awesome to come all the way from Hong Kong Island to kill me.
After Li Mu said this, the other party finally showed a trace of doubt.
How do you know so much? He, didn't you tell me that? I told you? That's right. Come here and tell me who sent you to kill me. You betrayed your master. You fart, go to hell.
The man stepped forward at an extremely fast speed and was next to Li Mu in the blink of an eye. He swung the sharp blade of the dagger in his right hand towards Li Mu's neck. He is extremely fast, if he is hit by him, he will definitely die. The dark shadow on the tree moved slightly, and actually wanted to rescue Li Mu, but at this moment his body paused, as if he was under a spell of immobilization, and he stood on the tree motionless. In the darkness, a pair of dark pupils revealed a look of fear. Below, the mysterious killer had a painful look on his face. Li Mu pinched his wrist with one hand, and the other party could not move. At this moment, Li Mu exerted force with his right hand.
Click. He.
A sound of skeleton Duan Lei was heard, followed by two muffled groans.
The man's wrist was broken by Li Mu. What kind of strength did this require? However, this person was extremely tough and didn't even utter a sound. Oh, you're so awesome, huh? It doesn't hurt? What do you mean by that? You're trying to kill me with this little strength? Aren't you a little too fragile?
At this moment, the young man suddenly raised his head with a sinister smile in his eyes.
Very good, you really have some skills. I was wondering how you could be so arrogant and find my existence. But unfortunately, you met me. A real killer can kill you at any price. The author has something to say. Chapter 151 The Eldest Lady.
Li Mu can't afford to offend her. The next moment, amid the other party's almost morbid grin, he reached down with his right hand and took out a hammer from his waist.
The black shadow on the tree bent its body and prepared to jump down from the tree. However, it was too late. The opponent used all his strength to smash the hammer on Li Mu's temple. Bang! The killer's hideous laugh, the trembling of the dark shadow on the tree, Li Mu's smile seemed to be frozen at that moment. Damn it, something's wrong. If I had known earlier, I would have taken action. This kid is still too young to be so arrogant. The black shadow on the tree came to his senses and couldn't help but regret. He was just here to test Li Mu's strength and there was no hatred between the two sides.
But when he saw Li Mu's skills just now, he knew that the other party was not simple. However, this killer was so unexpected that he directly took out a hammer.
Who could resist this? It's over, this hammer will smash your head to pieces, right?
Even if you have a golden bell and iron cloth vest, it's useless.
The head is the most vulnerable part of the human body. Even if you really have hard qigong to protect your body, it's still a weakness. Ha, is that all the strength you have? However, the black shadow on the tree had already given up. He planned to run away immediately. If something went wrong, he would have no way to defend himself. If you said you had no intention of squatting in someone else's house in the middle of the night, would anyone believe you? However, at this moment, he heard a laugh. Is that all the strength you have? When he raised his head, a scene that he would never forget in his life appeared. The pure iron hammer was still against Li Mu's temple, but the hammerhead had been broken, revealing the wooden handle underneath. The killer had a dazed look on his face, full of fear, and looked at Li Mu with extremely fearful eyes. Hey, what do you think? Still not convinced? How about this, try this instead. Li Mu turned around, took a big hammer from his own vegetable patch nearby and placed it in front of the other person. Come on, pick it up and smash it here. Li Mu pointed to the top of his head. This time, the other party's anger was ignited again. How could a professional killer be afraid of Li Mu? A college student, just a second-generation rich man, what qualifications did he have to challenge him? He must have used some tricks, that was right. Li Mu, you are courting death. The hammer weighs at least 50 or 60 kilograms, but the killer has obviously been trained.
His right hand is disabled, so he swung the hammer with his left hand and smashed it directly towards Li Mu's crown.
Run!
A cry of surprise was heard, and a dark shadow on the tree suddenly moved. A middle-aged man wearing a black Chinese training suit was less than 2 meters away from Li Mu, but it was too late.
Die!
The killer roared, with bloodthirsty pleasure in his eyes, and the huge hammer hit Li Mu directly on the top of his head.
Bang! Dust flew under Li Mu's feet, but she didn't move at all.
His head was intact, but the sledgehammer broke into pieces.
Ha, I gave you the chance but you didn't use it. Li Mu took a step forward and was less than half a meter away from the killer. The latter's limbs were trembling and his body kept falling backwards.
A pool of liquid flowed out from under his feet and a foul smell filled the air.
The guy was actually scared to pee. You are not a human, don't come over. You're not good enough. I gave you a chance, but it was useless.
Li Mu slowly stretched out his right hand and pinched the other person's shoulder.
Crack! Ah!
With a scream, the opponent's arm was removed by Li Mu.
He threw his arm to the ground and said coldly, "Go away and tell your master that I will go find him."
At the same time, a prompt sounded in Li Mu's mind. Ding, the fear card has been implanted. The other party's fear of the host has reached its limit. The host will die in a nightmare in 3 days. The killer took his remaining coins and ran into the darkness like a madman. As he ran, tears actually flowed from his eyes. Everything that happened tonight overturned his cognition. The scene was eerily quiet, with a slight smell of blood in the air.
Sir, I was just passing by. I didn't see anything just now. But you did see it.
The other party's expression changed drastically. According to the script, he should be ready to kill Li Mu at any time, but at this moment, he didn't dare to move at all.
This was like suicide. Master of Bajiquan, that's right.
It's rare to find a true master of Chinese martial arts nowadays.
Chen Yuanhua, you are a rare master. No, compared to you, I am nothing, sir. Can I leave now? Ha, let's go.
When Chen Yuanhua heard this, he felt relieved and turned around and walked quickly away.
Wait, you really won't tell us what happened tonight? Really, I really won't. I swear, if I tell anyone about what happened tonight, I will die a miserable death and be struck by lightning.
He was really scared. With the other party's methods, he might be killed in the blink of an eye. He also planned to go home and tell his boss and the eldest lady to stop provoking Li Mu. He would not say a word about what happened tonight.
Ha, you seem to be a man of integrity. Let's go.
Chen Yuanhua turned around and ran away, feeling relieved.
Host, the secrecy card has been used successfully. He will keep your secret forever, and his fear of you will always remain in his soul.
Li Mu grinned, in his eyes of insight, no one could hide. Chen Yuanhua was Lin Feng and Lin Feifei's man, and came here just to test him. And the killer just now, nicknamed Lao Zai, was sent by Hua Yunlong from Hong Kong Island.
This is a killer from the Southeast Asian country. Why? He is ruthless.
Li Mu doesn't want to kill him here, otherwise it will easily cause trouble.
It is best to let him go back with fear to protect him.
As for Chen Yuanhua, even without the card, the other party would definitely keep the secret for him, but Li Mu was unwilling to put his safety in the hands of others. Watching Chen Yuanhua disappear into the night, he smiled and walked into the villa. On the other side, in the Hangzhou Marriott Hotel, Lin Feng and his daughter were having a pleasant conversation.
Ha, I think Li Mu must have been taught a lesson this time. He still feels pretty good about himself. Now he knows there are always better people out there, right?
Fei, there is no grudge, it's almost enough.
The key is to see what Uncle Chen thinks of Li Mu when he comes back.
The father and daughter had a very pleasant conversation and they didn't think anything would happen to Chen Yuanhua at all. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the hotel room door, and Lin Feifei smiled slightly.
Uncle Chen is back. I'll go open the door.
Lin Feifei stood up, ran to the door and opened it. Then, she froze. Chen Yuanhua stood at the door, his face covered in cold sweat and a look of extreme fear in his pupils.
Uncle Chen? What's wrong with you? Come in.
Lin Feifei made way for Chen Yuanhua, who entered the room and suddenly exclaimed.
Miss, Li Mu must not be provoked. The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 152 Superman? Devil? Old Chen, how did you get into this situation?
Lin Feng quickly put out his cigar, ran to the door, and was shocked when he saw the other party's miserable appearance. Everything else was fine, but the fear emanating from the depths of Chen Yuanhua's eyes was not fake at all, which made Lin Feng and his daughter very puzzled.
Chen Yuanhua didn't say anything, just stood there gasping for breath.
The three of them stared at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little weird.
There's no reason. You can listen to me. Don't mess with Li Mu. He's not someone we can afford to mess with. Uncle Chen, you are proficient in Bajiquan.
Normally, 10 adults are no match for you. In today's world, there are very few masters who are proficient in Chinese martial arts. You yourself said that if you use all your strength, those masters of mixed martial arts are no match for you.
Is Li Mu really that powerful? Yeah, Lao Chen, did you encounter anything else? How old is Li Mu? Is he that scary? And what exactly happened? Tell me, you were not like this before. No, I can't tell you. It won't do you any good if I tell you.
Chairman, Miss, Lao Chen won't lie to you.
No matter what you think, Li Mu can only be your friend. You can never make him your enemy. He's too scary. He's not even human.
Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Lin Feifei frowned suddenly, and confusion filled their hearts.
Not a human being at all? What does that mean? He has no humanity? Lao Chen, what did you see him do? Killing someone? Or something else? If that's the case, call the police right away.
You know what, Lin Feng has a pretty positive outlook on life.
However, as soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yuanhua completely exploded. Call the police?
No, you can't call the police.
Something will happen. Do you believe me or not? Chen Yuanhua became excited.
At that moment, he had the urge to tell everything and then run away with his boss and the eldest lady. At that moment, an inexplicable idea suddenly appeared in his mind. If the secret was revealed, not only would he be in trouble, but Lin Feng's entire family would also be in trouble. This terrible thought spread rapidly in his mind like a demon, and immediately defeated his willpower. In front of the system prop's secret keeping card, even the most powerful person can only compromise and keep the secret.
Uncle Chen, I believe you, but you don't have to be so excited. Have you fought with Li Mu? How strong is he? Lin Feifei asked, and Lin Feng also showed an expectant look.
My goodness, it was nothing at first, but this question instantly brought back the terrifying memories in his heart.
Professor? Stop talking nonsense. We are not on the same level. I don't want to die yet. The previous rumors must be true. Old Chen, you're going too far. You don't need to be so exaggerated. Don't want to die? At his age, no matter how talented he is, he can't be that powerful, right? And you mentioned rumors? What rumors? The rumor that he disintegrated after being hit by a car? Is that possible?
That's right, Uncle Chen, you must have made a mistake. Chen Yuanhua frowned, his pupils shrank suddenly, and suddenly he looked at Lin Feng and his daughter with extreme seriousness. Chairman, Miss, you saved my life, why would I lie to you? I saw Li Mu fighting with someone today, there's nothing much to say about the details, but have you ever seen someone get hit on the head with 2 fist-sized hammers and still be alright? Have you ever seen someone rip a person's arm off with their bare hands? The father and daughter were horrified. If Chen Yuanhua's description was true, was this still a human being? Superman? The devil? What you said is true. Lin Feng asked in a low voice. Chairman, don't think I'm a fool. I was able to save my life because others treated me like an ant. I won't say more. You and the eldest lady must behave yourself in Hangzhou and be polite to the Li family. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. He knew Chen Yuanhua too well. At this point, there was no need for the other party to brag. Uncle Chen, you. Fei, don't ask. When your Uncle Chen was in trouble in the south, he was surrounded by more than 10 people from country Y, but he managed to break out in the end. Do you think he is a coward? Since he said so, we will listen to him. We must be cautious in this trip to Hangzhou. Li Mu, don't provoke him if you can avoid it. Although Lin Feifei is usually a little willful, she nodded obediently when she heard what her father said. Chen Yuanhua really would not talk nonsense. Although he was unwilling to reveal the details, he must take it seriously. Old Chen, go back and have a rest. No matter what you saw, forget about it.
We came to Hangzhou to meet friends. And don't follow us to the Li family later.
At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt a little regretful. He should not have listened to his daughter's words on a whim and let Shen Yuanhua test Li Mu's depth.
This time obviously left an indelible shadow in the other party's heart. 10 minutes later, Shen Yuanhua left the room. Fei Fei, that's a bit hasty. Dad, stop talking. I never thought that Li Mu would be so scary. From now on, I will listen to you. At the critical moment, the qualities of a rich family's daughter were reflected. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Lin Feifei would not lose her temper, because she, like Lin Feng, knew exactly what Shen Yuanhua felt. He was so scared, and avoiding his sharp edge was definitely the best choice. At the same time, Li Mu had returned to the study. He leaned back in the boss chair with his feet on the desk, and a video was playing on the computer screen. He projected the real-time images of the Sky Eye surveillance onto the computer. All the actions of Lao Zai, who had just been seriously injured by him, were now under his control. In the picture, Lao Zai has arrived at the suburbs, hiding in the grass, sweating profusely, with a broken arm lying next to him. This guy is indeed a professional killer, with extraordinary willpower.
He simply bandaged his broken arm with his clothes, then took out his cell phone from his pocket with difficulty and dialed a number.
Soon, the call seemed to be connected.
He spoke a few words in English and then hung up.
Half an hour later, a dilapidated Jinbei car stopped on the path outside.
When Lao Zai saw it, his eyes suddenly lit up. He picked up the bloody clothes on the ground with his left hand and started waving them. Soon the four men found him, quickly lifted him onto a simple stretcher, and quickly left the scene. Li Mu exhaled a breath and his eyes were calm. He already knew this person's identity, but Li Mu now had to think of a sinister way to solve this trouble. The other party was not worth him dealing with by using his identity as an honest man. Suddenly he raised his eyebrows, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and a sinister smirk appeared on his face.
Chapter 153, Fall in Love at First Sight. A mysterious man. Nothing happened that night. The next day, Li Mu got up and went to school as usual.
Everything seemed no different from usual. At noon, after finishing his meal in the cafeteria, Li Mu planned to go to the library to have a rest. He was so popular at school now that the only place where he could find some quiet time was the library. Because there are regulations in this place prohibiting loud noises.
This person is quite helpless once he becomes famous.
Hangzhou University recently released a list of male gods, which was naturally ranked by those bored students. Li Mu was undoubtedly ranked first, and the 9 behind him could not be compared with him at all. They were said to be forcibly brought in to make up the number, just to rank a list of 10 people.
Xiao Li, you're here again?
Go ahead, your seat is reserved for you. There are fewer people over there, and no one will disturb you.
The library administrator was a young woman in her 20s.
She looked like she had just graduated from school.
She was only a few years older than Li Mu and looked okay.
She threw him a seductive look and almost said, "Xiao Li, I'm alone in this empty room and feel lonely.
Would you like to come and warm the bed tonight?" Li Mu smiled, nodded, and walked to the corner.
He was afraid that if he stood there for too long, this young lady would fly up to the clouds.
Sizzle. Suddenly, the cell phone in Li Mu's pocket vibrated.
He took it out and saw that it was a text message from Li Tianhao. The imperial chef's private cuisine will be served at 6 o'clock tonight.
Order on time.
Li Mu knew that it must be a banquet for Lin Feng and his daughter, so he casually replied with an okay expression and walked towards the reading area. Next, he had to think carefully about how to send Hua Yunlong and his family on their journey without attracting anyone's attention. At 5 p.m., by the West Lake in Hangzhou, a red Ferrari stopped at the door of Yuchidu Yizuo private kitchen.
The consumption here is not something that ordinary people can afford. There is no menu.
The menu is arranged by the owner every day, and the per capita fee is 10,000 yuan.
It is definitely the leader in Hangzhou's high-end catering industry.
Besides, you don't have to have money to book a restaurant here.
If you don't have some connections, you want to book a meal here? Dream on. Mr. Li, you are here. I asked someone to arrange the car for you.
Mr. Li and his men are already waiting in the private room. A middle-aged man who looked like a lobby manager bent slightly, his attitude very respectful. Li Mu nodded, threw the key to the waiter at the door, and followed him into the restaurant. My goodness, Li Mu was a little shocked when he first entered the hotel. The surrounding decoration is all made of top-quality mahogany, and some of the furniture are top-quality Chinese products. The boss behind this is obviously not an ordinary person. Li Mu followed the other party through a corridor, past a lotus pond, and finally arrived at the door of the private room. "Mr. Li, please, I won't go in here." Two Cheongsam beauties with supermodel figures, at least 175 centimeters tall, pushed open the mahogany door. In an instant, more than 10 pairs of eyes in the private room looked towards the door at the same time.
"Sorry, there was a traffic jam and I'm late."
Li Mu laughed and looked natural.
"You little bastard, hurry up and come here. You've kept the guests waiting for so long." Li Tianhao cursed with a smile.
Jiang Shui turned her head and blinked her big eyes.
Li Mu walked over and sat next to her.
"Director Lin, I'm really sorry, Li Mu is still in school, so we're a little late." Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled slightly, but only Li Mu could see that the smile was not very natural. It was probably because Chen Yuanhua had gone back last night and described his horror in an exaggerated way. "Hey, I heard a long time ago that Xiao Li not only made 1.2 billion in one night, but also became the image spokesperson of Hangzhou University. I'm afraid that more and more people will apply to Hangzhou University in the future.
I'm very envious of having such an outstanding son."
Director Lin, please stop praising him.
This kid is getting cocky again.
Your daughter, Lin Feifei, is equally outstanding. She graduated from a prestigious foreign university.
It is said that she will be your right-hand man in the future. Your daughter is no worse than your son.
Ha, she's not as good as you say, Feifei.
Feifei?
Lin Feng called his daughter's name several times, but the latter did not respond at all. He frowned, turned his head and was stunned. Lin Feifei was looking at Li Mu with an embarrassed look, motionless, with an inexplicable light flashing in her eyes. This kind of light contained worship, adoration, and even love between men and women, and there was even a hint of obsession in Lin Feifei's eyes.
"Feifei, what's wrong with you?"
Lin Feng called out a few times, but found that his daughter didn't respond at all.
He immediately became anxious. In this situation, his daughter was staring at Li Mu and was so engrossed in him? Isn't this embarrassing? "Feifei, wake up."
Lin Feng had no choice but to push the other person away, and only then did Lin Feifei come back to her senses.
"Ah, Dad, you called me? What are you doing? The dinner is about to start, and Li Mu is here too. Why are you daydreaming?" "Ah, am I in a daze? Maybe I was thinking about something and forgot that." "Li Mu, my name is Lin Feifei, nice to meet you."
She casually brushed her long hair, obviously trying to hide her embarrassment. At the same time, she stretched out her hand, obviously wanting to shake hands with Li Mu. Lin Feng was stunned.
Didn't he expect that his daughter had changed her gender today? "Feifei, how can you shake hands standing here? The table is so big? What's wrong with you today?" "Ah, yes. I didn't think it through."
After saying this, the proud daughter came up to Li Mu in full view of everyone and shook hands with him. Li Mu looked calm, but he was extremely happy in his heart. This girl is mesmerized by her own passive skill.
It's no exaggeration to say that she is completely attracted to her at first sight.
The moment Li Mu entered the private room, Lin Feifei was a little hostile towards him, but the next moment, all her distracting thoughts disappeared, and her eyes were filled with admiration and love. There were about 10 people in the private room, but Lin Feifei simply ignored them.
She was very excited.
Li Mu was so handsome that she fell in love with him at first sight. In the past, she felt that it was impossible for her to fall in love with any man in the world, but today she was slapped in the face. Li Mu's figure seemed to be branded in her heart. Although this feeling was very strange, she knew that she had fallen in love with him.
"Ha, Miss Lin, dinner time is about to start. I'm afraid everyone must be hungry. If there is a chance, we can chat alone."
There was a hint of joy in Lin Feifei's eyes.
"Really? Well,
I'll go eat first." Lin Feng was stunned.
What was going on? How could his unruly, willful, and proud daughter become a docile little lamb when facing Li Mu?
Lin Feng had never seen Lin Feifei so helpless, shy, and a little nervous.
Chapter 154, Strange and Sudden Death. The terrified Hua Yunlong. The dinner went very harmoniously.
Lin Feng was a little surprised.
His daughter was a time bomb. He was still worried.
He paid close attention to Chen Yuanhua's performance last night, but he was afraid that his daughter would not accept it.
Now, he discovered a serious problem. Not only did his daughter not cause any trouble, but looking at the current situation, was he going to do business at a loss?
But the problem is that Li Mu is indeed very outstanding and is more than qualified to be his son-in-law. However, anyone with a discerning eye can see the relationship between him and Jiang Shui. He was secretly worried. If he had known this would happen, he would have not come to Hangzhou at all. But it was too late to say anything now. 2 hours later, at the restaurant entrance, Lin Feng was quite depressed. Their Mercedes-Benz business car had been parked for 10 minutes, but Lin Feifei showed no sign of leaving. Li Mu, we have agreed that you must come to Shanghai to play. I will take you around when the time comes. By the way, you must bring Sister Jiang Shui with you, otherwise I won't agree. Li Mu was speechless. He stood at the door and talked for 20 minutes. The other party kept inviting him. This person must be in love with him, but he didn't hate Jiang Shui at all. Is this the legendary love for the house and the dog in it? The passive skill of falling in love at first sight is so terrifying. Okay, since Miss Lin invited me, I will definitely come when I have time. Why call me Miss Lin? You're being so formal. Just call me Fei Fei from now on. I've added you on WeChat. Remember to keep in touch. After saying that, Lin Feifei did not linger any longer and got directly into her own business car. Lin Feng and Li Tianhao stared at this scene. My goodness, it has only been a short time? How come it has become like this? Okay, it's getting late, we'll leave first. Mr. Li, Xiaoli, come to Shanghai when you have time, I'll personally entertain you. Looking at the business car going away, Li Tianhao sighed and glanced at Li Mu. Be careful, kid. You're not always showing mercy outside. I'm sorry, Xiao Shui. I won't forgive you. Dad, you saw it too. It has nothing to do with me. This woman is like a psychopath. There's nothing I can do about it. Jiang Shui smiled slightly. Uncle, Li Mu, stop arguing, I'm fine. Miss Lin is so outstanding. I heard that she doesn't even like boys of her own age. Her admiration for Li Mu shows that he is outstanding. I'm so proud of him. When Li Tianhao heard this, he showed an envious expression on his face. How considerate. His son is really lucky. Li Mu grinned and said mysteriously, Dad, do you want to change my mother? Li Tianhao was stunned for a moment subconsciously, but immediately came to his senses. Don't tell me that, little brat. If your mother finds out, I'll be finished. Li Tianhao cursed in annoyance, while Jiang Shui covered her mouth and laughed secretly. It was a happy scene. Li Mu felt emotional. When he was wandering outside, wasn't this kind of life what he longed for? In the intensive care unit of St. Mary's Private Hospital, Hong Kong Island. A group of bodyguards in black stood at the door with grim expressions. In the ward, Lao Zai was lying on the bed, wearing an oxygen mask and plugged into various instruments. His eyes were open, with endless fear in them. It can be seen that his limbs were tied with ropes and fixed to the four corners of the bed. Hua Yinlong has a slicked back hair, a typical Hong Kong boss style. How did you get hurt like this? The two middle-aged men standing next to him were his two sons, Hua Fei and Hua Tian. According to the person we arranged to pick him up in the mainland, he was already like this when we found him. His arm was not chopped off by a sharp weapon, but torn off by something else. It is speculated that Li Mu's family must have kept wild animals such as Tibetan mastiffs. What about his fist? It was crushed by a huge force, but we don't know what it was. Laozi, the top assassin in Southeast Asia, paid 80 million for Li Mu's head, and this is the result? Hua Yinlong was obviously very dissatisfied. Dad, I have arranged a second group of people. We won't use assassination this time. If the secret method doesn't work, we will do it openly. Yes, we found a middleman to arrange for a few terminally ill people and gave them a sum of money. This time we will kill Li Mu as a death squad, and we will not be exposed. There was a fierce light in Hua Yinlong's eyes. A young man in his 20s could actually stir up such a big storm. Not only do I want Li Mu to die, I want everyone around him to die. Hua Yinlong would never feel at ease if he couldn't vent his anger. Although his son Hua Hai was exposed by an honest person, he had an indirect relationship with Li Mu. Since he couldn't find the honest person, he could only settle for the second best and let Li Mu pay the price. It has been 3 days since Lao Zai came back, but the doctor said that he is basically useless. The physical defect is secondary. The key is that he seems to have been frightened and has serious psychological problems. This person is useless. Find a time and a place to bury him. The two sons nodded when they heard this. They rescued him because they wanted to understand his situation. Now he is like a useless person.
What's the point of keeping him? A lot of money? It's not safe. He.
Suddenly, Lao Zai, who was lying on the hospital bed, opened his half-closed eyes.
Don't come over here, Li Mu, go away, you devil. You are from hell, on my hand, you actually tore my hand off.
The three of them suddenly turned their heads and looked at the bed. Lao Zai's body began to tremble, and he kept shouting at Li Mu not to come over.
My hand, give me back my hand. Are you a human or a ghost? Why are you not hurt at all when the iron hammer hits your head? Why does a solid iron hammer turn into powder? Don't come over here, cackle.
At this time, Lao Zai covered his neck and his body began to tremble. He had just dreamed about the horrible scene that night. When he experienced it all again for the second time, his body and mind collapsed collectively. In just a few tens of seconds, he slowly calmed down and lay motionless on the hospital bed. But at this moment, his face was pale, his eyes were staring at the ceiling, and he was obviously dead. He died suddenly, or was frightened to death. What on earth could have frightened a killer who was used to life and death like this? Hua Yunlong swallowed, feeling extremely terrified. Can you tell me what happened, what he went through, and why he was so scared? I don't know either, but it must be related to Li Mu. Should we send someone to Hangzhou right away? It's really hard to feel at ease if Li Mu is still around. Hua Yunlong looked up suddenly. Wait, don't go. Book me a flight to Southeast Asia. I want to go out and hide for 2 days. Chapter 155. If there is no trouble, I will create some trouble for you. Hua Yunlong is just a businessman after all. Seeing all this and seeing the other party die so strangely, how could he not panic? Now he was not sure whether Li Mu knew that Lao Zai was sent by him. If he knew, what if he came to his house? A killer was frightened to death, what was he? Dad, do you really want to do this? I don't think it's necessary either. Stop talking. You guys come with me. I will temporarily assign the company's affairs to someone else. I don't know if this person has exposed us. Upon hearing this, Hua Fei and Hua Tian shut up at the same time. Since the old man was determined to leave, they would not try to persuade him anymore. Besides, Lao Zai's death also made them feel extremely uneasy. This guy is going to Southeast Asia, but this guy in Southeast Asia can't escape. It's quite interesting. At this time, Li Mu laughed in his study. In my consciousness, the two surveillance screens showed Chen Jiuhua and Hua Yunlong respectively. According to surveillance footage, Hua Yunlong saw Lao Zai dead and was planning to flee to country T in Southeast Asia to hide for a while. It's quite interesting that these two met unexpectedly. Thinking of this, Li Mu couldn't help laughing. A big drama was being directed by Li Mu. If it succeeded, it would definitely be wonderful. 3 days later, in a villa in the countryside of Manchester, the capital of country T. Master Jiu, are you safe here? I think it's better to go somewhere else. Chen Jiuhua's henchman said with his head down, looking a little nervous. Humph, they would never dream that I would hide here. Don't worry, the most dangerous place is the safest. When the little pony heard this, he dared not compete anymore. At the same time, a civilian airliner flying from Hong Kong Island landed at Manchester International Airport. A group of 5 people got into a taxi directly after getting off the economy class and soon disappeared in the crowd. 20 minutes later, in the junior suite of the Intercontinental Hotel in Manchester City, Hua Yunlong and his 2 sons took off their baseball caps. This trip was very low-key and no one outside knew about it. He flew in ordinary economy class and stayed in an ordinary room in the hotel. Tomorrow we will go to the beach villa in Poo Island. You all stay in the hotel tonight. Don't go out. Got it? Don't worry, we know we won't cause you any trouble. Yes, we will stay well tonight. Hua Yunlong said, also, I will turn down any calls that come to me. This time, he was really scared by Lao Zai. If Li Mu knew that the person was sent by him and called the police, he would not be able to escape even if he was in Hong Kong Island. However, whether it was Chen Jiuhua or Hua Yunlong, the 2 people who offended Li Mu, their every move was under Li Mu's surveillance. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Li Mu returned to his study after dinner. He thought for a while and smiled wickedly. Do these people think they can be safe if they just run away? Can't they create trouble without it? After opening the system mall, Li Mu directly exchanged 10 deep hypnosis cards. He was quite wealthy now, not only had money but also points.
System, I want to use the Deep Hypnosis card on Hua Tian. Ding, the Deep Hypnosis card has been used successfully.
The event script edited by the host will start from the time the hypnosis takes effect.
The hypnosis time limit is 24 hours and can be used cumulatively.
Li Mu raised his eyebrows, thought for a moment, and used another one.
If it was 48 hours, the time should be enough.
Now, China, Interpol and the police of Country T are all looking for Chen Xiaoan. This time he wants Hua Yunlong's son to be a good guy and report the wanted criminal.
How exciting is that?
Li Mu licked his lips. He could imagine that when the whistleblower was exposed and Chen Xiaoan found out, he would discover that the person who reported him was in the same city as him.
That scene was so exciting just thinking about it.
Begin hypnosis and have him go to the Manchester City police station to report the case at 4 a.m. country time and reveal Chen Xiaoan's location.
Ding, the new hypnosis event script is ready. Start hypnosis. Hypnosis successful.
Please wait for the result.
Li Mu stretched lazily, left the study, and walked happily towards the bedroom.
He was also a passionate young man, full of vigor. Jiang Shui's relative left yesterday, and he would definitely fight 300 rounds tonight.
Manchester City, Intercontinental Hotel, the Huatian brothers walked out of the top-floor sauna, looking very relaxed. It feels good. I've been exhausted from the journey. I feel much better after taking a bath.
Brother, Dad is a little too nervous.
I don't think we need to run at all. Forget it. We work all year round in Hong Kong Island. We need to take a good rest this time. That's true, but Country T is not peaceful recently. Chen Xiaoan is on the run.
It is said that he is in the vicinity of Manchester City.
The security is not good. We have to be careful. We're not going out, so what are we afraid of?
Besides, Dad has some connections in Southeast Asia, so we're not afraid of him. The two brothers walked to the top floor in bathrobes and entered their respective rooms. At this time, Hua Fei did not notice anything unusual about Hua Tian.
However, as soon as he entered his room, Hua Tianbian's eyes became empty. He stood at the door for about 30 seconds, then turned around and opened the door to the room. No one noticed that he took the elevator to the first floor. 10 minutes later, he got into a taxi. The time was 3:40 in the morning.
Soon, he stopped at the gate of a yard in the city of Manchester. Although the sign was written in incomprehensible Southeast Asian languages, he could tell from the badge hanging at the door that this was the police station. 10 minutes later, in the lobby of Manchester Police Station, Hua Tian spoke in English for a long time. The foreign language level of the policeman opposite was obviously not very good, and it took a lot of effort to find an interpreter.
After half an hour of struggling, they finally understood what Hua Tian was talking about.
The fat middle-aged man standing in the first place, wearing a uniform different from other policemen, had big eyes.
He said he knew the whereabouts of Chen Xiaoan? Yes, that's what he said. The enemy is in Manchester, in a town called Morua in the south of the city. They have weapons and equipment. Captain, what do you think we should do? What should we do? Can we just sit back and watch this kind of person in Manchester City?
Gather the team immediately, apply for support from above, and go to Moro Town.
If we can capture Chen Xiaoan, we will be rich. Yes, what about him?
The subordinate pointed at Hua Tian, who looked a little dazed, and asked.
Let this man stay in the police station. We don't know whether what he said is true or false.
And since he knows where Chen Xiaoan is, maybe he has some relationship with him.
Let him stay and wait for us to come back. Although this director seems unreliable, he has clear ideas and handles things professionally. The author has something to say. Chapter 156 Best Director. I deserve to be useful.
Hua Tian sat in the lobby of the police station like a walking corpse, and soon no one paid any attention to him. The people in Southeast Asia are just like that in doing things, and the quality of their police is simply not on the same level as that in China. At this time, the policemen have begun to fantasize that their wonderful life will begin after the successful arrest.
However, these idiots don't know that the real nightmare has already arrived and an unprecedented tragedy is about to happen in Manchester City. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Li Mu, shirtless and wearing shorts, looked at the computer screen with excitement on his face. The battle with Jiang Shui lasted for an hour and a half. If the opponent could hold on, Li Mu felt that he could at least hold on for another hour. Although it's a bit unsatisfying, don't you have to protect your woman? You have to use it when you need it, and maintenance is also necessary.
At this moment, Li Mu was looking at Hua Tian, who was sitting in a daze in the lobby of the police station on the computer screen, and his heart was filled with joy. When the effect of deep hypnosis wore off, he would find that the world was different. However, in the picture on the other side, it was pitch black.
This was where Chen Zhouhe was currently.
At this point in time, he had obviously rested.
Damn it, Ajio, you better be strong and don't get caught.
I'm still waiting for you to seek revenge on Hua Tian.
Li Mu became more and more excited.
He rubbed his hands and started to open major Chinese news networks and international websites. At the same time, in the villa where Chen Zhouhe was, one of his men walked out of the villa in a daze, preparing to urinate.
Apparently he was the night guard. These policemen from Country T are talented.
In the middle of the night, 7 or 8 cars were less than 1 kilometer away from the villa, but they kept their engines running and their low beams were on. The man had just unzipped his trousers when his eyes were suddenly dazzled by the light, and all sleepiness was gone in an instant.
The people under Chen Zhouhe were not a mob.
At least they had all received simple training. This sight made this man's scalp explode.
Oh no, there are police, retreat quickly.
He roared at the top of his lungs, and the lights in the entire villa came on. In less than a minute, the sound of dense footsteps was heard in the villa. The police in the distance were stunned when they saw it.
The fat policeman put out his cigarette, his eyes full of hesitation. Captain, do you want to go? Damn it, wealth and honor come from risk, let's go.
At the command, this mob prepared to act. Then, next, there was a sudden burst of intensive gunfire from the direction of the villa. The police from Country T all lay on the ground, and crackling sounds were heard from the police car. In the blink of an eye, the 5 police cars were riddled with bullet holes, which was a shocking sight.
But no one told me they were so powerful. The fat policeman was about to cry. He thought that with 20 people with him, it would be easy to catch the man, but damn, the reality was too cruel to him.
The roar of machine guns made it impossible for the police to raise their heads. Retreat, retreat quickly.
Damn it, are you going to die here? Protect me and leave now. Ah, ass. My ass. The fat policeman suddenly trembled and screamed.
He touched his buttocks and found his hands covered in blood. His eyes rolled back and he fainted from fright.
Come quickly, stop fighting, protect the captain and leave, retreat, quickly.
10 minutes later, 5 police cars fled in a panic and disappeared from sight in an instant. At this time, at the door of a villa in the distance, Chen Zhouhe was sitting in a jeep with a cold expression but very calm eyes.
Master Gio, they ran away, what should we do now?
Go to the suburbs, into the mountains, and find out who reported me. I want to make him die without a burial place.
Master Gio, don't worry. We will definitely find out who it is and conduct an internal investigation at the same time. The cars started and the convoy drove towards the woods behind them. Chen Zhouhe was not panicked at all.
He knew the nature of the police in Southeast Asia and they were no match for him. What he cared about was why his position was exposed. When the police returned to the police station and wanted to look for Hua Tian, they discovered that he was missing.
After asking around, no one even knew where he had gone. The fat policeman hesitated and his butt was broken. He had to be sent to the hospital for treatment immediately.
I hastily reported the matter to my superiors and that was the end of the matter for the time being. At this moment, Hua Tian had returned to his room and was sleeping soundly. He had no idea what had happened before.
Li Mu, who was in Hangzhou, was very excited.
The drama he directed himself was about to reach its climax, and a dog-eat-dog show was about to begin.
Ding, video generation completed, sending video.
The video was sent successfully. The other party has accepted it. Li Mu glanced at the rising sun outside and stretched. His wonderful day was about to begin, but some people were about to face misfortune. It is extremely hot and stuffy in the suburbs of Manchester, and mosquitoes are rampant everywhere. Chen Zhouhe was sitting in the car, looking at his mobile phone, on which a strange video appeared. In the video, a middle-aged man came to the Manchester police station and told the police where he was before. Then the police were dispatched. Afterwards, the previous scene happened again. Fortunately, it was not the people around him who betrayed him, so he felt a little relieved.
This person looks familiar.
At this moment, one of his men with a gun beside him frowned and said,
"Have you seen this man? I remember now.
I saw it in the news before. It seems that he is the son of the chairman of a film and television company in Hong Kong, China.
Wait, I remember now. He is the son of Hua Yunlong of Hong Kong Universal Entertainment. His name is Hua Tian. Universal Entertainment? In the entertainment industry? Is he great?
Master Jiao, you may not know that this man also started out as a gangster in his early days and has some connections in Southeast Asia.
Connections? Gangs?
Compared to me, he is nothing.
Find him for me.
Chen Jiuha said with a cold expression.
Master Jiao, the origin of this video is unknown. Could there be some conspiracy? Who can do anything to me here?
He said with confidence. At this moment, another message popped up on his phone. He clicked it and found several photos.
Chen Jiuha could tell at a glance that it was the Manchester Intercontinental Hotel.
The men around him suddenly shouted, "It's them, it's definitely Hua Yunlong and his two sons."
Chen Jiuha saw another line of words below.
We are at the Intercontinental Hotel, 12th floor, room 1221, 1222, 1235.
Please make your own way. Master Jiao, could this be a trap?
Humph, the Intercontinental Hotel is an international hotel chain, so we can't do anything.
Let's get someone to keep an eye on the hotel. After they leave, we'll do it. Dare they report me?
I don't care who they are. All of you stay here and don't leave.
Okay, I'll do it right away. The author has something to say. Ask for 5-star rating. Chapter 157 Tragic Shooting Scene. Who is Chen Jiuha?
He is a human organ smuggler and also a smuggler of arms.
He has some connections with drug lords in the Golden Triangle. Would such a person be afraid of a Hong Kong gangster who raises the price? Hua Yunlong must die, and Chen Jiuha will not hold back.
Except for not daring to take action at the Intercontinental Hotel, everything else is not a big deal. As long as the other party leaves the hotel, their death will be the end.
Someone come.
A man dressed like a soldier trotted over.
Master Jiao, what are your instructions? Set up camp here temporarily and wait for news.
When Hua Yunlong leaves the hotel, gather everyone and find a chance to kill their entire family.
Clear.
His subordinates never questioned Chen Jiuha's words, because all those who questioned him had already met their death. At 11 o'clock in the morning, at the Intercontinental Hotel in Manchester, Hua Yunlong called both of his sons into the room.
Tonight's boat goes to Poo Island. Dad, are we taking a boat? Why? Yes, there is a direct flight from Manchester City.
Hua Yunlong sighed and said in a deep voice, "This way, my whereabouts will not be exposed. I am not afraid of Li Mu, but I am afraid that he will find out and call the police. If there is a cross-border arrest, it will be troublesome."
This guy is quite thoughtful.
After all, he is now on the path of success in his career and he is afraid of losing everything he has gained.
He can't afford to lose. Ah Tian, why do you look so bad? Didn't you sleep well?
Suddenly Hua Yunlong looked at Hua Tian and asked in confusion.
I don't know. I slept well. You didn't sneak out yesterday, did you? How is that possible?
Yesterday, my brother and I took a sauna upstairs and then went back to our room to rest.
How could we ignore your words? That's good. It's almost time. Go back and pack your things. We'll set off right away.
Half an hour later, Hua Yunlong and his group checked out of the hotel and headed to the dock in a chartered business car. At this moment, they did not notice that in a corner not far away, a young man wearing flip-flops and dressed in Southeast Asian style was secretly watching all this. He quickly pulled out a cell phone and sent a text message, then hailed a tuk-tuk and followed. On the other side, Chen Jiuha glanced at his phone and said in a deep voice, "Take 20 people and wait at the road that must be passed by Long and Wharf. When Hua Yunlong and the other two show up, kill them all." 3 military jeeps left the temporary camp.
Chen Jiuha was terrifyingly calm.
He was very confident. With his own strength, he didn't know whether the people he sent out could escape unscathed, but the probability that Hua Yunlong and the other two would survive was almost zero. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Li Mu was driving a Ferrari, with Jiang Shui sitting on the passenger seat.
Li Mu, why are you smiling so much today? What good thing happened to you? Nothing, I just feel inexplicably happy. What's wrong? Lin Feifei must call you 10 times a day now, right? Are you happy? Li Mu laughed secretly when he heard this.
Every woman would be jealous to some extent, and Jiang Shui was no exception. However, they trusted each other, and he knew that this was just a tease.
No way?
He asked us to go to Shanghai for fun.
Isn't he busy recently? Don't worry, I can't fall in love with anyone else. That's more like it. Jiang Shui was very happy. She was easily satisfied, but that didn't mean she was easy to deceive. It was only like this with Li Mu.
Li Mu remained calm and tuned the radio in the car to the news channel. In his mind, the Sky Eye surveillance was monitoring every move of Country T. It is not difficult for him to do two things at the same time. Suddenly he raised his eyebrows, secretly delighted that the drama he directed had finally reached the most critical moment. As shown in the surveillance video, the business car that Hua Yunlong was riding in was riddled with gunfire, and more than 20 people wearing masks and holding submachine guns rushed out.
My goodness, these people didn't even have any opening remarks, they just went straight to kill each other. Within 5 minutes, the driver of the business car ran away, and the two bodyguards brought by Hua Yunlong were beaten to death. As time went by, Hua Yunlong and his two sons knelt on the ground and were directly turned into a hornet's nest by a volley of bullets. Li Mu turned off the Sky Eye surveillance and took a deep breath. The air is really nice today. Jiang Shui was stunned.
Suddenly, an urgent news broadcast came on the car radio.
Hello, listeners, I am interrupting with a piece of breaking news.
5 minutes ago, a violent gun attack occurred near the Wing Lung Pier in Manchester, Southeast Asia. According to local news, the mastermind of the attack is suspected to be a subordinate of the wanted criminal Chen Jiuhe, and the identity of the person killed is shocking. According to local media reports, the deceased were a group of 5 people including Hua Yunlong, chairman of Hong Kong Island Global International.
There has been no news of him leaving Hong Kong recently.
The motive of the other party in this violent attack is still under further investigation.
Jiang Shui looked shocked. What? Hua Yunlong was killed by Chen Jiuhe in Country T? Why? Who knows?
But Hua Yunlong was also a gangster in the past, and he has some connections with people in Southeast Asia.
I think this is a vendetta. Jiang Shui was still shocked. But how could they just run off to Southeast Asia without any news? This is too strange. Hey, I think there must be some shameful business going on. They got robbed by the gangsters. They deserve it. Just look at Hua Hai and you will know that there are not many good people in this family. Li Mu did a beautiful drift and the car stopped. After the two got out of the car, Lu Kai walked out of the yard quickly. Something bad has happened.
Hua Yunlong and his two sons from Hong Kong Island are dead. They were killed in Southeast Asia.
Just now, the Hong Kong Island police found an unidentified body in St. Mary's private hospital. A group of people were transporting the body out. According to the group's confession, they were Hua Yunlong's men, and the identity of the body was said to be a killer from Southeast Asia.
Li Mu smiled slightly.
Did you see that? What did I say? He must have provoked someone else.
He even went to Southeast Asia to hang out.
Isn't that courting death? Hey, there's nothing else to worry about.
It's really a bit sudden that such an awesome person died so suddenly.
Lu Kai sighed. Li Mu smiled and said nothing. The three of them walked side by side towards the living room. At this time, Chen Yuanhua, who was in Shanghai, squinted his eyes, watching the news on TV, his limbs cold. The news of Hua Yunlong's death meant nothing to him, but the body found in the hospital on Hong Kong Island scared him half to death.
He knew Lao Zai. He saw with his own eyes the night that Li Mu tore off his right arm, but he was dead at this moment. Hua Yunlong, the mastermind behind the incident, also died, which made him think of something.
But why was he killed by Chen Jiuhe?
He didn't understand, but he knew that the water was too deep and Li Mu was unfathomable. He swore that even if he went to hell, he would never tell Li Mu's secret.
The author has something to say.
Sorry, the title of the previous chapter was wrong, it has been changed now.
Chapter 158 Global Exposure. Whereabouts location. Old Chen? Old Chen? Ah. Chairman. What's wrong with you? No. It's okay. I just think this world is too chaotic. Hua Yunlong is a giant in China and Hong Kong after all. The three of them were beaten into a hornet's nest in a foreign country. It's really miserable.
Lin Feng just happened to enter the living room from outside and was a little surprised when he saw Chen Yuanhua's expression.
Hey, Hua Yunlong is not a good person either. He had a lot of scandals back then.
Just look at what his son Hua Hai did in the mainland. This matter has nothing to do with us, but it was really sudden.
This Chen Jiuhe has no humanity. But Feifei has been a little worrying these days. Chairman, what happened to the young lady? It's nothing. I went to Hangzhou and got attracted by it. Li Mu is indeed outstanding, but he has a fiancée. Forget it. I can't control young people's affairs. Feifei is already grown up.
Chen Yuanhua was about to speak when suddenly the latest real-time news on TV caught the attention of both of them. Latest news, the mysterious honest man appeared again. 10 minutes ago, he said on the social platform that at 10 o'clock tonight, Chen Zhouha's whereabouts will be exposed to the world, enter the social network, and the whole nation will hunt down the wanted criminal together. Lin Feng and Chen Yuanhua looked at each other, both of them showing shock in their eyes. At this point in time, the honest man actually took action.
9:50 p.m., Hangzhou.
Li Mu, Jiang Shui, Li Tianhao and his wife, Lu Kai and Wang Lei, a total of 6 people, looked at the 100-inch LCD TV in front of them, their eyes full of anticipation.
This is too amazing. Chen Zhouha's whereabouts will be exposed to the world at 10 o'clock. Can an honest person really do this? Chairman, I don't think I'm bragging. I suspect this honest man is probably an alien. Lao Lu, you have a very wild imagination.
I feel like the other party is also from Earth, but he must have mastered some tricks to have such strength.
Aliens? That's ridiculous. Li Mu smiled slightly.
He picked up his phone and said with a smile, this time, many foreign gambling websites have opened.
I don't know why these dealers don't think that an honest person can expose Chen Zhouha.
Everyone leaned over curiously, and when they took a look, they exclaimed that they saw a ghost. The betting company actually opened the market, and judging by the odds, it was clear that they were not optimistic about the honest people. The odds are extremely strange. If an honest person successfully reports something, the odds are as high as 20 to 1, while if he fails, the odds are only 2 to 1.
It is obvious that these bookmakers are not optimistic about honest people. This may be related to Chen Zhouha's identity and his style of doing things.
This person is ruthless and has his own armed forces. After analysis, it is likely that honest people would not dare to offend Chen Zhouha to death. Li Mu secretly laughed in his heart.
These dealers were so arrogant that they thought they could make a living by relying on probability and data?
Obviously, they were still too young. Li Mu would not let go of this wave of leaks. Bet successful. Congratulations on your bet of 50 million Chinese yuan. Please wait for the prize draw. If you win, you will receive a reward of 1 billion. Li Mu casually clicked off the prompt box. At this time, everyone around was shocked.
Even if you have money, you can't do this, right? 50 million is just a random thing? Did the money come from the wind? Moreover, even if you win, what if others don't give it to you? Don't panic. I have a feeling that I will definitely make money this time.
As soon as Li Mu finished speaking, Jiang Shui beside him exclaimed, pointing at the TV and saying, "Quick, look. It's exposed, Chen Zhouha's whereabouts have been located in real time."
Everyone looked at the TV and was stunned.
The chat scrolling area of the Honest People's social network was occupied by a strange video player, and the picture displayed on it was a tropical jungle, in which a person's face was magnified in the video and displayed on the screen.
Wearing a tang suit, bald head, holding a cigar, and with a very ferocious face, who else could this be but Chen Zhouha?
A huge scrolling screen appears at the top of the video.
This is a real-time positioning video. In the next 72 hours, Chen Zhouha's whereabouts will be tracked throughout the entire process. The opportunity has been given. Whether he can be caught depends on the ability of certain people. Everyone in the living room was stunned. With such a close-up shot, could it be that the honest person used a camera to shoot the other person's face?
This was too incredible. At this moment, Chen Zhouha in the camera had obviously also seen the news on the internet, and his face became extremely ferocious.
Damn it, man, I will tear you into pieces.
After cursing angrily, Chen Zhouha called 2 of his men, and the next moment they began to pack up and dismantle the camp. Faced with the honest man's revelations, even the most vicious criminals had to run away.
The honest social network was in an uproar. Fuck, you are the eternal god. I can't help but admit it.
Looking at the camera, the other party should be in the tropical jungle of Southeast Asia.
Even drones can't fly into that place. How did they achieve such a close-up shot? Damn it, why are you considering all this? Is there anything that an honest person can't handle?
I want to see how Chen Zhouha escapes this time.
TSK, that's really awesome. He actually killed Hua Yunlong's family of 3. Have you seen the photos posted online? It's so brutal. Evil will be punished by evil. Hua Yunlong is not a good person. He hasn't even explained what happened to Hua Hai. I don't know what connection he has with Chen Zhouha. Why did he suddenly go to Southeast Asia? It's really strange. Stop talking. Look, Chen Zhouha has started to run away. He seems to be panicking. I can only say that honest people are awesome plus. They will always be gods.
In the picture, Chen Zhouha and his group have packed up their things. They plan to continue walking deeper into the dense forest. Obviously, they want to cross the forest and see if there is a chance to leave the country. Southeast Asia is a very chaotic place.
Once Chen Zhouha leaves the territory of Country T, he will be like a dragon entering the sea.
It will be a fantasy to catch him at that time. At the same time, in the tropical rainforest of Country T, Chen Zhouha was sitting in a green military jeep with a mobile phone on a mobile phone holder in front.
The above is exactly what is being broadcast live on the Honest People social network.
Seeing that his every move was published on the internet without delay, this ruthless international criminal finally felt fear for the first time in his life.
Master Geo, Master Geo.
I seem to hear the sound of a helicopter.
I think this is for real. Can we still run away?
Chen Zhouha raised his head and saw two helicopters flying overhead above the towering trees, apparently not noticing their presence.
Keep on going. If you get caught, you'll die. If you run away, I'll definitely settle accounts with the honest people.
The group continued on their journey, and the atmosphere in the teen was extremely solemn.
Chapter 159 Please. Let me go. As night fell, the dense forest became extremely hot and stuffy, and there were also endless poisonous insects.
Chen Zhouha and his group were exhausted. There were about 30 people in the group. They leaned against a slightly dry open space and began to rest.
Master Geo, why don't we just leave here?
The police from Country T are just a bunch of trash.
At worst, we can just fight our way out.
Yes, if I can get out, I will definitely dig this honest man out and tear him into pieces for the rest of my life.
Master Geo, everyone is right.
Staying here is just seeking death.
We might as well give it a try.
I suggest throwing away all the communication tools in your hands and leaving only the necessary navigation equipment. I suspect that the honest man hacked into one of our communication devices through hacking technology.
That's a good suggestion, I agree.
When Chen Zhouha heard this, his eyes lit up.
Surveillance is nothing more than the use of communication equipment. No matter how powerful the other party is, if he loses his mobile phone, how can he find him? Chen Zhouha suddenly became alert. Everyone, listen up.
Destroy and discard all mobile phones and other internet-connected communication devices, leaving only the necessary navigation equipment.
If anyone secretly keeps a mobile phone, don't blame me for being ruthless. When these subordinates heard this, how could they dare not disobey? They were very clear about Chen Zhouha's methods. He was willing to pay you to do things, but you had to be obedient after taking the money, otherwise you would be killed without a burial place. Shooting him to death was considered the best option, but he was capable of throwing him into a crocodile pool or locking him in a mad dog cage. 10 minutes later, Chen Zhouha was in a good mood. Have you finished throwing away everything? Let's walk another 2 kilometers and then set up camp to rest. The group set off and soon disappeared into the dense forest.
At the same time, police forces across Country T were put into action. Based on the honest man's video, they can monitor Chen Zhouha's movements in real time. The other party didn't know that they had smashed all their communication equipment. It couldn't be said that it had no effect, but it was completely useless. At 10 o'clock in the middle of the night, Chen Zhouha and his group were already resting in the temporary camp. This is an open grassland with a pond in front and towering trees all around. It is not only dry but also very cool. At 2 a.m., Chen Zhouha felt the urge to urinate, so he got up and went outside the tent to pee. The faint moonlight shone into the pond through the gaps between the leaves. Chen Zhouha just turned his head slightly, shivered, and the urine was retracted. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and his body shook violently. Damn it, get up, everyone! There was a roar, and suddenly there was the sound of hurried footsteps in the camp. After a while, a group of people gathered around Chen Zhouha with weapons in hand, looking around nervously. Master Geo, what's going on? Is there anything wrong? Damn it, are the police here? I'll send them off. Chen Zhouha's body was still shaking. You guys, look at the lake, what is that? When everyone heard this, they looked towards the center of the lake in confusion. When they saw this, their hair stood on end. Some people were so scared that they sat down on the ground and even peed themselves. Suddenly, a blue light curtain appeared on the huge lake surface, and the scene in it subverted my three views.
It turned out to be the image of Chen Zhouhe and his group.
The strange blue light curtain looked like a TV screen, in which Chen Zhouhe and his companions were looking at the water in fear, exactly the same as the real situation.
How could this happen? Is this a ghost? Why is there an image of us in here? Didn't you lose your cell phone and other things? Master Jiao, who is this honest man? It's so scary, whoa, I want to go back. The honest man is the devil, Master Jiao, we can't beat him. Chen Zhouhe came back to his senses, his hands trembling. Who wouldn't be confused after seeing this scene? Hurry up and leave here.
At the critical moment, Jiao Ye's brain started to work.
Damn it, you are playing a supernatural trick on me? Okay, I will play a trick on you. If I can't see it, it means you can't see me either. Jiao Yi is so smart.
In a short while, everyone packed up the camp, started the car, and quickly drove away.
No one looked at the strange image in the water again.
Everyone tacitly regarded what they saw today as an illusion. However, things are far from that simple. Nearing morning, the convoy stopped again less than 2 kilometers away from the previous camp.
At the same time, Chen Zhouhe and his men looked pale.
He turned off the satellite navigation in the car. There were 6 navigation systems in total, and what was displayed on the screen was actually the whereabouts of their group. Wherever there is water along the way, the strange images from the previous pond will appear.
The surveillance of the honest people was like a nightmare.
They discarded all communication equipment, but the other party used strength to tell them that it was all in vain.
Master Jiao, are we finished? This honest man is clearly not a human being. We can't defeat him. Yes, beg for mercy, ask him to let us go. If we continue to fight him, we will definitely be doomed. Please, just beg for mercy. We can't beat the honest people.
In less than one night, this group of vicious people completely collapsed. It's okay in the harsh forest environment, after all, they are all professionals, but who can stand seeing weird surveillance videos everywhere? At this moment, Jiao Yi's heart actually collapsed.
How big is the gap between people? How awesome is Chen Yuanhua, the master of Chinese martial arts and Bajiquan?
Normally, he can make the crowd call him an old god by performing brick breaking with bare hands, but when he saw Li Mu's inhuman performance, his mentality collapsed.
This became his inner demon. No one could bear anything beyond what their heart could bear. Just as everyone was waiting for Jiao Yi's response, Jiao Yi suddenly took a step forward and shouted into the void, "Mr. Honest Man, I am really convinced. Please, let me go." It was eerily quiet all around. Apart from a few birds that were startled by the noise and flew into the sky, there was no other reaction. Suddenly, one of the men pointed forward in fear and shouted, "Look! Look, we are surrounded." At this moment, a horrifying scene appeared. Video images appeared on the surrounding trees, on the ground, and in the pond. The place where they were seemed to have turned into a 3D projection room. In the images, Chen Zhouhe and his men had dazed expressions, exactly the same as the current situation. Good man, the honest man has no intention of letting them go. He wants to catch all of them in one fell swoop. Master Jiao, how could this happen? It's over. It's over. We are completely finished. A group of men let out desperate howls at this moment. Chapter 160 Jiao Yi surrenders himself. Go to hell, honest man. Open fire. Chen Zhouhe's emotions were out of control. He couldn't stand being fooled by an honest man. He was the dignified Qinji of country tea, with businesses spread throughout Southeast Asia and even East Asia, but today he was dumbfounded by an honest man who could neither be seen nor touched. Fire? The men were confused. There was no problem in opening fire, but at whom should they fire? There were their own people all around, and there was no other living person. Why should they fire at the air now? Don't you understand? Open fire, shoot at these images. I don't believe that he can still exist under my artillery fire. When everyone heard this, they immediately came to their senses and realized that they all had weapons in their hands, but they had forgotten about them. After hearing this, everyone felt a little confident again. Brothers, Master Jiao is right. No matter what monsters they are, just use guns and cannons to deal with them.
These people picked up their weapons and started firing wildly, sparks flying everywhere. However, 10 minutes later, the images were still there, with no change at all. From the video, they saw how dazed they were at the moment and found it very funny.
Chen Zhouha's hand holding the cigar trembled slightly, and at this moment, he finally couldn't hold it anymore.
At the same time, the honest people's social network and even the entire internet were in an uproar.
They were all confused by Chen Zhouha's series of confusing behaviors.
From their perspective, those strange images did not exist, and there was nothing around. Along the way, the other party's confusing behavior was truly incomprehensible.
At 7 o'clock in the morning, Li Mu was eating breakfast in the living room with a tablet computer on it. Jiang Shui came over with a cup of coffee.
"Are you still watching the live broadcast?"
"I watched it this morning, too. Chen Zhouha seems to have been tortured to the point of insanity.
But he's in the forest, and the police in Southeast Asia may not be able to catch him in a short time given their efficiency." Li Mu slid the screen directly, turned off the tablet, and a smile appeared on his face.
"Why are you laughing?" "I laugh at this Chen Zhouha. He is considered a tyrant.
He has been entrenched in Southeast Asia for many years and his methods are ruthless.
How could he know that he would end up in such a miserable state?" Jiang Shui was stunned and asked in confusion, "Li Mu, what do you mean by this? He hasn't been caught yet, and he might run away?"
"It's impossible." I saw despair in his eyes. He has lost all his energy and spirit. I don't know what has stimulated him, but he may go to the police station on his own.
"Are you so sure? When I was living outside and being bullied at school, I thought the same thing."
When Jiang Shui heard this, her expression suddenly darkened.
"Li Mu, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned the past." "It's okay, it's all in the past. I was just making an analogy. By the way, come with me to Shanghai next month. Lin Feifei is really too much trouble." Jiang Shui was stunned and gave Li Mu a blank look.
"You're quite positive when you see a beautiful woman."
"Never mind.
Just consider it as my way of making it up to you for making you unhappy."
Jiang Shui is always so considerate.
Suddenly, Li Mu laughed. He looked at his phone and said with a smile, "Look, what I said was right."
Chen Zhouha turned himself in.
"What?
Really?"
Jiang Shui took the phone, looked down, and her face was full of surprise. 1 minute ago, the wanted criminal Chen Zhouha, who was roaming around Southeast Asia, surrendered to the police. According to reports, he brought 25 of his men to the Manchester City police station.
No violent conflict occurred during the visit.
According to information disclosed by local media, Chen Zhouha and his men had serious mental problems. During the visit, he kept repeating "fuck the honest people," and it was obvious that he had a huge grudge against the honest people.
"You really surrender yourself?"
"Yes, that's right,"
Jiang Shui suddenly exclaimed.
"Oh my god," according to Chen Zhouha's confession, he and Hua Yinlong had no hatred. The reason why he killed the 3 of them was entirely because Hua Tian reported them and told the T-country police where they were hiding. And it has been confirmed that this is true.
Why is this? Who knows? Chen Zhouha's bounty is over 2 million, maybe Hua Tian wants to make some extra money?
Forget it, this matter has nothing to do with us, just watch the show. But if Chen Zhouha dies, the world will at least be more stable.
Li Mu stood up, picked up the car keys, and said with a smile, "I'm going to school." "How is it? Do you need me to take you there?"
"Forget it, I'll take Uncle Kai's car to the company later. It's almost rush hour, so be careful on the road."
"Okay, call me if you need anything."
Li Mu walked out the door with the car keys. 10 minutes later, he sat in the car, waved his hands, and said with a smile, "System, this time the revelation mission is completed, where is the reward?"
"Ding, reward system points, 3 million points." "No more?" Li Mu was stunned. "Damn it.
He came here to expose the secret for the reward." At that moment, he was as excited as opening a blind box.
However, 3 million points? What is the use of this? He now has tens of millions of points, and he still lacks this little thing? Host, stay calm. The system has given you an advance warning.
You will be in danger during this trip to Shanghai.
Please prepare in advance. Li Mu was stunned. Dangerous? What kind of danger? Why?
Now the only person who openly has some grudge against me is Hua Yunlong, but this guy was killed in Southeast Asia.
How can he still be in danger? Host. Since ancient times, beautiful women have brought disaster. Please be careful. As a system, I have made an exception and prepared a reward for you this time. Ding obtained the skill god level cooking. Ding gained the skill musical instrument mastery. Ding obtained the essence of Tai Chi. Ding obtained the essence of Wing Chun. Ding obtained the essence of Bajiquan. In an instant, Li Mu's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and a huge amount of unfamiliar information entered the alarm clock. In the blink of an eye, all these things were under his control. Fuck, couldn't you just give it to me earlier? You're still looking for excuses, you idiot system? Li Mu was happy. He stepped on the accelerator and drove the car towards his doorstep. However, the system's voice sounded again in my head. This system is not exaggerating, this trip to the Shanghai Stock Exchange will indeed encounter trouble. I'll go. What's the trouble? Can I not go? Host, this is absolutely no problem. The system is your servant, not an entity that controls your freedom. However, the rewards just now will be taken back. Ding reward starts. Damn it, stop it, can't I go instead? Host, keep calm. Theoretically, no one in this world can be your opponent. Li Mu curled his lips and laughed. He was just talking. Even if he thought with his butt, he knew that going to Shanghai would never be safe. Since ancient times, women have always been the center of conflicts. However, Li Mu went to Shanghai not for Lin Feifei. After all, Hangzhou has limited development potential, and his family's Jinghai group is based in Hangzhou. If Li Mu wants to develop himself in the future, he still has to go to a big city to have a look. Chapter 161: The Scandal Caused by the Trip to Shanghai. 1 month later. Chen Jiuha actually died in the police station of Country T. Before he died, he kept saying that he saw a ghost, that honest people are devils, and that his biggest regret in this life was not taking honest people seriously. Is this Jiu Yi just like that? Li Mu held the tablet and kept swiping it. It was filled with the latest news. There were a lot of big news in recent days, and the most touching one was the case of Chen Jiuha from Country T. After all, he was the real culprit behind the frame-up of Zhu Zhangming. Now that he was scared to death by an honest man in the police station, people from all walks of life applauded. Jiang Shui smiled and said, I never thought that it was Hua Tian who reported Chen Jiuha, but why? What was his purpose? And it's also strange, why did Chen Jiuha know that he did it as soon as he reported it and killed his entire family? Li Mu sighed secretly. This little girl was extremely smart and indeed not an ordinary person. If she had not been locked up in the house by her grandfather for so many years, her achievements would probably be far greater than what she has now. Who knows? But I heard that Global International was taken over by Hua Yunlong's younger brother Hua Yunhai. It's a good deal for his brother. I have taken over, but I am afraid it will take some time to recover. In just half a year, the two giants of the mainland entertainment industry and the Hong Kong entertainment industry have suffered heavy losses. It is unpredictable. Li Mu put down the tablet in his hand and said, Forget about it, pack up and we will go to Shanghai later. To see your little lover? Li Mu smiled bitterly when he heard this. The news that he was going to Shanghai had spread in the past few days. These media outlets were not good at anything else but were definitely good at making up stories out of nothing. It had only been a short time, and all kinds of rumors about him and Lin Feifei had already spread everywhere. The gossip entertainment headlines were even more outrageous, directly photoshopping photos of him, Lin Feifei, and Jiang Shui together, with the title, A Third Party Interfered? In just the past few days, posts on this topic have dominated the headlines of the entertainment section. Apart from anything else, Li Mu's popularity right now is terrifyingly high. Xiaoan, stop talking nonsense. Can you believe what those reporters said? Jiang Shui was not angry either. She was now much more cheerful than before and would occasionally tease Li Mu. Xiaomu, the car is ready. Shall we set off now? Lu Kai walked in from the door of the villa and asked with a smile. Okay, where's Wang Lei? Is he here? Already in the car. Okay, let's go. Lu Kai was stunned for a moment, then suddenly winked and said, Xiaomu, you have to be prepared. It might be a bit troublesome to get to the highway entrance from here. Li Mu asked in confusion, what's the situation? Just now, the news from Shanghai said that Lin Feifei, the daughter of Hengtian Real Estate, personally went to the highway exit to pick us up, and it was a grand ceremony. Now the media is excited again, so, now there are reporters everywhere outside our house. Li Mu raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Don't these people have anything to do after eating? Let's go on our way. It's not a big deal. How dare the media in Hangzhou stop us from leaving? Lu Kai's expression began to brighten.
Xiaomu, there really isn't much media in Hangzhou, but I heard that there are more than 200 reporters at the Shanghai Expressway exit.
This is a bit difficult to handle.
Li Mu was sweating profusely, and he exclaimed in his heart, wow, in today's peaceful and prosperous country, gossip news is indeed the most eye-catching.
To sum it up, people should not eat too much.
5 minutes later, Li Mu was sitting in an extended luxury Rolls-Royce, followed by 9 luxury cars. This was his most luxurious and high-profile trip.
After seeing Li Mu, a group of reporters were all excited. Mr. Li, can you tell me about the relationship between you and Lin Feifei?
I heard that she will personally bring people to greet you today.
It is rumored that you have a close relationship. Is that true?
I heard that your two families are planning to get married.
So, Miss Jiang, how do you plan to arrange it?
You saved him back then, but you were planning to marry him.
Mr. Li, you can't just abandon me after having sex with me. Mr. Li.
Li Mu walked through the crowd. The bodyguards separated him from the reporters. He and Jiang Shui got into the Rolls-Royce directly. Li Mu had no intention of paying any attention to these people. The more you pay attention to them, the more excited they will become. However, at this moment, Jiang Shui actually rolled down the car window.
Li Mu was stunned. Xiaoxue, what are you doing?
Jiang Shui smiled slightly, then her expression suddenly turned cold and she turned to look out the window. The reporters were delighted to see Jiang Shui lower the car window, but their expressions froze when they saw the other party's face. Jiang Shui, who has always been gentle and considerate, has never had this kind of expression.
Everyone, I hope you won't interfere in Li Mu's private affairs.
Even if he really has a relationship with Feifei, I won't be angry.
Who made him so outstanding? Don't be envious.
First of all, you have to have his talent.
In fact, you have to be as handsome as him. You can't envy him for this.
Jiang Shui's words completely dumbfounded the reporters. Even Li Mu's mouth twitched.
Isn't this girl too bold?
Before the reporter could continue speaking, Jiang Shui said again in a cold voice, don't keep thinking about slandering Li Mu.
There is nothing to slander about him. I have no objection. Why do you have to worry about it?
If you continue to pester me like this, Li Mu and I will reserve the right to pursue legal responsibility against you. Take care of yourself. The electric windows were rolled up.
The motorcade started moving.
Those arrogant reporters were actually shocked by Jiang Shui, and they all stood on both sides to make way for the motorcade. It was not until the convoy disappeared from sight that these people came to their senses.
Is Jiang Shui crazy? Licking like this? Is it necessary? That's right, isn't this too much? Damn it, this is too much. Threatening us? No matter how powerful Li Mu is, he is still a human being, right? However, some female reporters around sneered. What? Are you envious of them? You can't envy them for this. If you had this ability, why would you still be here digging for news in the sun? That's right. I envy Jiang Shui so much. If I could stay with Li Mu, I could be so generous too. That's right. For such an outstanding man, what's wrong with having 3 wives and 4 concubines? I don't think it's excessive.
The male reporters were speechless when they heard this.
What the hell, they were speechless. What they said made sense. Who could they blame? Wasn't it their own incompetence? Nowadays, it's forbidden to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but don't those big men have a few confidants? Suddenly, these male reporters felt a little inferior. Yes, the dissatisfaction towards Jiang Shui disappeared. They felt that the reason why Li Mu was so awesome was because he was good enough. The author has something to say. Please support. Chapter 162, The Two Great Prideful Ones. Trouble comes from the mouth.
10 minutes later, Li Mu's convoy entered the highway heading to Shanghai. Wang Lei, the co-pilot, was already confused. My boss is so handsome, but the boss's wife, such an outstanding woman, turned into a bootlicker in an instant, saying in front of reporters that it doesn't matter even if the boss has an affair with Lin Feifei, because he is outstanding enough to deserve it? He admired Li Mu more and more in his heart. It was impossible to become a man like him in this life, but he could get closer to him and become a man who followed him.
Wang Lei is an excellent student with a very high IQ.
With the craft inherited from his family, he would be a talented person no matter where he is placed. However, he admires Li Mu from the bottom of his heart.
Xiaoxue, you are awesome. That depends on who it is.
I'm speaking from the heart. Li Mu was certain in his heart that the more Jiang Shui was like this, the more he knew he should not let her down. Lin Feifei was indeed quite outstanding, but Li Mu knew how to make choices and had a good grasp of the relationship between men and women. For the first time, he felt a little resentful about the passive skill of falling in love at first sight. This was too troublesome. As time went by, more people of the opposite sex would admire him, and there would also be people like Wang Lei who would worship him.
Xiaoxue, thank you for your hard work. Why are you being so sentimental?
It may be hard or not, but I think you've worked really hard. Jiang Shui looked at the phone screen with a half smile on her face. Li Mu's heart skipped a beat and an ominous premonition arose from the bottom of his heart. Looking down at Jiang Shui's phone screen, Li Mu was dumbfounded.
Breaking news.
The two most powerful people. Jiang Shui claimed that she didn't mind Li Mu having 3 wives and 4 concubines, and then Lin Feifei angrily criticized the Shanghai reporter, saying that she didn't mind being a mistress.
What the hell is Lin Feifei doing? Li Mu's eyes widened. He was really shocked. Isn't this bullshit? Openly telling the media that it doesn't matter if she is a mistress? Doesn't this echo Jiang Shui's words that I don't mind Li Mu having 3 wives and 4 concubines? Boss, you are awesome. You have become a hot topic. Miss Lin angrily confronted more than 200 reporters at the Shanghai highway exit.
Now, she is being jokingly called a heroine on the internet, and she and the boss lady are both called the 2 most outstanding people.
What the hell?
Li Mu quickly took out his mobile phone, opened it and saw that his blood pressure soared. In a large full-body photo, Lin Feifei put her hands on her hips, pointing at the crowd of reporters in front of her and making a cursing gesture.
She really looked quite awesome.
He clicked on the comments section below, prepared for being cyberbullied, but the result was quite different. I think what Miss Lin said is right, and what Jiang Shui said also makes sense. It is said that we women are hard to please nowadays and have high standards for choosing a spouse, but those men don't even look at their own character?
Can they compare with Li Mu?
If Li Mu falls in love with me, I can also be generous. That's right, I can take care of the mistress's children for free. If I can be favored by Li Mu, I will have no problem even if I become a tool for bearing children.
What Jiang Shui and Lin Feifei said is right. Li Mu was stunned.
Not only was he not subjected to cyberbullying, but he was also praised and understood by the majority of female compatriots. This was truly precious.
How is it? Are you proud?
What are you so proud of?
It's troublesome.
When I get to Shanghai, I'm afraid I will have to deal with those reporters again.
I have to deal with it every day. No one can stand it. You can just brag about it. I think all the men in the country want to beat you up to vent their anger. Li Mu smiled but said nothing.
He would not tell Jiang Shui that this was impossible. With the power of his passive skill, even men would probably admire him. At the same time, at the highway exit, more than 200 reporters were isolated in an open space next to the exit by a group of black-clad bodyguards.
At this moment, they looked terrified, looking at Lin Feifei who was wearing sunglasses and a red dress in front of them, and dared not breathe. I've made it clear today. I invited Li Mu to Shanghai. If you want to make him uncomfortable, I'll ask my dad to have a chat with your leader. You can't be too outspoken. Report more positive news. You keep grabbing gossip. That's all you can do. The group of reporters that Lin Feifei was confronted with were speechless. At this time, a middle-aged man next to him was sweating profusely and looked nervous. Miss, that's enough. These reporters are not easy to deal with. The chairman asked you to hold back. Uncle Chen, what are you afraid of? Li Mu and I don't have any shameful relationship. Tell them to keep it to themselves. If anyone slanders me, I will sue him to death. I don't believe Lin.
Chen Yuanhua sighed inwardly, thinking that this young lady had boarded Li Mu's pirate ship, but he did not dare to say anything. He knew how terrible Li Mu was, and he had a hunch that this young man's achievements in the future would be absolutely unimaginable.
Ms. Lin, you can't bully others like this. We know you are rich and powerful. We are just reporting a piece of news. Why are you so fierce?
That's right, and we're doing this for your own good. We're all from Shanghai. I heard that there was a wealthy family in Guangqing that wanted to form an alliance with your Lin family.
Wouldn't it be bad for you if you did this? That's right. You've already said that you and Li Mu are just ordinary friends. Isn't this too much?
If some rumors are caused, it will be bad for you and your father. When Lin Feifei heard this, she immediately got angry.
It's all up to you. When did I ever say I wanted to marry someone else? Do I have to marry someone else just because they're interested in me? Is being rich a big deal? I'm a rich man, I don't care.
Lin Feifei's just one sentence made the reporters speechless. She was right. They were a wealthy family.
Did they need to look at other people's faces? But aren't you afraid of offending people by saying this?
I'm afraid only someone as tough as Lin Feifei would dare to say this.
At this moment, Lin Feifei's eyes suddenly lit up. At the highway exit ahead, a brand new Rolls-Royce appeared in front of her with a Zhejiang license plate.
It was obvious that Li Mu was coming.
Uncle Chen, let's go pick up Li Mu.
Chen Yuanhuan nodded, and with more than 10 bodyguards behind him, he headed towards the exit. The reporters stopped making noise, picked up their cameras and started filming. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became heated.
In Guangcheng, in a 5-story luxury villa.
A young man in a bathrobe picked up the ashtray on the table and smashed it to the ground. The men around him all lowered their heads and dared not say a word. At this time, a middle-aged man walked in from the gate of the villa. After seeing the young man's behavior, his brows suddenly frowned.
Xiaoan, what's wrong with you? Why are you so angry for no reason? Dad, come and see for yourself, is Lin Feifei going too far? Chapter 163, Beauty is a Disaster. Shanghai Stock Exchange.
The middle-aged man was slightly stunned when he heard this.
What's going on? Dad, you came and saw it yourself. This is too disrespectful. Does our Xiao family have no shame?
The middle-aged man came to the computer with his hands behind his back and a subordinate. He lowered his head and a fierce light flashed in his eyes.
Is this real news? How could this be false? It's the front page of China Window. What does Lin Feifei think of us?
Boss, master, this Li Mu has become quite popular recently. I heard that he is the most outstanding young person in the entire sliding area.
Not long ago, he became the image spokesperson for Hangzhou University and is very popular.
The middle-aged subordinate said calmly that although he was praising Li Mu, it was obvious that a young man in his 20s was not in his eyes at all.
The identity of that middle-aged man is not simple. Guangcheng Lijing Group is the top jewelry group in China.
Its business is not only among the best in China, but also enjoys a great reputation internationally. This middle-aged man was none other than Xiao Bing, the chairman of Lijing Group, and the young man was his only son, Xiaoran. The man around him is Xiao Bing's confidant and assistant Yang Haoran.
Uncle Yang, Dad, this matter is not over yet.
Lin Feng must give us an explanation.
What is this? Am I so bad? Xiaoran is a well-known rich second generation in Guangcheng. How should I put it? He is not a playboy and his usual behavior is decent.
But he was still very unhappy when Lin Feifei scolded him in public. Xiao Bing frowned when he heard this, and it was obvious that he was also very unhappy.
Xiaoran, we are going to Shanghai in 3 days.
Originally, this trip was just for the auction, but now it seems that I have to visit Director Lin.
Dad, I'll go with you.
Xiao Bing and Lin Feng knew each other and had a pretty good relationship. Half a year ago, he wanted to arrange for Xiaoran and Lin Feifei to meet. Perhaps the two young people would fall in love with each other, and that would be a strong alliance. This incident caused a big stir in the media at the time.
However, Lin Feifei didn't give him any face at all.
In the end, Lin Feng had no choice but to apologize and let the matter go. Although the Xiao family was a little embarrassed, it did not damage the relationship between the two families. However, today's news made Xiao Bing and his son a little embarrassed.
This is simply too much. How can you belittle someone so blatantly?
It happened that there was a jewelry auction in Shanghai 3 days later, and as a way to pursue the case, Xiao Bing was going to Shanghai. This time he planned to ask Lin Feng for an explanation. Come with me, but don't cause any trouble.
Don't cause trouble. Isn't Li Mu also in Shanghai?
I'll go meet him and see how powerful this guy is. As the ancients said, beautiful women are the root of trouble.
This is absolutely true.
Lin Feifei's unintentional words and deeds have also laid the fuse of conflict, which may cause an uproar in the next few days. At the same time, the Shanghai attack highway exit.
About 200 reporters watched Li Mu, Lin Feifei, and their group leave without moving.
It was not until the convoy disappeared that everyone came to their senses.
You just let them go like that? Isn't that too hasty? Then how about this? I'll lend you my car, and you can go after them? Once you catch up, interview Li Mu and Lin Feifei, and then ask Jiang Shui if she plans to have 2 women share 1 man?
The reporter's face changed, and he looked very embarrassed.
Would he dare?
Even if he had 100 courages, he wouldn't dare.
Maybe you can make a headline and become popular, but the next step is to be excluded from the industry. How powerful is capital? You will never know unless you experience it.
On the other side, Lin Feng, who was in the company, also saw the news online.
He couldn't help but smile bitterly.
His daughter was a decisive, outspoken person with no scheming. What she said in front of the media just now definitely offended the Xiao family of Guangcheng. Moreover, related news has already appeared on the internet and is very popular, so it is impossible for the other party not to see it.
What should I do with this little girl? Li Mu is really an outlier. He actually makes Fei Fei so obsessed with him. But, never mind. Let's just take it one step at a time.
Chairman, this is Mr. Xiao from Guangcheng Lijing calling.
The assistant placed a mobile phone in front of him.
Lin Feng was stunned.
He didn't expect the call to come so quickly. Waving to his assistant, he picked up the phone. Hello, Lao Xiao, it's me, huh? You're coming to Shanghai? Jewelry auction? When? Sure, I'll definitely come.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes full of wisdom. The other party said nothing and did not mention a word about what happened today, but he knew that things were definitely not that simple.
3 days later, Xiao Bing will come to the Shanghai International Convention and Exhibition Center to hold a jewelry auction sponsored by Lijing Jewelry. He and his daughter are among the invited guests.
He knows that they are probably coming to call him to task. Moreover, Xiaoran is also coming this time, which means that he should let his daughter go to the airport to pick him up. Thinking of this, Lin Feng suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Today, Lin Feifei had picked up Li Mu in a high-profile manner, and the other party was obviously responding sharply. If he didn't pick her up, he would be offending her to death. However, Lin Feng is not a good guy. Is it a joke that the chairman of a real estate company with personal assets exceeding 50 billion yuan is an old sheep raised in a greenhouse? In his heart, he is more optimistic about Li Mu. The Rolls-Royce sped along. Lin Feifei insisted on riding in Li Mu's car. Now in the back seat, Li Mu sat in the middle, Jiang Shui and Lin Feifei were on the left and right. The scene was quite harmonious. Wan Lei looked at the rearview mirror from time to time, very nervous. Was he envious? This was impossible. Not everyone could enjoy such good fortune. Even for Li Mu, it would be very embarrassing. Xiaoxue, Li Mu, I'll take you to Pujiang tonight. The night view there is beautiful. Fei Fei, you still dare to go out? I've read the news. You must have offended those reporters badly. Xiaoxue, I also watched it before you came. We are evenly matched. We just can't pamper these reporters. Li Mu was caught in the middle. Even though he was very intelligent, he felt a little uncomfortable at the moment. At this awkward moment, Li Mu's cell phone suddenly rang. He looked down and saw that it was his father calling. Hello? Dad, why are you calling me now? What's going on? What's going on? You're coming to Shanghai? To attend a jewelry auction? You were invited? Then come, what? I want to attend too? Why? Okay, I get it. Li Mu hung up the phone, and Jiang Shui asked, what's wrong? What happened? My dad said he was going to Shanghai to attend a jewelry auction in 3 days, and he also said I should attend. It was Lijing Jewelry that invited us. Lin Feifei raised her eyebrows when she heard this. Lijing Jewelry? No way? That bastard Xiaoran is coming to Shanghai again? Chapter 164, Professional Trolls are just like this. Li Mu and Jiang Shui had question marks on their faces. It was obvious that they didn't know who Xiaoran was. Lin Feifei came back to her senses and saw the expressions of the two men. She knew that they didn't know Xiaoran. Don't mention it, he's just a nasty guy. Lijing Jewelry belongs to him, and his father is the chairman, Xiao Bing. Jiang Shui looked shocked. Xiao Bing? Xiao Bing, the one known as the king of Chinese jewelry? Yes, it's him. He went overseas when he was young and founded this jewelry company in his 30s. The Heart of China, ranked 8th among the world's top 10 gemstones, was created by his company.
Pretty awesome, huh? Did Xiaoan offend you? It seems like you don't like him? Li Mu asked with a little curiosity. TSK, he's nothing. What does Xiao Bing's company have to do with his son? He graduated from a prestigious foreign university and is quite famous in Guangzhou. But I don't like him. He's too pretentious.
Now, Li Mu and Jiang Shui both showed interest.
You know him? How could he not know me? His father and my father know each other.
They had contact in Guangqing in their early years.
Not long ago, they even tried to match me up with Xiaoan, saying that it was a marriage alliance and a strong union. So you didn't agree? Li Mu asked curiously. Li Mu, why are you like this? Can I like him? If he could be 1/10 as good as you, I would consider it, but he can't. Why not? Do you know what his major is? Wastewater treatment. Is there a problem with this?
Even if someone's family is engaged in the gem business, his university major may not be related to the subject.
Everyone has their own aspirations.
Forget it, he went abroad to get a diploma, that's all. The last time he came to Shanghai, we were arranged to meet alone. He gave me a diamond bracelet, saying it was a fine product of their company, there were only 10 of them, limited edition, blah blah. After dinner, I threw it away.
What's wrong? Why did you lose it?
Even if you don't accept him, you don't have to lose it.
Did he give you a fake one? I don't think so. Jiang Shui and Li Mu asked like curious babies. Humph, what do I need from him?
He's acting like he's worth 2.5 million.
If someone I like gives me cheap stuff, I'll keep it well. If someone I don't like gives me a mountain of gold, it'll be useless.
Li Mu and Jiang Shui were very surprised.
After all, they were the second generation of the rich, but they were said to be so useless? If others knew about this, wouldn't they be furious? I'm telling you, you haven't met him.
This guy still feels very good about himself.
I've already rejected him, and my dad has made it clear to Xiao Bing that he won't force me. But this guy actually told me before he left that he would marry me, so why doesn't he go to heaven? If he knew what you said about him, he would definitely be embarrassed, right? Yeah, I think it's a bit too much.
Lin Feifei glanced at the two of them and smiled, it's okay.
This guy has a problem. He calls me several times a week.
I scold him every day, but I can't stop him.
Let him be. Anyway, it's impossible for me and him to be together. Li Mu, I think you are much better than him. I may not be as good as him. You are too modest. Just him? He is not even as good as a hair of yours.
I just hope he will leave me alone, or I will lose at least 10 years of my life. Li Mu was really surprised.
This was outrageous. A professional troll was just like this, wasn't he?
A good person, after all, was Lin Feifei's admirer. But with this wave, he blasted the other person to pieces. In fact, Li Mu didn't know that although Lin Feifei hated Xiaoan before, Li Mu didn't exist at that time, so at most she just disliked him a little. But ever since Li Mu blessed her with the skill of falling in love at first sight, other men of the same age were worse than shit in her eyes.
By the way, you were invited to the auction this time?
Oh, I advise you to stay away from him when you see him, otherwise he might show off in front of you, and you won't be able to stand it.
Li Mu was speechless for a moment. By the way, why don't you just not go? Uncle Li can go instead.
Before Li Mu could say anything, Wang Lei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was holding his cell phone with a look of shock on his face. Boss, just now at the entrance of the highway, Miss Lin belittled Xiaoan from Guangqing in front of the media. Now the other party has issued a statement saying that they will come to Shanghai to meet you.
What the hell? Meet me? Wang Lei nodded.
Just this one sentence has been viewed over 3 million times and has successfully topped the trending search list for an hour.
There are a lot of people making trouble, so you should make plans early, boss. When Lin Feifei heard this, she actually showed excitement. This ugly guy, what can he do to you? Don't be afraid, he's just a fool, useless.
I think you'd better not go to any jewelry auction, otherwise people outside will think you are afraid of him.
This girl has an amazing train of thought.
If she doesn't go, she will be caught by someone and people will say that she is afraid of Xiaoan, right?
I won't go if it's up to me. Whoever wants to go can go. I'm not interested in jewelry or anything like that.
At this moment, Jiang Shui beside him started laughing.
Feifei, it may not work if you don't go. What do you mean? Look for yourself. Lijing Jewelry has released a statement on its official account.
You and your father are both invited to the jewelry auction in 3 days.
You have to attend.
When Lin Feifei looked at the screen, her face changed and she looked dissatisfied.
It must be Xiao Bing who called my dad. It's so annoying.
Li Mu exhaled and said with a smile, okay, since we are all going, let's go together. If I don't go, he will think I am scared. Besides, he and I don't have much in common.
Will he eat me? Lin Feifei got excited when he heard this.
He raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, then let's go together. Li Mu, don't hold back when the time comes.
Go all out.
You have to teach this guy a lesson, otherwise he will definitely shit on you.
Jiang Shui couldn't help but smile. Lin Feifei was actually not that annoying.
Even though she seemed impetuous and unscrupulous, this just showed her innocence.
Li Mu didn't want to be in the limelight, but to see the world.
Now that he has gradually become famous, he also wants to see all kinds of big scenes. He read a news report that at a jewelry auction abroad, a gem was sold to a mysterious foreign tycoon for more than $200 million, which is definitely an astronomical figure. Li Mu also wanted to see this kind of grand scene, otherwise how could he achieve great things in the future? As for Xiaoan's provocation, he didn't take it seriously at all. He was just a rich second generation, and in his eyes, he was nothing more than an ant.
If a person sees a group of ants passing by, would he pay attention to them?
Chapter 165, Murder Hidden in the Dark. It wasn't boring at all as I listened to Lin Feifei chattering on and on along the way. In the afternoon, Li Mu and Jiang Shui came to the hotel where they were staying in Shanghai to take a short rest.
In the evening, Lin Feifei accompanied them on a night tour of Shanghai.
Lin Feng did not participate in the whole process. Since they were all young people, old guys like them would naturally not show up, otherwise they would not be able to enjoy the fun.
At 11 o'clock in the evening, Lin Feifei returned home. She seemed to be in a good mood. It was strange that she did not feel unhappy because of Jiang Shui. You little bastard, is being a light bulb comfortable?
Lin Feng came out in pajamas, looking somewhat speechless.
Dad. Why aren't you asleep yet? How can I sleep if you don't come back? I thought you went to the hotel to sleep and would not come back. Lin Feng looked at his daughter sideways. Dad, what are you talking about? Okay, I'm going to bed now. Wait a minute, I don't care about anything else. Come with me to an auction in 3 days.
Your remarks today were very problematic, and I won't pursue the matter.
Okay, I'll go.
Lin Feng was stunned, with a look of surprise in his eyes.
His daughter had changed her personality? This was too straightforward. Dad, don't get me wrong. The reason I'm going is because Li Mu will be there too.
If he goes, I'll go with him.
Okay, I'm going to bed.
Lin Feng came to his senses after watching his daughter skipping into the living room and going upstairs. He just shook his head and sighed.
I didn't expect you to be so obsessed with Li Mu.
It's true that in the face of love, all dogs are equal. Lin Feifei's mother died early, so she doted on her daughter very much. But this time she seemed to have fallen in love with someone she shouldn't have.
No one knows what the future will be like.
Yongfang Village, a suburb of Guangcheng. At this time, in a dilapidated tile-roofed house, 4 burly men wearing hoods lowered their heads. In front of them stood a middle-aged man, who turned out to be Yang Haoran.
Mr. Yang, we are all ready. When do we start?
I changed my mind.
I won't do it in Guangzhou.
I'll go to Shanghai.
There's someone to take the blame there. The scapegoat? That guy named Li Mu made our young master unhappy. I thought, let's go to Shanghai and take action before the auction. This way, I can find someone to take the blame.
Mr. Yang, I'm afraid there will be a lot of instability if you go to Shanghai.
What are you afraid of? When Li Mu appears in front of the camera, he will be speechless.
Our young master can't stand the hatred of having his wife stolen from him, so he should use the scapegoat who came to his doorstep.
Mr. Yang, have you found a buyer this time? I've found it. 100 million yuan. Pay the money and you can retire then.
When several people heard this, smiles appeared in their eyes.
Also, you must follow my orders and not act on your own. This time, the China Star is the final item to be auctioned.
Before the auction, the security personnel will find that the safe is empty, and then they will retrieve the surveillance footage and block the thread. By then, Li Mu will be there too, and he won't be able to escape. There was a hint of doubt in the eyes of several people. Yang Haoran glanced at the crowd and said with a smile, "Do you think I made things too simple?
Do you know what this is?"
At this moment, under everyone's puzzled gaze, Yang Haoran took out a white, transparent, sticky object from his arms.
What the hell is this? It's sticky. Could it be a pancake? Oh my god, you only know how to eat. This thing must be something special. Mr. Yang, please stop keeping us in suspense.
Yang Haoran smiled mysteriously, with a smug look in his eyes.
This is a good thing I bought from a strange man. It's called a human skin mask.
It has long been lost in China. It cost me several million. After saying that, in front of everyone's confused eyes, Yang Haoran put the transparent thing on his face. The four people in front of him were all dumbfounded.
Oh my god, Mr. Yang, why have you changed? This is too magical, right? How did you do it? This face belongs to Li Mu? Finally, someone recognized that the face belonged to Li Mu. Yes, when you take action, one of you will wear this mask, and then, the surveillance cameras will capture it. Even if he has an alibi, he will definitely not be able to escape. There was a burning light in the eyes of the four people. This move is ruthless. The human skin mask is too scary. With this thing, who can catch us wherever we go? TSK, that's amazing.
When Yang Haoran saw that these people looked naive, he felt more and more proud.
Do you think this thing is easy to get? I begged people for a long time before I got two. Two? One more? Ha, there is another one.
It belongs to our young master.
Come here. I have a secret mission for you. Yang Haoran lowered his head and began to whisper something in the other person's ear. Soon, all four of them showed expressions of shock. Do you really want to do this? That's right. What do you think?
Lin Feifei is a great girl.
You guys are getting a bargain, right?
By then, Lin Feng will definitely be furious and lose his mind.
I will show up at the right time, and you guys will be able to make a lot of money again. Once Xiaobing is killed, all the jewels here will be mine. Of course, you will also get some of the benefits.
These four men are all big thieves, or to put it bluntly, they are petty thieves, but they are not just petty thieves, they do big things. For example, 5 years ago, there was the theft in a bank vault in Hong Kong Island.
2 years ago, the safe in the home of a wealthy Chinese man was looted overnight.
And a year ago, a bracelet made of top-quality jadeite was stolen from the safe of Hong Kong Emperor Jewelry, another very famous jewelry company at the time.
There has been no news since then.
It was from that time that Emperor Jewelry began to go downhill, and the mainland's Lijiang Jewelry, which had been ranked second, replaced its position. What people overlook is that Yang Haoran was also a senior executive of Emperor Jewelry back then.
It's so exciting.
Not only can I play with women, but I can also make so much money.
Mr. Yang, you are really capable. Yang Haoran smiled slightly. I'm going back now. Please be safe.
You will leave for Shanghai tomorrow and I will be there soon.
I will contact you then. At midnight in the morning, Yang Haoran returned to his residence with greed flashing in his eyes. No one knows his plan. Li Mu's sudden appearance helps him a lot. A fight between the second generation of rich families planned by him will be pushed to a climax. 2 days later at 5 p.m. I won't go. The food is not good.
If Li Mu doesn't go, I won't go either. Lin Feng and Li Tianhao looked at each other, appearing helpless. Jiang Shui smiled sympathetically and said, Li Mu, Feifei, it's okay if you don't want to go, but it will be embarrassing for the two uncles. I think we should go.
Chapter 166 Crazy Provocation. Li Mu sighed.
It was not that he was afraid of trouble, but he just didn't like that kind of occasion.
Lin Feifei's situation was simple because Li Mu was not going. Okay, but I only eat and don't do anything else.
If Raymond Lam goes, I'll go too, but I won't do anything either. At this time, Lin Feng and Li Tianhao were really worried.
Inviting Xiaobing to dinner in the evening was actually a way of being a good host. It would not be a big deal if the young man did not go, but it would be easy for people to talk about him. Xiao Xue is really capable. That's right.
Our Xiao Xue is very smart, and my son only listens to him.
Li Tianhao's words were full of boasting. To be honest, Xiaobing was a little envious of this kid Li Mu. 10 minutes later, the group left Lin Feng's villa and headed towards their destination for tonight.
Li Mu, if Xiaobing behaves in a weird way later, just confront him.
It's okay. He is nothing here. Li Mu smiled slightly.
It may have been useless for you to confront him before, but I'm afraid he will get mad on the spot tonight. Lin Feifei was stunned for a moment, then understood instantly. She had no burden in her heart. If Xiaobing dared to show his courtesy tonight, she would definitely not give him a good look.
Half an hour later, the group arrived at the Shanghai Xiaohan private restaurant. Led by the waiter, we soon arrived at the VIP room on the third floor.
The door opened, Xiaobing stood up and burst into laughter.
Mr. Li, Mr. Lin. Ha, it's my honor that Mr. Xiao is here. Let's have a good chat tonight. Maybe we can cooperate in some areas in the future.
A group of people were having a great time and started to take their seats. However, as soon as they sat down, a discordant voice rang out.
Miss Lin, I haven't seen you for a long time. You look even more charming now.
Our young master has been thinking about you.
You two seem to know each other. Why don't you sit here today?
The person who spoke was Yang Haoran. He had a smile on his face at this moment, but he was not as sinister as he was that night. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly turned cold. Lin Feng and Li Tianhao looked at each other, their eyes slightly fixed. Both of them were a little dissatisfied.
Mr. Yang, who said we are very familiar with each other? We just met by chance. It might not be a good idea for us to sit together.
Li Mu, come here, you sit over here, Xiao Xue sit over here, and I'll sit over here. Lin Feifei arranged the three of them to sit down, with Li Mu sitting in the middle and the two women sitting on both sides of Li Mu. Good God, Xiaoran, who had been relatively calm, suddenly got angry. Lin Feifei would be fine, but Jiang Shui, who was beside Li Mu, was even prettier than Lin Feifei, which made him very unhappy.
Are you Li Mu? Nice to meet you. I've heard of your name in Guangcheng. But it's not good for you to delay Feifei like this.
As soon as Li Mu heard it, he knew that the other party could no longer hold back.
What's wrong? What did I do to delay him?
My name is Xiaoran, from Guangcheng. Xiaoran wanted to introduce himself, but Li Mu stopped him with his hand.
Wait, I'm not interested in knowing who you are.
I came here today just to give face to my dad.
What did you say? Xiaoran, don't be angry. We weren't going to come today. And don't drag me into this.
Li Mu and I are friends, and Xiao Xue is also my best friend.
Xiaoran's face turned green.
Yang Haoran, who was standing aside, suddenly said calmly, although I am a servant, I have been with Mr. Xiao for several years, and Xiaoran also calls me uncle.
Mr. Li, isn't this a bit too much?
At the scene, the three chairmen sat down, and no one spoke. They were not in a position to speak about such matters.
Li Tianhao had absolute trust in Li Mu, and wanted to embarrass Li Mu? I'm afraid it's not that simple. I don't really understand what you mean. What? Feifei wants to sit next to me, is that too much? Well, Feifei, you go sit over there. Sitting won't make you pregnant anyway. Well. Every eye in the audience was on Li Mu.
What a guy, he never stops until he says something shocking. However, Lin Feifei's face only turned slightly red and then returned to normal immediately.
I don't want to. Sitting next to someone I hate will affect my appetite.
Xiaoran's face turned dark, but Xiaobing stood still as a mountain. He even whispered with Lin Feng and Li Tianhao with their heads down.
Feifei, what do you mean by that? Am I not as good as him?
Xiaoran, we are here to eat today, not to quarrel.
Your father is here too, aren't you ashamed?
Lin Feifei scolded with a cold face. Xiaoran obviously realized his loss of composure and stopped talking with a cold face. The three big guys around him came to their senses collectively. It's almost time, serve the food. When the waiter at the door heard this, he turned around and left.
The atmosphere in the whole private room became a little weird. Xiaoran, didn't you say you missed Miss Lin? Why don't you give her a toast? Wow, Yang Haoran is active again.
When Xiaoran heard this, he immediately picked up the wine glass and suppressed the unhappiness in his heart. Feifei, come and have a drink with us. Lin Feifei curled her lips, picked up the wine glass and stood up. Yang Haoran beside him rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Ms. Lin, I think you and my young master are a good match.
To be honest, you should give him a chance. I have also read the news. Young Master Li has a fiancée. It is not good for you to be a third party.
The three big guys raised their eyebrows slightly, but still said nothing.
Obviously, Xiao Bing wanted Yang Haoran to curb Li Mu's edge. Pa! Lin Feifei sat down directly and placed the wine glass heavily on the table. Mr. Yang, please respect your words. I have nothing to do with your young master. I have made it clear to him a long time ago. If you continue like this, there is nothing more we can say. Why are you angry just by talking to me? I was just kidding, Mr. Li, don't mind it, but I personally suggest that you keep some distance from Miss Lin, otherwise your fiancé might also be unhappy. Jiang Shui smiled and said calmly, Mr. Yang cares a lot, I trust Li Mu very much, and Feifei and I have a good relationship. You are suspected of trying to sow discord between us by saying this. At this moment, Li Mu narrowed his eyes, glanced at Yang Haoran, and his heart gradually grew cold. At first he didn't think much of it, but gradually, he discovered that there was something wrong with this Yang Haoran, and it seemed that he had been deliberately trying to sow discord between him and Xiaoran. Just when the atmosphere was becoming more solemn, Lin Feng suddenly laughed and picked up the wine glass. Come on, I'm the host. There are no outsiders here today. Please order whatever you like. I'll finish this cup first. Suddenly the atmosphere in the private room became lively, and everyone seemed to have forgotten the embarrassing moment just now. Li Mu could feel the anger and frustration in Xiaoran's eyes when he looked at him, but that didn't matter. All his attention was focused on Yang Haoran, who was chatting and laughing with everyone not far away. There was something wrong with this person. Chapter 167. What the hell? Is this mouth blessed? Li Mu, this squirrel mandarin fish is the signature dish of this restaurant. The chef was invited from Suzhou. Try it. It's much better than the West Lake vinegar fish in Hangzhou. This boiled cabbage is a famous dish at state banquets, but in order to cater to the tastes of the general public, it has been improved and the taste is more suitable for ordinary people like us. You can try it. This is king crab, caught overseas and flown in. My dad specially ordered it. There are only 2 or 3 a day. You should eat some. Lin Feifei completely ignored Xiaoran and was very attentive to Li Mu, almost moving the entire table of food in front of Li Mu. The most bizarre thing is that Jiang Shui, who was beside Li Mu, was not angry at all, and her interaction with Lin Feifei was quite harmonious. Feifei, are you going to feed Li Mu into a pig? It's okay. If you don't want him anymore, I accept it. I don't care. Xiao Shui, you should eat more too. Maybe if you gain some weight, Li Mu will fall in love with someone else. My goodness, from the perspective of others, Li Mu was like an ancient emperor, with 2 women on his left and right. This kind of happiness was something that not only ordinary people, but even Xiaoran, who was also a rich second generation, could not understand. If a man does not indulge himself in romance when young, he is wasted. Alas, young Master Li is really good at it. Xiaoran is a little pitiful. The falling flowers are ruthless, and the flowing water is indifferent. Poor that. Yang Haoran spoke again, his words seemed to be a teasing, but his tone was sarcastic and contained a serious provocation. Old Yan, that's enough. We shouldn't interfere in young people's affairs. We can only say that Xiaoran is unlucky. Xiao Bing beside him finally spoke, but although his words sounded peaceful, Li Mu could hear a hint of unhappiness in them. He sneered in his heart, this Xiao Bing is nothing special, he has a time bomb hidden by his side and treats others as his confidants. After all, people are people, even if he is worth hundreds of billions, he still cannot escape calculations and conspiracies. Boss, I'm just a little emotional. Who hasn't been young? But Mr. Li is so outstanding. Please don't hurt the beauty's heart. The meaning of this statement was too obvious, and it was obviously aimed at Li Mu's army. Xiaoran couldn't help it. Li Mu, you already have a fiancé, why are you still bothering Feifei? You are being irresponsible to him. Xiaoran, are you sick? I am the one who is pestering Li Mu, what does it have to do with him? I will tell you now that even if there is no Li Mu, I still look down on you. You? Xiaoran was so angry that he couldn't say a word. At this moment, the atmosphere in the private room began to take a sharp turn for the worse. With this commotion, the big guys couldn't play dumb anymore. Lin Feng glared at Lin Feifei and said in a deep voice, Feifei, why are you so rude? Why don't you apologize quickly? Dad, why should I apologize? I'm just telling the truth. At this moment, Xiao Bing suddenly looked at Li Tianhao. Boss Li, Xiao Li is so outstanding, it's really enviable, but I think you should also persuade him that he should not be indecisive about love. I'm not doing this for my son, but it won't have a good impact on you, right?
Yes, the outside media will not show mercy, and this will easily delay Miss Lin, and it will not be fair to Miss Jiang Shui. At that time, the reputations of both of them will be affected. Of course, I am just talking, after all, this is your family matter. Yang Haoran laughed it off, and took advantage of every opportunity to stir up trouble from time to time. Although it was very covert, it could not escape Li Mu's eyes.
Mr. Yang, it's not good to be nosy.
Such people are generally prone to bad luck.
If bad luck finds you when you go out, you may choke to death even when drinking water. Everyone, including Jiang Shui and Lin Feifei, was stunned. Obviously, what Li Mu said was quite unexpected. Yang Haoran's pupils shrank slightly. It is said that Li Mu is mature despite his young age, but why is he so impulsive today and says such things? Isn't this asking for trouble? Mr. Li, what do you mean by that? Are you cursing me?
I don't believe in such things as supernatural powers, but you are being too rude.
That's right, Li Mu, Uncle Yang is my friend and my elder. What do you mean by this? Li Mu was speechless.
Xiaoan was not a bad person by nature. He was just blinded by the so-called love. Yang Haoran was a man who deserved to be punished. However, Li Mu had no obligation to help the Xiao family remove this bomb.
What do your elders have to do with me?
Alas, when I was wandering outside, I met a wandering Taoist priest by chance. I learned some mysterious skills from him.
I am quite capable of fortune-telling.
What a pity! What a pity! Li Mu looked at Yang Haoran and shook his head, even with a hint of regret in his eyes. My goodness, he looked like a fortune-teller, and the look he gave Yang Haoran seemed to be telling him that he was terminally ill and there was no hope. In Guangqing area in southern China, people believe in feng shui and metaphysics very much. However, if Li Mu said he could tell fortunes at his age, no one would believe it. Mr. Li, there's no need to be so mysterious, right? Bad luck? What kind of bad luck can I have? Yang Haoran smiled, his expression a little cold. He picked up the teacup on the table and put it to his mouth. For example, if you carry someone on their back while drinking tea, they will choke. Yang Haoran disagreed and poured the water in the cup into his mouth. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt an itchy throat and couldn't help wanting to cough, and the water in his mouth just went into his throat.
Cough, 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 puff.
He spat out a mouthful of water and then started coughing violently. At this moment, everyone at the scene looked at Li Mu, their eyes full of surprise and doubt.
A minute passed before Yang Haoran came to his senses.
At this moment, there was finally a hint of fear in his eyes when he looked at Li Mu.
Don't look at me.
When misfortune strikes, a person's fortune will change.
Mr. Yang, you should take care of yourself. Mr. Li, you've gone too far.
Chairman, although I am your subordinate, I won't eat this meal if he humiliates me like this. After Yang Haoran finished speaking, he turned and left.
Old Yang, be careful. Uncle Yang, be careful.
Xiao Bing and his son exclaimed, and the clothes hanger that was originally placed behind the door fell towards Yang Haoran without any external force. This thing is made of solid wood and is incredibly heavy. Yang Haoran came to his senses, his body flashed and stepped back, and the clothes hanger fell to the ground.
Just as he was retreating towards the front door, the waiter serving the food walked in.
Yang Haoran bumped into the waiter, and the scalding hot pepper chicken soup in his hand poured directly onto his clothes.
Ah!
A scream was heard and Yang Haoran jumped up due to the burns. Then he squatted on the ground and wailed, holding his chest in pain.
Chapter 168 Dark Clouds Over the Sky. A sign of great misfortune. Everyone was stunned, and the waiter was so scared that he didn't know what to do. Hey! Sir, are you okay? I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. How did you do your work? Didn't you see any guests?
Xiao Bing looked at the waiter with an unfriendly expression, and it was obvious that he was angry.
Boss Xiao, why are you blaming others? There are so many of us.
It was obviously Yang Haoran who was in a panic and bumped into someone.
What does this have to do with her?
Li Mu's voice rang out, and Xiao Bing turned his head to look at Li Mu. At this moment, his eyes changed, as if he wanted to see through Li Mu. It was obviously his own carelessness, we all saw it, why are you blaming others?
Don't be afraid, this is not your fault.
Lin Feifei said to the waiter. It is true that Mr. Yang was too careless. There are cameras here, and we should not slander others casually. Li Tianhao knew that today's matter might not be resolved peacefully, and the relationship between him and Xiao Bing was not that close. Ahem, Mr. Xiao, my son and Mr. Yang seem to be a little unhappy, but this matter is indeed Mr. Yang's fault. Lin Feng glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, Mr. Yang is indeed too careless. Let's go to the hospital quickly to avoid any problems. When Xiao Bing saw that even Lin Feng seemed to be on Li Tianhao's side, he felt unhappy. Ha, it seems that our visit to Shanghai City has indeed disturbed you. In this case, we will take our leave now. The door of the private room opened, and several men came in, lifted Yang Haoren from the ground, and walked out. Xiao Bing and his son glanced at everyone coldly, turned around and left. It was obvious that the meal had ended in a bad mood. However, who is Li Mu? He is not a saint. Is this the end? Obviously, it is impossible. Dark clouds are covering the sky, my forehead is black, and there is an evil aura surrounding my body. This is a sign of great misfortune. Xiao Bing, who was walking to the door, suddenly stopped and looked at Li Mu with cold eyes. Li Mu, you are my junior, I won't argue with you, but you should be careful with your words. Ha, Mr. Xiao means that this is my responsibility? Do you believe in gods and ghosts? There are gods above our heads, so take care of yourself. Humph, let's go. Xiao Bing and his group walked out of the door. Before leaving, Xiaoran glanced at Lin Feifei, but found that she was talking and laughing with Li Mu and didn't even look at him. He suddenly felt angry. He swore that he would make Li Mu pay in the future. Xiao Mu, you are a little impulsive. Li Tianhao said helplessly. Actually, he didn't blame Li Mu, but since Lin Feng was there, he had to pretend. Old Li, don't blame him. I didn't take it to heart. This is Shanghai. It would be fine if Xiao Bing gave me a cold shoulder, but who the hell is Yang Haoren? He has been trying to stir up trouble since we sat down. Do you think I can't see it? Dad, I know you're the best. Lin Feifei showed a look of joy. Suddenly, she looked at Li Mu mysteriously and asked, is what you just said true? There is a will of heaven. This kid is not a good person. He will definitely get his comeuppance. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded at the door, and Xiao Bing's voice rang out. Hurry up, call someone to fix the elevator. People are trapped inside. Everyone in the room looked shocked. Li Mu laughed and said, look, what did I say? This Yang Haoren has a shabby look and is full of bad intentions. Is this his retribution? Go out and take a look. The corridor outside the private room was in chaos. A few minutes ago, Xiao Bing, who was full of anger, planned to send Yang Haoren to the hospital. Because there were too many people, he planned to take 2 elevators. However, as soon as Yang Haoren and his group of 5 entered the elevator, it broke down. After trying for about 10 minutes and still failing to open the door, Xiao Bing called the waiter. Mr. Xiao, please calm down. We have already contacted the elevator maintenance team and they should be here soon. Manager, it seems the elevator maintenance worker can't come. What's the meaning? The manager's heart sank when a waiter who had just come over said something. The engineer responsible for maintaining the elevator went back to his hometown today, and the replacement engineer just went to the hospital because he had a stomachache. What? Did you call the fire rescue? Yes, but there's a traffic jam on the road. There was a major accident less than 3 kilometers away from us. I'm afraid it will take a long time. The manager's face changed drastically. It has been such a long time, if someone died in there, he would be held responsible. This job in Shanghai was not easy to come by. What's going on? When will the rescuers arrive? Xiao Bing's face was so cold that water could drip from it. There were footsteps behind him, and Li Mu and his group came over. When Xiao Bing saw Li Mu, his eyes suddenly fixed, and he thought of what Li Mu had just said. Hey look, I told you that you can't escape today. Why don't you listen to me? Back then, the old Taoist told me that those who don't fear the heavens, ghosts, and gods will suffer misfortune. Li Mu suddenly raised his head and looked at Xiao Bing. Boss Xiao, forgive me for being blunt, but there is a dark aura in your eyes and your body is invaded by evil spirits. I'm afraid your trip to Shanghai will not be so smooth this time. After Li Mu finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the safe passage. Li Tianhao and others behind him did not say anything. They just nodded politely to Xiao Bing and left together. Anyone who can get to this position must be as solid as a rock. The conflict just now would not make them feel awkward or embarrassed at all. Oh, by the way, I advise you to stay away from Yang Haoren. This guy's misfortune is far from this. Of course, it won't cause any deaths, but the people around him will be affected. Watching Li Mu and his group swaggering down the stairs, Xiao Bing felt confused and uncertain.
Dad, this guy is so mysterious, he must be bluffing. Let's find a chance to teach him a lesson.
Shut up, now is not the time to talk about this, find a way to rescue them first.
Dad, do you believe this stuff? Some things are better to be believed.
At this moment, the elevator, which was originally out of order, suddenly shook slightly, and then the door opened. When the manager saw it, his face immediately lit up with joy, and the staff at the 4 tables all gathered around him. Yang Haoran's chest was still wet, but he was very weak. The intense burning sensation in his chest and the feeling of suffocation in the elevator had made him feel desperate. Now the elevator suddenly opened, and this feeling of surviving a disaster made him want to cry.
Hurry up and lift Lao Yang up and take him to the hospital. Dad, what about us? Xiaoan asked stupidly. Let's take another car back to the hotel first. Chapter 169, A Magical Night. Dad, aren't we going to the hospital with Uncle Yang?
No need to accompany him. Let him take the business car and we will take the Rolls-Royce.
Xiaoan was stunned and a little puzzled. His father had a very good relationship with Yang Haoran, so why did he suddenly not even go to the hospital?
Old Yang, there are still many things to prepare for the auction. You should go to the hospital first. Don't worry, I will definitely help you get rid of this anger.
Boss, I will never let that little bastard Li Mu go.
10 minutes later, in the hotel's underground garage, Xiaoan sat in a business car, gritting his teeth.
Dad, this kid is really a piece of shit. We have to think of a way to teach him a lesson. What can you do to him? Get someone to beat him up? Or kill him?
Oh, right, from now on, get in touch with old young Master Yang. Xiaoan was stunned.
Dad, what do you mean? Uncle Yang got into a conflict with Li Mu because of me. Keep your distance from him? You don't really think he is haunted by the so-called bad luck, do you? There are some things you don't understand. It's not that you should exclude him, but it's better to be careful. Some things can't be explained by common sense. At this moment, Xiao Bing's cell phone suddenly rang.
He looked down and saw that it was a call from Yang Haoran's men.
Hello? It's me. What did you say? The ambulance had an accident? What's the situation now? Lao Yang's leg was broken? How could this happen? Okay, I know. Boom bang bang bang.
Suddenly, a series of banging sounds were heard from the speaker of the phone, along with a slight explosion, followed by a scream.
Xiao Bing frowned and felt uneasy. What's wrong? What happened? No. It's bad.
Because the accident scene was not evacuated in time, a second car accident occurred. Mr. Yang was affected again. There was also an explosion. His right arm was burned. But fortunately, the fire has been put out.
It should be fine. What? Where are the others? Is everything all right? The others are fine. The second ambulance is on the way and will be at the scene soon.
Keep an eye on Lao Yang and keep in touch with me at all times.
Remember, don't let anything happen to him.
He had just hung up the phone when the announcer's voice interrupted the car radio to announce the news.
Wow, this news almost sent Xiao Bing away. Listeners, here's a piece of news.
An ambulance from Shanghai First People's Hospital received a support mission 5 minutes ago. It was less than 1 kilometer away from the emergency center when it encountered road construction and was unable to avoid it, causing a breakdown. It is worth noting that this rescue mission was caused by an ambulance carrying a patient that had an accident ahead. Currently, relevant authorities have begun to clear the road.
Dad, this ambulance is not the one that rescued Uncle Yang, right? Most likely, otherwise why would they dispatch so many vehicles in one night? Isn't this a coincidence? Xiaoan obviously also discovered something was wrong.
What Yang Haoran experienced that night was really weird. From the time he choked while drinking water to the beginning, he had constant bad luck, which echoed what Li Mu said.
I just said, you have to know how to respect something. Could it be Li Mu?
At this moment, Xiao Bing showed a look of fear.
Him? Do you have any evidence? He wasn't at the scene? Could he be controlling it remotely?
After Xiao Bing finished speaking, he took out the Buddha amulet he had obtained in country tea from his neck, his eyes solemn.
The only thing we can do now is to bless old Yang.
Xiaoan was speechless. This was too ridiculous.
Could it be that Yang Haoren was really haunted by bad luck?
However, this is just the beginning, and tonight is destined to be magical. Li Mu and his group of 5 were inside a brand new alpha. The radio was playing the news that Xiao Bing had just heard, and everyone was shocked.
Although it's not very pleasant to look at Yang Haoren, but damn, isn't he too handsome?
However, Li Mu would not tell them that anyone possessed by his mall item, the bad luck card, would be doomed to bad luck. This card was very powerful and would not kill you, but one card could torture you for 24 hours.
This item is a form of mental torture.
Yang Haoren's identity and the secrets in his heart have nowhere to hide under Li Mu's insightful eyes. The effect of this bad luck card is just the beginning.
Hey, this person must not have any evil thoughts. Once he has evil thoughts, it's over. Yang Haoren looks miserable and has a lot of bad intentions. He will suffer this time.
Lin Feifei's eyes were full of stars and her face was full of admiration.
Li Mu, can you really tell fortunes? I know a thing or two.
Everyone in the car had their own thoughts.
Zhang Shui and Li Tianhao were not surprised at all.
They were already accustomed to Li Mu's various magical abilities. However, Lin Feng beside them became more and more curious about Li Mu. Only Lin Feifei had nothing but admiration in her heart. If Li Mu was the god in her heart before, he had become her male god now.
Let's drive. This is just the beginning. God is watching over us. Yang Haoren might be in for more trouble. The car started slowly and left the parking lot.
At 1 a.m., the single luxury ward of Shanghai First People's Hospital was in a mess. The doctors in this hospital are really unlucky today. At this moment, a hospital bed collapsed, and a person was lying on the ground.
It was Yang Haoren.
No, he's in trouble. I heard that he almost choked to death when drinking water tonight, then the elevator broke down, the ambulance had an accident, and the rescue ambulance also had an accident.
After finally getting to the hospital, the bed collapsed.
Stop talking, help him up quickly, the equipment is in place, otherwise you'll be complained about. This guy is Xiao Bing's assistant. A group of nurses got busy. As a result, at this moment, the lights in the entire building began to go out, and after a while, the entire building lost power.
What's going on?
The power distribution room said that there was a power outage due to a circuit failure.
It will be repaired today. A doctor rushed over to the door. What?
Where's the backup generator?
Bad.
The ward suddenly became quiet. My goodness, these things kept happening one after another and it seemed like there would never be an end to them. At this time, Yang Haoren, who was lying on the hospital bed, was not seriously injured, but he was already physically and mentally exhausted after being tossed back and forth like this. He knew what happened in the hospital. Now, when he recalled what Li Mu had said in the private room, he suddenly felt panicked.
Fuck it, I'm leaving here, get out of the way.
Jumping out of the bed, he rushed out the door and ran towards the emergency passage in front. A group of doctors were stunned when they saw it. No, that passage seems to be under repair.
The stairs seem to be broken. Yeah, quickly stop him.
A group of doctors were horrified, but it was obviously already night. As soon as they finished speaking, an extremely tragic scream was heard from inside.
Chapter 170, Possessed by the God of Misfortune. Extremely unlucky.
At 4 a.m., candles were lit in the ward and Yang Haoren's right leg was in a cast. He fell down the broken stairs, but fortunately, he only broke his right leg and had a minor fracture, so it wasn't a big deal.
But this matter is indeed a bit weird. Yang Haoren is really too unlucky. There are 2 safety exits in parallel, one is normal and the other is for maintenance.
The maintenance one had been closed all the time. As a result, due to a power outage, the people in the substation had to go into the utility room to get the generator. As a result, he forgot to lock the door after opening it, and Yang Haoren rushed in and then fell down. If he hadn't been stuck in the corridor on the 2nd floor, he might have been pushed directly into the morgue tonight.
It's finally over. Nothing's going to go wrong now, right? It should be fine now. This is too weird. Did this person attract some unclean creature? You are all medical students, and you still believe this? Stop talking nonsense.
A group of people were wiping their sweat, while Yang Haoren on the bed had a look of confusion in his eyes.
Suddenly his brows tightened and his right leg began to twitch. What's going on? Isn't it a cast? Shouldn't it hurt by now? What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Tang, my legs hurt.
At this moment, something strange happened, and dense footsteps were heard in the corridor outside the door.
Then an orthopedic surgeon appeared at the door. He was the surgeon who had just performed the operation on Yang Haoran.
Hurry, push him to the operating room.
What's wrong? Dr. Jean, is there an accident?
I found that my scalpel seemed to be stuck in his leg. Hurry up, take him to the operating room.
We must operate immediately.
The nurses and doctors were all dumbfounded.
How could such an accident happen?
It was too ridiculous. When Yang Haoran heard this, his body trembled suddenly and he fainted from fright. At 5 o'clock in the morning, a ray of sunlight shone into the ward, and Yang Haoran slowly opened his eyes. At this time, the nurses and doctors at the door exclaimed,
Hurry, people are awake.
A group of people ran in, followed by the surgeon, Dr. Jean.
Mr. Yang, are you okay? Yang Haoran's heart was filled with excitement.
If he could move freely now, he would definitely call his men to come here and kill the doctor. But unfortunately he can't move at all now, especially his right leg is wrapped in white gauze. The burned areas on his chest were also covered with ointment and bandages.
He hated Li Mu in his heart, but at the same time he was a little afraid of this young man. One time was a coincidence, but when all of these are added together, is it still a coincidence? Could this person really be a fortune teller? Just as he was daydreaming, a voice interrupted him, and then he fell into a rage.
Oh, by the way, I have to have surgery this morning, and the hospital has run out of plaster. We were supposed to get some yesterday afternoon, but the delivery truck caught fire on the highway.
Mr. Yang, you have to be patient for a while. Damn it, I need to be transferred to another hospital right now.
When Dr. Jean heard this, he was delighted. He was afraid that Yang Haoran would complain about him.
Wouldn't that be a good thing if he left now? That's no problem. I'll arrange an ambulance to take you to the second hospital right away. Do you really want to change it? Change it for me right now.
At 12 noon, an ambulance caught fire on the elevated road. After much difficulty, Yang Haoran finally escaped with a confused look in his eyes, full of doubts about life. He even doubted whether he should come to this world. I am a bad guy, but if he is guilty, I can shoot him and let him die quickly, but what the hell is the point of torturing myself like this?
At 5 p.m., Yang Haoran, with a dazed look, arrived at the gate of the Second People's Hospital. This time, Xiaobing finally came. Boss, take me back to Guangcheng. I don't want to stay in Shanghai anymore.
Don't worry, you'll probably have to stay for a while.
What? Still want to stay?
Originally, you were about to receive surgery, but your surgeon had diarrhea, and now, they are still looking for a replacement.
Fuck, let me die.
He roared angrily and tried to roll off the stretcher to the ground. Several people looked and realized it was too late to stop him. My goodness, the next moment, an amazing scene happened. There was a pitch-black thing under the stretcher, and Yang Haoran lay face down on it. The surrounding scenes froze, and everyone looked at him with extremely shocked eyes.
This is shit, right? That should be it? Damn, putting it into your mouth like this? Isn't it too strong? Damn it, this guy has been restless all night. Who has he bumped into? A god?
I heard that the hospital suffered heavy losses because of this incident, and Director Jean of the orthopedics department was directly punished.
TSK, this is such an unlucky guy.
Just then, a retching sound was heard.
Yang Haoran wanted to die.
He swore that he would never come to Shanghai again in his life. After he completed his plan, he would kill all the people related to Li Mu.
Quickly bring me some water, I need to rinse my mouth.
Xiaobing, who was standing beside him, couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he took out a bottle of Evian from the car and quickly asked his men to take it over.
What? Why didn't he take it? He was afraid, too. Yang Haoran was so unlucky. He was afraid that he would be contaminated by karma.
That would be ridiculous.
Gudong.
Yang Haoran picked up the mineral water and started pouring it into his mouth, originally intending to rinse his mouth. But suddenly a gust of wind blew, sand and rocks flew everywhere, and sand was blown into his eyes, causing him to squint immediately. However, at this moment, he didn't know if it was sand that got into his mouth or what, but he suddenly felt discomfort in his throat.
Gulp.
One of them couldn't control himself and swallowed all the water mixed with dog shit in his mouth. Xiaoan, who was standing by, was stunned. How could he swallow this?
He even thought that Yang Haoran wanted to eat it on purpose. Old Yang, are you okay? Old Yang? Bang!
The mineral water bottle fell to the ground and Yang Haoran cried. Suddenly he knelt on the ground, his face turned upward, tears streaming from his eyes.
God, please let me die and stop torturing me, okay? I can't take it anymore.
At the same time, Li Mu and his group were with Lin Feifei, watching the latest real-time news on the internet with shock in their eyes.
This guy is too miserable, isn't he? I never thought he could be so unlucky.
Li Feifei and Jiang Shui were both surprised, but Li Tianhao just smiled without saying anything.
He knew this must be related to his son. Xiaoli, does this have anything to do with you? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. It's related to me? What does it have to do with me? You can't say that. This is his own bad luck. Chapter 171. I just watched you do things silently.
When Lin Feng heard this, he did not ask any further questions, but he secretly made up his mind that he must not offend Li Mu. He couldn't tell the trick, but he knew that this was not done by Li Mu. He live-streamed himself drinking water while standing upside down.
Yang Haoran is really unlucky.
The auction has been postponed for a week because of this incident. However, we have fallen out with Xiaoan.
I don't mind.
He's a jeweler, and I don't have much in common with him.
Li Tianhao said indifferently that at his current level, he really didn't need to consider his relationship with the other party. That's the best, Dad. Maybe they won't invite us to the auction. Then we don't have to see them. Lin Feifei asked excitedly. What are you thinking?
Your Uncle Li and I are the most important guests he invited.
Is he willing to give up? But you have to be careful. Some small actions are inevitable.
Lin Feng smiled and said, don't panic. They don't have time to cause trouble during this period.
The whole country knows that Yang Haoran is a loser.
But after the auction, whether he will have the chance to deal with us remains to be seen.
Everyone was stunned and looked in the direction of Li Mu, their eyes full of confusion. Li Mu smiled faintly and said, nothing, I just said that. Who made this guy so unlucky? 3 days later, there are still 3 days left until the auction.
Late at night, Yang Haoran, who was tied with a leash, was called to a remote forest. Soon 4 dark shadows appeared, wearing hoods on their heads.
Mr. Yang, I've also seen the news. How did you end up like this? Yeah, it's too tragic. We don't believe in ghosts or gods, but aren't you a little too unlucky? Mr. Yang, I heard that you have a feud with that kid Li Mu? Was it him who did it? I think it must be. Damn, what a piece of shit, how about we go and kill him first? Yang Haoran was still cunning.
He sneered when he heard that.
No, why rush? It's too risky to kill him. There must be experts around this kind of person.
We just need to pin the blame on him. After saying that, he took out a human skin mask from his pocket and put it directly on his face.
In an instant he turned into Li Mu's appearance.
He took out the same clothes as Li Mu from the canvas bag he carried with him and put them on.
How about it? Let me show you where Li Mu went tonight.
We saw that he and his little girl went straight back to the hotel from Lin Feng's house.
I don't think he will come out. Ha, what else can you do with a woman like this? Yang Haoran smiled coldly, took out a camera and threw it to one of them.
I'll film the crime process later, especially my face.
There can't be any deviation. Don't worry, it's absolutely okay. The 5 people laughed coldly.
Although Yang Haoran heard nothing, he recovered quite quickly and is no longer in danger.
He must take action tonight.
In 3 days, Li Mu will definitely be in big trouble. At 3 a.m., in the presidential suite of the Shanghai Wanhao Hotel.
Lao Yang, you should take a rest. Your body is in such a bad condition. Ha, it's okay.
The auction will start in 3 days, and I have to be careful. If someone takes advantage of me, it will be a big problem. The loss will be immeasurable.
Hey, thank you for your hard work.
Xiaoan felt a little guilty at this time.
Uncle Yang, don't worry. After the auction is over, we will find a way to help you vent your anger. Oh, forget it.
These are all minor matters.
This auction cannot afford to fail. The heart of China cannot have any problems. Don't worry. I will pay attention to the security work.
At this time, Xiaoan and his son picked up the coffee cup and took a sip of the coffee in it. Okay, Lao Yang, I won't treat you unfairly, and I won't forget what happened to Li Mu. The three of them were chatting, and around 4 o'clock, the father and son were yawning madly.
No, I have to go to bed. We can talk about it tomorrow.
Okay, I won't disturb your sleep then.
Yang Haoren stood up and walked towards the door, but he did not leave immediately when he arrived at the door.
Soon, the sound of lights being turned off came from his room.
Boss? Xiaoan?
There was no response, so he turned his head and saw that after drinking the coffee he had put drugs in, they had both fallen asleep. Pushing the wheelchair, he opened the door and walked out. The boss and the young master are asleep, you guys should go and have some rest, I'll watch over here. The head bodyguard at the door was obviously familiar with Yang Haoren, and his eyes lit up when he heard this.
Mr. Yang, is this really possible? But your health is not very good yet. Why are you worried about me being here? Go ahead. 10 minutes later, Yang Haoren was the only one left in the corridor.
At this moment, the elevator door opened and 4 people entered. 3 of them wore hoods and 1 did not, but his face was exactly the same as Li Mu's.
Who are you? Yang Haoren was horrified.
The man who looked the same as Li Mu and wore the same clothes as Li Mu walked quickly in front of Yang Haoren.
You are Li Mu? Why are you here? What do you want to do?
Humph, I won't kill you. I'm only here for the Chinese star, but you need to get some sleep. After saying that, he slapped Yang Haoren on the shoulder, and the latter fainted in the wheelchair. Hurry up and take the Star of China away. A group of people searched Yang Haoren for a long time and directly found a room card. Then they swiped the card in the room next door and entered.
After a while, they came out with a metal box.
The man who looked like Li Mu smiled towards the camera, and then a group of people walked towards the elevator.
Wait a minute, Mr. Li, do you want to kill him? A man wearing a hood asked in a deep voice.
Forget it, we are here to seek money, let him go. The 4 people left the elevator, and Yang Haoren, who was unconscious in the wheelchair, raised the corner of his mouth slightly.
Everything was under his control and going smoothly.
Tomorrow morning, Li Mu would be in trouble. At 4:30 in the morning, Li Mu was in the hotel study in his pajamas, and Zhang Shui was already asleep.
He looked at the images transmitted to the screen by the Sky Eye surveillance and couldn't help laughing. Damn, this is really fun. If it were someone else, wouldn't they be screwed? Once I report the case tomorrow and the surveillance footage is retrieved, I will be left speechless and will have to take the blame. Even if the truth comes out, who can stand being locked up for 10 days or half a month?
Li Mu thought to himself, but soon laughed.
Yang Haoren was so unlucky.
He chose him after cheating someone. Everything that follows will follow his script, and he is destined to become a stepping stone for him to become a hot topic again.
Chapter 172 Big News.
The Star of China was stolen. The next morning, there was a crowd of people in front of the Wan House store in Shanghai. 3 police cars were lined up in a row, and the atmosphere was extremely depressing. All around, reporters who had already arrived at the scene blocked the exit. It was obvious that a shocking case had happened here. At the gate, Yang Haoren walked out with a cane, his face looking very ugly.
Captain, Yang Haoren is out.
A young policeman lowered his voice and spoke to a middle-aged man with a beard.
Dong Jinghui remained calm.
His career as a police officer told him that this matter was definitely not that simple.
Everything was very strange.
How could the heart of China, a gem worth 1 billion Chinese yuan, be stolen just like that? There was no reason for the other party to be so careless. After all, this thing was not cabbage.
Let's go and take a look. Remember not to talk and just listen to me.
At the door, when Yang Haoren saw Dong Jinghui, his expression froze, and then he walked up with a hint of anger. You, the Shanghai police, have let us down so much.
The heart of China was stolen overnight. It is unbelievable. It is worth 1 billion Chinese yuan. Can you afford the compensation?
Mr. Yang, please be careful with your words.
Crime happens everywhere, and we police are responsible for solving crimes. And you seem to be too careless with such a valuable item, aren't you? Our chairman is in a very bad mood right now. The auction will be held in 3 days. How many big shots from all over the world will come? Now the item has been lost here. You only have 3 days to solve the case.
When the young policeman next to him heard this, he immediately became furious.
How can you talk like that?
A theft has happened, and solving the case requires a degree of skill.
Don't you have any responsibility for this matter? Xiao Chen, shut up.
Dong Jingwa scolded, and Xiao Chen looked at Yang Haoran unconvinced and stopped talking.
3 days is a bit too much, but you can't say for sure when it comes to solving the case. I can only do my best.
I think you should explain the whole story clearly. If you have this attitude, it won't help solve the case at all. Humph, our chairman is in the room, please come in.
Yang Haoran made way for them and the group entered the hotel lobby. Today, the entire Marriott International Hotel is under lockdown and is temporarily not accepting new guests.
The reporters at the door were shocked and put down their cameras, their eyes filled with shock.
The Star of China was stolen? The auction is only 3 days away. If it's not found, the auction will be ruined.
I heard that many bigwigs came to the auction for this gem, including some oil dealers from the Middle East.
TSK, how could he be so careless? What I care about most is who is so bold as to steal the heart of China. I think Xiao Bing is going to be in big trouble this time. Who says it's not true? This auction has been planned for a year, and the heart of China is small. The real role of this gem is to establish Li Jing Jewelry's position in the international jewelry industry in the future. This time it's difficult. I always feel like there's a conspiracy going on. I'm afraid things won't be that simple, right? If this person is caught stealing, not only will Xiao Bing be furious, I think the Shanghai police will also be shocked. This is a big event. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Li Mu and his group rushed from the hotel to Lin Feng's home. Along the way, Li Tianhao and Jiang Shui were both shocked. It's unbelievable. Someone dared to get his hands on a gem like this? He doesn't want to live anymore, does he? Can he really get away with stealing it?
Li Tianhao looked at the news in shock, frowning.
How was it stolen?
The heart of China is such an important item, so it needs a lot of security.
This shouldn't be the case. It's a bit strange. Only Li Mu, sitting in the car, was very calm. What's so strange about this?
This gemstone ranked in the top 10 in the world has failed to sell in 3 previous international auctions. Although it's a bit of a gimmick, its commercial value is there, so it's normal for some people to be jealous.
Li Tianhao shook his head. To be jealous of this is tantamount to seeking death. If you take this thing, you will definitely not be able to escape. Will Xiao Bing let it go?
He certainly won't give up, but solving this case is not that easy.
I think the easiest people to solve are the people around him.
Li Mu's words made Li Tianhao and Jiang Shui both look at him. From their eyes, it could be seen that these words made them very shocked.
A thief? Who could it be? If this is the case, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to solve the case. Li Mu smiled indifferently. You'll find out when you wait and see. Marriott Hotel, Presidential Suite.
Xiao Bing's brows were tightly knitted together, his face looked so cold that water could drip out of it.
Mr. Xiao, please give us some time. We will solve the case as soon as possible. We have asked someone to retrieve the surveillance footage. I think there will be results soon. Humph, waiting for you? Do you know how much money I'm going to lose? People outside think that China Star doesn't exist. Do you know how many big names in the industry are coming to Shanghai? I've been preparing for this day for a long time.
Yang Haoran lowered his head, with a hint of sneer in the depths of his eyes, which he hid very deeply.
Chairman, please trust Officer Dong for once.
After all, he is a professional and a well-known detective in Shanghai.
I think he will give us an explanation. Dong Jingguo was stunned.
Just now outside, Yang Haoran's attitude was not very good, but now his attitude has changed.
He suddenly felt a little good about this person. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao. This is my duty. Just as Mr. Yang said, I will solve the case as soon as possible. I will wait for a week at most. If the case is not solved after a week, I will file a complaint against you. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Then, Dong Jingguo's subordinate Xiao Chen walked in, but his expression looked a little strange. His face didn't look good, and there was even a hint of extreme shock and a hint of disbelief in his eyes. How's it going? Did you get the surveillance? Dong Jingguo noticed something was wrong with the other party at a glance, and quickly stood up and asked. We got the surveillance footage, but it's, how should I put it, a little unbelievable. And the person who stole the gemstone has been identified, but it's just his identity. When Xiao Bing heard this, a hint of ecstasy appeared in his eyes, and suddenly his expression changed. What? Is there some important person in there? Or someone related to your police? Don't dare to make it public?
I want to watch the surveillance now.
Dong Jinghua didn't seem unhappy when he heard this.
He looked at Xiaoan seriously and said, "Release the surveillance video. No matter who the other party is, if they really stole the heart of China, they must bear the legal responsibility."
Chapter 173 Shocking Video. The spearhead points to Li Mu. Yang Haoren remained calm but was very happy in his heart.
He had been tortured and humiliated in the Shanghai Stock Exchange for so many days.
Now someone on the internet gave him a very funny nickname, Yang Shuation.
Many people also teased him, saying that it was really not easy to survive and he should thank God for his favor. Li Mu was therefore nicknamed the Viper Prince. The lives of today's celebrities become the topic of conversation among ordinary people after dinner, and they can also be regarded as a spice of life.
But Yang Haoren wanted to take revenge on Li Mu very strongly.
He was originally the scapegoat in this incident, but before his plan even started, he was tricked by Li Mu. Now the desire to kill him completely occupied Zhu Haoren's heart.
Haha, what? Can there be special treatment? Is there some extraordinary person in the video? Are you police afraid of offending people?
Humph, Officer Dong, I hope you can enforce the law impartially and don't let me down. Otherwise, I will use all my connections and money to make sure you don't have an easy time.
Dong Jinghua frowned and suppressed the anger in his heart.
Xiaoan, go get the surveillance video and let's watch it together, lest someone thinks I'm unfair and accuses me of something. I can't stand it. When Xiaoan heard this, he didn't dare to be negligent. This was not the time to talk nonsense. He had already watched the video. The content in the video was not just a little scary, but quite horrifying. Once this video is released, I am afraid that the whole of China will be plunged into infinite shock, because he saw a person in the video, and that person was Li Mu. Time passed by minute, and the room was very quiet. About 10 minutes later, Xiaoan and several policemen came in with 3 hotel security guards. At the same time, a laptop was placed on the table and a USB flash drive was plugged in.
Yang Haoren was very proud.
He knew that Li Mu's end was approaching. All the humiliation he had suffered was nothing. When he thought of Li Mu being despised by everyone, he felt secretly happy. If I call you Lousy Zhou, I will send you directly to jail.
By then, Li Tianhao will be disgraced and the entire Li family will be destroyed by him.
The picture on the laptop screen changed, and suddenly several figures appeared in the video software.
Yang Haoren was lying in a wheelchair inside, apparently unconscious.
Among the 4 people next to him, the leader was actually Li Mu.
This is Li Mu? Dong Jinghua was shocked. That's right, Captain. It's Li Mu. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so shocked. This is too amazing. Li Mu is the main culprit who stole the heart of China?
Just then, a voice sounded from the screen.
Hurry up, go in and take the things and then leave.
We will let that old guy Yang Haoren go today and kill him next time we have the chance. The whole video is about 20 minutes long.
Soon the 4 people leave quickly and the video ends here. But no one in the room could speak.
The son of Li Tianhao of Jinghai Group, a Chinese legend, a business genius, and the image spokesperson of Hangzhou University, is that it?
With countless halos on his body, he was actually a notorious thief.
What he stole was not tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or tens of millions, but the Chinese star worth 1 billion. In the video just now, Li Mu, after getting the China star, gave the camera a provocative middle finger.
It is conceivable how arrogant he was. Asshole.
With a roar, Xiao Bing stood up.
Everyone's eyes turned to him.
Chairman, calm down.
I have long felt that Li Mu is not a decent person. I never thought he would be so cruel.
The chairman is in Shanghai. I suggest that he be arrested immediately.
Dad, Uncle Yang is right. This kid is a decent person.
He acts one way in front of the media but steals things in secret.
He even stole from us. We absolutely cannot let him go. Humph, who do you think I am?
No one in Guangqing dares to be so arrogant to me.
This shameless guy, Officer Dong, the evidence is irrefutable, why don't you arrest him? Do you want to wait for him to run away? Dong Jinghua was confused and puzzled.
He was not familiar with Li Mu, but he had an old classmate named Zhou Naigua, who was very familiar with Li Mu. He learned from him that this young man was very outstanding.
How could he suddenly become a thief? And there are still many doubts here.
But as it stands now, Li Mu must control him, but the evidence is far from enough to convict him.
Xiao Chun, take your men to arrest Li Mu immediately.
Director Xiao, I will give you a satisfactory answer to this case as quickly as possible. I will never wrongly accuse anyone in the name of haste, nor will I shield anyone because of their identity.
Humph, Officer Dong, you are being biased, aren't you? Isn't this video irrefutable evidence?
That's right, isn't this irrefutable evidence? Everyone knows that videos can't be faked, and this is the surveillance video from last night.
Yang Haoran and Xiao Ran were both very emotional.
Their hatred for Li Mu was no less than that of someone who had killed his wife and daughter, so naturally they would exaggerate the situation and make things happen for Li Mu. You don't need to teach me how to do things, just wait for my news.
No criminal can escape the punishment of the law. Dong Jinghua took Xiao Chen and a group of other police officers out of the room. It's really abominable. Li Mu is so abominable.
I suggest that we hold a press conference immediately to make this matter public and tell those who come to Shanghai to attend the auction that it was Li Mu who did it.
Yes, Dad, we can't just let him go. Let the whole world see his hypocritical face. Old Yang, go make the arrangements.
Once Li Mu is taken away by the police, we will hold a press conference and release the video.
Okay, I'll go right away.
Yang Haoran was overjoyed, he seemed to have already seen the scene of Li Mu's downfall. On the other side, at Lin Feng's home.
Li Mu, I'm going to take you to a famous local restaurant tonight. I promise you'll like it.
Lin Feifei said with a smile, seeming to be in a good mood.
Feifei, you're going to feed Li Mu into a pig. Xiaoxua, I'll take you shopping tonight.
Look, Li Mu is really stingy. He's so rich, but the clothes you're wearing only cost a few thousand yuan.
They're too shabby.
Li Mu, who was beside them, looked at the two women with a smile on his face. He also wanted to go out and play, but unfortunately, he was afraid that he couldn't do so tonight.
He had dug a big hole and the big fish had been hooked. He was afraid that he could not leave.
This problem could have been solved simply, but the system gave a task, and everything is worth it for the reward. At this moment, a quarrel was heard outside the villa. Li Mu and the other two looked up at the yard and saw Dong Jinghua walking quickly in from the door with a group of policemen.
Chapter 174. Li Mu was arrested. Genius or devil? Wait a minute, Officer Dong, why can't you go in? Don't make things difficult for us. Is Li Mu here now?
He is suspected of stealing the heart of China.
The evidence is very unfavorable to him. We are also following the rules.
You should get out of the way and don't make things difficult for us. Dong Jinghua's words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone in the yard speechless.
Li Mu stole the Chinese star? And there is evidence? Is this another international joke? You might as well say that in 1 hour, a star will hit the earth. This is too fake. It's okay for others to steal, but does Li Mu need money?
His family is rich, he himself is rich, and he got 1.2 billion in a short time.
Is it possible for such a person to steal a gem worth 1 billion?
Lin Feifei was unwilling at the moment. He didn't care if you slandered others, but how could you slander the male god?
Uncle could tolerate it, but Auntie definitely couldn't.
Hey, Dong Jinghua, you have always had a good reputation in the Shanghai market, what happened this time?
Did you accept bribes? Did Li Mu need to steal that thing? Do you know nothing about wealthy families? Jiang Shui was much more mature. He pulled Lin Feifei and said with a grim expression, "Comrades police officers, do you know what your remarks will do to Li Mu? You said you have evidence, then show it to us." Dong Jinghua glanced across the crowd and stopped at Li Mu. As expected, he is a handsome man. Even after his true colors were exposed, he didn't show any emotion at all. He is too calm. "Captain Dong, nice to meet you for the first time. Looks like I'll have to go back with you for tea today."
Suddenly, Li Mu said something with a smile in the shocked eyes of everyone.
"Li Mu, are you crazy? Go back with him to have tea? You haven't committed any crime." "Fei, don't get excited. Since Officer Dong came to see me today, he must have a reason.
Citizens must cooperate with the investigation."
Dong Jinghua was very surprised.
This young man was indeed not simple. Xiao Qin took out his cell phone from his arms and handed it to Dong Jinghua.
"Here is a video. You can watch it for yourself."
Of course, the matter still needs to be investigated, but this video is currently very unfavorable to you.
If you can find evidence to prove that this video is fake, we will give you an explanation.
When the video started playing, Jiang Shui and Lin Feifei turned pale. The content was too shocking.
In the picture, isn't the leader Li Mu? No one can refute this. How could this happen? It's impossible. I was with Li Mu last night. Jiang Shui suddenly spoke. Oh? Were you with Li Mu last night? Dong Jingguo raised his eyebrows and asked. No. No, Xiao Xue, last night you seem to have slept with me, and Li Mu. He slept alone. Jiang Shui's expression changed drastically. Li Mu, do you have an alibi? No, take me away. I trust the Chinese police. A person with a clear conscience is not afraid of his own shadow. You don't have to worry about me. Li Mu behaved very calmly. No one knew whether he was giving up on making excuses or planning a strategy. 10 minutes later, Li Mu was taken into the police car, and this news had already been known to the outside world. It was obvious that Yang Haoren had taken action. Oh my god, is it really Li Mu? Are the rumors true? This is a bit far-fetched. How can he be so rich to steal? I've always thought this second-generation rich man was a bit evil. After 10 years of wandering around, it turns out he's not that simple. It's over. The star of Hangzhou and the image spokesperson of Hangzhou University has been severely slapped in the face this time. Li Tianhao is going to be upset. If it is finally confirmed, it will be a lot of fun. Solid evidence? It's not solid evidence yet? Can we still turn the tables? No, right? A group of reporters were whispering, but Li Mu looked calm as he got into a police car and was quickly taken away from the scene. Xiaoan, Li Mu, will everything be alright? Don't worry, I know him. He definitely didn't do this. There's something wrong with that video. The two held hands together, their hearts heavy. At the same time, Li Tianhao and Lin Feng, who were at Hangtian Properties, were having a pleasant conversation, and the cross-border cooperation between the two sides was also discussed harmoniously. When the big guys get together, it's definitely not as simple as just having a few drinks, asking about each other's well-being, and making friends. These two people make hundreds of millions of dollars every minute. Would they waste time? With Lin Feifei and Li Mu acting as the bridge in the middle, the cooperation talks between the two sides went very smoothly. However, at this moment, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded at the door of Lin Feng's office. The door was pushed open directly. Chen Yuano's face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. What's going on? Lao Chen, what happened? Just as he was about to get up and send Li Tianhao out, he suddenly saw Chen Yuanhua and was a little surprised. Oh no, Master Li. Master Li has been arrested. Upon hearing this, Li Tianhao stood up suddenly, with anger flashing in his eyes. What? Xiao Mu was arrested? Mr. Li, it's true. Mr. Li was taken away by the police 5 minutes ago. Why? Before, the China star of Lijing jewelry was stolen, and they said it was done by Li Xiao. Absurd. Li Tianhao was furious. You said Li Mu could kill people and set fires, but why did he steal the jewelry? Why? Did his family need 1 billion? What was he doing? This was a naked frame-up. At this time, Lin Feng frowned. Mr. Li, it's not that the police don't have any evidence. This is the surveillance provided by the Marriott Hotel. You should take a look for yourself. Li Tianhao turned his head to look at Lin Feng, quickly walked to the phone, looked down, and suddenly he was shocked. How could it be? Impossible, this is a conspiracy. This is definitely a conspiracy, but the video is real. Lao Li, we have to find a way, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Lin Feng is not a fool. On the contrary, his IQ is quite high. He can tell what kind of person Li Mu is at a glance. Let us put it this way, even if he really did it, it would be impossible for him to be caught so easily. Li Tianhao's eyes became colder. I think this must be Xiao Bing's revenge for Yang Haoren, right? I have a similar opinion to you, but the problem now is that we have no evidence. If we rashly make any inappropriate remarks, I'm afraid they will find loopholes in the law, and then we will be in a more passive position. Lao Lin, then tell me, what should I do now? Lin Feng squinted his eyes and thought for a while, then said to Chen Yuanhua, Old Chen, go find out where Xiao Li is being held. Also, go find out if there are any strangers coming to Shanghai recently. Yes. Chen Yuanhua agreed, then looked at Li Tianhao deeply. Mr. Li, I believe in young Master Li. He can't be the suspect. There must be a conspiracy behind this. Don't worry, I will do my best to help you. Chapter 175, Strong Statement. He is too calm. After saying this, Chen Yuanhua turned and left the office.
Li Tianhao and Lin Feng were both stunned. Chen Yuanhua spoke firmly, and he seemed to trust Li Mu more than the two of them. Lin Feng suddenly thought of what happened that night, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. I'm afraid that old Chen has some secret in his heart.
Li Mu is definitely not as simple as he seems on the surface.
Thinking of this, he looked at Li Tianhao and seemed to have made a decision in his heart.
Don't worry, Lao Lin.
This matter can't be rushed.
Don't worry, I won't give up.
Since we are cooperating, and Feifei and Li Mu have such a good relationship, no matter what, I will stand by you.
Thank you so much, Lao Lin. Everyone can add icing on the cake, but it is rare to provide timely assistance.
At this point, Lin Feng can still make this statement.
No matter whether it is sincere or false, Li Tianhao is still very moved.
At this moment, the office door was pushed open roughly.
Lin Feifei and Jiang Shui walked in quickly. Dad, there is something wrong with this matter. I don't care. You must help Li Mu. He was framed. This is a conspiracy. It must be Xiaobing who directed and acted it out of revenge.
Lin Feng smiled bitterly in his heart, thinking that his daughter might have completely given her heart to Li Mu, but it was undeniable that he also admired Li Mu.
Don't be nervous. Things are far from being that simple. We can't panic.
Let's go find out Li Mu's current situation first, and then we can make a long-term plan. At the same time, a press conference for Li Mu was held at the Marriott Hotel. Almost all the media people in Shanghai came.
Everyone, I want to make one thing clear now. No matter who the other party is or how powerful his background is, I will never let him go if he steals the Star of China. Li Mu will definitely pay a heavy price. The Star of Hangzhou? Our chairman will definitely tear off his hypocritical mask. Yang Haorun was surrounded by reporters and was very emotional.
Today he was attending the press conference on behalf of Xiaoan. He already had a grudge against Li Mu, so naturally he would not miss such a good opportunity to discredit him. Mr. Yang, I heard that Li Mu was taken away by the police, but Li Tianhao is also in Shanghai. He has a close relationship with Director Lin.
Will they use any tricks to deal with this matter? Yang Haorun smiled secretly in his heart.
For the first time, he felt how cute these reporters were.
They were so damn good at dealing with things. Ha, here's a trick. We are now living in a society ruled by law.
Even in ancient times, there was a saying that if a prince broke the law, he would be punished the same as a commoner.
Could it be that modern civilization is going backwards?
I believe in the Huaxia police, I believe in the Shanghai police, and I also believe in Director Lin.
He is not that kind of person.
As for Li Tianhao of Jinghai Group, I can only say that like father, like son. For so many years, everyone may have been deceived. I believe that it is impossible for Li Mu to steal such a valuable Chinese star alone.
There must be someone behind it. Yang Haorun was indeed awesome, and he had not offended Lin Feng in any way.
However, his words implied that he suspected that Li Tianhao was also involved in this matter, and even that he was the mastermind behind it.
Mr. Yang, are you saying that Chairman Li Tianhao is the mastermind behind this? Do you have any basis for saying this? Yeah, if he finds out, aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Yang Haorun smiled and said firmly, what am I afraid of? Can he kill me? I am just being realistic.
When the reporters heard this, they immediately became excited. At this time, they took out their mobile phones and began to post Yang Haorun's latest remarks online. At the same time, in the interrogation room of the Shanghai Police Department, Li Mu crossed his legs with a calm expression.
Dong Jingguo was confused. Is this really a young man in his early 20s? How can he be so calm in such an environment? You said he was pretending? That was completely nonsense.
He was familiar with criminal psychology and knew that no criminal could remain completely calm in such an environment unless he was truly innocent.
You don't have anything to say? What are you talking about? The video is irrefutable evidence.
If there is no accident, there is no point in me saying anything.
Li Mu, if you do this, it will be difficult for me. If I can't find evidence in a week, I'm afraid the case will be closed even if you don't confess anything. Then let's decide. Dong Jingguo's expression changed. You don't think your father's connections can get you out?
I'm not a 3-year-old child.
No one can save me. What do you mean? People can't save me, but God can. Dong Jingguo was stunned. He didn't quite understand Li Mu and had no idea what he was talking about. God?
Since ancient times, the theory of karma has existed. This is my fate and I cannot escape it, but the time has not come yet.
The universe is clear and it will not stop the retribution. It's just that the time has not come yet. Don't worry, I will be fine. My goodness, this wave of words has completely messed up Dong Jingguo. He has started to practice metaphysics for no reason? Isn't this too ridiculous? Li Mu, are you really not afraid at all? Don't be stressed, Captain Dong. It'll be a week. There's no evidence. I'll be arrested.
I'll go to jail if I deserve it, and I'll be shot if I deserve it.
It's no problem.
Li Mu was too calm, and this calmness made Dong Jingguo's scalp tingle. Based on his experience, there were only two possible explanations for all this. Li Mu is either innocent, or he is a criminal who is beyond any criminal he has ever encountered before, and his psychological quality is beyond imagination.
I need some quiet time, go ahead and do your work. Dong Jingguo looked at Li Mu deeply, then turned and left.
The sound of an iron door closing was heard, and Li Mu suddenly raised his head with a sneer in his eyes.
In the office, Dong Jingguo was frowning, feeling very strange.
Li Mu was quite arrogant, but he was not angry at all. This young man was very strange. He was too calm, and his eyes were pure and gave him a cheerful and sunny feeling.
Captain, what's going on? This guy won't confess? He's quite stubborn? No, there are some problems with this case.
Many parts are hard to explain.
So, go get the hotel security to come over. We need to study it carefully. Is there a problem? There is a video, so is it fake?
Dong Jingguo glanced at Xiaoli with dissatisfaction. Solving a case requires rigorous work.
There can't be even the slightest loophole. Even if the video is real, we have to conduct a comprehensive investigation and we must not let our guard down. Have you forgotten what I taught you?
When Xiaoan heard this, he shrank his neck, scratched his head, and looked embarrassed.
Boss, look at what you said. I was careless. I will do as you say. Well, also, let Yang Haoren be brought to the bureau. I always feel like there's something wrong with this guy. Chapter 176, Damn. Who is the victim?
At noon, Yang Haoren walked out of Dong Jingguo's office with an arrogant look on his face and dissatisfaction in his eyes.
He glanced coldly at Dong Jingguo behind him and said dissatisfiedly, What? Do you think Li Mu was wronged? Let me tell you, the evidence is irrefutable and there is no way to reverse it. You'd better give up on this idea. Officer Dong, are you short of money? It's a pity that you can't earn this money.
Yang Haoren is really a mean person, and the meaning behind his words is very clear.
Isn't this clearly saying that Dong Jingguo accepted benefits from Li Tianhao and wants to help Li Mu overturn the verdict? My goodness. Dong Jingguo has been a police officer for so many years and has never been wronged like this.
His face turned cold instantly. The middle-aged man in front of him was indeed a bit disgusting.
Mr. Yang, just take care of yourself. As long as the case is not determined, there are endless possibilities. Are you asking for money? Are you insulting my profession? Do you know what crime is it to defame a police officer? Yang Haoren was not panicked at all.
He straightened his suit, stood up and sat on the wheelchair. He looked at Dong Jingguo arrogantly and said with a calm smile, "A man of integrity has nothing to fear.
I am just reminding you that I am the victim now.
I reserve all rights, including suing you police for your poor performance."
This guy is really cocky.
He speaks without thinking, as if he is in control of everything.
The police in the police office frowned. Does he look like a victim of $1 billion gem theft? Everyone looked at the plaster on his right foot and seemed to understand something. This guy deserved it. He was outspoken and spoke viciously. If he didn't suffer, who would?
Suddenly everyone felt that his injury was still a little light.
Mr. Yang, you should take good care of your injuries. We don't believe in superstitions, but from our point of view, you may have offended a lot of people, so take care of yourself. Yang Haoren's face turned cold and he snorted coldly. Let's go.
Looking at Yang Haoren being pushed out in a wheelchair, Xiaoan couldn't help but spit.
What kind of person is this?
We asked him to investigate the case, as if we were making things difficult for him.
We really don't know how to appreciate a good person. This person is not normal.
I can tell from his micro-expressions that he has something on his mind.
Captain, there's no hidden story behind this, right? There will be a turnaround. There are too many unreasonable things going on. But if there is no reasonable explanation for that video, I'm afraid Li Mu will not be able to escape the judgment of the law.
Things seem to be shrouded in a fog.
Dong Jinggui even noticed that something was wrong, but he had no way to prove it.
At the same time, Li Mu's affairs had spread on the internet, causing a shocking uproar.
On Weibo alone, the topic about Li Mu stealing the Chinese star has received hundreds of millions of hits.
However, what is surprising is that from the content of the comments section, there is not a single comment that is taking advantage of someone's misfortune.
On the contrary, most people have great doubts about Xiaobing and Li Jing jewelry. Damn, Li Mu stole gems? I think these guys are here to eat shit, right? Is it possible? He is so outstanding, rich, and handsome, why would he need to steal?
A genius boy who can earn 1.2 billion in one night, you let him steal gems, isn't this bullshit?
That's right. Your father is so rich, and you are rich and capable. Why do you need to steal gems? I think Xiaobing is deliberately slandering them.
We need to investigate it thoroughly.
Isn't there something unpleasant between them? He has no bottom line. He actually uses this kind of thing to blacken people. Damn it, this is the worst time that a male god has been slandered.
This matter must be investigated thoroughly no matter what. What they say sounds like the truth. The gems from Huaxia Star are so ugly, and they are still sold for 1 billion.
It's good enough if they are worth tens of thousands. It's rubbish. I will never buy Li Jing jewelry again.
Brother above, I support you.
Dizzy Li Jing starts with us. This is a conspiracy, using Li Mu to stir up the hype.
In fact, the gem has not been stolen at all.
Li Mu YYDS.
The internet is a doughball, and online comments are the yeast. Once the comment about boycotting Li Jing jewelry was brought up, it became unstoppable.
Various remarks and news about boycotting Li Jing jewelry have appeared on all major social platforms on the internet, and are spreading at an unimaginable speed.
For a time, Guangqing Li Jing jewelry became the target of public criticism, simply because the masses wrongly accused Li Mu of stealing the heart of China, which caused extreme dissatisfaction in their hearts. In the presidential suite of Marriott Hotel, Xiaobing was holding the tablet computer in his hands shaking with anger. All of its 78 retail stores across the country were boycotted by people from all over the country, and more than 30 of them were smashed and looted, causing heavy losses.
Chairman, this is bad. Our head office building has been surrounded by people. They say we are unscrupulous businessmen and want us to give justice to Li Mu.
They also say that our slander of Li Mu is outrageous to both humans and gods, and they want to boycott our products for life. Chairman, I just received news that in the past hour, sales in our 78 stores across the country have dropped by 70% year-on-year, and many customers are taking our jewelry and asking for returns. When Xiaoan heard this, he became furious.
Return the goods? How can you return the goods if there is no quality problem? Are these people crazy? Don't they know there is depreciation fee?
Master, people on the internet said that even if there is depreciation, they will refund even if they can only refund 1/10, and in the future, they will boycott our products completely. Even if you buy one get one free, they won't buy.
What? Is this too much? Why does Li Mu have the right?
Xiaoan was shocked. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Li Mu was arrested and he became the bad guy. He thought he had won this confrontation, but he suddenly found that he was becoming more and more embarrassed.
Where's old Yang? Xiaobing was relatively calm and asked in a deep voice. Chairman, Mr. Yang went to the police station early in the morning and should be back soon. Dad, we can't spoil them like this. We have to make a statement too. What is this? Is Li Mu really that arrogant?
The door was pushed open at this time, and Yang Haoran walked in. He looked relaxed and in a very good mood, and it was obvious that he didn't know about what was happening on the internet.
Chairman, those policemen can't do anything to me. Li Mu is finished this time. Old Yang, something has happened.
Our products have been boycotted on a large scale. If this continues, the company will be finished sooner or later.
Yang Haoran was stunned and asked with a puzzled look, what's going on? Boycott? We didn't do anything?
Xiaobing beside him said viciously, I didn't do anything, but because Li Mu was arrested, the people are all unhappy, saying that Li Mu was wronged and that we framed him.
Chapter 177 Shocked.
The honest man came out to give a thumbs up.
What? Are you kidding? How is this possible? We are clearly the victims. Yang Haoren didn't believe it at all. This was against common sense. His things were stolen, and he was still being scolded? Even if Li Mu had a lot of crazy fans, they wouldn't be so crazy, right? It's true. You can check it out online.
In one morning, our national retail sales fell by 70% year-on-year.
The stock price plummeted.
At the same time, retail stores across the country were met with customers who would rather pay depreciation fees to return the goods.
What? Are these people crazy? What benefits did Li Mu give them? Yang Haoren was immediately furious. His plan to attend the meeting, which he had spent so much time and effort on, was ruined.
The key point was that Li Mu was still detained in the police station.
Even so, someone was helping him to clear his name? Are you kidding me? He's a saint? Damn, he is the only protagonist in the world, and no one else is? Even after losing 1 billion gems, he still ended up in such a miserable state. Isn't this world too fickle? We can't just let them do whatever they want. We have to take up arms and fight back. Do you really think there is no law in this world?
Yang Haoren's face was serious, and at this moment his eyes seemed to be full of righteousness.
Fuck, why is he here to join in the fun?
At this moment, Xiaoan screamed and almost dropped the tablet in his hand to the ground, his face full of fear.
What's going on? What's the fuss? Isn't it chaotic enough? Xiaoan, what happened? Yang Haoren felt vaguely uneasy, always feeling that things seemed to be going off track.
This honest man, who seemed to be honest in the past, actually showed up at this time, which was obviously beyond his expectations.
What did he say?
Xiaoan was also stunned and asked with a little surprise.
He didn't say anything, except that he liked the topic on Weibo about boycotting our Li Jing jewelry. What? He liked it? Does that mean he agrees with it? Yang Haoren's heart trembled and he began to panic. Who the hell is he? He plays tricks all the time. He's the same type as Li Mu. Fuck him. Old Yang, shut up.
Xiaobing was startled and covered Yang Haoren's mouth with his hand. Then he looked around the room with uncertainty and fear in his eyes.
Woo woo woo.
Yang Haoren was suddenly unable to breathe and cried out in pain.
Dad, Dad. Let go, Uncle Yang is rolling his eyes.
Xiaoan was shaking with fear, thinking that his father was going to suffocate someone to death. Xiaobing was stunned and quickly let go of his hand, a trace of embarrassment on his face.
Lao Yang, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I was just a little nervous, so I acted like this. Don't be angry. Huff 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 huff.
Yang Haoren gasped for breath, and it took him about a minute to come to his senses. At that moment, he thought he was going to die.
Chairman, you were too cruel. I almost died. Old Yang, I'm really sorry. I'm too sensitive to honest people.
Yang Haoren finally calmed down, but he felt very unhappy when he heard Xiaobing's words. At the same time, he was almost suffocated to death by the other party just now, which once again aroused the darkness hidden deep in his heart.
What are you afraid of? An honest man is just a ghost. He is nothing at all. Is there any need to talk about this? We should put pressure on the police and sentence Li Mu as soon as possible, so that he can hand over the Star of China. No, honest people are everywhere. Have you heard this saying? I don't want to be exposed.
Yang Haoren's heart skipped a beat and he thought to himself that something was wrong.
If there was any problem with his plan here, all his efforts would fail. He had planned to escape long ago, but before he could do so, Li Mu had to die. Chairman, no matter how powerful an honest person is, can he be above the law? At this moment, Xiaobing's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and looked at it. His eyebrows raised and his expression changed immediately. The Shanghai Municipal Bureau has just released a statement through their official account. There are too many doubts about Li Mu's theft of the China Star. The police will not miss any opportunity to take this case seriously and restore the truth of the incident. Xiaobing read the news, and Yang Haoren beside him asked in confusion, what does this mean? After the honest man gave the thumbs up, the police knew that the matter was not that simple. This was a statement. They believed that Li Mu was most likely framed. How is this possible? Is the video fake? Yang Haoren began to panic. If this matter was investigated and anything was uncovered, he would be in trouble. I don't know if it's true or not, but I feel like since an honest person liked it, maybe there really is something behind it.
My goodness, even Xiaobing began to have doubts and his thoughts began to lean towards the honest people.
How can this go on? This matter is set in stone. Why would an honest person overturn it? Just a thumbs up?
This is ridiculous. Old Yang, we do not get along with Li Mu, but the most urgent task is to find Huaxia Star. If he really didn't do this, the truth will come out sooner or later, and we can settle the score with him later.
No, that's it. Yang Haoran blurted out the words almost subconsciously, and everyone was stunned.
Xiaobing always felt that something was wrong with this old friend's mood today. Thinking of his previous experience, he suddenly understood.
I know you hate Li Mu, but we can't be careless about this. He is not an ordinary person. If he didn't do it, we can't insist that he did it. If we have the chance in the future, we can think of other ways to deal with him. Chairman, what are you going to do? Yang Haoran felt a little uneasy.
Since the honest man has taken action, we will go to the police station and cooperate with the police to re-investigate. We must show our attitude, otherwise, Legion Group will be finished.
Yang Haoran's anger suddenly surged. Are you kidding me?
My plan was well planned, but it changed just like that.
What does it have to do with me whether Legion Group is good or not?
After he cheated Li Mu, he took the Huaxia Star and was ready to run away.
As for whether your group is prosperous or bankrupt, what does it have to do with him?
He felt that Xiaobing must be crazy.
He was going to help Li Mu overturn the case?
Just because an honest man showed up, this was ridiculous, just like someone telling him that aliens were going to land on Earth tonight. Looking at Xiaobing blankly, he didn't know what to say for a moment.
Lao Yan, please don't be like this.
I know you are standing up for me, but we have to get to the root of the problem and solve it.
Thank you. Thank me? Thank me for nothing.
He realized that either Xiaobing was mentally retarded or he was an idiot. There was no other possibility.
Chapter 178 Anger rises from the heart. Evil is born from the courage.
Seeing the other party's eyes that were clearly trying to comfort him, Yang Haoran couldn't stand it anymore.
Even after all this, he actually backed down?
Obviously, he felt that Xiaobing was not someone who could accomplish great things.
He could just walk away now and not care about anyone, but he couldn't leave. He had finally created this extremely favorable situation for him, so how could he just walk away? Chairman, in my personal opinion, this is a good opportunity.
Those who want to accomplish great things cannot be soft-hearted.
I have to admit that Li Mu and I have a grudge against each other.
I hope something happens to him, but even if we didn't have a grudge, I would never miss such an opportunity.
Dad, I think what Uncle Yang said makes sense. This Li Mu is getting more and more aggressive. You can't treat him well. This is a good opportunity. We have caught it and we should make good use of it. Xiaoran had a very bad impression of Li Mu. It could be said that, in a sense, he wanted Li Mu to disappear even more than Yang Haoran. What a joke! He was trying to steal a woman from him. How could he tolerate that? What do you know?
Honest man intervened in this matter.
We have to be cautious.
Besides, Li Mu is not a simple person. You have to know that before Honest Man gave a thumbs up, our group had already suffered heavy losses because of Li Mu.
Don't you want to think about why?
Yang Haoran's heart sank, but his expression did not change. To Xiaobing, he had originally treated him as just an ATM, but now, a trace of hatred arose in his heart. I have followed him for so long, how could he not help me? Moreover, the lost heart of China also belongs to Xiaobing's company. I am anxious here, but he is not anxious at all? Old Xiaoan, what's wrong with you? It's okay, don't worry about it. We can definitely find this gem back, but if Li Mu makes a mistake, we will be in trouble.
Don't worry, Chairman. I know what you mean. The final decision-making power is still in your hands. And I think what you said makes sense. It is true. Things cannot be made too awkward. Yang Haoran pretended to agree with Xiaobing's opinion, but in fact, a very vicious idea had already emerged in his mind. Since the other party refused to cooperate with him, he could only destroy the other party. That's good. To survive in this society, you still can't be too extreme. Xiaoran, don't always think about women. With your conditions, are you afraid that you can't find a woman? Got it, Dad.
Xiaoran was very unconvinced, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only agree casually. Yang Haoren stood up and said, "Chairman, I'm going to leave for a while. There are still a lot of reporters outside. I'll go deal with them and announce your decision at the same time." "Okay, go ahead." The moment Yang Haoren left the room, his face instantly turned cold. He narrowed his eyes, raised the corners of his mouth, and quickly disappeared into the corridor. At 5 p.m., in the suburbs of Shanghai. "Mr. Yang, the Shanghai market is in a very tense situation right now. Why are you looking for us at this time? With your style of doing things, you shouldn't take such risks. If someone sees you, you'll be in big trouble." The middle-aged man in the lead frowned, obviously not understanding Yang Haoren's behavior. Do you want to make a big profit before leaving?" Yang Haoren raised his head and looked at the 4 people in front of him. The 4 of them were stunned for a moment when they heard this, obviously not understanding what the other party meant. "Make a big profit? Isn't the heart of China enough for us to spend?" Xiaobing is a stubborn guy. I thought to myself, he's going to run away anyway. I've served him for so long, and I've done him a favor. Now I want to collect some interest. Upon hearing this, the 4 of them looked at each other, feeling a little confused. "Mr. Yang, are you planning to have us kill Xiaobing? Isn't it a bit difficult? The incident of China Star has already caused a lot of uproar. If we take action now, something will definitely go wrong." The 4 of them obviously had a lot of concerns, but they were not fools, and this was no different from seeking death. Am I that stupid? Besides, what's the point of killing him? I don't even have any money. I'll find a chance to kidnap Xiaoran. My boss likes his son the most. As long as Xiaoran is kidnapped, he will definitely explode. When everyone heard this, their eyebrows raised, and the leader showed a hint of joy. Obviously Yang Haoren's words gave him an unexpected surprise. "That's right. We can get a lot of money by doing this. We can kidnap Xiaoran and make Xiaobing take the money. Otherwise, we can threaten him to kill the hostage." "Wow, this is a great plan." The other 3 people also showed excitement. If this was the case, as long as they handled it properly, not only would they make money, but the risk would also be minimal. Xiaoran was the only son in his family, so there was no need to worry that he would not come up with money to redeem Xiaoran. "How is it? Have you figured it out? Is this business easy to do? However, I have 2 additional tasks." "You say?" At this time, the 4 of them were already obsessed with money. This was not difficult for them, and it could even be said to be very simple. "I need to come up with a self-torture trick. I will find a way to bring Xiaoran out. When you show up, we will perform the self-torture trick." This is easy. It just makes you get hurt a little." "It's not easy. I have to get hurt a fair amount, but not fatally." "Don't worry, we have an idea. It's just that Mr. Yang will have to suffer a little." "This is nothing, but the second task is more important. The transaction location will be set in the suburbs. You will help me kill Xiaobing, of course, after you get the money." "What? Are you going to kill Xiaobing? This won't be a problem, right?" Everyone was a little panicked, because as long as they got the money, there was no need to kill the other party. "What do you know? Who is Xiaoran? He is a jewelry tycoon from Guangcheng. Do you think he will let it go after he brings his son back? You don't want to be unable to move forward in the future, do you? Besides, this guy is not very determined right now, and I'm afraid he might do something bad. Of course, if you don't want to do it, I won't force you. I can find someone else to do it." No, Mr. Yang, this is a simple matter. We just feel a little surprised." "Since you have decided, then it is settled." Half an hour later, Yang Haoren left the suburbs. Everything is arranged. What he has to do next is to lure out Xiaoran, the incompetent rich second generation. Once the bait is set, he just has to wait for the fish to take the bait. When Xiaobing's will began to waver, Yang Haoren became furious and became extremely evil. This kind of person is not only dark but also selfish. He put aside the matter of stealing the Chinese star. He felt that he had helped him for so many years, working like a slave, but now he completely denied the plot he had designed. This was intolerable. Chapter 179 Explosion. Xiaoran was kidnapped. At the same time, at Lin Feng's house, Li Tianhao was in a very low mood. Although the honest man seemed to pay attention to this matter and the police also said that they would thoroughly investigate the matter, he still felt uneasy. He had watched that video countless times, but could not see any clues at all.
It was just an unedited video. He just knew that the person in it was definitely not Li Mu. He didn't know about his own son?
That kind of behavior and facial expression were definitely not Li Mu himself, but that's not how the police handle cases. They only look at the content, unless there is evidence to prove that the person in the video is a fake.
Old Li, don't be nervous. I think Xiaomu will be fine. The honest people have come out.
What are you worried about?
If there is really a problem, this person probably won't show up.
That's what I said, but I still feel uneasy.
I only have this one son.
My wife called me more than 20 times and said that if anything happens to Xiaomu, she will not live with me anymore. When Lin Feng heard this, he felt sad. His wife died early, but he knew this feeling.
Don't worry. I've asked someone to find out. Xiaomu is doing well in there. He hasn't suffered much.
And now the case has been shelved. The higher-ups think there are many suspicious points in this case, and they will conduct a thorough investigation next.
I just think this is a conspiracy. Could it be Xiaobing's conspiracy? If they deliberately designed it, then it would be a big problem. I don't think so. He is the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar group after all. If he does something like this, wouldn't he lose face if it gets exposed?
Besides, I heard that he has given in. I have to say that the deterrent power of this honest man should not be underestimated. At this moment, Li Tianhao suddenly frowned, thought for a while, and decided to express some of the doubts in his heart. After all, he could exchange some ideas with Lin Feng, and it would be easier to rely on each other in the Shanghai Stock Exchange.
Lao Li? Do you still have any doubts in your heart? We are friends now, just say whatever you want to say. Li Tianhao seemed to have made up his mind. It's like this.
I feel that there's something wrong with Yang Haoran who was next to Xiaobing.
He was always verbally provoking us when we were having dinner that day.
In fact, if you think about it, the conflict between him and Xiaomu was all provoked by him.
I always feel that this person has some purpose. You think so too?
This person used to be the assistant to the chairman of Royal Jewelry, the #1 jewelry group in Hong Kong Island. But later, the group's treasure was stolen and has not been found yet. In the final analysis, the reason why Lijing Jewelry was able to rise to prominence was because of this loophole.
After that, Yang Haoran left the company and came to Guangzhou, where he joined Lijing Jewelry.
He followed Xiaobing for 5 years before he achieved his current position. I heard that Xiaobing thinks highly of him.
Li Tianhao was stunned.
He didn't expect that this guy seemed to have quite rich experience, not to mention that he was a worldly wise man.
Old Li, don't think too much. Believe in the laws of China. If Xiaomu is really innocent, there will be absolutely no problem.
I dare not say about other places, but in Shanghai, I am sure there will be no problem. The two were chatting when suddenly, the door of the living room was pushed open and Jiang Shui and Lin Feifei walked in with shocked faces. The two women had been worried about Li Mu for the past few days and had no appetite. It was obvious that they had seen something big.
Feifei? Xiao Shui? What's wrong? What happened?
Xiaoran was kidnapped, and Yang Haoran was attacked and stabbed 3 times. He is now in the hospital. I heard that his injuries are quite serious, but they are not fatal.
But he needs dozens of stitches, so he can't escape. What? Kidnapped? Xiaoran? Who did it? I don't know yet.
According to the Skynet surveillance footage, the car that Yang Haoran and Xiaoran were riding in was intercepted by 3 masked men. In the end, the other party didn't say anything, stabbed Yang Haoran 3 times, and then took Xiaoran away.
Jiang Shui recounted the incident quickly. How could this happen? Isn't it just a coincidence? How come all these things happened at the same time? No, there's something wrong here.
Li Tianhao frowned, and was not happy to hear that Yang Haoran was chopped off. Lin Feng felt the same way. They felt that this matter might not be as simple as they thought.
Where's Xiaobing? Li Tianhao asked.
The police have gone to the Marriott Hotel. Xiaobing did not show up at the hotel, but the media has surrounded the hotel.
We don't know the latest situation yet. I feel like something big is going to happen this time.
Li Tianhao frowned and felt heavy-hearted. At the same time, in the presidential suite of the Marriott Hotel, Xiaobing was going crazy. Everything was fine a few hours ago, but in the blink of an eye, his confidant was hacked seriously and his son was kidnapped. He was already troubled by the matter of China Star and was completely furious.
Officer Dong, is this the public security in China? My son has been kidnapped by an unknown person. I hope you can find out who did it as soon as possible. My son must be rescued immediately. Don't worry. We have already set up surveillance at all major transportation hubs in Shanghai. Although the kidnappers are wearing hoods, they will definitely be exposed. They can't leave Shanghai. In addition, Mr. Xiao, we hope you can think back and see if you have offended anyone recently. How should I know? The China Star was stolen, and now my son has been kidnapped. I can't wait long for this matter. If you can't find the person, I will find someone to investigate myself. And my assistant Mr. Yang Haoran is now seriously injured in the hospital. I need you police to ensure his safety. Dong Jingguo was also quite annoyed, but he managed to control his emotions. I see. Don't worry, we have set up a special task force and will give you a response as quickly as possible. After saying that, Dong Jingguo and his men left the villa. At this moment, Xiao Bing was actually very panicked. The China Star was nothing, just money. The key was his son's life. If something went wrong, he would be completely finished. I only have one son. Downstairs at the Marriott Hotel, Dong Jingguo broke through the siege of reporters and took Xiao Chen into the police car. Captain, this Xiao Bing is too arrogant. After all, my son is missing, and the China Star is also very valuable. I can understand that, but I find it very strange. Who did it? They stole the China Star and kidnapped Xiaoran. I don't think it's Li Mu. He's been imprisoned. Even if he's the mastermind, he has no chance to control it. Yes, but who is it? Suddenly, Yang Haoran's figure flashed past Dong Jingguo's crowd. Could it be? Captain, what's wrong? Let's go to the hospital. Chapter 180, Crazy Smearing. The two of them got into the car quickly. Xiao Chen was a little confused. In just a short while, Dong Jingguo seemed to have thought of something, but he didn't know anything. Captain, what did you think of? Dong Jingguo frowned. He was a very experienced policeman. This case was very strange. From the theft of the China Star, the arrest of Li Mu, to this kidnapping, he felt that there was an invisible black hand controlling everything. Let's go to the hospital first. I feel like something is wrong. It looks like someone is targeting Xiao Bing, but I don't think it's that simple. What do you mean? Is there something fishy going on? Of course, Yang Haoran is the key. I always feel that the main problem of the whole thing lies with him, but I have no evidence. Xiao Chen was shocked. Dong Jingguo's point of view was a bit out of line. He also understood what he meant. Could it be that Yang Haoran was deliberately instigating? Then, Li Mu was innocent. Could it be that Yang Haoran stole the Huaxia Star? Xiao Chen was startled and looked at Dong Jingguo in shock. Captain, if you say that, does that mean Yang Haoran stole the Chinese star? My God, this is too shocking. Don't talk nonsense. We will make a final decision after we go to the hospital. We police need evidence, not speculation. Xiao Chen nodded heavily. Yang Haoran was leaning on the hospital bed in Shanghai's first life-saving hospital. He was very familiar with this hospital. The series of experiences he had suffered here due to burns not long ago were still vivid in his mind. The sound of footsteps in the corridor reached his ears. Yang Haoran turned his head with difficulty and looked towards the door. His eyes froze slightly and then returned to normal. Ha, it's Captain Dong. Why are you here? I can't get up to receive you in this state. Sai, I'm sorry for offending you at the hotel before. I was too impulsive. Please don't mind it. Yang Haoran suddenly became very polite, but Dong Jingguo did not feel any emotional fluctuation in his heart. He even felt that the person in front of him was a little neurotic. How is it? Is the injury serious? Thanks to you, I'm fine. By the way, is there any news about Xiaoran? Not yet, but we are stepping up our investigation. That's why we are here today. Upon hearing this, Yang Haoran showed a trace of grief and anger. He said with a face full of grievance, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't asked Xiaoran out, this wouldn't have happened. Some people are really vicious. They have been arrested, but they are still thinking of ways to deal with us. It's really unbearable." Dong Jingguo frowned slightly. He asked calmly, "I wonder who you are referring to. Could it be that Mr. Yang has someone he suspects?" Li Mu, it must be him.
Needless to say, we all know that this person has been at odds with us from the beginning. He also has a grudge against our young master.
Oh? What festival?
Xiaoan and Lin Feifei have known each other for a long time. Although they are not in love, they are pursuing each other. Li Mu already has a girlfriend, but he still interferes.
This incident makes Xiaoan and the chairman very embarrassed. From what you said, you think this matter is related to Li Mu? But he is in the police station and can't do anything. How can he plan this kidnapping case? Yang Haoran's expression suddenly became exaggerated and he seemed very excited.
Captain Dong, you are also an old policeman.
Just because you control Li Mu, does that mean you can't kidnap Xiaoan? Aren't you a little naive? Dong Jinghua smiled and said calmly, Mr. Yang, why do I feel like you are targeting Li Mu? Yang Haoran was slightly stunned when he heard this. Ha, what's the point of me targeting him?
This guy looks righteous on the surface, but he's actually doing some shameful things behind the scenes.
Is he a hypocrite? He's young and looks harmless, but he's actually dark inside. He didn't explain anything in there, right? But look, there's already some movement outside. After saying this, he paused and then sighed. It doesn't matter if I die, but if something happens to Xiaoan, how can I explain to the chairman? After all, it was because I took him out that the accident happened. Dong Jinghua's brows tightened, and a thought flashed through his mind. He glanced at the other person and blurted out, You asked him out. That's not the case. He came to me and said he was upset and wanted to relax. I didn't think much of it at the time. Shanghai is an international metropolis. What could go wrong? But it really did happen. I feel guilty. Dong Jinghua stood up, looked at Yang Haoran, and said in a deep voice, You should have a good rest. I will come again if there is any problem. Don't worry, we will speed up the investigation of the case. These kidnappers will definitely not get away.
When Yang Haoran saw Dong Jinghua's determined expression, his heart skipped a beat for no reason, but he didn't show it.
Goodbye, you two. I won't see you off.
Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, his face suddenly darkened and a bold idea appeared in his mind.
Why not just go all out and get rid of all those people who are getting in the way?
10 minutes later, Yang Haoran took out an old-fashioned mobile phone, pressed a few buttons on it, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes.
Shanghai Police Department. I think there's something wrong with Yang Haoran. You seem to hate Li Mu very much?
But this is not a problem. Everyone knows that they are not on good terms. This has no effect on Xiaoran's kidnapping case. The two were walking in the dim corridor at this time, obviously going to the interrogation room to find Li Mu.
What about that honest person on the internet? Why is there no sound this time? This person is too mysterious and moody. We don't know what his position is. Let's ignore him for now. At least for now, he is not an enemy. Captain, are you going to interrogate Li Mu now? Yes, I want to see what else I can gain.
There was a strange light flashing in the depths of Dong Jinghua's eyes. For some reason, he always felt that Li Mu was innocent, but he must be able to give himself some inspiration.
Bang!
The door to the interrogation room opened. Li Mu raised his head, which had been lowered.
What's the matter with you two visiting so late at night?
Xiao Chen frowned, but was stopped by Dong Jinghua.
Go turn off the surveillance. What? Captain, this is against the rules.
I told you to shut it up. Why are you talking so much nonsense?
Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen walked towards the monitoring room helplessly.
Soon, a cup of tea was brought to Li Mu, and Dong Jinghua sat down in front of him.
He looked at Li Mu with his eyes, as if he could see through him. Captain Dong, why are you looking at me like that? There's nothing wrong with my sexual orientation. Dong Jinghua was stunned and his expression looked a little unnatural. Ahem. I asked my old classmate Zhou Magua, and he thinks you are most likely being wrongly accused. Chapter 181 Horrible Logical Thinking. Li Mu smiled but said nothing. Don't say that.
You police officers need to be rigorous in your work. This is not in accordance with the rules.
Li Mu, I just hope you can tell me frankly whether there is any inside story about this matter.
Xiaoan was kidnapped not long ago.
Oh? Xiaoan was kidnapped? This guy is outspoken. He is willing to go against me just for a woman. He must have offended a lot of people. You mean, he offended a lot of people, so he was kidnapped as revenge?
Limu raised his lips, looked at Dong Jinghua and said with a smile, Captain Dong, just say whatever you want to say.
You are a smart man, and I am not stupid either.
Dong Jinghua was stunned and felt more and more that this young man was different. There are many loopholes in this case, including the theft of the Huaxia star. Don't think that our police are all fools. I know that you didn't go out of Lin Feng's house that night, but there is no way to prove who the person in the video is.
Limu said, I guess someone said that I was the one who ordered the kidnapping of Xiaoan?
Yes, it is you who gave the instructions.
Dong Jinghua did not hide anything. The truth is often unexpected. The most unlikely person may be the most suspicious. Yang Haoran's injury does not mean that he is a victim.
What do you mean by that?
Limu smiled, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth. Captain Dong, why do you have to ask questions when you already know the answer? Aren't you thinking the same thing as me? Many things will have doubts once you investigate them.
Why did the theft of the gem from the royal jewelry in Hong Kong Island and this trip to China happen in places where Yang Haoran was?
Is it because he is unlucky? I don't think so. Dong Jinghua really couldn't understand this young man.
But if you say that, I can't take it as valid evidence. I didn't say I wanted to overturn my conviction.
I'm not in a hurry. I've dealt with the Chinese police before. There's no problem with your ability. Don't worry. It's just that the time has not come yet.
Also, if you really suspect Yang Haoran, you can push the time of investigating him back to, for example, 5 years ago or 10 years ago. As long as a person has done something or has come into contact with someone, there will be traces.
When Dong Jinghua heard this, he was shocked.
He did suspect Yang Haoran, but he had no idea where to start the investigation.
However, after Li Mu's reminder, he suddenly realized.
Just because there are no problems now doesn't mean there were no problems in the past.
A person's trajectory cannot be erased. If Yang Haoran really has a problem, it can definitely be found out.
Have you studied criminal investigation?
I'm just a media student.
I was living away from home for the past 10 years and almost had to work as a bricklayer on a construction site.
How could I have the time to learn this advanced stuff? That's amazing.
If you apply to the police academy with this kind of logic, you will definitely succeed.
Stop joking.
Compared to the Chinese star, Xiaoran's kidnapping is the most important thing.
If something happens to him, the consequences will be disastrous. We can start from several aspects.
Why did he go out at that time, who was he with, and whether the people he was with were kidnapped? Also, I guess now that the person has been kidnapped, threatening phone calls will come soon. If they are really asking for money, then there will obviously be no problem. But if the other party has other intentions, it is hard to say. Xiao Bing may lose both his money and his life.
Dong Jinghua was shocked. Wow.
After Li Mu's analysis, everything suddenly became much clearer to him.
Yang Haoran appeared in front of his alarm clock again. Do you suspect Yang Haoran?
There is no evidence, but the evidence will slowly emerge, and everything will come to light in the end. Send someone to protect Xiao Bing. If I were a kidnapper, not only would I want money, but I would also want revenge on the Xiao family, so both father and son would have to die. As for anyone who was not a fool, I would also kill the person who was with Xiaoran when he was kidnapped.
Dong Jinghua let out a breath and stood up. You are indeed not a simple person.
Don't worry, as long as you are innocent, our police will never wrongly accuse you.
Watching Dong Jinghua leave, Li Mu sneered.
The development of things was under his control. He knew exactly what would happen next. The real show was just beginning. To be honest, if I hadn't been caught by the police, it would have been a bit troublesome to deal with this matter.
But now I am in the interrogation room of the police station. If an honest man appears at this time, what does it have to do with me?
Thinking of this, Li Mu laughed sinisterly. He thought he was in control of everything, and had planned everything to put himself to death. However, he had no awareness of his own terror, and this man was not far from his own doomsday.
On the other side, Dong Jinghua walked out of the interrogation room and went directly to the office. Xiao Chen came to the office quickly. Captain, is the interrogation ready?
Yes, but this is not an interrogation, it is a consultation.
Consult? This guy is really talented.
After talking to him, my thinking has been broadened a lot. I had run into a lot of dead ends before, but now it's much better.
What can a rich second-generation person do? You're so young, you don't know shit, brat. This guy is not simple.
My senior brother, Zhou Maigua from Hangzhou City, told me that Li Mu is unlikely to be the criminal. Although there is no evidence, I believe what he said.
And I just talked to him. This guy is indeed not simple. Captain, is there something else going on here?
There must be one, and the key problem lies with Yang Haoran.
We need to investigate this person thoroughly.
Also, send someone to secretly follow Xiaobing.
He has a problem? Dong Jingguo was speechless and laughed. You kid, did your brain get kicked by a donkey?
Protect his safety. If the other party's main purpose of kidnapping Xiaoran is not for money, I'm afraid Xiaobing will be in danger next. At the same time, this series of major events that occurred in the Shanghai Stock Exchange has shocked the Chinese public opinion, and the chat areas of the Honest People's social network are all discussing this matter. Xiaoran was kidnapped, Li Mu was arrested. I feel like there's a conspiracy. Since honest people have given thumbs up, there must be something hidden.
But if something happens to Xiaoran, I'm afraid Xiaobing will go crazy. Damn it, I don't think Yang Haoran next to him is a good person.
I also learned about the previous conflict with Li Mu.
This person has a big problem.
Back then, he was with Royal Jewelry in Hong Kong Island, but something went wrong with the company. Now he is with Xiaoran, but his gems were stolen and his son was arrested.
Damn it, is this person really possessed by the god of misfortune?
You know what, I was cursed by Li Mu before. It was really bad luck. I had a lot of trouble along the way. I almost died, but I think it's right. This guy is not a good person at first glance. He must have done something shameful.
Chapter 182. There is movement in the Honest People's social network.
Malicious comments towards Yang Haoran began to flood the screen.
Wow, no one could have imagined that he was the assistant to the chairman of the jewelry company and a confidant of the Xiao family, and had a good relationship with everyone in the Xiao family, yet he was still hated. This kind of hatred is very inexplicable.
No matter how bad Yang Haoran's character is, at least no black material about him has been exposed. It is indeed a bit surprising that people hate him for no reason. But in fact, this was not an accident, but inevitable because he had offended Li Mu. Li Mu, who possesses the passive skill of falling in love at first sight, has a built-in turbofan absorber. Only people like Yang Haoran, who have a strong dislike for Li Mu, will be immune to the impact of this skill. However, it is not a big problem that he is not imaged, because, as long as most of them are imaged, the person who is not imaged will be as ridiculous as the clown. The entire Honest People's social network has criticized Yang Haoran, who is now the victim, harshly. It is obvious that these Honest People's loyal fans are also admirers of Li Mu. In the hospital ward, a pair of cold eyes looked at the mobile phone screen. Yang Haoran felt anger filling his heart, but he held it back.
Let these ignorant people have some fun now.
When Li Mu has completely betrayed them and everything is settled, then everyone in this chat area will see how they can still criticize themselves. Yang Haoran actually has a very high IQ, otherwise he would not have committed crimes twice in a row without being caught. But he was a little uneasy in his heart. That honest man who appeared and disappeared mysteriously was a huge threat to him. But he is not worried.
He is an atheist.
He was so awesome before and did some things that cannot be explained until now, but he believes that there are some mysteries that are definitely unknown to the outside world. As long as he was cautious enough, even an honest person would not be able to use any means to deal with him.
He looked at the time and knew that it was almost time and he could not delay any longer.
He planned to speed up his actions and take action against Xiaobing. He placed his phone on the bedside table, planning to take a rest before taking action. After all, although it was a self-torture tactic, he was seriously injured in this wave, and his movements were temporarily affected. He needed to rest for some time before recovering.
But it's better this way.
No matter what happens in the future, it will be difficult for the police to blame themselves.
After all, they are half disabled. What can they do?
Thinking of this, he laughed sinisterly.
The mobile phone on the bedside table vibrated with a buzzing sound, and Yang Haoran was brought back to his senses. He frowned and looked at his phone. The phone, which was originally in task screensaver mode, suddenly lit up. It was the text message alert tone. He frowned and picked up the phone again. He slid the screen lightly, and his brows furrowed violently. A hint of fear suddenly appeared in his eyes. It can't be so unlucky, right? I was just thinking about the honest man, and it happened so quickly? The honest man actually showed up.
At this time, the chat area of the Honest Man's social network was in a state of excitement, and the text messages pushed were all push notifications from major news websites.
Breaking news!
The long-lost honest man reappeared on the social network and issued a statement, claiming that some people seem to be unaware of the fear of being dominated by him. He said that he would teach them a lesson to let them know how bad it was to be targeted by him. As things develop, we will continue to have a relationship. Some experts said that the honest man's appearance this time is likely to be closely related to the theft of the heart of China and the kidnapping of Xiaoan. Yang Haoran struggled to sit up from the bed, his eyes full of surprise and confusion.
Want to teach the other person a lesson? Could it be that he was the one being talked about?
He began to get a little scared. The ruthlessness he had felt before had completely disappeared, and he was now panicking.
He quickly opened the honest person's social network and entered the chat area.
As soon as he saw it, his scalp suddenly went numb.
The crowd inside was already excited. 666, I said the honest man would definitely not be absent this time, no need for me to say more, right?
Everyone should know who the target is this time, there will be no fools, definitely, the honest man showed up this time, targeting Li Mu who was in the police station, right?
This is impossible, I think Yang Haoran is going to be in trouble this time.
Fuck, this guy has a pointed face and monkey cheeks. He doesn't look like a good person, especially his eyes, which are gloomy, and he speaks in a sarcastic tone, as if he has a chrysanthemum.
I have disliked him for a long time. I think this revelation is definitely related to this person. That's not true. Appearance reflects the heart.
This man is extremely treacherous. Back in Hong Kong, there were rumors that this guy teamed up with others to steal from the royal jewelry. I think the same is true for China's star this time. Anyway, I don't care.
Both the honest man and Li Mu are excellent people. The two of them have some linkage. If Li Mu really has problems, why did the honest man like it before?
Needless to say, Yang Haoran will definitely show his hand in this wave.
Yang Haoran stared at the screen of his mobile phone with a dull expression.
He began to doubt his life. Why were these people so sure that the honest person who was going to expose the news was him?
Did he provoke them? Was he really that annoying?
After all, he is a top figure in Guangqing and even in the southern cities of China.
Although these shameful things were done by his own hands, they have no evidence? Why do they say that he did it? This is slander, as if he wants to convict himself without evidence. My uncle can tolerate this, but my aunt absolutely cannot. Isn't this bullying? Is it because I have a good temper?
Thinking of this, he suddenly opened his own account and planned to defend himself as an outsider in the chat area of the Honest People social network.
20 minutes later. He was desperate. He seemed to have underestimated the popularity of the honest man and Li Mu.
The comments he made were quite pertinent. He called on people in the chat room not to believe everything they heard and to speak with evidence. He even seriously explained to them the seriousness of the crime of defamation. However, no one criticized him, not a single person, because he was like an ant, and no one saw what he said. The chat area scrolled very quickly, and as soon as he made a comment, it would be swallowed up by other comments criticizing him.
At this moment, Yang Haoran's self-esteem was trampled upon.
He was a big shot after all, but now he was being ignored to this extent.
It was really infuriating.
At this moment, an idea came to his mind. Since he was already suspected by so many people, he planned to carry out the plan quickly.
What if he was an honest man? As long as he was fast enough, it didn't matter if he was exposed?
By that time, Xiaoan and his son would have died, and he would have run away with the China star and the ransom.
Chapter 183, the phone call came as expected.
At this moment, he already had his own plans. He wanted to speed up the progress of things.
This matter could not be delayed any longer.
He was fed up with the comments made by honest people on social media.
Yes, I did it, but does anyone have evidence? Why do all of them suspect me but think Li Mu is innocent when there is no evidence? This world is full of deep malice towards him.
At this moment, Yang Haoran is completely on the road to hell, getting further and further away. He picked up the phone and called several of his men directly, and told them to call Xiaobing tonight, get the ransom, kill the Xiao father and son, and then flee far away. As for Li Mu, if he cannot kill him this time, he will leave it for later. As long as he can escape successfully, 1 year later, 2 years later, 5 years later, or even 10 years later, he can catch him by surprise and no one will ever think that he was the one who killed him.
If he is unlucky, this incident may cause great waves in his life.
Even if he does not go to jail, with the internet so developed today and the pace of self-media, Li Mu may be in trouble. Thinking of this, Yang Haoran felt much better and laughed coldly. I am indeed good at playing power games.
People like Li Mu are still too young. As for the honest man, I will force him to be ignored. As long as I don't have any loopholes, what can he reveal? Even if the news was leaked, as long as I was fast enough, I could leave China and stay in a corner. Why would I be so panicked? Damn it, I am a genius. Yang Haoran became inexplicably arrogant. As the old saying goes, if you want to destroy someone, you must first make him swell. This guy has gone further and further down the road of no return, and it is difficult for him to turn back. At the same time, Yang Haoran didn't know that at 5 p.m., Dong Jingguo brought his people to the Marriott Hotel and met Xiaobing alone. You mean, those people might have other intentions? I don't know whether it is or not. I am just guessing based on my experience. I think they should contact you soon. After all, Xiaoran has been kidnapped for more than 48 hours. Officer Dong, I only have this one son. You should know how important he is to me. Of course, I know that you are also an important entrepreneur in China. If something happens to your family, it will definitely be a loss. I am also trying to help you, but I need your cooperation. Xiaobing was silent for a while, then said, You tell me, I am willing to cooperate. At this time, Xiao Chen beside him took out a small box and placed it on the table. What's this? The police's latest miniature surveillance camera with wiretaps. He uses it the same way as contact lenses. You need me for something? But, what can I do for you? Dong Jingguo naturally would not tell the other party that this was a hint given by the other party after talking with Li Mu. This way we can remotely monitor all your actions, and at the same time, we can protect you. We suspect that the other party is not just after money. Xiaobing is not a fool. When he heard what the other party said, he couldn't help but frown. Will the other party kill me if I give him money? It's not about killing the hostage, it's about killing you too. What? Xiaobing stood up suddenly, looking very excited. Obviously, he felt that as long as he cooperated with the criminals, the other party would release his son. He even planned to solve the matter himself when the criminals contacted him. He did not intend to rely on the police. Yes, because we suspect that there is a mastermind behind this incident. Otherwise, the theft of the China Star and the kidnapping of your son would not be such a coincidence. There is no shortage of coincidences in this world, but some coincidences cannot stand up to scrutiny. Are you really sure? Us. Dong Jingguo also knew that the other party would not accept his opinion for a while, and was about to open his mouth to continue lobbying when suddenly Xiaobing's cell phone, which was placed on the coffee table on his right, vibrated. Everyone's eyes were focused on the mobile phone screen, on which was an unsigned phone number. It was obvious that the call was from an unfamiliar number. Xiaobing frowned and picked up the phone to take a look. A person of his level would never receive harassing calls. Some calls from clients would first be called to the company or his assistants and then transferred to him. The people who knew his private phone number were his closest relatives. How could he receive a strange call now? Dong Jingguo's words just now flashed through the alarm clock's mind. He suddenly trembled and quickly picked up the phone. Dong Jingguo was shocked and had a guess in his mind. At the same time, he was a little shocked by what Li Mu said before. That young man had predicted this? It was too accurate, wasn't it? He had still some doubts in his heart, but Xiaobing's words soon confirmed his thoughts. Who are you? Did you kidnap my son? I'm telling you, don't hurt him. A voice that had been processed by voice changing sounded. Ha, Mr. Xiao, you are really smart. So, have you prepared the money? I warn you, your time is running out. Don't play tricks on us. We brothers have bad tempers. I need to see my son. I have to make sure he's okay. Ha, you're asking too much. I can only assure you that he's fine now. Want to see a video? Then do you want to see a video of him with missing arms and legs? Don't mess around. Remember not to call the police. Also, I need 1 billion to be transferred to my designated account abroad, so remember not to call the police. As for your son, once the money is paid, you can come and pick him up in person. Wait a minute. Why, Mr. Xiao, do you have anything else to say? Where do I pick up my son? After you pay the money, I will tell you about the boycott. You have to come alone. If I find anyone other than you, I will definitely let you and your son go to heaven together. The call was hung up immediately. Hello, hello? A busy tone came from the receiver, and Xiaoran was furious. It seems that the other party really doesn't intend to let you go. Do you have any solution? If you want to transfer money, I can apply to the higher authorities and use diplomatic means to control the movement of the money. Then you can contact them and we will carry out the arrest. Really, there won't be any problem? Mr. Xiao, do you still have a choice? We have no choice like you. Okay, let's do it.
Dong Xinghua suddenly said in a serious tone, since we are cooperating, you must listen to us.
Remember, no one can tell them our action plan, including Yang Haoran, whom you trust the most. Chapter 184, Xingqiu Dream. Okay, I will cooperate with you. As long as my son is fine, I can agree to anything you ask for. Dong Xinghua stood up and said, I hope you can keep this thought.
Our police will definitely guarantee your safety and will not let anything happen to you and your son.
I will go and prepare now.
You just need to go there at the agreed time tonight.
Okay, but I have a question. Do you suspect someone around me? For example, Lao Yang? I don't think it's him.
I haven't known him for long, but he has helped me a lot.
Back then, someone wanted to kill me.
If he hadn't risked his life to save me, I would have been finished. Dong Xinghua heard this and thought to himself, these rich people are indeed extraordinary. It is obvious that the other party has seen that I am suspicious of Yang Haoran, and he has also seen it. Mr. Xiao, please rest assured.
We will not suspect anyone casually. Everything is based on evidence, so don't worry, we will not wrongly accuse anyone. Xiao Bing nodded. I believe you.
I didn't expect that I would experience so many things when I came to Shanghai this time. If I had known this, I would not have held this auction. A look of regret appeared on his face. The auction of China Star was originally scheduled for 2 months later, and the location had not been confirmed to be Shanghai. However, because of Li Mu, he decided to help his son vent his anger. As a result, after arriving here, the auction did not take place, but a series of troubles occurred. Not only was the China Star stolen, but his son was also kidnapped.
This deal was a huge loss. After watching Dong Xinghua and his group leave, he fell into deep thought. He was not a fool. On the contrary, how many people had achieved their current status easily?
At the moment of talking with Dong Zhangwo, he suddenly suspected Yang Haoran. Only he could do these things without anyone knowing.
So the question is, why was he seriously injured? Was it a self-torture trick? If that was the case, it would be too scary. A person's scheming could be so deep that it would be frightening.
But he still hoped that this matter had nothing to do with Yang Haoran, otherwise, he would not be able to accept it. He and the other party had a very good understanding and cooperation for the past 5 years.
If even he had problems, who could he trust in the future? He prayed silently, hoping it wasn't Yang Haoran, otherwise he might not be able to accept it.
At the same time, in the intensive care unit, Yang Haoran picked up his mobile phone and saw a text message from his 4 subordinates.
The people have been notified. According to the plan, we will take action tonight and leave the country at that time.
He looked at the message and smiled.
Got it. You can go now. Wait here for me to deal with the funeral of Xiao Bing and his son, and then find a way out. Otherwise, it will attract the attention of the police. Please be careful.
After sending the message, he put away his phone. Thinking that Xiao Bing and his son were about to be finished, that the China Star was in his hands, that there was a ransom of 500 million yuan, and that the hateful Li Mu was already in the police station, no matter whether he could clear his name or not, he would have to carry the burden of being a former suspect for the rest of his life. In today's world of advanced internet, this will become a topic that everyone will talk about for the rest of their lives.
At the same time, he will have left China by then, but he will not let Li Mu go. As long as he has the chance, he will make a comeback. At that time, if Li Mu was killed, no one would suspect him. Even if they did, so what? At that time, he was already living a comfortable life on an island abroad. Beaches, sunshine, beauties, and lots of money to spend. He can do whatever he wants and go wherever he wants, and no one can stop him. Thinking of this, he laughed and felt extremely happy, as if everything he had thought of in his mind had come true. This Xingqiu dream has been perfectly presented in his mind. Tonight he will take the first step and kill Xiao Bing and his son. Originally, he did not want to touch them. After all, Xiao Bing has a prominent status and has a lot of connections and reputation in the southern region. He can also leave a way out for himself. However, the continuous blows have made him completely lose his mind. What he doesn't know is that his mentality has undergone a drastic change. He hates everyone and wants to take revenge on society. Even if an honest person seems to appear, he doesn't care. He is very confident that as long as he is careful enough, even an honest person will not be able to reveal anything.
Just as he was immersed in his beautiful dream, he didn't know that all his plans had already had loopholes. Under Li Mu's guidance, Dong Jinghua found Xiao Bing, but Xiao Bing, who had always trusted him, didn't tell him anything.
If he knew everything, he would definitely say that the clown is actually himself. At the same time, Xiao Bing was ready to go.
On the other side, Dong Jinghua had also prepared everything and was ready to go at any time. In an abandoned warehouse in the western suburbs, Xiaoran was tied to a pillar with a cloth stuffed in his mouth. He looked at the 4 people in front of him with horror, and his heart was filled with fear. He had grown up under the protection of Xiao Bing since he was born. Wherever he went, people called him Young Master Xiao and no one dared to look at him coldly. Except for Lin Feifei and Li Mu in Shanghai, he had hardly suffered any setbacks.
Now he was kidnapped.
Facing 4 gangsters wearing masks, he was terrified to the extreme. The content of their conversation scared him so much that he could not take care of himself.
Ha, it's settled. When the people come, they will take the money and kill both of them. Anyway, neither of them can survive. If they don't die, we will die, understand? I know. It's nothing. We are all professionals. How can we be so soft-hearted? Look at this kid. He is so delicate and tender. I was scared to death. Tell me, we are all human. Why did God arrange such a good family for this loser? This is so infuriating. You're right. The life of that loser is so easy.
He has been enjoying it for more than 20 years.
This is his first time as a human being. Why? We won't spoil him. This kind of loser is a waste of food. Killing him this time is also considered to be getting rid of harm to the people. The few of them were cheerful and obviously in a good mood. They also found a legitimate reason for themselves, kidnapping and killing people to get rid of harm to the people. These 4 people were indeed talented. But Xiaoran, who was tied up, was shaking with fear. When he heard that the other party wanted to kill him and his father, he started to struggle in fear. A humming sound came from his mouth and his face was full of a begging expression. However, these 4 people didn't care about him at all, and didn't even look at him. Tonight, no one could save Xiao Bing and his son. Chapter 185, Catch Them All. Dream shattered. Look at this loser, he's so scared, and he's a rich 2nd generation, what a rubbish, to be honest, he can't be compared to Li Mu from Shanghai. Yes, there is no comparison. But fortunately he is a fool. If he is really like Li Mu, we may not be able to deal with him. The risk would be very high. That's right. We get paid to do things, so the simpler the better. When we get the money tonight, brothers, we will go abroad and have a good time. I've been suffocating for the past few years. That's right. Foreign horses are pretty good. We have to give them a try when we go out this time. When Xiaoran saw that the other party ignored him and actually talked about women, he became more and more panicked. If his mouth hadn't been blocked, he really wanted to say, "Don't you just want big foreign horses? I'll arrange them for you, 1 by 1 is not enough? I'll give you 10 each, do you need to kill me?" At this moment, the leader of the 4 suddenly stood up, picked up the phone in his hand, looked at it, and said in a deep voice, "Okay, let's talk about the future life later. Let's get down to business now." The person is already at the door. Oh? Really? He's really obedient. This old guy is quite capable. He can be a long-term cash machine. But it's a pity that he offended someone he shouldn't have offended. It's a pity. Yeah, what a pity, otherwise we could control him for life, and money comes in a steady stream, doesn't it? These guys look rough, but they are quite creative. When the leading man heard this, his expression suddenly changed. All of you, be honest. Don't think of anything useless. Hurry up and grab your weapons and take this kid out. We'll make a quick decision, resolve the matter, and then run away. After hearing this, several people did not dare to delay. Soon, they took out several guns from the canvas bag nearby, and then grabbed Xiaoran. Don't worry, little brat. We will let you die quickly. You and your father will die together, and you won't be lonely on your way to the underworld. Immediately afterwards, a big man kicked Xiaoran on the butt, and the latter staggered and fell out of the door. In the distance, a Rolls-Royce stopped at the door. When Xiaoran and the 4 others appeared, the car door was pushed open, and Xiao Bing and several bodyguards walked out. Xiaoran. Seeing his son fly into a rage, and looking at his current state, my heart aches.
Xiaoan, who had never suffered any hardship since childhood, had obviously suffered a lot.
How could his father not feel distressed? Xiaoran, are you okay? Woo woo woo.
Xiaoran stared. He wanted to tell his father that they not only wanted money but also wanted to kill him to silence him, but he had something in his mouth and couldn't speak at all.
Ah, don't be nervous. Where's the money? Did you call? We are in a hurry.
Of course, if you give the money, your son will be safe.
Check your account yourself. The money was transferred a minute ago.
The leading burly man signaled with his eyes, and someone beside him picked up his phone and started typing.
It's in the account, no problem.
There was a flash of excitement in the eyes of people around. The leading man smiled and said, "We are all people who keep our promises.
Since you have paid the money, we will give you the person."
After saying that, he nodded, and someone behind him pushed Xiaoran.
"Ha, young master, I am honored to tell you that you are free. Go back."
When Xiaoran heard this, he ran away, while winking at his father. However, Xiaobing did not see his son's intention. "Quick, go and pick it up, young master." At the command, the 4 bodyguards behind him ran over instantly. At this moment, the 4 big men smiled strangely, and 4 guns appeared in their hands from their waists. At this moment, Xiaobing raised his eyebrows, but he was not panicked at all. The 4 bodyguards ran towards Xiaoran quickly without making a sound.
Ha, they seemed quite calm. Stop talking nonsense and get started.
Then, at this moment, a gunshot pierced the night sky. The leading man was startled and turned his head to see one of his men lying on the ground with a bloody hole between his eyebrows, dead. His heart skipped a beat and he knew something was wrong, but he didn't think it was the police. He thought Xiaobing had secretly arranged a sniper. "Xiaobing, if you dare to plot against me, I will kill you today." Then, before he could fire his gun, several more sounds of breaking air were heard all around him. A cloud of blood mist burst out, and 3 people fell to the ground. The leading man turned his head and his eyes suddenly turned red. "Xiaowei, Da Kong, Xiaobai." A scream was heard, and all 3 of them were dead. He was shot in his right hand, and the gun in his hand fell to the ground, and he lost the ability to resist in an instant. At this time, Xiaoran had returned to the car and the white cloth in his hand had been taken off.
"Dad, you're finally here."
"Not only do they want money, they also want to kill us." "Xiaoran, stop talking so much and get in the car quickly." At the same time, dense footsteps were heard all around.
Dong Jinghua rushed over with a group of policemen, followed by special police.
He had arranged all of this, and in order to be absolutely sure, he had laid a tight net today.
"Officer Dong, today is really. Don't talk about it for now. Take your son back to rest and come to the police station tomorrow."
When Xiaobing heard this, he nodded immediately, turned around, and got into the car with Xiaoran. At this time, he came to the big man and looked him up and down.
"What's your name?" The other party didn't say anything and obviously didn't intend to cooperate. "Ha, I have plenty of time. If I take him back, do you still want to talk to me about the code of conduct?"
A group of police officers calmly took the only survivor away from the scene.
The other 3 bodies were also taken away. "Boss, is that all? You are awesome." "It's not that I'm awesome, it's that I got some advice from an expert."
"Oh, forget it, let's go back first."
"I'm afraid I haven't had any rest recently."
When Xiaoqin heard this, his face suddenly fell. "Hey, I understand that you are working overtime voluntarily to serve the people, but the case is almost solved, which is a good thing."
"You are still somewhat aware."
At the same time, Li Mu, who was resting with his eyes closed in the interrogation room, suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The corners of his mouth turned up and he smiled.
"Ha, after all your efforts, you still failed in the end. You were caught in one fell swoop this time. Your dream is shattered, right? Our game has begun." Li Mu grinned.
On the other side, Yang Haoren in the ward was still waiting for a call. At 3 a.m., he looked at the clock and kept checking his phone, but his 4 men still hadn't called.
He frowned, feeling a little uneasy.
Logically, there should be a result by now, but why is there no sound at all?
Did something go wrong? The author has something to say. This book earns me 7-8 yuan a day.
I really can't continue writing, sorry everyone, it will be finished soon, the new book has been launched, those who are interested can take a look.
Thank you for your support. Chapter 186 The Honest Man Takes Action. The truth comes to light.
He shook his head, trying to clear his head, which was almost impossible.
How could anything go wrong when facing my own calculations?
I took out my phone, opened various news websites, and finally couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. There really wasn't any breaking news, which made him feel much better. But then he felt something was wrong.
How could there be no news at all?
If Xiaobing and his son were both dead, there should have been a flood of news on the internet by now.
In an instant, he realized something was wrong.
He suddenly sat up from the bed, his eyes filled with confusion.
What should he do now? To go or not to go?
Inside the police station hospital, the big man with the injured right hand leaned on the bed, saying nothing, and played a game of knives with Dong Jinghua. Chen Dachui, you were on the run 10 years ago and you already have 3 murders on your hands.
Do you think you can hide it? Confess who you are working for, and maybe you can get some leniency.
However, Chen Dachui said nothing, lowered his head, and pretended not to hear.
Dong Jinghua was quite calm.
As long as the person was in his hands, he had plenty of time. His only worry was that if time dragged on for too long, the mastermind behind the scenes would have a chance to take advantage of the situation.
It would be a big problem if he ran away.
At this moment, hurried footsteps were heard at the door of the ward. He turned his head and saw Xiao Chan running in.
How is it? Any movement? Yang Haoren is fine and still in the hospital. Dong Jinghua frowned. The other party didn't move. This matter became a bit difficult.
But Xiao Chen suddenly changed the subject. But there was a situation where an honest person appeared and said on his social network that he would expose a major event. Dong Jinghua was stunned for a moment, then showed a look of joy.
Can you finish your words at once, kid? Damn it, you're going to drive me crazy.
Keep sending people to monitor Yang Haoren.
I'm waiting for the results of the revelation here. Yes.
At the same time, the honest people's social network has exploded. Because the honest man who had been missing for a long time finally showed up.
Dong Jinghua couldn't wait to open the honest people's social network.
Wow, there were already more than 1 billion people gathered in the chat area, and the video playback area was playing a video.
Dong Jinghua took a closer look and was completely dumbfounded.
It was the first time for him to see an honest person reveal something. He had always been skeptical before, but after seeing the video at this moment, he was completely dumbfounded. He saw a person, that was Yang Haoren, and at this moment Yang Haoren put on a mask and turned into Li Mu. Behind him, there was a group of people following. These people were the 4 gangsters, and the one leading them was indeed Chen Dachui. At this moment, he already knew in his heart that his guesses were correct. This time, he put the blame on Li Mu for stealing the Huaxia star. I wonder how he can argue.
This human skin mask is a good thing. I spent a lot of money to get it.
Remember, when you go to the hotel, make sure to let the hotel surveillance camera take a picture of it.
The conversation in the video rang out. The following content was even more explosive.
When the video showed Yang Haoren and the 4 planning to kidnap Xiaoran and then kill Xiaobing and his son, his forehead was already covered with cold sweat. After all, they are a master and servant relationship, and he has met Xiaobing.
He trusts his subordinate very much and is very good to Yang Haoren.
Now it seems that Xiaoran has suffered a great loss in this wave of emotional investment. He did not hesitate any longer, left the office quickly, and called Xiao Chun.
Everything that happened on the honest social network has already been spread through the internet.
In an instant, the whole of China was boiling with voices expressing their indignation for Li Muming. Li Mu's arrest had already caused a huge sensation and suspicion, and now that an honest man had stepped forward, the truth was finally revealed. On the other side, inside the Shanghai No. 1 hospital, Yang Haoren looked at the phone screen in shock, his face full of fear.
How so?
He had planned everything out perfectly, but something still went wrong in the end. This was simply impossible and too terrible.
He couldn't understand why things turned out this way. No matter how awesome the honest people are, how did they take these videos?
Some scenes are impossible to be secretly filmed.
Day.
Just then, hurried footsteps were heard at the door. Yang Haoren suddenly raised his head and looked towards the door nervously, his eyes suddenly changed. Xiao Chen appeared at the door with 6 policemen.
What do you think? Is there anything else to say?
The honest man's revelations have long been known to the world. You should know in your heart that you can't escape.
Yang Haoren looked unhappy.
He looked at Xiao Chen and his hands began to tremble.
What? Those videos are fake. Fake? This time it's not up to you to decide. Take it away.
Yang Haoran was taken away by the police at 7 a.m. the next day, inside the Marriott Hotel. Xiaoan looked at the overwhelming news with shock in his eyes.
Dad, it's Uncle Yang. I really didn't expect it.
I thought even if there was a mastermind behind this, it wouldn't be him, but I really didn't expect it.
How so? It's nothing like this or that.
We really blamed Li Mu wrongly. When Xiaoran heard this, his expression changed and a hint of shame appeared in his eyes.
Yes, just as his father said, they wronged Li Mu.
This guy is not a bad person, he just lost himself due to overprotection, and he feels very ashamed at this moment. Now that the truth has been revealed, let's find a time to apologize to Li Mu.
Xiaoran lowered his head and nodded. He was really embarrassed this time.
A week later, Yang Haoran was arrested, and everything he had done was made public. At the same time, Li Mu was completely cleared of all charges. All the media and people who had previously slandered him have been slapped in the face. Xiao Bing and his son went to Lin Feng's house in a high-profile manner to apologize to Li Mu.
They were sincere. However, the news received was surprising.
Li Mu took Jiang Shui and Lin Feifei away from Shanghai and returned to Hangzhou, but asked Lin Feng to tell Xiao Bing to rest assured that he would not care about anything. As for the matter between Lin Feifei and Xiaoran, he couldn't do anything about it.
Matters of the heart must require mutual love. After Xiao Bing and his son left, they immediately released a very sincere statement through their official account.
In the statement, he very sincerely admitted the mistakes of himself and his son, and apologized to Li Mu. But Li Mu did not respond, and eventually his father Li Tianhao came out to deal with the matter and it was over. However, this incident also made Li Mu famous again. He is truly a legendary young man. He was arrested by the police before, and most people outside thought that there would probably be no reversal in this matter, but the result was still shocking. Xiao Bing and his son returned to Guangqing overnight, and the auction was cancelled. At this time, Li Mu had already returned to Hangzhou with the two women.
Chapter 187, The Legendary Man Finale. 1 month later. Office of the President of Hangzhou University. Xiao Li, are you really leaving?
You have passed all your subjects, and the teachers of each subject have evaluated you and said that you can graduate early. However, I personally still hope that you stay for a while before leaving. After all, you are not only the face of Hangzhou University, but also the face of Hangzhou City.
Principal Chen, please don't embarrass me. I can't learn anything here anymore, and it's a waste of resources to stay here. But I can recommend someone to you.
This person has a promising future and will be of great help to Hangzhou City, Hangzhou University, and even you in the future.
Li Mu took a sip of tea and said with a smile. Oh? Really? Who is it? Tell me quickly.
Chen Shanxue felt a little painful in his heart. Li Mu was definitely a treasure he had found and had helped him a lot. Not long ago, he had fallen into an extremely difficult situation in the Shanghai Stock Exchange, and he had never suspected that something would go wrong with the other party.
Sure enough, he escaped unscathed.
He is reluctant to leave now, but there is no other way.
Li Mu is just too outstanding.
He has excellent grades in all subjects. Even his doctoral program in media is not difficult for him.
He is definitely a genius. Chen Shanxue is not a fool, on the contrary, he is an old fox. He knows that with Li Mu's strength, how can a small temple like Hangzhou University accommodate him?
But he is not willing to give up.
If he can get some more benefits, it will be good.
This person is our class monitor Wang Sinuo.
Wang Sinuo? I don't have any impression of him.
Principal Chen, some people may not show their talents now, but they will surely shine in the future.
So I am just telling you that she will not let you down. It is up to you to decide how to treat me. I cannot help you.
After Li Mu finished speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave.
Chen Shanxue sighed.
This was the only way out at this point. He made up his mind that no matter how ordinary Wang Sinuo was now, he would pay attention to her and provide her with good resources within the scope of his authority in Hangzhou University. As for the reason, he was confident that Li Mu would never say anything nonsense.
Okay, I'm leaving now. You don't have to see me off, Principal Chen. I'll see you again in the future if we're lucky.
Chen Shanxue shook his head reluctantly. Such a good young man was gone just like that.
At the same time, the news of Li Mu's early graduation spread throughout Hangzhou University.
This incident caused a huge sensation. In Li Mu's class, the class monitor Wang Sinuo showed reluctance in his eyes, but he knew that Li Mu's future would definitely not be restricted by the small Hangzhou University. He could only pray for him in his heart and hope that his future would be smooth. However, he didn't know that Li Mu's simple words had completely paved the way for his future. Many years later, when he learned the news, he cried with joy, but by that time Li Mu had long disappeared. On the other side, in the private waiting room of the airport.
Son, are you really leaving?
Li Tianhao showed his reluctance.
Li Mu smiled and said, I left. I have no choice. It's because your son is so popular.
Li Mu pointed at Lin Feifei and Jiang Shui behind him and said helplessly.
Hey. Li Tianhao shook his head helplessly.
According to Chinese law, only monogamy is allowed. Li Tianhao could see that Li Mu liked both Jiang Shui and Lin Feifei, which went against the local culture and values. There was no choice but for Li Mu to leave here and run away with his two sisters. After careful consideration, Li Mu decided that it was better for people to live a relaxed life. He already had a system, so why should he struggle? Life was short. Although he was still young, he was the protagonist of the system after all, so he should enjoy life.
Uncle Li, don't worry.
I will take good care of Li Mu and make him plump and white.
And we have Xiaoan, so don't worry. Uncle, Feifei is right. We will be fine. We will come back to see you when we have time. Li Tianhao was helpless. He glanced at Li Mu and his expression became serious. In that case, I won't force you. If you want to leave, go ahead. It's good to leave and find a good place to live. If I didn't have such a big group in my hands, I would also want to leave. Dad, don't worry. Jinghai Group will definitely get better and better. I will come to see you when I am free.
When you retire, come with Mom to find us and we will live together.
You kid, be nice to them.
Director Lin has contacted me and said he was afraid he couldn't bear to leave, so he didn't come to see them off. You have to be nice to Feifei, otherwise I won't forgive you.
Ah, Dad, I have your genes. You're so good to Mom, how can I be bad?
Li Tianhao smiled, then lowered his voice and said, Listen carefully, kid. Your mother and I are waiting to hold our grandchildren.
Come on, okay? Li Mu waved his hand and did not comment.
Half an hour later, he took the two women into the passage and eventually disappeared.
Chairman, are you leaving just like that? Lu Kai asked. It's better for him to leave, let him relax a little. Are you worried about something? Li Tianhao shook his head and said nothing.
In fact, he had always had a secret in his heart. Of course, this was just his own idea. He had long felt that Li Mu was actually an honest man. But he knew the matter was of great importance and never said it out loud.
From that day on, there was no news of Li Mu. No one knew where he went.
All they knew was that he had gone abroad. At first, some people were trying to find out the news, but gradually, everyone found that they could not find out any news at all, so they gave up. From that day on, Li Mu disappeared, and the honest man also disappeared. However, the honest man's social network has always existed. This is a deterrent. As long as this website is still there, no one in China dares to do anything sneaky. Several years later, on an island, there stood a huge manor. Inside the manor, Li Mu was wearing a nightgown, accompanied by two stunning beauties. There were 10 cradles in front of me, and there were 10 babies in them. In the past few years, Li Mu has done nothing but having children. Looking at the 10 fat boys of different sizes, Li Mu felt very satisfied. People struggle throughout their lives, but in the end it's all just a dream. What is life?
This is real life. Isn't this what everyone strives for throughout their lives? The life he leads now, without flattery and without any social status, is what many people dream of.
There is no intrigue, no desire, only family harmony and prosperity. Li Mu, you see, Jinghai Group can finally manufacture the latest chips independently. Lin Feifei smiled and picked up a newspaper. And he became the richest man in the world, which is amazing.
Li Mu smiled faintly.
He would not tell them that all this was the result of his secret manipulation. But that has nothing to do with him.
Everything is false. Isn't life good now?